Sinan remembered it with crystal clarity. That day was April 23, 2026. Spring in Beijing arrived late. Outside the China World Trade Center Tower 3, the ginkgo trees had just sprouted tender buds. He sat in his office, 3 monitors before him. On the left, the share market. In the middle, U.S. stock futures. On the right, real-time cryptocurrency quotes. At 31, Sinan was a partner at a mid-sized private equity fund in China, managing a 300 million yuan portfolio and enjoying a modest reputation in the circle. Not the kind of fame that graces the covers of financial magazines, but enough to buy a house and a car in Beijing and occasionally treat girls to expensive whiskey at Samleton without flinching. That night, he worked overtime until 2 in the morning. A new energy stock heavily weighted by his team suddenly encountered a black swan event. A major shareholder was placed under investigation by the CSRC, and the stock price directly hit the daily limit down. He needed to make a decision: overnight, cut losses at tomorrow's open, or hold and wait for a rebound. Sinan, maybe you should go back and get some sleep, said colleague Lao Zhou, bringing a cup of coffee. Go ahead, Sinan rubbed his temples. I'll keep watching the U.S. stocks for a while. Lao Zhou left. The office was left with only the hum of the air conditioner and the eerie blue glow of the monitors. Sinan leaned back in his chair, thinking if this position couldn't hold up, this year's return for investors might drop to single digits. He closed his eyes, planning to nap for 5 minutes before continuing to watch the market. What happened later, he couldn't. It was as if someone had pulled his consciousness out of his body, wadded it into a ball, and stuffed it into a dark, long, endless tunnel. He raced through the tunnel, surrounded by blurry light and fragmented sounds. Stock code screenshots of WeChat moments, NBA scores, his mother's calls urging him to go on blind dates, the last WeChat message from his ex-girlfriend. All the fragments of memories stirred together and then exploded at once. When he opened his eyes again, what he saw was a crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Not the IKEA paper lamp in his Beijing apartment. A real crystal chandelier reflecting the morning sunlight, scattering a fine mosaic of light spots above his head. Sinan's first thought: I'm dead. Second thought: no, dead people don't feel headaches. He struggled to sit up, finding himself lying in an enormous bed. The sheets were made of some silky fabric with a faint lavender scent. The room was ridiculously large. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows was a turquoise infinity pool, and farther still the sea, the Pacific Ocean, stretching into a boundless silver under the morning light. Where the hell am I? He looked down at his hands. They were the hands of a young man. Smooth skin, neatly trimmed, nails no calluses from years of keyboard pounding. He rushed into the bathroom. The face in the mirror made him freeze. It was his face, but not exactly. The outline of the features was almost identical to his 31-year-old self, but at least 10 years younger. Skin taut, eyes clear, jawline sharp as if carved. His hair had changed too. Not the crew cut he used to get at the neighborhood barbershop, but a carefully styled cut with a touch of youthful swagger. Sinan turned on the faucet and splashed ice water on his face 3 times. Each time he wiped his face, the image in the mirror didn't change back. Calm down, he said to himself. Calm down. He walked out of the bedroom and began to explore the house. The hallway outside the master bedroom was as long as a hotel lobby. Oil paintings hung on the walls, and the floor was covered in a material of unknown origin, soft as walking on clouds. He pushed open one door after another: a study, a media room, a gym, a wine cellar, a billiard room. Each room was decorated like a showroom from a design magazine. Finally, in the kitchen, he found a stack of mail and bills. The recipient line on every envelope bore the same name: Michael Lee, a name he had never heard. After the game, Roy and Durant embraced at center court. Roy patted Durant's shoulder, and the two exchanged jerseys. The second game was against the Golden State Warriors. I've traveled to America. He stood in the kitchen, a bank statement in hand, his mind racing. But before that, he had to complete the acquisition. Chen Ziyuan's call came on the morning of the 4th day. Michael, the league office got back to me. 2026. But now he had become a young man named Michael Lee, living in a mansion in California. He glanced at the statement in his hand. $8,370,000. Just the checking account. In his previous life, Sinan had managed funds for 3 years and seen plenty of. There was a cross-border e-commerce client with a net worth of about 200 million RMB, a villa in Shuani, and a Bentley Bentayga. Sinan once thought that was the ceiling of life. Now the statement in his hand told him that this young man named Michael Lee had $8,370,000 in his checking account alone. US dollars. All right, Sinan put the statement back on the table. First, figure out who I am. It took him 2 full days to piece together the identity of this body. In Michael Lee's study, there was a Dell desktop running Windows XP. It took 1.5 minutes to boot, and the internet still required dial-up. The internet of 2002 was so slow that Sinan wanted to smash the computer, but he patiently pieced together the identity information of this body bit by bit. Michael Lee, 22 years old, Chinese-American junior at UCLA, majoring in economics, on leave since last year. Father Li Wenyuan, mother Zhou Wanqing. Both elite, first-generation Chinese immigrants who studied in the U.S. in the 1980s. Li Wenyuan earned a PhD in electrical engineering from Stanford and then entered Silicon Valley riding the tech wave of the 1990s. He started in chip design, later moved into investing, and over 2 decades built a vast business empire spanning tech, real estate, and media. 3 months ago, the private jet carrying Li Wenyuan and his wife, Zhou Wanqing, encountered severe weather en route to New York and crashed in the mountains of Colorado. All 6 people on board were killed. Michael was the only child. Sinan sat in front of the computer for a long time. On the screen was a Los Angeles Times article with the headline, Chinese-American tycoon, couple dies in plane crash, sole son inherits massive fortune. The article included a photo of Li Wenyuan and his wife standing in front of a building. Li Wenyuan in a dark suit, Zhou Wanqing holding his arm, smiling warmly. Sinan stared at the photo for a long time, an inexplicable bitter feeling rising in his chest. They weren't his parents, but this body remembered them. The moment he saw the photo, his eyes automatically grew warm and the bridge of his nose stung. It was Michael's memory acting up. He spent half a day coming to terms with the fact Michael Li's consciousness might have dissipated the moment he crossed over, or maybe it had merged with his own. Either way, from today onward, he was Michael Li. He possessed Michael's body, Michael's wealth, Michael's identity, and Michael's memories. Those memories were like he saw fragments as a child being carried on his father's shoulders at a beach in Orange County, in middle school, first time driving his father's Porsche and crashing the bumper, his mother making dumplings in the kitchen, his parents clapping in the front row at his high school graduation. Every memory carried real warmth and weight. There was also one particularly vivid recent memory. It was 3 months ago, the 3rd day after his parents' funeral. Michael sat alone in the empty mansion. His phone rang. It was Chun Ziyuan, his father's lawyer. Michael, I need to discuss the inheritance with you. I don't want to talk about it now, Michael said hoarsely. I know you're grieving. But this is very important. Chun Ziyuan paused. The scale of the assets your father left is far larger than you imagine. You need to prepare as soon as possible. At that time, Michael had no heart to talk about money. He hung up, drove alone to the beach, and sat in the car all night. Sinan pulled himself out of that memory and took a deep breath. He opened the safe in the study. The password was Michael's birthday, found in the memory fragments. Inside lay a neat stack of documents. He flipped through them one by one. Li Wenyuan's will, the articles of trust, the equity structure of Pacific Capital Group, property deeds for 17 real estate holdings across 3 states, and an asset appraisal report prepared by KPMG. The report was thick. Sinan flipped directly to the last page. He saw a number. Not 837,000. It was 4.7 billion US dollars. Sinan put the report down, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The Pacific wind rushed in, carrying the salty smell of the sea and the rustling of distant palm trees. He stood there for a long time, then smiled. In his past life, he managed 300 million RMB, his heart pounding as he watched the market every day. Now he had 4.7 billion US dollars under his name, roughly 37 billion RMB, and no investors pushing him, no redemption pressure, no one who could say no to him. The money was so big it lost all sense of reality. Like someone who had only played with Monopoly money suddenly dropped into a real casino with a mountain of chips piled before him, each chip worth $1 million. Don't think about that yet. He shut the window. Eat. 3 days after the crossing, lawyer Chun Ziyuan arranged a meeting in Los Angeles. Chun Ziyuan's office was in a downtown tower. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of Los Angeles's gray skyline. He was a Chinese man in his 50s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses with meticulously combed hair and the precise, restrained speech of an old-school lawyer. He spent 2 hours explaining every detail of Li Wenyuan's estate to Li Sinan, the structure of the trust fund, tax arrangements, the operational status of Pacific Capital Group, and all the documents needed to be signed as the sole heir. Li Sinan listened while doing rapid mental calculations. His basic skills as a fund manager, fast reading and extracting key information, were on full display. He understood every word Chun said. In some areas, he even grasped faster than Chun, since his financial knowledge came from 2026, 24 years ahead of this era. Michael, you're in much better shape than I expected, Chun Ziyuan said after signing the last document, taking off his glasses and studying him with an assessing gaze. Frankly, I'm a little surprised. People have to move forward, Li Sinan replied with a generic answer. Chun nodded. That's good to hear. What are your plans now? Want to go back and finish your degree at UCLA? Your father always wanted you to get the diploma. Li Sinan was silent for a moment. He had been thinking about this question for the past 2 days. Go back to school. He had done 4 years of undergrad and 3 years of a master's in his previous life. Financial courses held no difficulty for him now. Sitting in a classroom listening to a professor lecture on 2002 financial theory would be like sending a college student back to kindergarten to learn to count. Join Pacific Capital Group and do investing. That was one path. But in his past life, he had done 6 years of investing. He knew the pain of that industry too well. Every day staring at numbers flickering on the screen, gambling against the market and human nature. Winning was expected, losing was your fault. He'd had enough of that kind of life. "I want to rest for a while," he said. "Travel around, see things." Chen didn't press further. In his view, a 22-year-old who had just lost both parents and suddenly inherited a colossal fortune, wanting to decompress, was entirely normal. "Contact me anytime if you need anything." Chen stood up to see him off. Stepping out of the building, the August sun in Los Angeles forced Sinan to squint. He stood at the entrance watching cars come and go, suddenly feeling a bit at a loss. In his previous life, every day was fully scheduled: wake up at 7 a.m., arrive at the office by 8, watch the market, have meetings, see clients, write reports, busy until after 10 p.m. Occasionally he had a free weekend, but he didn't know what to do. He lay in bed scrolling through his phone until dizzy, then ordered takeout and watched NBA games while eating. NBA. At the thought of those 3 letters, his heartbeat quickened. In his past life, Sinan was a fanatical basketball fan. He started watching from Yao Ming's entry into the NBA in 2002 and kept watching for 24 years. He witnessed the collapse of the Lakers dynasty and the Spurs' odd-year championship myth, LeBron James, evolving from the chosen one to the face of the league, and then to the all-time scoring leader, the Warriors' three-point revolution, Kobe's 81-point game and 60-point farewell game. So many moments. He watched at least 3 games a week, 20 years without fail. He knew the last 2 decades of NBA history like the back of his hand. Which draft picks were strokes of genius, which trades were heists, which players were overrated, which second-rounders would become all-stars. This information was clear in his mind, more so than the fundamentals of any stock. But that was the NBA of 2026. What did the NBA of 2002 look like? Sinan quickly walked back to his car, opened his laptop, and started searching. The dial-up noise lasted nearly a minute before he connected. He opened the NBA website. Back then the site was as primitive as a personal blog, and scrolled through entry by entry. Shaquille O'Neal had just led the Lakers to a sweep of the Nets in June, completing a three-peat. Kobe Bryant was evolving from a superstar to a megastar. Tim Duncan silently ruled the paint in San Antonio. The 2002 draft had ended a month earlier, Yao Ming taken first overall by the Rockets, Amare Stoudemire 9th, to the Suns, Karen Butler 10th to the Heat. Everything matched the history in his memory exactly. He continued searching for information about the 2003 draft. On the ESPN draft prediction page, the top name was a high school senior named LeBron James, the super prodigy from Vincent St. Mary High School, dubbed the chosen one by the media. Second was Syracuse freshman Carmelo Anthony. Third was Marquette's Dwayne Wade. Fourth was Georgia Tech's Chris Bosh. Sinan's fingers hovered above the keyboard, completely still. They're all here. Every single one. He searched for a few more names: Chris Paul, Dwight Howard, Kevin Durant, Stephen Curry, James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Luka Doncic, Victor Wembanyama. He typed out every future star he could think of. Some hadn't been born yet. Some were still in elementary school. Some were playing in youth leagues and corners he couldn't find. But their names were all in the search engine. At least ordinary people sharing the same names, proving this world wasn't the completely unfamiliar parallel universe he had feared. The NBA in this world, at least in terms of player rosters, was no different from the one he remembered. The only difference was that no one in this world knew what the future held. But he did. Sinan leaned back in the car seat, his heart pounding wildly. An idea struck him like lightning, too fast for him to react. What if he used this money to buy an NBA team, then ran it with everything he knew? He knew the 2003 draft was a golden generation: James, Anthony, Wade, Bosh, all future Hall of Famers. He knew the 2007 draft had Kevin Durant, 2009 had Stephen Curry, and James Harden, 2011 had Kawhi Leonard. He knew which high picks would be busts and which second-rounders would become stars. He knew which trades would cripple a team and which signings were strokes of genius. He possessed a complete NBA database from 2026. The idea was so big it startled even himself. He instinctively tried to suppress it, telling himself this was insane. A 22-year-old buying an NBA team. But the idea kept growing back like weeds, each time more stubborn than before. He reopened the search engine and typed NBA team for sale. Not many results came up. In 2002, the NBA hadn't yet entered the era of skyrocketing valuations. Most teams were held by long-term owners and few were on the market. But one headline caught his eye: Charlotte Hornets up for sale, asking price $180 million. Sinan spent 3 full days studying the Hornets situation. This franchise had joined the league in 1988 as the original Charlotte Hornets. In the mid-90s, they boasted the frontcourt duo of Larry Johnson and Alonzo Mourning and had a few good seasons. But a series of terrible management decisions had gradually sunk the team. Now it was a struggling franchise with a low ceiling. But to Sinan it was an opportunity. $180 million, he murmured. For a team in a tough spot, but with the right picks and trades. He pulled up the latest NBA collective bargaining agreement and started calculating. He knew that with the 2003 draft coming up, he could use the Hornets pick if they kept it to land a franchise cornerstone, or trade it for future assets. And with his knowledge, he could avoid the mistakes other teams made, Overpaying vets, locking up bad contracts, trading away picks for nothing. He closed the laptop and looked out the window at the Pacific Ocean. The horizon began to glow with the colors of sunset. "This is ridiculous," he said, "but I'm going to do it." He picked up the phone and dialed Chun Ziyuan's number. Before the call connected, he reconsidered for a moment, then pressed the dial with a firm finger. "Chun, I need your help with something regarding the assets. I want to make a rather big acquisition." His voice was calm, but carried an unmistakable resolve. "What kind of acquisition?" Chun asked. "An NBA team." There was a long pause on the other end. "You're serious?" "Very serious." "All right, I'll start the preliminary work. But Michael, you need to understand. Owning an NBA team is a very public, very demanding business. Are you ready for that?" "I've been ready my whole life." The next morning, Sinan booked a flight to Charlotte, North Carolina. He planned to visit the city itself, first assess the market, and then approach the current owners discreetly. Charlotte was a growing city banking hub with a decent, but not passionate fan base. The Hornets had a history, but had never won a championship. The arena was relatively old, but functional. He visited a Hornets game during the preseason. The arena was half empty. The team on the court was uninspired, running predictable plays. But he saw potential. The fans that were present cheered loudly for every basket. After the game, he walked around the concourse. The team store sold basic merchandise, nothing exciting. He imagined what it could be: a vibrant atmosphere, a new logo, better fan engagement. Over the next week, he met with local business leaders, a few season ticket holders, and even spoke informally to a former Hornets executive who had left the team. He gathered intelligence. He learned that the current owner, George Shin, had been trying to sell for over a year. The asking price was $180 million, but there were rumors it could be negotiated down to $150 million due to the team's financial struggles. Back in Los Angeles, he gave Chin the green light to initiate formal contact. "Start the due diligence. I want to know every detail. And find out who the other potential buyers are." The process would take months. But for the first time since his crossing, Sinan felt a sense of purpose. He had a goal: build an NBA dynasty from the ground up using the ultimate cheat code, knowledge of the future. Ultimately, Shin decided to relocate the team to New Orleans, and the league approved it. However, the relocation did not solve the fundamental problem. The market in New Orleans was even colder than in Charlotte, with season ticket pre-sales data looking abysmal. Shin himself was advanced in years, lacking the energy and financial resources to continue investing, so he decided to sell the team. The asking price was $180 million, which in 2002 was not considered high. As a comparison, the Celtics had just been sold for $360 million in the same year, and Mark Cuban bought the Mavericks 2 years earlier for $800 million. Sinan went over the Hornets' financial data again and again. The team's revenue last season was around $70 million, and after deducting player salaries and operating costs, the book showed a loss. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that NBA team valuations were entering a 20-year upward trajectory. In his past life, he had seen a report that by 2020 the average valuation of NBA teams had exceeded $2 billion. $2 billion. Buying at $180 million and selling at $2 billion. That's a return of more than 10 times. Not to mention the 20 years of operating income in between. More importantly, he wasn't buying a team to make money. Or rather, not primarily to make money. He had $7 billion. He could never spend it all in this life. What he needed was a goal. Something that could get him out of bed every morning, something truly worth dedicating all. The NBA was that thing. In his past life, he had watched basketball for 24 years, countless times fantasizing about what he would do if he were a team owner. Now he had the chance to turn all those fantasies into reality. Build a management team with the most advanced concepts, choose rookies with the foresight of a clairvoyant eye, and construct a dynasty team with ample patience and financial resources. He wanted to show the other 29 owners what would happen when someone who truly understood the game and was willing to spend money sat in the owner's chair. Once this thought took shape, it could no longer be suppressed. 3 days later, Sinan dialed Chun Ziyuan's phone number. "Lawyer Chin, help me get in touch with George Shin." "George Shin?" Chun Ziyuan's voice paused. "The owner of the Charlotte. No, the New Orleans Hornets." "Yes." There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. "Michael, are you serious?" "Dead serious." "May I ask why?" Sinan leaned back on the sofa and thought for a moment. "My dad once told me something before he passed away. He said the most important thing in a person's life is not how much money you make, but to find something you truly love. I think I found it." Chun Ziyuan was silent even longer. Finally, he said, "I need a few days to arrange things. The league procedures will be complicated. You should be prepared. I have all the time in the world." He hung up, stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the Pacific Ocean was rising, white waves crashing onto the beach one after another. He suddenly recalled a game he had watched in his past life, Game 7 of the 2016 Finals, Cavaliers vs. Warriors. That moment when LeBron James chased down and blocked Andre Iguodala. At that time, he was sitting in a bar in Sanlitun, Beijing, screaming, clinking glasses, and tearing up with a group of strangers. That pure, dispassionate excitement. He hadn't felt it in a long time. Now he had the chance to create such moments himself. His phone rang. The caller ID showed a familiar name, Jessica Alba. Born in 1981, just turned 21 this year. According to Michael's memory, they met at a party 3 months ago. Michael's parents had just passed away not long before, and he was in a terrible state. Jessica proactively walked over and said a few words to him. Later they started going out their relationship somewhere between official dating and ambiguity not yet fully defined. Sinan answered the phone. Michael. Jessica's voice carried a hint of Latin-like hoarseness. Why haven't you been replying to my texts? Sorry, I've had too much going on lately. I know. Her voice softened. Lawyer Chin told me you're handling your parents. I'm just a bit worried about you. Sinan didn't know what to say for a moment. In Michael's memory, Jessica was a girl with a sweet smile and a slightly stubborn temper, filming the second season of Dark Angel, her career just starting. She would drive Michael to the beach for a ride when he was down, clumsily cook him a steak, and order takeout sulkily when it got burnt. This relationship hadn't reached the level of love yet, but it was heading in that direction. They'll be back in Los Angeles, he said. How about we meet then? Sure, Jessica's voice brightened. They'll be free after I finish filming next week. After hanging up, Sinan stood by the window and suddenly found it amusing. Only a few days since his transmigration, and he already had 3 identities: heir to a $4 billion fortune, prospective NBA team owner, and the romantic interest of a Hollywood actress. In his past life, he was single at 31, so pressured by his mother to marry that he dared not go home for the new year. Now heaven had filled his deficit of wealth, career, and romantic luck all at once. He shook his head, walked back to the computer, and reopened the Hornets roster. Baron Davis, point guard, 1999, no. 3 pick, averaged 18 points and 8 last season. 5 assists, becoming a top point guard in the league. Jamal Mashburn, small forward, averaged 21 points last season, the team's most consistent scorer. P.J. Brown, power forward, defensive stalwart, locker room leader. Jamal Magloire, center, Canadian blue-collar interior player, averaging a double-double. This team's core lineup wasn't bad. They made the Eastern Conference semifinals last season. But Sinan knew the ceiling of this roster had been reached. In the future Eastern Conference, the Pistons' 5 Tigers were about to rise, and LeBron James was about to arrive. Without major changes, the Hornets would only be a playoff fringe team. He needed draft picks. The 2003 draft was his first real opportunity. Sinan closed the roster, opened a blank document, and began listing plans. He worked through the entire night. August in New Orleans was as suffocating as a steamer basket. Sinan had sequestered himself in the hotel room for 3 full days, spending every waking moment in front of the computer except for meals and sleep. The hotel's internet was even slower than what he had back home in California. It took over a dozen seconds just to load a single web page, but he had no time to fret over it. He compiled all the data from the Hornets' past 5 seasons, player statistics, salary structure, draft picks, trade records, into a document, printed it out, and spread the papers across the entire hotel room floor. Back when he was a fund manager in his past life, he had always relied on the most rudimentary approach to process information. Print out the data, spread it on the ground, and crouch over it, often spotting patterns that screens failed to reveal. Old Joe called him obsessive-compulsive, and he didn't deny it. Yet it was precisely that obsessive streak that had saved him from several market crashes. Now he was applying the same methodology to the NBA. Core lineup: Baron Davis, point guard, 1999, 3rd overall pick, annual salary of approximately $8 million. Jamal Mashburn, small forward, annual salary of approximately $9 million. P.J. Brown, power forward, annual salary of approximately $7 million. Jamal Magloire, center, annual salary of approximately $4 million. David Wesley, shooting guard, annual salary of approximately $4 million. This is a typical middle-class trap lineup. Each position is decent, yet none are top tier in the league. Baron Davis has all-star potential, but injuries are a ticking time bomb. Mashburn is a good scorer, yet he is already 29 years old with only a few peak years left. P.J. Brown is a reliable blue-collar player, but lacks offensive prowess. Magloire works hard, but is merely a competent starting center. With this lineup, they could make the playoffs in the East, but at most reach the second round. To contend for the championship, they are far from it. Sinan squats on the floor, holding a marker, sketching on several sheets of paper. His first thought is to completely tank for the 1st overall pick in 2003 and select LeBron James. However, he quickly dismisses this plan. The reason is simple: the 1st overall pick in 2003 is not something you can just aim for. The Hornets made it to the Eastern Conference semifinals last season. With this lineup, even if he deliberately had the management make a few foolish trades, the team's winning percentage would not plummet to the bottom of the league. The 1st overall pick in 2003 is likely to fall into the hands of truly terrible teams like the Cavaliers or Nuggets. Even if he tanks, at most he could achieve the 5th to 8th pick, and the players available in that range are worlds apart from LeBron James. So the question arises: if he can't get the 1st overall pick, how can he acquire LeBron James? The answer is using a future All-Star and a future draft pick to trade for an already selected LeBron James. But this requires planning before the 2003 draft. He needs to stockpile those assets that are valuable in others' eyes, but destined to depreciate in his, such as certain players approaching contract years, overvalued draft picks, and trades that seem appealing but are on the verge of collapse. This is the strategy of the heavenly eye. Others trade based on current value while he trades based on value 2 or 5 years down the line. He knows which players will be plagued by injuries, which players will struggle after changing teams, which draft picks will turn into high ones, and which will be severely undervalued. For example, he knows that the second pick in the 2003 draft will be used by the Pistons to select Darko Milicic, a bust, who played just over 400 games in the NBA. Behind him, players selected include Carmelo Anthony, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh. If he could have swapped some assets for the Pistons' second pick before the 2003 draft. No, that's not right. The Pistons had the best record in the East during the 200,203 season, and their draft pick was 29th. The second pick was acquired through a trade with the Grizzlies prior to the 2003 draft. Sinan suddenly stood up and began pacing around the room. Fragments of memory swirled rapidly. The complete order of the 2003 draft: the Cavaliers select James with the first pick, the Pistons select Milicic with the Grizzlies' second pick, the Nuggets select Anthony with the third pick, the Raptors select Bosh with the fourth, and the Heat select Wade with the fifth, the Grizzlies' second pick. In 1997, the Grizzlies made a trade with the Pistons, sending a first-round pick for 2003, which was only protected if it was the first overall pick. In other words, as long as the Grizzlies' pick in 2003 is not the first overall, it belongs to the Pistons. What if he bought that pick back from the Pistons before the 2003 draft lottery? No, the Pistons wouldn't sell. The value of that pick was incalculable before the lottery results came out. No general manager would trade it at that time. Then wait until after the lottery results. The Pistons got the second overall pick, and their general manager Joe Dumars would face a choice: keep it or trade it. In history, Dumars chose to keep it and selected Darko Milicic. But what if at this moment a team made an offer that Dumars couldn't refuse? For example, a young all-star who had already proven himself, plus a future first-round pick. Sinan stopped in his tracks, his heart racing. He knew who would become an all-star in the future. He knew that Byron Davis, if he stayed healthy, would be a top 10 point guard in the league. He knew that Magloire would be selected as an all-star in 2004. Yes, Jamal Magloire, this center who now seemed just an ordinary blue-collar player, would become an all-star reserve 2 years later. If he traded Magloire at the peak of his value, after the 2004 All-Star weekend, for a high draft pick, and then used that pick to select someone in the future. Sinan crouched down again, grabbed a blank sheet of paper, and began drawing a timeline. August 2002, acquire the Hornets. In the 2003 draft, select a player he knows will perform while using the existing draft rights, for instance, a second-round pick, like Josh Howard or Mo Williams. Package Magloire and other assets to exchange for a high draft pick from 2005 or 2006, targeting Chris Paul or Dwight Howard. His hand flew across the paper, filling it with arrows and circles. 2005 draft: Chris Paul 4th, Deron Williams 3rd. 2007 draft: Kevin Durant 2nd, Al Horford 3rd. 2008 draft: Derrick Rose 1st overall, Russell Westbrook 4th. 2009 draft: Stephen Curry 7th, James Harden 3rd. With each name he wrote down his heartbeat. These names in 2026 would each be legendary. Yet now they had yet to enter the league. Some were still in high school, others in college, and some were even still in middle school. He knew the fate of them all. It felt incredibly wondrous. It was as if someone in 2002 had obtained a stock chart for the next 20 years, knowing which would soar 1,000-fold, which would delist, and which would spike, plummet, and then spike again. The only difference was that while you could buy many stocks at once, you could only pick draft picks one by one. Thus he needed draft picks. Many draft picks. Not just his own, but others as well. He needed to be like those shrewd general managers from his past life, like Sam Presti of the Thunder, like Danny Ainge of the Celtics, hoarding draft picks, and then at the right moment using the right picks to select the right. At this thought, Sinan suddenly realized a problem. He currently had no general manager. The current management of the Hornets had a general manager named Bob Bass, an old white man who had been in the league for over 20 years, neither achieving nor failing, a typical old-school manager. Such a person could not possibly understand his vision for building a team. He needed to replace him with someone who could understand him, or at least be willing to cooperate. But before that, he had to complete the acquisition. Chun Zhuan's call came on the morning of the fourth day. Michael, the league office got back to me. Chun Zhuan's voice sounded somewhat weary with the rustling of documents in the background. Their stance on your acquisition of the Hornets, how should I put it, is quite complex. What do you mean complex? On one hand, the league has been pushing for diversity in team ownership in recent years, and they welcome an Asian face. Your financial capability is unquestionable. The KPMG audit report has been submitted, and there will be no issues with the financial review. Chun Zhuan paused, but on the other hand, you are too young. A 22-year-old team owner has never existed in NBA history. Some board members are concerned about your lack of experience and patience in operating a professional sports team. Sinan walked to the window with his phone. The morning light of New Orleans was just beginning to shine, and there were already breakfast stalls steaming in the street. What exactly are they worried about? They worry that you will lose interest in a couple of years and just sell the team. They worry that you will interfere too much in basketball affairs and turn the team into a mess. They worry that you are too young to handle relationships with players, coaches, and the media. In short, they are worried about everything you can think of. Sinan fell silent for a few seconds. Lawyer Chen, is there any minimum age limit for owners in the league regulations? There is no explicit regulation, but the board requires over 2/3 of the votes to pass. In other words, at least 20 owners must agree. Then we will go talk to them one by one. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Chen Ziyuan seemed to be digesting the weight of this statement. Michael, do you know how many owners there are in the NBA? 28, counting myself, about to become an owner. 20. Do you know what backgrounds each of them has? No, but you can tell me. Chen Ziyuan let out a soft sigh. That sigh carried both helplessness and a trace of subtle approval. They'll compile a list and send it to you, starting with the most influential and most likely to vote against you. That afternoon, Chen Ziyuan's email arrived. Sinan opened the attachment, and a detailed list of NBA owners appeared on the screen. Chen Ziyuan's work was very meticulous. He not only listed each person's name and team, but also included their backgrounds, personalities, influence in the league, and possible stances. At the top of the list was Jerry Buss, owner of the Lakers. Sinan's understanding of Jerry Buss was far greater than he let on. In his past life as a diehard NBA fan, he knew too well the weight of this elder. Buss bought the Lakers in 1979, and for the next 20-plus years, he turned the Lakers into one of the most successful business empires in the NBA, with the Showtime dynasty and the glory of the Shaq-Kobe duo achieved under his leadership. In the circle of league owners, Buss was a godfather-level figure. His stance could influence at least 7 or 8 owners' votes. Next on the list was Mark Cuban, owner of the Mavericks. Cuban bought the Mavericks for $280 million in 2000. At that time, he was also questioned for being too young, too impulsive, and not understanding basketball. 2 years later, Cuban proved himself with his passion and investment. He was one of the most willing owners to spend money on the team and one of the most outspoken owners. If Sinan could persuade Cuban, it would mean opening a breach in the opposition's camp. Third on the list was Vic Grousbeck, the new owner of the Celtics. He had just acquired the Celtics in early 2002 for $360 million and was also a newcomer to the league. Perhaps a newcomer could find common ground with another newcomer. The list was long, and Sinan went through it one by one. Paul Allen of the Trail Blazers, co-founder of Microsoft, well off, but detached from the team. Jerry Colangelo of the Suns, an old-school owner, very enthusiastic about league affairs. Leslie Alexander of the Rockets, Jewish, extremely shrewd. Peter Holt of the Spurs, a tractor baron running the team with a corporate-like rigor. Each person was a story. Each one was a hurdle. After finishing the list, Sinan leaned back in his chair and suddenly found it a bit amusing. In his past life, when he was in private equity, he also had to meet clients one by one while raising investments, smiling, presenting PowerPoints, and answering all sorts of tricky questions. At that time, he managed $3 billion and thought that was the hardest sell in the world. Now he had to sell himself, a 22-year-old young man, to convince a group of billionaires with an average age of over 50 that he had the capability to run an NBA team. The difficulty was probably 100 times that of his past life. He picked up his phone and dialed Chen Ziyuan's number. Lawyer Chen, help me schedule an appointment with the first person. Who? Mark Cuban. Why him? Because he is the most likely to understand me. Sinan said 2 years ago he was also the young man questioned by everyone. 2 days later in Dallas. Cuban's office was on the top floor of the Mavericks' home arena, the American Airlines Center, decorated in a style as flamboyant as his own personality, with large team posters on the walls, various tech gadgets on the desk, and even a popcorn machine in the corner. When Sinan entered, Cuban was barefoot on the carpet, shouting something at his computer screen. Hey, you're the kid who wants to buy the Hornets. Upon seeing Sinan, Cuban's eyes lit up as he sprang from his chair, striding over to shake hands. 22. Really, 22? Really? That's awesome. Cuban grinned, revealing a set of somewhat uneven teeth. I was 35 when I bought the Mavericks, and they all thought I was too young. You're 22? They must be going crazy. I like it. Sinan smiled. Just as he had anticipated, Cuban had a natural affinity for the idea of a young person buying a team. The two sat down. Cuban skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. Word is going around the league that a few old-timers plan to vote against your acquisition. Do you know who they are? I can probably guess. So what do you plan to do? Ask them one by one. Cuban shook his head, the expression on his face suggesting he found it amusing. Let me tell you, kid, the circle of NBA owners is a lot like the mafia. The more you beg them, the more they look. What you need to do is make them feel that you are one of them. One of them. Exactly. Either you have enough money to make them shut up, or you're smart enough to make them respect you, or you're crazy enough to make them fear you. Cuban held up 3 fingers. I belong to the third type. You choose one. Sinan remained silent for a few seconds, then raised his head. I choose the fourth type. Cuban raised an eyebrow. I choose to show them the future. Cuban stared at him for a while, then burst out laughing. Interesting. Really fucking interesting. He stood up and walked to the window, pointing at the Dallas skyline outside. You know, 2 years ago I stood here and said the same thing to Stern. I said I don't understand basketball, but I understand the future. I know the NBA's commercial value is severely underestimated. I know the internet will change everything, and I know teams shouldn't survive on ticket sales alone. He turned around, looking at Sinan. Stern believed me. So he helped me deal with those opposing old-timers. Now you need me to help you deal with them. Sinan stood up. What do I need to do? You don't need to do anything. Cuban grinned. Just wait. Cuban had said, just wait. And Sinan waited for a full 5 days. During those 5 days, Chen Ziyuan sent a thick stack of documents from Los Angeles. All due diligence reports on the Hornets' financial status, legal risks, arena, lease contracts, broadcasting rights agreements, sponsor lists, covering every detail. Sinan read them one by one. Whenever he encountered unfamiliar terminology, he looked it up online. If he couldn't find it, he called Chen Ziyuan to ask. The reading speed he had honed as a fund manager in his past life proved invaluable. In 5 days, he managed to plow through several hundred pages of documents. The conclusion was that the Hornets' financial situation was even worse than he had imagined. The main reason is the arena leasing contract. The Hornets signed an extremely harsh agreement with the New Orleans arena, requiring the team to pay high rent and share profits from parking suites and some advertising space with the arena. George Shinn was in a hurry to leave Charlotte and had almost no bargaining chips at the negotiation table, resulting in a complete loss. How many years are left on this contract? 7 years. It expires in 2009. What is the penalty for early termination? 30 million. And the arena has unilateral veto power. Shinn cursed softly. He knew from his past life that the biggest dilemma for small market teams often lies not in player performance, but in the low ceiling for commercial development. The arena isn't owned by them. Broadcasting contracts are distributed uniformly by the league, and the quantity and quality of local sponsors are far inferior to those in major cities. Although New Orleans is a historic city, its economic scale is not comparable to Los Angeles or New York. The local fan base is weak, season tickets are hard to sell, sponsors are unresponsive, and combined with this exploitative contract, the Hornets are essentially working for the arena. He needs to either move the team to a better city or build their own arena in New Orleans before the 2009 contract expires. Both tasks are not easy. The NBA's approval process for team relocations is extremely strict. The Seattle Supersonics moved to Oklahoma City, which happened back in 2008. The turmoil and legal battles they endured were extensive. He had seen related reports in his past life and knew it was a long war. As for building an arena, setting aside the construction costs of 300 to 500 million, just the land approval, municipal negotiations, and community housing arrangements would be enough to give him a headache for years. However, these troubles must be set aside for now. The urgent task is to acquire the team first. On the morning of the 6th day, Cuban's call finally came. Kid, pack your things. Come with me to New York tomorrow. What for? To meet Stern. Cuban's tone carried an implication of let me broaden your horizons. Stern wants to talk to you. David Stern, the NBA commissioner. He took office in 1984 and in 18 years transformed the NBA from a bankrupt fourth league in North America into a global commercial empire. In 2002, Stern was at the peak of his power. Jordan had just retired for the third time, Yao Ming was about to arrive, and the NBA's globalization strategy was advancing at an unprecedented pace. He was the true helmsman of the league. Sinan had watched countless footage of Stern announcing names at the draft, from Yao Ming to LeBron James to Curry. Those images comprised one of his deepest memories of the NBA. Now, to meet this person, it would be disingenuous to say he was not anxious. Is Stern's attitude important? He asked. Important. Cuban laughed on the phone. Kid, Stern's attitude is everything. The NBA board votes, supposedly with 29 owners each having a vote, but in reality Stern's opinion can influence at least 10 votes. If he says you're good, the number of opposers will drop significantly. If he says you're not, you won't even have a chance to vote. Sinan held the phone and fell silent for a few seconds. Okay, what time tomorrow? My private jet leaves at 8 in the morning from Dallas. You fly over tonight. Sinan flew from New Orleans to Dallas that night. The next morning he saw Cuban's private jet for the first time on the helipad of the American Airlines Center, a silver Gulfstream V adorned with the Mavericks logo. So what do you think? Beautiful, right? Cuban stood by the steps wearing a wrinkled t-shirt and jeans, looking nothing like a billionaire. He resembled a programmer who had just emerged from a garage after finishing a code. This thing cost me 38 million, but it's worth it. You go to New York to meet those guys in suits, and if you fly commercial, they won't look at you the same way. Sinan, the interior of the cabin exceeded his expectations in luxury. genuine leather seats, solid wood tables, a crystal liquor cabinet, and a complete set of Bose sound system. Cuban took a bottle of whiskey from the cabinet, poured himself a glass, and glanced at Sinan. How old are you? 22. Then forget it. Wait until you're 25 to drink. Cuban took a sip himself, comfortably leaning back in his seat. Do you know why Stern suddenly wants to meet you? No idea. Because someone pushed from behind. Cuban raised a finger. Jerry Buss from the Lakers. Old Buss called Stern a few days ago saying he had seen your materials. This kid is interesting. Sinan was. He couldn't recall anything he had done that could catch Jerry Buss' attention. Don't think too much. Old Buss is just like that. He's been in the league for over 20 years and pays attention to every new owner. When I bought the Mavericks, he was also the first to call me. Cuban shook his glass, but for him to say interesting, that's rare. This suggests he has more interest in you than in others. That interest could be useful for a long time. The Gulfstream V taxied down the runway, accelerated, and then gracefully lifted off. The cityscape of Dallas quickly shrank in the window, becoming a gray grid interspersed with green patches. Sinan gazed out the window, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Jerry Buss, the godfather of the Lakers, the creator of the Showtime dynasty and the Shaq Kobe era. In the circle of NBA owners, Old Buss is recognized as the #1 player. His Lakers have won 8 championships, his business operations are included in business school textbooks, and his general managers and coaches are spread throughout the league. If he can gain this person's support, the acquisition path will be much smoother. However, the words interesting are far from actual support. Old Buss is merely observing. What he wants is someone truly worthy of his attention, not a rich second-generation inheritor who bought a team with an inheritance. How to catch his eye? Sinan thought of an idea. But this idea requires time and waiting for the right moment. The plane flew smoothly at 30,000 feet. Cuban finished his glass of whiskey, covered himself with a blanket, and began to doze off. Sinan felt no sleepiness. He took out a copy of Sports Business Weekly, August 2002 issue, with the cover story being a special report on Yao Ming's arrival in the NBA, flipping through the pages. The cover article's title was The Eastern Giant, Can Yao Ming Change the Global Landscape of the NBA? The article was long, discussing Yao Ming's family background and his career in the CBA, from the Rockets' first overall pick strategy to the enormous potential of the Chinese market. The author wrote a passage at the end that caught Sinan's attention. The NBA has over 300 million basketball fans in China, but so far the league's commercial development in this vast market is nearly zero. If Yao Ming succeeds, he will not just be a player, but a bridge. A bridge connecting the NBA with the world's largest market. Those with insight in the league should ponder a question: how to seize this historic opportunity. Sinan read this article twice. 300 million basketball fans. In 2002, China was at the onset of explosive growth in basketball. He had experienced that era in his past life. During the years Yao Ming played for the Rockets, the entire nation was almost basketball crazed. CCTV's broadcast ratings hit record highs. Rockets games became social currency, and jerseys of the Yao McGrady duo were seen everywhere on the streets. Later, the NBA established offices in China, organized China games, and developed digital media, generating billions in revenue each year. Yet in August 2002, all of this was just beginning. He was the only person of Chinese descent among the 30 NBA owners. He was the only one who could speak fluent Chinese, understand the Chinese market, and know how the Chinese sports industry would develop over the next 20 years. This is not a disadvantage, it is his greatest advantage. Sinan closed the magazine, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes. He knew what to say when meeting Stern. The NBA headquarters is located at 645 Fifth Avenue, Manhattan, on the 15th floor of the Olympic Tower. As Sinan followed Cuban into the building, he noticed a huge NBA logo hanging in the lobby. A silhouette of a player dribbling in red, white, and blue, with the words below, "I love this game." The elevator doors opened, revealing a glass wall etched with the logos of 30 teams. The Hornets logo was in the last row, featuring a blue hummingbird ready to take flight. Sinan paused for a second in front of that logo before following Cuban into the corridor. Stern's office was at the end of the hallway. The door was open, and a short man in a dark suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood at the entrance, his hair meticulously combed and a professional smile on his lips. He was shorter than Sinan had imagined, but his bright eyes were intensely penetrating, almost uncomfortable, as if they could see right through you. Michael Lee. Stern extended his hand, shaking it briefly, but firmly. Welcome to the NBA. Thank you for taking the time to meet me, Mr. Stern. Call me David. Stern moved aside to lead them into the office. Cuban, you're wearing a t-shirt again. It's too hot in New York. Cuban unceremoniously plopped down on the sofa. Stern's office was small, simply decorated, and completely different from what he had imagined an NBA commissioner's office to be. There were no posters of superstar players on the walls, just a map of the world with red pins marking the NBA's overseas offices: Tokyo, London, Paris, Mexico City, and several blank areas with yellow pins. Sinan noticed that on the map of China there was a brand new yellow pin. That's Shanghai. Stern noticed his gaze and walked over to the map. We plan to open a China office in Shanghai next year. Yao Ming's arrival will change a lot of things. Not just Yao Ming, Sinan replied. Stern turned around, his eyes pausing briefly on Sinan's face. Oh, Yao Ming is a door. But what lies behind that door depends on what the person who walks in does. Stern's eyebrows lifted slightly. He walked around behind the desk, sat down, clasped his hands on the table, and looked at Sinan. Interesting. Go on. Sinan took a deep breath. These words had been rehearsed in his mind countless times. The basketball market in China is on the brink of Yao Ming will spark the first flame, but if the NBA only treats him as a mascot selling a few jerseys and calling it a day, that flame will extinguish quickly. What truly needs to be done is to establish a system, a stable broadcasting partnership, localized content production, a youth training system, and brand operation of China games. Make Chinese fans feel that the NBA is not a strange league across the ocean, but a part of their lives. This is something the league can do. But the league's resources and energy are limited. What can truly delve deep into the Chinese market is a team centered around Yao Ming with the Chinese market as its base. The Rockets have this condition, but Leslie Alexander may not have this awareness and patience. So you mean you want to be that aware and patient person? Stern asked. What I mean is, I am of Chinese descent, I understand the Chinese market, and I also understand the NBA. If the board gives me the opportunity, I will make the Hornets the most active participant and beneficiary in the NBA's globalization strategy. Not just for myself, but for the entire league. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Stern suddenly laughed. It was a faint smile, just a slight lift at the corners of his mouth, but the light in his eyes softened a little. Do you know what Jerry Buss said about you? Sinan shook his head. He said this young man has something in his eyes, just like when I bought the Lakers. Stern took off his glasses and slowly wiped them with a cloth. I asked him what that something was, and he said, hunger. Cuban laughed heartily beside him. Old Buss has a way with words. Stern put his glasses back on, his expression returning to professional calm. Michael, the league's board will vote on your acquisition next month. I will not publicly express support for anyone, that is my principle. But I can give you a piece of advice. Before the vote, you need to convince at least 20 owners that you are not just a rich young man. You have to make them believe you will be a part of this league. Not just for 1 or 2 years, but for 10 or 20 years. Stern stood up, signaling that the meeting was coming to an end. Go talk to them. Talk to them one by one. Let them get to know you. As they exited the Olympic Tower, the sun in New York was harshly shining down on Fifth Avenue. Cuban patted Sinan on the shoulder. So how was it? Useful, Sinan replied. That's good. What do you plan to do next? Meet those old guys one by one. Yes. Who starts with? Old Buss wouldn't see him for now. He knew the old man's temperament. The more you proactively approached, the more he ignored you. He'd have to wait for the right opportunity. Grousbeck was in Boston, available anytime. Colangelo of the Suns was busy with Team USA, and Mike Alexander of the Rockets. Sinan suddenly had an idea. Start with Leslie Alexander. He said. That Jew from the Rockets. Cuban raised an eyebrow. That guy's notoriously difficult, stingy, shrewd, calculating. He could split a penny in two. I know. Then why start with him? Sinan watched the endless stream of traffic on Fifth Avenue, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Because he has what I want most. What? A treasure that'll turn into trash. Cuban looked bewildered. Sinan didn't explain. What he was scheming in his mind was the second overall pick in the 2003 draft. That pick now belonged to the Pistons, but the only reason the Pistons had it was because of the trade they made with the Grizzlies in 1997. That was something he couldn't change. But he could change another thing. Who had the Rockets' first-round pick in 2004 been traded to in history? And what had they gotten in return? He needed to think it over. But for now he had to go see Alexander first. Not for that first-round pick, but to get Alexander to write yes on his acquisition vote. As for how to make a shrewd Jew nod in agreement, he had his own way. It was far more difficult to meet Alexander than to meet Cuban. Sinan called Cuban directly. He found Cuban's number in Michael's phone contacts, dialed it, introduced himself, and Cuban cheerfully agreed to meet. But Alexander was different. Sinan first had Chen Ziyuan make a formal appointment request, but after 2 days there was no response. He then sent word through Cuban's connections, waited another day, and still nothing happened. On the 4th day, he simply flew directly to Houston. The Rockets' office was in the basement of the Toyota Center. At that time, the Toyota Center was still under construction, so the team had temporarily rented an entire floor of an office building in the city center. Sinan had no appointment. He walked straight to the front desk and gave his name. The receptionist checked and showed a professional, apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Alexander's schedule this week is fully booked. Then I'll wait here. The receptionist was taken aback. She had probably never seen a billionaire say something like Sinan really waited. He sat down on the sofa by the front desk, pulled out a stack of documents from his briefcase, and began to read. They were the Rockets' recent financial reports and player contracts that he had asked Chen Ziyuan to gather. a thick stack that would keep him busy for an entire day. The receptionist would sneak a glance at him every half hour, probably finding it incredible that this well-dressed young Chinese-American man would do such a thing. After waiting nearly 3 hours, a door at the end of the hallway finally opened. Leslie Alexander walked out. He was in his early 60s, of medium build with graying hair, wearing a dark blue polo shirt and holding a cup. As he walked past the front desk, his peripheral vision caught Sinan on the sofa, and he paused. "Are you the kid who wants to buy the Hornets?" "Yes, Mr. Alexander." "Michael Lee." Alexander scrutinized him for a few seconds. It was a shrewd, appraising gaze with the distinctive acuity of a Jewish businessman, like an old master at a market weighing the quality of a piece of meat. "How long have you waited?" 3 hours. Alexander nodded, expressionless. "Come in." Alexander's office was not large, and its decor was so simple that it didn't resemble an NBA owner. On the walls hung several old photos of the Rockets. The one with Hakeem Olajuwon holding 2 championship trophies hung in the center, flanked by Moses Malone, Calvin Murphy, and Rudy Tomjanovich. There were no unnecessary decorations on the desk, only a computer, a phone, and a stack of folders. "Sit down." Alexander sat down in his leather chair that looked many years old. "Coffee?" "No, thank you." "Do you know why I made you wait 3 hours?" Sinan did not respond. "Because I wanted to see if you were truly determined or just acting on a whim." Alexander picked up his coffee cup and took a sip. A person acting on a whim cannot wait 3 hours. They would get angry, ask someone to intervene, or flaunt their connections to pressure me. But you didn't. You just sat there waiting for 3 hours, like waiting for a bus. He took another sip of coffee. "I appreciate that kind of person. Tell me, what do you want?" Sinan did not beat around the bush. "First, I need you to support my acquisition proposal when the board votes. Second, I want to discuss a trade with you." "Leave the acquisition aside for now." Alexander put down his coffee cup. "What trade?" "Steve Francis." The air in the office suddenly went still for a moment. Steve Francis, the Rockets starting point guard, the 2nd overall pick in 1999, a 3-time All-Star, averaged 21, 6.7 rebounds, and 6 assists right in his prime. He and Yao Ming formed the Francis-Yao duo, which was about to become one of the league's most exciting inside-outside tandems in the upcoming season, at least until he was traded to the Magic in 2004. "Francis is untouchable." Alexander's tone was flat. "Every player has a price." "You're right, but his price is one you can't afford." Sinan leaned back in his chair, not rushing to argue. In his previous life, he had studied Alexander's management style. This Jewish man might be one of the shrewdest businessmen in NBA history. In 1993, he bought the Rockets for $85 million, and at the time, everyone thought he overpaid, but then the Rockets won 2 championships, and the team's valuation multiplied several times. Over the next 2 decades, Alexander's business philosophy could be summed up in one sentence: always sell at the high point, always buy at the low point. He traded Olajuwon, traded Francis, traded McGrady, traded Harden. Each time, he sent away a star in his prime at peak value and got back a pile of draft picks and young assets. In this man's dictionary, there was no such word as untouchable, only is the price right. "Mr. Alexander, let me say something that might not be pleasant to hear." "Go ahead." "Francis' trade value is at its peak right now. In 2 years, you won't be able to get the same return." Alexander's eyebrows moved. "Why?" "Because of his playing style." Sinan leaned forward slightly. "Francis is a guard who relies on explosiveness. His first step, jumping ability, and physicality are all elite in the league. But this playing style takes a tremendous toll on his body. He is 25 this year, his stats look great, but his knees and ankles have caused him to miss over 30 games over the past 4 seasons. In 2 years, when he is 27, his athleticism will begin to decline. By then, his $20 million annual salary will become a negative asset." Alexander was silent for a few seconds. Sinan could tell that these words had hit home. In fact, every word Sinan said was true, but it was truth from the future. In history, after Francis was traded to the Magic in 2004, his stats began to decline year by year. After 28, he never returned to All-Star level, and by 30, he had faded out of the league. Yet Alexander remained unaware of these truths. He simply relied on the instinctive intuition of a businessman, sensing that the words of the young man before him held merit. "Even if you are right," Alexander slowly began to speak, "why would I trade him now? Yao Ming has just arrived, and I need Francis to mentor him. They are the future of the team. Yao Ming does not need Francis to guide him." Alexander narrowed his eyes. "What Yao Ming requires is not a guard who dominates the ball and takes numerous shots. He needs someone who can feed him the ball, create space, and allow him to receive passes comfortably in the low post. Francis' playing style is not compatible with Yao Ming's. This will become evident after just half a season." These words were indeed the truth. Historically, the Francis-Yao combination, while visually appealing, had a low tactical compatibility. Francis is an offensive-minded point guard accustomed to breaking through with the ball, whereas Yao Ming needs a traditional center who can receive the ball in the low post and score. The chemistry between the two has never truly formed. The Rockets' decision to trade Francis for McGrady in 2004 was largely due to this reason. Are you implying that you want Francis, but also telling me he has no value? There was a hint of amusement in Alexander's tone. That doesn't add up. I never said he is worthless. What I meant is that his trade value is at its peak right now. If I were you, I would sell him at this high point in exchange for assets that truly complement Yao Ming. For example, a shooting wing player and a future first-round pick. Alexander stared at Sinan for quite a while. The office was filled only with the low hum of the air conditioning. Do you know what I admire most about you? Alexander suddenly said. Sinan shook his head. You are 22 years old, yet you speak like a person who has been in business for 20 years. Alexander lifted his already cold coffee, took a sip, grimaced, and then set it down. Before you came in, I had someone look into you. Your father is Li Wenyuan, the founder of Pacific Capital Group. He is an impressive figure. I met him once at a charity gala in Los Angeles. You inherited his legacy, but instead of resting on your laurels, you came to buy an NBA team. He paused, and then you waited in my lobby for 3 hours just to discuss a deal that I haven't even agreed to consider. Alexander stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the hazy skyline of Houston stretched out with construction cranes slowly turning at the Toyota Center site. Regarding the acquisition, I will vote in favor. Sinan felt a weight lift from his heart, though he did not let it show on his face. As for trading Francis, Alexander turned around. Come back to me after you officially become the owner of the Hornets. By then, bring your offer. All right. And one more thing. Alexander looked at Sinan, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Are the words you shared with me today about Francis' decline and incompatibility with Yao Ming your own judgment, or did someone help you analyze it? My own judgment. Are you sure? I am sure. Alexander nodded, not pressing further. But Sinan read something in his eyes. Not suspicion, but curiosity. What could a 22-year-old youth possibly know to be so certain about the value of NBA players? Sinan knew what Alexander was curious about, but he could not tell the truth. As he walked out of the office building, evening was falling in Houston. The sky was ablaze with orange from the setting sun, and heat waves rose from the asphalt, making the entire city feel like a massive sauna. Sinan stood by the roadside for a moment, and his phone buzzed. It was Jessica Alba. Michael, where are you? Her voice sounded somewhat hoarse, as if she had just finished a tearful scene. In Houston. When will you be back? I want to see you. Sinan leaned against a lamppost by the road, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. In his past life, he often received such calls while in Beijing. Back then, it was his mother calling, asking when he would return home for dinner. He always replied that he would be home soon, then continued working late into the night. Michael. Jessica called again. Next week, he said. He'll be back in Los Angeles next week. There was a moment of silence on the other end. I shot a very tiring scene today. The director made me cry 5 times. When I come back, I want to eat at the Italian place you took me to last time. All right. After hanging up, Sinan glanced at the name, Jessica Alba, on the screen, a vague feeling swelling within him. In Michael's memories, Jessica was the girl who would drive him to the beach for a spin when he was feeling down, who would clumsily fry steaks, and when they burnt would sulk and order takeout. This relationship had not yet reached the stage of being deeply etched in his heart, but he could feel the genuine tenderness that existed. He tucked his phone back into his pocket and hailed a taxi. Where to? The driver was an elderly black man, his voice raspy like sandpaper. To the airport. On the way to the airport, Sinan replayed his conversation with Alexander from start to finish. Francis. In history, during the summer of 2004, the Rockets traded Francis, Coutinho Mobley, and Kelvin Cato to the Magic in exchange for Tracy McGrady-Juwan, Howard Tyronn Lue, and Reece Gaines. This trade changed the fate of both teams. The Rockets got the Yao McGrady duo, while the Magic received Francis, a once all-star player, along with a salary burden that would inevitably turn into a bad contract. But Sinan did not want McGrady. It wasn't that McGrady was bad. In his prime, he was one of the top 3 scorers in the league, a 2-time scoring champion. His talent was enviable. However, McGrady's back injury was a ticking time bomb, and since 2005, his attendance and efficiency had plummeted sharply. Historically, the Rockets gambled their salary cap space and draft picks for the next 4 years on McGrady, only to end up with a first-round playoff exit and countless sighs of if only he hadn't gotten injured. What Sinan wanted was something more long-term. For instance, the player from the 2004 draft, Dwight. In history, the Magic selected Howard with the first overall pick. But if he could obtain that pick somehow before the 2004 draft, he would need draft picks. A lot of draft picks. And where did the first-round pick of 2004, held by Alexander, end up in history? He couldn't recall clearly. It seemed that the Rockets did not have a first-round pick in 2004, because they had traded it away earlier. He needed to go back and check the records. But he had a vague impression that picks seemed to have gone to a certain team and then turned into a decent player. If he could get his hands on that pick before it transformed into a decent player. The taxi sped down the highway with Houston's sunset pouring in through the window, dyeing Sinan's profile with a golden hue. He leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and a complete list of future draft classes automatically surfaced in his mind. 2003, James Malisic, Anthony Boschwade. 2004, Howard Emeka Okafor, Ben Gordon, Sean Livingston, Devin Harris. 2005, Bogut, Marvin Williams, Darren Paul. 2006, Bargnani, Aldridge Roy. 2007, Odin, Durant, Horford, Conley. Every name was a chess piece. What he had to do was place the right piece in the right position at the right time and price. Returning to New Orleans, it was already late at night. Sinan opened his computer in the hotel room, and the sound of dial-up internet connecting was particularly jarring in the silent room. There wasn't much he needed to look up. The information available on the internet in 2002 was very limited. Past game data, player contracts, trade records, these could all be found in the archives of team websites and ESPN. But there was nothing about the future, not a word online. For instance, the 2004 draft list. He searched, and all he found were old news about the 2002 draft and predictions for the 2003 draft. ESPN's draft page contained only a few names of high school players, with LeBron James at the top, followed by a New York point guard named Sebastian Telfair and a Texas center named Kendrick Perkins. As for Dwight Howard, he found that name, but it was just a high school student from Atlanta with a few lines of introduction on the webpage. 6 feet, 10 inches tall, plays center, 2004 high school graduate. No scouting reports, no rankings, no predictions. In August 2002, Dwight Howard was just an ordinary high school student playing in Georgia, and no one knew he would become the first overall pick in 2004. Except for him. Sinan leaned back in his chair, staring at that rudimentary webpage on the screen. The feeling was peculiar. He knew that Dwight Howard would become the most dominant center in the Eastern Conference for the next decade, that he would lead the Magic to the finals. He knew he would win 3 consecutive Defensive Player of the Year awards, and that his prime would abruptly end after leaving the Magic. All this knowledge about the future lay quietly in his mind like a book he had flipped through countless times. But now in this world, Dwight Howard was still just a 16-year-old high school student. His fate had not yet been, or rather his fate was about to be rewritten by a time traveler from 2026. Sinan closed the webpage and opened a blank document. He began to type, not to look up information, but to recall. He typed out every key piece of information he had about the NBA over the next decade. Not to save it, he didn't need to, but to clarify his thoughts. 2003 draft: James, 1st Malisic, 2nd Anthony, 3rd Bosch, 4th Wade, 5th. This draft class had a historic success rate, with 4 future Hall of Fame members among the top 5 picks. The only exception was the 2nd overall pick Malisic, who sat on the bench for 3 years under Larry Brown after being selected by the Pistons, averaging 6 points and 4 rebounds for his career, making him one of the most notorious draft busts in NBA history. 2004 draft: Dwight Howard, 1st Emeka Okafor, 2nd. Howard was the undisputed best player in this draft class, a monster with the body of a center and the athleticism of a forward. Okafor was a very capable power forward, solid defensively, but rough on offense. Besides them, this draft also included Ben Gordon, 3rd, Sean Livingston, 4th, and Devin Harris, 5th. All decent players, but none could reach Howard's level. 2005 draft: Bogut, 1st Marvin Williams, 2nd Darren Williams, 3rd Chris Paul, 4th. The Hawks selected Marvin Williams with the 2nd overall pick, missing out on Paul and Darren. This is regarded as one of the biggest blunders in NBA draft history. He continued typing. 2006, Bargnani, 1st Aldridge, 2nd Roy, 6th Rondo, 21st. 2007, Odin, 1st Durant, 2nd. 2008, Rose, 1st Westbrook, 4th Love, 5th. 2009, Griffin, 1st Harden, 3rd Curry, 7th. After finishing these names, he paused and looked at the screen. This was his divine eye. Not a search engine, not a database, nor any mysterious intelligence network. It was simply his memory. A memory of an NBA fan who had traveled back from 2026. He knew which players would succeed, which would fail, which draft picks would turn into gold, and which would end up as scrap. For example, the Rockets' first-round pick in 2004. Regarding that pick, he remembered a detail. Historically, during the 2003 draft, the Rockets traded their 2004 first-round pick along with some cash to the Grizzlies in exchange for a second-round pick. They then used that second-round pick to select a Senegalese center named Malik Badian, who never played a single. Meanwhile, the Grizzlies used the Rockets' 2004 first-round pick to select a shooting guard named Andre Emmett, who also did not pan out. In other words, that first-round pick ultimately did not turn into any valuable player. But that was not the point. The point was, Alexander did not value draft picks. In his value system, a future first-round pick could be exchanged for a second-round pick plus cash. Sinan did not need to know the specific details of that trade, nor did he need to. He only needed to know one thing: when opportunities arose, he could offer a better deal than a second-round pick and he needed draft picks. A lot of draft picks. Because in the upcoming drafts over the next few years, there would be too many undervalued players. those who historically fell to the second round or went undrafted but ultimately had outstanding careers. He knew all their names. Gilbert Arenas, second-round 2001, future three-time All-Star. Michael Redd, second-round 2000, future All-Star and Olympic champion. Manu Ginobili, 57th overall, 1999, future four-time champion and Hall of Fame. Rashard Lewis, third overall in the second round, 1998, a future All-Star and max contract player. This list could go on and on. Second-round picks are systematically undervalued assets throughout the league. Most teams treat second-round picks as throw-ins or even sell them for cash. But if he could identify which second-round picks would succeed, he could acquire these undervalued players at a minimal cost, and then after they prove their worth, either keep them as pieces for a dynasty or trade them for higher draft picks. This was his strategy for building a team. Sinan finished typing the last word, closed the document without. These thoughts did not need to be saved. They were more reliable in his mind than any hard drive. Outside, the night in New Orleans was thick as ink. The distant Mississippi River glimmered faintly in the moonlight. He stood up, walked to the window, and pressed his forehead against the cool glass. Alexander's vote in favor had been secured. But this was just the beginning. There were still 28 other owners on the list, each representing an obstacle. Cuban once said that Jerry Buss remarked that he saw a hunger in his eyes. This earned him a ticket into the old man's circle, but there was still a long way to go to truly gain that old man's support. What kind of people did the old Buss like? He liked those who understood basketball. He liked those who could run a team well. He liked those who could keep the Lakers as the #1 franchise in the league. In his past life, he had read Jerry Buss' biography. When the old Buss acquired the Lakers in 1979, he essentially bet his entire fortune on it. Back then, the Lakers had Kareem, but the market wasn't great, and the overall commercial value of the league was nowhere near what it is today. The first thing Buss did was not to sign a superstar, but to turn Lakers games into a show. He brought in cheerleaders, invited Hollywood stars to sit courtside, and played pop music during timeouts. He transformed a basketball game into an entertainment event, and soon all the wealthy elites of Los Angeles began to take pride in sitting courtside at Lakers games. This is the origin of Showtime. Buss was not a basketball coach or a professional manager. 3 days after returning from Houston, Sinan finally arrived back in Los Angeles. As the Gulfstream V landed at Los Angeles International Airport, city lights stretched out to the horizon beyond the window. The orange-eared sunset spread across the western sea, casting a warm, languid hue over the entire city. Sinan gazed at this city, both familiar and strange, through the window, feeling a strange sensation rising within him. In his past life, he had visited Los Angeles once. It was in 2019 when he brought a major client from the company to the Staples Center to watch a Lakers game. In that game, James achieved a triple-double, and Anthony Davis scored 30 points, leading the Lakers to victory over the Clippers. After the game, he stood outside the arena, gazing at the night scene of Los Angeles, wondering when he could come again. Now he was here not as a tourist, not as a traveling white-collar worker, but as a billionaire about to own an NBA team. His home was here, his wealth was here, and he thought for a moment. His girlfriend was also here. "Sir, do you need assistance with a ride?" The voice of the flight attendant interrupted his thoughts. "No need, someone is picking me up." The person picking him up, Ethan's full name was Ethan Zhang, and his Chinese name was Zhang Yifan. He was a classmate and close friend of Michael at UCLA. According to Michael's fragmented memories, they had known each other since freshman year, skipping classes together, hanging out at bars, and losing money in Las Vegas. After Michael's parents had their accident, Ethan was the only one who called every day, even though Michael never answered. As Sinan walked out of the terminal, Ethan was leaning against a black Mercedes G500, a cigarette hanging unlit from his mouth, idly scrolling through his phone. He was half a head shorter than Sinan, wearing a white trendy t-shirt, his hair tousled, yet stylish, embodying a relaxed demeanor typical of a rich second generation raised under California sunshine. Upon seeing Sinan, he took the cigarette from his mouth and opened his arms. "Bro, you're finally back." Sinan embraced him. The hug felt natural. Michael's bodily memories made his actions devoid of any awkwardness. "You've lost weight," Ethan said, scrutinizing him. "Didn't eat well in New Orleans. The food there really wasn't great. Get in the car, I'll take you for a good meal." The G500 drove out of the airport, merging into the eternally congested traffic of Los Angeles. Ethan's driving style was just like his personality. One hand on the steering wheel, the other adjusting the sound system, occasionally humming along to the music, completely unconcerned about the traffic jam. "Have you heard? The news about you buying the Hornets has spread around the circle." "Spread? Yeah, it's out there." Ethan grinned widely. "Last night at a party in Beverly Hills, at least 3 people asked me about you. They asked if you were crazy." Sinan leaned back in the passenger seat, watching the slowly retreating palm trees outside. "What did you say?" "I said, you're the crazy one. When has Michael Lee ever failed to accomplish what he set out to do?" Ethan glanced at him. "But seriously, bro, what made you suddenly think of buying an NBA team? You never mentioned it before." Sinan had prepared an answer for this question. On the flight from New Orleans back to Los Angeles, he had rehearsed all the questions that might be asked. My dad once said the most important thing in life is to find something you truly love. He said, I thought about it for a long time and realized that what I truly love is basketball. Ethan fell silent for a moment. The only sound in the car was Whitney Houston's song echoing. Your dad, then go for it. If you need help, just say so. Although my family doesn't have many resources in the sports industry, my dad knows a few entertainment company owners, so he can help connect you for your team's events in the future. Thanks. No need to thank me. The G500 turned onto Santa Monica Boulevard and stopped in front of an inconspicuous Italian restaurant. The restaurant had a small facade nestled between a laundromat and a barber shop, and if it weren't for the long line outside, it would be easy to overlook. This place has been open for 30 years, the best lobster pasta in all of Los Angeles. Ethan tossed the car keys to the valet. Is this the place you said you wanted to eat last time? Sinan was taken aback. Michael's memories did indeed include this restaurant, the one that Jessica Alba. He had mentioned it a couple of days ago on the phone with Jessica, not expecting that Ethan would remember. Jessica will be here. Ethan said this with a sly smile. Let me clarify, it wasn't me who invited her. She called to ask when you would arrive, and when I said tonight, she said she would come too. Sinan didn't respond, but felt a slight stir in his heart. Jessica Alba arrived 20 minutes later. When she walked into the restaurant, Sinan was listening to Ethan recounting stories about his dad's recent investment. Ethan's dad was in real estate development and had recently acquired a piece of land in Orange County, planning to build a commercial complex, but the city approval had stalled for 3 months, and the interest on the bank loan was burning daily. Ethan spoke animatedly, as if sharing someone else's joke. Then Sinan felt a hand gently rest on his shoulder. He looked up and saw Jessica Alba. 21-year-old Jessica Alba. She wore a simple white spaghetti strap dress, her dark brown hair casually draped over her shoulders, a light makeup on her face, and her lips were naturally pale pink. Her features carried the deep and sweet traits typical of Latina heritage, with large eyes that curved slightly at the corners when she smiled. In 2002, Jessica had not yet radiated the dazzling glow of a Hollywood superstar, but this unrefined youthful charm made her exude an irresistible authenticity. You're back, she said, stating the obvious, but the joy in her tone was unmistakable. Sinan stood up, and a subtle moment passed between them. Should they hug, kiss on the cheek, or just nod? In Michael's memories, their relationship had not yet reached the level of formal dating, but they were definitely closer than ordinary friends. In the months following his parents' accident, Jessica was one of the few who could make Michael smile. Ultimately, Jessica made the decision for him. She tiptoed and gently kissed his cheek, then naturally sat down next to him. Ethan whistled from the side. Can you two not flaunt your love in front of me? It's hard for a single person to watch. Then you should find someone too. Jessica replied with a laugh, then turned to Sinan. How was New Orleans? Hot. Humid. The food wasn't great. Is that all? Also, I met Stern. Jessica's eyes brightened. Having struggled in Hollywood for a few years, she knew all too well what meeting the big boss meant. How was it? Did he agree? He didn't give a clear answer, but he did offer me some advice. Sinan took a sip from his glass of water. He told me to meet with the owners of other teams one by one and convince them. Are you going to meet them? I've already met one. Alexander from the Rockets agreed. Jessica tilted her head, looking at him with a gaze that held something he couldn't quite decipher. It wasn't admiration or surprise, but more like curiosity about getting to know someone anew. You know, you've changed a lot, she said. Sinan's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? The old you would never have taken the initiative to meet these people. You hated socializing, disliked talking to strangers, and every time I dragged you to a party, you'd be unhappy for a long time. Jessica fiddled with the salad on her plate with her fork, but now, how should I put it? It's like you've become a different person. More mature, more aware of what you want. Sinan fell silent for a few seconds. He knew Jessica was speaking the truth. Michael had a naturally introverted personality, and after his parents' death, he had closed himself off. And the personality he brought from 2026 was one that had been honed in the workplace for 6 years, accustomed to taking the initiative. This change must have been very apparent to others. People always change, he said. Some things happen, and you can only move forward. Jessica didn't press. She reached out and gently held his hand under the table. It was a small hand with nails painted a light pink, and the palm was slightly sweaty. Sinan glanced down at her hand, and then held it. Ethan exaggeratedly covered his eyes from the side. After dinner, Ethan tactfully left first. When the valet brought the G500 over, Ethan rolled down the car window and winked at Sinan. Bro, the car is yours. I'll take a cab. How are you getting back? Is it hard to get a cab in Los Angeles? Ethan waved his hand and hit the gas. Only Sinan and Jessica remained at the restaurant entrance. The night air on Santa Monica Boulevard had cooled down, and the sea breeze blew from the west, carrying a hint of saltiness and the rustling sound of palm trees. Let's take a walk, Jessica suggested. They strolled slowly down the street. Jessica wore high heels and walked slowly while Sinan matched her pace. The streetlights stretched their shadows long, overlapping, and then separating again. "What are you thinking about?" Jessica asked. "I'm thinking about the people I need to meet next," Sinan replied honestly. "The Lakers bust the Celtics Grousbeck, the Suns Colangelo. Each one is tough to deal with." "Jerry Buss." Jessica turned to look at him. "I've met him once." "You have?" "Last year at a celebration party for Dark Angel he attended. I think one of his sons knew someone in the crew." Jessica recalled, "An interesting old man. He chats with everyone not about business, but about women, wine, and music. But his eyes are sharp. Oh, when he looks at you it feels like he's seeing right through you." Sinan slowed his pace a beat. "Do you think he would support me?" Jessica thought for a moment. "If he really sees a hunger in your eyes, as Cuban described it, then he would at least give you a chance. Buss likes ambitious people." When Magic Johnson entered the league at just 20, everyone said he was too young, yet Buss went against the tide and entrusted the team to him. Magic Johnson, the first overall pick in 1979, entered the Lakers at 20 and played center in the NBA Finals during his rookie season, scoring 42 points, 15 rebounds, and 7 assists, helping the Lakers win the championship and earning Finals MVP. That is one of the most legendary rookie stories in NBA history, and the force behind it was Jerry Buss. Old Buss indeed had a tradition of betting on young talent. "But whether he's willing to meet me is another matter," Sinan said. "You can find a way to make him want to meet you." Jessica stopped walking, turned to face him. The streetlight illuminated her face, softening her features. "Michael, do you know what your biggest advantage is?" "What? You're not the type to throw money around like a rich kid. You really understand basketball." Jessica looked at him earnestly. "I saw your tactical notes in your car. Although I couldn't understand most of it, I know it wasn't just casual writing. If Buss can see that, he will respect you." Sinan looked at her. A complex feeling suddenly surged within him. Michael's tactical notes. He had indeed seen several notebooks in Michael's study, densely filled with various tactical diagrams, adjustments for screens, defensive rotations, and designs for sideline plays. Those notes were not just casual scribbles, they were genuinely thought out. Michael was indeed a deep basketball enthusiast in life, just hadn't had the chance to turn his passion into a career. In a sense, he and Michael were of the same kind. The only difference was that Michael had never waited for that opportunity while he had. "Thank you," he said. "For what?" "For reminding me that I'm not worthless." Jessica smiled. Her smile looked particularly beautiful under the streetlight, the curve of her lips, just right, her eyes reflecting the distant neon lights. "Of course you're not worthless." She took his hand again. "Let's go, take me home." Jessica lived in an apartment building in West Hollywood, not far from Sunset Boulevard. The apartment was not large, but it was cozy, with a whole wall in the living room covered with movie posters. The Godfather, Scent of a Woman, The Shawshank Redemption, and her own poster for Dark Angel, which she had put in the corner as if embarrassed to show off. "What do you want to drink?" She kicked off her high heels and walked barefoot to the open kitchen. "Water is fine." She poured 2 glasses of water, walked back, and sat down beside him on the sofa. The television was on the volume, turned low, playing ESPN Sports News. A familiar face appeared on the screen. Shaquille O'Neal, wearing the Lakers' number 34 jersey, being interviewed. "Three-peat is just the beginning," O'Neal said to the camera, his voice booming. "We'll win 4, 5, 6 championships. As long as I'm here, the Lakers are champions." Sinan watched O'Neal on the screen, but his mind was on another person. Kobe Bryant. In 2002, Kobe was still living in O'Neal's shadow. During the three-peat, O'Neal was the undisputed leader, winning Finals MVP all 3 times. Although Kobe was already one of the best perimeter players in the league, the public perception of him remained that of O'Neal. This perception was gradually eroding Kobe's patience. Historically, the cracks in the OK duo began to show during the 2002-03 season, ultimately breaking apart in 2004, when O'Neal was traded to the Heat, ushering in the era of Kobe as the sole leader. "What are you thinking about?" Jessica's voice pulled him back. "Thinking about how to meet Jerry Buss." "Still thinking about this, eh?" Jessica put down her water cup, turned around, and sat cross-legged on the sofa facing him. "Are you incapable of resting?" "I'm used to it." "Then change that." She reached out and turned his face to look at her. "You can't think about Buss tonight, or the team, or any work-related matters. Just keep me company." Sinan looked into her eyes and suddenly smiled. "Okay." The sports news on the television ended and highlights of a baseball game began. Jessica leaned against Sinan's shoulder, casually chatting about trivial matters from the set. The director was too harsh, the makeup artist always made her foundation too pale, and the male actor she worked with always forgot his lines. Sinan listened, occasionally responding, his fingers unconsciously winding around her hair. Outside, the night in Los Angeles was deep. In the distance, the traffic on Sunset Boulevard flowed like a glowing river. In this moment, there were no $4 billion in inheritance, no NBA acquisition deals, no future 20 years of draft visions. Just a 22-year-old young man and a 21-year-old girl sitting in a small apartment in West Hollywood, spending an ordinary night like all ordinary couples. But Sinan knew that such nights would not be many. From the moment he decided to buy the Hornets, his life had already entered the fast lane. In the coming months, he would face the league's board vote, deal with media scrutiny, build his management team, and prepare for the upcoming season. Then there would be drafts, trades, contracts, and playoffs year after year until he turned the Hornets into a true dynasty. The road ahead was long and would be tiring. But at least tonight he could think of nothing. Jessica shifted to a more comfortable position on his shoulder, her breathing gradually becoming even. She fell asleep. Sinan did not move. He sat on the sofa watching the silent images on the television, feeling the warm weight on his shoulder. 3 days later, an unexpected call reached Sinan's phone. Michael Lee, I'm Jerry Buss's assistant. Mr. Buss invites you to dinner tomorrow evening at Staples Center. He would like to dine with you. Sinan hung up the phone and sat on the sofa stunned for a full 10 seconds. He couldn't recall doing anything that would prompt old Buss to extend an invitation directly. He hadn't visited, yet hadn't sent word, didn't even know which way the Lakers' doors opened. The call came too abruptly. He told Jessica about it. She was putting on makeup, and upon hearing this, she turned around holding a mascara wand. Jerry Buss approached you on his own. Yes. Someone is helping you. Jessica put down the mascara wand. A man like old Buss doesn't casually invite a young man not yet in the circle to dinner without reason. Sinan thought it over. Cuban. Possibly. But Cuban's relationship with old Buss wasn't close enough to make the old man extend an invitation on his own. Alexander. Unlikely. That Jewish man moved on as soon as the deal was done. Then who? He couldn't figure it out for now. Staples Center stood in downtown Los Angeles at 1111 Figueroa Street. In 2002, the arena had been in use for only 3 years, its exterior adorned with massive Lakers posters. Shaq dunking Kobe's fadeaway jumper. 2 posters side by side, identical in size. Sinan noticed this detail. 2 years later, that side-by-side would no longer exist. A receptionist in a black uniform led him through the arena's corridors past the Lakers' practice facility and locker room, finally arriving at a private suite on the top floor. The suite was modest, decorated in classic old-school luxury. Dark oak paneling, genuine leather sofas, a crystal chandelier, and signed jerseys of Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Jerry West hanging on the walls. Jerry Buss sat at the dining table in the center of the suite. He looked older than Sinan had imagined. 68, hair completely white, deep wrinkles on his face, but his posture was straight, and his eyes were bright. He wore a dark blue Lakers polo shirt, holding a glass of red wine, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling window at the empty arena below. Sit, old Buss said, without standing, merely tilting his chin toward the chair across from him. Sinan sat down. The table was small, the two facing each other with an already opened bottle of wine and 2 glasses between them. Old Buss's table manners were rather casual. The steak on his plate was already cut into messy pieces. Mark Cuban said, you're quite interesting. Leslie Alexander said, you don't look 22. David Stern said, there's something in your eyes. He paused. All 3 praised you, so I got curious. Sinan finally understood. It wasn't just one person helping him. It was 3. Cuban, Alexander, Stern. Everyone he had met in recent days had mentioned him to old Buss in different settings. Not deliberate recommendations, but enough to pique the old man's curiosity. So I called you here to see with my own eyes what kind of stuff you're made of. Old Buss raised his glass, swirling the red liquid. Do you know how old I was when I bought the Lakers? 45. And do you know where I got the money to buy the Lakers? Sinan shook his head. In his past life, he had read old Buss's biography and knew the answer, but pretending ignorance was more appropriate now. My entire net worth. I mortgaged my house, sold my company, even renegotiated my ex-wife's alimony. I bet everything. Old Buss set down the glass, his gaze fixed on Sinan. And you? What did you bet? The question was sharp. Sinan was silent for a few seconds. The inheritance I received is more than 20 times the purchase price of the team. From a financial standpoint, I didn't bet anything. Old Buss did not respond, waiting for him to continue. But I bet something else. Sinan said, from 2026. He almost said from 2026, but his tongue twisted at the every decision I've made since I was 22 will be scrutinized under a magnifying glass. They'll say, look, that rich kid who bought a team with inheritance. If I win, they'll say I bought victory with money. If I lose, they'll say I'm a useless waste. It will take 10, 20 years, or even longer to shut those people up. He paused. Buying a team at 22 is itself betting your entire reputation. That's what I'm betting. Old Buss looked at him with a quiet, appraising gaze. After a long moment, the old man suddenly smiled. Stern was right. There really is something in your eyes. He picked up a folder from the seat beside him and slid it across to Sinan. Sinan opened it. Inside were the Lakers' season ticket sales data and sponsor list for the 2002-03 season. This was the team's core business information, and old Buss had shown it to him directly. Do you know why I'm showing you this? No. Because I want to hear your assessment. Old Buss leaned back. What you said to Stern about the Chinese market. He related to me. You were right on the macro level. But I'm not interested in macro, I want specifics. Looking at this data, if you were the Lakers owner, what would you do? Sinan lowered his head and carefully studied the document. The Lakers' season ticket sales rate for 2001-02 was 97%, and sponsorship revenue ranked first in the league, nearly $20 million ahead of the second-place Knicks. At first glance, the team's commercial development seemed nearly perfect, but he knew where the problem lay. More than half of your sponsorship revenue comes from 10 core sponsors, and 6 of those contracts expire, and he flipped to the sponsor page. Moreover, most of these sponsors are California-based companies. The proportion of national and international brands is very low. Old Bus's eyebrows twitched. The Lakers' brand value is severely underestimated. Sinan continued, a three-peat Lakers team with nationwide commercial development, even worse than a Knicks team that can't make the playoffs. That's not a performance issue, it's a strategic issue. Sinan continued, a three-peat Lakers team with nationwide commercial development, even worse than a Knicks team that can't make the playoffs. That's Old Bus said nothing, but the corner of his mouth shifted slightly. Anything else? A 97% season ticket sales rate looks great, but it means new fans almost never get good seats. The Lakers' core audience is aging. If you don't cultivate a younger generation of fans 5 or 10 years from now, the same old faces will still be sitting courtside at Staples, only they'll be older. Old Bus picked up his glass and took a slow sip. When he set it down, his expression had completely changed from moments before. You're talking about things that the vice president of business operations I hired for $2 million a year has never mentioned, because he wouldn't dare. Everything about the Lakers looks so good that no one wants to say there's a problem here. Old Bus leaned back and let out a long breath. Stern said you have a hunger. Alexander said you don't. Cuban said you're interesting. He raised a finger and pointed it through the air at Sinan. Do you know what surprised me most about the three of them combined? Sinan shook his head. None of them were wrong. The old man stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and turned his back to Sinan, gazing at the empty arena below. In 2002, the Staples Center had not yet hung the banner commemorating Kobe's retirement, nor the championship banners added after LeBron's arrival. Only 11 Lakers championship banners hung from the ceiling, along with several retired jerseys. Your acquisition, the board vote, is next month. I won't publicly state whom I support, that's my habit, but I can give you a guarantee. He turned around. No one will vote against it because of something I said. The subtext was clear. He wouldn't help him campaign, but he would never allow his opponents to use his name either. For someone of Jerry Buss's stature, this was already a great gesture of goodwill. Thank you. Don't thank me. I'm just curious to see what your team will look like in 10 years. Old Bus walked back to the table, sat down, and poured himself another half glass of wine. By the way, what do you think of Kobe? The question came out of nowhere. Alarms rang in Sinan's mind. In 2002, the rift between Kobe and Shaq was already showing. Historically, the OK duo would completely shatter in 2004. Anyone with even a basic understanding of the Lakers would tread carefully on this topic. But he decided to tell the truth. He's the best player in the league. Not one of the best. Old Bus raised an eyebrow. And Shaq is the most dominant player in the league. But Kobe is the best. What's the difference? Dominance means you can win now. Best means you can win for the next 10 years. Old Bus held his glass and was silent for a long time. So long that Sinan thought he might have said something wrong. What you just said, Kobe would like hearing that too. Old Bus suddenly smiled a smile with an indescribable emotion. But don't think of poaching him. Kobe is a Laker, always will be. Sinan smiled but didn't respond. Of course he wanted Kobe, but he also knew that Kobe Bryant would never wear any jersey other than the Lakers. Some things are destined, and even a time traveler can't change them. As he bid farewell to Old Bus and walked out of Staples Center, the Los Angeles night had grown deep. Sinan stood outside the arena, turning back to look at the building glowing in blue and purple under the night sky. The 2 hours he had just spent went far more smoothly than he had anticipated. Old Bus hadn't promised anything concrete, but that guarantee, no one will vote against it because of something I said, was already worth the price of his flight to Los Angeles. His phone buzzed. A text from Jessica. Finished eating. How did it go? He replied, okay. The phone buzzed again, immediately. Okay. What does that mean? You met Jerry Buss and you tell me okay. Sinan couldn't help but smile. He could imagine Jessica's expression as she typed that message. Frowning lips, slightly pursed fingers jabbing at the phone keyboard. Tell you when we meet. You. At home. Coming over. Sinan pocketed his phone and walked toward the car parked by the curb. The night breeze of Los Angeles washed over him, carrying the rustle of palm trees and the distant music of Sunset Boulevard. He started the engine, rolled down the window, and drove into the city's darkness. Less than 3 weeks remained until the league's Board of Governors vote. He had already secured Alexander and obtained Old Bus's no-objection guarantee. Combined with Cuban, who supported him from the start, he had at least 3 votes, and potentially far more if Old Bus's latent influence was factored in. but the threshold of 20 votes still lay a long way off. The next name on the list automatically surfaced: Paul Allen, owner of the Trailblazers, co-founder of Microsoft, a super-rich billionaire with a net worth exceeding $20 billion. He was the wealthiest NBA owner and also the one who paid the least attention to his team. For him, the Trailblazers were more like an expensive toy. He signed a few checks each year and left the management to his staff. Convincing a man who didn't care was even harder than convincing one who did. But he had a way. Meeting Paul Allen was far more difficult than meeting Jerry Buss, not because Allen was aloof or arrogant, but precisely because he did not care at all. He cared neither for the NBA nor for the Portland Trailblazers, nor for what a 22-year-old Chinese-American young man intended to purchase. On Allen's personal priority list, the Trailblazers ranked somewhere between yacht maintenance and rock music collecting, perhaps even lower. Sinan had sent 3 formal invitations through Chen Ziyuan. The first time Allen's assistant replied that Mr. Allen's schedule was fully booked that month. The second time the reply stated that Mr. Allen was on vacation. The third time there was no reply at all. What do we do now? Sinan asked Cuban over the phone. Paul Allen. Cuban chuckled on the other end of the line. Why are you trying to reach him? He has never shown the slightest interest in NBA affairs. Trailblazers executives report to him only a handful of times a year. He holds voting rights. Yes, he holds them, yet he rarely appears on voting day. In past board votes, Allen delegated his vote 8 out of 10 times. Who does he delegate to? Usually someone from the league office. Stern tells him how to vote, and he votes accordingly. So if Stern supports me, Allen's vote is effectively mine. Essentially, yes. Thus, Allen's approval was in truth unnecessary to secure. Yet Sinan felt uneasy. Relying passively on Stern's influence to secure Allen's vote meant surrendering his fate to another's discretion. So if Stern supports me, Allen's vote is effectively mine. Essentially, yes. Thus, Allen's approval. I do. Next Saturday, Allen is hosting a private party in Seattle. Bill Gates will attend too. I have an invitation, though I'd originally declined. I've little interest in that tech crowd. If you'd like it, I'll forward it to you. After hanging up, Sinan stared at his phone screen, methodically mapping out the logic of his Seattle trip. Allen's vote could be secured indirectly through Stern, but Sinan was not satisfied with merely obtaining a single vote. What he sought was Allen himself, co-founder of Microsoft, a patriarch of Silicon Valley and a central node within the global elite. Establishing a genuine connection with Allen would yield incalculable value, whether in future business partnerships or league affairs. Moreover, although Allen paid little attention to the Trailblazers, his disengagement did not extend to basketball. In his past life, Sinan had read Allen's biography. As a youth, Allen had been a fervent basketball fan who once dreamed of becoming a professional player, only abandoning that path due to insufficient height and athletic talent, turning instead to technology. His passion had shifted, not vanished. Sinan's task was to awaken that dormant affinity. How? He needed a hook. Opening his laptop, he began researching Allen's recent public statements and investment ventures. In 2002, internet archives were limited, mostly press releases and media coverage. Allen's interests spanned widely: technology, music, film, sports, philanthropy, and space exploration. His investment portfolio included an NBA team, the NFL's Seattle Seahawks, and a stake in DreamWorks. Music. Sinan noticed a detail: Allen was a devoted rock enthusiast who led an amateur band and occasionally performed at private gatherings. His favorite band was Jimi Hendrix Experience. In 2000, Allen invested heavily to build a music museum in Seattle dedicated to Hendrix and the region's rock history. Rock music. Though Sinan had not been a rock devotee in his past life, he knew certain things, certain facts about rock's future, that might serve as a compelling conversational entry point. But a topic alone was insufficient. He needed something more tangible. He typed another name into the search bar. The autumn in Seattle arrives earlier than in Los Angeles. At the pier near Pike Place Market, seagulls circled beneath a leaden sky. Sinan stepped out of a taxi before a modern seaside villa, its facade composed entirely of glass reflecting the gray expanse of the sea. Muffled music drifted from inside, a live band performance sounding like Nirvana. Security at the entrance verified his invitation and stepped aside to let him pass. The interior of the villa was larger than he had imagined. The party was quieter than he expected, no Hollywood-style clamor or ostentation. A few dozen guests stood in small clusters dressed in Silicon Valley-style business casual attire, sipping wine and speaking in low tones. The air carried the scent of cigars and woody incense, while a trio of jazz musicians played softly in a... Sinan scanned the crowd and recognized several familiar faces. Bill Gates stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, conversing with a silver-haired man. Steve Ballmer stood beside the bar, speaking loudly and gesturing animatedly. Several other tech luminaries, whose names he couldn't recall, but whose faces he'd seen on financial magazine covers, were also present. Paul Allen stood at the center of the gathering. He was taller than Sinan had imagined, around 50 with graying hair and rimless glasses, wearing a deep blue cardigan radiating an unassuming, relaxed presence. He held a glass of white wine and listened attentively to a young man speaking excitedly, offering a polite smile. Sinan did not approach immediately. He walked to the bar, ordered sparkling water, and observed quietly. Alan's social demeanor matched his expectations. He neither steered conversations nor sought attention. When spoken to, he listened. When left alone, he remained content in solitude. Such individuals were quintessential deep introverts, at ease in crowds, yet reserving their true energy and interests for private reflection. For such a person, enthusiastic overtures were the worst possible strategy. To spark his interest, Sinan had to convey that he sought nothing from him. Sinan waited nearly an hour. During that time, he engaged in passive small talk with several guests: a manufacturer of aerospace components, a mid-level Microsoft executive, and a venture capitalist who didn't recognize him. He responded casually, his gaze periodically drifting toward Alan. Then the opportunity arrived. Alan stepped away from the group and walked toward a quiet corner by the window, gazing silently at the sea. His expression looked weary, clearly drained by the preceding social exertion. Sinan picked up his glass of sparkling water and approached, stopping at a respectful distance of roughly 2 meters, also gazing at the sea. Silence lingered for nearly a minute. "Nice party," Sinan said, tone casual. "Though choosing Nirvana for background music feels a bit heavy, Jimi Hendrix would suit this atmosphere better." Alan tilted his head slightly, regarding him directly for the first time. "You listen to Hendrix too?" "My father owned a vinyl record of his, Electric Ladyland, the 1970 UK pressing." That much was true. Michael's father, Lee Wen-Yuen, had indeed amassed a collection of rock vinyl records, including original pressings of Hendrix's albums. A flicker of brightness lit Alan's eyes, brief but unmistakable to Sinan. "The UK pressing?" Alan turned fully toward him. "Was the side track, Voodoo Chili, the full version or an edited one?" "The full version, 13 minutes. Alan nodded, his gaze now sharpened with genuine interest. "That record fetches around $2,000 on today's market. The UK original is exceedingly rare. Your father knew his stuff." "He didn't know. He simply loved it. Love is the deepest form of knowing." Alan leaned against the high-top table and set down his wine glass. "You're Michael Lee, the young man seeking to acquire the Hornets." "Yes. Mark Cuban mentioned you to me," Alan said evenly. "Said you were intriguing. I assumed it was just politeness. And now, well, you clearly know Hendrix." A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Alan's lips. But the smile quickly faded, replaced by a newly appraising look. "Still, you flew over 1,000 miles to Seattle. You didn't come here just to discuss rock music. What do you want?" Sinan didn't equivocate. "Your vote on the board. If you cannot cast it in person, at least ensure no one casts it on your behalf in opposition." "Just that, eh?" Alan raised an eyebrow. "Do you know how many people have asked Cuban for my contact information?" "At least a dozen. Every single one seeking money, investment, or partnership. You're the first who came solely for a vote. Because that vote matters deeply to me." "It matters to you. But why should it matter to me, eh?" That was the crux. Why should Paul Allen care about the acquisition of a team he barely acknowledged? Sinan drew a slow breath and delivered his prepared remarks. "Over the past 5 years, the Trailblazers have cycled through 4 general managers. Off-court incidents among players have proliferated. Their salary structure is in disarray. Rasheed Wallace led the league in technical fouls for 3 consecutive seasons. Bonzi Wells created persistent locker room tensions. Damon Stoudemire was arrested for marijuana possession 3 times. Last season, the team spent $86 million in payroll, yet was swept in the first round by the Lakers. Are you aware of these issues?" The calm detachment vanished from Alan's face. "It's my team. Of course I'm aware. You know, but you haven't intervened. Because you have far too many other priorities, and the Trailblazers don't rank among your top 5. Alan offered no denial. "I'm not here to criticize you." Sinan softened his tone. "What I mean is, after acquiring the Hornets, I'll need an influential ally on the West Coast. Jerry Buss commands great stature, but rarely takes sides openly. Cuban draws too much attention and too many enemies. Alexander cares only for his balance sheet. You're different. You're the only person in this circle who doesn't depend on a team for income. Your wealth stems from technology. The Trailblazers are merely part of your life. That means your decisions remain untethered by vested interest." Alan studied him in silence, his gaze as deep and inscrutable as the gray-blue waters off Seattle. After a long pause, he posed a question entirely unrelated. "How do you think the Trailblazers should be rebuilt?" This was a test. Sinan swiftly retrieved his mental archive of the 2002 Trailblazers. Their salary cap situation was indeed disastrous. Rasheed Wallace was among the league's elite power forwards, but volatile in temperament, clashing repeatedly with referees, coaches, opponents, and teammates. Scottie Pippen was aging, his defense still solid, but his offensive impact had diminished to that of an average rotation player. Bonzi Wells possessed raw talent, but lacked discipline and generated constant off-court complications. The roster overflowed with talent, yet consistently underperformed on the court. First trade, Rasheed Wallace. Allen narrowed his eyes. He's our best player. He's also our greatest liability. His technical fouls and suspensions cost the team at least 5 wins per season. And at 30 his trade value is declining. Now is the time to move him for rebuilding assets. Wait another year and you'll receive nothing but thin air. Second, clear cap space and rebuild around young talent. Zach Randolph, though troubled off-court, is only 21, with elite interior scoring potential. Give him 3 years and he'll average 20 points and 10 rebounds per game. Historically, Randolph had indeed erupted during the 200,304 season, averaging 21 points and 11 rebounds, winning the Most Improved Player award. Later, he joined the Grizzlies, anchoring their legendary grit and grind era as an All-Star and Western Conference Finals participant. Allen's expression shifted. Zach Randolph. That second-round pick. Our scouts rated him no higher than a bench role player. Your scouts were mistaken. The certainty in that statement was absolute, far beyond what one might expect from a 22-year-old. Allen stared at him for a long time. The party's ambient noise seemed muffled as if filtered through thick glass. Finally, Allen smiled, a subtle, fleeting expression, but this time undeniably genuine. What you just said contradicts almost entirely the internal evaluation report our scouting department submitted 3 months ago. They recommended extending Wallace's contract, offering Pippen a retirement deal, and trading Randolph as expendable assets. Allen lifted his wine glass and took a sip. To be honest, I dismissed that report the moment I finished reading it. Not because I understand basketball, but because I understand people. Those who wrote it weren't sharing their honest assessments. They were telling me what they thought I wanted to hear. He set down his glass. You remind me of Bill in his younger days, Allen added, nodding toward the window where Gates stood, the kind of person who insists something is wrong when everyone else declares it right, and proves time and again that he's correct. Such people grow rarer by the year. Sinan remained silent. I'll attend the board vote. In person, Allen said, then withdrew a business card from his pocket and handed it over. The card was slender, bearing only a name and a telephone number. Once your team begins operations, call me. I'd like to continue hearing your thoughts on how the Trailblazers should be rebuilt. Sinan accepted the card and thanked him. Allen turned and walked toward Bill Gates, then paused and glanced back. By the way, could I borrow your UK pressing of Electric Ladyland for a few days? I'll gift it to you. Allen's lips curved faintly. Deal. Emerging from the villa, Seattle's autumn wind brushed Sinan's face, carrying the salt tang of seawater and the crisp, resinous aroma of distant conifer forests. Standing alone on the empty roadside, Sinan opened his phone and texted Cuban, Allen is secured. Half a minute later, Cuban called back. His voice brimmed with disbelief. How did you secure him? Hendricks. What? Sinan smiled, offering no further explanation. He ended the call and carefully placed Allen's card into his wallet. Securing Paul Allen meant far more than gaining a single vote. Allen's personal attendance at the board vote was itself a political signal. A billionaire who had never engaged with league affairs was willing to fly specially to New York for a 22-year-old newcomer. When other owners witnessed this, their internal scales would inevitably tilt. 20 others remained on the list, but the 7 most formidable hurdles had already been cleared. He now held Cuban's public endorsement, Alexander's private assurance, Jerry Buss's tacit approval, and Allen's direct backing. These figures represented distinct factions within the league's ownership echelon. Cuban, the vanguard; Alexander, the merchant-class; Buss, the traditional powerhouse faction; and Allen, the detached elite. With Stern's quiet endorsement, behind-the-scenes resistance to the acquisition had already dissolved significantly. Of course, this did not guarantee smooth sailing. League board protocol stipulated that if 3 members publicly voiced strong opposition, the acquisition could be stalled, or even rejected outright. Public dissent carried weight vastly greater than private abstention. He needed to ensure no one emerged as the outspoken dissenter, who had the strongest motive to oppose publicly. Sinan mentally reviewed the list. Donald Sterling of the Clippers, the Lakers' arch-rival, notorious for racism and stinginess. If Buss tacitly approved, Sterling might oppose purely to defy him. James Dolan of the Knicks, the self-styled emperor of Madison Square Garden, stubborn and inscrutable in his motives. Gordon Gund of the Cavaliers, a Cleveland industrialist rooted in old-school values with a complex relationship with Stern. These 3 would require his closest scrutiny next. But that was tomorrow's concern. Tonight he stood for a moment in Seattle's sea breeze, then hailed a taxi back to his hotel. He had promised Jessica a call tonight. With the 1-hour time difference between Seattle and Los Angeles, she would still be awake to answer before bed. The phone rang once before she answered. How did it go? Her voice was alert. She had clearly been waiting. Allen's vote. Not just a vote. He summarized the encounter briefly. After listening, Jessica paused for 2 seconds. You traded a Hendricks vinyl for the friendship of a billionaire. An accurate summary. Her laughter followed, soft, gentle. Michael, you truly are an unusual person. Thank you. I'm not complimenting you. I know, but I'll take it as one. Jessica laughed again, then fell silent for a beat before asking, when are you coming home? Tomorrow. Then I'll wait for you. Sinan hung up and lay back on the unfamiliar hotel ceiling. Tonight he had secured the most pivotal vote on his list, even forging a relationship potentially spanning years. Yet this was only the smallest step along a long road. He still needed to win over more than 20 additional owners, and soon he would confront the far more daunting challenge of operating a team wholly his own. But those concerns could wait until tomorrow. For now, he simply wished to sleep. 2 weeks after returning from Seattle, Sinan met with 6 more bosses. One by one, the names on the list. The Celtics' Grossbeck was the easiest to talk to. They sealed the deal over a lobster meal. Grossbeck himself had only become the new owner of the Celtics in early 2002, and still vividly remembered the feeling of being scrutinized by the old timers. The Suns' Colangelo was the toughest to deal with. The old man grilled him for a full 2 hours about salary cap and labor agreements, finally throwing out "you know more than I expected" as a reluctant concession. The Cavaliers' Gilbert was surprisingly easy to talk to, possibly because there weren't many people in Cleveland interested in the position of NBA owner. His curiosity about Sinan's Asian heritage stood out. The biggest surprise for Sinan was the Clippers' Sterling. He had initially thought Sterling would be the strongest opponent. This old man, notorious for his stinginess and racial discrimination, was expected to be hostile to all outsiders. However, after their meeting, Sinan realized that Sterling's attitude was entirely dependent on the stance of. Once he confirmed that Bus was not opposed, Sterling almost immediately declared, "Since Jerry has no objections, neither do I." This statement suddenly made Sinan understand one thing: Sterling was merely a shadow of Bus. His every position was aimed at competing with the Lakers or following the trend. If Bus supported it, Sterling would oppose it. If Bus did not oppose it, Sterling would support it. To deal with such a person, winning over Bus was tantamount to winning them all. 14 votes. Added to Cuban Alexander Allen, Grossbeck, Colangelo, Gilbert, and Sterling, along with a few small market team owners influenced by Stern's power. Sinan roughly calculated that the votes he had were already close to the threshold of 20. But until the voting was over, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be any surprises. Now he stood in the hallway of the Olympic Tower in New York in front of a closed oak door. Behind that door was the NBA Board of Governors meeting room, where 29 individuals held the fate of his future. Nervous, Cuban leaned against the wall beside him, chewing gum, his t-shirt emblazoned with the Mavericks logo. "That's normal. I was nervous the first time I came. My palms were sweating, and I almost dropped the pen during the vote." Cuban patted him on the shoulder. "Once you go and don't think about anything, stand tall and look people in the eye when you speak. These old men may not have many skills, but they can read if someone is intimidated." The oak door opened from the inside. The meeting room was larger than Sinan had imagined. A massive oval mahogany conference table dominated the center of the room, surrounded by 29 genuine leather chairs, each embedded with the logos of different teams. Portraits of past NBA commissioners hung on the walls, from Maurice Podoloff to David Stern, their frames gleaming with a muted golden glow under the lights. The ceiling was high with crystal chandeliers. The overall ambience resembled that of an old-fashioned gentleman's club more than that of a sports league's meeting room. Stern sat at the head of the table, a gavel placed before him. The 28 owners took their seats one after another. Some held coffee and whispered to each other, others flipped through documents, while some leaned back and closed their eyes. Sinan was seated at a side position in the meeting room, not right next to the main conference table, but everyone could see him. Stern tapped the gavel. "Ladies and gentlemen, the only agenda for today's meeting is the proposal for Mr. Michael Lee's acquisition of the New Orleans Hornets. The league office has completed financial audits and legal due diligence and found no obstacles. According to league regulations, this acquisition requires at least 2/3 of the board's votes to pass, which is at least 20 votes. Before the vote, as per tradition, the applicant is given 10 minutes to address the board. Michael, please." Sinan stood up and walked to the front of the meeting room. 29 pairs of eyes turned to him. Some of those eyes were curious, some scrutinizing, some indifferent, and some casual. Cuban gave him a thumbs up. He took a deep breath. "Thank you, Mr. Stern. Thank you all. My name is Michael Lee." He paused. "I know many of you are wondering what qualifies this 22-year-old to sit here." Someone in the meeting room chuckled lightly. "To be honest, I've asked myself that question too." Sinan continued, "Before my father Lee, when UN passed away, I never thought I would buy an NBA team. At that time, I was studying economics at UCLA with average grades. My biggest hobbies were playing basketball and watching games. If everything had gone normally, I would have graduated, found a job, and lived an ordinary life. But life did not go according to plan. 3 months ago, my parents boarded that plane. And now I'm standing here." The atmosphere in the meeting room shifted slightly. Everyone present was aware of the tragic accident involving Lee Won-Yuan and his wife, but no one expected him to bring it up. "After inheriting the estate, I could do many things. I could deposit the money in the bank, living off the interest for the rest of my life. I could travel the world by yachts, private jets, and anything I wanted. But I chose to buy an NBA team. Because my father taught me a saying. He said money is just a tool. The value of a tool depends on what you use it for. I want to use it to do something I truly love. He glanced at Jerry Buss. Old Buss leaned back in his chair, his face expressionless, but his gaze was focused. I know what the league is worried about. They worry that I am too young, that I might lose interest after 2 years, that I could ruin the team and just walk away. I understand these concerns. But I'd like you all to consider one thing. What is the average age of NBA fans? No one answered. It's 24. 2 years older than me. Sinan said our fans are young, our players are young, but the youngest person at the owner's table is 35 this year. I'm not saying older owners are bad. Mr. Jerry Buss took 20 years to build the Lakers into an empire, and his contributions to this league are irreplaceable. But the league also needs fresh blood. It needs someone who truly understands young people, the future, and the global market. He looked at Leslie Alexander. Mr. Alexander, I've discussed Yao Ming with you. You agree with my assessment. Yao Ming is not the end, but the beginning. The future of the NBA is not domestically, but across the ocean. In China and Asia, in Europe and Africa. As a person of Chinese descent, I can speak Chinese. I understand that market. I'm not here to be a bystander. I'm here to be a bridge. His 10 minutes were just up. Stern nodded. Thank you, Michael. Now let's move on to a closed-door discussion. The applicant is requested to wait outside the meeting room. Sinan stepped out and the door closed behind him. The hallway was quiet. A huge map of the NBA's 29 teams hung on the wall, from Portland to Miami, from Minnesota to New Orleans, with each city lit by a small light. He stood in front of the map and counted, the 29 lights all lit. Voices of indistinct discussions came from inside the door. The tone was not intense. There were no sounds of slamming tables or shouting. This was a good sign. The waiting time turned out to be longer than expected. 20 minutes later, the door finally opened. Stern's assistant peeked out. Michael, please come in. The atmosphere in the meeting room felt different than before. The expressions of the 28 owners were noticeably more relaxed. A few were whispering to each other, and Cuban shot him a wink. Stern sat at the head of the table, the gavel beside him, and the folder in front of him was closed. The vote has concluded. Stern's voice was steady. 28 votes in favor, 0 votes against. 28 votes. Not 20, not 25, but a unanimous vote. A unanimous decision. Sinan stood still momentarily, forgetting to breathe. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Stern's mouth. Mr. Michael Lee, welcome to the NBA. As of today, you are the owner of the New Orleans Hornets. Cuban was the first to stand and applaud, followed by Alexander, then Grossbeck, and then more. Applause spread from one end of the conference table to the other. It wasn't fervent, but it was sincere enough. Old Buss didn't clap, but he nodded slightly at Sinan. Paul Allen stood up and walked over to Sinan, extending his hand. Remember, you owe me a vinyl record. Stern tapped the gavel, signaling for silence. As the league's commissioner, I have a duty to remind you of a few things. His tone returned to formal. First, any relocation of the team requires board approval. Second, the total player salary cannot exceed the league's stipulated salary cap. Third, any significant changes regarding team ownership must be reported to the league office. Fourth, there must be no personal financial transactions between owners and players. Violating any of these rules gives the league the right to impose fines, suspensions, or even force the sale of the team. He removed his glasses, looking at Sinan. These are the rules. Outside of the rules, I want to leave you with a piece of advice. Please go ahead. If you manage the team well, 28 votes will turn into genuine respect. If you mess it up, 28 votes will turn into 28 faces laughing at you. In the circle of NBA owners, gaining acceptance only requires 1 vote. But to truly be considered one of them may take 10 years. Stern closed the folder. Welcome, Michael. Now go manage your team. As he left the Olympic Tower, fine rain was falling from the New York sky. In October, New York, the rain was light, but dense, cooling against his face. Sinan stood under the building's porch, watching pedestrians hurrying by with umbrellas on Fifth Avenue, watching yellow taxis slowly moving through the rain, and watching the grayish light reflected on the glass facade of the building across the street. He had bought an NBA team. $170 million. A small fraction of his $4.7 billion fortune. But as of today, he was the owner of the New Orleans Hornets. Not inherited, not held on behalf of someone else, but truly his. His phone vibrated incessantly. Messages of congratulations from Chun Ziyuan, Ethan's excited voice message, emails from the coaching staff, media interview requests, and a welcome letter from the Hornets. Dozens of messages flooded in simultaneously, making the phone buzz in his hand like a living entity. He stood in the sound of the rain for a moment, then dialed Jessica's number. Did it pass? Unanimously. The scream from the other end nearly pierced his eardrum. He had to hold the phone a little further away, waiting for her to finish before bringing it back to his ear. Unanimous. What does unanimous mean? Jessica's voice was breathless, as if she were jumping in place. They all agreed. They all agreed. Oh my God, Michael, you did it. You really did it. Are you listening? I'm listening. How do you feel right now? Sinan looked up at the curtain of rain in New York and thought for a moment. Hungry. I haven't eaten since this morning. Jessica paused for a moment and then laughed. Then go eat. What about you? Do you have filming today? I have a scene this afternoon, but I don't want to film right now. I want to fly over to find you. Don't. He said to your filming. He'll be back in Los Angeles tomorrow. After hanging up, he stood under the porch for a while longer. The rain showed no signs of stopping. The traffic on Fifth Avenue formed a long red line in the mist. He suddenly remembered a phrase he had read in his past life: in New York's rain, those who get soaked are all people on the move. Now he was also one of those people on the move. Not just on the move, but running. The regular season was less than 2 weeks away. His team, would be facing the Chicago Bulls at home. The team that once had Michael Jordan had now become a bottom feeder in the East, struggling on the long road. But for the fans in New Orleans, the symbolic significance of this game far outweighed its actual importance. It was the Hornets' first home game after relocating to New Orleans, and it was also the debut of a young man of Chinese descent as an owner. What he needed to accomplish in the next 2 weeks included, but was not limited to, meeting with the existing management, assessing general manager Bob Bass and head coach Paul Silas, determining the basic strategy for the season, whether to push for performance or plan for the future, formally meeting the team's core player Baron Davis, understanding the real situation of the arena's operations, and handling a flood of media interview requests. And most importantly, beginning to lay the groundwork for the 2003 draft. That would be his true battlefield. The rain lightened a bit. Sinan stood up the collar of his suit jacket and strode into the rain of New York. His season had begun. October in New Orleans is still stiflingly hot. Sinan stood at the entrance of the Hornets training facility, looking up at the gray-white building. The gym is located to the west of downtown New Orleans, next to an open parking lot and several fast food. The Hornets logo on the exterior wall appeared somewhat faded under the blazing Louisiana sun, the soaring blue hummingbird resembling a weary seagull. Hanging from the flagpole at the entrance are the American flag and the Hornets team flag fluttering listlessly. A week ago on that morning, on the 15th floor of the Olympic Tower in New York, when Stern struck the gavel to announce unanimous approval, Sinan thought that was the end. Now standing at the entrance of the training facility in New Orleans, he realized that was just the beginning. 3 people. At the front was general manager Bob Bass, a white man in his 50s with graying hair, a slightly protruding belly, wearing an ill-fitting navy suit. He wore a standard professional manager's smile, warm enough to be polite, but lacking in sincerity. Behind him was head coach Paul Silas, a former NBA player with a solid build, bald head, and a composed expression, his handshake firm and calloused. Behind him was head coach Paul Silas, a former NBA player with a solid build, bald head, and a composed, "Welcome, Mr. Li." Bob Bass extended his hand. "Just call me Michael." Sinan noticed that when Bob Bass referred to him as Mr. Li, he adopted the attitude typically reserved for external investors. Polite, yet distant. This distance implied, "You are the boss, but we will handle the team's affairs." He said nothing. The interior of the training facility looked somewhat better than it appeared from outside. The floor had been refurbished last year, the lighting was bright, and the nets were newly replaced. In the corners, several boxes of unwrapped equipment were piled up, labeled 200203, season home opener. The players had already gathered. 20-some young men in training gear stood in 2 rows, some whispering to each other, others curiously sizing up the new owner, while some wore expressions of skepticism. Sinan scanned the group. Byron Davis stood at the far left of the first row, arms crossed over his chest, his expression scrutinizing. Jamal Mashburn stood straight while P.J. Brown murmured something beside him. Jamal McGloire wore a blank expression. "This is our roster." Bob Bass handed over a list. "The core framework is solid. We made it to the Eastern Conference semifinals last year. If we stay healthy this year, the playoffs should not be a problem." Sinan took the list, glanced at it, then closed it. "Hello everyone, I am Michael Li, your new owner." His voice echoed in the training facility. "I know what you were thinking. 22 years old, a rich kid bought a team as a toy." A few players' expressions shifted slightly. Byron Davis' eyebrows twitched. "I am indeed 22, and I am indeed a rich kid. But one thing you need to understand, I did not buy this team just for fun." He took a step forward. "From today on, everything about this team will change. The training facilities will be upgraded, the medical team will expand, and the data analytics department will be built. Each of your performances will be reassessed, not because I doubt you, but because I believe that most of you have yet to reach your true potential." Byron Davis lowered his hands from his chest. "The season starts in 2 weeks. During these 2 weeks, I will work with the management to determine the future direction of this team. If you have any questions, feel free to find me. My office is upstairs and the door is open." He paused. "Does anyone want to ask anything?" There was a moment of silence. Byron Davis raised his hand sluggishly. "Have you ever played basketball?" A few players chuckled softly. Just as Bob Bass was about to interrupt, Sinan raised a hand to stop him. "I have played. I was on the high school team, and I played in amateur leagues in college." He looked into Byron's eyes. but I know that's not what you want to ask. What you want to know is, what qualifies an owner who has never played in the NBA to dictate to you? Byron Davis did not deny it. My answer is I do not need to play better than you. What I need is to understand better than anyone what this team needs. As for the level of play, Sinan glanced at the hoop on the wall. If you're interested, we can have a game of horse. If I lose, I will buy each of you a pair of sneakers. If you lose, you will have to do an extra 100 three-pointers tomorrow. Byron Davis paused for a moment, then broke into a grin. The smile contained a bit less scrutiny and a bit more interest. Deal. The meeting with the players lasted less than half an hour. Sinan deliberately shortened the time. He knew that speaking too much in such occasions would only reveal insecurity. The best way for the new owner to establish authority was not through fierce words, but by accepting the challenge from the star player and delivering. As for the outcome of the horse game, he had the shooting memory accumulated from 24 years of watching games in his past life. Although his body was not his own, Michael's athleticism was not lacking. Even if he lost, buying each player a pair of sneakers was just a small fraction of the zeros in his bank account. Winning would completely change the attitude in the locker room. In the afternoon, there was a closed-door meeting with the coaching staff and management. The air conditioning in the conference room was broken and a floor fan in the corner creaked as it turned, blowing hot air. A whiteboard hung on the wall with last season's tactical diagrams drawn in dry erase marker, the ink already faded. The conference table was foldable, slightly wobbly, and creaked with the slightest pressure. This was the war room of a team that made it to the Eastern Conference semifinals last season. Bob Bass. He turned on the projector and a PPT slide appeared on the wall titled 2020 3-Season Operations Plan, still using Comic Sans font. Sinan had worked in finance for 6 years in his past life, and seeing this font instinctively made him frown. Our core strategy is stability. Bob Bass pointed out the key points on the screen with a laser pointer. Retain last season's core lineup and strive to go further in the Eastern playoffs. Byron Davis is entering his peak, and the combination of him and Mashburn is our greatest advantage on the offensive end. Sinan listened quietly, not interrupting. The projector's light cast half of his face in shadow. Slides flipped by one after another: season ticket sales goals, local sponsorship expansion plans, community service activities, training camp schedules. Each page was conventional, each page devoid of imagination. After the report concluded, Bob Bass put down the laser pointer, looking at Sinan with anticipation. Michael, do you have any opinions? Sinan stood up and walked to the whiteboard. He picked up a marker and wrote 3 words in the blank area: roster, draft pick, salary cap. There is nothing wrong with a stability strategy, he said, but the premise of stability is that your roster deserves to be stable. We were eliminated in the Eastern semifinals last season, and the gap is significant. To contend for the championship, this roster is not enough. Bob Bass opened his mouth, then closed it again. I am not here to undermine, but some things need to be planned from now on. For instance, Byron Davis has 3 years left on his contract. We need to think ahead, whether he will be resigned or traded in 3 years. For instance, Mashburn is 29 years old. He has at most 2 or 3 years left in his prime. For instance, our bench depth ranks among the worst in the league, with no one on the bench averaging double-digit points. The conference room was so quiet that only the fans creaking could be heard. I will not ask you to answer these questions, but I hope the management will start doing 2 things from now on. First, conduct a comprehensive evaluation of the current roster and provide me with a true assessment report for each player. No exaggeration, no hiding, just the truth. Second, initiate preliminary scouting work for the 2003 draft. The 2003 draft. The scouting director looked a bit surprised. It's only October 2002, and the college season hasn't even started. So starting now is what we call preliminary work. Sinan's voice was calm, especially for high school players. LeBron James St. Vincent St. Mary High School, you must have heard of him. And Dwight Howard from Atlanta Christian Academy, Sebastian Telfair from New York. I need their complete profile. High schoolers. Another scout couldn't help but speak up. The league rules prohibit directly drafting high school players. They must spend at least a year in prep school. The rules can change. The league has already been discussing lowering the draft age limit. Waiting for the rules to change and then doing the homework will be too late. No one rebutted. A subtle silence filled the conference room. It was not defiance, but a feeling of this new owner seems to really be studied. After the meeting, Bob Bass stayed behind. He stood beside the conference table, hesitating for a few seconds before speaking. Michael, I hope you don't mind me speaking frankly. Go ahead. What you just said is correct. But I worked my way up from the bottom, and some experience tells me that large-scale adjustments after a new owner arrives often make the team messier. He paused. Before coming to the Hornets, I spent 8 years with the Supersonics. I have seen too many owners. Sinan looked at him. This white man in his 50s spoke without the professional manager's tone he had used earlier, his furrowed brow betraying a genuine weariness. Bob, I have something to say too. Bob Bass raised his head. I do not plan to replace you immediately, Sinan said, but we need to reach a consensus on some matters. Can you accept a person 30 years younger than you making the final decision in critical moments? Bob was silent for a few seconds. If you can explain your reasons clearly like you did today, I can. That will suffice. As he left the training facility, the setting sun bathed the New Orleans sky in a reddish-purple hue. Sinan stood in the parking lot, and his phone rang. Jessica sent a text. How did your first day meeting the new team go? Miss you. Leaning against the car door, he replied, not bad. Byron Davis wants to challenge me to a shooting contest. A few seconds later, the reply came, haha, you'll win. Teach him a lesson for me. Sinan chuckled, tucking the phone back into his pocket. He looked up at the gray-white training facility where lights were still on. Probably one of the players was practicing. He had said many things in front of the players today, some were sincere, some were strategic. But one thing he was serious about, everything about this team would change. He was already looking forward to tomorrow's horse game. The next afternoon, the Hornets training facility was packed with people. Not just players, trainers, equipment managers, a few front desk staff had all gathered. Even 2 custodians leaned on their mops in the corner, grinning like they were watching a show. The news that Baron Davis was going to challenge the new owner to a shooting contest had spread through the arena like wildfire since yesterday afternoon. When Sinan walked in, Baron was already warming up on the court. He wore a black practice tank top, revealing 2 thick arms covered in tattoos. His shooting motion was lazy. A flick of the wrist sent the ball spinning through the air, swishing cleanly through the net. He made about a dozen in a row, missing only one. After each made shot, head glanced toward the sideline with a smirk that said, see that? Jamal Mashburn sat on a folding chair by the court, holding a bottle of Gatorade. He shouted, I've got 50 on the owner. You crazy? David Wesley yelled beside him. Baron's shooting is elite. 100 on Baron. I'm with Wesley P. J. Brown raised his hand. They'll take the owner, McGlure said in a low voice, making everyone turn to stare at him. He shrugged. Someone's got to back the boss. The bets went from 50 to 200, then to 500 before head coach Paul Silas bellowed them to a halt. Shut up, all of you. Silas stood on the sideline, arms crossed, his face as serious as if he were directing a playoff game. But the glint in his eyes betrayed his amusement. He turned to Sinan. Boss need to warm up. Sinan grabbed a ball from the rack and spun it in. Michael's muscle memory was better than had expected. His palms recognized the feel of leather, and when he spread his fingers, they fit perfectly into the ball's grooves. He dribbled twice. The ball bounced back with a steady, consistent rhythm. In his previous life in Beijing, he played basketball at least twice a week. His shooting was honed in streetball games. Not textbook, but accurate enough. Since crossing overhead, tried a few times in secret. Michael's physique was superior to his old body. Better leaping ability and coordination by a clear margin. He stepped to the three-point line, bent his knees, jumped, and snapped his wrist. The ball arced through the air, clattered off the back rim, and bounced away. A chorus of good-natured jeers rose from the sideline. Baron Davis shook his head with a laugh. One more, Sinan said. The ball was passed back. He caught it, took a deep breath, and shot from the same spot with the same motion. The ball spun through the air with a flatter arc, swished clean through the net. The court went silent for half a second, then scattered applause broke out. Baron Davis' smile faded a little. Warm-up's done, Sinan said. Let's start. The rules of horse were simple. 2 players take turns shooting. One picks a spot and a style. If he makes it, the other must make the same shot from the same spot with the same style, or he gets a letter. First to collect all 5 letters. HORSE loses. Going first matters because it gives control. You're the boss, you go first. Baron tossed the ball over his tone, carrying a hint of, it'll give you a head start. Sinan caught it without hesitation. He walked to the right baseline, his toes touching the sideline, his body almost parallel to the backboard. It was an impossibly awkward angle. The basket was behind his right shoulder, making a normal shooting stance all but useless. He jumped not with a conventional shot, but with a reverse hook, twisting his entire body into a pretzel. The ball banked off the glass and dropped through the hoop. Baron's eyebrows knitted together. What the hell was that? My dad taught me, Sinan said casually. That part was true. In his previous life, an old man on the streetball court had destroyed him with that move countless times. It took him 2 months to master it. Michael's father had certainly never taught him that, but Baron wouldn't check. Baron stood on the baseline and tried the same move. His first shot hit the backboard and ricocheted away, drawing a chorus of groans. Weight practice shot doesn't count. He wiped the sweat off his hands. On his second attempt, his form was far uglier than Sinan's, but the ball bounced twice on the rim and went in. Lucky, Sinan said. That's called skill. Baron tossed the ball back, then walked to a spot 3 steps beyond the top of the arc, about 27 or 28 feet from the basket. My turn. He dribbled once, rose up smoothly, the motion fluid as water. The ball traced a long arc through the air and swished through the net. The sideline erupted in cheers. David Wesley let out a whistle. The deep 3 was one of Baron's signature moves. Sinan walked to the same spot. The distance was a stretch for Michael's body. As he jumped, he felt the power transfer from his legs to his wrist wasn't smooth. The moment the ball left his hand, he knew it was short. The ball hit the front rim and bounced back. Barron said with a grin. Sinan nodded, walked to the free throw line. This next one is simple. He turned his back to the basket, held the ball over his head, and tossed it backward. The ball banked off the glass and dropped cleanly through the net. The court went silent for a moment. A blind backward shot. If you miss, you look ridiculous. If you make it, the visual impact is perfect. Barron's smile vanished completely. You serious? Sinan said nothing, just tilted his head toward the basket. Barron walked to the free throw line, turned his back, and needed 3 tries to make it. After he made it, he let out a long breath. The lazy expression was gone, replaced by a serious, almost competitive look. Interesting, he muttered, picking up the ball. The contest lasted nearly 20 minutes, far longer than Sinan had expected. Barron's shooting ability was no bluff. Deep threes, bank shots, rim rattlers, fadeaways from all angles. He hit them all with remarkable consistency. But his weakness soon became apparent. Trick shots weren't his forte. When Sinan started using street ball-born oddities, one-handed push shots, hook shots from behind the backboard, even underhand floaters with his non-dominant hand, Barron's accuracy dropped noticeably. On the street ball court, there's no proper form, only make or miss. More people had gathered. Even 2 receptionists from the front office had come, leaning against the doorframe and craning their necks. The score stood at Barron with HORS, Sinan with HOR. 1 letter away. Last one. Barron held the ball, stepped to the left wing, 1 step inside the 3-point line. He didn't shoot. Instead, he slammed the ball hard into the floor, caught it on the bounce, spun 360 degrees in the air, and gently laid it in. A simplified self-alley-oop version, a layup instead of a dunk. When the ball dropped through, the whole place exploded. David Wesley jumped to his feet. Sinan watched the shot and knew he couldn't do it. It wasn't a matter of shooting technique. It was physical. Michael's body was decent, but far from an NBA guard's hang time and air control. He walked to the same spot, threw the ball against the floor, jumped to catch it, and just released it. No spin, no flash. The ball bounced twice on the rim and rolled out. Barron spread his arms with a victorious grin. Horse. I win. You win. Sinan walked over and extended his hand. Their palms met. Barron's hand was rough, hot, and powerful. You're pretty good. Barron's tone had lost some of yesterday's scrutiny, replaced with a touch of genuine respect. I mean it. Most owners can't even dribble worth a damn. That backward blind shot. How long did you practice that? 2 months. 200 reps every weekend. Barron whistled. He let go, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and suddenly flashed a mischievous grin. But you still have to buy the sneakers. A bet's a bet. Sinan turned to the players gathered on the sideline. After practice tomorrow, everyone give me your shoe sizes. 1 pair each. Cheers nearly lifted the roof off the training facility. Before the noise died down, Sinan suddenly walked to the equipment room and wheeled out a cart of basketballs. He stood at the free throw line and started shooting. 1, 2, 3. His motion was unhurried. The chatter gradually quieted. The players stood still, watching their new owner shoot one after another. 10, 15, 20. The rhythmic swish of the net echoed monotonously through the gym. He shot at a steady pace, each motion identical. Bend, jump, snap, land. At 30 he stopped. Today's extra practice. Sinan shook his wrist and looked at Baron Davis. The whole training facility went silent for 2 seconds. Then Baron Davis laughed. A laugh that came only after admitting something. He walked to the other basket, picked up a ball, and started shooting too. The other players exchanged glances. Jamal Mashburn was the first to rise, heading for the nearest hoop. Then P.J. Brown, then McGlure. No one spoke, but soon every basket in the gym had someone beneath it. The sound of basketballs pounding the floor and swishing through nets wove together like a percussion ensemble, without a conductor, but with perfect rhythm. Head coach Paul Silas leaned against the wall watching. Had been a player for over a decade and a coach for several years, and had never seen a new owner win over a locker room like this. No speeches, no rules, no imperious authority. Just a shooting contest. Lost, and then extra practice afterward. Interesting, he murmured. Bob Bass appeared beside him, holding a cup of coffee that had gone cold. What's interesting? This owner. Silas tilted his chin toward the court. Look at their eyes. Bob Bass followed his gaze. Baron Davis was firing threes from the top of the arc. Each make-head glanced toward Sinan. Not with challenge, but with something hard to name. Not worship, not fear. More like recognition. Old Bob, Silas said suddenly. Yeah, I have a feeling, Silas said. This team is going to be different. After practice, Sinan returned to his office. It was on the second floor of the training facility with a window overlooking the parking lot. The sunset made the asphalt look soft, and the fast food sign in the distance was already lit. The office had been hastily cleared by Bob Bass. On the desk sat an old computer, a phone, and a half-dead pothose plant. The walls were bare except for glue stains left by the previous occupant. Had just sat down when a knock came at the door. The person who walked in surprised him. Jamal McGlure, the Canadian center, the blue-collar big man, had stood silently at the back during yesterday's meeting. He was still in his practice gear, a towel around his neck, a thin layer of sweat on his skin. "Boss, there's something I want to talk to you about." McGlore's voice was low with a hint of hesitation. "Sit." McGlore settled into the chair across the desk, his large hands resting on his knees. He was silent for a few seconds. Sinan didn't rush him. "I know you're evaluating every player. And I know a lot of people see me as just a blue-collar guy. Rebounding, boxing out, fouling." McGlore looked up. "But I can do more. In the second half of last season when Davis was hurt, I averaged 18 and 10. I'm not just a grinder." Sinan looked at him, recalling the note in his notebook about McGlore, 2004 All-Star reserve. This Canadian center who seemed to only grab rebounds would become an All-Star in 2 years. He wouldn't tell McGlore that. But he could do one thing. "I understand," Sinan said. "In the upcoming practices, they'll have the coaching staff increase the share of low-post defensive plays for you. How much you can take depends on you." McGlore froze, clearly not expecting such a direct answer. "You don't want to see how I perform in practice first?" "I've watched your tape from the second half of last season," Sinan said. He wasn't lying. He had watched it during those 3 days in the New Orleans hotel. The tape showed McGlore displaying decent low-post footwork when Davis was out, finishing with either hand. He just hadn't gotten the opportunity. McGlore stood up, his broad chest heaving. "Thanks." The word carried weight as it left his mouth. He was at the door when Sinan called out. "Jamal." McGlore turned. 2004, Sinan said. "You'll make the All-Star team." McGlore's expression looked as if had been struck. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He nodded once and pulled the door shut behind him. Sinan leaned back in his chair. He hadn't said that on impulse. McGlore would be an All-Star in 2004, and he needed to plant that flag in the locker room right now. The locker room was an ecosystem with its own special rules. Trust was built piece by piece, but once established it would snowball. Outside the window, dusk was settling over New Orleans. A distant train whistle sounded long and low. His phone buzzed. Another text from Jessica. "What's the result of the shooting contest?" "I've been waiting." He replied, lost. "Ha ha ha, but I want something else." "What?" He thought for a moment and typed, "They're starting to believe in me." Jessica didn't reply immediately. After about half a minute a message came. "I've always believed in you." Sinan held the phone, staring at the words on the screen. The sky outside shifted from purplured to deep blue. The fast food sign in the distance glared brightly in the twilight. The sound of shooting still echoed faintly from the training facility. Someone was still putting in extra work. The regular season opener was 13 days away. He opened his computer and began writing an email. The recipient was Bob Bass, CCD, to Paul Silas. The subject line read, "Preliminary suggestions for roster adjustments in the 2002-03 season." He started typing. Not a single wasted word. On October 29, 2002, at the New Orleans Arena, Sinan stood in the plaza outside the arena, watching the crowd surge in from all directions. This was the first time he stood here as an owner. 3 weeks ago, when he first walked into this arena, the plaza was empty, the Hornets flag on the pole was faded, and one of the revolving doors at the entrance was broken, creaking with every turn. Now the flag was new, the revolving door fixed, and the freshly laid tiles in the plaza gleamed a clean gray under the lights. The mess George Shinn left behind was too vast to be fully cleaned up in just 3 weeks. But he had done everything he could. Replaced the arena lights, renovated the home locker room, and refreshed all the courtside advertising boards. Money could solve problems, and to him none of those were real problems. The real problem was on the court. He walked through the tunnel into the arena, where 17,000 seats were gradually being filled by fans. There were more people than he had expected. He had seen the season ticket pre-sale numbers, fewer than 4,000, ranking 5th from the bottom in the league. But tonight was opening night, and the city of New Orleans had waited an entire summer for this game. This was the first true home game since the Hornets moved from Charlotte. The local newspapers had covered it for a whole week straight, and even the mayor had gone on television saying, "Let's prove New Orleans deserves an NBA team." In the locker room, Paul Silas was writing final tactical notes on the board. When Sinan walked in, everyone looked. Baron Davis leaned back in his chair, feet in an ice bucket, headphones around his neck, and nodded at him. Jamal Mashburn was taping his fingers, slowly wrapping layer after layer, as if performing some ritual. McGlore sat in the corner, an ice pack on his knee, breathing steadily and slowly, his face as still as. Sinan said nothing. This was not the place for the owner to speak. He stood by the wall near the door for a moment. At the end of the player tunnel, he could hear the sounds from the court. Music announcements, the hum of over 10,000 conversations blending into a continuous buzz. Light poured in from the tunnel entrance, dazzlingly bright. A large hand clapped his shoulder. He turned to see Baron Davis. He had somehow slipped out of the locker room, headphones off, ice bucket gone. The light at the end of the tunnel reflected and nervous. Baron asked. "A little." "Me too," Baron said, then smiled. Not the scrutinizing smile he had shown before. "First game of the season always gets me. You'll get used to it." He tucked his mouthguard in and walked toward the tunnel. Sinan watched his figure disappear into the light, then headed to the owner's suite on the other side of the arena. The suite was in the center of the second level with the best view. When he pushed the door open, Jessica Alba was already there. She wore a blue Hornets t-shirt, her hair in a ponytail, holding a cup of cola. Seeing Sinan, she stood up and waved the hem of the t-shirt reaching just above her thighs, revealing two long, wheat-colored legs. "How did it go?" she asked. "How did what go?" "Going to the locker room, just now. What did you say to them?" "I didn't say anything." Jessica glanced at him and smiled. "You know, sometimes saying nothing works better than saying anything." The lights in the arena suddenly dimmed. The entire venue plunged into darkness, then a single spotlight cut through to the center of the court. The first part of the opening ceremony, team introductions. "Ladies and gentlemen, your New Orleans Hornets." Baron Davis ran out first, followed by Mashburn P. J. Brown, McGloire, and Wesley. Spotlights struck one by one, and with each light the roar of the crowd rose another level. Sinan stood at the glass window of the suite, watching his players run one by one into that light. In his past life, he had watched countless NBA game entrance ceremonies, on TV live at Staples Center, on the screen of his phone in a rented room in Beijing. He remembered the night the Cavaliers won the championship in 2016, LeBron James kneeling on the floor and weeping. He remembered Ray Allen's corner three that tied the Spurs in 2013, the entire bar jumping to its feet. He remembered the big three of the Celtics raising the trophy in 2008, Garnett roaring to the sky, "Anything is possible." Each time he had felt those moments were far away from him. Those lights, those cheers, those tears and shouts, they belonged to the people on TV, not to him. Now he stood here. The lights were fully on. The players gathered in a circle at center court, Baron Davis saying something to them, all of them stacking their hands together, then shouting in unison and breaking apart. The referee tossed the ball into the air. The game began. The Chicago Bulls across from them were no longer the Bulls of the Jordan era. Jalen Rose and Jamal Crawford were the core of that team, young, explosive, but overall strength ranked in the lower half of the Eastern Conference. Historically, the 200,203 Bulls had won only 30 games, ranking near the bottom of the East. The Hornets were clearly the stronger team. By the middle of the first quarter, Baron Davis had already hit 2 3-pointers, and the arena rang out with the first cries of MVP. The sound wasn't loud, scattered, and irregular, but when those 3 letters echoed through the New Orleans arena, Sinan felt goosebumps rise on his back. At halftime, the Hornets led by 12 points. Baron had already scored 16, with 5 assists, Mashburn 11. Jessica turned to him during the break and asked, "Is it a sure win?" "In basketball, there's no such thing as a sure win. You're starting to sound more and more like a coach." In the third quarter, the Bulls fought back. Jalen Rose scored 8 straight points, cutting the lead to 4. Silas called a timeout. From the suite, Sinan could see him crouching before his players, the clipboard tucked under his arm, not even taken out, just shouting loudly, his gestures fierce. The players gathered around him, sweat dripping from their chins, splashing on the floor. Coming out of the timeout, Baron Davis held the ball at the top of the arc, guarded by Jalen Rose. With a crossover that cut through the defense like a knife through butter, he drove into the paint, and against the help defense of the center, he lofted the ball high. McGloire flew in from the weak side, caught the ball with both hands, and slammed it through the hoop. The entire arena exploded. Sinan clenched his fist, nails digging into his palm. Jessica screamed beside him, spilling a little cola on her t-shirt, without even noticing. When the buzzer sounded for the end of the game, the score stood at 98-91. The Hornets had won. Baron Davis finished with 30 points and 11 assists, a double-double, in the first game. He turned and raised his arms to the surrounding stands, then found the center of the second level and nodded in that. It was a small gesture visible only to those who had been watching him closely. Jessica tugged on Sinan's arm, shaking it incessantly, then stopped to look at his face. "Why aren't you smiling?" "I am smiling." "No, your face is still tight." Sinan turned to look at her, the corner of his mouth curving upward. "Of course I'm happy we won, but I'm already thinking about how to win the next one." Jessica tilted her head, studying him, then suddenly rose on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. As they walked out of the arena, the night had thickened like ink. The wind from the Mississippi River carried the smell of water and the bitter aroma of a distant cafe, and in late October in New Orleans, the night finally carried a hint of chill. Jessica wore a thin jacket, walking beside him, their shadows stretching long under the streetlights. They had won the first game, and they had a whole night to celebrate. When they reached the parking lot entrance, his phone rang. A number he had saved, but never called. Jerry Buss. Sinan stopped. Jessica turned back to look at him. Without explanation, he raised a finger and answered the call. "I watched your game." Old Buss' voice was unhurried. "Baron Davis played well. You've got good eyes. But your front court rotation is too thin. Once McGloire gets into foul trouble, you have no one." "I know. Good that you know." Old Buss paused. "Winning the opener is nice, but don't get too excited. The season is long." The call ended. Sinan looked at the screen, reading call ended. "Who was that?" Jessica walked back. "He called you. He said Baron Davis played well." And that my front court rotation is too thin. Jessica froze for a moment, then smiled. That old man is teaching you how to be an owner. Sinan put the phone back in his pocket. Indeed, Jerry Buss himself had called to berate his roster flaws. Being scolded by the most successful owner in the league was far more valuable than being praised by a mediocrity. This wasn't just acceptance. This was being held to expectations. They continued walking. In the New Orleans night, the Mississippi River flowed silently in the distance. The city's first NBA home game day had just concluded and his team had won the first victory. The season was long, but tonight was worth remembering. The victory in the opening game was like a shot of adrenaline injected into the veins of New Orleans. Over the next 2 weeks, the Hornets played 7 games, winning 5 and losing 2. Baron Davis averaged 24 points and 9 assists, delivering an all-star caliber performance. Mashburn steadily contributed 18 points and 5 rebounds. McGloire averaged a double-double, and even the end-off-bench role players found their places in Silas' system. After winning on the road against the Miami Heat on November 15th, the Hornets' record stood at 62, ranking second in the Eastern Conference, trailing only the Detroit Pistons at 61. The New Orleans Times-Picayune ran a headline on its sports page that Sinan stared at for a long time. This city finally has a team to be proud of. The newspaper was spread open on his desk. He stood by the window watching the players doing extra practice in the training facility downstairs, holding a cup of coffee that had long gone cold. 6 wins and 2 losses, second in the East. Show this record to anyone, and they'd find no fault. But he knew where the problem lay. The 2 losses were against the Pistons and the Pacers. Both teams were elite defensive powerhouses in the East. The Pistons had Ben Wallace anchoring the paint, and the Pacers boasted the league's most ferocious frontcourt in Jermaine O'Neal and Ron Artest. Against these 2 teams, the Hornets' offense completely stalled. Baron Davis was stifled by the intense physical defense, his shooting percentage plummeting. Mashburn lacked the ability to score against elite defenders. McGloire was slow to pass out of double teams in the post, and his turnover rate skyrocketed. This was playoff-level competition. The flashy stats built up against weak teams in the regular season would be exposed when facing strong opponents. Historically, the 2-0-0-2-0-3 Hornets had a solid regular season record of 47 wins, 5th in the East. But they were eliminated in the first round of the playoffs by the 76ers, winning 2 games and losing 4 clean and simple. This team's ceiling was the first round of the playoffs. To break through, they needed a second playmaker who could create offense off the dribble, a versatile wing defender who could guard multiple positions, and bench depth. And his current roster lacked all 3. There were 2 ways to change the lineup: trades or the draft. Trading required assets and drafting required picks. He lacked both. A knock came at the office door. Bob Bass walked in carrying a folder, his expression more serious than expected. Michael, the scouting department has compiled the preliminary evaluation report for the 2003 draft. Do you want to see it now or later? Now. The folder was thin, about 20 pages, with the words 2003 NBA Draft Preliminary Scout Report, Top Secret, printed on the cover. Sinan flipped to the first page, and LeBron James' name stood out prominently. He kept his head down, turning page after page. The report's content was much rougher than he had expected. Most players only had 1 or 2 pages of brief descriptions accompanied by physical test data and high school or college game stats. But the basic information matched. LeBron James St. Vincent St. Mary High School averaged 31 points, 10 rebounds, and 8 assists with the evaluation. Onsen Adequate, physical talent, elite passing vision, inconsistent jump shot. Carmelo Anthony, Syracuse University freshman, just posted a double-double in the opener with the evaluation. Polished scorer, excellent physical toughness, inconsistent defensive attitude. Dwayne Wade, Marquette University Jr. The report didn't even list him in the first-round projections. Chris Bosh, Georgia Tech freshman, thin as a rail with the evaluation. Excellent mobility potential in face-up game, severely lacking in strength. His gaze lingered on Wade's page for a long time. No photo, no technical analysis, only a dry description. Combo guard, excellent athleticism, needs to improve shot selection. Sophomore season, averaged 17 points, suspended multiple games due to academic issues. NBA projection, late first round to second round. The 2003 draft was recognized as a golden generation, yet not one team holding this preliminary scout report truly knew how golden it was. Even Wade, a future finals MVP, was written off as late first to second round. That was the value of it. It wasn't a search engine or a profit. It was knowing the true weight of certain people when the entire world underestimated them. I've seen the report. Sinan closed the folder. The direction is right, but the depth is insufficient. Especially the evaluation of high schoolers and freshmen relies too much on media opinion. Bob Bass stood there, his expression stiff for a moment. Our scouting team is already at the league's average level. Then make it the best in the league, Sinan said. Increase the budget. Send more scouts to high school leagues and NCAA small conference games. the places ESPN overlooks. Focus on guards and forwards. Bob Bass was silent for a few seconds, then nodded, picked up the folder, and Sinan called him back. He turned. Dwayne Wade. Marquette University. Send someone to watch every one of his games. Not just stats, his off-ball movement, defensive slides, pick-and-roll decisions. Record everything. Bob Bass' eyebrows twitched. Wade? His projected slot in the report is late first round. I know. Just go. The door closed. Sinan leaned back in his chair. Bob Bass wasn't a terrible general manager. He was just a GM who had worked by a fixed routine for the past 20 years, like the vast majority of his colleagues. Evaluating players the same way, relying on the same channels for information, and reaching the same conclusions. Such a person wouldn't make mistakes, but wouldn't create miracles either. Sinan didn't plan to replace him immediately. Changing personnel required timing a successor and a network within the league. But he had already started a mental list. The last home game of November was Hornets versus Lakers. Tickets for this game sold out a week in advance. Not because of the Hornets, but because of the Lakers. Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, the core of a three-peat dynasty, the league's most dominant duo, came to New Orleans, and all the city's basketball fans went crazy. The cheapest seats on the secondary market were scalped at 4 times face value. Sinan stood at the glass window of his suite watching Kobe Bryant warming up on the opposite sideline. 24-year-old Kobe, fresh off making All-NBA first team and All-Defensive first team last season, was evolving from the second fiddle next to Shaq into the league's most terrifying perimeter assassin. His shooting motion was more fluid than Sinan remembered. Explosive elevation, an extremely high release point, and a quick steady rotation on the ball as it left his hand. He drained over a dozen corner threes in a row, missing only one. Jessica stood next to him. She wasn't wearing a Hornets t-shirt today, but a white shirt dress. Late November finally brought an autumn feel to New Orleans. The air conditioning in the arena even made one want to add a jacket. That's Kobe, she asked. Is he really that good? Even better than you think. Once the game started, Kobe quickly proved that statement. He scored 14 points in the first quarter. Not the kind of forced shots to pad stats, but 14 points within the team system at the right moments in the right way. Posting up, Baron Davis spinning baseline for a fadeaway. Bucket, coming off an off-ball screen, catch and shoot. Bucket, in transition, Oniantwo euro-stepping past 2 defenders, reverse layup. Bucket. Each shot had a slightly different form, but the moment the ball left his fingertips, the arc and rotation seemed measured by a ruler. His face showed little emotion. After a bucket, he just pursed his lips, as if doing something utterly ordinary. At halftime, the Lakers led by 11. Kobe had 24 points. Baron Davis had 18, but on 19 shots, the efficiency gap was obvious. In the locker room, Silas' voice could be heard through the door. Help defense. How many times have I said help defense? He's Kobe, you can't guard him, Onion. Force him, baseline collapse inside. Sinan stood in the hallway for a while, not going in. Jessica handed him a cup of water. You've been quiet today. Thinking. About what? About 2007, when in his past life, he saw the news on TV of Kobe scoring 50 points in 4 consecutive games. He was a freshman then, and the entire dorm was discussing how long this man could keep going crazy. About Kobe's final game in 2016, 60 points on 22 of 60 shooting, and that last Mamba out. He was sitting on his bed in a rented room in Beijing at 4 a.m., crying uncontrollably alone in front of the screen. About the news of the helicopter crash in 2020, he saw it on his phone while on the subway, his hands shaking so much he couldn't hold the phone. He was thinking that the Kobe Bryant he had watched through a screen his whole life was now standing in his arena wearing the Lakers' number 8 jersey, sweating through the third quarter. If only he could put him in a Hornets jersey. Sinan suppressed the thought. Kobe was a Laker. He remembered clearly the words old Jerry Buss had said. Kobe is a Laker always. Some things even a time traveler couldn't change. But not being able to change Kobe's allegiance to the Lakers didn't mean he couldn't change other things. For instance, after Kobe left the Lakers, 2016 was still too far away to consider for now. The game ended with the Lakers winning 105-91. Kobe had 41 points, O'Neal 24 points, and 15 rebounds. For the Hornets, Baron Davis had 27 points and 9 assists, Mashburn 20 points. The loss was without suspense and without complaints. It was just a gap in strength. Pure strength gap. After the game, Sinan didn't leave the suite immediately. Jessica quietly accompanied him. You don't seem angry, she said. Why should I be angry? We lost to a team better than us. I thought bosses usually lose their temper when they lose. Sinan put down the paper cup and turned to look at her. Losing your temper won't change the strength gap. But I know how to change it. How? Give me 3 years. Jessica looked at him, an indescribable emotion in her eyes. She reached out to straighten his collar, her fingers brushing the skin of his neck, lingering for a moment. Outside the window, the arena lights were dimming. At the same moment, in a study in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Jerry Buss turned off the TV, and picked up the phone to dial David Stern's number. "Did you watch it, eh?" Old Bus asked. "I did." Stern's voice was calm. His team lost by 14. But he sat in the suite the whole game, without moving like a stone. "What does that mean?" Old Bus leaned. "A man who isn't flustered after a loss either has already given up or is plotting how to win back. Which kind do you think he is, eh?" Old Bus didn't answer. He just said, "Let's see," and hung up. The night outside was the same as the night he bought the Lakers 40 years ago. The season continued. Sinan began shuttling frequently between New Orleans and various places, leaving his footprints in NCAA arenas and high school gyms. His notebook grew thicker, densely filled with names and observation notes. The 2003 draft board was a permutation and combination in his mind, like a game of chess he had played countless times. He knew he only had one first-round pick in 2003, his own. The Hornets' record last season wasn't bad. This pick would likely fall between 15 and 20, a slot too low for James Anthony Wade Bosch, or even Come On and Hinrich. But he didn't need to draft them. He knew Josh Howard would be taken at pick 29, Kyle Korver in the second round, and Mo Williams would fall to the second round. Mid-first round had Boris Diaw, late first round had Leandro Barbosa, and the second round had a bunch of severely underrated role players. His first round and second round picks were enough to snatch 2 or 3 quality pieces for the next decade. Then use those pieces plus existing players to trade for higher draft picks targeting the true cornerstone players of 2004 and 2005. Building a team was not something achieved overnight. The draft was a marathon. The first weekend of December, Sinan flew to Atlanta. Christian Academy, Dwight Howard School. The gym was tiny with only 5 rows of bleachers, a worn maple floor, and dim lights. On the court, Howard looked like a man playing against kids, grabbing rebounds, blocking shots, dunking, a smile never leaving his face. Sinan sat in the corner wearing the plainest hoodie, his brim pulled low. No one noticed him. That was exactly what he wanted. He quietly watched the entire game, wrote a few lines in his notebook, then got up and left. When he walked out of the gym, Atlanta's winter rain had just stopped. The air smelled of damp pine, and the puddles in the parking lot reflected the streetlights. He knew that in another timeline, Dwight Howard would be selected by the Magic with the first overall pick. He knew that Chris Paul would be drafted by the Hornets with the 4th pick in 2005. But this season the Hornets no longer had the 4th pick. Fate forked here. He didn't know if with his intervention these things would still happen along the original trajectory. But he knew he would build a dynasty with his own hands starting from 2003. 6 months to go. The 2003 NBA draft. The first true battle of his life. In December, New Orleans finally cooled down. The wind from the Mississippi River carried the chill of the north southward, temporarily dispersing the perennial humidity that hung over the city. People on the streets wore light jackets and tourists in the French Quarter still bustled about, but the drinks in their hands were no longer iced cocktails, but mulled wine with cinnamon. Sinan had rarely left New Orleans since returning from Atlanta. The team's performance fluctuated in December. First, a 3-game losing streak, losing on the road to the Spurs, Mavericks, and Kings, 3 top Western Conference powerhouses, in utterly convincing defeats. Then they returned home and won 4 straight games, pulling their winning percentage back to the top of the Eastern Conference. This roller coaster performance curve precisely illustrated a problem. He had long recognized the team could consistently beat weaker opponents, but had almost no resistance against true powerhouses. On December 15th, Bob Bass knocked on his office door, his face showing a rare excitement. Sinan put down the scouting report in his hand. "Good news. There's a trade proposal I think is worth considering." Bob Bass sat down across from him and pushed a folder over. "The New York Knicks contacted us." Sinan opened the folder, his eyebrows slightly raised. The Knicks wanted Baron Davis. They were willing to send Latrell Sprewell and a 2004 first-round pick. Sprewell, the madman, 32 years old, a core member of the 1999 Black 8 Miracle, 3-time All-Star with tenacious defense and a reliable mid-range shot on offense. New York media wrote daily about the cold shoulder interactions between him and Chaney on the training court, and his trade value was at a low point. That 2004 first-round pick was quite enticing, though. But Baron Davis was his only cornerstone at the moment. 23 years old, just putting up all-star numbers. Trading him for a 32-year-old past his prime star and a future draft pick wasn't reinforcement, it was self-destruction. Rejected. Sinan closed the folder. Bob Bass clearly hadn't expected him to refuse so quickly. But Sprewell's defense and playoff experience. "I know Sprewell's value," Sinan interrupted. "But he's 32 with 2 years left on his contract. The final year at $14 million. Byron is 23, about to start a new extension with at least 5 years of prime. Trading 5 years for 2 just doesn't add up." Bob fell silent. "And Byron is the soul of this team. If we move him, the locker room will fall apart," Sinan said evenly. "Bob, trading Byron is not off the table, but we need equivalent young assets in return. Sprewell plus a mid to late first-round pick isn't equivalent. It's a fire sale." Bob Bass nodded, picked up the folder, and stood. As he reached the door, Sinan added, "From now on, be extra cautious when the Knicks call." The door closed. Sinan leaned back in his chair, replaying the Knicks offer in his mind. Sprewell, plus the 2004 first-round pick. From the perspective of an ordinary general manager, the offer wasn't unreasonable. A seasoned veteran plus a future asset for a rising young core. In 2002, many team executives would have considered it. But he had the benefit of historical hindsight. He knew the 2004 draft class paled in comparison to 2003. He knew that after leaving the Knicks, Sprewell would go to the Timberwolves, have one decent season, then refuse an extension with the famous line, "I've got a family to feed," after which his career would plummet, gone from the league by age 34. But he couldn't explain all that to Bob Bass. He could only say not worth it, and keep the decision in his own hands. The friction between owner and general manager accumulated in moments like these. Bob Bass wasn't a terrible general manager, but he was a normal one, evaluating trades with normal logic, running the team with normal strategy, viewing players with normal eyes. What Sinan needed to do was precisely the opposite of normal. He had to be fearful when others were greedy and greedy when others were fearful. He needed to hoard draft picks and then convert them into the right players. This philosophical clash would eventually surface. But now wasn't the time for changes. Christmas was drawing near. The entire city of New Orleans was submerged in lights and ribbons. Balconies in the French Quarter were draped with mistletoe and twinkling lights. Bourbon Street echoed all night with a medley of jazz and Christmas carols, the air sweet with the scents of roasted oysters and powdered sugar. Blue and silver strands of lights wrapped around the palm trees on Canal Street, and steamboats on the Mississippi sounded their horns, their calls carrying through the city. For the NBA, Christmas meant the densest stretch of the schedule, the start of All-Star voting, and the true grind of midseason. For Sinan, it meant Jessica Alba flying in from Los Angeles to spend the holiday with him. The day she arrived was the coldest New Orleans had seen that winter, but the sun shone bright. Sinan picked her up at the airport. She walked out with a suitcase, wearing a beige trench coat, her hair a little shorter than last time, shoulder length with a slight inward curl. When she saw Sinan, she smiled, walked quickly over, and slipped her hands into his coat pockets. "Freezing. Didn't you say the South wasn't cold? This is the South. Liar." She let him take her hands, both tucked into his pockets, and looked up at him. He bent down and kissed her forehead, then picked up her suitcase. That Christmas Eve, the Hornets hosted the Cleveland. The Cavaliers were the East's doormat. The 2002-03 season was their tanking year for LeBron James. The famous phrase, "placing hope in ping-pong balls," hadn't been coined yet, but the entire city of Cleveland was shrouded in the bizarre atmosphere of losing is winning. The game was a predictable blowout for the Hornets. Byron Davis sat out the fourth quarter after 3 quarters of work, 28 points, 11 assists. Mashburn had 20, McGloire added 14 points and 17 rebounds. 7 players scored in double figures, and the fourth quarter was pure garbage time. After the game, Sinan and Jessica skipped the team dinner. He drove her through the French Quarter, where the streets were lit by countless tiny white bulbs like a river flowing with starlight. From a bar on Bourbon Street came the sound of a saxophone. On Royal Street, a street performer played a jazz guitar in a corner, his case open with a few scattered bills and coins. Jessica tugged him to a stop and listened for a long time. The old guitarist had his eyes closed, fingers moving slowly over the strings, each note stretched out as if suspended in the air. She dropped the $20 bill into the case. The old man opened his eyes, nodded slightly, and his fingers. They had dinner at a Creole restaurant tucked away at the end of an alley. The seafood gumbo was served in a hollowed-out bread bowl. The grilled oysters were topped with garlic and parmesan. The jambalaya was packed with chunks of sausage and shrimp. Jessica took a spoonful of gumbo, her eyes lighting up, and then she sped up. "You've lost weight," she said, looking at him while eating. "Have I?" "Yes." She gestured toward his face from across the table. "Here it's sunken in. Have you been staying up late again?" "It's the season. Can't be helped." She put down her spoon and looked at him seriously. "Michael, you can't wear yourself down. The team isn't just you. You have a coach, a general manager, a whole staff. You can't carry everything alone." Sinan bit into a grilled oyster. He couldn't explain to her that on some decisions he was truly alone, because only he knew what those players would become in history. That loneliness might be the price a time traveler had to pay. "They'll try," he said. Jessica sighed, picked up her glass, and clinked it against his. "Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas." After dinner, they didn't rush back. Jessica pulled him along for a meandering walk through the French Quarter streets, following the Mississippi River embankment until the moon emerged from behind the clouds. A brightly lit cruise ship glided slowly on the river with someone on deck, dressed as Santa, waving to the shore. She leaned against the railing, squinting against the wind. "When I was little, my parents would take me to New York every Christmas to see the Rockefeller Center tree," she said. "We didn't have much money back then, stayed in cheap motels, but I remember being so happy." Sinan leaned on the railing, looking at her sideways, waiting for her to continue. "Then I started acting, made money, bought them a house. But that happiness, I can't get it back. She paused for a moment, then turned to him. This is the most like Christmas I've had in years. Sinan didn't speak. He pulled his hands out of his coat pockets, wrapped an arm around her shoulders, and drew her into his embrace. Jessica buried her face in the collar of his coat, her nose cold, her breath soft. The cruise ship let out a horn blast, a deep rumble that traveled across the water, making the air tremble. Michael, her voice muffled against his chest. Moi, you didn't buy the team for the money, did you? No. Then what for? He looked up at the black waters of the Mississippi. On the opposite shore, the Algiers district glimmered with sparse lights, and beyond stretched endless darkness all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. I want to win, he said. Not just 1 or 2 games. Win so decisively that no one can catch up. The money I inherited is enough for 10 lifetimes, but if I do nothing with it, I'm just a lucky heir. I want to create something of my own. I want years from now, when people talk about this team, they'll say I changed it. Not because I threw money at it, but because I made the right decisions. Jessica lifted her head from his embrace, moonlight falling on her face, softening her features. She rose on her tiptoes and kissed him. A very light kiss. Their lips barely touched, but his heartbeat quickened. You'll win, she said. On the way back to his place, they walked slowly along the levee. On this Christmas Eve in New Orleans, the distant music from the French Quarter drifted over, mingling with the riverboat horns. After the season ends, take me to China, Jessica said suddenly. China? Yeah. You said that's where your parents came from. I want to see it. Sinan thought of Michael's parents, of the 2 smiling people in that photograph, standing in front of the building. He nodded. Okay. The Christmas Day game broadcast was everywhere. Lakers vs. Kings, a preview of the Western Conference Finals. Sinan watched the whole game on TV, Jessica asleep against his shoulder, her breathing steady. Kobe scored 38, Shaq had 25 and 17 rebounds, and the Lakers won by 7. When the game ended, the camera panned to Jerry Buss in the Staples Center stands. The old man was wearing a red Christmas sweater, standing up to applaud, his face carrying the calm of someone who had everything under control. Sinan turned off the TV, gently moved Jessica's head onto a pillow, and walked out onto the balcony. The message from Jerry Buss sent earlier was still in his phone. He read it again and again. Since that opening night phone call, the 2 hadn't directly contacted each other. The December night wind blew off the river, carrying moisture and the distant sound of a saxophone from some bar. He stood on the balcony and thought for a long time. 2002 was coming to a close. 2003 was approaching, his true battlefield. He went back inside, turned off the balcony light. Jessica turned in her sleep and murmured something he couldn't quite catch. The season was only a third over. The coldest winter hadn't yet arrived. He was already waiting for June. In late January, New Orleans experienced its lowest temperatures of the year. The Mississippi River remained unfrozen, yet the iron railings along its banks were bitingly cold to the touch. The training facility's heating had been broken for 2 days, compelling the players to shoot in long sleeves. Their exhaled breath hung visibly in the air under the lights. After sinking a 3-pointer, Baron Davis tucked his hands into his sleeves and let out a curse, eliciting laughter from everyone. Their record stood at 32 wins and 16 losses. Ranked 3rd in the Eastern Conference, trailing only the Pistons and the Pacers. Sinan found no reason to be dissatisfied with this standing. That layer of ceiling is called talent. In basketball games, there are certain elements that tactics cannot compensate for, such as someone being able to hold the ball and make tough shots in crucial moments, the height of forwards capable of switching defense infinitely, and the 6th man on the bench who can change the pace of the game. The Hornets currently lack these elements. However, this is not a problem that can be solved in the short term. In the last week of January, the All-Star voting results were announced. Baron Davis was selected as a reserve for the Eastern Conference All-Star team. This was his first All-Star selection in his career. When the news came, he was practicing free throws in the training gym. Marzhan came rushing out of the locker room, holding up his phone and shouting his name. Baron took a glance at the phone, then expressionlessly shot the ball, making it. He handed the phone back to Marzhan and continued to shoot the next one. When he reached the 10th shot, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and his expression resembled that of a child who had been holding back laughter for a long time, finally allowing himself to smile. Everyone in the training gym burst into applause. Sinan stood in the corridor on the 2nd floor, watching the scene below. Baron looked up and pointed a finger at him. Not the middle finger, but the index finger. It meant you were the first to know. Or rather, you have a part in this. Sinan nodded to him. The All-Star weekend took place in early February in Atlanta. Sinan did not attend. He placed the invitation in a drawer and stayed in New Orleans to watch the team train. Jessica asked him twice on the phone why he wasn't going, and he replied, "There's nothing to see." Later, Cuban, "Are you crazy? It's the first time a player has been selected for the All-Star game, and you aren't going. You're the owner." Sinan stood by the window of the training gym, watching the bench players running plays below. "I know, but I don't want to go." Cuban was silent for a moment, then lowered his voice. "Did someone say something?" "No. No one said anything." Stern won't say anything, neither will Jerry Buss nor Alexander. But he knew what those unspoken words were. A 22-year-old owner with a player selected for the All-Star game for the first time rushing excitedly to Atlanta to show his face. They wouldn't say it aloud, but they would think, look, he really is just a kid. He would rather stay in New Orleans sitting behind the window that overlooked the training gym, watching the bench players who didn't make the All-Star game run plays. This was his stance. No need to prove anything to anyone, just to prove it to himself. During the 3 days of the All-Star weekend, Sinan scheduled a packed itinerary for himself. Not for socializing, but for scouting. He flew to Durham to watch the game between Duke University and North. Raymond Felton played steadily as a point guard, but Sinan's gaze remained fixated on a seldom-used shooting guard on the Duke bench. Dante Jones, drafted in the 20th position in the 2003 draft, historically selected by the Celtics. He did not become a star, but he played hard on defense and was active and cutting, capable of being the 8th or 9th man on a strong team. Players like him are overvalued at the end of the first round, but if there's a second-round pick, he would be the perfect lottery ticket. He added another line to his notebook: Dante Jones, second-round target, 3D prospect. He also flew to New York to watch the game between St. John's University and Connecticut. Connecticut's center Emeka Okafor had 7 blocks throughout the game, defensively like a wall. The second pick in the 2004 draft, historically selected by the Bobcats, later won Rookie of the Year, averaging 15 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 blocks during his peak. His offense was as rough as sandpaper, but his defense was at an NBA level from day one. Sinan wrote 2 words in his notebook: cornerstone. Then he added a question mark and crossed it out. Okafor was the second pick. He couldn't obtain him. On Sunday night during the All-Star game, Sinan watched the live broadcast in his hotel room. Garnett won the MVP with 37 points. Baron Davis played 14 minutes, scoring 6 points and 4 assists. Not flashy, but every pass was precise, as if measured with a ruler. When the camera panned past the sidelines, he saw Jerry Buss, Cuban Alexander, and Paul Allen. Kobe took over the game in the fourth quarter, scoring 9 consecutive points to extend the West's lead to double digits. When he had the ball, the entire arena chanted his name. In the end, the West won. Kobe scored 30 points and Garnett lifted the MVP trophy, but when the camera focused on Kobe, his face showed no expression. Sinan looked at the figure wearing number 8 on the screen and suddenly remembered the post he made back in 2016 when Kobe retired. That post received over 60 likes, marking the peak of his social media career. He had saved a screenshot, but later lost it when he changed phones. He still remembered the content: "Thank you for letting me know how passionately one can love something." The day after the All-Star weekend ended, the team resumed normal training. Baron returned from Atlanta with a tan line around his neck. When asked how the All-Star experience was, he replied, "Nothing special, just playing ball." Then he saw Sinan standing by the court, and the two made eye contact for a second. Baron didn't walk over nor say anything special. He simply passed the backup guards 3 times during the subsequent scrimmage, glancing back towards the corridor on the second floor each time. Sinan leaned against the railing in the corridor and smiled. By mid-February, the season entered its final stretch. Trade rumors began to spread on every city's sports radio. Kidd might go to the Spurs, Peyton might go to the Lakers, and Rasheed Wallace might be sent away by the Blazers. Baron Davis' name also appeared in several rumors. ESPN's John Clayton stated on the show the new owner of the Hornets might make some moves before the trade deadline to establish his presence in the league. Sinan did not make any trades. It wasn't that there were no opportunities. The Clippers inquired about Martian's price, the Cavaliers expressed interest in McGloire, and even the Knicks called again to ask about Baron, this time including Charlie Ward and a second-round pick. He rejected all of them, his attitude even more decisive than last time. When Bob Buss walked into his office on the afternoon of the trade deadline, he wore an indescribable expression, as if he wanted to swallow back some words, but couldn't quite manage it. Sinan pushed the final facts in front of him. Rejecting the Knicks, no reason needed. "Michael, can I ask one question?" "Ask. What exactly is your plan?" Bob's tone was not accusative, but genuinely confused. "We have roster shortcomings, insufficient bench depth, and weak forward defense. You know this. Now there's an opportunity to trade some veterans for draft picks and young assets, and you've rejected all of them. Yet at the same time, you haven't made any enhancements. I don't understand." Sinan leaned back in his chair. Outside the window, the February sky in New Orleans was gray, resembling a damp rag that couldn't be wrung out. "Bob, sit down." Bob Buss took a seat. "I rejected the Knicks trade because they were taking advantage of the situation. Baron's value is worth far more than just one mid-first-round pick. I rejected the Clippers' offer for Marjan because their assets were expiring contracts plus a second-round pick, while Marjan could still play at a high level for at least 2 more years. I rejected the Cavaliers' inquiry about McGloire because he will make the All-Star team next year. I am not against trading. I just won't make a losing trade. And none of the offers you mentioned weren't losing trades." Bob remained silent for a long time. The sky outside darkened further, and the gym lights filtered through the corridor, casting a long rectangular bright spot on the floor. You know McGloire will make the All-Star team next year. He finally said, his tone more of confirmation than a question, as if he had already sensed this. You said the same thing to Alexander before. Sinan did not respond. Michael, how do you judge these things? I did my homework. This statement was particularly clear in the now quiet office. Bob looked into his eyes as if searching for something behind those words. Ultimately, he did not pursue the question any further. He stood up, walked to the door, paused, and did not turn around. I've been in this business for 20 years. This is the first time I've encountered an owner like you. The door closed. Sinan sat alone in the office, the training gym's lights outside, casting his shadow on the wall, the outline blurry. He knew what Bob Buss was thinking. It wasn't doubt, it was confusion. A 22-year-old young man with an astonishingly accurate judgment of player value, resolutely rejecting trades as if he had already seen the outcome. Such occurrences happen once, it's luck. Twice, it's insight. More than 3 times. Then people start. He couldn't say it. Time travel was his greatest secret and also his deepest loneliness. He could write Dwayne Wade's name on the cover of the scouting report, send someone a year in advance to watch Dwight Howard's games, and jot down the draft list for the next 10 years in his notebook. But he could never tell anyone why. This loneliness became particularly clear during the twilight of the trade deadline day. He closed the scouting report and locked it in a drawer. Then he put on his coat and left the office. Only Barron remained in the training gym. The lights were on, and the sound of basketballs bouncing on the floor was monotonous and rhythmic. Barron repeatedly shot 3-pointers at the top of the arc, sweating profusely. Sinan leaned against the door frame, watching for a long time, until Barron stopped to wipe the sweat from above his eyes with his wrist catching sight of him. Why are you still here? You too. Barron tucked the ball under his arm. You know, everyone in the All-Star locker room was talking about trades. Who would be sent away, who would stay. Everyone pretended not to care, but they were all secretly checking their phones. He tossed the ball to Sinan. You were the only owner who didn't call me the entire weekend. Did you need me to call? Not really. But others did. He paused for a moment. So I thought you're different from the others. Sinan dribbled the ball on the floor, twice the feel, very familiar. He didn't shoot, but passed the ball back. The trade deadline has passed. You weren't traded. You won't be in the future. Barron caught the ball and looked at him. The gym lights cast his shadow long on the floor. What do you mean by you won't be in the future? Literally. You are the cornerstone of this team. Unless you want to leave yourself, I won't trade you. Barron remained silent. He raised the ball above his head and shot from the top of the arc. The ball arced high in the air, swishing through the net. In the entire gym, only the sound of the net rustling remained, along with the distant hum of the air conditioning. Sinan turned to walk towards the door, but halfway through he was called back. Boss. He stopped. Next All-Star game, I will be a starter. I know. He didn't turn around, but a smile crept at the corner of his mouth. Stepping out of the training gym, the night breeze of New Orleans wrapped in the moisture of the Mississippi River hit him. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Bob Buss. No, not Bob. The name displayed on the screen was Paul Allen. The trade deadline has just passed. Allen's voice on the phone had a metallic tone, as if on speakerphone. I know. You did nothing. Right. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Then Allen laughed briefly, as if he had just caught his breath. Interesting. The Blazers management sent me 17 emails today, all needing my approval. You didn't send me a single one. Didn't you say not to bother you? Allen didn't respond to that. He fell silent for a moment, then suddenly changed the subject. About Randolph last time. I've started watching his games. How is it? You might be right. Allen paused. Let's talk when you come to Seattle. The call ended. Sinan stood in the parking lot holding his phone. The February night wind blew and cold enough for him to shrink his neck. The lights of the training gym were still on in the distance, and the sound of Barron's shooting faintly came through again and again and again. The All-Star game was over, the trade deadline was over, and most of the team was about to enter March. March is the month of rookies. March Madness, the NCAA championship, the most important battlefield for all scouts throughout the year. He was about to see Dwayne Wade, Carmelo Anthony, and even LeBron James play in person. Not through video, not. He opened the car door and sat in, starting the engine. The headlights illuminated the empty parking lot exit. Goodbye, February. March is battlefield. One morning in mid-March, Sinan drove Jessica to New Orleans Airport. She was returning to Los Angeles to film the final episodes of Season 2 of Dark Angel. A drizzle was falling outside the terminal. She wore a gray hoodie with the hood pulled up, no makeup, and faint bluish shadows under her eyes. She had been up late packing the night before. She took her boarding pass out of her pocket and put it back, repeating this 3 or 4 times. I'll come back after I finish these episodes, she said. I know. Then there are a few additions in April. What additions? She hesitated. A supporting role in a movie, not many scenes. The director is Robert Rodriguez. Sinan lifted her suitcase out of the trunk. He remembered that name. Robert Rodriguez, the director of Once Upon a Time in Mexico and From Dusk Till Dawn, started his career with low-budget action films, known for his sharp style. Jessica had indeed worked with Rodriguez in history, Sin City released in 2005, where she played Nancy. The scene of her cracking a whip on stage in a leather jacket and pants later became one of the most iconic shots of her career. "You'll get that role," he said. Jessica tilted her head and looked at him. "How do you know?" "Because you're Jessica Al." She laughed, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. "I'm off." Then she pulled her suitcase into the terminal, the gray hoodie silhouette growing smaller behind the glass doors. Sinan returned to the car and opened his laptop. March was not just a month of farewells. March Madness. ESPN's broadcast schedule had already been posted online, with dense game listings from the first round all the way to the Final Four. His itinerary was almost as packed as the broadcast schedule: first fly to Indianapolis to watch the Midwest region games, then to San Antonio for the South region, and finally to East Rutherford for the East region. 3 cities, 5 days, 11 games. When times conflicted, he had to pick and choose. He would go to the game where he could see the most players. Bob Bass helped arrange his itinerary, but did not accompany him. It was common in the NBA for general managers to personally attend March Madness games, but Sinan specifically told him, "I'll handle the scouting." Bob didn't ask why. There was already an understanding between them. When the young boss said, "I'll take care of it," he better not ask too many questions. The sky over Indianapolis was gray like tin. Over 30,000 people poured into the RCA Dome, the noise cascading from the stands mingling with the thud of basketballs hitting the floor. Sinan sat in an inconspicuous seat in the third row of the scout section. Around him were scouts from various teams, all middle-aged men in polo shirts or wrinkled suit jackets, notebooks open on their laps, holding various recording tools. No one recognized him. That was exactly what he wanted. Syracuse University versus Oklahoma State. With 3 minutes left in the game, Syracuse was trailing by 5 points. Carmelo Anthony received the ball at the left 45-degree angle. He was facing a defender 2 inches taller than him, Oklahoma State's Josh Boone. Anthony didn't pass. He lowered his center of gravity, dribbled with his left hand, and drove to the right, his shoulder almost brushing the defender's chest. His first step wasn't particularly fast, but the second step exploded like a crocodile, suddenly lunging beneath the water, pushing the defender half a step aside, then a sudden stop, jump, and fade away. When the ball left his fingertips, the arc was high, but when it fell into the basket, it only brushed the net. The entire move was like a slow-down movie, every detail clear and weighty. His shoulders, his elbow, the slight angle of his lean as he released. His body was the most NBA-ready among all the 2003 rookies. Broad shoulders, strong legs, and his shooting form didn't waver at all while hitting clutch shots in a dome of 30,000 people. In history, the Nuggets drafted him with the 3rd pick, and his rookie season average of 21 points per game perfectly validated that assessment. But his focus on defense and off-ball movement were issues he never fully resolved. Syracuse won by 2 points in the end. Anthony finished with 32 points and 11 rebounds. Sinan wrote a line in his notebook: "Instant offense, defense, and character are long-term variables. If we use the 3rd pick on him, it's the right choice. If we can't get the 3rd pick, no need to force it." Next game, Marquette versus Missouri. Dwayne Wade. Wade's performance in his junior season had already caught the attention of professional scouts, but his projected draft position was still floating around the middle to late first round. ESPN's latest mock draft had him at 15th, with the reasoning: excellent athleticism, but questionable shot selection and undersized for the shooting guard position. Sinan remembered that evaluation. In the original timeline, Heat general manager Randy Fund called Pat Riley after Wade's workout and said, "We might have found a gem." Riley flew to see him once and then decided to take him with the 5th pick. It was one of the biggest steals of the 2003 draft. Wade stole the ball in the backcourt and pushed the fast break alone. His speed wasn't blinding, but his strides were huge, as if stepping down from a cloud ladder. Reaching the front court facing 2 retreating defenders, he didn't slow down. He did a behind-the-back dribble to his left hand, spun past the first defender, then switched to his right hand, executed a Euro step past the second, and finally a reverse layup, the ball softly kissing the backboard and dropping through the net. From steal to score in under 4 seconds without a single unnecessary dribble. His speed wasn't explosive, it was rhythmic, his own unique stride length. Sinan wrote 3 words in his notebook: must get. East Rutherford St. Joseph's versus Auburn. Jameer Nelson with 31 points for the game. Dayton versus Tulsa. Josh Howard locked down the opponent's star on defense and played with veteran poise on offense. BYU versus Colorado. Rafael Rojo was clumsy but tough. After the 5-day trip, most of his notebook was filled. Sitting in the airport lounge, he flipped through his notes from start to finish and closed the notebook when the boarding call for New Orleans sounded. Back in New Orleans, the final month of the 2002-03 season was speeding toward its conclusion. The Hornets' March record was up and down. They won the games they should win and lost the ones they should lose. Baron Davis's knee was bumped by Ben Wallace during a road game against the Pistons, but fortunately it was minor. He returned after sitting out 3 games. During his 3-game absence, the Hornets went 12. April, the last week of the regular season. the Eastern Conference standings were largely set. The Pistons were first in the East with 54 wins, the Pacers second with 48, the Hornets third with 46, and the Nets fourth with 45. According to this ranking, the Hornets' first-round playoff opponent would be the sixth-seeded Boston Celtics. The Celtics had Paul Pierce and Antoine Walker. The Twin Stars provided plenty of offensive firepower, but their defense was terrible. Historically, in the 2003 playoffs first round, the Celtics indeed faced the Pacers and lost while the Hornets played the 76ers. Fate took its first tiny divergence here. On the evening after the final regular season game, Sinan called Bob Bass and Silas into his office. A new whiteboard had been added to the wall, moved from the lounge, covered with player cards and handwritten tactical notes. First round of the playoffs, the Celtics. Sinan circled the names of Pierce and Walker on the whiteboard. Our defensive strategy is simple. Double team Pierce all the way, force him to pass to Walker. Walker likes to shoot threes, but his three-point percentage this season is only 32. Let him shoot. Silas crossed his arms and stared at the whiteboard for a moment. Leave Walker open to shoot, collapse to protect the paint, grab rebounds, and push the fast break. He paused for a moment, a hint of surprise in his voice. Boss, how long have you been thinking about this? Since the day we knew we were playing the Celtics. Silas nodded and said nothing more. They walked out of the office. The corridor was lit only by the dim emergency lights. The playoffs started tomorrow. The real season was just beginning. When Sinan got home and opened the door, he immediately smelled pan-seared steak. Burnt. Jessica poked her head out of the kitchen, spatula in hand, with an expression caught between guilt and justification. It burned itself. The heat was too high, not my fault. On the dining table were 2 plates, a dish of roasted vegetables, and a bottle of red wine with the cap unscrewed, but not poured. The steak was indeed burnt black on the edges, making a crunching sound when the knife cut into it. He took a couple of bites. Is it good? She asked. Good. Liar. It's really good. He cut another piece, put it in his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. She watched him, then cut a piece for herself, took 2 chews, and her face scrunched up. It's terrible. It's okay. Why did you say it's good? Because you made it. She put down her knife and fork, didn't continue eating, and didn't continue talking. The April night breeze from New Orleans drifted in through the window, carrying the moisture of the Mississippi River and the distant music of the French Quarter. He finished the rest of the steak. She watched his plate, waiting for him to swallow the last bite. When do the playoffs start? The day after tomorrow. She nodded and took the empty plates away. The sound of the kitchen faucet ran for a while, then stopped. She came out, sat down across the dining table, and looked at him very seriously. When the first round, okay? Okay. I'm serious. Her eyes reflected the light leaking from the kitchen. You've done so much for this team, you deserve to win. Sinan stood up, walked over to her, bent down, and pressed his lips to her hair. The shampoo smelled like coconut. We will win, he said. The night before the playoffs, he sat alone in his study going through all the material on the Celtics one last time. Pierce's stats this season: 25. 9 points per game, solid rebounds and assists, 44 field goal percentage, 38 from 3. Walker averaged 21 points per game with a 32 three-point percentage. He closed his eyes, and the playing style of the Celtics twin stars replayed in his mind like a tape twice. Pierce liked to receive the ball near the free throw line with his back to the basket, then turn to face up. Walker liked to catch and shoot from the top of the arc. When he got into rhythm, he hit in streaks. When his rhythm was off, he missed in streaks. Ricky Davis came off the bench, good at chaotic play, but not at running sets. He probably had a plan. He turned off the lights and went upstairs. Jessica was already asleep, wrapped tightly in the blanket, breathing evenly. He lay down on the other side of the bed. The smoke alarm on the ceiling had a small red light blinking. Playoffs, Celtics twin stars. His first playoffs. April 19, 2003, at the New Orleans Arena. Sinan stood before the glass window of the owner's suite, gazing down at the court below. The lights blazed brighter than during the regular season, and the team emblem on the floor shimmered with a blue-gold sheen under the intense illumination. The media seating along the sidelines had doubled in number. ESPN's broadcast cameras were stationed at the baseline, their red indicator lights glowing as they focused on the players warming up. Not a single one of the 17,000 seats remained empty. From the locker room, Silas' voice traveled through the corridor into Sinan's ears. Double team Pierce as soon as he gets the ball. Force him to pass. Let Walker shoot, but don't foul. The boards are our lifeline, secure them, and push the fast break. He closed his clipboard and braced his hands against opposite sides of the locker, lowering his head in silence for a moment. All year long they've told you you're not good enough. Now prove them wrong. Baron Davis rose to his feet. Hornets on 3. Hornets. Tip-off. McGlure tapped the ball to Baron. On the first possession, Baron dribbled twice at the top of the arc and rose straight up, a step beyond the three-point line, the ball spinning through the net. The arena erupted. As soon as Pierce caught the ball on the right elbow, Mashburn's double team arrived. Pierce dished to Walker, whose three-pointer clanked off the rim. P.J. Brown grabbed the rebound and immediately fired it to Baron. With a left hand behind-the-back pass, Barron sent the ball across half-court into Mashburn's hands. Another three. 6-0. After the first quarter, the Hornets led 32-20, a 12-point advantage. Barron had 11 points and 4 assists in the quarter alone. Jessica sat in the corner of the suite, clutching a cushion, her knuckles white from tension. A 12-point lead. Is that enough? Sinan shook his head. The Celtics wouldn't surrender so easily. In the second quarter, Pierce began playing beyond reason. Even when the double team arrived early, he caught and shot before it closed in. Mashburn defended with full effort, his hand nearly covering Pierce's face, but the ball still found the net. From the middle of the second quarter onward, Pierce scored on 4 consecutive possessions. Bracing, pump-faking, pivoting, fading. His movements were so exaggerated he nearly fell, yet the feel upon release ensured the ball would go in. It wasn't a defensive mistake, this was the playoffs. At halftime, the Hornets led 54-51, a mere 3-point margin. No longer confined to three-pointers, he began attacking the paint, using his body to bull through defenders for layups, and when double-teamed, he kicked it out to McGlure for a dunk. On defense, he poked the ball away from behind Pierce and dove to the floor to secure it. His elbow was scraped raw, but he rose again at every timeout. End of the third quarter, 8,172. In the final 40 seconds, the Hornets led by 4. Pierce caught the ball at the right 45, the double team converged. He pump-faked past the closing P.J. Brown pulled up for a mid-range jumper and drew the foul. The free throw dropped. 1-point game, 12 seconds left. Boston fouled, Byron sank both. 3-point lead, 7 ticks. Pierce's final 3-point attempt rattled off the back rim. The buzzer echoed through the arena. 10,198. The Hornets had won. Jessica leaped off the couch and threw her arms around Sinan, her heart thundering like a war drum. The entire arena trembled. Byron was mobbed by his teammates at center court, arms raised high, his face a blur of sweat and something more. Sinan did not head to the locker room. This was a moment for the players and the coach. He stood in the corridor for a while, listening to the cheers and the thuds of locker doors being slapped from within. On the way back to the hotel, the French Quarter was packed with fans in Hornets jerseys. A street saxophonist played When the Saints Go Marching In. No one honked, everyone was smiling. Game 2, Boston adjusted. Pierce received the ball more off screens, releasing his shot before the double team could form. He scored for Titwo, and the Celtics won by 9. O'Neal. After the game, Silas didn't yell at anyone. He simply said they made adjustments. Now it's our turn. Game 3 at the Boston Garden. The boos rang all night. Byron played 45 minutes through the jeers, putting up 31 points and 13 assists, scoring 7 straight in the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. The Hornets won by 4-1. Game 4, Boston Garden. The Celtics were fighting for survival. From the opening tip, Pierce played with a desperate ferocity. His off-ball movement was far more relentless than in the previous 3 games, cutting from the baseline to the top of the key, weaving from the arc to the wing, every catch accompanied by fierce physical contact. Mashburn chased him with everything he had, yet Pierce always found a sliver of space a half second before the double team could close. Walker's shooting touch returned as well. He sank consecutive three-pointers in the second quarter, one of which came against a switch by P.J. Brown, a step back with an exceptionally high release point. The roar inside the Garden threatened to lift the roof off. At halftime, the Hornets trailed by 9. In the locker room, Silas' voice was deeper than usual. They're fighting for their lives. They know if they lose this, it's over. What about you? He continuously grabbed offensive rebounds in the paint, scored 2 putbacks, and also drew a technical foul on Waku. Lewin drove in transition, knocked away the defender to complete an andone, and slammed his palm hard against the floor after landing. The Hornets once cut the deficit to just 2 points. But Pierce refused to give in. He scored 7 consecutive points in the final 2 minutes of the third quarter, including a fadeaway jumper over a double team, where his body was almost parallel to the floor, yet the ball still dropped through the net. The Celtics stretched the lead back to 7 points. Lewin played for 41 minutes. Ben chased Pierce for the entire game, and his calf cramped in the last 4 minutes, forcing him to be substituted. The disparity in bench depth was magnified infinitely under playoff intensity. Ricky Davis of the Celtics came off the bench to score 18 points, while the Hornets bench contributed only 9 points for the entire game. On the final possession, the Hornets trailed by 5 points with only 18 seconds left. Lewin missed a three-pointer, and the ball bounced out of bounds. The buzzer sounded. The Celtics won 98-93, leveling the series at 22. Back at the hotel, Sinan watched the footage over and over, replaying it twice. The core of the problem was not Pierce. Players of Pierce's caliber are expected to be unguardable. The real issue was bench depth. After Mashburn was taken off due to cramps, his substitute couldn't even execute basic defensive positioning. The Celtics' second unit went on a 102 run early in the fourth quarter, and those 10 points became the final margin. But he couldn't change the bench now. All he could do was help Dynasty adjust the rotation strategy for the next game, shorten the bench's playing time, and run the starters into the ground. It was the only option. Game 5 at the New Orleans Arena. The pivotal matchup. The noise in the arena never ceased, starting from the pre-game warm-ups. The fans wore the uniformly distributed blue-purple t-shirts, turning the entire stands into a gigantic artificial wave. Someone held up a sign reading "Beat Boston," adorned with a hand holding a fly swatter. Dynasty made adjustments. He shortened the rotation. Bai Luan, Ma Sherbin P. J. Bulang, and Ma Juluo Ear all played over 40 minutes. Only 2 bench players saw action, combining for less than 20 minutes of playing time. It was a gamble, betting everything on the starters, hoping they could grit their teeth and endure 48 minutes at home. Marshburn was almost glued to Pierce while defending. Every time he maneuvered around cover, felt like traversing an obstacle course. In the first quarter, Pierce attempted only 4 shots, making 2. Byron was also closely guarded on the offensive end, but he started to seek out his teammates more. By the end of the first quarter, he had recorded 5 assists. At halftime, the Hornets led 52-46. The point difference was small, but the tempo was completely under the control of the Hornets. The third quarter was the most brutal of the series. During one drive, Pierce's elbow collided with Marshburn's brow bone, blood streaming down from above his eyebrow. Marshburn received 4 stitches on the sidelines and returned to the court with 4 minutes left in the third quarter, a thick bandage on his brow bone. In his first possession back on the court, he hit a 3-pointer from the corner. The cheers from the crowd crashed down like a wall onto the court. The Celtics did not crumble. Walker made 2 clutch 3-pointers, and Pierce scored 5 consecutive points in the middle of the fourth quarter. In the final minute, the Hornets led by 4 points. The Celtics had possession. Pierce held the ball at the top of the arc, and the entire arena stood up. He lowered his center of gravity and drove from the left, but just as he crossed the free throw line, Marshburn and Byron trapped him from both sides. The ball was knocked from his hands. Byron fell to the ground, and both he and Pierce reached for it. The referee's whistle blew. Jump ball. Byron and Pierce faced each other in the center circle. The two were nearly 10 centimeters apart in height, but Byron's jumping ability was superior. The referee tossed the ball up, and Byron touched it first, tipping it to Marshburn. The Celtics had no choice but to foul. Marshburn stepped to the free throw line, making 1 of 2, extending the lead to 5 points. In the final 12 seconds, Pierce missed a 3-pointer, and the rebound was firmly secured by Magloire. Foul, both free throws made. The buzzer sounded. 97-91. 3-2. The Hornets had match point. At the sound of the final buzzer, Marshburn bent down, resting his hands on his knees. The bandage on his brow had already soaked through, with blood sweat trickling down his cheeks as he gasped for air. The entire arena was chanting his name. Byron walked over and helped him up. The two embraced briefly. There were no cheers, no celebratory gestures, just a heartfelt hug with all their strength. Game 6, Boston Garden. Win or go home. The Celtics brought their strongest defensive intensity from the first quarter, and by the end of the third, the Hornets trailed by 8 points. He looked at Byron, at Marchand, at Magloire. You have been proving others wrong the entire season. Only 12 minutes remain now. Magloire scored 10 points and grabbed 8 rebounds in the fourth quarter. He was like a bulldozer that suddenly started stirring up the paint against the Celtics. Rebounds, putbacks, blocks. With 30 seconds left in the game, the Hornets led by 3 points. Pierce missed a 3-pointer, and Magloire secured the rebound. He stood at the free throw line, making both shots, extending the lead to 4 points. The buzzer sounded. 4-2. The Hornets advanced. Sinan stood in the corner of the visiting suite at the Boston Garden. Through a glass wall, he saw Byron and Magloire embracing at center court, with Byron pressing the Canadian's head against his chest. Marchand raised his arms to wave at the blue section of the visiting stands. The buzzing, the boos, and the cheers from a few people mixed together under the dome. That night, the entire team flew back to New Orleans. The arrivals hall at the airport was packed with fans at 2 in the morning, with hundreds of them holding homemade signs. Byron walked at the front, stopping when the wave of fan noise came over, placing his travel bag on the ground and applauding the crowd. Sinan walked at the back of the line. A little boy wearing a Byron jersey held up a cardboard sign that read, "Thank you, Mr. Li." He squatted down. "What's your name?" "Elijah." "Thank you, Elijah." Returning to the residence, dawn was approaching. A thin mist floated over the Mississippi River. Jessica leaned against the door frame, wearing his old t-shirt, her hair tousled. "Did we win?" "We won." She nodded, turned to walk inside, then suddenly reached out to smooth the collar of his wrinkled shirt, her fingers moving slowly against the fabric. "When does the second round start?" "In a week." "Who is the opponent?" "The New Jersey Nets." Jason Kidd, Kenyon Martin, Richard Jefferson, Kerry Kittles. Last season's Eastern Conference champions, they had just dispatched the Bucks 41 in the first round. Kidd averaged 18 points, 8 rebounds, and 9 assists. In playoff mode, Kidd was the most terrifying point guard in the league, not because he scored a lot, but because he could turn every other player on the court into a threat. Martin's athleticism would give McGlure fits, and Jefferson's wing penetration exploited the Hornets' weakest perimeter defense. This Nets team was stronger than the Celtics. Much stronger. Can we win? Jessica asked. Outside the window, the sky shifted from deep blue to grayish white. In the distance came the engine of a milk truck. Its tires rolled over the damp pavement, the sound faint. Kidd is an MVP caliber point guard. Martin's athleticism is elite, and their defensive efficiency ranks second in the East. So we can't. Sinan turned his head to look at her, a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. I didn't say we can't. I said they're strong. Jessica tilted her head and studied him for a moment, then reached over and plucked a loose thread from his shirt collar. Every time you say the opponent is strong, there's a strange light in your eyes. What kind of light? Like you're thinking, I know how to win. Sinan didn't answer. Maybe she was right. He didn't know the exact script for the series against the Nets, which game they would win and which they would lose. But he knew Kidd's weaknesses: inconsistent shooting. Let him shoot, collapse, and protect the paint. Kenyon Martin had no self-created offense. Once Kidd's passing lanes were cut off, Martin's offensive contributions were reduced to dunks and putbacks. The Nets' half-court offense was limited in options. Force them into half-court sets, and their efficiency would drop. What he needed to do was tell these things to Silas, then sit courtside and watch the game. Go to sleep, he said. Jessica turned and walked into the bedroom. Sinan sat down on the living room sofa and opened his laptop. He had already arranged for someone to compile all 5 game tapes from the Nets' first-round series against the Bucks. Kidd's passing lanes, Martin's pick-and-roll rolls, Jefferson's cuts. Every possession meshed as precisely as interlocking gears. He pressed play. On the screen, Kidd brought the ball up. Martin set a screen from the weak side. Kidd used the screen and went right the Hornets. No, the Bucks' defense was drawn away. Martin rolled. Kidd delivered a one-handed bounce pass that threaded between 2 defenders, and Martin caught it and threw down a vicious dunk. He paused, rewound, and watched again. Dawn broke. The mist over the Mississippi River was dissipating. 1 week later, New Jersey. In East Rutherford, the Continental Airlines Arena. As Sinan walked into the visiting team's tunnel, the historical photos of the Nets lining the corridor walls slowed his steps. Speaking of history, only the last 2 years truly merited display. The 2002 Eastern Conference Championship banner, the photo of Kidd hoisting the trophy, the poster of Martin posterizing an opponent. For most of the 90s, this team was the laughingstock of the league until Kidd arrived and transformed them overnight into Eastern Conference powerhouses. Sinan had witnessed too many stories of a top point guard changing a team in his past life, but seeing these photos in person still reminded him of what he was doing now. Warm-ups were still underway. Kidd was shooting on the other half court. His movements unhurried, his release point low, the arc flat, as if sliced by a knife. The ball swished through the net with a light, crisp sound, almost without spin. Watching him, Sinan recalled a detail. Historically, Kidd didn't develop a reliable three-point shot until late in his career. During his Nets days, his outside shooting had always been a weakness. His defenders liked to sag off him. Byron walked out of the locker room, stood beside Sinan, also watching Kidd. He's my benchmark, Byron said. It wasn't a challenging tone, just calm. I know. 2 years ago when I was a rookie, the coach made me watch his tapes. Not for his technique, but to see how he made his teammates better. Byron took his mouthguard out, looked at it, then put it back. Now I'm standing across from him. Sinan didn't respond. The beauty of the playoffs lay precisely here. Not superstar versus superstar, but someone striving to become the next superstar. Tip-off. McGlure and Martin jumped simultaneously. McGlure's fingers were a hair quicker, tipping the ball to Byron. Hornets' first possession. Byron faced Kidd at the top of the arc, and the arena fell silent for a moment. Byron lowered his center of gravity and drove right. Kidd's defensive stance was precise, not giving ground. Byron stopped abruptly, pulled the ball back, and stepped into a three-pointer. The ball clanked off the front rim, and Martin grabbed the rebound. On the Nets' first offensive set, Kidd slowly brought the ball up the court, directing his teammates' movements past to Martin at the free-throw line, then cut, without the ball, to the corner. Martin handed it back to Kidd, screening Byron in pursuit. Kidd hit an open mid-range jumper. From initiation to score, the entire sequence took less than 10 seconds. Every frame textbook. Sinan set down his clipboard. Just as he had anticipated. The Nets' half-court offense heavily relied on Kidd's orchestration. Severing the connection between Kidd and his teammates meant strangling their throats. Silas clearly realized this as well. After a timeout, the Hornets began high-pressure delays on Kidd, forcing him to release the ball early. The adjustment took immediate effect. The Nets failed to score on 3 consecutive possessions. Byron capitalized on that stretch, scoring 5 straight points to put the Hornets ahead. At halftime, the Hornets led 4,641. Kidd had only 4 points, but dished out 7 assists. Martin had scored 12 points off pick-and-roll dives, each bucket accompanied by intensely aggressive body language. McGlure already had 2 fouls. Silas had no choice but to shift P.J. Brown to the center spot, costing them half an inch in height. P.J. Brown moved to the 5, and the team's height dropped by half an inch instantly. After obtaining the defensive rebound, Kidd no longer leisurely crossed half court, but instead made a long pass to find Martin and Jefferson, who had already sprinted to the front. Jefferson's speed completely overwhelmed Marshawn in their matchup. His legs seemed to be equipped with springs as he caught the ball in the 3-second zone and took off directly. Silas called a timeout to adjust the defensive matchups, but the Hornets' transition defense was always a step behind. The issue lay not with the guards, but with the forwards. Marshawn's age and legs could not hide in this frantic pace. The point gap was gradually closing, and in the last 2 minutes of the quarter, Kidd sank the first three-pointer of the game, allowing the Nets to take the lead. The noise in the Continental Airlines Arena reached a boiling point. Sinan looked down at his notebook where a few words were written: increase speed. He drew 2 horizontal lines beneath the word. The Nets' vulnerability also lay here. They relied too heavily on fast breaks. Once forced into a half-court game, Kidd's shooting shortcomings and Martin's rough low-post skills would be exposed. The question is whether the Hornets can control the pace. Mashburn slid to the power forward spot with P.J. Brown playing center, leaving only one pure interior player on the floor using speed and agility to contend against the Nets. This was not Silas' usual lineup, nor had Sinan seen them practice this formation, yet he still deployed it. The effect was immediate. The Hornets' transition defense caught up, stifling the Nets' fast break for 3 consecutive possessions, and the gap did not widen further. In the final 2 minutes, the score was tied. Kidd held the ball, controlling the tempo. The atmosphere in the entire arena tightened. Martin moved up to set a screen. Kidd drifted right off the screen, and Barron fought through the screen to chase him. Kidd stopped abruptly, feigned a shot, but Barron did not jump. Kidd hesitated for half a second, and in that half-second Barron's hand slashed the ball. The ball rolled away, and both players dove for the floor. Barron's fingers reached it first, tipping it to Mashburn. Mashburn dribbled forward to Tunon in the front court and dished to the trailing Barron. Barron finished the layup, drew a foul, and made the free throw. The Hornets took a 2-point lead. The Nets' final possession. Kidd consumed time at the top of the arc. Everyone stood. With 6 seconds left, he drove off Martin's screen, splitting the defense, and passed to Kittles in the right corner. Kittles launched a 3-pointer. The ball spun through the air, clanged off the back rim, and bounced out. Magloire grabbed the rebound and was fouled. He sank both free throws. A 4-point lead with 1.8 seconds left for the Nets. Martin threw a desperate pass from the backcourt. The ball sailed across the court, hit the backboard, and bounced away. The final buzzer sounded. The Hornets won 94-90, taking the first game on the road. In the player tunnel, Barron had 2 ice packs strapped to his knee, walking with a slight limp. Sweat had soaked his jersey, darkening a large patch on his back. He glanced at Sinan and gave a nod. On that steal in the fourth quarter, he had thrown his entire body into it. That was what a leader should do. The Eastern Conference semifinals turned into a prolonged tug-of war. In Game 2, the Nets fought back. Kidd posted a triple-double, 19 points, 13 rebounds, 11 assists. Martin dominated the paint, while Magloire fell into foul trouble, playing only 24 minutes. Kidd posted a triple-double, 19 points, 13 rebounds, 11 assists. Martin dominated the paint, while Magloire fell into foul trouble, playing only 24. Game 3 returned to New Orleans. The Hornets clawed back with an ugly, low-scoring game. The final score was 7,672. Barron had an off-shooting night, scoring only 14 points, but dished 12 assists. Magloire grabbed 20 rebounds, 7 of them offensive. After the game, his lips were chapped and bleeding. When he chest-bumped teammates, the blood smeared onto P.J. Brown's jersey. The Hornets led 21. Game 4 was the most brutal contest of the series. Kidd and Barron locked each other down, combining for only 9 makes on 31 attempts. The role players decided the outcome. The Nets' Kittles and Jefferson combined for 42 points. On the Hornets' side, no one off the bench reached double figures. The Nets won by 7. The series was tied 22. Sinan did not leave the box immediately after the game. He watched the Nets players celebrate on the floor of the New Orleans Arena. Jefferson jumped onto Martin's back. Kidd stood nearby, hands on his hips, no smile on his face. Only exhaustion. After 4 games, Kidd was averaging 43.5 minutes per game. He was 35. No, in 2003, Kidd was actually 30, but his style of play was as seasoned as a 35-year-old's. He was dragging the team forward on sheer willpower, just as Barron was dragging the Hornets. Game 5, the pivotal contest in New Jersey. In the fourth quarter, the Hornets trailed by 3. Barron twisted his ankle while driving, and dishing fell to the floor, and the ball rolled out of bounds. The entire Continental Airlines Arena fell silent. He lay on the floor, clutching his ankle with both hands, his face buried in his arms, the rise and fall of his back clearly visible. Silas called a timeout, and the team trainer sprinted onto the court. Sinan stood up from his seat in the box, pressing his palm against the glass. After what felt like an eternity of seconds, Barron was helped to his feet. He took 2 tentative steps, limping noticeably, But instead of heading to the bench, he walked up to Silas. Across the entire arena, Sinan could not hear what they were saying. But he saw Silas' lips move, and Baron shook his head. Then Baron turned and walked back onto the court. His teammates watched him. The home fans of the Nets watched him too, their boos sputtering briefly before dying down, as if they themselves sensed the inappropriateness. Kidd stood on the opposite half-court watching this point guard 6 years his junior limp toward the center line and gave a slight nod. In the final minute and a half, Baron Davis did not score. His ankle prevented him from completing a normal drive, and his jump shot had noticeably less elevation than usual. But he delivered 2 assists, a bounce pass to Magloire and a cross-court pass to Mashburn in the corner. Mashburn's three-pointer bounced on the rim twice before falling through. The Hornets regained a 2-point lead. The Nets' final possession, Kidd's fadeaway jumper fell short. The ball hit the front rim. The buzzer sounded. 9,391. The Hornets led 32. Baron Davis' stat line read 17.6 rebounds, 11 assists. His shooting percentage barely above 30, but he stayed on the floor for 42 minutes. After the game, he did not celebrate. He limped toward the player tunnel. The team doctor and assistant coach flanked him like escorts for a soldier just returned from battle. The lights at the tunnel entrance stretched his shadow long. As he passed Sinan, he paused for a moment without turning his head, his voice low and hoarse. Game 6. Game 6. The New Orleans Arena. Win and advance or lose, and return to New Jersey for a Game 7. Sinan remembered the scene outside the arena that day. At 4 in the afternoon, over 3 hours before tip-off, the square was already filled with people in Hornets jerseys. Some carried team banners around the square, others held signs reading "Finish them." The bars in the French Quarter had all their TVs tuned to ESPN, even the old establishments that usually only played jazz. Elijah, the boy who held the "Thank you, Mr. Lee" sign at the airport, stood with his mother in the entrance line, still holding that piece of cardboard. During warm-ups, Baron's ankle was wrapped in thick bandages, each step carrying a barely perceptible hesitation. But he shot 15 threes and made 13. Once the game started, that hesitation vanished completely by his third step. On the first possession, he blew past Kidd, drove into the paint, and drew a foul on Martin. At the free throw line, his breathing was still rapid. He missed the first free throw but calmly sank the second. Every subsequent drive placed the full weight of the season on that bandaged ankle. Just before halftime, he stepped on Jefferson's foot while completing a full-court layup and crashed sideways to the floor. 17,000 people in the arena gasped simultaneously. He lay on the ground for a moment, then was pulled up by Magloire and Mashburn, one on each side. He rubbed the bandaged spot and walked to the free throw line. He did not leave the game. He could not leave the game. The Nets cut the deficit to 3 points, and Silas called a timeout. Sinan sat in the suite, Jessica's hand resting on his, yet he remained unaware. When the timeout ended, Baron brought the ball up at the top of the arc. At that moment, he must have been exhausted. A man who had played 44 minutes, his ankle wrapped in bandages, every dribble landing like stepping on a blade's edge. But as he waited for Martin's screen, he suddenly exploded, slipping past Kidd on the other side of the pick and driving into the paint. Facing the help defender, he lofted the ball high. Not a shot, but a pass. Magloire took off from the weak side, caught the ball with both hands, and slammed it through the hoop. The thunderous roar of the dunk was swallowed by the city's celebration. The lead stretched to 5 points. On the Nets' next possession, Kidd missed a three-pointer. Magloire grabbed his 18th rebound. The Nets fouled. Baron sank both free throws. The lead grew to 7. In the final seconds, the Nets nailed 2 consecutive threes, but time had run out. The final buzzer sounded 99-95. 4-2. The Hornets, a team in their first season since relocating to New Orleans, had advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals. Mashburn collapsed at the center circle, his forehead pressed against the floor. P.J. Brown spread his arms wide, face upturned to the sky. Magloire, buried at the bottom of the dog pile, laughed like a child. Only Baron Davis stood at the edge of the celebration, hands on his knees, head bowed. When the camera focused on him, tears streamed down his face, dripping beside the bandaged ankle. In front of everyone, he sobbed aloud. This was the man who had carried an entire team on his shoulders through 6 games, and in the moment the final buzzer sounded, he finally allowed himself to stop being steel. Sinan stood before the glass window of the suite, holding that pose for a long time. Jessica embraced him from behind, pressing her cheek between his shoulder blades. Through his shirt, her voice came muffled and slightly nasal. "You're crying." Sinan glanced down at his own hand. He was crying. He couldn't recall when it started. He didn't wipe the tears away. Instead, he pressed his palm more firmly against the glass that reflected the entire arena. Outside the window above the New Orleans arena, blue-purple confetti rained down from the stands. The paper pieces spun in the lights like a swarm of butterflies that had lost their way. The Eastern Conference Finals. Their opponent, the Detroit Pistons. The same Pistons that had defeated the Lakers F4 to win the championship, the Pistons that wove a suffocating net with 5 players choking every opponent. But that was a matter for days later. Tonight this city had the right to celebrate. And he had the right to stand before a glass window, letting his tears dry on their own. The first game of the Eastern Conference Finals was in Detroit. The visitors' locker room at the Palace of Auburn Hills was smaller than New Orleans, with cold, harsh lighting that cast a bluish tint on the hung jerseys, turning their blue-purple into a pallid shade. The walls were bare concrete coated with gray paint, and the ventilation ducts overhead lay exposed, each hum of the air conditioning accompanied by a metallic rattle. Silas wrote 2 words on the chalkboard: space patience. He didn't write rebounds or defense because he knew those were fundamentals, and the Pistons would perfect them to the extreme. Byron sat before his locker, the ankle tape removed, leaving faint indentations. The team doctor said he could play, but should not exceed 38 minutes per game. Byron nodded after hearing it, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Sinan stood at the locker room door for a moment, but didn't enter. He could hear the squeak of sneakers on the floor inside, a player muttering a curse under his breath, Magloire's heavy breath. Then Byron stood up, and everyone followed him toward the tunnel. As he passed Sinan, Byron patted his arm, firm but not heavy, without pausing, and strode straight into the blinding light. Tip-off. Magloire and Ben Wallace leaped simultaneously. Ben jumped a full hand higher, cleanly tapping the ball to Billups. Billups brought the ball up court at a leisurely pace. Hamilton began his baseline run. Prince wove through screen after screen. Rasheed Wallace planted himself at the elbow. The entire offense cranked like a precisely tuned machine. The ball passed through 4 pairs of hands before returning to Billups, who rose for a 3-pointer over Byron's defense. Swish. On the Hornets' next possession, Byron called for a screen, and Magloire stepped up. Ben switched his lateral movement, completely sealing Byron's driving lane. Byron passed to Mashburn in the corner, but Prince's long arm was already there. Mashburn was forced to take a dribble and shoot the ball clanking off the rim's side. Ben grabbed the rebound. After nearly half the first quarter, the Hornets had scored only 4 points. It wasn't that they couldn't shoot. It was that even getting a shot off was a struggle. The Pistons' defense made every catch, every dribble, every pass feel like squeezing water from stone. Silas called a timeout. He flipped over the clipboard. Blank. Slow down. Don't race them. They want you to hurry. Use movement to open the floor, get the ball to Byron, and trust him. He looked at Byron. Byron said nothing, biting down on his mouthpiece, sweat trickling from his temples. Back from the timeout, Byron began moving more off the ball, weaving through double screens set by Magloire and P.J. Brown from one baseline to the other. Catch, rise, release. He knocked down 3 mid-range jumpers in the latter part of the quarter, keeping the Hornets from being completely blown away. Halftime: Pistons 47, Hornets 37. For the first time, Sinan walked into the locker room during intermission. Every player looked up at him. Byron had an ice pack strapped to his knee. Mashburn's chest heaved. Magloire covered his face with a towel. He said only one sentence: we have 24 minutes. In the second half, Silas adjusted the defensive matchups. Mashburn on Hamilton, Byron on Billups. It was a gamble. After 2 rounds of grinding against Pierce and Jefferson, could Mashburn's legs still chase the league's most relentless off-ball mover? But if he didn't, Byron's stamina would be drained on both ends. Silas had no other choice. Hamilton made Mashburn suffer in the first half of the third quarter. He sliced through the staggered screens set by Ben and Rasheed like a fish threading coral crevices, smooth and merciless. Mashburn chased desperately, crashing into those solid bodies again and again, then veering around them. After Hamilton scored 6 straight points, Mashburn stopped, took a deep breath, sweat dripping from his nose. Then he kept chasing. In the latter part of the third quarter, Hamilton's shooting percentage began to drop. Not because Mashburn's defense suddenly improved, but because Hamilton was tired. The man chasing him was tired too, but he kept chasing. In the fourth quarter, the Pistons' offense stalled. Billups went cold, Rasheed got into foul trouble, and Ben was effectively a non-factor on offense. Byron hit 2 crucial 3-pointers midway through the final period, cutting the deficit to 4 points. The Palace fell silent. The Pistons fans began to realize that this team, which they had expected to crush easily, would not go down without a fight. With 1 minute left, the Hornets trailed by 3. Byron held the ball, the entire arena stood. He faced Billups, drove right, stopped on a dime, and stepped back for a 3. The ball spun through the air, its arc perfect, but it clanged off the back rim. Magloire soared between Ben and Rasheed, grabbed the board with both hands, and was immediately trapped by 2 defenders upon landing. He didn't force a shot. He kicked it out to Byron on the perimeter. Byron took a deep breath and shot again. The ball bounced twice on the rim before falling through. 9,292. The air was sucked out of the Palace. The Pistons' final possession. Billups held the ball at the top of the key, bleeding the clock. Every heart was in everyone's throat. He started using Ben's screen to drive left. Byron fought through the pick, but Billups' shoulder had already wedged open space. He stopped at the free throw line, rose, and shot. Byron's fingertips nearly grazed the underside of the ball. It left Billups' hand on a flat, fast arc. The sound of it slicing through the net was excruciatingly clear in the silent Palace. 94-92, with 1. 3 seconds left for the Hornets. Silas used his final timeout. He drew up a play for Byron to catch and shoot with McGloire and P.J. Brown setting a double screen and Mashburn inbounding. The play unfolded. Byron curled off the baseline, took the pass off the screen. But Prince switched onto him, a defender whose height and wingspan dwarfed his own, completely smothering his shooting window. Byron faded back, releasing at the limit. The ball hit the front rim. The buzzer was swallowed by the roar of the palace. The Pistons won the first game. 1-0. Sinan stood still, watching his players trudge toward the tunnel with heads down. Byron sat on the floor for a moment after the final shot before being pulled up. As he passed Sinan, he didn't look at him. The locker room was silent. Silas stood in the doorway, hand gripping the frame. The team bus rolled through the Sinan sat in the last row by the window. A thin film of condensation filmed the glass. Patches of streetlights swept across his face one after another. The Pistons' defense was a meat grinder that had already chewed up countless offenses, and his team would be no different if he didn't do something. But what could he do? He wasn't a coach. He couldn't draw up plays. He wasn't a player. He couldn't step onto the court. He was the owner. An owner's job wasn't to draw lines on a clipboard. It was to supply the resources to win. And the resources he could provide weren't in 2003. They were in 2004, in 2005, in the draft list that hadn't yet been written into history. This was the most powerless moment for a time traveler. He knew so many things, but some things, even knowing them, didn't change them. Back at the hotel, he dialed Jessica's number. It rang twice before she picked up. "We lost," he said. "I know. I watched the stream." Her voice was soft, as if she had just rolled over in bed. "Are you okay?" He didn't answer. Outside the window, Detroit was pitch black. "That last shot Byron took was good. It just didn't go in," she said. "Not going in doesn't mean he wasn't good enough." Sinan held the phone. Every word Jessica said was true, but the knot in his heart wouldn't loosen. Not because of losing one game, because he realized his own helplessness in this moment. He switched the phone to his other hand. "Jessica, have you ever felt like you know exactly how something will unfold, but you still can't change it?" The silence on the other end stretched longer than he expected. Then she said, "Every day?" Her voice was faint, as if she were speaking of something long buried. "I've been in this industry for 5 years. I've seen so many roles. I know I can act better than others, but when auditions come, the director just won't pick me. I know I'm better than what they see, but I'm not in their sight. I'm here where they can't see. This feeling, this is what you mean, isn't it?" Sinan pulled the curtains shut. The room plunged into complete darkness. "Something like that. Then keep auditioning," Jessica said, her voice suddenly less soft, carrying a stubbornness she only showed when arguing with directors on set. "If once doesn't work, try twice. If twice doesn't work, try 10 times. You know it's right. Just keep doing it." Sinan didn't reply, but in the darkness the corner of his mouth twitched. Game 2. The Pistons, they raised the defensive intensity on Byron to a maddening level. Billups chased him full court without regard for stamina. Prince was ready to switch at any moment. Ben's help defense loomed like a shadow over the entire paint. Byron attempted 17 shots, but made only 4. Hamilton scored 28 points. Billups added 21 points and 11 assists. The Pistons won by 14-0. Byron delivered his best performance of the series, 31 points and 9 assists, with a resurgence in shooting accuracy. McGloire contributed 18 points and 14 rebounds, including 5 on the offensive end. The Hornets secured their first victory in franchise history for the Eastern Conference Finals at home, as the buzzing sound resonated, shaking the entire arena. 2-1. In Game 4, the Pistons demonstrated why they were champion caliber. From the very first minute, they exhibited a desperate intensity on defense, ensuring the lead never shrank to within 5 points. 93-85. 3-1, the Pistons gained match point. In Game 5 at the Palace of Auburn Hills. Win or go home. The Hornets chose to win. Off-ball. 93-85. 3-1, the Pistons gained match point. In Game 5 at the Palace of Auburn Hills. Win or go home. The Hornets chose to win. Byron Davis played the entire 48 minutes, not resting for a second. Silas saw him bending over, hands on his knees, gasping for air in the third quarter, calling a timeout to prepare to take him out for a 2-minute break. Byron glanced at the coach and waved his hand. He refused without words, just breathing heavily and gesturing as if it were a matter that needed no discussion. Silas put away the tactical board, canceling the substitution. 48 minutes of play. The final stats recorded 37 points, 8 rebounds, 10 assists, with only 3 turnovers. His ankle felt no pain after the third 1,000th sprint. It's not that there was no pain, but rather his body chose to ignore it. In the dying moments of the game, the Pistons closed in to just 2 points behind, with McGloire blocking Hamilton's layup and P.J. Brown securing the rebound tightly. The buzzer sounded. 94-92. 3-2, the Hornets stole a game back from Detroit. In Game 6, New Orleans. Outside the arena, people began queuing as early as 2 in the afternoon. By 5 o'clock, the entire square transformed into a sea of blue and purple with traffic completely paralyzed. Every bar in the French Quarter cranked the TV volume to the max, and even the riverboats on the Mississippi flew the Hornets team flag. In the locker room, Silas did not discuss tactics. He looked at the players forming a circle, remaining silent for a long time. Then he extended his hand palm facing down. Everyone stacked their hands on top of each other, one after another, black, white, calloused, and bandaged. Byron placed his hand on top last. From the very first second, the game entered a lethal struggle. The Pistons did not want to play a Game 7, while the Hornets did not want their season to end. Every point felt as if it were chiseled from stone. At halftime, the Hornets were trailing by 1 at 40-41. Byron scored 17 points by halftime. The third quarter was the most defensively intense period of this series. The two teams combined for only 31 points. Every shot was accompanied by physical collisions, and every inch of the floor saw players diving for possession. Magloire and Ben fought like two beasts vying for territory under the basket, their elbows and knees entwined, breathing heavily. Hamilton's running distance had exceeded any single game of the regular season, but Marzhan was still chasing. With 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the Hornets trailed by 4. Silas called a timeout. He squatted in front of the players, leaving the tactical board on the ground unpicked up. You have come this far not because you are more talented than others. It is because you are less willing to back down than anyone else. His voice was not loud, but everyone in the locker room heard him clearly. Byron stood up. In his 6 games of the Eastern Conference Finals, he had been repeatedly stifled by build-ups, resulting in turnovers and missed shots. He knew he was the starting point of the Hornets offense and the end point of the Pistons defense. In the final 2 minutes, there were no tactics, no movements, only one thing. Give the ball to Byron. On the first possession after the timeout, Byron faced Billups at the top of the arc, drove right, halted abruptly, and leaned back. Billups' hand was right in front of him, nearly blocking his view of the rim. The ball left his fingertips, spinning perfectly. The sound of the net swishing stirred an uproar of cheers in the arena. The score was tied. In the final 45 seconds, the Pistons called a timeout. Larry Brown drew up a play for Hamilton, who received the ball off 2 screens, faced Magloire in a switch, and took a quick jump shot. The ball went in, giving the Pistons a 2-point lead. 27 seconds remaining. Silas did not call a timeout. He let Byron decide for himself. Byron dribbled up from the backcourt as the entire crowd stood, his breath inaudible amid the cacophony. Facing Billups, he did not call for a screen, lowered his center of gravity, and drove right. Billups stayed tight on him, maintaining his position. Byron halted and pulled the ball back, faking a shot, causing Billups to bite. Byron moved closer and released the shot. The whistle blew. Foul. 3 free throws. Auburn Hills. No, the air in the New Orleans arena froze. Byron stepped up to the free throw line for the first shot. The ball bounced off the rim and went in. The second shot was clean and decisive. The third shot, the same motion, the same arc. Swish. 99-98, the Hornets took a 1-point lead. In the last 19 seconds, the Pistons did not call a timeout. Billups advanced the ball facing Byron. 2 point guards confronted each other at the top of the arc, the audience's roar cascading down from the stands. Billups initiated using a screen from Ben to drive, but Byron was blocked. Magloire switched onto him, and Billups faced him for a mid-range jumper. The arc of the shot was high, all eyes following its ascent and descent. It hit the back rim, bouncing out. Ben tapped the ball out under the basket as it fell towards the corner. Prince received the ball, launching a buzzer-beater three-pointer. The ball hit the side of the rim. The buzzer sounded. The roof of the New Orleans arena was nearly lifted by the wave of sound. 99-98, the Hornets forced the series into a Game 7. Byron Davis was piled on by his teammates at center court, reaching out a hand from the gaps in the crowd, raising 3 fingers to the sky. Magloire sat on the ground with his back against the hoop, his expression indecipherable between tears and laughter. Marzhan hugged P.J. Brown, their foreheads touching. The New Orleans arena transformed into a boiling sea of blue and purple. Sinan stood in the box. The phone rang. Jessica. Neither spoke. Only her breath could be heard through the receiver alongside the faint sound of a television broadcast in the background. After a long pause, she said, "You're shaking." He glanced down at his hands. Indeed, they were trembling. Outside the window, the night sky of New Orleans was. On the flight from New Orleans to Detroit, no one spoke. Byron sat in the window seat of the last row, enormous headphones clamped over his ears, eyes closed. Whether he was listening to music or merely trying to shut out the world's noise was uncertain. Magloire folded up the armrest between their seats, leaning his massive frame toward the aisle, his head resting on P.J. Brown's shoulder. Mashburn had a magazine spread across his knees, the pages still open to an oil-stained advertisement. Through the porthole, the clouds unfurled beneath the wing like a vast white wasteland. This was the last stop before the season's finish line. Win, and it's on to the finals. Lose, and vacation begins. But no one came here for a vacation. An hour before the game, Sinan stood in the visitors' tunnel of the Palace of Auburn Hills. The tunnel here was narrower than any other, the ceiling oppressively low, the walls painted an unsettling dark gray. The Pistons had deliberately designed the visitors' locker room this way, making every opposing player who came here feel unwelcome. Byron walked past him, his warm-up suit zipped all the way to his chin. He paused for a moment in front of him. "Last time you told me you wouldn't trade me unless I wanted to leave, right? And if I missed the last shot today?" Sinan looked at him. From the end of the tunnel came the roar of the arena, the restlessness of 22,000 people waiting for the slaughter to begin. "I will hang your jersey from the rafters." Byron's expression didn't change, then the corner of his mouth curved slightly. "I'm not retired yet." He tucked his mouthpiece in and turned into the light. Before the tip-off, the palace of Auburn Hills completed its signature opening ritual. Flames shot from both sides of the scoreboard, the heat wave rushing all the way to center court. The fans' roar bounced off the concrete walls, blending into a primal aggression. This wasn't watching a game. It was participating in a hunt. Billups exhausted the entire 24 seconds on the first possession. Not a prolonged isolation play, but the ball circulating among 5 men. Hamilton cutting through 3 screens from the baseline to the opposite corner, Prince driving from the wing to draw the defense, Rashid acting as the pivot at the elbow to distribute possessions. The ball finally returned to Billups, who held it until the last 2 seconds against Byron's defense before releasing. Three-pointer swish. The Pistons' first attack set the tone for Game 7, slow, suffocating every shot like squeezing water from a stone. Every catch came with a fight. Every dribble pressed against a chest. Byron's left wrist was wrapped in flesh-colored tape, protecting the sprain from the fall in the previous game. Each time the ball hit the floor, the edge of the tape lifted slightly. He knew Billups was eyeing that spot. At halftime, the score was 34-35. The Hornets trailed by 1. The two numbers together didn't even reach 70. In the locker room, Silas' voice was low. He didn't even pick up the clipboard. "They're waiting for you to get tired. They've been waiting the entire series. Every game they rested one more man, then you rotated one more position. But they haven't gotten what they wanted. You've chased them back again and again. Now there are 24 minutes left. Anyone here tired?" No one spoke. Byron took the ice pack off his knee and tossed it into the bucket. "I'm not tired." Silas looked at him. Byron's eyes were red, not from crying but from the salt in his sweat seeping in. His jersey was soaked through by halftime, a dark sweat stain stretching from shoulder to waist. But when he said "I'm not tired," his voice was as steady as if he were talking about the weather. The third quarter was the longest 12 minutes of the series. Billups scored 10 in the quarter. Every point came with Byron's defense pressed against him. Hamilton was knocked to the floor during an off-ball run, then got up and kept going. Big Ben blocked McGlure, then pounded his chest twice after landing. The whole palace of Auburn Hills roared. The Pistons led by as many as 9. The Hornets cut it to 3, then Detroit pulled away again. Byron caught the ball on the left wing with Prince switching onto him. The long arm was almost brushing his eyelashes. Byron dropped his center of gravity, faked left, then drove right. Prince stayed with him, never losing position. Byron stopped, leaned back his body, nearly losing balance in the air. The ball left his hand, cleared Prince's fingertips, and arced so high it almost grazed the bottom of the shot clock. The sound of the net snapping separated itself from the din, crisp, brief. The gap was 4 points. At the start of the fourth quarter, Silas did one thing. He left Byron, Mashburn, McGlure, and P.J. Brown on the floor. No substitutes. That lineup hadn't left the court since the last 3 minutes of the third quarter. Their time sitting on the bench was 0. A year's worth of conditioning was squeezed to its last ounce in the final quarter of Game 7. The same for the Pistons. Larry Brown also shortened his rotation. Big Ben's plantar fascia tore in the third quarter, but he told no one. Every jump and landing felt like stepping on a nail with his right heel. 14 points, 21 rebounds, 5 blocks. He played the entire second half on a broken foot. The palace of Auburn Hills didn't know, but his teammates did. They looked at him differently. No one dared to hold back. In the last 3 minutes, the Hornets trailed by 3. Byron brought the ball up full court. Billups slowed the pace. Hamilton ran without the ball. Mashburn chased him from the baseline to the elbow, from the elbow to the opposite. On the 48th Stopango, his legs finally gave out. When he pushed off to explode, the back of his thigh felt like it was snapped, not a sharp pain, but a string stretched too long, suddenly going slack. He dropped to one knee, hands on the floor, chest heaving. Silas called a timeout. The team doctor rushed onto the court. Mashburn waved him off. He pushed himself up with one hand on his knee, sweat dripping from his nose, chin, every strand of hair. Before the timeout ended, he walked up to Silas. His lips moved, but Silas couldn't hear what he said. But he didn't make a substitution. The last 2 minutes. Mashburn caught the ball in the corner and shot. He didn't jump. His legs couldn't lift him anymore. He pushed the ball out like a free throw. The ball fell through the net. The Hornets took a 1-point lead. 30 seconds left. Pistons ball. Billups ran down the clock. At the top of the key, facing Byron. The final confrontation between two men who had played the entire game. Billups drove without a screen. He went right. Byron stayed glued. Billups stopped. Byron's hand was in. The ball still went up, a flat arc steady spin. It went in. The Pistons led by 1. The Palace of Auburn Hills shook. 14 seconds left, the Hornets had one final possession. Silas didn't call a timeout, he entrusted the game to Byron. Byron brought the ball from the backcourt, the entire arena on its feet, noise pressing in from every direction like a wall closing in. Silas didn't call a timeout, he entrusted the game to Byron. Byron brought the ball from the backcourt, the entire arena on its feet, noise pressing in from every 6 seconds left, he moved. No hesitation, a straight drive right. Billups stuck with him, didn't lose position. Big Ben rotated from the weak side, his massive shadow swallowing the driving lane. Byron rose between the cracks of Big Ben and Billups, his body knocked sideways in midair. The whistle didn't blow. This was the Palace of Auburn Hills, the last seconds of Game 7. The refs weren't going to call it. The ball left his hand. Byron hit the floor without seeing its flight. It bounced on the rim once, twice, rolled toward the edge. It fell out. The buzzer echoed through the Palace of Auburn Hills. Pistons players flooded the court. Billups was carried on Big Ben's shoulders. Hamilton knelt at center court, pounding the floor. Rasheed Wallace punched the sky. Prince was buried under a pile of teammates. The whole arena boiled. No one noticed the man on the floor pulled up by McGlure. His knee wobbled as he stood, then straightened. The sweat-soaked jersey clung to him, the number on his back wrinkled. Larry Brown and Silas shook hands at midcourt, then walked to the visitors' bench. Byron looked up at the gray-haired old coach. Larry Brown took off his glasses, wiped a non-existent fog from the lenses with the tail of his shirt, and put them back on. "You are one of the toughest point guards I've ever seen." Byron Davis didn't answer, he just nodded. 10 days later, on an afternoon, Sinan sat in his office. The final scouting report for the 2003 draft spread across the table before him. On the cover, the names LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, and Dwayne Wade were listed in order. He flipped to Wade's page. At the bottom of the notepad beneath it, a few words were crossed out and rewritten repeatedly. Outside the window, the May sun in New Orleans was already scorching. The practice facility was empty. Players were enjoying a rare vacation. McGlure went back to Canada. Mashburn took his family to some beach. J. Brown stayed in town and went fishing every day. Byron was the last to leave. He didn't say when he'd be back before he went. On his notepad besides Wade there were other names: Josh Howard, Boris Diaw, Kyle Korver. The mid-first round and second-round pieces, the players others considered merely okay, were in his eyes the foundation of a dynasty for the next decade. The pain of losing the Eastern Conference Finals Game 7 still lingered, but it was already overshadowed by a larger, more far-reaching vision. In a drawer, a plane ticket to Los Angeles lay quietly, the date tomorrow. Jessica sent a text saying she passed the audition for Sin City, followed by a long string of emojis. He couldn't. The off-season had begun. In the summer of 2003, he would step into the NBA draft war room for the first time as an owner. The picks were average, but the celestial eye had opened. Dwayne Wade at this moment was still just a junior at Marquette University. The entire league had no idea. Sinan closed the folder and locked it in his desk. Outside the study window, a new wave of surf crashed onto the beach, one after another. The summer of 2003 arrived particularly early. 3 days after the Eastern Conference Finals Game 7, the calendar in Sinan's office turned to the last week of May. The Mississippi River outside shimmered lazily in the sunlight. The training facility was empty, and the players had all gone their separate ways. Byron was the last to leave, and before departing, he left a note on Sinan's desk, which simply read. He placed the note in the drawer alongside the 2003 draft list. Today was the day he had scheduled a draft strategy meeting with Bob Bass. There weren't many attendees: Bob Silas, scouting director Old Thompson, and Sinan himself. The four of them sat around the conference table, a thick stack of scouting reports spread out before them, with the cover stamped 2003 NBA Draft Final Evaluation Confidential. Old Thompson spoke first. Having worked in the industry for 25 years, his hair was completely white, and he liked to tap his fingers on the table as he spoke, his rhythm as slow as his pacing. Our draft positions are confirmed: the 18th pick in the first round and the 48th in the second round. These are our own picks. He paused. Additionally, we have a second-round pick we acquired from the Heat last year, the 55th overall. Sinan looked down at the draft position list in front of him. 3 picks, the best being the 18th overall. At this position in the 2003 draft, the players available would likely be. His mind automatically generated a list: David West, Boris Diaw, Kendrick Perkins, Leandro Barbosa. All decent role players, but none who could change the fate of the team. The game changers were further up. LeBron James, the first overall pick. Darko Milicic, the second pick. Carmelo Anthony, the third. Chris Bosh, fourth. Dwayne Wade, fifth. None of these 5 players were within reach of his draft positions. Michael. Bob's voice pulled him back. Continue. Old Thompson pushed a player ranking sheet to the center of the table. The latest ESPN mock draft predicted that the Hornets would select Brazilian guard Leandro Barbosa at the 18th pick. Barbosa is the most talented player we can select at this position. He's a speedy, explosive guard, but his shooting is inconsistent. Old Thompson said his speed and explosiveness are rare for the late first round. The drawbacks are his shot selection and decision-making in half-court situations. Sinan listened without interruption. Once Old Thompson finished detailing Barbosa's pros and cons, he finally spoke. Barbosa is good, but he isn't our target. The three others looked at him. What we need is a forward. Someone who can defend multiple positions and shoot threes from the wing. He pushed a list he had prepared across the table, which contained only two names, Josh Howard and Kyle Korver. Bob picked up the list, his brow furrowed. Howard, a senior from Wake Forest, is projected to go late in the first round or early in the second. Korver, a senior from Creighton, is projected for the middle to late second round. Selecting either of them with the 18th pick would be a reach. I know. Then why? Because in 3 years Howard will be one of the best 3D players in the league. Korver will become one of the greatest shooters in NBA history. Sinan's voice was calm. I don't care how the mock drafts rank them. What matters to me is who is still playing in this league 3 years from now, who is still winning games. The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. Old Thompson's fingers paused on the table, and Silas leaned back in his chair. Bob opened his mouth and then closed it again. He had seen this young owner use the same tone too many times. McGlure would make the All-Star team. Wade was severely underrated. Randolph would become a 20th player. Each time he thought it impossible, and each time he was wrong. Even if you're right, Bob put down the list. How do we proceed? Selecting Howard with the 18th pick would waste the value of that pick. Selecting Korver would be even more. So we trade. Sinan pulled out another sheet from his folder which outlined the salary situation and draft picks of several teams. The Dallas Mavericks have the 29th overall pick. Their owner Cuban likes Barbosa's speed. Ooh, I've talked to him. Bob's eyebrows twitched. If we select Barbosa with the 18th pick and then trade him to the Mavericks for their 29th pick, plus a future second-round pick, they would agree. Then we select Howard with the 29th pick. Exactly. What about Korver? Our 48th pick is enough to select him. He might even drop to 55. Bob fell silent. He gradually understood the core logic of the entire draft strategy: trade down, accumulate assets, and precisely acquire undervalued targets in areas others overlooked. This wasn't about selecting the best player, it was about getting the right people at the lowest cost. After 20 years in this business, he was seeing someone treat the league's landscape 3 years ahead as a sand table in the draft preparation meeting for the first time. One more thing. Sinan pushed the last document forward. It was a comparison of 2 college game statistics with Dwayne Wade's on the left and another guard from Marquette University on the right. Wade, he said, I want to trade up. Bob's eyes widened. Trade up? What do we have to trade up? Byron is an untouchable cornerstone of the team. Marchand's contract is too large for anyone to take, and McGlure just finished the Eastern Conference Finals. His trade value is high. Are you suggesting trading McGlure? Not now. Sinan shook his head, but if we want a player like Wade, we need assets. First-round picks, young players, salary cap space. We don't have enough of those things right now. So we need to start from the 2003 draft. After the meeting ended, Bob was the last to leave. He paused at the door and turned around. Michael, let me ask you a question. You put so much effort into the draft. Have you just accepted the defeat in the Eastern Conference Finals? Sinan stood by the window, the training facility bathed in a warm orange hue in the sunset. Byron's practice shooting, Hoop McGlure's free throw spot, the countless times Marchand chased after Hamilton along the baseline. Empty, a flock of birds flew over the top of the gym. I haven't accepted it. I just know how to win it back. In mid-June, Sinan flew to Los Angeles. Not to find Jessica, though she was indeed in Los Angeles. She had just finished a commercial, her hair dyed dark brown, wearing a white spaghetti strap dress, when she picked him up at the airport, sunglasses pushed atop her head. The moment he saw her, he smiled. What's so funny? Your hair. Not pretty. Pretty. She linked her arm through his as they walked out of the terminal. The June sun in Los Angeles softened the asphalt of the parking lot, the air thick with the smell of car exhaust and palm trees. She drove while he sat in the passenger seat. With the window open, the wind blew her hair up. So are you here on business? Cuban asked me to meet that owner of the Mavericks. He wants to discuss draft trades. Jessica stopped at a red light, turned to look at him. You know, you used to come to Los Angeles for me. This is the first time you came for work and happened to see me. Sinan thought for a moment she was right. Sorry, no need to apologize. She pressed the gas pedal again. I was just thinking you're becoming more like yourself. What do you mean? The old you was Michael Lee, the lucky heir to a fortune. Now the you is the owner of the Hornets. She looked ahead, her profile sharply illuminated by sunlight. I prefer the you now. The car drove east on Sunset Boulevard. The shadows of the palm trees swept across the windshield as Sinan placed his hand on her hand. She didn't turn her head, but her fingers intertwined tightly through his. The meeting with Cuban was arranged at a restaurant by the beach in Santa Monica. Cuban arrived even earlier than him, sitting at a table on the terrace facing the sea with a margarita and a half-eaten plate of nachos in front of him. This billionaire who rose from the internet had owned the Mavericks for 3 years, yet he still exuded that aura of just finished coding and stepped out of the garage. Sit. Cuban pointed to the chair across from him with his chin. Your trade proposal. Bob Bass has talked to my people. 18th pick for my 29th pick, plus a future second rounder. What do you think? I think you're crazy. Cuban picked up a chip and dipped it in the salsa. Barbosa is ranked 11 spots higher on the mocks than your 20. You are trading a more valuable pick for a less valuable one and also giving up the player you select. That's not a good deal from a business perspective. Sinan didn't refute him. Instead, he took out a sheet of paper from his bag and pushed it in front of Cuban. It was a detailed report on Josh Howard that he had his scouting department compile, far more detailed than the ESPN version. His wingspan, lateral movement speed, and the shooting percentage changes against the top 20 college forwards he defended in his senior season. Cuban picked up the report and flipped through it. When he reached the last page, his chewing slowed down. This guy you plan to select with the 29th pick? Yes. And then I get Barbosa. Yes. Cuban set down the report and took a big sip of the mark. His gaze remained fixed on Sinan for a while above the rim of his glass. You know what I admire most about you? You always make me feel like I got the better deal. But you always seem to be smiling. I'm not smiling. Your eyes are smiling. Cuban set down the glass deal. But with one condition. What condition? Next season, when the Hornets play the Mavericks for the first time, you have to treat me to steak. Sinan extended his hand. Deal. On June 26th, at Madison Square Garden in New York. The 2003 NBA. Sinan sat in the Hornets draft war room. In front of him were 3 screens showing ESPN's live feed, the league's official draft order updates, and a real-time call interface with the Hornets scouting department. Bob Bass sat beside him, his tie impeccably tied. Silas leaned against the window sipping coffee. Stern walked up to the podium. With the first overall pick in the 2003 NBA draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select LeBron James St. Vincent St. Mary High School. The camera panned to James. The 18-year-old stood up, donned the Cavaliers' Weinert cap, and embraced his mother. The entire Madison Square Garden erupted in applause. Sinan watched the screen. This person looked exactly like he remembered. The chosen one officially crowned from this day forward. At the second pick, the Pistons selected Darko Milicic. As Stern read the name, Milicic stood up from his seat, a 17-year-old boyish smile on his face. The ESPN commentators called him the cornerstone of the interior for the next decade in Europe. Sinan remained silent. Only he and the entire league knew this smile would turn into one of the heaviest regrets in NBA history. At the third pick, the Nuggets selected Carmelo Anthony. Anthony donned the Nuggets cap and shook hands with the former owner. The championship core from Syracuse University arrived in the Mile High City. At the fourth pick, the Raptors selected Chris Bosh. The lanky power forward adjusted his glasses as he walked up to the stage. At the fifth pick, before Stern announced the name, Sinan had already set his pen down. The Miami Heat select Dwayne Wade, Marquette University. On screen, Wade stood up and embraced those next. His expression was calm, even showing a hint of discomfort under the crowd's gaze. Bob Bass whispered. Silas turned from the window to look at the screen. They all recalled that scouting report. Sinan had written a line on Wade's page. Sinan didn't speak, just closed Wade's report and placed it in the drawer. Some players are destined to be missed. But missing out on Wade doesn't mean missing out on the entire 2003 draft. The draft order continued to unfold. At the 18th pick, the Hornets selected Leandro Barbosa. The ESPN commentator evaluated it as on par with expectations. 20 minutes later, the trade was finalized. Barbosa's rights were sent to the Dallas Mavericks in exchange for the 29th pick and a second-rounder in 2005. Cuban's call came after the trade was approved. Steak. Deal. At the 29th pick, Stern announced the New Orleans Hornets select Josh Howard, Wake Forest University. Josh Howard stood up from his seat. His suit was ill-fitting, a bit tight at the shoulders, yet he walked with steady steps, his face showing little expression. Bob turned his head and whispered, "In 3 years, it's up to you." Sinan didn't respond. At the 48th pick, the Hornets selected Kyle Korver. The sharpshooter from Creighton stood up, embraced his family, his eyes glistening. At the 55th pick, the Hornets selected Mo Williams, a guard from the University of Alabama. This was a name that Sinan added at the last moment. Old Thompson asked him why, and he simply replied, "Backup guards need depth." In fact, he knew that Mo Williams would become an all-star backup selected late in the second round, and playing for over a decade, the kind of player nobody thought was great, but kept winning games. After the draft concluded, ESPN gave the Hornets a draft grade of C. The reasoning: selected Barbosa with the 18th pick, but traded him away, chose Howard projected for the second round with the 29th pick, and neither Korver nor Williams were on the major media's top 100 rookie lists. Sinan closed the ESPN grading page. Bob Bass stood by the window looking outside for a long time before turning around. "Michael, do you know what the entire league is saying about us right now? I don't care. They say the Hornets wasted all the momentum built from the Eastern Conference Finals. They say the new owner is starting to make mistakes." Sinan shut down the computer and walked to the door. Bob, do you know when they will shut up? When Josh Howard locks down their scorer. When Kyle Korver catches the ball in the corner and they have to abandon the paint to rush out. When everyone looks back at this draft and sees that the Hornets turned 3 picks into 3 10-year rotation players. On draft night, the New York night sky was tinted lavender by the lights of Madison Square Garden. In the war room, only Sinan remained, all 3 screens dark. His phone received a text from Jessica. Who did you select? He replied, a few who will be remembered by history. In July, Los Angeles is as hot as an oven. Sinan owns 2 properties in Los Angeles, one in Newport Beach, the luxurious oceanfront mansion where he awakened after his reincarnation, and the other in Beverly Hills, a Spanish-style villa bought by Lee Wen-yuan during his lifetime, with white walls and red tiles featuring lemon trees and bougainvillea in the yard, and a silver Porsche 911 Turbo parked in the garage. A 2003 model with less than 1,000 miles on the dashboard. It was the car ordered by Michael Lee, but he was no longer around when it arrived. Every time Sinan drives this car, he is reminded of this fact. At this moment, he is driving the car eastward along Sunset Boulevard. Sitting in the passenger seat is Jessica, wearing a light yellow sleeveless mini dress, her hair flying back in the wind of the convertible. Tonight she is heading to the Beverly Wilshire Hotel for a party hosted by Harper's Bazaar, which is said to be an annual gathering of young Hollywood actors and fashion industry figures. Aren't you coming in with me? Jessica turned her head in the passenger seat, pushing her sunglasses down to the bridge of her nose, revealing a pair of smiling brown eyes. They'll drop you off at the door. Cuban might call at any moment, and there's a ton of work after the draft. Sinan kept his hands on the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on the flow of traffic ahead. You always say that. She pushed her sunglasses back up. Before the draft, it was "I'll have time after the draft, and after the draft, it's the trading window, isn't closed yet." What happens after the trading window closes? Training camp. She gave him a light slap on the shoulder, just the right amount of force. At the entrance of the Beverly Wilshire Hotel, the valet had already lined up in 2 rows. As Sinan was about to pull over, Jessica suddenly pressed down on his hand. Wait a minute. I see a friend. Sinan followed her gaze. Under the hotel portico stood a woman in a red dress. Her deep brown curls cascaded over her shoulders, her skin a healthy wheat color with a hint of a smile lingering on her lips. She was surrounded by several photographers, flashes popping like fireworks. Sinan recognized her, not from having seen her films in his past life, but because of Michael's memories. Scarlett Johansson, 18 years old, just finished filming Lost in Translation, and girl with a pearl earring, a rising star who had burst into the mainstream from the independent film scene. The little girl from Jerry Maguire had grown up, transforming into one of Hollywood's most sought-after young faces. Scarlett. Jessica rolled down the car window and waved outside. The girl in the red dress turned to her gaze lingered on Jessica for a moment, then passed over her, landing on the young man in the dark blue shirt behind. That look was familiar to Sinan, assessing, curious, tinged with a hint of unabashed interest. Jess. Scarlett made an apologetic gesture to the photographers as she walked over in her high heels. Her voice was lower than Sinan had imagined, with a slight huskiness, the kind of voice that sticks in your memory. I thought you weren't coming. Who is this? Michael Lee. Jessica answered for him before he could speak, the owner of the Hornets. Oh. Scarlett leaned against the car door, her arm resting on the lowered window. A thin gold chain glimmered on her wrist in the streetlight. The rich kid who bought an NBA team. The one who bought an NBA team. Sinan nodded, not to. Scarlett smiled. Her smile was different from Jessica's. When Jessica smiles, her eyes turn crescent-shaped, making one want to protect her. When Scarlett smiles, her lips lift first, then her eyes, as if she's sharing a secret before deciding whether to let you in on more. Jess says you're different. She says you shoot like a pro, negotiate like an old man. I always thought she was exaggerating. She might have exaggerated the shooting part. Scarlett's gaze lingered on his face for a while, her pupils reflecting the golden lights of the hotel portico. Don't be modest. Jessica interjected from the side, then opened the car door. I'm going to say hi to my agent, you two chat. She left so naturally. Naturally enough that Sinan took an extra look at her retreating figure. So you really are only 22. 23. I just had my birthday last month. Happy birthday. She paused. I heard you drafted a few people no one knows and got low scores from all the media. Aren't you worried? Not worried. Why? Because the people they don't know will beat everyone they do know. And Scarlett stared at him for a while. Then she smiled, the kind of smile that says you are unlike anyone I've ever met. You are an interesting person to talk to. She took out a pen from her handbag, without any paper, and directly pulled Sinan's hand from the steering wheel, writing a string of numbers in his palm. The pen tip grazed his palm, tickling. This is my number. If one day you want to talk about what it feels like to be misunderstood, give me a call. Just then Jessica walked back. She glanced at Sinan's hand still open, and then at Scarlett, who was walking away, waving back at them before getting into the passenger seat and closing the door. Did Scarlett give you her number? Oh, that's good. She never proactively gives out her number. She leaned back in her seat, pushing her sunglasses back up to her nose, her tone as casual as if commenting on the nice weather. The car re-entered the flow of traffic on Sunset Boulevard. Shadows of palm trees swept across the windshield, the streetlights casting a flickering glow inside the car. Sinan looked ahead and suddenly spoke. She said, "You talked about me a lot." "I just stated the facts." She said, "You told her I'm different." Jessica did not respond. She rolled down the window a bit, letting the evening breeze in. The light yellow hem of her dress fluttered in the wind as she reached out to press it down. "Are you afraid he'll be jealous?" She suddenly turned her head. "I'm not, Michael." She interrupted him, her voice floating in the wind. "I know what kind of person you are. You have a $4 billion inheritance, an NBA team, and the entire league is watching you. Do you think I'm foolish enough to believe there aren't other women looking at you?" Her tone was calm enough to catch Sinan off guard. "I have one condition." Jessica rested her head on his shoulder. "No matter how many people you know, I am the first." The Porsche stopped at a red light. The palm trees overhead rustled in the wind, the silhouette of the Hollywood Hills disappearing into the night. "You are the first," he said. She pushed her sunglasses up and turned to kiss his chin. "Then there's no need to be jealous." Just then the phone rang. It wasn't Cuban. Oh, it was Ivanka Trump. No, wait. Sinan glanced at the screen. It was indeed Cuban. "Kid, what kind of potion did you give Scarlett Johansson?" "What? She canceled my party. Her agent said she wanted to talk basketball." Cuban's voice came through the receiver with music and chatter in the background, likely from a corner of some party. "Do you know who she is? She's only 18 and has already filmed 2 Oscar-level movies. All of Hollywood is chasing her. She came to talk to me." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then Cuban laughed, a kind of "you kid" or impressive laugh. "I'm not calling to gossip. Regarding that trade proposal after the draft, trading down to accumulate assets, I think it's feasible." His voice dropped a little. "About that thing you told me last time regarding the layout of draft picks in the coming years, I want to hear more details." Tomorrow. Sinan hung up. The Porsche navigated around the last bend of Sunset Boulevard, and the Pacific Ocean suddenly appeared at the end of the road, the Black Sea surface stretching out under the moonlight, forming an endless silver-gray expanse. In August, there was 1 month left before the preseason training camp. Sinan's schedule was packed. In the gaps between tactical meetings with the coaching staff, he flew to New York to attend Harper's Bazaar's annual party. Stern was also there, holding a glass of sparkling water, and told him getting low scores on the draft isn't a bad thing. Cuban approached him with a whiskey and patted him on the shoulder. "I heard Scarlett Johansson left you her number." "How did you know?" "Hollywood is small. Smaller than the NBA." Sinan remained silent, his gaze drifting over Cuban's shoulder, spotting the flash of red in the crowd. Scarlett was surrounded by a group of people, a producer, an actor, and editor-in-chief of a magazine. Her gaze casually swept through the crowd and landed on him. Then she said something to the person beside her, holding a glass of champagne as she walked over. In a black short skirt, her hair up in a bun revealing her long neck, and a pair of pearl earrings. "Good to see you again," she said, her voice still carrying that slightly husky tone as if filtered through fine sand from deep in her throat. "Good to see you again. You still haven't called me. I haven't been misunderstood yet." She smiled. Not a polite smile, but one that suggested she found something amusing, her eyes slightly squinting. "So today, is it being understood or not? I came to attend a party and discuss a few things." "You have such an interesting way of speaking. Discuss a few things. Others come to parties to relax, but you come to discuss a few things." She took a sip of champagne, her gaze lingering over the rim of the glass as she looked at him. "I like people like this." Evening gowns, champagne glasses, piano music, laughter resonating in the background. Her gaze lingered on his face over the rim of the glass, assessing him with a certain fondness, as if trying to determine where he stood in this room. Then she seemed to make a judgment and set her glass down on a nearby table. "Come, let me introduce you to some." For the next half hour, Scarlett guided him through the entire party. "A producer," Scarlett said. "He has a documentary project about basketball," Sinan replied. "We can consider collaboration." "An agent," Scarlett said. "He has NBA players who want to star in movies." Sinan answered. "We can talk." "An editor-in-chief." Scarlett said she wanted to do a crossover feature on sports and fashion, and Sinan replied, "The Hornets can provide material." For each person, Scarlett helped him break the ice in a concise and precise manner. She knew better how to talk to these people, while he knew better how to turn conversations into collaboration opportunities. They worked well together. By the time the party ended, Scarlett was waiting for a car at the entrance of the hotel. The night breeze in Los Angeles brushed against her bare arms, raising tiny goosebumps. Sinan took off his suit jacket and handed it to her. "Do you do this every time?" She received the jacket and draped it over her shoulders, looking up at him. "What do you mean?" "Wearing a nice shirt, saying few words, and then getting all the business done." "Pretty much." Scarlett smiled down for a moment. The car door opened, and she returned the jacket to him. A hint of her perfume lingered on the black suit, a mix of cedar and citrus, fresh yet warm. "Remember to call me when you're feeling misunderstood next time." She got into the car, the window rolling down. Her eyes reflected the hotel lights, and the last part of her sentence was whisked away by the wind, but he clearly heard. Not just to discuss business. Sinan stood under the hotel portico watching the taillights disappear at the end of Sunset Boulevard. On the first weekend of September, Jessica hosted a small party at the Newport Beach mansion, inviting a few friends from Hollywood. The grill by the pool was filled with seafood and steaks, soothing jazz playing from the speakers, and the palm trees cast long shadows in the twilight. Scarlett was there too. She wore a white linen shirt with denim shorts, her hair casually tied back in a ponytail, sitting by the pool with her feet soaking in the water. Seeing Sinan walk out of the house, she raised her beer bottle and shook it at him. Jess said you've been watching game tapes all summer. The new season is about to start. Is basketball all you do? Her tone carried a teasing note, but her eyes were serious. I also drive. You also drive. Scarlett tilted her head to look at him, then realized. This was a callback to the traffic on Sunset Boulevard that night. She laughed, splashing a small wave of water with her feet. Just come over here. She called inside the house. Jessica walked out with a plate of cut fruit. Today she wore a floral long dress, barefoot on the lawn, her toenails painted a light pink. She squatted by the pool, placing the fruit plate next to Scarlett, then naturally leaned against Sinan's leg. What are you guys talking about? Talking about what else he can do besides basketball. Scarlett picked up a piece of watermelon and took a bite. He can also drive. So shocking. Jessica looked up at Sinan. You can drive? Occasionally. The three of them laughed simultaneously. The water in the pool rippled in the evening breeze, the scent of lemons wafting from the trees in the corner of the yard. A blonde girl stood up from a nearby beach chair holding a glass of red wine. She had been sitting there listening to music, but finally couldn't resist walking over. What are you guys laughing at? Him. Scarlett pointed at Sinan with her beer bottle. That must be pretty funny. The blonde girl sat down at the pool's edge, raising her wine glass. Reese Witherspoon, just divorced last month. She introduced herself, her voice as crisp as a coin dropping into a glass. Sinan recalled the name, star of Legally Blonde and later an Oscar winner. In 2003, she was on the rise, having just ended her marriage with Ryan Phillip. Scarlett glanced at Sinan, the expression, he understood, your circle is expanding. It's not that you are pursuing this circle, it's that this circle is starting to find you interesting. A young billionaire buying an NBA team and reaching the Eastern Conference Finals. Hollywood loves this script. After dinner, the group sat on the lounge chairs by the pool. The city's lights twinkled in the distance and Norah Jonas, Don't Know Why, played on the radio. Scarlett and Reese were discussing an independent film project, while Jessica leaned against Sinan's shoulder, his arm resting on her bare shoulder, feeling her skin's warmth. What are you thinking about? She asked softly. 1 month left until training camp. She gave him a light tap on the chest, but it was gentle. I asked what you were thinking, not your schedule. Scarlett turned her head, her gaze sweeping across his face. The moonlight fell on the surface of the pool, the reflected light dancing in her eyes. She didn't speak, but she had said enough. With the phone number in her palm, with the lingering tone of not just discussing business after the party. Jessica lifted her head and whispered something only he could hear in his ear. Scarlett is watching you. Reese just asked me if you were married. What did you say? I said you're married. Married to basketball. Sinan laughed. The water in the pool rippled with the wind as Norah Jonas' last piano solo played on the radio. In the distance, the tide of the Pacific Ocean was rising, washing over the beach in waves. As October approached, the countdown to training camp was drawing closer day by day on the calendar. But before that, the summer in Los Angeles was not yet over. 3 weeks after the draft, Sinan received an unexpected call in his Los Angeles office. Donald Sterling's attorney. The voice on the other end was businesslike. Mr. Sterling is considering selling the Los Angeles Clippers. Your name has come up multiple times in our search for potential buyers. Mr. Sterling would like to know if you're interested. Sinan held the phone in silence for a full 5 seconds. The Clippers' Los Angeles Staples Center, sharing an arena with the Lakers, commanding the second largest market in the nation, yet perpetually living in the Lakers' shadow. Sterling was one of the worst owners in NBA history, stingy, racist, treating players as assets rather than human beings. Historically, he would be forced by the league to sell the team in 2014 due to racist remarks at a price of $2 billion. But now in 2003, Sterling was proactively asking, how much does he want? $3.5 billion. $350 million. Sinan quickly calculated in his mind. In 2003, the Clippers' valuation was around $250 to $300 million. Sterling's asking price wasn't unreasonable. But he already owned the Hornets, and league rules prohibited one person from owning 2 teams simultaneously. To buy the Clippers, he would have to sell the Hornets first. And he had no intention of selling the Hornets. Please convey my thanks to Mr. Sterling, but I'm not interested. He paused. Also, if he truly wishes to sell, I'd advise him to wait a few more years. Why? Because in 10 years this team will be worth $2 billion. The attorney was silent for a moment, probably thinking he was joking. Sinan hung up. Sell the Hornets to buy the Clippers. He leaned back in his chair, gazing at the Los Angeles sky outside the window. The naming rights to Staples center the scale of the Los Angeles market, the celebrity allure of Hollywood. These were the Clippers' natural advantages. But the Hornets were his first experimental field. Building a dynasty from scratch was far more intriguing than taking over an established Los Angeles team. Moreover, perhaps he could participate in the Clippers' asset in another way, not necessarily by buying it, but by waiting for its future appreciation. Sterling would inevitably run into trouble, and the league would eventually force him to sell. At that point, the $2 billion sale price would stun everyone. If someone positioned themselves early, intervening before Sterling was forced to sell. He jotted down that thought in his notebook and turned to a new page. After the 2003 draft, he had grown increasingly accustomed to using the future timeline as a map. Some opportunities needed to be seized immediately, others required patience. July slipped by amidst summer league footage and the signing of rookie contracts. In the trade market, he suppressed the urge to make sweeping changes. His foresight told him which players were undervalued now. But the Hornets had just reached the Eastern Conference Finals. The core lineup didn't need dismantling, only marginal reinforcement. One evening in early August, he returned to his office from the training facility and found 3 text messages on his phone. The first was from Jessica: "Party at my place tomorrow night. Scarlett and Reese will both be there. You coming?" The second was from Ivanka: "Brief, back in New York. Stay in touch." The third was from Scarlett: "Los Angeles premiere. Need a date. Jessica says she doesn't mind." He replied to Scarlett first, asking about the premiere's time and venue. Then he texted Ivanka back: "Will do." Finally, he called Jessica. After hanging up, he leaned by the window, watching the sunset outside the training facility turn the palm trees a golden red. 2 months remained until the new season. He still had time, but time was running thin. One night in mid-September, Sinan sat alone in his study before the computer screen, its light illuminating his face. Once again, he arranged every future event he could recall in chronological order from 2003 to 2020, each one a chess piece. 2004. Shaq traded to Miami. 2007. Celtics form Big Three. 2008. Supersonics move to Oklahoma City. 2010. LeBron makes the decision. 2011. NBA lockout. 2012. Nets move to Brooklyn. 2013. Sterling's racist scandal. 2014. Clippers forced sale. 2016. Salary cap explosion. 2019. Raptors championship. 2020. Kobe's tragedy. He drew an asterisk beside that last one, then crossed it out. Some things he could change, some he couldn't. He needed to distinguish which was which. October arrived in training camp. The rookies appeared at the arena in Hornets practice jerseys for the first time. Josh Howard stood by the baseline, broad-shouldered, long-armed, quietly watching his teammates warm up. He had averaged 12 points and 6 rebounds in summer league, already showing defensive maturity beyond expectation. Kyle Korver was shooting at the other end. Catch, rise, release. His motion as precise as an assembly line, sinking 11 straight three-pointers. Mo Williams was going head-to-head with veteran David Wesley. Though his footwork was still a bit raw, his speed was already eye-catching. Sinan stood at his usual spot on the second-floor corridor, looking down at the practice. Silas walked up beside him, holding a training plan board, the ink still bearing the pungent smell of fresh marker. "Howard's defense is better than I thought. Korver's shooting is accurate, but he still lacks some physicality. Williams needs time." Silas paused. "Overall, this rookie class looks better than the draft night evaluations." "I know. You already knew." Silas shook his head and walked back onto the court. After practice, Byron stayed for extra work. At this time last year, he had also stayed late, but back then the new owner had just arrived and Byron had tested whether this rich kid understood basketball with a shooting contest. Now a year had passed, and he no longer needed to test. He shot threes at the top of the arc, each release carrying the precision of muscle memory, sweat dripping from his temple to his chin and onto the floor. "How's the ankle?" Sinan walked to the sideline. Byron didn't stop. He took another shot. The sound of the ball passing through the net echoed crisply in the empty arena. "Healed well this summer. The team doctor says it's stronger than before." He spun the next ball in his hands, finally turned to look at him. "I want to play in the finals." Sinan didn't respond, waiting for him to continue. "Last year we were 1 game away from the finals. All summer, every time I closed my eyes I saw that ball. Billups, that final shot, the ball sailing just over my fingertips." Byron released the ball. It clanked off the back rim and bounced out. He stood there watching the ball roll away. Rookie Korver passed by, bent down to pick it up, and tossed it back. Byron caught it, looked down at the ball in his hands, then raised his head to Sinan. "What if I told you that one day you will stand on the finals floor?" Sinan leaned against the stanchion of the basket, his tone calm. Byron stared at him for a long moment. "You're the owner. What you say doesn't count, right? What you do counts." Byron spun the ball once, the corner of his mouth twitched, then he let it fly. A deep 3. His body wasn't fully squared as the ball left his hand, but the arc was sinfully pure. Swish. The sound of the net echoed through the empty arena. He turned and walked toward the locker room, pausing at the tunnel entrance. Last year you said McGloire would make the All-Star game in 2004. He made it. You said we'd win the first round against the Celtics. We won. You said the Eastern Conference Finals against the Pistons would be a tough battle. You were right. He looked back at Sinan's sweat dripping from his chin, catching the light in a bent arc. So if you say I can play in the finals, I believe you. He pushed open the door and walked into the tunnel. Sinan stood alone in the arena for a long time. Then he picked up a basketball from the floor and stepped to the free throw line. He set his feet, bent his knees, and released. The ball cut through the net. He remembered a year ago in this very arena when Byron had asked him, "Have you ever played basketball?" He remembered saying, "If I lose, I buy the whole team's shoes." He remembered how back then the arena's lights hadn't been renovated, the banners were faded, and the corridors reeked of mildew. Now the lights were new, the floor freshly laid, and the sponsor logos on the courtside billboards had multiplied from 1 to 4. The giant blue hummingbird emblem at the arena entrance glowed in the night. This arena was improving, the city was improving, and this team was improving. He placed the ball back on the rack and turned off the training facility lights. Darkness surged in from all sides, and he stood in the blackness gazing out the window. Beneath New Orleans' night sky, the Mississippi River flowed slowly through the city. He was changing one piece at a time. He possessed memories from the future, endless wealth, and a group of players willing to give everything on the court for him. The off-season was drawing to a close. The trumpet of the new season was already sounding on the horizon. On October 28, 2003, in the New Orleans arena, the new season's opening game was underway. Sinan stood in front of the glass window of the owner's box, gazing down at the basketball court. The lights were brighter than the previous season. Over the summer, he had replaced the entire lighting system of the arena, upgrading from 800 lux to 1200 lux, making the court shimmer like a pearl on the broadcast. The floor had been refinished, and the blue-gold emblem of the hummingbirds shone brilliantly in the center. 6 new advertisements lined the sidelines, 2 of which were Chinese brands, marking his first Asian sponsorship deal facilitated by Qin Yuan. It's not much, but it signals that the Hornets' commercial landscape is expanding westward. Season ticket sales had increased by 40% compared to the same time last year. Bar owners in the French Quarter had joined forces to book a box, and the city government had approved the renovation plan for the commercial area surrounding the arena. Everything was getting better. In the player tunnel, 3 rookies donned the Hornets' warm-up suits, each displaying different. Josh Howard stretched quietly, his movements steady as if he had played here for 10 years. Kyle Korver drained a series of corner threes, hitting 11 in a row, each shot's arc appearing to be molded from the same template. Mo Williams joked with the staff on the sidelines, yet his fingers unconsciously dribbled an invisible ball. Byron Davis was the last to emerge from the locker room. He stood at the tunnel entrance, tilting his head to glance at the newly added banner atop the arena dome. Eastern Conference runners-up of the 2002-03 season. It wasn't the championship banner, but this banner represented a team that had moved from Charlotte to New Orleans, coming just one victory short of the finals when no one believed in them. He lowered his head, placed his mouthguard in, and stepped into the light. Before the game began, Sinan headed to the locker room. It was the first game of the season, and the owner had something to say. The players sat around the lockers, and Silas had just finished outlining the game plan. Sinan stood at the door, not stepping inside. Last year at this time, when you walked into this arena, no one knew who you were. No one believed that a team moving from Charlotte could establish itself in the West, in the East. He paused for a moment. Now they know. This year make them remember. A brief silence filled the locker room as Byron stood up, extending his hand to the center of the circle, with others following suit. Josh Howard's hand rested on top, his rookie hand thick at the joints, calloused from training. Hornets on 3. The opening game opponent is the Miami Heat. In the 2003 draft, the Heat selected Dwayne Wade with the 5th overall pick, and this Marquette University guard would lead the Heat into the second round of the playoffs in his rookie season. But tonight, Wade had not yet become Flash. He was still just a rookie adapting to the pace of the NBA. The Hornets established a lead from the first quarter. Byron showed no mercy against Wade's defense, scoring 3 consecutive onions, each time employing a different offensive tactic. First a driving layup, second a step-back jumper, and third a pick-and-roll, leading to a lob for McGloire's dunk. Wade's talent was evident, his speed and explosiveness drew nods from the scouts on the sidelines, yet the gap in experience was equally apparent. By halftime, the Hornets led by 15 points. Josh Howard received a pass from Kyle Korver in the corner, took a 3-pointer, and scored. This was his first. In the next possession, Korver ran off a screen. Same spot, same passing lane. This time he chose to draw the defense, and then dished to a cutting Mo Williams. Williams hit a floater. 3 rookies, 3 different ways of contributing. Sinan looked down and wrote a line in his notebook. Howard's defense corner, 3 Korver's off-ball movement, passing awareness exceeded expectations. Williams' speed, ability, and chaos. Final score 103-85. The Hornets won their season opener in a blowout. In the locker room, players high-fived each other in a relaxed atmosphere. Josh Howard's game ball was covered in teammate signatures. He sat in front of his locker holding the ball with an expression of trying hard not to smile. The next morning, the sports section of the local New Orleans newspaper ran a headline, "Rookie debut, Howard impressive on defense, Corver steady from 3, Williams shows promise as backup point guard." The Hornets' first day of the new season began with a victory. In November, Sinan embarked on his first road trip of the regular season. Not with the team, he was following the trade market. His goal was clear: accumulate assets for the 2004 NBA draft. At the 2004 draft, Dwight Howard would be the first overall pick. If he wanted to acquire Howard, he would need a draft pick at least in the top 3. His own 2004 first-round pick, the Hornets' own, would likely fall after the 20th pick. An Eastern Conference Finals team wouldn't tank. So the only way was through trades: players for picks, veterans for young assets, present production for future potential. The first trade negotiation in mid-November was with the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors' front office was in the throes of rebuilding anxiety. They had been underperforming for several seasons and urgently needed experienced veterans to stabilize the locker room. Sinan had Bob Bass contact Warriors general manager Gary St. Jean with a proposal. David Wesley, the Hornets' backup shooting guard who averaged 10 points last season, played solid defense and had 2 years left on his contract. For the Warriors, 2004 second-round pick and some cash. A backup guard for a second-round pick plus cash. On the surface, it seemed like the Hornets were getting the short end, but Sinan knew that the value of the 2004 second-round pick was severely underestimated across the league. Historically, the 2004 second round had produced quality 3-and-D players like Trevor Ariza. St. Jean hesitated for 2 days, then finally agreed. Wesley was a reliable, immediate contributor, while in their eyes a second-round pick was merely a renewable resource. The second trade came in late November with the Atlanta Hawks. The Hawks had a crowded frontcourt and were looking to clear space. Stacey Augmon, a defensive-minded veteran wing with only 1 year left on his contract, was at the end of the Hornets' rotation and barely played. Sinan used him to get a 2005 second-round pick from the Hawks. The logic of this trade was equally simple: swap an expiring contract that would leave at season's end for a future draft asset, even if it was just a second-round pick. The third trade, and the one that made Bob Bass most nervous, came in early December. The New York Knicks called again. Isaiah Thomas, the newly appointed Knicks president known as the Smiling Assassin, couldn't stop thinking about Baron Davis. This time his offer was higher than last season: Kurt Thomas, Frank Williams, plus an unprotected 2006 first-round pick. When Bob walked into Sinan's office with this offer, his expression was excited. "Michael, this time it's different. The Knicks' 2006 first-round pick, unprotected. Isaiah is trading like crazy right now. He's practically mortgaging the team's future. That first-round pick is very likely to be a lottery pick." Sinan was tempted too. Of course, he knew the Knicks would be a mess for the next decade and their draft picks were among the most valuable assets in the league. But he also knew that Baron Davis was the spiritual pillar of this team. In Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals, Baron played all 48 minutes without a second's rest, leaving his soul on the floor of the Palace of Auburn Hills. Trading him would destroy the locker room. "Some values can't be measured by draft picks alone." "Rejected," he said. "But rejected." His tone left no room for argument. Bob opened his mouth, then finally nodded and walked out of the office with the proposal. Sinan leaned back in his chair. He knew what kind of opportunity he had just turned down, but he didn't regret it. Baron was the soul of this team, and the soul couldn't be traded. As for the Knicks pick, he had other ways to get it. In the All-Star voting in late December, Baron was selected as a starter. The Hornets' record was 208, a ranked second in the Eastern Conference. A season's strategic planning was coming to fruition. The media that had mocked his C draft grade on draft night were now using phrases like "farsighted" to describe the Hornets' team-building approach. Josh Howard successfully locked down scorers from multiple teams. Kyle Korver's 3 three-pointers per game had become a crucial perimeter threat. Mo Williams provided stability at backup point guard beyond anyone's expectations. And Roger Mason, another senior guard taken with the 55th pick, also knocked down a few memorable clutch shots in limited minutes. ESPN changed the Hornets' draft grade from C to A. On Christmas Day, the Hornets hosted the Los Angeles Lakers. It was the final Christmas game before the Shaq-Kobe breakup. Shaq's dominance was still unstoppable, and Kobe was having one of the most efficient seasons of his career. The Lakers won by 9 points. But the most memorable moment of the game came in the fourth quarter. Josh Howard cleanly blocked Kobe's shot. After landing, Kobe glanced at him and gave a slight nod. That nod was worth more than any scouting report. On New Year's Eve, the team had no game. Sinan was in his office opening his laptop. On the screen was his latest blueprint for the 2004 draft. Dwight Howard, Josh Smith, Andre Iguodala. His notebook had even more names, some that hadn't even appeared on ESPN's mock draft. But he knew. In 2004, Dwight Howard would be the top pick. and what he needed to do was use a sufficiently attractive asset to trade for that number 1 pick. Magloire, the 200-304 All-Star center, a double-double machine in his prime, would be his trump card. He closed his notebook, turned off the lights, and walked out of the office. Outside the window, the New Orleans night sky was lit up by New Year's fireworks, the Mississippi River reflecting countless bursts of colorful sparks. The new year was about to arrive. February 2004, Los Angeles. The lights of the All-Star Weekend bathed the Staples Center in a sea of gold. This was the NBA's annual carnival, and also the first time Sinan, as the owner of the Hornets, came to this arena, not as the All-Star host. No, but as a participant. His player Baron Davis sat on the Eastern Conference All-Star bench with the Hornets' hummingbird logo embroidered on his chest, sharing a locker room with names like Kobe, Shaq, and Duncan. What had seemed like a miracle a year ago was now the norm. But Sinan hadn't come to Los Angeles solely for the All-Star. In the ballroom of the Beverly Wilshire Hotel, the light from crystal chandeliers spilled across the marble floor. At the annual party hosted by Vanity Fair, Hollywood and sports celebrities mingled together. Tom Cruise was chatting with someone at the bar, and Hathaway, wearing a sapphire blue gown, glided through the crowd, and Tiger Woods was playing indoor golf in the farthest corner. Scarlett Johansson stood in the center of the ballroom, wearing a winered velvet gown, her dark brown curls cascading over her bare shoulders. Her beauty at this stage was sharp, carrying a self-awareness of "I know I'm shining." A few men gathered around her, but when she saw Sinan walk in, her gaze cut through everyone's shoulders. "You're late." She approached with a glass of orange juice, her lips curling up first, then her eyes. "All-Star meeting." Stern's speech ran 20 minutes over. "Then I forgive you." She placed the orange juice in his hand for him to take a sip, then naturally linked her arm through his. "Come on, you need to do me a favor tonight." "What favor?" "A producer has been bothering me all night. He thinks he can persuade me with a teen campus film. I need someone who looks busier than me to stand by my side. So I'm a prop today. You're the most expensive prop." She looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with amusement under the lights. Over the next hour, Scarlett dragged Sinan through the entire ballroom. Her social style was completely different from Jessica's. When Jessica introduced him to people, she would stand half a step ahead, her body language saying, "He's with me." Scarlett stood beside him, her shoulder level with his upper arm, her eyes saying, "We came together each on our own." When she introduced him, she used the same line, "This is Michael Lee, owner of the Hornets. But don't talk to him about basketball unless you want to spend the rest of the night going over playbooks." A producer laughed and asked Scarlett how she had met the young tycoon. Scarlett glanced sideways at Sinan. "Jessica Alba introduced us. She passed the opportunity to me." Her tone was casual, but the producer tactfully changed the subject. On the other side of the ballroom, Sinan ran into Reese Witherspoon. She was wearing a white pantsuit dress, her hair cut short, giving her a sharp and capable appearance. Since meeting at Jessica's party last summer, he and Reese hadn't kept in much contact, but there was a natural overlap between her Hollywood connections and Sinan's business strategies. "Michael." Reese walked over and clinked glasses with him. "I heard you've signed a lot of Asian sponsors recently." "Just a few." "A few?" She raised one eyebrow. "Scarlett told me you're turning an NBA team into a springboard for Asian brands entering the U.S. That's not something a few sponsors can summarize." "Scarlett tells you too much. She always talks a lot about you." Reese took a sip of red wine, her eyes looking at him over the rim of her glass, and her tone suddenly shifted. "Do you know she's been talking to an agent recently? About a sports-themed movie. She said she needs someone who truly understands sports to help her look over the script." "What is she hinting at?" "She's hinting, if you're free, you should have dinner with her alone to discuss the script." There was an almost imperceptible pause between the last two words. She placed her empty glass on a passing server's tray. "I have to go, my assistant is urging me. Next time Jessica throws a party, don't forget to invite me." She turned and walked into the crowd. Sinan looked back and spotted that touch of wine red at the other end. Scarlett was being pestered by a director wearing a professional smile, but her peripheral vision was always aimed in his direction. He tilted his head slightly toward the exit, and she gave a subtle nod. The party's clamor was shut out behind them. On the observation deck atop the Staples Center, the nightscape of Los Angeles spread out like an endless galaxy. This area was closed to the public during All-Star Weekend. Sinan had obtained access from the arena management with a few VIP passes. Scarlett leaned against the glass railing, taking a deep breath of the cool night air. Goosebumps rose on her arms, and he took off his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. The scent of cedar and citrus perfume was carried away by the night breeze. As the jacket settled on her shoulders, the velvet of her gown and the lining of the suit briefly rustled against each other. "Is this your first All-Star?" she asked. "First time as an owner." "Nervous?" "More nervous at party." Scarlett laughed. Her elbow resting on the railing gleamed faintly in the moonlight. "You know I'm never nervous on set. But every time I go to a party like this, I feel like I'm playing someone who isn't me. Smile, make small talk, tell everyone I'm very interested in this project. Then go home and throw all those business cards into the trash. So you like acting, but you don't like being a star." She turned her head to look at him, a tremor in her eyes, as if she had been accurately understood. Yes. Her voice lowered, the husky quality especially clear in the quiet night. No one has ever said that. The two of them were silent for a few seconds. The city lights flickered in the distance, traffic on the highway like slowly moving fireflies. The neon signs of Sunset Boulevard bled an orangered glow through the mist. Scarlett pulled the suit jacket tighter around herself. I talked to Jessica about you. She said after you lost the Eastern Conference Finals last year you stood alone in your suite and cried. She shouldn't have told you that. I asked. Scarlett tilted her head to look at him. She said you never cry. You cried after losing that game. I think if a person can cry over something it means they really care. There aren't many such people in Hollywood. She suddenly changed the subject. Are you going to make a movie about this? What? Your team? A 22-year-old Chinese-American rich kid buys an NBA team and almost makes it to the finals in his first year. That story is going to be turned into a movie sooner or later. When that happens, she patted the jacket on her shoulders. Let me play a role. Who would you want to play? Haven't decided yet. Maybe the only female reporter on the team who understands the owner. Maybe the game that made the owner cry. Maybe. She paused, took the jacket off her shoulders, folded it, and handed it back to him. I just want to reserve a spot in the screenplay in advance. She turned and walked toward the stairwell. Halfway there she paused and looked back over her shoulder. Tomorrow's All-Star game. Your player, Baron Davis. Point guard. Then cheer for Baron. Good night, Michael. Her footsteps echoed in the stairwell. Sinan stood alone on the observation deck, gazing at the Los Angeles night. He picked up his jacket and sniffed it. The scent of cedar and citrus she left behind was faint like a memory diluted by the night breeze. The All-Star Weekend light show began on the distant streets, red and blue spotlights sweeping across the night sky, mingling with the stars. The lights of Staples illuminated more than just the court. This brilliant city was drawing Sinan toward another entirely new stage. Here the boundaries between sports, entertainment, and commerce had long blurred, and he happened to stand at the intersection of the three, the one who could see the entire chessboard most clearly. In the night breeze, the All-Star Weekend light show gradually came to an end. He turned and pushed open the door of the observation deck, stepping back into the battlefield that was his. The next day, the All-Star game. Baron Davis played as a reserve for the Western Conference All-Stars, logging 18 minutes and putting up 11 points and 6 assists. Josh Howard participated in the Rookie Challenge, scoring 16 points and grabbing 7 rebounds. Sinan sat in the third row courtside with Jessica on his left and Scarlett and Reese somewhere farther away in the stands. He remembered Scarlett's last words from the night before. Cheer for your player. The West won the game, and Shaq grinned broadly as he held the MVP trophy, while Kobe sat on the bench and clapped symbolically. Baron walked off the court and bumped fists with Sinan. Next year I'm going to start, he said. Sinan smiled. He had said the same thing last year, and he had done it. As he walked out of the Staples Center, the night breeze of Los Angeles carried the scents of palm trees and sea. The All-Star Weekend was a Vanity Fair, a party, a brief truce. But he knew the real battlefield lay after the All-Star break. The second half of the regular season, then the playoffs. This time he would win it all. The lights of All-Star Weekend had barely dimmed when the second half of the NBA regular season roared through February and March like an accelerating train. After the All-Star break, the Hornets posted a 143 record. Baron Davis averaged 26 points and 10 assists, earning his first appearance in the top 10 of the MVP discussion. Josh Howard's defensive maturity made one forget he was a rookie. Off the bench, Kyle Korver and Mo Williams combined for 20 points per game, transforming the Hornets' bench depth from last season's weakness into a weapon. The 2-0-0-3-0-4 regular season finally concluded. The Hornets finished 55-27 second in the Eastern Conference. The league's best record belonged to the Pacers at 61 wins. The Pistons were third with 54 wins, and the Nets fourth with 47. Sinan stood by his office window holding the freshly printed playoff bracket. First round, Hornets versus the Milwaukee Bucks, the East's 7th seed. The Bucks were not a strong team. Michael Redd had just posted his first 20-plus point season, but the team's overall defense was atrocious, and their interior was hollow. The Hornets finished the series in 5 games, 41. Baron averaged 30 points and 11 assists, delivering a first-round performance worthy of the best player. Josh Howard held Redd to 39 shooting. Korver hit 6 three-pointers in Game 4, extinguishing the Bucks' final hopes of a comeback. In Game 5 in Milwaukee, when the final buzzer sounded, Sinan sat in the visitor's suite without rising to cheer. He knew the first round was merely a warm-up. The real challenge awaited in the second round, the Eastern Conference semifinals against the old rival, the Detroit Pistons. 1 year had passed. The image of Game 7 of the 2003 Eastern Conference Finals had never left his mind. Billups hitting the game winner over Baron, Big Ben hauling down 21 rebounds on a torn plantar fascia, and Prince missing a corner 3 at the buzzer. A year later, fate placed the same exam before him. The opponent was still the Pistons, but the Hornets were no longer the same team as last season. Game 1 of the Eastern Conference semifinals at the Palace of Auburn Hills. From the opening tip, the series exuded the exact same aura as the previous year, suffocating, grinding, every point chiseled from stone. Under Larry Brown, the Pistons' defensive system remained the league's best. Billups and Big Ben formed a dual, net one outside and one inside, covering every offensive avenue. At halftime, the score was 3,836, a combined total below 80. But this year the Hornets had an extra card to play. For minutes into the third quarter, Barron was exhausted from being hounded by Billups and Prince. Silas called a timeout. He brought in Josh Howard, adjusting the defensive matchups. Howard guarded Billups, while Barron shifted back to point guard to exploit mismatches. From that timeout onward, the Hornets were transformed. Howard's footwork kept pace with Billups, and his wingspan disrupted Billups' passing lanes. On offense, Barron scored on 3 straight drives against Prince, extending the lead to 8 points late in the third. In the fourth, the Pistons mounted a furious comeback. Hamilton caught 2 open threes off baseline cuts, cutting the lead to 2 points. With 1 minute remaining, Barron hit the most critical shot of the game, a step-back 3 over Billups. As the ball dropped through the net, he was already turning to jog toward his own half before landing. He tapped his chest, then pointed toward the bench. Not at the coach, but at the rookie seated at the end of the bench wearing a suit with an ice pack strapped to his knee. Josh Howard. His final line was only 9 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists, but he had turned Billups into 2 different players between the first and second halves. The Hornets won Game 1 at the Palace of Auburn Hills. It was the Pistons' first home loss of the playoffs. The series then settled into the same 2-4 as the previous year. In Game 2, Larry Brown adjusted the matchups using Hamilton's relentless off-ball movement to exhaust the Hornets' defense. The Pistons won by 11. Series tied 11. Game 3 returned to New Orleans, where Barron recorded a triple-double, and the Hornets won by 6, 21. Game 4 saw Billups answer with a triple-double, and the Pistons won by 4, 22. Game 5, the pivotal contest, went back to Auburn Hills. Both teams battled to the final minute, and once again Billups hit a clutch shot over Barron. This time a driving floater that bounced on the rim 3 times before falling in. The Pistons won by 3, 32, putting them on the brink. Game 6 at the New Orleans Arena, win or go home. In the locker room, no one spoke. Silas didn't even pick up his clipboard. Everyone knew. The same script had played out here a year ago, and they had won then. This time Howard, wrapped in thick bandages, stood in front of Hamilton. It wasn't Mashburn. Last year Mashburn had chased Hamilton for 6 games, but he was injured again in the playoffs. Taking his place was Howard, 21 years old, his legs a decade younger than Mashburn's. He chased Hamilton from baseline to the top of the key, and back to the baseline, never stopping. Byron took over the game in the final 2 minutes, scoring 7 consecutive points, each time against Billups in isolation. On the last possession, he drove past Billups, faced Big Ben's help defense, and lobbed the ball high. McGlure soared from the weak side for an alley-oop dunk. The arena reached its boiling point in that moment. The buzzer sounded, the Hornets won by 8. 3-3. Game 7 yet again. At the Palace of Auburn Hills, another winner-go-home showdown. Sinan sat in the visiting team's suite, feeling the oppressive atmosphere emanating from every corner of the arena. But he was no longer afraid, because he knew no matter the outcome tonight, this team was no longer the one from last year. They were younger, deeper, and more resilient. The game unfolded just like last year's Game 7. The score seesawed until the final minute, with the Pistons leading by 1. Byron had the ball, Billups glued to him. This time there was no double team. Big Ben didn't step out. He was watching McGlure. Byron lowered his center of gravity, drove right, stopped abruptly, and leaned back for a fadeaway. Every detail he felt as he released the shot was a replay of last year. Billups' hand in his face, sweat dripping from his brow, and the near-boiling roar of the Palace of Auburn Hills. The ball hit the back rim, bounced to the front rim, then swished through the net. Hornets led by 1. 10 seconds. The Pistons' final possession. Billups faced Byron. The same standoff, the same leap, the same release. The ball clanked off the rim. Big Ben grabbed the rebound under the basket, passed it out to Hamilton. Hamilton's three-pointer clanked again. He rebounded, shot again, missed. The buzzer sounded. 4-3. The Hornets eliminated the Pistons. Byron Davis dropped to his knees at center court, his hands covering his face. The same man, the same posture as last year. The difference was that last year he cried, this year he smiled. Sinan stood in the suite watching his players huddle together on the floor of the Palace of Auburn Hills. He didn't cry. He just took a deep breath. The Eastern Conference Finals opponent was the Indiana Pacers, the league's best in the regular season with 61 wins. Jermaine O'Neal, Ron Artest, Reggie Miller, an iron-blooded squad coached by Rick Carlisle. They had just eliminated Kids Nets and were riding high on momentum. The Hornets battled the Pacers through 6 grueling games. Artest's defense tormented Byron, and Jermaine O'Neal dominated the paint against McGlure. The series stood at 3-3. Game 7 at Conseco Fieldhouse in Indiana. But this time fatigue and the pressure of the road caught up with the Hornets. Byron was hounded by Artest all game and managed only 14 points. The Pacers pulled away in the middle of the fourth quarter with Jermaine O'Neal posting 31 points and 15 rebounds. The final whistle blew. The Pacers won by 11. The Hornets season was over. No one spoke in the locker room. This time was different from last year. Last year they lost on a last-second shot full of regret. This year they lost to a better team with no excuses. Silas stood in the doorway, his silhouette silent. Of footsteps echoed in the hallway. A player took off his jersey, folded it neatly, and stuffed it into his bag. Byron sat beside Sinan, an ice pack on his knee. We're stronger than last year, but still not enough. Sinan said nothing. You told me last year. That one day I'd stand on the finals floor. Byron didn't look at him. His voice was low and steady. I believe it. Not just because I trust you. Because I've seen it. We played 2 Game 7s against the Pistons. Lost last year, won this year. Next year, we'll beat the Pacers. The year after that, we'll beat everyone. He picked up the ice pack, stood up, and limped toward the locker room. Sinan sat alone in the empty chair. Arena staff began to take down the courtside billboards. Byron was right. They were better than last year, and next year, they'd be better than this year. As he walked out of Conseco Fieldhouse, the Indianapolis night sky was gray with a light drizzle. His phone vibrated. A message from Scarlett. Heard you lost. You still owe me a script discussion. If you're free this weekend, come to L. Then a message from Jessica. I'm waiting for you at home. Sinan put his phone back in his pocket, tilted his head back, and let the rain fall on his face. The 2003-04 season ended. This time they fell in the Eastern Conference Finals, one step from the finals. But no one cried this time. The rain in Indiana hadn't stopped. As Sinan walked out of the Conseco Fieldhouse, the street puddles reflected the dim orange glow of the streetlights. The season ended almost identically to the previous year. Eastern Conference Finals Game 7, losing to a better team. The difference was that last year he cried, this year he didn't. It wasn't that he wasn't sad, it was that he had grown accustomed to it. Or perhaps he was beginning to truly understand what Stern had said to him in New York: it might take 10 years for them to truly consider you one of their own. It wasn't that he wasn't sad, it was that he had grown accustomed to it. Or perhaps he was beginning to truly understand what Stern had said to him in New York: it might take 10 years for them. They'll be waiting for you at home, she said. She didn't ask about winning or losing, didn't offer consolation, just said she would be waiting. That sentence was more comforting than any words of sympathy. Early flight tomorrow. I know. So don't stay up all night watching game footage tonight. Sinan hung up and leaned back against the taxi's rear seat. Outside the car window, Indianapolis appeared gray and quiet in the rain. He closed his eyes and his mind had already begun automatically sorting through the 2004 draft list. The day after returning to New Orleans, Bob Bass knocked on his office door. Old Bob's expression was calmer than it had been this time last year. He had grown accustomed to being summoned for a meeting on the very first day of the off-season. End of season summary report. Bob placed a thick stack of documents on the desk. The consensus from the coaching staff and front office: we need an interior scorer who can create his own shot, and a secondary scoring option who can handle the ball and generate opportunities. The day after returning to New Orleans, Bob Bass knocked on his office door. Old Bob's expression was calmer than it had been this time last year. He had grown accustomed to being summoned for a meeting on the very first day of the off-season. Jermaine O'Neal had dominated the paint, and while Magloire could hold his ground defensively, his offensive contribution was limited. On the perimeter, when Barron got tangled up with Ron Artest, no one stepped up to create off the dribble. Josh Howard was excellent defensively, but his offense relied mostly on catch-and-shoot opportunities. Korver was a pure shooter. Mo Williams was still developing. We need someone who can alter the opponent's defense from the inside, Sinan said as he closed the report. Someone like Dwight Howard. Bob wasn't surprised. That name had been appearing in Sinan's notebook since last year. He's declared for the draft. ESPN projects him as the #1 pick. We can't get him unless we can get into the top 3. The Magic have the first pick. The Magic won't trade the first pick. Howard is their franchise cornerstone. All of Orlando is waiting for him. Sinan stood up and walked to the window. In the practice facility, Josh Howard and Kyle Korver were already putting in extra work. Those 2 rookies arrived earlier than anyone else. The Magic won't actively trade, he said. But what if someone presents them with an offer they can't refuse? Bob was silent for a few seconds. Magloire. Exactly. Jamal Magloire, an Eastern Conference All-Star center in 2004, averaged a double-double, was in his prime, had 3 years left on his contract, and earned under $10 million a year. For a team looking to win immediately, a proven all-star center in the NBA was more appealing than an 18-year-old high schooler, at least in the eyes of some people. Sinan knew that historically Howard would become a superstar, but the Magic's front office didn't know that. They only knew Howard had talent, but also risk. Magloire was ready now. You think the Magic would agree? Bob asked. Let's try. In early June, Sinan flew to Orlando. He was accompanied by Bob Bass and the team's legal counsel. The Magic's management received them in the office building adjacent to the practice facility. The Magic's general manager was a middle-aged white man with a round face, speaking cautiously, as if weighing every word. We received your offer. McGlure plus your first-round pick this year for our #1 pick. I must say the offer is quite compelling. But, Sinan sensed the coming pivot. But our scouting department's evaluation of Howard is that he possesses on-Sinaticated interior talent. You've seen his measurements, 6 foot and 240 pounds, a 35-inch vertical leap. The last high school big man with such freakish numbers was Kevin Garnett. Sinan didn't argue. All those numbers were within his expectations. He shifted tactics. If you don't pick Howard, who would you choose? The GM hesitated. Emeka Okafor. He's won an NCAA championship, his defense is mature, and he's a strong ready-made contributor. Okafor is the safe option, Sinan said. But he has a history of back issues and his offensive game has limited growth potential. His ceiling is a defensive-minded blue-collar player. Howard's ceiling is the best center in the league. The question is, does your ownership want to gamble on the ceiling or play it safe? He didn't mention that historically Okafor's back problems would cause a rapid decline after only 3 or 4 good years. He simply laid the choice on the table. If the Magic valued safety more, they might keep Okafor and trade Howard's draft rights. But if they valued upside, they would keep the first pick and select him themselves. The GM was silent for a long time. Mr. Li, I need to discuss this with my owner. This isn't a decision As they walked out of the Magic's office building, the Orlando sun glared blindingly. Bob Bass shook his head. They want trade. I've seen that GM's expression my whole career. He was calculating, but not how to accept our offer, but how to reject it. I know. Then why did you come? Because I wanted them to know that McGlure is on the trading block. If they don't trade, others will hear the news. Sinan opened the car door. Sometimes trade negotiations aren't about reaching an immediate deal, they're about planting seeds. Bob glanced at him and didn't ask further. As draft day approached, the Magic ultimately did not accept the Hornets' offer. They used the first pick to select Dwight Howard. Sinan watched Stern announce Howard's name on television while flipping through another scouting report. Missing out on Howard was within his expectations. Prying away a #1 pick would require more than McGlure as bait, and his first-round pick wasn't high enough. But the draft still held other opportunities. The 2004 NBA Draft, Madison Square Garden, New York. The Hornets held their own first-round pick, the 22nd overall. That was the slot determined by their Eastern Conference Finals finish, not high, not low. Sinan sat in the war room with Bob Silas and Old Thompson. On ESPN's draft broadcast, names were called one after another. Dwight Howard first. Emeka, Ben Gordon third. Sean Livingston fourth. At 22, Bob opened the mock draft rankings. Our options include a Serbian forward projected late first round, a point guard straight out of high school talented but needs development, an older shooter ready now but limited upside. Sinan interrupted him. Josh Smith. The room fell silent for a beat. Old Thompson spoke first. Josh Smith, high schooler, Oak Hill Academy, 39-inch vertical. Extremely high talent, but raw skills, inconsistent shooting. ESPN projects him late first to early second round. Taking him at 22 would be a reach. Draft him. Sinan's voice carried no hesitation. Historically, Josh Smith was selected 17th by the Hawks, but in this timeline, subtle shifts in draft order allowed him to slide within the Hornets' reach. He played 13 seasons in the NBA, peaking at 17 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks per game, defending positions 1 through 5. He was the perfect piece for a small ball lineup, at least 5 years ahead of his time. Stern called his name. Josh Smith put on the Hornets cap and walked to the stage, his expression as if he hadn't yet processed what had happened. In the second round, the Hornets owned their own 48th pick and a second-rounder acquired from the Warriors through trade. Sinan used the 48th pick to select Trevor Ariza, a lean wing from UCLA with astonishing wingspan. His shooting form needed rebuilding, but his defensive talent was obvious. Sinan knew this man would become a future championship piece. After the draft, ESPN gave the Hornets reason reaching for a high schooler in the first round and drafting a wing who couldn't shoot in the second. Bob placed that rating on Sinan's desk with a subtly ironic expression. Another C. Same as last year. What did we get last year? Josh Howard, Kyle Korver, Emma Williams. By season's end, they changed it to an A. Then no need to worry. Sinan stood up and walked to the window. Outside in the practice gym, Josh Howard was guiding the just-finished workout Josh Smith on shooting form. Ariza sat courtside wrapping his knees with bandages. Last year had been the same scene. Rookies in ill-fitting practice gear, underestimated by the media, questioned by scouts. In Michael Lee's study, there was a Dell desktop running Windows XP. It took 1.5 minutes to boot, and the internet still required dial-up. Around. Chris Paul. Darren Williams. Bob blinked. You're going to let Barron go? No. But Barron can't stay injury-free forever, can't stay young forever. The guard line needs succession. He didn't elaborate. Chris Paul, historically selected 4th overall by the New Orleans Hornets in 2005, but that was a different Hornets than newly formed team after Charlotte's relocation. In this timeline, the New Orleans Hornets already existed. Draft pick ownership and history were entirely. He needed to figure out early how the 2005 draft order would be distributed, which teams held high picks, and then use his chips to trade for the slots he wanted. 2005, Chris Paul, the point guard of his dreams, the absolute brain of the future team. For that year, he had to start laying the groundwork now. In August, 1 month before training camp, Sinan took a short break at his Beverly Hills villa. Scarlett Johansson had turned down a New York premiere to wait for him in Los Angeles. Months of texts and calls had slowly turned the phone number written on his palm into something routine. She stood at the door before he could speak. "I know your team lost the Eastern Conference Finals. I know you've been busy with the draft." She pushed the door wider and stepped aside to let him in. "I just wanted to ask you in person, are you okay?" Sinan stood at the door looking at her. Today Scarlett wasn't wearing an evening gown, just a simple white t-shirt and jeans, her hair casually tied back. Her question wasn't a formality. Not well, but not bad either. That's a contradictory answer. Scarlett picked up the car keys from the table. "Come on. He'll drive. I'm taking you somewhere that isn't an office or a gym." She took him to the Getty Center, white buildings atop a hill overlooking all of Los Angeles. They didn't talk much about basketball. Instead, they sat on a garden bench discussing art and architecture. Scarlett spoke of her passion for independent films and her weariness with Hollywood's commercial machinery. Sinan listened, interjecting occasionally. As they descended the hill, the Los Angeles sunset painted the city's outline in gold and crimson. "Do you go to New Orleans often?" Scarlett's voice drifted through the sunset. "Pretty much all season. You're welcome to come watch games anytime. Then you'd better reserve the best suite for me." Her lips curved, but both of them understood this was no longer just about a game or a suite. September in Los Angeles gradually shed its heat, and opening night of the regular season approached at break. At training camp, 3 rookies, Josh Smith, Trevor Ariza, plus a shooter selected in the second round, stood in a row wearing Hornets practice jerseys waiting for the coach's whistle. Josh Howard stood among the veterans, his expression mirroring how these rookies looked a year ago. Sinan stood in his usual spot on the second-floor balcony, holding a cup of coffee that had gone cold. Outside the window, New Orleans in September hadn't cooled down yet. The Mississippi River shimmered lazily under the scorching sun. The new season was closing in. He knew what would happen in the 2004-05 season. Shaq would be traded to Miami. Kobe would start shouldering the load alone. The Suns would revolutionize offensive philosophy. With run and gun, the Pacers and Pistons would stage that deeply influential brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills. And his Hornets, on the edge of all those whirlwinds, would grow quietly and steadily. On his open notebook, the 2005 draft list and trade roadmap awaited step-by-step fulfillment. It was time. 3 days after the conclusion of the 2004 draft, Sinan sat in his office, 3 copies of scouting reports spread before him. Josh Smith selected 22nd overall in the first round. Trevor Ariza 48th in the second round. Chris Duhon 55th in the second round. 3 names, 3 draft choices graded C by ESPN. Outside, the sound of basketballs hitting the floor could be heard from the training facility where the rookies were engaged in their first practice under the guidance of an assistant coach. Sinan closed the reports, suddenly recalling a year ago in the same office after the same draft night, he had been reviewing the same low-grade evaluations. Bob Bass entered holding a freshly printed ESPN draft rating. Just as he expected, it was a C. The reasons were nearly identical to last year, a high school player selected in the first round, a second-round pick who couldn't shoot, overall talent lacking. Another C. Bob placed the rating on the table, his expression considerably more relaxed than last year. What did we get last year? Josh Howard, Corver, Emma Williams. The grade was changed to an A after the season. Then there's nothing to worry about. Sinan stood up and walked. History does not repeat itself simply, but certain patterns are eternal. Media assesses the future with the present's perspective, while he sees the true future. During a trip to Charlotte to watch a game, he saw the banner for the Bobcats welcoming the new team hanging from the city streets. Indeed, the Bobcats, the Charlotte Bobcats. In 2004, the NBA approved the establishment of a new expansion team in Charlotte owned by Robert Johnson, the founder of Black Entertainment Television. Since the name Hornets had moved to New Orleans with Shin's team, Charlotte's new team had to choose another name, which was ultimately decided to be the Bobcats. Thus, there was never 2 Hornets teams in the league. Chris Paul did indeed play for the New Orleans Hornets in his rookie season. This was the team Sinan had in hand. He certainly wanted Dwight Howard as well as Wade and Anthony, but after making the Eastern Conference Finals 2 years in a row, they had performed too well, and their draft position was too low, leaving him lacking the assets to trade for the top pick. The Magic's refusal was reasonable. This is not failure, but another path to building a team. Since he couldn't secure the chosen one, he would use his draft position to acquire every undervalued piece, nurture them within the right system, retain them with reasonable contracts, and then when the time was ripe, trade these players for a true cornerstone. In 2005, his target was Chris Paul, the steady visionary point guard. Historically, Paul was selected 4th overall by the New Orleans Hornets in 2005. This was the team Sinan had in hand. He had watched game footage of Paul at Wake Forest, a 61-point guard commanding the court like a general, every pass as precise as if measured with a ruler. He knew this person would become one of the league's most brilliant minds for the next decade. In August training camp, 3 rookies stood in a row wearing blue and purple training gear. Josh Smith's shoulders were unusually broad for an 18-year-old. Ariza's arms seemed to almost reach his knees, and Duhan appeared the least conspicuous, but when he dribbled the ball, seemed glued to his hand. Byron Davis walked out of the locker room and stood at the sidelines watching them for a while. A year ago, it was Josh Howard standing in this position. Now, it was Howard, arms crossed, standing beside Byron. "Do you think they can make it, Byron asked. Howard was asked the same question around this time last year. Byron didn't respond, but walked over to Josh Smith, giving him a light tap on the back, neither too hard nor too soft. This was his way in the locker room. No welcoming words, just a pat, treating you like a brother. In the first month of the season, the Hornets struggled. Josh Smith's athletic talent shone in transition, but he frequently made mistakes in half-court positioning. He would forget the coach's drawn-up plays, standing in place, scratching his head, then instinctively leap to dunk a missed shot by a teammate. Silas was furious on the sidelines, slamming his clipboard on the ground, but the next time Josh blocked an opponent's fast break, Silas would stand up and applaud. However, bad news arrived in December. Jamal Mashburn's right knee injury recurred, with the medical team's diagnosis revealing cartilage damage requiring months of recovery. An atmosphere of unease enveloped the locker room. Mashburn was the team's second leading scorer, the most reliable offensive option after Byron. Sinan held an entire afternoon meeting in his office with Silas and Bob. The final decision was to promote Josh Howard to the starting small forward position. At the end of December, Jackson Vroman was traded to the Rockets in exchange for veteran Jim Jackson and a future second-round pick. This trade occurred almost exactly as it did in history, but Sinan made adjustments in the details. He had Bob request an additional second-round pick. Jim Jackson was a steady veteran on the wing, providing experience for the locker room, but his true value lay in the future. After the All-Star weekend in February, injuries continued to plague the rotation. McGlore's knee sprain required 2 weeks of rest, and P.J. Brown's back strain would sideline him for several games. Silas had no choice but to let Josh Smith play the small ball center position, unexpectedly yielding excellent results. During a game against Dallas, Nowitzki posted him up and Josh blocked that shot, landing awkwardly on the floor before being pulled up by a rushing Ariza. The American Airlines Center in Dallas fell silent for a moment. As the season wound down with everyone back from injury, the Hornets finished strong with an 11 wins to 3 losses record. The final tally read 52 wins and 30 losses, placing them third in the East. They eliminated the Bulls in the first round 4-2 and faced the Heat in the Eastern Conference semifinals, where the combination of Wade and Shaquille O'Neal had already shown championship potential during the regular season, with Wade's drives causing Silas to repeatedly adjust defensive matchups, but he could never find an answer. The Heat eliminated the Hornets 4-2. After the locker room dispersed, Sinan walked into the training facility, finding all 3 rookies still there. Josh Howard was shooting threes at the far basket, while Korver practiced catch and shoot with a ball machine. Byron Davis leaned against the wall, watching it all unfold. The 2005 draft, Byron suddenly spoke up. "I heard you're keeping an eye on a point guard, Paul. He played as the core guard at Wake Forest for 2 years. Byron fell silent for a moment. "Do you think he's better than me?" Sinan gazed at the empty court, contemplating for a long time before speaking. "Do you think Kobe or Wade is stronger?" "They're different. Kobe is a scorer, Wade is a playmaker. So there's no one stronger. Only who is more suitable." Sinan's voice was calm. "Our backcourt needs to have continuity. You can't remain injury-free and eternally young. We need to prepare in advance." Byron said nothing. After a while, he threw the ball back to the ball boy, stood up, and gave Sinan's shoulder a pat, the force heavier than before. "Then pick a good one." He walked towards the locker room. Sinan stood alone in the gym for a long time. Outside, the night sky of New Orleans was dotted with lights from boats on the Mississippi River, and the distant sounds of music from the French Quarter wafted through. He glanced down at his notebook filled with trade asset diagrams for the 2005 draft, second-round picks, swap rights, trade exceptions he had accumulated over the entire season, resembling a tightening net. For the New Orleans Hornets, Chris Paul lay at the end of this net. On June 28, 2005, at Madison Square Garden in New York, Sinan sat in the Hornets draft war room, 3 documents spread before him. The first was a comprehensive scouting report on Chris Paul's 2 years at Wake Forest. The second was Darren Williams' report. The third was a list of his own trade assets, every word on that page representing a card he had accumulated bit by bit over the past 2 years. The layout for the 2005 draft began with the McGlore trade. For months ago, this 2004 All-Star center was sent to the Toronto Raptors in exchange for the Raptors' unprotected first-round pick in 2005. That was the first step. The second step occurred mid-season. The Hornets packaged their own 2005 first-round pick projected late lottery with a second-round pick to the Warriors in exchange for a 2006 first-round swap, right, and some cash. The trade was interpreted by the media at the time as a cost-saving move, but Sinan had his own calculation since the 2005 goal was to use the Raptors' pick plus other assets to trade up his own original 2005 first-rounder could be cashed in early for future assets. Bob Bass hung up one phone and turned around. The Bobcats have budged. Robert Johnson himself nodded. They want 2 unprotected first-rounders, an expiring contract, and a young forward. Our assets are enough. The Raptors' 2005 first-rounder plus our unprotected 2006 first-rounder P.J. Brown's expiring contract and Ariza. The war room fell silent for a moment. Old Thompson wiped his glasses with the hem of his shirt. Paul Silas leaned by the window saying nothing. Deal, Sinan said. The draft began. Stern walked to the podium, lights shining on his iconic gold-rimmed glasses. With the first pick in the 2005 NBA draft, the Milwaukee Bucks select Andrew Bogut, University. Bogut put on the Bucks cap, applause filling the arena. Sinan's breathing remained steady as ever. Stern stepped back to the microphone and opened the second envelope. With the second pick, the Charlotte Bobcats, a trade has occurred. The New Orleans Hornets acquire the second pick. The New Orleans Hornets select Chris Paul, Wake Forest University. On the screen, Paul stood up, methodically hugging his mother, father, and brother, then put on the Hornets' blue-purple. Beneath the brim, his young face was calm and focused like a general ready to take command. The ESPN commentator's voice came from the TV. The Hornets paid a king's ransom to get the second pick and selected a point guard who's only 6 feet tall. They already have Baron Davis. Are they going to play dual point guards, or do they have other plans? Sinan dialed Paul's number. Chris, welcome to New Orleans. Do you know why I used so many assets to get you? No, but I'd like to hear, because I believe you will be the leader of this team for the next 15 years. Baron is still the engine, but you will become our brain. There was a moment of silence on the line. Then Paul said, I won't let you regret it, boss. The draft continued. With the third pick, Deron Williams was selected by the Utah Jazz. The Jazz management made their decision with hardly any hesitation after Paul was snatched by the Hornets. Deron and Paul, 2 players compared since college, were now separated by fate into 2 different camps. Sinan turned off the TV sound and leaned back in his chair. 3 years ago, when he first sat in the draft war room, he held the 18th pick and selected a role player others overlooked. 3 years later, he used every chip accumulated over the past 2 years to get Chris Paul. ESPN's rating of him went from AC back then to crazy gamble today. In the second round, the Hornets selected Brandon Bass with the 48th pick, a power forward from Louisiana, a local kid staying with the local team. The pick stirred no controversy. The draft came to a close. Sinan stood up and walked to the window. The New York night sky was dyed lavender by the lights of Madison Square Garden. His phone rang. Scarlett Johansson. Do you know what time it is? Her voice was husky, carrying the laziness of someone just woken up. 2 in the morning. Is your draft? It's over. Who did you pick? Chris Paul. There was a 2-second silence on the line. So tomorrow every newspaper will say you're crazy. Probably. All right, then you need to leave now. I'm filming in Brooklyn. You've never come to see me on set. Don't keep me waiting too long. The line went dead. Sinan put the phone in his pocket and glanced at the New York night sky outside the window. Chris Paul was a Hornet now. In the summer of 2005, New Orleans felt like a boiling pot. The stunning trade during the June draft, a 4-for-1 deal, thrust Sinan and the Hornets into the spotlight of the national sports media. Sports Illustrated featured a cover photo of Chris Paul wearing a Hornets cap titled Madness or Vision, the gamble of the NBA's youngest owner. ESPN magazine's headline was more direct, the poker face of New Orleans. Only the New York Times sports column wrote a somewhat different article. If you closely observe the Hornets' trajectory over the past 3 years, from Josh Howard to Kyle Korver, from Josh Smith to Trevor Ariza, you will find that this team has never made any major mistakes. Every draft choice they made seemed like a reach or a risk at the time, but a year later, all of these players exceeded expectations. So when Michael Lee traded 2 first-round picks, an all-star center, a starting power forward, and a young forward for Chris Paul, perhaps we shouldn't be quick to mock him. Sinan placed the newspaper on his desk as the sound of basketballs hitting the floor echoed from the training facility. Chris Paul was engaged in an onion with Baron Davis, drawing the attention of half the training facility with their matchup of point guards. Paul's footwork was quicker than Baron's, but Baron's strength and wingspan meant he made Paul pay a price each time he tried to drive past him. After trading dozens of possessions, Paul had only won 3 matches, but each time he missed, he would frown and then attempt to break through Baron's defense in a completely different way. Brandon Bass was practicing mid-range shots on another half of the court, while while Josh Smith shadowed Korver in the corner learning to shoot three-pointers. Josh Howard and Artest were engaged in a physical training drill on the sidelines. The entire training facility was filled with the sharp screech of sneakers on the floor, players shouting at one another, and the dull thuds of muscle and bone colliding. Bob Bass walked in. There's been progress with Larry Hughes. Sinan turned around. Larry Hughes, last season averaging 22.6 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2.9 steals, had just made the all-defensive team. Historically, he signed a 5-year $70 million contract with the Cavaliers, only to quickly decline, becoming one of the most famous examples of a contract year breakout in the NBA. But that was the Cavaliers' contract. If we could sign him at a reasonable price, Hughes' value playing alongside Paul and Barron would be far more realistic than carrying a team on his own. What does his agent say? Hughes wants 5 years and $70 million. Our salary cap could probably free up around 4 years and $48 million. That's a huge gap. But if we make a signing trade and send out some contracts, we can get closer to his asking price. Sinan shook his head. We want to offer 5 years and $70 million. 4 years and $48 million is our bottom line. Tell him if he wants to play alongside Paul and Barron, if he wants to make the playoffs, if he wants to be remembered for victories rather than contracts. Then come to New Orleans. If he wants money, the Wizards and Cavaliers can give it to him. Bob Bass was silent for a few seconds. Do you think if he's smart? Sinan didn't elaborate further. He remembered why Hughes struggled with the Cavaliers. LeBron needed shooters to space the floor, while Hughes needed the ball to thrive. But in New Orleans, both Paul and Barron could play off the ball, and Hughes' defense and cutting could perfectly fill the last gap in the backcourt. Hughes' agent gave a response the next morning. They chose to wait for formal offers from the Wizards and Cavaliers. Bob sighed on the phone, while Sinan simply turned the page of the free agency market analysis report. He had given Hughes a chance. If the other side only wanted the maximum contract, he wouldn't stand in the way. A more surprising signal came from Detroit. When the call came from the Detroit Pistons general manager's office, Bob thought he had misheard. Chauncey Billups' name was put on the trading block. Billups wasn't enjoying his time in Detroit, and his relationship with Larry Brown had deteriorated after their loss in the Eastern Conference Finals. The proposal from the Pistons was to trade Chauncey Billups for Baron Davis. A positional swap with salaries nearly matching. The Pistons would get a younger, more explosive scoring point guard, while the Hornets would receive a steadier, more championship-experienced commander. They want Baron. Bob's voice was uncertain. Baron is our core, but Billups is the Finals MVP. He hit the buzzer beater in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. He has a ring. He's also 32 years old. Sinan interrupted. He stood by the window watching Baron repeatedly bump Paul for layups in the training facility, sweat trickling from Baron's temples to his chin. Baron is the heart of this team. Chris is the brain. We can't lose either the heart or the brain. Rejected. Bob didn't argue. 2 weeks later, details of Billups' argument at the Pistons training camp were leaked to the media, and Sinan remembered this news aligned perfectly with history. Larry Brown had indeed fallen out with Billups. A week later, news from the free agency market reported Larry Hughes accepted the Cavaliers' offer of 5 years and $70 million. Bob hung up the phone and remained silent for a while. 5 years and $70 million. He chose money, Bob said. Sinan leaned back in his chair, not too surprised. Hughes' contract is famously known as a terrible contract. After signing it, began to decline in the second year, suffered an injury in the third year, and was bought out in the fourth year. This is his last big contract, understand him. We keep looking. On an evening in mid-August, Sinan returned to the office from the training facility and unexpectedly received a call from Jessica Alba. Her voice carried a tenderness he hadn't heard in a long time. I'm in New Orleans. She said, tomorrow I fly to Europe to shoot a film, and he'll be there for 3 months. I wanted to see you before I left. On the restaurant terrace by the Mississippi River, the summer night breeze blew over from the river, carrying the smell of water and the distant sounds of jazz from the French Quarter. Jessica wore a floral long dress, her hair cut short, to ear length, slightly curled at the ends. She looked more polished and quieter than a few years ago. You chose Paul. She touched the edge of her wine glass with her finger. Scarlett told me. She said you made a trade on draft night that everyone thought was crazy. She said she waited for you to come watch her film at 3 a.m. in Brooklyn. Sinan didn't respond. I'm not. Jessica put down her wine glass, propping her chin in her hand. Scarlett likes you. Reese also asked if you were married. Do you know why they all like you? It's not because you're wealthy. It's because you never try to please them. You treat everyone the same, except for basketball. Is there anything else you want to say? I want to say you have changed. Her voice softened. The old you only had eyes for the court. The current you occasionally looks at other things. That's a good thing. She took a sip of her wine and then said something he didn't expect. While I'm away, don't keep Scarlett waiting too long. Sinan walked her to the restaurant door. She tiptoed in front of the car and kissed his cheek. They'll find you when I come back from Europe. Don't put all your energy into the team. As the car door closed, the taillights disappeared around the corner of the French Quarter. In September's preseason training camp, Silas' iconic loud voice echoed under the dome of the New Orleans arena. CP. Don't always think about making the killer pass. Sometimes a safe pass is the best pass. Josh, your shooting form has changed again. Who taught you to spread your fingers like that when you step back? Barron, stop thinking about pushing the rookie aside. You're a mentor, go teach him. Paul displayed the quality that silenced everyone during the first official scrimmage. He brought the ball across half court, raised his hand for a signal, and then Josh Smith cut to the basket with Paul's bounce pass, threading through two defenders, landing perfectly in Smith's hands. The ball went in, and Silas blew the whistle, red ripping the clipboard. Paul did not disappoint anyone. After practice, Barron unusually did not stay to shoot more, but sat on the sidelines watching game film with Paul. The footage replayed Paul's decision-making after screens and his footwork on defense over and over again. Barron pointed out that his passing out of double teams was twice as quick as in college. In late September, Brandon Bass showcased an undeniable power during scrimmages. He cleared Josh Smith in the low post for a two-handed dunk, shaking the entire training facility upon landing. Sinan stood in his old spot in the second-floor corridor, holding a cup of coffee that had gone cold next. Bass will be this factor in the rotation. Bob said, finding a 48th pick in the second round, who can immediately contribute to the rotation. When you picked him last year, others said you wasted a pick. What they say doesn't matter. 10 days until the opening game of the new season. Sinan opened his notebook in the office, flipping to a new page. There were only a few lines on the paper. Then he flipped to the next page. The 2006 draft: Rajon Rondo, Kyle Lowry, Paul Millsap. Clipped to the last page of the notebook was a yellow sticky note bearing only two letters, CP3. Outside the window, the Mississippi River shimmered with golden ripples under the September sun. Scarlett had ultimately adjusted her schedule and came to watch the open scrimmage of the training camp. She sat in the third row courtside, not a luxury box, but the very seat Jessica used to occupy. After the training session, she waited in the garage exit until the fading headlights appeared, then tucked the ticket stub under the sun visor. Brought it from New York. You showed up at midnight for her indie film. I flew here to watch you train. We're even. Her high heels clicked against the parking lot pavement as she strode back to her rental car. On the last day of October, the season opener, the Hornets hosted the Cleveland Cavaliers at home. LeBron James tapped Paul on the shoulder in the player tunnel and murmured a rookie-to-rookie whisper. At the jump ball, Paul stood at the arc. LeBron faced him from the opposite side. Their eyes met beneath the newly renovated lights of the New Orleans arena. The buzzer sounded and the ball was tossed into the air. August 2005, the summer in New Orleans had not yet ended. Sinan sat by the office window, the notebook he had used for 3 years spread open before him. The 2003 draft page was circled in blue-purple ink, an asterisk and a strike through next to Wade's name, while Josh Howard, Kyle Korver, and Mo Williams were highlighted in green fluorescent marker as successes. The 2004 draft page recorded Josh Smith, Trevor Ariza, and Chris Duhon, with a small note: Ariza traded to Bobcats, part of the package for the second overall pick. The 2005 draft page was nearly worn through. Chris Paul's name had been circled 3 times in 3 different colors, and beside it was a dense list of trade assets. For one, he had piled nearly half the chips he had accumulated over the past 2 years onto the table, exchanging them for a 6-foot point guard. Now Paul belonged to the Hornets, with Baron Davis still sitting in the locker room. Together they would form the most explosive backcourt in the East for the new season. He flipped to a blank page and picked up his pen. 2006 draft: LaMarcus Aldridge, Brandon Roy, Rajon Rondo, Kyle Lowry, P.J. Tucker, Paul Millsap. 2007 draft: Greg Oden, Kevin Durant, Al Horford, Mike. 2008 draft: Derrick Rose, Russell Westbrook, Kevin Love. 2009 draft: Stephen Curry. He set down the pen and gazed at these 4 pages. If he relied solely on the natural process of tanking, the Hornets would never secure these picks. Barron was at the tail end of his prime. Paul was about to prove himself in the upcoming season, and with young pieces like Josh Howard and Josh Smith, the Hornets' record would hover only near the top of the Eastern Conference for years to come. High lottery picks wouldn't fall from the sky. They could only be acquired through trades. What he needed to do was use his current players and future assets to exchange for those future high lottery picks that others deemed worthless, but he saw as priceless. He listed his targets in the notebook: the Trailblazers' 2007 first-round pick, the Knicks' unprotected 2007 or 2008 first-round pick, and the Supersonics' 2009 first-round pick. A knock at the door. Bob Bass pushed it open, holding a free agent market report. Larry Hughes, agent, 5 years, $70 million. We can clear at most 4 years and $48 million. Don't give it. Tell him 4 years, $48 million plus the chance to compete for a championship alongside Paul and Barron. If he wants money, both Washington and Cleveland can offer that. Bob jotted a note and flipped the page. The New York Knicks called again. Isaiah Thomas wants Baron Davis and is willing to offer Jamal Crawford plus an unprotected 2007 first-round pick. The Knicks' unprotected 2007 first-round pick historically would likely be a lottery pick. But Baron was untouchable. Baron is not for sale. But tell Isaiah that if he's willing to discuss a Crawford trade separately, we can package other assets with that 2007 first-rounder. Mid-September training camp opened. Chris Paul displayed a quality that silenced everyone during his first official scrimmage. He brought the ball across half-court and raised his hand with a gesture. Josh Smith cut to the basket, and Paul's bounce pass threaded between two defenders to land precisely in Smith's hands. After practice, Barron didn't stay to shoot extra free throws. Instead, he sat with Paul on the sideline watching film, telling him that the timing of passing out of a double team should be twice as fast as in college. October, Larry Hughes accepted a 5-year, $70 million offer from Cleveland. First month of the new season, the Hornets went 12-4. The backcourt duo of Paul and Barron stirred a storm in the East. Barron's explosive power and Paul's playmaking formed a perfect complement. In late November, Paul recorded his first career triple-double against the Hawks, 17 points, 11 assists, 10 rebounds. December, the Trailblazers had gone 6-18 in the first 2 months, third worst in the West. The management's attitude toward the 2007 first-round pick visibly softened, but they demanded Josh Howard plus a future first-rounder. Sinan countered with David West plus a 2008 second-round pick. The gap was too wide, so negotiations were temporarily shelved. But he knew the Blazers would get worse. January, All-Star voting results were announced. Paul was selected for the Rookie Challenge, and Barron was again named an All-Star reserve. February, after All-Star weekend, the Blazers indeed went on a 3-15 run. Zach Randolph and head coach Nate McMillan clashed in the locker room, and the front office finally seriously considered a full rebuild. Sinan had Bob resubmit a revised offer, David West plus a 2008 second-round pick for the Trailblazers' unprotected 2007 first-round pick. The two sides reached an agreement 2 days before the trade deadline. When the news broke, Paul arrived at the arena an hour early before that day's practice and stood silently for over a minute in front of West's empty locker. West was his most trusted pick-and-pop target, and the two had rehearsed countless times the elbow catch and kick to the corner throughout the season. Now that man was gone, but Paul said nothing. He simply put on his jersey, walked into the practice facility, and began running pick-and-rolls with Josh Smith for the first time. March, the regular season entered its final stretch. Smith was promoted to starting power forward, and Kyle Korver also earned more playing time. Silas adjusted the offensive system, relying more on pick-and-rolls initiated by Paul and Barron, with Smith's slashing on the weak side becoming a new attacking option. The team went through an adjustment period after the All-Star break, with their winning percentage dipping briefly, but Smith and Paul's alley-oop connections began appearing frequently on the top 10 plays. April, the regular season ended. The Hornets finished 50 wins and 32 losses, fourth in the East. Chris Paul's rookie season averages 16, 1.7, 8 assists, 2 steals, earning him Rookie of the Year. First round of the playoffs, the Hornets faced the Washington Wizards, the 5th seed in the East. Gilbert Arenas and Anton Jamison formed a dynamic offensive duo that had put up stellar numbers in the regular season, with Arenas averaging 29 points per game, one of the league's most scorching scorers. But the Hornets finished the series in 5 games, 4-1. Barron averaged 28 points and 9 assists, while Paul played his first playoff series like a 5-year veteran. Josh Howard held Arenas to 38 shooting. Eastern Conference semifinals, the Hornets faced the Detroit Billups, Hamilton, Prince, Rasheed Wallace. Big Ben had left for Chicago the previous summer, but the Pistons' defensive system remained intact after Larry Brown's departure. This series was far tougher than the first round, won through defense discipline and grabbing one more rebound than the opponent in the clutch. Game 6 in New Orleans, the Hornets led by 2 in the final moments. Hamilton came off 3 screens, caught the ball, and launched a mid-range baseline jumper. The ball clanked off the back rim, and Josh Smith smothered the rebound. The buzzer sounded. The Hornets eliminated the Pistons. 4-2. The Hornets advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals. In the locker room, Barron shoved the game ball into Paul's arms. "This is yours." Paul held the ball without demurring. Eastern Conference Finals, the Hornets faced the Miami. Wade and O'Neal had already shown championship quality in the regular season. Wade's explosive first step forced the Hornets' defense to constantly adjust matchups, always a half step behind. When O'Neal caught the ball in the post, he muscled through and spun for a dunk, the floor vibrating beneath his leap. The Hornets fought to Game 6, but Miami's talent and experience proved insurmountable. The final buzzer sounded. The Heat defeated the Hornets 4-2. On the way back to the locker room, Paul walked at the front, his jersey soaked with sweat clinging to his body, his spine straight. He did not lower his head, nor did he shed tears. Barron walked behind him, watching, then caught up and grabbed Paul's arm. The two stood side by side in silence, exchanging a firm, wordless handshake. The season ended. Defeated in the East Finals, just like 2 years earlier. But this time no one saw it as a failure. A team led by a rookie point guard, having lost its starting power forward mid-season, had made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. The offseason arrived swiftly. Baron Davis' agent called, hoping for a 4-year max extension. Barron was 30, his explosiveness beginning to wane due to ankle and knee injuries. Sinan invited Barron to dinner at a small restaurant along the Mississippi River and slid the prepared proposal across the table. Stay 3-year contract, groom Paul, or I help you find a championship-level team to chase a title. 3 days later, Barron pushed open the office door and sank into the chair he had occupied for 4 years. His fingers traced a scratch left by a key on the armrest. Then he lifted his gaze to Sinan. Golden State, I accept the trade. 2 weeks later, the details were finalized at the negotiating table. Baron Davis, plus a protected second-round pick for the Warriors, unprotected 2008 first-round pick, unprotected 2010 first-round pick, and Monta Ellis. The Warriors believed Barron could regain his peak in Nelly's run-and-gun system. Sinan knew that Barron's knees would make Golden State regret this trade within 2 years, and those 2 first-round picks at the right time would become the right people. On the day the news broke, Monta Ellis walked into the Hornets practice facility for the first time. He wore Warriors warm-up gear and carried a travel bag. He and Paul exchanged a glance, no words, just a nod. 2 hours later, the team received a photo Barron sent after landing at San Francisco Airport. A silhouette, the midday sun enveloping him in the golden light of the bay. Sinan set down his phone, picked up his pen, and opened the notebook. The 2006 draft was approaching. The picks he held were their own first-round pick, 21st overall, the second-round pick acquired from the Trail Blazers, 42nd overall, the second-round pick acquired from the Celtics, 36th overall, and their own second-round pick, 48th overall. The 21st pick could nab Rondo. Tucker and Millsap would be waiting in the second round. He turned to a fresh page and wrote at the top, 2006 draft, targets Rondo, Tucker, Millsap. Outside the window, Monta Ellis was already running on the practice court. His speed was indeed breathtaking, reminiscent of the man who had been traded away, but he was younger, more aggressive, and more willing to make off-ball cuts beside Paul. A cargo ship on the Mississippi River sounded its horn in the distant dusk, low and lingering. June 28, 2006, a Madison Square Garden, New York. On the eve of the draft, ESPN released its annual draft rating preview as usual. Draft expert Chad Ford titled his column, "The Hornets Gambling Owner Strikes Again. Can he win this time?" The article read, "When Michael Lee reached for Josh Howard in 2003, the entire league laughed. In 2004, he snagged Ariza and Duhon with second-round picks. In 2005, he traded half his team for a 183-meter point guard, earning a C grade from the media. 4 years later, those ridiculed choices have paid off one by one. But this year, Lee's situation is different. He sent David West to Portland in exchange for an unprotected 2007 first-round pick. What's even more puzzling is that before the 2005 draft, he traded his own first-round pick plus a second-rounder to Golden State for the right to swap first-round picks in 2006. At the time, that move was widely seen as trading a sure pick for an uncertain one, completely illogical. But the Golden State Warriors had a surprisingly terrible 200,506 season, winning only 34 games and landing in the lottery. Meanwhile, the Hornets, led by Paul, reached the Eastern Conference Finals. As a result, Lee swapped his own 21st pick for the Warriors' 9th pick through the swap right. A playoff team ended up with a lottery pick. People around the league have started whispering either this young man is absurdly lucky or he sees things others don't. Sinan read the article from start to finish, then closed the browser. Bob Bass sat across from him holding the Hornets draft picks list for this year. The Warriors had a worse record than us. The swap right moved our first-round pick from 21st to 9th. Plus, the 36th pick in the second round from the Celtics, the 42nd pick in the second round from the Trail Blazers, and our own 48th pick in the second round. 4 picks, 1 lottery, 3 second-rounders. The 9th pick. Sinan leaned back in his chair. This pick was more valuable than had expected. He opened his notebook, his eyes scanning the 2006 draft list. Brandon Roy would likely be taken in the top 6, Rudy Gay in the mid-lottery, Rajon Rondo, and Kyle Lowry projected in the late first round, somewhere between 18th and 24th. Using the 9th pick directly on Rondo was too wasteful. If he could trade down, swap the 9th for a mid-first-rounder plus a future asset, then use that mid-first-rounder to select Rondo or Lowry, he'd come out ahead. Bob, who's asking about the 9th pick? Several teams. The Celtics want it. They have the 21st pick. The Suns are also inquiring. They have the 27th pick. And the Sonics with the 18th pick. Sinan sat up straight. The 21st pick fell right within his target range. Rondo and Lowry could both be selected there. And if the Celtics wanted to trade up, it meant they had their eyes on a player available around the 9th pick. Contact the feel out their bottom line. Bob called Celtics general manager Danny Ainge. A few minutes later, he cupped the receiver and turned. Ainge wants the 9th pick. He's offering the 21st pick plus an unprotected 2008 first-round pick. But he wants us to select Redick for him at 9, then swap with the 21st pick. The Celtics' desperation for J. Redick made sense. Their outside shooting ranked near the bottom of the East, and Redick was the best pure shooter in this draft. They believed they could contend for the playoffs next season with Redick and Pierce, so they were willing to gamble their 2008, but Sinan knew what the Celtics' 2008 first-round pick meant. If history followed its course, Boston would form a Big Three in 2008 and win the title, making that pick the 30th overall, nearly a second-rounder. Yet if he took that pick off the table, now the Celtics wouldn't have it to trade for Ray Allen. One piece of the Big Three puzzle would be missing. History would change, and a Celtics team without a Big Three would make their 2008 first-round pick far more valuable. Change the terms. A 2008 first-round swap right from the Celtics plus a 2009 second-round pick. This was subtler than demanding an unprotected first. If the Celtics' history was altered by this trade, that swap right could become very valuable. Even if it didn't, a swap right was better than nothing. 15 minutes later, Ainge replied, deal. The Celtics would send the 2006 21st pick, the 2008 first-round swap right, and the 2009 second-round pick for the Hornets' 2006 ninth pick. The Hornets would select J. Redick for the Celtics at 9, then swap picks with Boston. Sinan jotted down the asset list in his notebook. Acquired. Celtics 2006 first-round 21st pick, Celtics 2008 first-round swap, right, Celtics 2009 second-round pick. Given up, Warriors 2006 first-round ninth pick. The ninth pick, obtained through a swap right from 2005, had now become a mid-first-round pick, a future first-round swap right, and a future second-rounder. And he could still land Rondo or Lowry at 21. The logic was simple: trade gold others saw for gold he saw, and pocket extra assets. Opportunities also existed in the second round. He had 3 second-round picks, 36, 42, and 48, and didn't need to keep them all. Millsap was projected in the mid to late second round, around 45th. Tucker around 35th. Gibson at the end of the second round. He could use higher second-round picks to acquire more future assets, then snag those 3 at the right spots. What can the Trailblazers' second-rounder, the 42nd pick, get us? Bob flipped through the offer records. The Cavaliers want it. They need wing help. They're offering next year's second-round pick, plus a protected first-round swap right. But their first-round swap is almost impossible to trigger. LeBron is rising, and Cleveland will be a playoff team for years. Then keep negotiating. A protected first-round swap is still an asset. In the end, the 42nd pick was sent to Cleveland for a protected 2007 second-round pick and a 2008 second-round pick. Sinan added this line to his asset list. A protected second-rounder is still a second-rounder, and future second-round picks could be combined with other assets for bigger deals. The draft officially began. Stern took the stage. Bargnani went first overall to Toronto, Adam Morrison third to Charlotte. Roy was selected 6th by Minnesota. At the 9th pick, Stern announced the New Orleans Hornets select J. Redick, Duke University. Redick put on the Hornets cap to applause. 2 minutes later, the trade was official. The Hornets sent Redick's draft rights to Boston for the 21st pick, the 2008 first-round swap right, and the 2009 second-round pick. The ESPN commentator remarked the Celtics got Redick for a future swap right and a second-rounder. Danny, when the 21st pick arrived, the Hornets selected Rajon Rondo. Rondo hugged his family expressionlessly, his long arms stretching wide enough to cover the entire cap brim. The ESPN commentator paused. Rondo at this spot is within the projected range. The Hornets traded down from 9 to 21, likely to stockpile assets, and still get Rondo. In the second round, the Hornets took P.J. Tucker at 36 and Daniel Gibson at 48. Paul Millsap, a Louisiana native, was selected at 45 by the Orlando Magic. Sinan hadn't used the 36th pick on him because Millsap's projection was late second round, and he gambled correctly. 45th was indeed Millsap's true value range. But he needed Millsap, so he called Orlando's general manager. 5 minutes later, the deal was done. The Hornets sent Daniel Gibson's draft rights, plus a 2008 second-round pick for Paul Millsap's draft rights. Millsap put on the Hornets cap, the camera focusing on his father, those rough hands repeatedly rubbing an old baseball cap. After the draft, ESPN gave the Hornets a B rating. Higher than previous years, with the sole comment trading down for Rondo was a good value move, but the 3 second-round picks were still conservative. Sinan closed the page and wrote the final asset record for this draft in his notebook. Drafted Rondo, Tucker, Millsap. Extras earned. Celtics 2008 first-round swap, right, Celtics 2009 second-round pick, Cavaliers 2007 protected second-round pick, Cavaliers 2008 second-round pick. Then he turned to a new page where a line had been written and rewritten. 2007 draft. Target kept. Outside, New York's night was tinged lavender by the lights of Madison Square Garden. He leaned back in his chair. The swap right and patient down rating had turned a 9th pick into multiple future assets. And those assets, the Celtics swap right, Cleveland's second-rounders, Portland's unprotected 2007 first-rounder, would one day combine into an even bigger chip. His phone buzzed. A text from Scarlett. Heard you did a trade down in the draft and then swapped for a local power forward. Does that count as your first time not getting AC? He smiled and replied barely. Then he closed his notebook and leaned back in his chair. Outside, the New York night stretched deep and vast like a board waiting to be filled, and his pieces had just grown a few more. 3 days after the conclusion of the 2006 NBA draft, Sinan's office relocated from New York back to New Orleans. A newly posted depth chart for the 2006-07 season adorned the wall with Bob Base inscribing the list of players currently under contract in blue marker. Point guards Chris Paul, Mo Williams. Shooting guard Kyle Korver. Small forward Josh Howard. Power forwards Josh Smith, Brandon Bass. Center none. Rookies yet to report Rajon Rondo PGP. J. Tucker SF Paul Millsap PF. Departed Baron Davis traded to Warriors. David West traded to Trail Blazers. Monta Ellis traded to Mavericks. Free agents P. J. Brown expired not resigned. Jim Jackson expired not resigned. Matt Barnes expired not resigned. We only have 8 guaranteed contracts right now. Paul, Mo Williams, Korver, Howard, Smith, Bass, Rondo, Tucker, Millsap. Bob tapped the whiteboard with his pen tip. Wait, that's 9. Rondo, Tucker, and Millsap. Those 3 rookies haven't signed official contracts yet, but standard rookie deals for first and second round picks are essentially locked in. Once signed, that's 9 guaranteed contracts. Plus Marquis Daniels, just acquired from the Mavericks. That makes 10. The NBA requires a minimum of 13 players, preferably 15, to guard against injuries. We're still short by at least 3 to 5 roster spots. The center position is completely empty, and we lack depth at backup shooting guard. Sinan leaned back in his chair. Let's start with Daniels. This trade is already finalized. Monta Ellis for Marquis Daniels plus a 2007 second-round pick from Dallas with an added condition: if Ellis averages over 15 points per game next season, the second-round pick converts into a 2008 first-round pick swap right. Daniels averaged 9.3 points per game last season in Dallas, can play both shooting guard and small forward, and is a solid defender. He fills the void in ball handling left by Baron Davis' departure. Bob wrote Marquis Daniels' name on the whiteboard, placing it in the shooting guard rotation slot. Next up is who's still available on the free agent market. Bob flipped open his folder. Ben Wallace has already signed with Chicago. 4 years, $60 million. Prisabilla stayed with Portland. 3 years, $24 million. The remaining centers on the market include Nazr Muhammad, who averaged 6.5 points and 5.2 rebounds per game for San Antonio last season, performed steadily in the playoffs until the Western Conference semifinals. He's not an all-star center, but he can protect the rim, rebound, and finish on pick and rolls. At 28, he's in the tail end of his prime. Expected asking price around 2 years, $10 million. Also available is Jake Voskuhl, who served as a backup center for Phoenix last season, averaging 4.1 points and 3.4 rebounds. He can hold his own against bigger centers, defensively fouls heavily, but plays with enough toughness. He could be signed for a veteran's minimum. Melvin Ely, a backup center for Charlotte, averaged 3.7 points and 3.3 rebounds last season. He's young and energetic, but raw. Also a minimum salary option. Let's pursue Muhammad first. 2 years, $10 million, with a team option for the second year. San Antonio's cap space is locked up by Duncan Parker and dynasty.Li. They won't be able to match. If negotiations fall through, well, sign both Voskuhl and Ely. 2 veteran minimums total under $3 million, providing sufficient rotation depth. Bob called Muhammad's agent and conducted 2 rounds of talks. As expected, San Antonio couldn't match. Their cap space was completely tied up by the Big Three. 2 days later, Nazr Muhammad agreed to join the Hornets on a 2-year, $10 million deal with a team option for the second year. The starting center position is resolved. Bob wrote Muhammad's name in the center slot on the whiteboard. Next, we need a backup shooting guard and a backup center. Right now, Korver is our only pure shooting guard. Daniels can fill in, but he's better suited for small forward. What about Vujacic? He's a restricted free agent backup shooting guard for the Lakers, averaged 3.8 points last season with a 37 3-point percentage. Young can shoot, defense is average. The Lakers are pursuing Radmanovic, and their cap space is tight. They might not match an offer. Offer 2 years, $4.8 million. Use the biannual exception. It wouldn't be worth it for the Lakers to match. Meanwhile, Bob contacted Jake Voskuhl's agent. Phoenix had already signed a rookie center, compressing Voskuhl's playing time, and he was looking for a change of scenery. A veteran's minimum for 1 year was quickly agreed upon by both sides. 2 days later, the Lakers declined to match the offer for Vujacic. Sasha Vujacic signed with the Hornets for 2 years and $4.8 million. On the same day, Jake Voskuhl signed a 1-year veteran's minimum contract. Bob stood before the whiteboard again, filling in the new names one by one. Point guards Paul, Mo Williams, Rondo. Shooting guards Korver, Vujacic, Daniels, Swing. Small forwards Howard, Tucker. Power forwards Josh Smith, Bass, Millsap. Centers Muhammad, Voskuhl. He stepped back. That's 14 guaranteed contracts. 1 spot left. Should we bring back Gibson? Sinan pondered for a moment. Daniel Gibson was this year's second-round pick. The Hornets selected him at number 48 overall, then traded his draft rights to Orlando on draft night in exchange for Paul Millsap. But Gibson's contract negotiations with Orlando were rocky. The Magic already had Nelson and Dooling in their backcourt, no shortage of point guard. They offered him a non-guaranteed training camp deal. Gibson's agent was seeking a better opportunity. Contact his agent. If he's willing to accept the non-guaranteed contract and compete for the third point guard spot in training camp, we can give him a chance. 2 days later, Gibson's agent responded, accepted. Orlando agreed to relinquish Gibson's draft rights. As compensation, the Hornets sent a protected 2009 second-round pick to the Magic. Gibson joined the Hornets on a 1-year non-guaranteed contract, entering the training camp roster. Bob wrote the final name in the lower right corner of the whiteboard: Daniel Gibson, two-way reserve guard. Then he stepped back and clapped his hands in satisfaction. 15 names stood neatly arranged on the whiteboard with at least 2 options at every position, providing full rotation depth from 1 to 5. July, Las Vegas Summer League. Rondo posted 12 points, 9 assists, and 7 rebounds in his debut game, locking down the opposing team's first-round point guard on defense. Millsap averaged a double-double, repeatedly grabbing offensive rebounds in the paint and finishing with putbacks. Tucker's corner threes and defensive tenacity reduced the frequency with which Silas slapped the tactical board during timeouts. Late July, Peja Stojakovic's agent received a 4-year, $56 million offer from the Hornets. The Pacers were in rebuilding mode, and Larry Bird explicitly stated they would not match. At the signing press conference, Peja hoisted the Hornets' blue and purple jersey above his head, the flash of cameras illuminating the entire hall. ESPN posted a rundown of the Hornets' summer moves on their website, headlined, "Least Long Game Hornets Reshape Roster, Eyes on the Future." The article detailed the Hornets' full 200,607 roster. Point guards: Chris Paul, Mo Williams, Rajon Rondo. Shooting guards: Kyle Korver, Marquis Daniels, Sasha Vujacic. Small forwards: Peja Stojakovic, Josh Howard, P.J. Tucker. Power forwards: Josh Smith, Brandon Bass, Paul Millsap. Centers: Nazar Muhammad, Jake Voskuhl. Reserve: Daniel Gibson, non-guaranteed contract. The article stated Paul is about to enter his second season with the Hornets. The supporting cast around him has transformed. Peja spaces the floor, Howard handles perimeter defense, Josh Smith patrols the paint at the 4, and Muhammad provides rim protection and rebounding. Off the bench, Rondo, Korver, Daniels, Bass, and Millsap all have defined roles. This team's average age is under 25, making it one of the youngest rosters in the Eastern Conference. Lee didn't chase astronomical free agent contracts this summer. Instead, he used stable mid-level and biannual exceptions to bolster rotation depth. This approach mirrors his style over the past 4 years. Avoid premium buys at peak value, secure the right players at the most reasonable prices during downturns. The article concluded the only question is, where is this team's ceiling? Miami has Wade and Shaq. Detroit is aging, but still formidable, and Cleveland's LeBron James is rapidly ascending. The Hornets' competition in the East has grown stronger than last season. The future draft picks Lee acquired by trading Barron and David West won't materialize until 2007 and beyond. But before those picks pay off, this young revamped lineup must first prove it's worth the wait. Scarlett Johansson's call came in less than half an hour after the article went live. "I saw the news. You signed a Serbian sharpshooter and traded for a bunch of guys whose names I can't remember. Everyone's saying you're rebuilding." "It's not rebuilding. It's reconfiguring." "What's the difference?" "Rebuilding means tearing the house down and starting over. Reconfiguring means replacing the load-bearing walls to make the house bigger and taller." Scarlett was silent for a moment. "You're starting to sound more and more like an architect. I just finished a shoot and need a few days to unwind. Is there a restaurant in New Orleans that isn't the tourist type?" "There's one in an alley behind the French Quarter. Handwritten menu, only 12 tables a day. Save a table for me." After hanging up, Sinan stood by the window. In the training gym, Paul was practicing pick-and-roll passing with Rondo. Peja was on the other court working on catch-and-shoot threes, hitting 11 in a row. Millsap and Brandon Bass were repeatedly rehearsing turnaround hooks in the post, while Tucker drilled corner threes in his spot. Muhammad and Voskuhl engaged in interior strength drills on another court, the floor vibrating as they jostled for position. 15 players, one system, one goal. Outside the window, the Mississippi River shimmered with golden ripples under the setting sun. The horn of a new season had already sounded on the horizon. October 31st, 2006, at the New Orleans Arena. Sinan stood before the glass window of the owner's suite, a cup of coffee that had long gone cold in his hand. This was the season opener for his 5th year with the Hornets. In 2002, against the Bulls, Baron Davis had secured New Orleans' first NBA victory with 30 points and 11 assists. In 2005, facing the Hawks, Paul delivered 17 points and 11 assists, offering a brief respite to a post-Katrina New Orleans with a win. Now in 2006, Baron was gone. West had been traded to Portland. Replacing them was a roster of youngsters, all under 25, warming up on the court. Peja Stojakovic took a shot from the left corner, catching, bending, jumping, releasing. The ball arcing high. Josh Smith practiced step-back jumpers on the opposite half-court, his form much smoother than during training camp. Nazar Muhammad and Jake Voskuhl battled under the basket, the floor trembling with each collision. Rondo and Paul stood chatting, Rondo's face serious, Paul nodding occasionally. Mo Williams and Kyle Korver competed in a three-point shootout under the third hoop, while Sasha Vujasic sat at the sideline tying his shoelaces. This was his team. New, young, brimming with uncertainty. The suite door slid open. Scarlett Johansson walked in holding 2 cups of steaming coffee. She wore a blue-purple Hornets sweatshirt, sleeves 2 long cuffs folded twice. Your coffee? Black, no sugar. I had the front desk brew it fresh, 10 times better than that vending machine upstairs. Sinan took a sip. Indeed, it was better than his own. Scarlett leaned against the window beside him, both gazing down at the court. Page's shooting form is beautiful. His motion would look exquisite on camera, like a dancer in the final frame before landing. She had been appearing in New Orleans frequently in recent months. She was shooting an independent film set in Louisiana, often dropping by the training facility between takes. Paul was the first player to befriend her. He discovered she could recite every line of Robert De Niro's dialogue from The Godfather Part 2, and would quiz her on them every time they met. Korver taught her how to shoot. Her arc was high, but lacked power, and after each attempt she had glanced down at her hands. Tucker nicknamed her Sister Scarlett, and the whole team adopted it. No filming tonight? Sinan asked. Night shoot moved to tomorrow. The director has an upset stomach, Scarlett said, sipping her latte. So I decided to catch your opener. I had nothing better to do. Sinan didn't call her bluff. Had heard from her assistant that the night shoot had required extensive lighting setups, and the director had held 3 storyboard meetings to prepare. But he didn't ask why she had skipped it. On the court, the players finished warm-ups. The lights dimmed, and for the opening ceremony, spotlights swept across the floor one by one. Paul was the last to run out. The entire arena rose to its feet. Scarlett stood with him in the suite, watching below as Paul took the front of the team, the light shining on him, the blue-purple jersey emblazoned with a white number 3 on the back. The whole arena chanted his name. Your kid has grown up, Scarlett said. Sinan didn't answer, but as he raised his coffee, a faint smile curved his lips. As the game began, Joe Johnson of the Hawks hit 2 consecutive fadeaway jumpers near the free throw line. Paul answered on the next possession with a pull-up mid-range jumper off a pick and roll. The ball swished through the net, the entire motion from start to release, taking less than 2 seconds. In the third quarter, Peja found his rhythm. Twice from the left corner off Paul's drive-in kick, he sank 3-pointers. The arena's noise reached a fever pitch after the second one. Scarlett slapped the windowsill in the suite. That's it. The follow-through on his fingers when he releases, like a violinist finishing a long note. With 2 minutes left in the game, the Hornets led by 7. The Hawks mounted a furious comeback. Paul at the top of the arc used a screen from Josh Smith to drive, burst into the paint, and as center Zaza Pachulia rotated to defend, he lobbed the ball high. The ball sailed over Pachulia's outstretched fingers, landing perfectly in the hands of Smith, cutting to the rim. Smith slammed it home with 2 hands, and the entire arena erupted. The buzzer sounded. 10,391. A commanding season-opening victory for the Hornets. Paul finished with 22 points, 11 assists, and 4 steals. Peja added 17 points, shooting 3 of 5 from beyond the arc. Josh Smith recorded 14 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Rondo dished out 4 assists in limited minutes and held the Hawks' backup point guard to just 2 points on defense. Scarlett tossed her empty cup into the trash bin. Have you ever wondered about something? Why do you always drink cold coffee? Every game, the coffee in your hand ends up ice cold. Forgot to drink it. You forget more than just coffee. She walked toward the door, then glanced back. Practice tomorrow. I'm asking about your players. 2 in the afternoon. Then he'll come at 2. Josh Smith owes me an in-depth discussion on special effects techniques. She smiled and pushed open the door. The suite fell silent, leaving only Sinan alone. From below, applause and music continued to drip. He looked down at the cup in his hand, the coffee now utterly cold. She was right, it was always cold. But he didn't pour it out. Instead, he raised it and drank the last mouthful. A little bitter, but bearable. In mid-November, the Hornets embarked on their first Western road trip of the season. For days, 3 games against the Golden State Warriors, Portland Trail Blazers, and Sacramento Kings. As the plane descended into San Francisco, the view outside the window was of gray clouds and scattered sailboats dotting the bay. Paul sat by the window, a laptop on his knees, replaying footage of the Warriors' last game. Baron Davis was thriving in Don Nelson's run-and-gun system, averaging 23 points and 9 assists per game, putting up career-best numbers. Sinan sat across the aisle, flipping through scouting reports. The day Baron left New Orleans, it was raining over the Mississippi River. Now he had found his rhythm again in Golden State, which posed a problem for the Hornets. Baron knew Paul too well. He knew Paul would first check the weak side after every pick and roll, knew Paul disliked fighting through screens on defense, And new Paul, in clutch moments, trusted his own step-back, mid-range jumper more than dishing the ball. First game against the Warriors. The lights at Oracle Arena were harsher than those in New Orleans. Barron struck in offensive posture from the opening tip. He scored 12 points and dished 3 assists in the first quarter alone, each drive seeming to leave a mark on his former team. But the Warriors were no match for the Hornets overall. Paul took over in the third quarter with 10 points and 5 assists in the period. Every time Barron scored, Paul responded with a pick and roll of his own. The two played like chess masters on the same board, each able to read the other's every intention. With 1 minute left in the game, the Hornets led by 5. Barron executed a step-back three-pointer over Rondo's defense. The ball clanged off the back rim. Paul grabbed the rebound, slowly dribbled up the court, milked the clock, then milked it again until the final seconds when he used Smith's screen to drive inside and hit a floater. The Warriors called a timeout. In that moment, the arena's booing abruptly ceased, leaving only the screech of sneakers on the hardwood. The Hornets won by 6. Barron 39 minutes, 26 points, 8 assists. Paul 38 minutes, 24 points, 13 assists. After the game, the two embraced at half-court. Barron pressed Paul's head against his chest and whispered something only the two could hear. Sinan stood in the visitors' suite watching Barron release Paul and turn toward the players' tunnel. He knew Barron's future. In history, the Warriors' run-and-gun era would soon end. Nelson would leave. Barron would bounce from team to team, and knee injuries would gradually sap his explosiveness. But tonight, he didn't dwell on that. Tonight, he simply watched the silhouette in the Warriors' No.0 jersey disappear into the tunnel. On the bus back to the hotel, Scarlett texted, "Barron is more muscular than I imagined. His thighs are a full size bigger than Paul's. Glad you guys won." Sinan stared at the words on his screen. She had indeed been paying close attention. He replied, "Paul said the timing for passing out of the pick and roll that Barron taught him is still his best weapon." That's what they whispered during the hug. Second game in Portland. The Trail Blazers' home arena always reminded Sinan of something else. David West was now playing here in a Blazers jersey, while the Blazers' unprotected 2007 first-round pick sat neatly in his asset portfolio. Two emotions mingled as he stepped into the Rose Garden, his pace slightly slower than usual. Before the game, West came over to greet the Hornets coaching staff and embraced Paul. But once the game started, there was no warmth between the sides. The Blazers were fighting for a playoff spot, and West caught the ball on the elbow, faced Smith's defense, and delivered his trademark turnaround jumper with steady consistency. The Hornets ultimately won by 9. West finished with 22 points and 8 rebounds. Paul with 19 points and 14 assists. The final stop of the road trip was Sacramento. The Kings were no longer the Princeton offense kings, but their arena still thundered with noise. The stands at Arco Arena were packed with fans in purple jerseys, cowbells clanging. When Page stepped to the free throw line, the entire crowd rose in applause. He had once been a hero here. He sank both free throws, then raised his hand and waved to the four sides of the arena. A small gesture, but the fans noticed. The 3-game road trip ended with 2 wins and 1 loss. Not bad for a team still adjusting to its new lineup. On the flight back to New Orleans, players played cards or slept. Rondo sat in the back with an assistant coach watching game footage, replaying one of his own turnovers several times. Sinan opened his notebook and wrote a few lines on the road trip summary page. Page's composure responding to his old team from the free throw line. Mental toughness confirmed. Smith's defensive footwork showing clear improvement. Rondo's defense on Barron improved after halftime adjustments. Needs more playing time. Then he flipped to another page. On it was a single line, 2007 draft Kevin Durant. The Trail Blazers' unprotected 2007 first-round pick was in his hands. Currently, the Blazers were 48th worst in the Western Conference. The conflict between Randolph and the head coach was escalating, the locker room atmosphere tense. If the Blazers continued to languish, the value of that pick would only rise. And in Seattle, the Sonics' record was also sliding. Ray Allen's ankle injury had robbed the team of its most reliable scoring threat. The Sonics' 2007 first-round pick. In history, that pick would become the 2nd overall selection. The plane landed in New Orleans late at night. Sinan walked out of the airport, the wind from the Mississippi River carrying moisture to greet him. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He opened it to see 3 messages from Scarlett. The first, the lights at Arco Arena tonight were 1 color temperature warmer than at Staples Center. When Page waved on the free throw line, the camera pushed in for a close-up. The second came quickly. I beat Korver in a 3-point contest again. He gave me one hand, and I still couldn't make it. I asked him why your 3-pointers don't need a leap, and he said because his legs needed to be saved for running off screens. The third was sent at 2 a.m. Just 4 words, good night. See you. He stared at those 4 words on his screen, his fingers hovering over the keyboard for a second. Then he typed one word, no. In the distance, music from the French Quarter drifted faintly. Autumn in New Orleans was slowly turning cooler. The season had only completed its first month, and the long regular season still stretched ahead. And the 2007 draft, that summer day drawing ever closer. How much patient waiting would he need to exchange for that second overall pick? The answer was still blowing in the wind. December in New Orleans had finally cooled down. The wind from the Mississippi River carried a northern chill southward, temporarily dispersing the perennial humidity that clung to the French Quarter. Tourists on Bourbon Street no longer clutched frozen cocktails, but instead sipped mulled wine infused with cinnamon. The Hornets had won 4 consecutive games in the first week of December, pushing their record to 14 wins and 8 losses, ranking 4th in the Eastern Conference. But the next 4 games on the schedule were the true test. Home against the Cavaliers, away against the Heat, home against the Timberwolves, and away against the Spurs. For opponents, 4 top-tier superstars of the league: LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Kevin Garnett, and Tim Duncan. First game, Cavaliers. When LeBron James stepped into the New Orleans arena, he was only 22 years old, yet he already carried an aura of royalty. During pre-game warm-ups, he shot a few from beyond the arc, then exchanged a few words with Paul at the sidelines. Both smiled with restraint, but there was little friendliness in their eyes. "He'll guard him tonight," Josh Howard volunteered in the locker room. "I know he's taller and stronger than me, but I'll stick to him all game." Silas nodded in agreement. From the first quarter, the game entered Jameis' rhythm. He first announced his presence with a driving dunk, then chased down Paul's fast-break layup on the defensive end. The ball ricocheted off the backboard, and James landed and immediately launched a counterattack, assisting Hughes on a layup. One offensive play, one defensive play. Less than 30 seconds, and the entire arena fell silent for a moment. But Howard did not back down. In the second quarter, he forced James to miss 3 consecutive shots, not by completely shutting him down, but by making him dribble an extra step and absorb one more hit each time, disrupting his shooting rhythm. On offense, Paul used screens to repeatedly find Muhammad, who scored 14 points against the Cavaliers' weak interior. At halftime, the Hornets led by 2 points. Late in the third quarter, James became irrational. He hit a fadeaway over Howard, drove past Smith, switched for a 21, and drained a three-pointer from the top of the arc while double-teamed. 7 consecutive points each time against a different defender, each time with the same result. The sound of the ball slicing through the net, light and crisp like a bell struck repeatedly. The Hornets called a timeout. Scarlett stood by the window of the suite, focusing intently, like a painter observing the timing of Smith's contest on Jameis' shot. His jump is faster than Jameis, but James adjusts in the air longer than him. She wasn't speaking to anyone, but Sinan heard her. In the decisive final quarter, Paul first responded with a mid-range jumper off a screen, then drew a double team, and kicked out to Peja in the corner for a 3, and finally stole a Cavaliers sideline pass and converted a fast break layup. The Cavaliers' final possession, James faced Howard at the top of the arc, the entire arena standing. He lowered his center of gravity, drove right, stopped, and executed a fadeaway. Howard's hand was in his face. The ball clanked off the back rim, and Smith clutched the rebound firmly. The buzzer sounded. The Hornets defeated the Cavaliers 96-91. James finished with 34 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists. Howard scored only 8 points, but after the game he received applause as the defensive player of the game. Paul had 28 points and 11 assists. Before closing his notebook, Sinan jotted down a note: the key to Howard guarding James: force him into extra dribbles, deny him the initial acceleration. They might meet again in the playoffs. Archive this recording. Second game, away against the Heat. Beneath the dome of the American Airlines Arena in Miami hung the 2006 championship banner, and massive posters of Wade and O'Neal adorned the outer walls, their edges slightly lifted by the sea breeze. Wade embraced Paul during pre-game warm-ups. The two had become friends after their playoff clash in 2005 and occasionally trained together in the offseason. O'Neal, on the opposite half-court, took leisurely shots, his free throw form as stiff as in his prime. Once the game began, Wade displayed the full arsenal of a finals MVP against a young point guard. His first step was explosive, his driving angles unpredictable, and when facing Smith's help defense, he could switch hands midair for the layup. Paul expended enormous energy on defense. He chased Wade all game, was knocked down twice by screens, and each time got up, patted his jersey, and continued. In the third quarter, during a fast break, Rondo poked the ball out of bounds from behind Wade. Wade landed and punched the floor with his fist, then stood up and locked eyes with Rondo for a second. There was no anger in those eyes, only respect, the respect of a defender for an attacker. The Hornets chased the score all night, but never took the lead, ultimately losing by 9 points. In the locker room, Paul's knees were wrapped in 2 layers of ice packs, and his jersey could be wrung dry. He didn't say a word, just leaned against his locker, eyes closed. Sinan didn't enter the locker room. He stood in the hallway for a moment, looked down at his phone. Scarlett had sent a text, not asking about the win or loss, only a brief line. When Wade starts, the relationship between his shoes and the floor is like a cheetah gripping the ground. Another message from hours earlier. Taken backstage at the premiere, she was sitting on the dressing room floor in a gown eating potato chips. Third game, home against the Timberwolves. During pre-game warm-ups, Kevin Garnett stood alone at the free throw line, eyes closed, lips moving as if in some prayer only he understood. The Timberwolves had a poor record this season, but Sinan knew this. Garnett would be traded to the Celtics in the summer of 2007, forming the Big Three. Once the game started, Garnett opened with a turnaround jumper from the elbow, then blocked Smith's dunk landing and beating his chest with a roar. Garnett finished with 28 points, 14 rebounds, and 5 assists. But the Timberwolves had only him. The Hornets wore down Garnett with team basketball. Smith, Base, and Millsap took turns guarding him. Paul used screens to tear apart the Timberwolves' perimeter defense, and Peja drained 4 three-pointers from the corner. With the game winding down, Garnett fouled out. As he walked off the court, he draped the towel over his head, sat in the corner at the end of the bench, and spoke to no one. Paul watched him and gave a slight nod. The Hornets won by 11 points. Fourth game away against the Spurs. The air conditioning at the AT&T Center was always 3 degrees colder than in other arenas. Popovich stood on the sideline, arms crossed, expressionless. In the first quarter, Duncan showed Josh Smith what fundamentals meant, using bank shots and low-post pivots. He never jumped very high, but each shot found a comfortable arc above the defender's fingertips. Ginobili's snake-like drives repeatedly through the Hornets' perimeter defense out of position, and Parker's speed caused Rondo to fall twice while chasing him. Late in the third quarter, Paul led a 90 run using mid-range jumpers off screens and drive-in kicks to narrow the deficit to 4 points. But in the fourth quarter, the Spurs executed their classic hammer set. Duncan posted up, drew the double team, and kicked out to Bowen in the corner for a 3, extending the lead once more. The Hornets ultimately lost by 8 points. After the game, Duncan shook Paul's hand and said only one word: nice game. Back at the hotel, Paul watched the game footage repeatedly for an hour using a red pen to circle 3 plays in his notebook, each circle corresponding to a possession where the Hornets' defense was broken by the Spurs' hammer set. Sinan stood by the window, gazing down at the empty swimming pool. His phone buzzed. Scarlett's voice came through. Lazy, you lost. I watched the highlights. Duncan's way of scoring is like doing carpentry. Every shot is played to perfection. By the way, I also watched the Clippers game. You have the same expression whether you win or lose. That's why I didn't get mad when you showed up an hour and a half late. I arrived early. Only after the movie ended doesn't count. Sinan leaned against the window frame. He wanted to tell her that in the coming years Duncan would win another championship. Garnett would be traded to the Celtics, competing with the Hornets for Eastern Conference supremacy. LeBron's Cavaliers would become a playoff nemesis, and Wade would carry Miami alone after O'Neal left. These future images were clear in his mind, every frame visible. He wanted to tell her, but he couldn't. Paul is very serious this season, he said into the phone. He was by the window. She had a shoot wind blowing past the microphone. He can't hear your praise right now. The last sentence was very soft. Can he hear it later? Maybe. For games against 4 future Hall of Famers, 2 wins and 2 losses. Not bad for a new roster still finding its chemistry. But Sinan cared less about the regular season record and more about his team's weakness against top-tier stars. When Peja was smothered, they lacked a second reliable scoring option. The trade deadline was 7 weeks away, and he knew exactly what his target was. On the afternoon of December 28th, the Hornets defeated the Clippers at home. Paul clocked out after 3 quarters, and Sinan left the arena directly for the helipad. The private jet's engines were already warmed up, the runway lights forming 2 golden dashed lines in the twilight. He had promised Scarlett he would attend her movie premiere. By the time the plane landed in Los Angeles, night had blanketed the city. Scarlett's independent film premiered at an old theater in Westwood, and he arrived just as the screening ended. She stood under the arc light at the theater entrance wearing a black dress and a gray coat, surrounded by a few. Through the crowd, she tilted her head. A subtle movement, but he caught it. The movie just ended. You saw. She pulled her coat tighter and walked toward him, the streetlight stretching her shadow long. I saw the end credits. That doesn't count. The cinematographer's name was 3rd on the list. The order was all wrong. She wasn't truly angry when she said it. Sinan noticed her eye makeup was slightly smudged. She had probably cried during the film. The premiere afterparty was on the 2nd floor of a private gallery. Scarlett entered on his arm, occasionally stopping to chat with people. A documentary director with a graying beard approached, glass in hand, and studied Sinan for a moment. You're that team owner who never misses a draft. Scarlett defended him. That's right, and he also missed the first half of my premiere. After the party ended, they took a short walk near Sunset Boulevard. She said the female lead in the movie never got to wait for the person she wanted. The director called it symbolism, but she thought it was realism. Sinan took her hand and put it in his coat pocket. It's cold outside. Where are you staying tonight? She named a hotel, then paused a few seconds before adding that it was too far and her car keys were still with the assistant. She shared her scarf with him, tilted her head up to look at him, the streetlight splitting the light in her pupils into fragments. The hotel is too far. She repeated it. This time the tone held no statement, only a question. Then don't go. The car headed toward Beverly Hills. Palm tree shadows receded rapidly outside the window. Scarlett leaned back in the passenger seat, silent most of the way, only occasionally pointing at a passing sign, and mentioning that a certain movie had filmed there. The garage door rose slowly and then descended. After the engine died, only the night wind and the distant hum of the city remained. He led her into the living room. The lights were off. Moonlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, washing her profile pale, yet her eyes shone especially bright. Scarlett stood before the sofa, not touching any lamp, only kicking off her heels and stepping barefoot onto the floor. His shirt sleeve had somehow been caught by her fingers. "I've been thinking for a long time." Her voice came low and husky in the darkness. It was hesitation, determination, and the most candid invitation a woman could give a man. She didn't finish the sentence, but she didn't need to. He reached out, pulled her gently closer, and kissed her. Then she rose slightly on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck. This kiss was not as light as the previous ones. It was slow and deep, carrying the December night wind and all the unsaid moments of these years. He lifted her in his arms and walked toward the bedroom. When her back met the soft mattress, her hair spread out like an ink-black fan. Outside the window, the Los Angeles nightscape unfolded behind her like a river of stars. "I'm a little nervous," she said. "Me too." Moonlight seeped through the slats of the blinds, casting streaks of light and shadow across them. After who knows how long, everything finally calmed. She lay on his chest, tracing circles on his collarbone, her breathing gradually steadying, her voice still a little raspy. "Do you like this?" She laughed first as she asked, her shoulders trembling slightly. Sinan gently combed through her damp curls at the temples and kissed her forehead. "What do you think?" She laughed in the darkness, burying her face in the hollow of his neck. He could feel the curve of her smile against his skin. Outside, the Los Angeles night was as deep as ink. Occasionally a car passed in the distance, its headlights sweeping a brief arc across the ceiling before vanishing. She shifted to a more comfortable position in his arms, one arm draped across his waist, her fingers unconsciously stroking the skin on his back as her breathing gradually evened out. Her body was warm, her hair carrying a mix of shampoo and red wine. He didn't fall asleep immediately, just stared at the spot on the ceiling where the light had vanished. June 28, 2006, Madison Square Garden, New York. On the eve of the draft, ESPN. In January 2007, an unusual cold snap descended upon New Orleans. The moisture over the Mississippi River condensed into a thin mist, and the windows of the training facility were veiled in gray haze during the early morning drills. Players shot in long sleeves, their breath visible as white mist under the lights. Paul wore two jerseys during practice. The outer one was an old model left behind by Byron last year, its cuffs fraying at the edges. He had been wearing it since the season began, refusing several offers from the trainer to replace it. The January schedule featured an Eastern Conference road trip, Toronto, Boston, New York, with 7 games packed into 2 weeks. As the plane descended through the snowstorm over Canada, the view outside the windows was a vast expanse of white, with de-icing trucks spraying orange liquid back and forth on the runway. Shortly after the team settled into the hotel, the league released the second-round results of the All-Star voting. Paul ranked second among Eastern Conference guards, trailing only Dwayne Wade. In the locker room, Mo Williams held up his phone and read the news aloud. Paul, still tying his shoelaces, just grunted and continued. But Josh Smith wrapped his arms around Paul's neck from behind and shook him. The laces slipped from Paul's fingers, and he let out a playful curse, the whole locker room bursting into laughter. Against the Raptors, the Hornets won by 6 points. Paul posted 25 points and 14 assists. Guarded by Raptors rookie Andrea Bargnani, he used the same mid-range pull-up after the pick-and-roll 3 times in a row, each shot tracing nearly identical arcs, the swish of the net cutting through the quiet air of the Air Canada Center. Against the Celtics, Paul Pierce and Paul engaged in a scoring duel. Pierce tallied 31 points while Paul finished with 29 and 11 assists. The game was decided in the final 2 minutes. Paul drove and kicked to Peja in the corner, who drained a 3-pointer, putting the Hornets up by 2. On the Celtics' final possession, Pierce missed a fadeaway jumper over Josh Howard, and Smith grabbed the rebound. The Hornets won by 4. Against the Knicks, under the bright lights of Madison Square Garden, Paul delivered his most complete game of the season. 18 points, 14 assists, and 8 rebounds. In the last 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, he dished out 3 consecutive assists to seal the victory. Fans at the Garden began exiting 2 minutes before the final buzzer, a common sight in New York. Back in New Orleans after the road trip, the team's record stood at 26 wins and 15 losses, third in the Eastern Conference. But the long flights and grueling schedule had left everyone exhausted. Paul's knee began to ache slightly. The team doctor advised him to rest for 2 games. He shook his head, saying, after the All-Star break. On January 14th, the Hornets hosted the Orlando Magic at home. As Dwight Howard walked into the New Orleans arena, Sinan watched him from the suite for a long time. The center he had wanted to draft since 2003, now wearing the Magic's deep blue road uniform, effortlessly throwing down a few alley-oop dunks during warm-ups. During the game, the Magic's perimeter defense smothered the Hornets' shooters. Pedro was blanketed. Corver found open looks, but his shot was ice cold and Howard recorded 3 blocks in a single quarter. Watching that familiar figure, Sinan could only sigh inwardly. By late January, the cold spell finally receded, and the Mississippi River once again shimmered in the sunlight. In Sinan's office, Bob Bass placed a memo that had just come through the fax machine on the desk. News from Seattle. Ray Allen's ankle injury is more serious than expected. He won't be back until at least after the All-Star break. Their record is now 12-28, third worst in the West. The management preparing for the team's sale is looking to shed long-term contracts, and the protection clauses on future draft picks have become more negotiable. A week later, as the team charter touched down at New Orleans Airport, a cold wind blew across the tarmac. Walking out of the terminal, Sinan spotted Scarlett leaning against a lamppost in the parking lot, a gray coat, jeans, holding 2 hot coffee cups, steam rising from the paper bag. She must have flown in from Los Angeles and waited for who knows how long, but she said nothing. She pushed the coffee into his hands. Yours. Black, no sugar. You won again. Won what? Guessing I'd be back today. I didn't guess. I asked Paul. He said the team charter arrives tonight. She linked her arm with his as they walked toward the car, twirling the keys around her finger. Come on, I'm treating you to dinner. If you picked, would end up at that place with the handwritten menu again. I've already memorized it. She didn't ask why he hadn't replied to her texts, nor what had happened during his half-month on the road. She simply drove humming along to the jazz on the radio, occasionally leading him through the quiet French Quarter after the New Year, and handed him the keys at the doorstep. Outside, the New Orleans night unfurled in stillness. A low foghorn echoed from the Mississippi. She wasn't wearing heels today. He held her hand the whole way. At the end of January, the final All-Star voting results were announced. Chris Paul was officially named a starter for the Eastern Conference All-Star team. The headline in the local New Orleans newspaper ran just 5 words like a declaration: CP3, the chosen one. Surrounded by reporters before a game, Paul was asked how he felt about his first All-Star start. He simply replied, "It's a team effort." The light from the suite cast shadows across Sinan's face. Outside at the arena's entrance, Paul's large poster had been replaced, a testament to his first All-Star starting season. Both on and off the court, people were beginning to believe in him. The season entered February. The All-Star weekend was on the horizon, but the more critical battleground lay at the trade deadline. In the coming week, the dealings with Seattle would need to accelerate. That was the key to defining the true meaning. The All-Star weekend was held in Las Vegas. It was the first time in NBA history that the All-Star game took place in Sin City, and the league transformed the entire weekend into a grand spectacle. Giant electronic screens along the Las Vegas Strip scrolled highlight reels of Kobe, LeBron, Wade, and Paul. The facades of Caesar's Palace and the MGM were illuminated with massive NBA logos, and fans in colorful jerseys filled the streets. David Stern clinked glasses with sponsor representatives in the banquet hall of the Mandalay Bay Hotel, his face beaming with a smile. He had just signed a new television contract, the league's revenue having grown for the 5th consecutive year, and the global strategy was shifting from Japan to China. Yao Ming, in his 3rd season with the Rockets, was averaging 25 points and 9 rebounds, and would start in the All-Star game for the first time. Sinan checked into a hotel at the Bellagio. His room faced the iconic fountain show. Every 15 minutes, water jets shot into the night sky in time with orchestral music. Scarlett Johansson had arrived a day earlier. Before coming, she had called and said with a laugh that she would take him to see Celine Dion's concert. "Tickets are booked, you can't say no." She paused, then added, "Jessica is also here. She says she wants to see you." This was something Sinan had never anticipated. Leaning by the window, phone in hand, he was silent for a moment, then asked, "How did you two end up together?" "Hollywood isn't that big," Scarlett said lightly. "We met at a script reading last year and talked all afternoon. We found we have plenty in common besides you. She's currently filming a comic book movie, and I'm going to watch her audition footage. She says it's great." "So you plan..." "Not an encounter," Scarlett said, the rustle of script pages audible on the other end. "We decided it. She was worried you'd be busy. I told her you haven't said no to me once this season. Are you coming or not?" The next evening, Scarlett and Jessica Alba stood side by side in front of the fountain sculpture in the Bellagio lobby, like 2 paintings of contrasting styles hung on the same wall. Scarlett wore a winered velvet gown, her dark brown curls spilling over bare shoulders, lips a deep crimson. Jessica wore a white blazer dress, her hair cut short to her ears, the ends curling inward slightly, giving her a more composed and quiet look than years before. One cool and seductive, the other gentle and elegant, they drew countless gazes in Las Vegas's opulent lobby. Scarlett spoke first. "She's more beautiful than before. If I were you, I might not have let her go film in Europe back then." Jessica gave a light cough beside her voice carrying amusement. "I heard that." Scarlett turned to her, utterly unembarrassed. "I was saying it for him, not for you." Sinan stood under the crystal chandelier, watching them trade words. Both women seemed effortlessly composed and assured. As the three walked through the lobby to the restaurant, Scarlett naturally linked her arm through his left, while Jessica walked a half-step behind on his right, occasionally exchanging words with Scarlett across him. Dinner was booked at the Eiffel Tower restaurant with a view of the miniature Arc de Triomphe and the Seine along the lot. When the lights dimmed, the fountain show outside began. Water columns transformed into flowing rainbows under the illumination. Scarlett raised her phone to take a few shots of the window, then turned the camera on them. Come on, a memento of your first All-Star weekend. Not as a gambler, but as an owner. Click. The photo caught all three laughing. Sinan in the middle, Scarlett leaning against his left shoulder, and Jessica smiling on his right. I heard you're looking for investors for an indie film project, Scarlett said to Jessica. Not about basketball. About a woman searching for her family during the war. I've read the script. Jessica set down her glass. He wants to invest, but Disney is still hesitating. I said I could help, but only if the end credits include, thank you, Mr. Michael Lee. I haven't agreed yet, Sinan interjected. And I'm not a filmmaker. Of course you're not. Scarlett shot him a sideways glance. But you'll overhear a valuable piece of information at a party, quietly file it away, and months later show up on someone's list of collaborators. You're pushing your team globally. We just want to make a movie. She raised her glass and clinked it gently with Jessica's. I don't see much difference. The difference is you're talking about my money. No, we're talking about your future. Jessica's tone was soft, but her gaze was calmer than it had been days before. You can't do just basketball forever. You're already in film. Through us, through this team, through the people who want to work with the NBA because of you. You're not an outsider. You're at the very center. After dinner, the three strolled along the Las Vegas Strip. In the night, the man-made volcano erupted and the pirate ship at Treasure Island staged its final performance, drawing gasps from onlookers as pirates leaped from the masts. Scarlett and Jessica walked ahead of him, occasionally stopping to watch a street magician or pointing at a performer under the streetlights and laughing. Sinan followed a few steps behind, admiring the backs of two very different charms, the lights of Paris, Las Vegas falling on their shoulders. Scarlett turned her head to Jessica. You know, he used to come watch me shoot late at night in New York in an old Brooklyn where I was wearing a costume covered in fake blood, half my makeup smeared, but he still came. I know. Jessica looked up as the last firework from the pirate ship exploded in the sky, her voice briefly drowned by the boom. He used to watch me shoot too. Once I was filming a crying scene and he stood by the monitor. When I finished, I saw his eyes were red too. She paused. Did he ever tell you what happened afterward? No. Scarlett slipped her hands into her trench coat pockets. He never says anything. Remember that blue-violet bracelet on his wrist? That woman used to wrap her fingers around it when he wasn't paying attention. Later she learned color grading for films and had less and less time for him. The All-Star game was held at the Thomas Mack Center. Chris Paul started for the Eastern Conference in a blue No.3 jersey. During warm-ups, he performed a complex series of high-fives with LeBron, Wade, and Bosh, then sank a deep three from the arc. The crowd erupted. Sinan sat in the third row courtside, Scarlett to his left in a Paul No.3 jersey with sleeves rolled up to her elbows, and Jessica to his right in a blue-violet Hornets hoodie. Late in the first quarter, Paul matched up against Kobe. Their back-and-forth duel was so thrilling that even the commentators forgot to read the advertisements. Scarlett had been taught shooting by Kyle Korver and knew how brutal such high-level competition was on the body. Jessica understood the toll it took, not because she had played basketball, but because she had been in love with the league's most relentless competitor. During a timeout, the big screen displayed shots of the audience, and the faces of the three were magnified. Sinan sat in the middle, Scarlett leaning on his left shoulder with a victory sign, and Jessica smiling and waving at the camera. The announcer quipped, looks like tonight the Hornets owner isn't just a winner. He's got the most talked about courtside. Paul's stats for the game were 14 points and 8 assists. Over the years, he seemed to get whatever he wanted, yet he was different from others. He didn't crave flashy things only to turn everything into reality. The final night of All-Star Weekend, the three had a late supper on the hotel suite's rooftop terrace. Pizza was cut unevenly, wine spilled over the rims of glasses, but no one cared. Jessica sat cross-legged on a wide rattan chair, sharing amusing stories from film shoots. How a crying scene had been res-hot 17 times, and the director ended up using the first take. Night deepened. Jessica set her unfinished wine on the railing, stood up, smoothed her skirt, and said the crew would start filming at 6 in the morning, so she had to go back. She asked Scarlett to see her off. At the elevator under bright lights, she turned to Sinan, smiled, and opened her arms. As the hug came, she whispered words only they could hear. She's wonderful. Even better than I imagined. Don't let her watch your back too many times alone. She released him, stepped into the elevator, and just before the doors closed, she winked at him. It was Jessica Alba's smile, beautiful, unforgettable. Back on the rooftop, Scarlett sat alone on the sofa, twirling an empty glass. Sinan sat down beside her, and she leaned on his shoulder. What did Jessica say to you before she left? That you're better than she imagined. And what about herself? She said she starts shooting at 6 tomorrow. Scarlett laughed, her voice a little hoarse. You know, she meant it. She knew you longer than I did. She knew you'd come to the All-Star game before I did. She told me that when she was in Europe last year, every time the game highlights came on, she'd pause to see if you were in the frame. She said it's a habit she can't break. She set the glass on the table, turned to face him, her eyes bright in the night. Those women used to be your encounters. Now they're my friends. I don't know why, but thank you for not choosing. She buried her face in his neck, her voice muffled. The All-Star weekend is wonderful. The window was half open and the dry, gritty night breeze of Las Vegas blew in, mingling with the scent of shampoo and red wine from her hair. In the distance, the neon lights of Caesar's Palace still flickered, and the faint strains of the last fountain show's symphony drifted over. Sinan held her a little tighter, his chin resting on the top of her head, watching the city that never sleeps gradually dim as dawn approached. Before the fireworks of All-Star Weekend had faded from the Las Vegas skyline, Sinan was already seated in his New Orleans office, the 5-year-old notebook spread open before him. The wall chart mapping the league's salary structures and future draft pick distributions had been updated once again. Red for tanking teams, blue for teams potentially breaking up, and green for those holding high-value picks. The Supersonics were marked in both red and green. Bob Bass pushed open the door, holding 2 memos freshly faxed over. The Supersonics have loosened up. They're willing to negotiate a trade for their unprotected 2007 first-round pick. But they don't want expiring contracts. They want young players, prospects who can rebuild alongside them. Sinan raised his head. Outside the window in the training facility, Paul was leading the full team through their first post-All-Star practice. The Supersonics wanting young assets made sense for a team in the midst of a tank. He had young assets: Rondo, Millsap, Tucker. All rookies drafted in the past 2 years, each with untapped potential, affordable contracts, and plenty of team control remaining. He had been preparing for months, giving these 3 consistent minutes in the rotation to set the stage for the trade deadline. The 2007 draft was universally regarded as a superclass. Greg Oden, the Ohio State center, a defensive force who dominated the paint. Kevin Durant, the lanky forward from Texas, averaging 25 points with generational wingspan and shooting touch. Al Horford, Mike Conley, Joakim Noah. And that was just the lottery. In the second round, there was Marc Gasol, Pau Gasol's younger brother, destined to become an all-star center and defensive player of the year. Sinan's objective was clear: secure both Durant and Gasol in this draft, and if he could leverage the Trailblazers pick and the Supersonics pick further, he would fight for an additional mid-lottery selection. They specifically asked for Rondo, Bob said, glancing at the memo. They think his defense and playmaking are exactly what a rebuilding team needs. And Tucker, they feel his defensive toughness can set the tone in the locker room. The asking price: Rondo plus Tucker plus a 2009 first-round pick. Sinan leaned back in his chair. Rondo was the best backcourt floor general prospect after Paul, his shooting deficiency evident, but his passing vision and defensive instincts were innate. With 2 years of development, he could become a starting point guard for a playoff team. Tucker was a premier role player piece and valuable in the future small ball era. Swapping 2 promising young rotation players and a future first-rounder for a potential second overall pick was not cheap, but it was reasonable. He held the Trailblazers' unprotected 2007 first-round pick, aware it would eventually become the top overall selection. He had no intention of trading that pick for the Supersonics pick. He needed to possess both high lottery selections simultaneously. The Trailblazers pick would be number 1, the Supersonics pick number 2. One would select Oden, the other Durant. Oden would later fall from grace in history, but his talent was historic and his draft night trade value was unmatched by any other top pick in any year. Using the top pick to select Oden and then immediately trading him would yield far greater returns than directly picking Durant. Agreed. But adjust the asking price: Rondo plus Tucker plus the Hornets' 2009 first-round pick plus a 2010 second-round pick in exchange for the Supersonics' unprotected 2007 first-round pick. Additionally, if the Hornets' 2009 first-round pick falls in the top 3, it converts to the 2010 first-round pick. This is our final offer. Bob sent the offer sheet through the fax machine. 2 hours later, Supersonics general manager Sam Presti personally returned the call, accepting the trade framework but requesting a supplemental agreement on the first-round protection. If the Hornets' 2009 pick landed in the top 3, it would convert to the 2010 first-rounder. Sinan agreed. The trade terms were finalized. The Hornets would send Rajon Rondo P.J. Tucker, the Hornets' 2009 protected first-round pick top 3 protection, otherwise converting to 2010 first-round, and the Hornets' 2010 second-round pick. They would receive the Seattle Supersonics' 2007 unprotected first-round pick. Meanwhile, Bob used partial cash considerations to acquire a 2007 second-round pick from them. The Grizzlies were in a rebuilding phase, and their general manager had zero interest in a second-round pick that would only materialize years later. The deal encountered virtually no resistance. Sinan's 2007 draft pick inventory was updated to Trailblazers' 2007 unprotected first-round pick, known to become the top overall Supersonics' 2007 unprotected first-round pick, projected second overall Mavericks' 2007 second-round pick, Cavaliers, 2007 second-round pick. Grizzlies, 2007 second-round pick. At the same time, he still held the Warriors' 2008 unprotected first-round pick, the Warriors' 2010 unprotected first-round pick, the Celtics' 2008 first-round swap, right, and multiple second-round picks accumulated from various transactions. On trade deadline day, a total of 11 deals took place across the league. ESPN's Chad Ford spent a full 5 minutes analyzing the Hornets' moves. Michael Lee has traded 2 young rotation players he developed over the past 2 years plus 2 future picks for a first-round selection of uncertain position. This continues his consistent style. If the Supersonics pick lands in the top 5 combined with the Hornets' previously owned Trailblazers first-rounder, they will have 2 lottery picks in the 2007 draft. It's a high-stakes gamble. Sinan turned off the TV. In the locker room, Rondo and Tucker were packing their belongings. Rondo folded his jersey neatly into a travel bag, his expression unreadable. Tucker gathered his personal items from his locker into a backpack, walked over to Millsap, and bumped fists. Paul stood at the locker room doorway, scanning the room for a moment, then walked over to embrace Rondo. The chemistry between the 2 point guards had crystallized over half a season. Josh Smith leaned against the wall in prolonged silence. In the player tunnel, Tucker paused as he walked out with his backpack. Scarlett will be mad. Last time she came to watch practice, she said my defense was like the fish-killing scene from The Godfather. He had already passed, but turned back to add, tell her I wish her new movie success. Sinan stood in the corridor for a long while. Then he picked up his phone and texted Scarlett, I traded Tucker. He said you compared his defense to the fish scene in The Godfather. Scarlett's reply took a while. I saw the trade news. You traded 2 of my friends for draft picks. A few seconds later, several buzzes followed. I won't be angry. But Chris and Josh will probably be upset. Take the whole night to watch The Godfather re-release with them. My treat. Late at night in the office, he opened a new page in his notebook where he had written the 2007 draft asset list top pick. Select Odin, then trade, or directly pick Durant, second pick. Select Durant or Odin, 3 second-round picks. Marc Gasol. He set down the pen and leaned back. 2 potential number 1 and number 2 picks, 3 second-round selections. The groundwork laid a year ago had all come to fruition. 2 lockers were empty, but the outline of the next decade was taking shape. Outside the window, the Mississippi River shimmered cold under the moonlight, while faint jazz melodies drifted from the distant French Quarter. He closed the notebook, turned off the light, and walked out. The lights in the training facility were still on. Paul was still practicing his jump shot. The clamor of the trading deadline had yet to dissipate, and Sinan was already frowning at the deep roster chart in his office. Bob had crossed out 2 names on the current list on the whiteboard with a red pen. Rondo and Tucker were sent to the Supersonics in exchange for the precious, unprotected first-round pick from 2007. Only Paul and Mo Williams remained at the point guard position, and the defensive depth on the wing had decreased with Tucker's departure. We currently have only 12 guaranteed contracts, Bob said, biting the pen cap. The depth at point guard is decent. Paul is the starter, and Mo can play as the backup point guard. But the thickness of wing defense has diminished. Although Tucker averaged only a few minutes per game, his ability to guard the opposing team's key players cannot be reflected by statistics. Sinan leaned back in his chair. The trading deadline had just passed, and teams began to clean up their rosters, cutting players who were not part of their future plans to free up spots in salary cap space. Veteran players and fringe players who were bought out often emerge at this time. The Hornets' current salary structure is relatively healthy. Page's contract is the largest, a 4-year deal worth about $12 million this season, while the other players are below the mid-level exception with approximately $8 million left to the luxury tax line. They have the space to take on 1 or 2 bought-out veterans and can also manipulate expiring contracts. Who else is available in the free agent market? Sinan asked. Bob opened his folder. There are a few names among the bought-out players worth considering. Eddie House, a dual guard with a 39 three-point shooting rate, averaged 9.8 points last season with the Suns and was bought out by the Nets last month. Jason Hart, a defensive point guard, was cut by the Clippers 2 days ago. And then there's Keith Van Horn with an expiring contract, barely played for the Mavericks, and his $16 million expiring contract itself is a trading asset. Sinan thought for a moment. Van Horn's expiring contract indeed holds value. A $16 million space can help any team looking to clear salary during the offseason by taking on a bad contract and possibly regain a draft pick. Let's first sign Eddie House for 1 year at the minimum salary. His off-ball movement and catch-and-shoot ability can fill the offensive gap in the backcourt. As for Van Horn, let's have the Mavericks buy him out. We'll take over his expiring contract and throw in a protected second-round pick. Bob dialed the phone to the Mavericks general manager Donnie Nelson. Cuban was indifferent to Van Horn's expiring contract, but the possibility of regaining a second-round pick led him to agree to the buyout and trade plan. 2 days later, Keith Van Horn joined the Hornets on a 1-year contract while the Hornets obtained the Mavericks' 2010 second-round pick from the trade. Immediately after, Eddie House signed a 1-year veterans minimum deal. At the contract signing press conference, House held the Hornets' blue and purple jersey to his chest and smiled at the camera saying, "I like the system here. Paul passes, I shoot. It doesn't sound difficult." In the locker room, House participated in practice for the first time with Korver standing beside him. They had shot three-pointers together in training camp before. At that time, House was still with the Suns and Korver had just arrived at the Hornets. Now both were in the same blue and purple jersey shooting from the corner. House made 11 in a row while Korver hit 13. Paul walked over and patted House on the shoulder saying, "Your previous point guards would load up before passing, so you got used to waiting half a second before jumping." They had shot three-pointers together in training camp before. At that time, House was still with the Suns and Korver had just arrived at the Hornets. Now both were in the same blue and purple jersey shooting from the corner. House looked at his hand and chuckled. Not long after, the Cavaliers sent veteran Donyell Marshall and a 2008 second-round pick to the Hornets in a package to clear maximum salary space for LeBron James in exchange for a trade exception. Although Marshall had passed his prime, he still had a 37 three-point shooting rate capable of spacing the floor at the 4 position with 1 year remaining on his $5 million contract. This contract itself was an expiring asset, and the additional second-round pick became a bargaining chip for Sinan. In the third week after the All-Star weekend, Sinan flew to Los Angeles to attend the quarterly meeting of the NBA Board of Governors. Stern hosted the meeting discussing the league's globalization strategy and the progress of the Chinese market. Yao Ming had averaged 25 points and 9 rebounds in his third season with the Rockets, and Stern presented a set of data at the meeting. The NBA's viewership in China had grown by 300 over the past 3 years, and the league office planned to set up an office in Beijing and Shanghai before 2008. Jim Buss of the Lakers took over the conversation, stating they had already set up a Lakers Experience store in Beijing with sales far exceeding expectations. After the meeting, Mavericks owner Cuban stopped Sinan in the hallway. Cuban was as usual dressed in wrinkled t-shirts and jeans, holding a cup of a drink that looked like either coffee or whiskey. "You made a big move again at the trading deadline. Rondo and Tucker for an unprotected pick from the Supersonics. You really want Durant, don't you?" "Perhaps," Sinan did not answer directly. "I've studied your operations over the years. You never chase after the big names in free agency, you just hoard draft picks. You seem to have a different evaluation system for every draft. Jumping for Howard in 03, picking up Ariza and Duhan in the second round in 04, trading half a team for Paul in 05, and trading down for Rondo in 06. Every time people laughed at you, yet every time you were right." Cuban raised his cup to him. "That's just not normal. I'm just doing my homework. Those who do their homework won't tell you in 2005 that Alexander McGloire would make the All-Star team. Remember my words. One day, I will figure out how you do it." Cuban took a few steps and turned back. "By the way, you have Van Horn's expiring contract. If anyone wants to clear space during the off-season, remember to call me." At the meeting dinner, Sinan also encountered Trail Blazers owner Paul Allen. Allen was not wearing a band t-shirt today, but a deep blue suit, holding a glass of white wine. The two exchanged a few words about the young roster of the Trail Blazers, with Brandon Roy and Aldridge pairing up and displaying surprising chemistry. Allen spoke with a rare satisfaction in his tone. "Roy was the 9th pick you jumped for back in the day," Allen said. "And then you sent him to the Blazers only to ask for a first-round pick from me. Don't hope too high for the lottery this year. Roy and Aldridge's pairing is winning games and won't give you another chance to sneak in for the 6th pick." He said this with a smile, but his words revealed confidence in his young core. Sinan tapped the rim of his glass, not rebutting. On the flight back to New Orleans, Sinan completed the asset list for the 2007 draft. The asset column clearly listed the Blazers' unprotected first-round pick in 2007 expected to become the top pick, the Supersonics' unprotected first-round pick in 2007 predicted to be the second pick, multiple second-round picks from the Mavericks, Cavaliers, Grizzlies, and the Mavericks' 2010 pick, along with the Cavaliers' 2008 second-round pick attached to Donyell Marshall's expiring contract. The target for the second round remained Marc Gasol, who was still playing in Spain, and no one would be vying for a European center. Carl Landry was kept as an alternative as P.J. Tucker's departure left a gap in defense that could also be filled in the late second round. The March regular season was just around the corner. The Pistons were closely pursuing the Heat as the second in the East, while the Cavaliers were barely squeezing into the playoffs, with LeBron carrying them. Over in Chicago, the young Bulls were giving the entire league headaches with their defense. The plane landed in New Orleans as night fell and a freighter on the Mississippi River sounded its horn. The training facility lights were still on. Paul and House were practicing the rhythm of passing after pick-and-rolls, while Mo Williams and Korver were on the court working with Smith on refining their rotation positions. Marshall quietly demonstrated the wrist angle for breaking double teams in the elbow area to Millsap. The empty lockers in the locker room still remained, but the court was once again filled with players. In April 2007, spring arrived in New Orleans earlier than in previous years. The cherry trees along the Mississippi River sprouted their first buds. Tourists in the French Quarter switched back to short sleeves, and the sounds of jazz and the pop of bottle openers echoed all night on Bourbon Street. The Hornets' record after the trade deadline was 7 wins and 3 losses, bringing their overall record to 41 wins and 22 losses, fourth in the Eastern Conference. The arrival of Eddie House bolstered backcourt depth. Mo Williams flexibly switched between point guard and shooting guard. Marquis Daniels and Damian Wilkins formed a reliable wing rotation. Donnell Marshall's ability to space the floor at the power forward position gave Josh Smith wider driving lanes. 2 empty lockers in the locker room were filled with the newcomers' bags, and the shouts of training returned to their pre-trade frequency. On March 20th, an away game against the Boston Celtics. Paul Pierce played a classic Pierce-esque game at TD Garden, back-to-the-basket fadeaways drawing fouls, finishing with 32 points. But the Celtics had only Pierce. The Hornets used Josh Howard and Wilkins to wear him down in turns, while on-offense pick-and-rolls between Paul and House at the top of the key repeatedly dislocated the Celtics' defense. With 2 minutes left, Daniels hit a corner 3 to push the lead to double digits. The final buzzer sounded, and the Hornets won by 11. Sinan sat in the visiting team's suite, opened his notebook, and drew an asterisk next to the Celtics. He knew that the Celtics would attempt several major trades that summer to reshape the team, but for now this green-clad squad was still a lottery team in the East. The Hornets had completed a season sweep of the Celtics. On March 25th, at home against the New York Knicks. The lights at Madison Square Garden were always brighter than any other arena, but the Knicks' record was as terrible as ever. Isaiah Thomas stood on the sidelines with his arms crossed, his expression darker than the New York March sky. Paul sat out the fourth quarter after putting up 19 points and 10 assists. House came off the bench to score 16 points, hitting 4 of 6 three-pointers. The Hornets won by 18. The post-game atmosphere in the locker room was relaxed. House sat in front of his locker, showing Paul a photo on his phone of him and Nash from his son's days, while Mo Williams bobbed his head and hummed a tune. By the end of March, the Hornets' record stood at 46 wins and 25 losses, third in the East behind only the Pistons and Cavaliers. 11 games remained in the regular season. Silas began adjusting the rotation for the playoffs, reducing minutes for fringe players and focusing more on the cohesion of the main lineup. In the final 2 weeks of the regular season, Paul averaged 28 points and 2 assists, with his shooting percentage steadily climbing. The interplay between Smith and Millsap in the high-low post grew smoother, and Page's off-ball movement became more efficient under Paul's orchestration. One evening in early April, after watching the final regular season preparation practice at the training facility, Sinan returned to his office and received a call from Jessica Alba. Her voice carried the jet lag of just returning from Europe, and she said she had just spoken to Scarlett on the phone. Scarlett had been busy with post-production recording for a new film in Los Angeles, but she still flew to New Orleans once a week to watch the games, always sitting in the same courtside seat. The one, she said, was closer than a suite. Jessica didn't enter the locker room. She just sent him a text in the parking lot saying, "Don't push yourself too hard." Sinan replied with an MM, then continued watching the next opponent's game footage. On April 15th, the final game of the regular season, the Hornets hosted the Atlanta Hawks. The Hawks were fighting desperately for a playoff spot, and Joe Johnson played all 48 minutes, scoring 35 points. But Paul took over in the fourth quarter. Mid-range jumpers off picks, drives, and kickouts to Page in the corner for 3s, steals, and fast-break layups. The Hornets won by 7. The buzzer sounded, ending the regular season. 52 wins, 30 losses, third in the East. Paul averaged 21 points and 6 assists and 2 for steals per game, making the All-NBA and All-Defensive teams was a certainty. Page averaged 7 points, shooting 41% from 3%, proving over the entire season that his 4-year contract was worth every penny. Josh Smith averaged 2 points, 1 rebounds, and 8 blocks, and his roving defense at the power forward position became the core of the Hornets' defensive system. Josh Howard was rated as the player with the highest defensive efficiency on the team in the season summary report. He locked down countless opponents' primary scorers all season, making him the most irreplaceable piece in Silas' defensive system. After the final regular season game, no one celebrated in the locker room. The players quietly changed out of their jerseys, and Silas briefly spoke about the first-round playoff matchup. The opponent was the 6th-seeded Washington Wizards in the East. The scoring duo of Arenas and Jamison was one of the most explosive pairings in the East. Arenas averaged 28 this season for points, making him one of the hottest scorers in the league. History confirmed this in the actual 2007 playoffs. First round, the Cavaliers swept the Wizards 40, but the Wizards without Arenas and Butler were far from a complete team. Now the Hornets would face a fully loaded Wizards team, and it was destined to be a tough battle. Sinan stood at the locker room door, not entering. He knew that what the players needed at that moment was Silas' voice, not the owner's. He turned and walked back to the suite. Passing through the player's tunnel, he saw Paul sitting alone in a corner, an ice pack on his knee, holding the Wizards game tape. On the screen, a clip of Arenas hitting a pull-up three after a screen was looping. He can shoot past anyone, Paul said without looking up, but he doesn't like to defend. We can attack him with pick and rolls. Sinan leaned against the wall. So you want him to chase you all over the court? Paul lifted the ice pack, stood up, and limped toward the locker room. Once I get past him, the Wizards' pain is mine. His figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. On April 21, 2007, the first round of the playoffs officially began. Beneath the dome of the New Orleans arena, the fans' cheers never stopped from the opening tip. Silas fielded a starting lineup of Paul Korver, Peja, Josh Smith, and Nazr Muhammad, the five-man unit that had won the most games for the Hornets this season and offered the most spacious offensive configuration. Game 1 was at the Hornets' home. Arenas exploded for 14 points in the first quarter, each pull-up three after a screen, momentarily lowering the noise in the arena. But Paul's response was calmer. He took only 16 shots, making 9, and dished out 14 assists. Every time Arenas hit a tough shot, Paul responded with a precise pick-and-roll pass to Peja or Korver. Josh Howard chased Arenas all game. Though he couldn't completely shut him down, he forced Arenas' shooting percentage to drop significantly in the second half. The Hornets took Game 1. Game 2 was still at the Hornets' home. Arenas answered all doubters with a 41-point scoring show. Jamison posted 22 points and 10 rebounds. The Wizards stole a win on the road, tying the series at 11. After the game, Arenas told reporters in the tunnel, "We're not here to be a footnote." Game 3 moved to Washington. Silas adjusted the defensive matchups, having Josh Howard and Daniels take turns guarding Arenas closely. On offense, he kept having Paul attack the Wizards' weak interior defense with pick and rolls. Muhammad posted 18 points and 11 rebounds in the paint. Smith contributed 4 blocks, 2 of which directly swatted away Arenas' driving floaters. The Hornets won Game 3, on the road, taking a 21 lead. Game 4 was still in the capital, Washington. The Wizards fought with their backs against the wall. Arenas drove even more aggressively, drawing 14 free throws. But the Hornets' team offense was more stable. Peja hit 6 three-pointers from the corner house, came off the bench to contribute 14 points, and Mo Williams steadied the tempo in the second quarter transition. The Hornets took Game 4 by 8 points, leading 31 and securing the series point. Game 5 returned to New Orleans. The Wizards had no way out. Arenas played the entire game, scoring 38 points. But Paul took over in the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter. First, he hit a pull-up mid-range jumper off a Smith screen. Then he stole a cross-court pass from Arenas to Jamison and finished a fast-break layup. Finally, he drew a double team on a drive and kicked out to Peja in the corner for a game-sealing 3. The Hornets won by 6-0, eliminating the Wizards 41 and advancing to the Eastern Conference semifinals. The final buzzer sounded and the Hornets players embraced on the court in celebration. Arenas walked over to Paul and they swapped jerseys. Arenas pressed Paul's head against his chest and said something. The words were swallowed by the Arenas cheers, but from Paul's slight nod it was likely something about respect. The scene recalled the hunger for victory in Paul's and Barron's eyes as they passed each other in the locker room tunnel. Paul had taken up that legacy and was turning it into playoff wins. Sinan stood in the suite for a moment, then looked down to see his phone screen light up. A text from Scarlett, just one line. Aaron asked, "First step past Paul was too fast, like the red light you ran on the day you were late to the premiere." He replied, "Fly to New Orleans next Friday. Before the first round ends, you'll see Paul face off against in May the Eastern Conference semifinals." The Hornets' opponent was the Detroit Pistons. It was a matchup that felt familiar. Billups, Hamilton, Prince, Rasheed Wallace. Almost the same lineup they had faced in previous years minus Ben Wallace, but with Chris Webber added. The series was exceptionally brutal. The first 4 games saw each team hold home court, ending in a 22 tie. In Game 4, Webber used high-post playmaking from the elbow to dismantle the Hornets' double teams, dishing out 7 assists and forcing Silas to rethink his defensive strategy. After the game, Paul studied the tactical board in the locker room, turning it over repeatedly before finally standing up and saying, "Next game, I'll guard Billups." Game 5 was the pivotal matchup. Paul indeed guarded Billups. On defense, he stuck to Billups' pick-and-roll routes at the top of the key, cutting off his passing lanes to Hamilton. On offense, Paul hit 5 mid-range jumpers over Billups, finishing with 31 points. In the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, he hit 3 consecutive pull-up jumpers near the free throw line. Before each shot, he lowered his center of gravity, observed the direction of Billups' weight shift, then started in the opposite direction. The Hornets won the pivotal game at the Palace of Auburn Hills. Game 6 returned to New Orleans, where the Hornets locked down the series with a defensive battle. Smith recorded 5 blocks for the game, and Josh Howard completely stalled Hamilton's off-ball movement in the fourth quarter. With the Pistons cutting the deficit to just 3 points before the final buzzer, Silas called a timeout to set up a sideline out-off-bounds defense. Smith's fingertips grazed the last three-pointer shot by Billups. The ball hit the front of the rim and bounced out. The buzzer sounded. 42. The Hornets eliminated the Pistons and advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals. In the stands, a fan raised an old Baron Davis jersey again, waving it alongside Paul's No. 3 jersey. In the locker room, the players huddled together. Paul stood at the center of the circle, his arm around Page's shoulder, his jersey so soaked it could be wrung out. Sinan stood at the locker room door. Silas, drenched in champagne, walked up to him and shoved the still dripping bottle into his hand. You chose the right guy. You've chosen the right people every time. The Eastern Conference Finals opponent was the Cleveland Cavaliers. LeBron James, in his 4th season, embarked on his first Eastern Conference Finals journey. The series lasted 6 games. LeBron scored 40 in consecutive games in Game 4 and Game 5, bulldozing the Hornets' defense with drive after drive. Josh Howard gave it his all, but guarding a 22-year-old prime LeBron was an impossible task. In the 4th quarter of Game 5, LeBron scored 9 straight points, including a dunk from the free throw line that shook the entire Quicken Loans arena. In Game 6 at home, the Hornets fought until the final minute. Page hit a corner 3 in the last moment to cut the deficit to 1 point. On the Cavaliers' ensuing possession, LeBron drove and kicked out to Gibson in the corner. 3-pointer made. The game lost its suspense. The Cavaliers eliminated the Hornets 42. In the final game of the Eastern Conference Finals, confetti rained down beneath the dome of Quicken Loans Arena as LeBron and his teammates embraced and celebrated at center court. Paul walked over to LeBron. They shook hands and swapped jerseys. LeBron patted Paul on the shoulder. The future is yours, but this year is mine. Sinan stood by the window in the visiting team's suite, watching his players walk glumly through the tunnel. Smith covered his entire head with a towel. Page's eyes were red. This loss weighed especially heavily on the veteran. Paul walked at the very back, his steps slow but his back straight, cradling the Cavaliers' deep red road jersey in his arms. On the flight back to New Orleans, a text from Scarlett arrived. "I'm waiting for you at home. There's a full box of tissues on the table if you need them. Or red wine. Or me." Sinan looked down at the screen, didn't reply, but held his phone screen facing the night sky outside the window for the entire flight. On May 22nd, the draft lottery was held at the NBA Entertainment Center in Secaucus, New Jersey. Sinan sat in his office, his phone on speaker. Bob's excited voice came through from the lottery site. "The Trailblazers pick. Their envelope hasn't been opened. It's open. Number 4 pick. Our Trailblazers pick is number 4. Bob's voice nearly shattered the phone speaker. The Trailblazers pick settled at number 4. Sinan jotted down this line in his notebook, not too surprised. Historically, the Trailblazers had only a 5% chance. 3% chance of winning the No. 1 pick, and the duo of Roy and Aldridge had won this team nearly 10 more games than expected, making it even less likely to count on that minuscule probability repeating. The 4th pick was still an extremely valuable asset. Could be used to select any of Horford, Conley, or Jeff Green, or be packaged with other assets to trade down for more future chips. The Supersonics. Bob's voice rose again. Number 2. The Supersonics have the number 2 pick. Sinan drew an asterisk next to Supersonics' 2007 first-round pick. The number 2 pick. The Trailblazers had already drawn the 4th slot. Portland would select Odin as the new cornerstone of the franchise. And the second name called would be a lanky forward from the University of Texas, averaging 25 points. In his asset column, it now clearly listed first round. Trailblazers 4th pick, Supersonics 2nd pick, runner-up, 2nd round. Mavericks 2007 second-rounder, Cavaliers 2007 second-rounder, Grizzlies 2007 second-rounder. As well as the Warriors' unprotected 2008 first-round pick and unprotected 2010 first-round pick, and the Celtics' 2008 first-round pick swap, right to be realized in the following 2 years. The 2nd and 4th picks. His chips were ready. Outside the window, the Mississippi River rippled in the May night breeze, and the Jazz from the French Quarter drifted along the riverbank. There were still 5 weeks until the draft, and he had been laying the groundwork for this for 2 years. After the smoke of the Eastern Conference Finals dissipated, summer arrived in New Orleans as expected. The day after Sinan returned from Cleveland, he locked himself in the office facing the notebook he had used for 5 years. The salary structure of all teams in the league and the distribution of future draft picks on the wall had been updated to the latest version from May 2007. The results of the lottery draw were posted in the center of the whiteboard. The Supersonics' position had changed to the 2nd pick, while the Trailblazers held the 4th pick. Including the Mavericks' second-round pick, the Cavaliers' second-round pick, and the Grizzlies' second-round pick, he possessed 2 lottery picks and 3 second-round picks in the 2007 draft. This was the culmination of the chips he had accumulated over the past 4 years, and now it was time to cash them in. Bob Bass entered, placing the neatly organized summary of the league's pre-draft intentions on the table. The scouting department has finalized the evaluation report. There's no need to mention Durant. Every team has their eyes on him closely. However, there are a few targets in the second-round range that have not received much attention yet. Marc Gasol is still playing in Spain, and his agent confirmed last week that he would declare for the draft. Other team scouts haven't even gotten his complete physical data. Sinan picked up the evaluation report on Marc Gasol, which contained only 3 lines. Height 7 feet 1 inch, weight 265 pounds, playing for Girona in Spain. He possesses a soft mid-range shooting touch and high-post playmaking ability, but his physicality has yet to reach NBA level. Expected to be selected in the mid to late second round. He set the report down and wrote Gasol's name in his notebook, then circled it heavily. He knew this player would become the greatest treasure of the second round in the 2007 draft, a future all-star center and the best defensive player. Who is currently inquiring about the 4th pick? He raised his head. Bob flipped through his notebook. Several teams have expressed interest. The most active buyers at the moment are the Chicago Bulls and the Seattle Supersonics. Bob paused, speaking of which the Supersonics just completed their move this summer. The new owner Clayton Bennett relocated the team to Oklahoma City and renamed them the Thunder. They hold 2 first-round picks this year, along with their own first-round pick likely at the end of the first round. They are very interested in the 4th pick, hoping to package it to acquire a rookie who can immediately enhance the team's strength. Sinan leaned back in his chair. The Thunder, this team that just moved to Oklahoma City, was in the early stages of rebuilding, and their performance in the coming years would not be very good. Historically, they used the 4th pick in the 2008 draft to select Russell Westbrook and the late first-round pick to select Serge Ibaka. On the Bulls' side, Bob continued flipping through his notes. They are willing to offer an unprotected first-round pick in 2008 along with some cash compensation in exchange for our 4th pick. The Bulls management believes that adding this pick will help them immediately become competitive in the East, so they are willing to gamble their first-round pick for next year. Sinan's fingers lightly tapped on the table. An unprotected first-round pick in 2008. That's another super draft year. Derrick Rose, Russell Westbrook, Kevin Love, Eric Gordon. Each of these names is a future all-star. He remembered that historically the Bulls had drawn the first overall pick in the 2008 draft and selected Derrick Rose. But that was under the condition that the Bulls retained their own first-round pick. If he exchanged the 4th pick for the Bulls' unprotected first-round pick next year, the value of that pick could be astonishing. What is the specific offer from the Bulls? The Bulls are offering an unprotected first-round pick in 2008 plus a second-round pick in 2009 in exchange for our 4th pick. They want to ensure they can secure Horford or Conley this year. Sinan stood up and walked to the window. Exchanging this year's 4th pick for a first-round pick that could potentially become a lottery pick or even a top 3 pick next year along with an additional second-round pick. If this trade succeeds, it would give him more ammunition for the 2008 draft. What he lacked most now were rookies, or what he needed most was to stagger the years in which these high-value picks would pay off in the coming years. I can consider it. But don't rush to agree. Wait for draft night. By then the Bulls will be more anxious and might be willing to add another second-round pick. Also check on the Thunder's stance. Do they have any understanding of Millsap? Bob flipped to another page of the notes. They do. The Thunder believe that Millsap's playing time with the Hornets has been taken away by Smith and Bass. They think he could perform better with a different team. Moreover, Millsap is a local player from Oklahoma, not from Louisiana, but the Thunder believe that players with a Midwestern background integrate better into their system. They are willing to offer a mid to late first-round pick to acquire him. Let them wait a bit longer. They'll be more anxious on draft night. Bob closed the notebook and paused at the door. The media called again today. Chad Ford from ESPN wants to schedule a pre-draft interview with you. He said you are the only team owner holding 2 lottery picks in this year's draft, and the entire league wants to know how you plan to use them. Return the interview request. We can talk after the draft. The door closed. The office was left with only the air conditioning and the faint sound of a steamboat whistle from the river outside. Sinan picked up a pen, flipped to a new page in his notebook, and began to outline the complete asset list and targets for the 2007 draft. The Hornets' own first-round pick had already been sent away in the Supersonics trade. Now the first-round assets are the Supersonics' second pick, expected to select Durant, the Trailblazers' 4th pick, which can be traded for a 2008 first-round pick. Second-round assets: Mavericks 2007 second-round pick, Cavaliers 2007 second-round pick, Grizzlies 2007 second-round pick. Other future assets: Warriors unprotected first-round pick in 2008, Warriors unprotected first-round pick in 2010, a Celtics right to swap their 2008 first-round pick, Supersonics 2008 second-round pick, Supersonics 2009 second-round pick, Cavaliers 2008 second-round pick. Draft targets: second pick, Kevin Durant. Second round, Marc Gasol, Carl Landry. Potential trades: 4th pick for Bulls unprotected first-round pick in 2008, targeting Rose or Westbrook in next year's draft. Millsap for Thunder's future assets. If the negotiations with the Bulls regarding the Trailblazers' 4th pick are successful, it will bring him additional prospects in the 2008 draft. Bob poked his head back in from outside. One more thing. The salary cap is expected to rise this year. Page's contract has 4 years left, and Muhammad and Bass contracts will expire next year. If we want to leave room to acquire additional second-round picks on draft night, we need to handle 1 or 2 expiring contracts in advance to free up spots. First, list Van Horn's expiring contract as a tradable asset. Marshall's contract expires this year, and for now we will not move him. His spacing value is still present on the court. After Bob left, Sinan circled the second and fourth picks in his notebook with a red pen. The second pick was marked next to Durant's name, and he wrote the words "cornerstone" before flipping to the 2008 draft page and drawing a star next to the Bulls' unprotected first-round pick in 2008. If this trade goes through next year, his asset list will add another potential top 3 pick. His phone vibrated. It was a text from Scarlett. She sent over a draft of her new movie poster from Los Angeles with the title font half handwritten and half printed, annotating beside it, "Do you like this font?" The photographer said the color resembles the Hornets' blue. Below that, she added a note that she was looking for an apartment in New York, preparing to stay in the city for a while for rehearsals for her new Broadway play, asking if he had any friends with suitable housing in Manhattan. Sinan thought for a moment and replied, "They'll ask around. I'll tell you more after the draft battle." As he put down his phone, the last copper hue of the Mississippi River outside was fading away. The camera pulled away from the office, passing through the window to the distant river surface, and then turning to the bedside table in the bedroom. Next to a neatly folded blue-purple woven bracelet, there was a pair of movie earpieces and a fragment of a script marked with French lines. The calendar on the desk flipped to June with the date of the draft circled in 2 layers of red alongside small pencil notes: roster clearing plan, Bulls unprotected first-round pick in 2008, Thunder's second-round communication progress, Scarlett's New York apartment. On June 28, 2007, at Madison Square Garden in New York, Sinan sat in the draft war room, 3 documents spread out before him. The first was the complete scouting report on Kevin Durant, a freshman from the University of Texas, standing 2 meters and 6 centimeters tall, with a wingspan of 2 meters and 25 centimeters, averaging 25.8 points and 11.1 rebounds per game, named AP's College Player of the Year. The second document was the report on Greg Oden, a freshman center from Ohio State University, an NCAA championship winner, with the scouting comment stating he was the most defensively dominant center since Bill Russell. The third document was his trade asset list. The second overall pick was his trump card, acquired by trading Rajon Rondo and Tariq Black from the Supersonics, with the target being Durant. The fourth pick, held by the Trailblazers, was acquired from the Trailblazers for David West unprotected. This year's lottery placed it at the 4th position, and before the draft began it had already been traded for the Bulls' unprotected first-round pick in 2008, along with Ben Gordon and the swap rights for a 2010 first-round pick. Additionally, a deal involving Paul Millsap brought in the Thunder's unprotected first-round pick in 2008 and a second-round pick in 2009. With the Warriors' unprotected first-round pick obtained from the Baron Davis trade added to the mix, he would possess 3 first-round picks next year. Bob Bass sat beside him, 2 mobile phones and a red landline phone in front of him. Silas leaned against the window holding a cup of coffee. The silent television on the wall was broadcasting the ESPN draft live, and David Stern had just stepped up to the podium. On screen, Stern unfolded the first envelope. With the first overall pick in the 2007 NBA draft, the Memphis Grizzlies select Greg Oden from Ohio State University. Madison Square Garden erupted in applause. The Grizzlies had been fortunate to secure the first overall pick in the lottery. They had one of the worst records last season, with 22 wins and 60 losses, with a probability of landing the first pick second only to the Celtics. The camera shifted to Oden, who stood up with a faint smile on his bronze face and took to the stage wearing the voice of ESPN commentator Jeff Van Gundy echoed, "Oden will be the most dominant center in Grizzlies history. Memphis finally has its foundational cornerstone." Sinan gazed at the screen. Oden's career would be marred by injuries and history, but at this moment the entire league was unaware. Meanwhile, his 4th pick from the Trailblazers was already secured at the 4th position and had been traded for the Bulls and Thunder's first-round picks in 2008. Stern returned to the microphone and opened the second envelope. The lights in Madison Square Garden seemed to shine a bit brighter at that moment, with every pair of eyes in the war room fixated on the screen. With the second overall pick, the Seattle Supersonics trade occurs. The New Orleans Hornets acquire the second overall pick. The New Orleans Hornets select Kevin Durant from the University of Texas. On screen, Durant stood up, adjusted his suit collar, and embraced his mother Wanda, father Wayne, and grandmother Barbara in sequence. As he donned the Hornets' blue and purple cap, his young face was calm and focused beneath the brim. The voice of the ESPN commentator came through the television. The backcourt combination of Durant and Paul will be the most potent duo in the East. The second overall pick acquired by Mike Lee through the trade of Rondo, and Tucker selects the most scoring talented player of this draft. Sinan muted the television and picked up his phone to call Durant. "Kevin, welcome to New Orleans." "Thank you, Mr. Lee. I won't make you regret it, boss." Durant's voice was steady and powerful. With the third overall pick, the Atlanta Hawks selected Al Horford, the fourth overall pick. This was the pick the Hornets acquired from the Trailblazers for David West, which Sinan had already traded for future assets from the Bulls. Stern announced, with the fourth overall pick, a trade occurs. The Chicago Bulls acquire the fourth overall pick from the New Orleans Hornets. The Bulls select Mike Conley from Ohio State University. Conley put on the Bulls cap, and the ESPN commentator remarked, Sinan has once again traded down in the draft. The Bulls locked in Conley with the fourth pick, but the Hornets gained more long-term value. Sinan leaned back in his chair and wrote a summary in his notebook. Durant, second overall, a cornerstone for building the team. Bulls unprotected first-round pick in 2008, targeting Rose or Westbrook. Ben Gordon, backup scorer in a contract year. Bulls 2010 first-round swap rights. Thunder's unprotected first-round pick in 2008, targeting Westbrook or Love. Thunder's second-round pick in 2009. Warriors unprotected first-round pick in 2008, barren trade legacy. 3 first-round picks will be cashed in simultaneously in the 2008 draft next summer. His phone vibrated. A text from Scarlett Johansson, watching the live broadcast. Is that lanky guy the one you want the most this year? He looks like he needs to eat more steak. Sinan chuckled and replied, he's the future scoring king. You say that every time. But you know what? Every time you're right. I'm still waiting for that prediction about my future. Best actress, not a prediction. Outside, the night in New York was deep and vast, and the lights of Madison Square Garden finally dimmed before midnight. Sinan closed his notebook and stood up, draping his suit jacket over his arm. As he exited the war room, he glanced back at the television on the wall, which had gone black. The screen briefly reflected his own face, overlapping with that of a 22-year-old young man who had sat in the same room 5 years prior, staring blankly at the 2003 draft list. Durant was now a Hornet, and the Bulls' first-round pick, the Thunder's first-round pick, along with the Warriors' first-round pick. 3 2008 first-round picks were in his hands, and the draft chessboard for that year had been laid out. The initial uproar of the draft's first round had just subsided, and the lights of Madison Square Garden dimmed a few degrees. As the second round began, the atmosphere in each team's war room noticeably relaxed. The first round was a high-stakes gamble, the second round was gold panning. Sinan leaned back in his chair, and notebooks spread open before him. For years ago, he used second-round picks to select Korver and M.O. Williams. 3 years ago, he selected Ariza and Duhon. 2 years ago, he selected Millsap and Tucker. These players have all established themselves in the league, and some have become trade chips, exchanging for valuable future assets. Ariza was sent to the Bobcats in 2005 as part of the package for Paul, and Tucker, along with Rondo, was traded for the Supersonics now. 2 overall pick before the 2007 trade deadline. Bob Base flipped through the inquiry records from various teams. The Grizzlies are asking who we're picking with the 48th pick. They want to trade up a few spots. We'll use the 48th pick ourselves. Sinan circled a name on his notebook. Marc Gasol, the younger brother of Pau Gasol, center for CB Girona in Spain, standing 71 and weighing 265 pounds. The scouting report was just a few lines predicting his draft position in the middle to late second round. Historically, Gasol was selected by the Lakers with the 48th pick, stayed in Europe to develop for 2 more years before entering the NBA, and eventually became an all-star center and defensive player of the year. Pick him and let him stay in Spain for another year. Bob dialed the draft submission hotline. Soon after, David Stern's voice sounded on television. With the 48th pick, the New Orleans Hornets select Marc Gasol from CB Girona, Spain. The camera did not cut to Gasol himself. The ESPN commentator added, the younger brother of Pau Gasol, a skilled center. The Hornets are making a long-term investment. With the 50th pick from the Mavericks pick, they select Ramon Sessions, point guard from the University of Nevada. Sessions played 3 years in college with solid defense and steady playmaking. Historically, he wasn't selected until the 56th pick. Picking him at 50th was a reasonable reach. Their own second-round pick was used to select a junior college shooter to bolster wing depth. The draft concluded, and Sinan closed his notebook. Durant was already secured. Next came the free agency market. 2 days later, free agency officially opened. Sinan's office moved back from New York to New Orleans, and the newly posted salary cap sheet marked various lines. Page's contract had 1 year remaining at about $12 million, while Durant and Ben Gordon's rookie contracts took up very little cap space. The team's total salary was still a distance from the luxury tax line. But the wing defense had a noticeable void after both Rondo and Tucker left. Bob pushed the memo over. Page's trade value is at its peak. Last season, he shot 41 from three-point range in a contract year, averaging 18.7 points per game. The Suns are willing to offer Kurt Thomas plus a second-round pick, and the Magic are offering Ariza plus Ariza. Sinan remembered clearly this slender wing was selected by the Hornets in the second round in 2004 and played under Silas in his rookie season. In the summer of 2005, he was sent to the Bobcats as part of the package for Paul and later traded to the Magic. Last season with the Magic he averaged 8.9 points and 4.1 rebounds per game, ranking in the top 20 at his position in defensive efficiency. He was familiar with Silas' system, knew Paul's passing habits, and was exactly the teammate Durant needed in his developmental stage. A wing who could share the defensive burden for the newly drafted No. 2 pick. I want the Magic to add a future second-round pick. Page's shooting is exactly what Howard needs. 2 second-round picks plus Ariza for Page, plus our 2010 second-round pick. This is the final offer. 2 days later, Bob put down the phone. The Magic agreed. Page left. He played 2 seasons with the Hornets using corner threes and off-screen shooting to stretch the floor to the maximum for Paul. But the contract year was the best-selling opportunity. With him gone, Durant and Ariza would together fill the scoring firepower he left behind. Next came the veteran point guard position. Sam Cassell, 38 years old, 2-time NBA champion, averaged 12.3 points and 6.1 assists per game last season with the Clippers. A 1-year veteran minimum deal was quickly agreed upon. On the interior, Jake Voskuhl was signed to a 1-year minimum to add third center depth. In July, the Summer League tipped off in Las Vegas. Kevin Durant put on a Hornets jersey for the first time and stepped onto the court, recording 24 points and 7 rebounds on 47 shooting in his first game. Silas stood on the sidelines with his arms crossed, and after the game only said to Sinan, "The arc on that catch and shoot, I've only seen it on Kobe." Mid-August, the lights in the training facility were still on. Paul and Durant were working on passing after pick-and-roll sessions, and Ben Gordon were learning post-up pivots from Cassell. On another court, Ariza was being pulled aside by Eddie Jones to repeatedly drill chasing shooters off screens in the corner. Voskuhl was practicing unknown post defense against Josh Smith in the paint, and Korver shot hundreds of corner threes on a third court. Sinan stood at his usual spot on the second-floor balcony, holding a cup of coffee that had already gone cold. Scarlett Johansson pushed the door open wearing an oversized hoodie and shoved a cup of hot coffee, black no sugar, into his hands. "That new big guy of yours, Voskuhl, just bumped into Smith in the weight room. Smith called him a mad dog. I think it is a compliment." Sinan took the coffee and took a sip. In basketball terms, mad dog means a defensive stalwart. Scarlett leaned on the railing watching Durant shooting below. His shot had a high arc and quick release. He hit 7 threes in a row. "He's as skinny as those newbie actors in my films, but when he shoots it's different. It's like he knows it'll go in before the ball does." She paused. "Jessica texted me yesterday telling me to come see these young guys grow. She said when you first stood here, there was only Baron Davis working out alone downstairs. Now it's a whole team." Downstairs, training continued. Paul went back on the court and started a new set of pick-and-rolls with Durant, while Ben Gordon practiced catch and shoot alone. Outside the window, the Mississippi River glistened with golden ripples under the setting sun. The new season countdown was 2 months away. The lights in the training facility were still on, just like those late-night practice sessions 6 years ago. On October 1st, 2007, at the New Orleans Hornets training facility, Sinan stood in his old spot on the second-floor corridor, holding a cup of coffee that had long gone cold. This was his 6th training camp with the Hornets. When he first stood here in 2002, Byron Davis and Jamal Mashburn were warming up below. J. Brown was practicing mid-range shots in the corner, while the team's average age exceeded 28, locked in by several overpriced contracts, leaving their future asset column blank. Now below, Chris Paul and Kevin Durant were executing a pick-and-roll, while Josh Smith practiced three-pointers from the baseline, and Trevor Ariza was being guided on defensive rotations by Sam Cassell on the other half of the court. The team's average age was under 26, their salary cap was healthy, and they held 5 first-round picks for the next 3 years, including the Bulls' unprotected first-round pick for 2008, the Thunder's unprotected first-round pick for 2008, and the Warriors' unprotected first-round pick for 2008. Bob Bass walked in and placed a training camp roster on the table. All 15 guaranteed contracts are signed. The 15th player is veteran J. Brown. He was planning to retire, but after hearing we are aiming for the finals, he decided to play another year. Sinan picked up the roster and glanced at it. The starting lineup was set. Paul at point guard, Durant at shooting guard, Ariza at small forward, Josh Smith switching to center, and Josh Howard returning to the familiar small forward position. Ben Gordon and Sam Cassell led the second unit, with Eddie Jones providing three-point shooting from the perimeter and Brandon Bass and J. Brown ready on the bench. Kyle Korver and Ramon Sessions added depth to the rotation's final stretch. Marc Gasol stayed in Spain for another year of development, expected to join in 2009. After Peja left, we had a gap in our three-point shooting. Bob flipped through the datasheet. Ben Gordon had a 38% three-point shooting last season, Eddie Jones 36, and Ariza 33, but his main value is defense. Sinan nodded and closed the roster. He had Silas add several wing movement routes on the tactical board, Durant, Ariza, and Josh Howard taking turns cutting while Paul distributed the ball. The sound of basketballs hitting the floor echoed from below as Paul and Durant began a new pick-and-roll. It had been over 3 months since the draft, and Durant was slowly adapting to the NBA's three-point line and defensive intensity. He had prepared for this. Rookies need time, and Durant would undergo his first transformation within 2 months. After Bob left, Sinan continued to watch the training from the second-floor corridor. Castle took Ben Gordon and Sessions to a separate side of the half-court, demonstrating how to receive the ball with their back to the basket at a 45-degree angle and turn to attack the rim. A few minutes later, Scarlett pushed open the door at the other end of the corridor and walked in. She was wearing a blue-purple Hornets hoodie with the sleeves rolled up, holding a cup of hot coffee. Black coffee, no sugar. Since the last time she told him she had turned down 2 film projects to stay long-term in New Orleans, she hadn't left. Paul fell to the floor. She handed the coffee to Sinan, then got up and kept running. That new guy with the beard. Castle was running while shouting at him. That's Sam Castle. He's 38, but his court control is still top-notch. Sinan took a sip of the coffee, which was just the right temperature for him. We signed him to a minimum contract. He has 2 championship rings and knows how to win in the playoffs. Scarlett leaned against the railing watching Durant shoot during practice. His shot arc is high and the ball moves fast. He hit 7 three-pointers in a row. He's as thin as those young actors in my movies, she said, but it's different when he shoots. It's as if he knows the ball will go in before it does. Sinan remained silent, continuing to observe the rookie. Scarlett tilted her head to look at him. You said he would become the scoring champion. You should know the ball will go in before it does. She pointed at Durant preparing to shoot his 8th three-pointer. Now is the time when your coffee and movie lines are equally uncontrollable. Paul just glanced at you during the break. The sound of the ball passing through the net was crisp and short. After Durant finished shooting, he didn't immediately bend down to pick up the next ball, but first watched where the rim would drop. After a while, the lights in the training facility dimmed to their first setting. Players gradually left towels and water bottles scattered on the floor, while Durant and Korver continued to practice. Scarlett placed her empty coffee cup on the windowsill, her arm resting against Sinan's. I asked Korver about yesterday's shooting practice. He said Durant was still adjusting to a new warm-up routine. Each shot was 0.3 of a second faster. She said Jessica texted me the day before asking if you were still watching the footage at 3 in the morning. She could just ask me. She wants. Scarlett said she is Jessica. She'll continue watching the game broadcast with her friends, then by the seat in the fan section closest to your box, not bothering you, but always there. Sinan squeezed her fingers, which were still cold, just like the first time years ago when he took her offered coffee. The last light below also went out, plunging the training facility into silence with only the faint echo of jazz music in the corridor and the distant sound of a steamboat on the Mississippi River. 3 weeks until the regular season opener. Outside, autumn was slowly descending upon New Orleans. Tourists in the French Quarter began to don light sweaters, while in the Hornets locker room, the blank tactical board from 6 years ago was now filled with new names. On the first weekend of October, the New Orleans Arena welcomed the inaugural preseason game of the 2007-08 season. The opponent was the Memphis Grizzlies, a team that had just drafted Greg Oden with the first overall pick and now stood awkwardly on the other end of the court, embodying the unique rawness of a rebuilding phase. Oden, dressed in the Grizzlies' deep blue away jersey, completed a few clumsy yet powerful dunks during warm-ups, each landing causing the hoop to tremble slightly. Sinan stood by the box window, observing the court below. Behind the Grizzlies bench sat their newly appointed general manager, who was jotting down notes in a notebook. Oden missed a free throw, the ball flying straight out of bounds, eliciting scattered laughter from the crowd. Durant was also watching Oden. The two entered the league as the first and second overall picks on draft night, but this was their first official matchup since the summer league. After receiving the ball in the paint, Oden turned and scored with a hook shot, while Durant faced the Grizzlies' defense in the next play, taking a quick stop and shooting. The ball arched high in the air, the sound of it swishing through the net echoed in the quiet away arena like a crisp snap of fingers. In the first half, Durant's shooting was off. He only scored 6 points, missing all 3 of his three-point attempts. During halftime, he sat in front of his locker, covering his face with a towel and an ice pack strapped to his knee. Silas did not criticize him. Instead, he flipped the tactical board to a new page and drew a few new lines, setting up Ariza for off-ball screens at the high post with Durant cutting from the baseline to receive and shoot. After listening, Paul nodded and stood up, patting Durant on the shoulder. In the second half, Durant noticeably relaxed. He hit 2 catch-and-shoot shots in the third quarter, his arc softer and his release quicker than in the first half. On the defensive end, he began to keep pace with the Grizzlies' wings no longer easily shaken off. In 8 preseason games, the team had 5 wins and 3 losses. Durant averaged 16.7 points, while Ben Gordon averaged 14.3 points. Silas experimented with multiple lineups during the preseason. Paul and Durant's high pick-and-roll was used most frequently, and Gordon's pairing with Josh Smith off the bench also showed promise. Ariza entered the starting lineup during the third preseason game, showcasing a more stable lateral quickness than in training camp. After the final team practice before the regular season opener, Silas wrote the final starting lineup in red on the locker room whiteboard: point guard Paul, shooting guard Durant, small forward Ariza, power forward Josh Smith, and center Josh Howard. Sinan glanced at the lineup and had no objections. This was the most balanced lineup he could assemble, Paul and Durant driving the offensive engine, Ariza and Josh Smith sweeping on defense, with Howard providing rim protection and rebounding in the paint. On the bench sat Gordon Castle, Eddie Jones, Korver, and Vashkol with enough depth to handle the long regular. The regular season opener was set for October 30th, away against the San Antonio Spurs. 3 days before the game, after finishing technical training, Sinan walked down from the second-floor corridor and coincidentally encountered Paul and Durant sitting on a small balcony outside the locker room. Durant had a laptop resting on his knee, the screen displaying clips of the Spurs playoff games from last season, with Duncan executing back-to-the-basket moves in the footage. Leaning against the doorframe, Sinan watched a cargo ship lazily pass by on the Mississippi River outside. "What are you thinking?" he asked. Durant did not look up, dragging the cursor back and forth over Bowen's defensive highlights. "I've watched these clips several times. Each time I feel prepared, but then I get locked down by Ariza in the next day's scrimmage." He rewound the clip to replay it, where Bowen was sidestepping, sliding, and reaching, each movement perfectly aligning with Durant's shooting path. "Back at the University of Texas, nobody could stop me." Paul, sitting beside him, took his mouthguard out. "Your first-year footage was more impressive than Bowen's. I've studied your shooting point, that arc is still there. But you hesitate for a fraction of a second before each catch. Bowen in the video just capitalized on that split second to stick to you." He draped his towel over the back of the chair. "In my first year, I was slow defending Stoudemire, afraid of getting blown by. But after a while you realize that sometimes you don't need to chase, you have to intercept early." Durant set down his pen. "So are you." "Yeah." Paul stood up. "I am too." Tomorrow, don't treat Ariza's clips as a hypothetical enemy. No matter how well he defends, he's just a simulation of Bowen. He pushed the door open and walked back into the locker room. Sinan leaned against the doorframe, watching Paul's figure disappear down the corridor. Then he turned to Durant. "He will teach you more things. Not just pick and roll and ball distribution, he will also teach you how to analyze after a loss. And when you learn your new shooting rhythm, he will make you shoot 200 more until that motion becomes your second nature." Outside the window, the whistle of a steamboat on the Mississippi sounded once again. On the eve of the opener, Scarlett returned early from the set, bringing 2 boxes of takeout sushi and an unfinished editing reel. She inserted the reel into the player and sat cross-legged on the sofa, saying she wanted him to see this lighting scheme. After reviewing the technical statistics from the last 3 playoff games of the Spurs, Sinan looked up at the screen, a medium shot illuminated by sidelight on the actors. "The exposure is 2 stops lower than in your previous 2 films." "It's right." Scarlett dragged the paused frame back and forth a few times, then asked how he noticed the exposure difference. "I've adjusted the color on over 100 shots in the editing room." "You glanced at it while drinking coffee and called out the stops. Sometimes you have more of a professional eye than some of my peers." She didn't stop her work until Sinan placed his hand on hers from behind, adjusting the contrast of the last segment back to the parameters she had just set. Scarlett rested her head on his shoulder, her right hand repeatedly calibrating the same set of shots. Outside, the jazz music from the French Quarter faded to just the bass line. Tomorrow they would be tightening their shoelaces in the visiting locker room in San Antonio. Sinan knew he would be in the box just like every opener over the past 6 years. Only this time the team beside him was entirely different. Tomorrow they would be tightening their shoelaces in the visiting locker room in San Antonio. Sinan knew he would be in the box just like every opener over the past 6 years. Only this time the team beside him was entirely different. In the ATT Center of San Antonio, Sinan sat in the visiting team's box, a cup of now-cold coffee resting on the table before him. This was his 6th season opener with the Hornets. In 2002, against the Bulls, Baron Davis secured New Orleans' first NBA victory with 30 points and 11 assists. In 2005, against the Hawks, Paul scored 17 points and made 11 assists, bringing a brief respite to New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. Now in 2007, Durant stood in the player tunnel, his slender frame clad in a blue-purple number 3 jersey, the brim of his cap pulled low. The Spurs' opening ceremony was elaborate and dull. They raised the championship banner of 2007. Last June, the Spurs swept the Cavaliers in the finals, and Duncan famously told James, "The future is yours." Now the entire ATT Center cheered for the banner, white towels waving in the stands, while Duncan stood in the center of the court applauding with an expressionless face. Paul stood next to Durant, both watching the banner slowly ascend to the dome. Paul moved his lips, saying something only the two of them could hear. Durant did not respond, merely shifting his gaze from the banner to the opposite hoop. Jump ball. Josh Smith and Duncan leaped simultaneously, Duncan's fingertips just ahead, passing the ball to Parker. The Spurs' first attack, Parker and Duncan executed a pick and roll at the top of the arc, Duncan receiving the ball and making a gentle toss in response to Smith's defense. The ball hit the backboard and went in. The entire offensive sequence from initiation to scoring took less than 8 seconds, every frame a textbook example. The Hornets' first attack. Paul faced Parker at the top of the arc, lowering his center of gravity to break right with Duncan's help defense immediately closing in. Paul did not force a shot, passing the ball to Durant in the corner. Bowen's hand was already closing in. Durant caught the ball, jumped, and shot the ball arcing high over Bowen's fingertips. The sound of the swish echoed like a crisp snap in the quiet arena. As Durant landed, he retreated expressionlessly to the backcourt, but Paul patted the back of his head as he ran past. Sinan lowered his head in the box, jotting down a few words in his notebook. First shot. Bowen couldn't contest his arc. Midway through the first quarter, Durant was having a tough time with Bowen's close defense. Bowen's defense was textbook. One hand always blocking the passing lane, his body closely pressed, but not committing a foul, his lateral movement faster than that of a 36-year-old veteran. Durant was forced to pass on his first 2 catches, and on the third he received the ball at the top of the arc, dribbled once, and rose to shoot, but this time the shot missed, bouncing off the front of the rim. Duncan grabbed the rebound, and the Spurs launched a fast break, Ginobili weaving through for a layup. Silas called a timeout. He did not criticize Durant, but instead pulled him over to the tactical board and drew a new route with his pen. Not saying much, he gave Durant a light pat on the chest. After the timeout, Paul began to set more off-ball screens for Durant at the top of the arc. Ariza joined in. Using his body to block Bowen's initial pursuit, Durant circled out from the baseline to receive the ball, finally having half a second of space. He caught the ball, jumped, and shot the ball swishing through the net. The noise in the ATT Center briefly dropped a notch. At halftime, the Hornets were trailing by 6. In the locker room, Durant sat in front of his locker, his jersey soaked through. He had scored 9 points in the first half, but had taken 12 shots, making 1 out of 5 from three-point range. Bowen had given him a hard time. Every time he caught the ball, he had to first battle, then shake free, and finally shoot the rhythm, completely thrown off. Paul sat next to him, an ice pack on his knee, holding a bottle of water. Silas entered, placing the tactical board on the table and speaking a few words about defensive focuses for the second half. He instructed Ariza to help block Bowen for Durant more, have Durant cut out more from the baseline, and reduce his isolation plays at the top of the arc. Durant nodded, removing the towel from his face. Bowen is 17 years older than you, Paul said, standing up and placing the water bottle on the floor beside Durant. He'll tire out if you keep working against him. He didn't say anything, but he remembered those words. In the second half, Durant began to move off the ball more. He repeatedly cut out from the baseline, using Ariza and Smith screens to shake off Bowen's pursuit. Bowen's foot speed had indeed slowed compared to the first half. Not by much, but enough for Durant to get a couple. Midway through the third quarter, Durant caught the ball at a 45-degree angle on the right side. Bowen closed in, and Durant faked a shot. Bowen did not jump, merely sliding closer. Durant gathered the ball, dribbled one step to break left, stopped suddenly, and leaned back. The shot went in. On the next possession, Duncan attempted a bank shot in the low post, but Smith interfered, causing it to miss. Paul grabbed the rebound and pushed the ball up the court, waiting half a beat until Durant ran from the weak side to the left corner before passing the ball. Bowen was still in pursuit, but Ariza's off-ball screen slightly delayed his lateral movement by about half a second. Durant received the ball and rose for a three-pointer, the ball swishing through the net. The noise in the ATT Center fell completely silent. Popovich stood up on the sidelines, gesturing to the referee. Timeout. With 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the Hornets led by 3. The Spurs had possession. Parker held the ball, Duncan stepped up to set a screen, and Parker used the screen to drive in, with Smith switching defense. Parker passed the ball to Ginobili in the corner. Ginobili shot as soon as he caught it. The ball bounced off the back rim. Josh Smith grabbed the rebound and immediately passed it to Paul. Paul leisurely dribbled across half court, managing the clock. In the final seconds, Paul used a screen from Durant to drive in, attracting a double team before passing to Ariza in the right corner. Ariza shot from the open position, the ball hitting the front of the rim and bouncing out. Duncan secured the rebound, and the Spurs had one last chance. Ginobili pushed the ball up, facing Ariza's defense, weaving through before stopping and leaning back. The ball spun in the air, hitting the back rim and bouncing out. Josh Smith firmly grabbed the rebound. The buzzer sounded. The Hornets won by 7 points. Durant's stats settled at 19 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists, with a shooting percentage just above 40%, making 3 out of 7 from three-point range. Not spectacular, but those 2 catch-and-shoots in the fourth quarter were enough for the ATT Center fans to remember his name. Paul finished with 23 points and 12 assists, while Josh Smith had 16 points and 11 rebounds. Sinan closed his notebook and stood up, watching his players high-five and celebrate on the ATT Center floor. Not spectacular, but those 2 catch-and-shoots in the fourth quarter were enough for the ATT Center fans to remember his name. Paul finished with 23 points and 12 assists. After the game, Popovich shook hands with Silas in the hallway, glancing over at Durant. That tall, lanky guy, Popovich said, his shooting arc is too high. Bowen has never contested a shot with that kind of arc in his life. Then he paused and added in a lighter tone, tell your boss that his eye for talent is still sharp. Sinan was walking down the hallway from the other end and happened to hear that remark. He did not stop, but slightly bent the corner of his mouth. On the flight back to New Orleans, some players were playing cards while others were sleeping. Durant sat in the last row by the window, a laptop resting on his knee as he watched the replay, the screen showing the moments he was tightly guarded by Bowen in the first quarter. Paul sat across the aisle, an ice pack on his knee, also awake, reviewing Duncan's highlights from the second half. The two sat across the aisle from each other, watching different footage and occasionally exchanging quiet remarks. Outside the window was an endless starry sky over Texas. Sinan flipped through the schedule at the front of it. They had won the opener, but next came a grueling 5-game road trip against the Trailblazers, Warriors, Kings, Jazz, and Nuggets, with 5 games in 2 weeks. For a newly formed lineup that had just spent 2 weeks gelling, this would be a true test. Scarlett's text lit up on the screen. I watched the live broadcast. That tall, lanky guy hit those 2 threes in the fourth quarter like you ran a red light on the day of the Los Angeles premiere. You knew you had to wait, but he wouldn't let you. That veteran Bowen, his lateral movement slowed down by a fraction of a second in the second half. Your rookie noticed. I noticed it too. Sinan read the text and replied, your analysis of the game is more detailed than mine now. Learned it from you. Good night. Stop watching the footage on the plane. He put his phone down, but opened his laptop again to start watching the replay. On the screen, Durant was cutting out from the baseline to catch the ball and shoot the arc flawless. He pressed pause, rewound, and watched it again. On the first weekend of November, the Hornets embarked on their first Western road trip of the season. 5 games in 2 weeks, facing the Portland Trail Blazers, Golden State Warriors, Sacramento Kings, Utah Jazz, and Denver Nuggets. As the plane took off from New Orleans, the morning light shimmered on the Mississippi River outside the window, but by the time they landed in Portland, the view had turned into a gray curtain of rain. The first game against the Trail Blazers. The attendance at the Rose Garden was low as Portland fans were still grappling with the reality of losing Odin to the Grizzlies and watching the first overall pick play elsewhere. However, the Trail Blazers also had their own young core, Brandon Roy and LaMarcus Aldridge. These two were selected by Sinan on draft night in 2006 and then sent away, one netting a first-round pick for the Blazers in 2007, and the other traded to Portland in a subsequent deal. Now they stood at the other end of the court wearing Trail Blazers jerseys. Roy demonstrated what it meant to be a senior, dominating a freshman with a back-to-the-basket move in the first quarter, catching the ball in the elbow area, backing into Durant, turning and shooting over him. Durant's hand was in his face, but the ball still went in. Durant responded in the next possession with a mid-range jumper after a dribble stopped the arc, still high, the ball barely grazing the net as it went through. The two formed a silent confrontation on the court, Roy with experience and rhythm, Durant with talent and arc. Paul took control of the game in the third quarter. He drove to the basket 3 times in a row using screens from Josh Smith, passing to Korver in the corner to counter Aldridge's help defense. Korver hit 2 3-pointers in succession, forcing the Trail Blazers defense to stretch. Durant seized the opportunity to cut to the basket for a dunk from the baseline, causing a moment of silence in the entire Rose Garden upon landing. The Hornets won by 11 points. After the game, Roy and Durant embraced at center court. Roy patted Durant's shoulder, and the two exchanged jerseys. The second game was against the Golden State Warriors. The lighting in the Oakland arena was brighter than any other venue, and Don Nelson's run-and-gun system made the Warriors' pace feel like it was on turbo. As Baron Davis walked into the arena wearing the Warriors' deep blue number 0 jersey, Sinan stood in the visiting team's box watching him. Baron warmed up by hitting a few 3-pointers, the arc still flat and fast, just like 4 years ago with the Hornets. Paul walked to center court before the jump ball and embraced Baron. Baron pressed Paul's head against his chest, reminiscent of their embrace after the Game 7 in the Eastern Conference Finals 4 years ago. Then they separated, returning to their respective halves. Once the game began, Baron hit 2 step-back 3-pointers right in front of Castle in the first quarter, quickly sprinting back on defense after each shot, not celebrating or looking at anyone. Paul responded with a mid-range jumper after a pick-and-roll, then on the next possession delivered a left-hand bounce pass, something Baron had taught him in training camp, getting the ball out 10 times faster than in college during double teams, finding Josh Smith, who finished with a 2-handed dunk. The Hornets won the game with Baron scoring 24 points and 7 assists, while Paul had 21 points and 12 assists. After the game, the two hugged again. Baron removed his mouthguard and glanced toward Sinan's box, nodding his. The third game was against the Kings. The cowbells in the Arco Arena had not stopped ringing for the 5 minutes leading up to the game. The Kings were rebuilding, filled with young players and expiring contracts. Durant scored a season-high 28 points, with 12 coming from the free throw line. He had begun to learn how to use his long arms to draw fouls, no longer relying solely on jump shots. Paul Paul played only 3 quarters, sitting on the bench in the fourth with ice bags on his knees watching Castle and Sessions manage the game. Sessions delivered 2 beautiful bounce passes during garbage time, allowing Vujasic to score easily under the basket twice. The fourth game was against the Jazz. The Energy Solutions Arena was never easy to play in. Deron Williams and Carlos Boozer's pick-and-roll combination had given the Hornets' defense a tough time. Deron repeatedly used his solid shoulders to push past Castle into the paint, while Boozer's mid-range shots from the elbow almost never missed. The Jazz won by 7 points at home, and Paul said after the game it was his worst performance of the season. Back at the hotel, Durant unusually stayed with him to watch the entire game tape. The fifth game was against the Nuggets. The air in the Denver Highlands had everyone gasping for breath in the fourth. Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson combined for 58 points, but Durant sealed the victory in the last 2 minutes with 2 catch-and-shoot jumpers. The arc still extremely high, his release point nearly touching the top of the backboard. The Hornets won by 5 points. 4 wins and 1 loss on the 5-game road trip. The only loss was to the Jazz, during which Paul repeatedly watched the tape on the return flight, circling instances with a red pen, each circle corresponding to a moment when Boozer hit a mid-range shot following a pick from Deron. Durant sat next to him with a laptop on his knee displaying the shooting distribution from his 5 games. Sinan opened his notebook and wrote a few lines on the summary page of the 5-game road trip. Durant adapted to the NBA pace faster than expected. The pick-and-roll chemistry between Paul and Durant improved significantly during the trip. The rotation of Castle and Gordon off the bench proved stable offensive firepower, and Ariza had already locked down several top scorers defensively. Then he noticed another statistic. Durant had a -8 for the team during the 3 minutes he rested against the Jazz. He circled this detail in red pen and noted 2 words beside it: connection. Returning to New Orleans was already late at night. When Sinan opened the door to his house, the living room was only lit by a floor lamp, and Scarlett was curled up on the sofa flipping through a script with 2 glasses of red wine on the coffee table, one already half drunk. "You're back," she said, closing the script and walking over barefoot to take his coat. The TV was silently replaying NBA highlight reels showing Durant taking that high-arc 3-pointer from the corner. 4 wins and 1 loss. "We couldn't defend against Deron's pick-and-roll in that Jazz game." "I know. The NBA website keeps replaying his clips of breaking high screens, and the commentator keeps praising how his shoulders are like a catcher." Scarlett shoved a glass of red wine into his hand. "Drink first, well, watch the tape tomorrow." She pushed him onto the sofa, her fingers running through his hair, the taste of red wine lingering on her lips. The highlights on TV switched to Roy backing down against Durant, and she grabbed the remote to turn it off. "Are you tired?" "Not really." "Then wait another 5 minutes. There's soup in the kitchen." She pulled her hair back into a ponytail from the back of the sofa, barefoot, wrapped in his oversized coat, as she walked into the kitchen. Sinan leaned against the back of the sofa, watching her figure move in the light. A few minutes later, she came out with 2 bowls of shrimp bisque. He told her to put the soup down, saying he wanted to watch the Jazz's high pick-and-roll highlights one more time. She smiled, pushed the remote over from the coffee table, and sat back on the sofa, covering herself with a blanket. The sound of a steamboat from the Mississippi River floated in from outside, and the music from the French Quarter was faintly heard. On TV, Boozer again hit a mid-range shot off a high catch, and Scarlett took off her glasses, rubbing the bridge. "When it comes to Deron's pick-and-roll rhythm, have Smith step up half a step. Better to let him hesitate at the top than to let him bump into your big man behind him." Sinan turned to look at her. Her tone was identical to the TV commentators tonight. She took off her glasses and lightly pressed her temple with her knuckles. "All right, relay this to Silas tomorrow, but don't tell him I said it." He pulled her into his arms, the soup bowls resting on the coffee table, still steaming. In mid-November, New Orleans finally exhibited the essence of autumn. The wind blowing from the Mississippi River was no longer humid and hot. Tourists in the French Quarter donned light sweaters, while the jazz musicians on Bourbon Street began to set up their instruments in the afternoon, eager to earn some extra tips in the pleasant weather. The Hornets returned home after a 5-game road trip, holding a record of 6 wins and 2 losses, ranking 3rd in the West, just behind the Spurs and the Suns. However, Sinan knew that this ranking was misleading. Among the 4 opponents in the 5-game trip, the Trailblazers were still rebuilding. The Kings and Warriors were regulars in the lottery zone, and the Nuggets, despite having Anthony and Iverson, had a terrible defense. The true test of this team's caliber would come in the 6 tough matches from late November to early December, facing the Spurs and the Mavericks once each at home, and away with the Lakers and Celtics in between. On November 12th, at home against the Lakers. This was Durant's first encounter with Kobe Bryant. During warm-ups, Kobe was shooting on the other half of the court, his movements simple yet fierce, each shot seemingly measured with a ruler. Durant stood at the corner of his half, stretching while watching Kobe's back. As the game began, Kobe schooled Durant in the first quarter with a back-to-the-basket move. He caught the ball in the elbow area, leaned his shoulder against Durant, stepped back with his right foot, jumped and shot. Durant's hand was in front of him, yet the ball still went in. The entire motion flowed smoothly like a tune repeated thousands of times. In the next possession, Durant responded with a mid-range shot. He received a pass from Paul at the top of the arc, faced Radmanovic's defense, took a dribble, and executed a stop-and-pop jump shot. The ball arced high through the air. The sound of it swishing through the net resonated in the noisy Staples Center like a crisp snap of fingers. Kobe glanced at him, his expression unchanged. The Lakers ultimately won by 8 points. Kobe scored 29 points while Durant had 18 points, 6 of 16 shooting, 1 of 4 from 3. Kobe rested for only 4 minutes while Durant sat on the bench for nearly 12 minutes. After the game, Durant sat in front of the visitors' locker still in his jersey with ice packs strapped to his knees while the screen of his laptop was replaying the moments of Kobe's unknown plays against him. Paul walked by without saying a word, simply placing a USB drive next to Durant's keyboard. "It contains all the footage of me defending against Kobe over the past 2 years, Paul said. "Not to teach you how to stop him. No one can stop him. It's to teach you how to make him work a little harder for every shot he takes." On November 18th, away against the Spurs. This was the second meeting between the two teams since the season opener. Popovich had clearly studied the footage from the season opener. He assigned Bowen to closely guard Durant throughout the game, denying him any easy opportunities to catch the ball. Durant played for 30 minutes, shooting 3 of 11, scoring only 8 points. It was the worst game. After the game, Popovich encountered Sinan in the hallway and simply said, "That rookie of yours will be our biggest headache next year. But this year he's still a rookie." Sinan did not rebut. On November 22nd, at home against the Mavericks, Nowitzki scored 12 points in the fourth quarter with his signature one-legged fadeaway jumper, while Josh Smith chased him around the court, contesting every shot, yet the ball kept going in. The Hornets lost by 5 points. However, Durant scored 22 points and grabbed 7 rebounds, with 8 of those points coming in the fourth quarter. As the Mavericks relentlessly double-teamed Paul in the final 6 minutes, Durant became the only scoring option capable of creating his own shot. He hit 2 step-back jumpers over Josh Howard at the top of the arc, and Mavericks fans stood and applauded after the game. Not for the visiting team, but for the 19-year-old who conquered Dallas with his jump shots. Sinan wrote a line in his notebook, "Durant's ability to create offense against top-tier defenses is taking shape." The last game of November would be at home against the Celtics. This was the most anticipated game of the new season. The Celtics had formed a trio of Garnett, Pierce, and Ray Allen during the offseason, boasting a record of 15 wins and 1 loss since the start of the season, with their only defeat coming from the Pistons. Before the game, all media were buzzing about the matchup of Durant versus Pierce, but Sinan knew the real threat was Garnett. His ability to sweep on defense would force Durant to pay extra for every cut he made. As the game commenced, Garnett indeed gave Durant a hard time. He followed Durant all the way to the three-point line during switches, blocking his angles on both of Durant's attempts to drive. At halftime, Durant had only scored 6 points on 2 of 7 shooting. In the locker room, Silas turned the tactics board to a new page, telling Durant not to challenge Garnett's help defense anymore. Let Paul and Josh Smith run more high pick-and-rolls while Durant cut from the baseline to receive passes for shots. In the second half, Durant began to adapt. He hit 3 catch-and-shoot jumpers in the third quarter, the arcs still soaring high. In the last 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, the Hornets trailed by 5 points. Paul faced Rondo's defense at the top of the arc, used Smith's screen to break through, attracted Garnett's help defense, and then passed the ball to Durant in the corner. Durant received the pass, faced Ray Allen's closeout, faked a shot, causing Allen to jump. Durant took a dribble to the free throw line, stopped abruptly, jumped, and shot. The ball swished through the net, reducing the Hornets' deficit to just 2 points. The Celtics had one last possession. Pierce posted up. Ariza turned and hit a fadeaway, bouncing off the rim. Josh Smith grabbed the rebound and quickly passed it to Paul. Paul pushed the ball up the court, faced Rondo's defense, changed directions with his left hand, and passed to the trailing Durant. Durant received the pass beyond the three-point line, jumped, and shot, the arc tracing a high parabola under the dome lights. The ball hit the rim once, twice, 3 times, and finally fell in. The buzzer sounded. The Hornets secured a 1-point victory. Durant finished with 21 points, 15 of which came in the second half. He was pinned down by his teammates at center court. Josh Smith lifted him up, Corver waved a towel in the corner, and Paul stood outside the pile watching him with a barely noticeable smile. Sinan watched this scene from the box. Scarlett didn't come tonight. She was filming her last indoor scene in New Orleans. But her text arrived on time. I watched the live broadcast. That number 25, he unleashed his explosiveness in the second half, and the pick-and-roll route you gave was right. Also, that buzzer beater, I almost dropped the camera. Jessica just called, saying he ranks second among those players you used to have that she liked, just behind Byron. Sinan looked down at the text. He recalled the words Kobe had said 4 years ago at Staples Center when he faced the fledgling Durant for the first time. That was 4 years ago, spoken by a man who had just lost to the Celtics in the finals. Now the Celtics boasted a trio of superstars while Durant had just made a buzzer beater that silenced everyone. In the locker room, Durant sat in front of the innermost locker still in his jersey with 2 layers of ice packs strapped to his knees. Paul sat next to him, placing a USB drive in his hand. This contains all the footage of guarding Garnett's high pick and roll over the past 2 years, Paul said. Next time you face the Celtics, you won't have to challenge his help defense. Let his help defense challenge you. Thank you, Durant replied, taking the USB drive with slightly trembling. No need to thank me. Paul stood up and patted his shoulder. One more thing. Buzzer beaters are just regular season. We still have many more shots to make. Outside, the night in New Orleans had deepened, and the cargo ships on the Mississippi River passed through Algiers Bend, blasting their long whistles. Durant plugged the USB drive into his laptop, where Garnett was receiving the ball at the top of the arc, his eyes scanning for Pierce cutting to the weak side. He pressed the space bar to pause the screen, taking a pen to draw the first line for the tactics notebook to show Paul. The December schedule was already posted on the wall of his office. Spurs, Suns, Pistons, Cavaliers. The top teams from the East and West were lining up to face them. But at this moment, looking at the faint blue glow from the locker room below, he felt that this team had begun to understand how to pick themselves up after being knocked down. The final results of the All-Star voting will be officially announced 1 hour before tonight's game. Chris Paul was selected as a starter for the All-Star game with the highest votes among Eastern guards, marking his 2nd consecutive selection and his first time stepping onto the All-Star stage as a starter. Kevin Durant was selected as a reserve in the All-Star lineup as a rookie, averaging 21, 3.6, 8 rebounds and 2.7 assists, making him the only rookie to be selected for the All-Star game this season. In the locker room, while Mo Williams read the news aloud holding his phone, Durant was tying his shoelaces. He glanced up at Mo and then lowered his head to continue tying, his hands slightly trembling as he tied the laces twice. Both times they came undone. Eddie House walked by, bent down to pick up the lace tip that had fallen on the floor and handed it back to him. Rookie All-Star, and I haven't made it in 6 years. House patted him on the back of his head. Enjoy it while you can. Paul stood up from in front of the locker, placing a USB drive on Durant's knee. The All-Star game isn't like the regular season. No one will guard you seriously. Just don't exert yourself too much. Save your energy for the latter half of the season. Durant nodded, gripping the USB drive in his hand. It was a compilation of All-Star game footage edited by Paul last week. Offensive plays from every All-Star game over the past 5 years cut into a 12-minute video file, annotating every timing for passing after screens and every route choice for off-ball movement. Durant had watched it 4 times already. Monta Ellis was sitting in front of his locker in the corner, already dressed in warm-up gear. Tonight's opponent was the Golden State Warriors, his old team Byron Davis squad. Since Ellis came to the Hornets as part of the trade for Byron during the 2006 offseason, this was his 3rd time facing the Warriors. In the previous 2 games, he averaged 19.5 points, always putting in extra effort against his former team. Sinan stood in his usual spot on the second-floor corridor, holding a cup of coffee. It was hot today. He noticed Ellis taking 2 extra sets of corner 3-point shots during warm-ups, staring at the hoop for a long time after each attempt, as if confirming something. Bob Bass walked in, handing him a stack of memos just faxed over. There's new news from the Bulls. Hinrich sprained his right ankle in the game against the Pistons and will be out for at least 6 to 8 weeks. Ben Gordon's knee injury is also recurring. The Bulls are currently ranked 4th from the bottom in the East. If this trend continues, their first-round pick next year might land in the top 5. Sinan took the memo and flipped through it. The Bulls' 2008 unprotected first-round pick. This was the core asset he acquired using the 4th pick on draft night in 2007. The Bulls indeed did not improve after selecting Conley, and the injuries to Hinrich and Gordon have left the team's backcourt rotation in a tight spot. If the Bulls keep losing, this first-round pick will likely end up in the top 5 of the lottery, perhaps even in the top 3. What about the Thunder? Sinan closed the memo. The Thunder's record is worse than the Bulls. They are currently ranked 2nd from the bottom in the West, just behind the Timberwolves. Their 2008 first-round pick is now one of the most valuable assets in the league, with a top 3 chance of winning the lottery. Bob paused. We made a big profit on that trade. Sinan did not respond. He knew that the Thunder's 2008 first-round pick ultimately ended up as the 4th overall pick, selecting Russell Westbrook. But the Bulls' pick and the Thunder's pick in his hands have yet to materialize. Anything could happen before then. He opened his notebook and placed a star next to the Bulls' 2008 first-round pick and the Thunder's 2008 first-round pick. These 2 picks, along with the Warriors' first round, will all materialize at the draft in June. After Bob left, Sinan continued to flip through the next page of the memo. It was a summary of trade rumors from various teams before the deadline. The Suns were seeking depth at the point guard position, the Cavaliers wanted a shooter who could stretch the floor, and the Celtics were looking to bolster their backup frontcourt. His gaze lingered for a few seconds on the line, mentioning the Celtics. Ainge was going all out for the championship and was willing to exchange draft picks for immediate help. On the Hornets bench, several veterans had expiring contracts that were just the pieces needed by championship-contending teams. Before the game started, Sinan went to the locker room. Silas was drawing the final defensive rotation on the tactical board. Tonight against the Warriors, Byron's running gun system relies on transition threes and high pick and rolls. Monta, you stick to Byron throughout the game. Paul will guard their shooting guard, forcing Byron to get past Monta every time he passes the ball. Josh Smith will guard the paint, and the others will rotate in to provide support. He paused and flipped the tactical board over. And one more thing, the All-Star voting results have come out. Paul is a starter and Durant is a reserve. In all my years of coaching a team, having two All-Stars in a season usually doesn't fare too badly. The locker room fell silent for a moment. Then Josh Smith stood up the first to extend his hand into the center of the circle, with others quickly placing their hands on top. Ellis was the last to reach in his hand, pressing down heavily on Paul's hand. Jump ball. Josh Smith and Andris Biedrins jumped simultaneously, Smith's fingertips getting there just a fraction quicker, directing the ball to Paul. Hornets' first offense. Paul faced Byron's defense at the top of the arc, lowering his center of gravity to break right, stopping suddenly for a fadeaway. Byron's hand was right in front of him, but the ball still went in. In the next play, Byron found Biedrins cutting with a bounce pass after a screen, and Biedrins scored with a hook shot against Smith's help defense. Paul dribbled at the top of the arc, waiting for Smith's screen, then used it to penetrate, drawing a double team and passing to Durant in the corner. Durant caught and shot immediately, a three-pointer that swished through the net. Halfway through the first quarter, the matchup between Ellis and Byron became the quietest, yet most intense personal battle of the game. Byron backed into Ellis, nudging with his shoulder, turning for a fadeaway that went in. In the next play, Ellis cut from the corner, receiving a pass from Paul, and faced Byron's tight defense for a quick jump shot, but the ball bounced off the front of the rim. Byron grabbed the rebound and pushed the ball up the court, neither player looking at each other as they passed. During the timeout, Ellis sat on the bench, hands on his knees, sweat dripping from his chin onto the floor. Paul crouched in front of him, speaking in a low voice that Silas could hear. His step back is still the same. The rhythm is still those 3 steps. You're the one who knows him best on the team. After the timeout, Ellis tightened his defense even more, forcing Byron to take a couple more dribbles at the top before his passing timing noticeably slowed down. Mo Williams stepped in as a substitute in the next play, high-fiving Ellis with a heavy clap before entering the game. At halftime, the Hornets led by 6 points. Paul had 12 points and 8 assists, Durant had 15 points, and Ellis scored 6 points, but his defense held Byron to just 4 points in the second quarter. The joy of being selected for the All-Star game lingered in every pass and shot they made. In the third quarter, the Warriors closed the gap to just 2 points. Byron finally found a seam against Ellis' defense, hitting 2 consecutive threes off screens, lightly tapping his chest with his right fist after each shot. Celebration moves he had never used while with the Hornets. During the timeout, Ellis covered his face with a towel and ice pack strapped to his knee. Silas did not take him out. He simply flipped the tactical board to a new page and told Ellis to keep defending tightly, leaving the rest to Josh Smith's help defense. As Ellis stepped back onto the court, Paul patted him on the back. Ellis glanced back at him, then put his mouthguard in and walked toward Byron. With 1 minute left in the game, the Hornets led by 5 points. Byron took a step-back 3 against Ellis' defense. The ball hit the back of the rim and bounced out. Josh Smith grabbed the rebound and quickly passed to Paul. Paul controlled the pace, using a screen from Durant to penetrate, and facing Biedrins' help defense threw the ball high. Smith flew in from the weak side, catching it for an alley-oop dunk. The arena erupted. The Hornets won by 7 points. As the final buzzer sounded, Byron stood at center court, hands on his knees, breathing heavily. Ellis walked up to him, and the two embraced. Byron pressed Ellis' head to his chest, a gesture identical to the one he had used with Paul back in the day. Then he let go of Ellis and turned to walk toward the players' tunnel, stopping halfway to glance up at the luxury box on the second floor. Sinan stood there, the two exchanging a momentary gaze across the lights of the entire arena. Byron nodded slightly, then disappeared down the tunnel. Paul walked over to Ellis, placing his hand on the back of his head. The step back he taught you defended it 3, the 4th time he made it. That's because he's Byron. Paul took out his mouthguard and began walking toward the tunnel. Both of their jerseys were soaked, large patches of sweat staining their backs. Sinan leaned against the window frame of the box. Outside, the night sky of New Orleans was illuminated in shades of blue and purple by the arena's lights. Scarlett was finishing her last scene in Los Angeles tonight, and his phone vibrated after the game ended. It was a text from her with just 4 words: "Tickets to Las Vegas booked." He began mentally calculating the schedule for the All-Star weekend. Paul and Durant were going to Las Vegas, and Cuban would host a private party during the All-Star weekend with his Mavericks, while Old Man Bass would probably reserve the lunch seat for his staff the day after the All-Star game. Meanwhile, he needed to carry Bob Bass and the draft asset table outside of these social events to continue planning for the 2008 draft. The Bulls' record was still declining, the Thunder's pick was rising in value, and the Warriors' first-round pick was also nearing completion. 3 first-round picks were about to materialize simultaneously, and his chessboard was expanding inch by inch. In the locker room, Ellis stuffed the game ball into his luggage. He had exchanged jerseys with Byron, and the deep blue 0 jersey from the Warriors was neatly folded in his backpack. Paul sat beside him, an ice pack strapped to his knee, watching him. "Those picks have nothing to do with us," Paul said, standing up to turn off the light above, zipping up the luggage bag. "We're just here for the All-Star game to play ball." He pushed open the door, and the light from the corridor flooded in, casting the shadows of him and Ellis on the locker room floor, one in front of the other. In the dead of night on February 1st, 2008, the entire NBA's attention was fixed on the negotiations between Los Angeles and Memphis. The Lakers were in trade talks with the Grizzlies centered around Pau Gasol. The news had been circulating within the league for hours, but no official announcement had been made yet. ESPN senior reporter Mark Stein tweeted, "The trade framework is essentially finalized. The Lakers will send Kwame Brown, Javaris Crittenton, Aaron McKie, a 2008 first-round pick, and a 2010 first-round pick to the Grizzlies in exchange for Pau Gasol and a 2010 second-round pick." A crucial detail: the Grizzlies insisted on including the draft rights to Marc Gasol as part of the deal, but those rights were not currently held by the Lakers. Sinan put down his phone and looked up at Bob Bass. "The rights to Marc are in our hands. On the 48th pick of the 2007 draft night, we selected Marc Gasol. If the Lakers want to complete this trade, they'll have to resolve the ownership of those rights first." Has Kupchak called? "Not yet." Bob glanced at his watch. "But once he figures out that Gasol's rights belong to us, the call will come soon." Less than half an hour later, Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak's call reached Bob's office. Kupchak's tone was more urgent than usual. Grizzlies owner Michael Heisley insisted that Marc Gasol's draft rights must be included in the trade package, or the entire deal was off. Kupchak had checked the Lakers' 2007 draft records and found the rights were with the Hornets. Now he needed a solution. "Kupchak says the Grizzlies won't budge." Bob set down the phone. "He's asking if we're willing to include the rights in this framework. He's willing to mediate. The Grizzlies are offering a future second-round pick as compensation." Sinan leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. A second-round pick for Marc Gasol's draft rights. That was far too cheap. He knew Marc Gasol would become a future All-Star center and Defensive Player of the Year, but the Grizzlies' 2008 first-round pick was the 5th overall. A cornerstone pick from a season of tanking that Chris Wallace would never give up. The 2010 first-rounder wasn't valuable either. After acquiring Gasol Jr., the Grizzlies would rise quickly, even upsetting the Spurs in the 2011 playoffs, and reaching the second round. That pick would likely be in the mid-lottery. But 2009 was different. The Grizzlies finished the 2008-09 season with a 24-58 record, 5th worst in the league, and won the 2nd overall pick in the lottery. Tell Kupchak a second-round pick isn't enough. Sinan stood and walked to the window. "I want the Grizzlies' unprotected 2009 first-round pick plus the Lakers' 2011 first-round pick. The Grizzlies' first-rounder must come without any protections. Put Marc Gasol's draft rights and Eddie Jones' expiring contract into the package. The Lakers need Jones to bolster their backcourt depth. Also let Kupchak negotiate with the Grizzlies himself. If he wants this trade done, he has to help us convince them." Bob flipped open his notebook and quickly checked the current draft pick status of the Grizzlies and Lakers. "Let me confirm the logic. After the Grizzlies receive the Lakers' 2008 and 2010 first-round picks under the Stepien rule, they must hold a 2010 first-round pick to trade their own 2009 first-rounder. Otherwise, they'd have no first-round picks in consecutive years. Fortunately, in this trade, the Grizzlies already get the Lakers' 2010 first-round pick, so that condition is satisfied. In other words, for the Grizzlies, as long as they keep the Lakers' 2010 first-rounder, they can send us their unprotected 2009 first-round pick. As for the Lakers, they want to send out their 2011 first-round pick, but they must ensure they still have their own first-rounder in 2010. However, in this trade, the Lakers are giving away both their 2008 and 2010 first-round picks, leaving them without any own first-round pick in 2010. The Stepien rule prohibits the Lakers from directly trading their 2011 first-round pick. Sinan nodded. The Lakers' own first-rounders are indeed insufficient. But Kupchak will surely find a way to acquire a 2010 first-round pick from another team. That's his problem to solve. If he convinced the Grizzlies to accept the 2008 and 2010 first-rounders, he'll find a way to meet the rules and give us the 2011 first-rounder. Tell Kupchak our bottom line hasn't changed. Bob dialed Kupchak, and the three-way negotiations continued for hours past midnight. The Grizzlies initially resisted giving up the unprotected 2009 first-round pick. They knew 2009 could be a deep draft. But Kupchak made it clear in his ultimatum, without Marc Gasol's draft rights, the entire deal would collapse. Grizzlies owner Heisley made the final call on the phone. He would rather give up the 2009 first-rounder than lose Marc Gasol's rights. In his view, the young center was the most crucial piece in the trade. By 2 a.m. The three-party framework was agreed upon in principle. The Hornets would send Marc Gasol's draft rights, Eddie Jones' expiring contract, and a 2009 second-round pick, receiving in return the Grizzlies' unprotected 2009 first-round pick and the Lakers' 2011 first-round pick. Kupchak was responsible for convincing the Grizzlies to accept this plan, while also ensuring the Lakers acquired a 2010 first-round pick to comply with the Stepien rule. The specifics were left to him to resolve. ESPN's Chad Ford commented in his column that night, "In the three-team Gasol trade, the Hornets used a second-round pick and an expiring contract as key chips, netting the Grizzlies' unprotected 2009 first-rounder and the Lakers' 2011 first-rounder." The Grizzlies currently have the fifth worst record in the West. The 2009 first-round pick is likely to be in the top 5. If the Lakers can't acquire a 2010 first-round pick from another team, the legal transfer of this 2011 first-rounder could stall. After the trade was announced, reactions from across the league were swift and intense. Spurs head coach Greg Popovich, in a rare harsh critique during a post-practice interview, said, "This isn't a trade. It's exchanging a few coins for $100. The Lakers got an all-star power forward for virtually nothing of substance. The landscape of the West has been rewritten starting today." Stephen A. Smith on ESPN summed up the three-party game in blunt terms: Kupchak turned Kwame Brown and 2 first-round picks into a Hall of Fame player. The Grizzlies are convinced Marc Gasol is the most important asset in this deal. And between these two winners, Sinan swapped a set of draft rights and an expiring contract for a first-round pick that could easily be top 5. A classic Lee move, always cashing in on the future in the present. Sinan closed his notebook. The dust settled on the draft rights. Marc Gasol would still wear a Grizzlies jersey just one trade later than in history. The Grizzlies' unprotected 2009 first-round pick. He knew it would ultimately become the second overall pick. The Lakers' 2011 first-rounder with Gasol aboard would likely land at the end of the first round, but still a tradable asset. There was still a week left before the trade deadline. Negotiations with the Clippers continued. Ben Gordon's contract situation hung in the balance, and the Clippers' unprotected 2009 first-round pick, the prize he coveted, still awaited him. Sinan turned to a new page in his notebook and wrote Grizzlies' 2009 unprotected first-round, approximate. Second overall targets, James Harden or Stephen Curry. Then another line, Clippers' 2009 unprotected first-round, target player TBD. On the morning of February 21st, Bob Bass wrote the final trade framework in red marker on the office whiteboard. The Clippers would send their unprotected 2009 first-round pick and Tim Thomas expiring contract. The Hornets would send Ben Gordon and a protected 2009 second-round pick. The deal was finalized in the last hours before the deadline. ESPN's Chad Ford wrote in his deadline summary column, "Michael Lee did several things before the deadline. Sent Marc Gasol's draft rights back to Memphis for an unprotected 2009 first-rounder, sent Ben Gordon to the Clippers for an unprotected 2009 first-rounder, and sent Eddie Jones to the Lakers in the three-team deal for the Lakers' 2011 first-rounder." The Grizzlies' 2009 first-rounder is likely top 5. With their tanking trajectory, it could challenge for the top 3. The Clippers' 2009 first-rounder is also likely to be a high lottery pick. Coupled with the Lakers' 2011 first-rounder, the Hornets will have 2 first-round picks in the 2009 draft, with a potential top 5 pick from Memphis being extremely valuable. Lee is using present assets to weave a net covering the next 2 deep draft years. After the deadline, in the locker room, Ben Gordon's locker was empty. Eddie Jones had also packed his bags. Paul stood before Gordon's locker, unfastened the blue-purple wristband left on the inside of the door, and placed it beside the old weighted ball used for wrist training. Monta Ellis walked over and set his own blue-purple sneakers on the other side of the wristband. 2 days later, the All-Star Weekend flight departed from New Orleans. Durant sat by the window, a laptop on his knees. Paul sat across the aisle, an ice pack strapped to his knee. Ellis leaned back in his seat, catching up on sleep. The entire cabin was as quiet as the night before a great battle. Outside the window stretched the endless sea of clouds over Louisiana, while Las Vegas neon lights awaited them at the edge of the desert. The news of the transaction being finalized was officially announced by the league the following morning. ESPN's scrolling news ticker took 2 full days to digest the flurry of deadline day moves. Los Angeles Lakers acquired Pau Gasol. New Orleans Hornets sent Marc Gasol's draft rights and Eddie Jones in the Gasol trade, receiving Memphis' unprotected 2009 first-round pick and the Lakers' 2011 first-round pick, while also shipping Ben Gordon and a protected second-rounder to the Los Angeles Clippers for their unprotected 2009 first-round pick and Tim Thomas expiring contract. Chad Ford wrote in his draft analysis column, Sinan executed several moves before the trade deadline, each one precisely aimed at the future. The Grizzlies' 2009 first-round pick is likely to be in the top 5. Based on their current tanking trajectory, this pick could crack the top 3. The Clippers' 2009 first-round pick is also highly likely to be a high lottery selection. Combined with the Lakers' 2011 first-round pick, the Hornets will possess 2 first-round picks in the 2009 draft, with the potential top 5 pick from Memphis carrying immense value. Li is using a net that covers the next 2 deep draft years to stockpile ammunition for the post-Durant Paul era. Sinan laid the newspaper on his desk. From the practice facility outside the window came the thudding of basketballs against the floor. Gordon had skipped practice today as his agent was finalizing contract details with the Clippers. Eddie Jonas' locker was already half cleared out. The veteran had packed his bags last night, high-fived every teammate at the training facility entrance this morning, then drove to the airport. The rest of the locker room had all arrived, earlier than usual and quieter than usual. Chris Paul was the first to reach the arena. Silas later told Sinan that when he walked in, Paul was already shooting knees still unbandaged, practicing pull-up mid-range jumpers off screens repeatedly at the top of the arc. Kevin Durant was second to arrive. After changing into practice gear, he walked over to Gordon's locker and stood there for a moment. The locker was empty. Monta Ellis came third, patted Durant on the shoulder, and placed a pair of old blue-purple sneakers in Gordon's locker. Those were the shoes Gordon had given him. Half a size too big, and Ellis had stuffed 2 layers of insoles into the tongue. Now he was returning the shoes, not discarding them, but leaving them in the locker alongside Gordon's old weighted ball used for strengthening wrist power. "So he'll remember the New Orleans sneaker size, even in Los Angeles," Ellis said. As the scrimmage ended, Mo Williams gathered everyone around the center circle. He rarely spoke in front of the group, but today he began. "Gordon's gone. Jones is gone too. Everyone knows what this means. We've lost a scorer who could put up 15 points a night off the bench, and 2 guys who've been with us since training camp day 1. He paused, glanced at Ellis, and continued, "But this team has never relied on one man to win games. When they're not here, everyone does a little more. Monty, use your speed to attack the rim more. Durant, keep increasing your shot attempts. Korver, keep running those baseline threes." Josh Smith stretched his hand into the center of the circle, and everyone stacked theirs on top. Ellis was the last to join, pressing his hand heavily onto Paul's. In the afternoon, Gordon returned to the arena to say goodbye to the coaching staff. He first went upstairs and talked with Silas for a while about the defensive system he would face with the Clippers, the pressure from the Los Angeles media, and the series of off-ball cuts from the elbow that he had repeatedly simulated with sessions. Then he came down the stairs and spent a few minutes alone with Paul in the locker room corridor. Outside the windows at the end of the hallway, cargo ships on the Mississippi River sounded their horns. Gordon leaned against the concrete wall, arms crossed. Paul stood before him, pulled an old wristband from his pocket, and handed it over. It was the spare wristband Paul had fished out from his own locker for Gordon after Gordon scraped his elbow during practice shortly after arriving in New Orleans, still faintly carrying the bleachwater line from the training facility laundry. "Your jump shot rhythm is the best in the league," Paul said. "Don't speed it up just because you change teams." Gordon took the wristband, looked down at his palm, and then clenched it tight. He'll never forget the practice gym in New Orleans with the lights still on at 3 in the morning. "Tell Durant for me. He stomps on the gas of that silver Tesla way too hard. I can't always get the blue-purple band tied on before he floors it." He pushed open the door and walked into the parking lot. His taillights flashed at the exit, then vanished toward Canal Street. Jonas' departure was even quieter. He left his shooting gloves with Sessions, then hugged every teammate at the training facility entrance. Kyle Korver held him the longest. The two had played side by side for 2 years, shooting countless threes from the corner, with Jones always standing next to him, endlessly demonstrating during timeouts how to simultaneously hop step off a screen while turning to read the help defender. Jones patted Korver on the back, turned, and got into his car. At the first full team practice after the trade deadline, Silas assigned more offensive responsibility to Durant and Ellis. Durant's catch-and-shoot opportunities from mid-range increased noticeably, and Ellis gained more ball-handling duties in pick-and-roll situations. Mo Williams' playing time rose from 18 minutes to 24 minutes, and his rotation with Sessions would shoulder heavier tasks in the remaining stretch of the season. The shots Gordon left behind. "We don't just replace them, we replace them smarter," Silas said in the tactical meeting. Monta attacks the paint with his speed. Mo uses screens to connect the offense. Korver waits in the corner for the pass. Everyone does a little more. In the locker room, the empty space left by Gordon remained untouched for now. His wristband still hung on the inside of the door alongside Ellis' blue-purple sneakers, Jonas' shooting gloves, and Gordon's old weighted ball. Paul saw it every time he passed. He didn't ask anyone to clear it out. Instead, he taped a handwritten note listing all of Gordon's hot zones on the inside of the locker door. Ellis' sneakers and Jonas' gloves hadn't been moved by anyone. During the final home game before the All-Star break, Ellis laced up a pair of new sneakers during warm-ups. Not Gordon's pair, but a fresh pair he had just unboxed. After finishing his first set of free throws, he turned and glanced at the second-level suite, where Sinan stood, coffee in hand. Ellis gave a subtle nod, then resumed shooting. As the buzzer sounded, the Hornets won by 11 points. Paul sat out the fourth quarter. Durant scored 27, and Ellis came off the bench to net 19. The locker room atmosphere lightened a bit. The All-Star break was imminent, and everyone was packing bags to fly to Las Vegas. Paul sat in front of his locker, an ice pack strapped to his knee, watching Durant place the keys to his silver Tesla into his travel bag. Durant looked up and met Paul's gaze. "Bring your sneakers?" Paul asked. "3 pairs. That's enough. Nobody guards you in the All-Star game." The next day, the team charter departed from New Orleans. Durant sat by the window, laptop on his knees, screen looping video of the Clippers' defensive rotations over the last 5 games. The system Gordon was about to face, he too was studying. Paul sat across the aisle, ice pack on his knee, holding the All-Star weekend schedule. Ellis reclined in his seat, catching up on sleep. The entire cabin was as quiet as the night before a great battle. Outside the window stretched the endless sea of clouds above Louisiana, while the neon lights of Las Vegas awaited them at the edge of the desert. As the plane touched down at Las Vegas McCarran International Airport, the view beyond the window was a dazzling sea of lights amidst the desert. February in Sin City brought extreme temperature fluctuations. T-shirts were comfortable during the day, but the night wind cut with a bone-chilling cold. The team bus cruised along the Las Vegas Strip toward the hotel, past the colossal neon signs of Caesars Palace, Bellagio, and MGM. Durant leaned against the window, gazing at this city built entirely from light. "Your first All-Star?" Paul asked from across the aisle, an ice pack strapped to his knee, a water bottle in hand. "First time." Durant didn't turn his head. "Don't be nervous. Nobody guards you in the Rookie Challenge, and even less in the main game. All-Star defense is about as intense as our third unit scrimmage." Paul unscrewed the cap and took a sip. "But remember this, it's your first appearance in front of the entire league. Every set of eyes will be on you." Durant was silent for a few seconds, then turned to look at Paul. "Then I'll make sure everyone remembers." Paul smiled and said nothing. Sinan did not check into the players' hotel with the team. He had booked a penthouse suite at the Bellagio with a room that faced the iconic fountain show. The first thing he did after dropping his luggage was not to visit the casino, but to open his laptop and continue sorting through the roster post-trade deadline. Bob Bass had pulled off an unremarkable trade at the last moment of the deadline, sending a protected second-round pick to the Memphis Grizzlies in exchange for veteran buyout candidate Damon Stoudemire. The Mighty Mouse had averaged 7.2 points and 3.8 assists per game last season, shooting 36.7 from 3. Though he was 34, he was more than adequate as a third-string backup point guard. The deal barely drew media attention, but Sinan knew how vital an experienced backup point guard could be in the grueling final stretch of the regular season. Thus, the Hornets roster stabilized. The starting 5 were Paul, Ellis, Durant, Josh Smith, and Josh Howard. Off the bench, Mo Williams and Monta Ellis shared the backcourt rotation, with Korver and Ariza providing wing firepower, Brandon Bass and Ramon Sessions handling interior minutes, while Castle and Stoudemire added backcourt depth, and Tim Thomas and Jake Voskuhl filled the center slot. 15 guaranteed contracts with at least 2 options at every position. A depth chart ready to weather the final 2 months of the regular season and the playoffs. The first day of All-Star Weekend was the Rookie Challenge. Durant started as a rookie representative, matched up against his former Texas teammate, Jeff Green, selected by the Trail Blazers. They had fought side by side in college. Now they stood at opposite ends of the court in different jerseys. Once the game began, Durant quickly found his rhythm. He drained 2 3-pointers in the first quarter, his arc absurdly high, his release so quick that the sophomore defenders couldn't close out in time. Most of his points came from catch-and-shoot opportunities. Paul had sent him a text before the Rookie Challenge containing just one sentence: "Don't try to create off the dribble. All-star teammates won't give you a second chance." At halftime, Durant had already scored 18 points, and the rookies led by 8. In the locker room, the interim rookie head coach, Hornets assistant Tom Thibodeau, jotted down a few defensive keys on the whiteboard. Durant sat in a corner, an ice pack on his knee, listening to Thibodeau lay out the second-half rotation. In the second half, he started cutting more aggressively to the basket. Ellis watched from the stands. He had no game today, but he had deliberately worn the blue-purple sneakers Gordon had given him, sitting in the family section. Every time Durant scored on a layup, Ellis rose to clap. A small gesture, but enough for Durant to notice as he ran back on defense. The night before, Ellis had talked for a long time with Durant in his hotel room about the shots that would open up on the bench after Gordon's departure, about the late nights they spent reviewing defensive video on the balcony outside the locker room, and about the off-ball habits that no one else had seen but Josh Smith had privately told him about. "When he was around, we always joked that he was extra," Ellis said. "Now that he's gone, all that's left in the locker room is a sticky note with all his hot spots." With 2 minutes left in the game, Durant caught the ball at the top of the arc, faced a double team from the sophomores, and instead of passing, took one dribble, pulled up, leaped, and released. The ball traced an impossibly high arc through the air, and the sound of the net snapping in the Thomas Mack center rang like a crisp finger snap. The crowd rose to its feet. Durant finished with 32 points and 7 rebounds, claiming the Rookie Challenge MVP as the rookie's centerpiece. During the award ceremony, Stern handed him the trophy with a simple "Congratulations, young man." Durant took it and said into the microphone, "This is for my teammates." He didn't say Gordon's name, but Ellis heard it from the stands. He looked down at the blue-purple shoes on his feet, then slid his hands into his pockets, stood up slowly, and walked out quietly amid the applause. Inside the tongue of those sneakers, a thin insole was still tucked, one that Gordon had pulled out of his own freshly opened signature shoes before he left. Sinan sat courtside watching Durant raise the MVP trophy high on the podium. His phone buzzed in his pocket. A text from Li, just 2 words, "Congratulations." He replied, "He still has a long way to go." "I know, but you chose the right person. You always choose the All-Star game itself took place the following evening. Paul started as the West's point guard, his second All-Star start, and his first appearance as an All-Star outside of New Orleans. During the player introductions, the spotlight fell on him. His expression was calm and focused, exactly the same as before every regular season tip-off. Durant came off the bench and shined in the All-Star game as well. He knocked down 2 crucial three-pointers in the fourth quarter, helping the West seal the win. He played 22 minutes total, putting up 18 points and 5 rebounds. After the game, he said in an interview, "This is one of the best weeks of my life. Being able to compete alongside these great players is an honor." After the game, Kobe walked past Durant and patted him on the shoulder. "Your shooting arc is too high. It reminds me of myself when I first came into the league," Kobe said. "But you're still missing one thing. Next time we meet in the playoffs, I won't let you just catch and shoot." Then he took 2 steps, stopped, and turned back to add, "Nice Rookie Challenge MVP trophy." Durant looked down at the ticket stub he had picked up from behind the basket after the game. It was printed with his Rookie Challenge stats and the words, 32 PTS. He said thanks, exchanged a glance with Ellis standing a few feet away, then walked with Paul toward the brightly. After All-Star weekend ended, Sinan didn't fly back to New Orleans immediately. He stayed an extra day in Las Vegas. The NBA Board of Governors had a quarterly meeting that morning. The meeting was held in a private banquet hall at the Bellagio with the theme of globalization and the Chinese market. Stern presented an electrifying set of data. NBA viewership in China had grown 300 over the past 3 years, and Rockets games averaged 200 million viewers in China. The league planned to open offices in both Beijing and Shanghai after the 2008 Olympics. After the meeting, Mavericks owner Mark Cuban stopped Sinan in the hallway. "I reviewed your moves again," Cuban said. "Grizzlies unprotected first-rounder, Clippers unprotected first-rounder. You were betting Gordon's immediate production and a small Gasol's draft rights on the 2009 draft. In all my years in this business, I've never seen anyone hoard picks like this while their team is already in the Western Conference Finals. Don't you bet on picks?" "I do. But I bet on the now, you bet on the future." Cuban clapped him on the shoulder. "I find you quite uncanny right now. Everyone else tries to keep their own picks, but you always manage to dig lottery picks out of other teams." Later that evening, Sinan returned to his hotel, sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, and flipped through the late-season schedule Bob had just faxed over. Outside the window, the Bellagio fountains surged toward the night sky and sync with a symphony, the water columns like flowing rainbows under the lights. Over the next 2 months, the Hornets needed to secure a top 3 spot in the West to gain home court advantage for the playoffs. The Suns, Spurs, Jazz. The Western race was as fierce as ever, and the Lakers, after acquiring Pau Gasol, had begun accelerating their pursuit. He closed the schedule and opened a new page in his notebook. Grizzlies 2009 unprotected first-rounder. Projected around the second pick, targets James Harden or Stephen Curry. Clippers 2009 unprotected first-rounder. Target Blake Griffin. Lakers 2011 first-rounder. Future trade chip. 2 picks, 2 potential top 5 selections. The chessboard for 2009 was already set in the 2008 draft, a super deep class featuring the Bulls' first overall pick, the Thunder's 4th pick, and the Warriors' lottery pick, was hurtling toward them. Outside, Las Vegas shimmered in a brilliant nightscape. All-Star weekend was over. The real season had. The lights of All-Star weekend had barely faded before the practice facility in New Orleans resumed its usual intense rhythm. Though the chilly winds of late February still swept over the Mississippi River, the temperature inside the arena had already been heated by the pounding footsteps of players. After the trade deadline sent away Gordon and Jones and brought in Damon Stoudemire and Tim Thomas, the roster was full, but the rotational chemistry still needed time to reforge. Sinan stood at his usual spot on the second-floor corridor, coffee in hand. Hot this time. Below, the players were engaged in scrimmage drills. Paul held the ball at the top of the arc, Josh Smith stepped up for a screen, and Durant cut from the baseline to catch and shoot. The entire offensive sequence from initiation to release took under 5 seconds, the tempo as sharp as a metronome. Stoudemire ran the point for the second unit. His speed surpassed Castle's, but his passing timing had yet to fully adapt to Silas' system. Sessions moved beside him, occasionally hesitating for half a beat when receiving the ball. Damon needs more time to find his rhythm, Bob Bass said as he pushed the door open, handing a schedule to Sinan. We've got 7 games in the next 2 weeks, 4 on the road. Against the Suns, Spurs, Jazz, and Warriors, all top 8 in the West. This is a brutal stretch. Sinan glanced down at the schedule. The Suns ranked 2nd in the West, the Spurs 3rd, the Jazz 5th, and the Warriors 7th. These 4 games would determine whether the Hornets could hold their top 3 spot in the conference. Meanwhile, the Lakers, after acquiring Pau Gasol, had ripped off an 8-game winning streak and were rapidly closing in on the top seed. Ask Silas to adjust the rotation appropriately and give Stoudemire more playing time. He needs to familiarize himself with the playbook before the playoffs. The final sprint of the regular season began with this conversation. The Hornets faced the Suns on the road in the last game of February. Nash's run-and-gun offense made the game's pace feel like it was on fast-forward. Stoudemire struggled against him, not due to a lack of speed, but because the Suns' pick-and-roll schemes were endlessly varied, requiring correct defensive reads within half a second on every possession. But Stoudemire knocked down a crucial 3-pointer in the 4th quarter, helping the team hold on to their lead in the final 2 minutes. Paul finished with 25 points and 14 assists, while Durant added 27 points. After the game, Paul patted Stoudemire on the shoulder in the tunnel leading to the locker room and said, "That 3-pointer was worth your plane ticket." Stoudemire smiled, but his steps did not falter. Durant managed only 6 points in the first half, making just 1 of 6 field goals. During halftime, he sat silently in front of his locker, an ice pack strapped to his knee. Silas did not criticize him. Instead, he flipped the playbook to a fresh page, instructing Ariza to set more screens for Durant against Bowen, and having Durant cut more from the baseline rather than isolating at the top of the arc. In the second half, Durant shed Bowen 3 times with off-ball movement, sinking 2 catch-and-shoot mid-range jumpers and a 3-pointer, finishing the game with 19 points and 8 rebounds. The Hornets lost by 6 points, but the defeat taught Durant how to adjust his rhythm against elite defenders. In mid-March, they faced back-to-back games against the Jazz and the Warriors. Deron Williams and Carlos Boozer's pick-and-roll left the Hornets' defense scrambling. Paul was subbed out in the 3rd quarter due to knee soreness, sitting on the bench with an ice pack as he watched Deron Williams repeatedly use his broad shoulders to push past Stoudemire into the paint. His pick-and-roll rhythm is different from others, Paul told Silas after the game. Boozer never catches the ball in the same spot twice. Smith should take a half step up. Better to let Deron hesitate at the arc than let him slide into the paint. Sinan jotted down those words in his notebook, flipping to the page on the Jazz game. In the game against the Warriors, Ellis was especially driven against his former team. He scored 3 straight driving baskets in the first quarter, silencing the Oracle Arena crowd for a stretch. This was not the first time he had returned here as a visiting player. During the 2006 offseason, he was traded to the Hornets as part of the Baron Davis deal. 2 years had passed and Baron was gone, but every time Ellis faced the Warriors jersey, he still put up a few extra corner threes. He scored 24 points that night, including 11 in the 4th quarter, helping the team secure the win. After the game, he lingered on the court looking up at the rafters, where his Warriors jersey once hung, now replaced by someone else's name. In late March, Paul missed several games due to knee soreness. It was his 2nd injury-related absence of the season, the first coming in November. Silas pushed Mo Williams into the starting point guard role and increased Stoudemire's minutes to 20. In the games without Paul, Durant averaged 28 for points, including a season-high 41 points against the Celtics. Though the Hornets lost that game, Durant hit 7 3-pointers over Garnett. Afterward, Garnett made a remark that the media would repeat: "He's not a rookie anymore." In the 5 games Paul missed, the Hornets went 32, barely holding onto the 3rd seed in the West. Mo Williams averaged 14, 2 points and 8 assists over those 5 games, proving he had the ability to be a starting point guard. Stoudemire, meanwhile, contributed an impressive 11 points and 6 assists in the game against the Celtics. His pick-and-roll rhythm was different from Paul's, more reliant on changes of pace rather than Paul's precise one-step positioning. Silas drew separate sets on the playbook for Stoudemire, designing more pick-and-roll combinations with Durant in the 2nd unit. Paul returned in early April. In his first game back against the Knicks, he posted 16 points and 10 assists. Though the numbers were not as dazzling as before his injury, his return stabilized the team's offensive rhythm. Durant was noticeably more comfortable alongside him. During Paul's 5-game absence, Durant shot only 42 from the field. After Paul returned, his percentage immediately climbed to 51. In the final week of the regular season, the Hornets' seeding was essentially locked. 54-28, 3rd in the West behind the Lakers, 57-25, and the Spurs, 56-26. Durant's regular season averages settled at 23. 1.6, 5 rebounds and 3.1 assists, earning a spot on the all-rookie first team and finishing 8th in MVP voting. For a 19-year-old rookie, this already exceeded everyone's expectations. Paul averaged 20, 3 points, 11, 2 assists and 2 5 steals, earning All-NBA First Team and All-Defensive First Team honors, further solidifying his status as an elite point guard in the league. Before the final game of the regular season, Silas gave the team a day off. Sinan opened his notebook in his office and began summarizing the season's gains and losses. Durant's growth curve was faster than expected. At the start of the season, he was merely a catch-and-shoot shooter. By season's end, he could create scoring opportunities with the ball against elite defenders. His mid-range pull-up jumper and catch-and-shoot were already at an elite level, but his ball-handling offense against top-wing defenders still needed improvement. The playoffs would be the true proving ground. The starting lineup's chemistry was solid. The Paul Durant pick-and-roll had become one of the league's most efficient offensive combinations, and Josh Smith provided immense defensive coverage at the power forward position. However, the bench firepower was clearly lacking after Gordon and Jones departed. Stoudemire filled part of the void, but the intensity of the playoffs was incomparable to the regular season. Castles experienced Stoudemire's change of pace and Korver's corner spacing. The depth of the bench would be tested in the postseason. He turned to a fresh page in his notebook and wrote down his playoff outlook. The first-round opponent was expected to be the Mavericks or Trail Blazers. Dallas had Nowitzki, Portland had Roy and Aldridge. Roy had been drafted by him on draft night in 2006 and subsequently traded to Portland. Now the two would meet in the playoffs. Scarlett's text message lit up at that moment. The playoff schedule is out. I've adjusted my filming plans. They'll be at every home game of yours. That lanky kid learned what you once called finding your teammates during Paul's absence. I replayed 3 clips of his closeout rotations on my phone at the set. He wasn't just fixing mistakes. He was studying your defensive tape. Sinan looked at the message and recalled what Kobe had said at Staples Center back in 2004, the first time he faced a young Durant. That was 4 years ago. The man who spoke those words had just lost to the Celtics in the finals. Now Durant could go toe-to-toe with Garnett and drop 41 points, and Garnett had just praised him for being not a rookie anymore. He closed his notebook and leaned back in his chair. Outside the window, a cargo ship glided slowly along the Mississippi River in the twilight. The lights in the training facility were still on. Paul and Durant were putting in extra pick-and-roll drills. The playoff countdown had begun. April 19, 2008, at the New Orleans Arena. This was Kevin Durant's first career playoff game, and also the Hornets' first playoff appearance since relocating to the Western Conference. During pre-game warm-ups, he took several jump shots from the corner. The arc was still exceptionally high, but his fingers were noticeably stiffer than usual as the ball left his palm. Paul jogged past without stopping, only tossing out a remark as he ran by. The playoff hoop is the same height as the regular season. Durant nodded slightly. Sinan stood at his usual spot on the second-floor corridor, coffee in hand. Per NBA playoff rules, the team with the better regular season record held home court advantage. The Hornets finished third in the West with a 54-28 record, while the Trail Blazers were sixth at 44-38, so the first 2 games of the series were to be played in New Orleans. Brandon Roy was warming up on the other half of the court, his movements clean and precise, exactly as described in the scouting report Sinan had read on draft night in 2006. That year he had selected Roy with the 9th pick, then traded Roy's draft rights to Portland on draft night in exchange for the Trail Blazers' unprotected 2007 first-round pick. That was a chip undervalued by the entire league. Portland was still in rebuilding, and no one knew how high their first-round pick would climb. In the end, it locked in at the 4th pick after the 2007 draft lottery, and was then sent to the Chicago Bulls on draft night in exchange for the Bulls' unprotected 2008 first-round pick and Ben Gordon. The Bulls' season collapsed in 2007-08, making that first-round pick's lottery prospects increasingly valuable. Now Roy stood at the other end of the court wearing the Trail Blazers' No. 7 jersey. He posted up, turned, and faded away, the poise of a senior that remained unrivaled in this league. Tip-off. Josh Smith and LaMarcus Aldridge leaped simultaneously. Smith's fingertips got there a hair sooner, tapping the ball to Paul. Hornets' first possession. Paul faced Steve Blake's defense at the top of the key, lowered his center of gravity, and drove right. Portland's help defense collapsed immediately. Paul didn't force a shot. He kicked the ball to Durant, who cut out from the baseline. Roy's hand was already closing in. Durant caught Rose and released. The ball sailed over Roy's fingertips in an impossibly high arc, and the sound of it piercing the net rang through the roaring arena like a crisp snap. Roy answered on the next possession with a post-up. He received the ball on the elbow, shouldered into Durant, stepped back with his right foot, rose, and shot. Durant's hand was right in his face, but the ball still went in. Midway through the first quarter, Roy began tearing through the Hornets' defense with experience. Pull-up jumpers off Aldridge's screens from the top of the key, pump-faking Durant into fouls on closeouts, and catch-and-shoot threes from the corner. He scored 8 straight points, keeping the Trail Blazers within striking distance. Silas called a timeout. Paul walked over to Durant, pulling his mouthpiece out. His step back is different from Kobe's. Kobe relies on fakes, Roy relies on rhythm. Don't jump. slide laterally. After the timeout, Durant adjusted. He caught the ball on the left wing, pump faked against Roy's tight defense. Durant lowered his center of gravity, took one dribble right, pulled up, and hit the jumper. At halftime, Durant was 4 of 12 for 9 points. Roy had 18, and the Hornets led by 2. In the second half, Silas adjusted the defensive assignments, having Ariza help Durant more against Roy and using Durant on more baseline cuts. Paul repeatedly drove off Smith's screens, and when Aldridge rotated to help, he found Korver in the corner. Korver knocked down 2 straight threes, forcing Portland's defense to extend. Durant seized the opportunity, cutting baseline for a catch and dunk. Roy's steps began to slow late in the third quarter, signs of fatigue creeping in. Durant exploited the gaps in the fourth, a corner 3, a pull-up mid-range off a screen at the top of the key. With 1 minute left, the Hornets led by 3. Durant faced Roy on the right wing, lowered his center of gravity, took one dribble right, pulled up, rose, and shot. The ball ripped through the net. On Portland's final possession, Roy kicked the ball to Aldridge, whose mid-range jumper clanked off the rim. The buzzer sounded. The Hornets won by 5, taking a 10-series lead. Durant finished his playoff debut with 19 points on 8 of 23 shooting, while Roy erupted for 35. In Game 2, Roy silenced the Hornets with a buzzer-beating mid-range jumper. With 3 seconds left, he faced Durant at the top of the key, drove right, pulled up, rose, and released. The ball swished through the net as the horn sounded. Portland evened the series. Roy finished with 38 points, every one of them carved out like a scalpel. After the game, Durant sat in front of his locker, an ice pack strapped to his knee, his laptop screen, replaying Roy's game winner over and over. Game 3 shifted to the Rose Garden. Durant answered Roy with a 36-point performance. 2 straight threes late in the fourth quarter pushed the series lead to 21. Game 4 saw Roy explode again, dropping 42 points as the Trail Blazers tied the series 22 at home. After the game, the two exchanged jerseys. Roy said to Durant, "You're not a rookie anymore." Game 5 returned to New Orleans. Paul delivered his best performance of the series, 28 points and 15 assists, dishing out 6 in the fourth quarter alone. The Hornets took the pivotal win. Game 6 was back in Portland. The Trail Blazers fought for survival. Roy played all 48 minutes, finishing with 35 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists. Every shot felt like a farewell to the series. But Durant answered with 2 pull-up mid-range jumpers in the final 3 minutes of the fourth, silencing the arena for a moment. The buzzer sounded. The Hornets won by 8, eliminating the Trail Blazers 42. Roy stood at center court, hands on his knees, gasping for air. Durant walked over, and the two embraced. Roy pulled Durant's head against his chest. "You're not a rookie anymore," Roy said. "Next playoffs, you'll knock down those shots in front of every defender." Durant accepted the jersey Roy handed him. Portland's red no. 7, he soaked through with sweat. It was his first career playoff series, averages of 24, 5.6, 8 rebounds and 2, 7 assists. Roy posted 31, 3 points, 5, 2 rebounds and 4, 8 assists. Sinan stood by the glass window of the visitors' suite, watching Roy's back disappear into the tunnel. From trading Roy to Portland on the 2006 draft night for the 2007 first-rounder, to flipping that 4th pick to Chicago for an unprotected 2008 first-rounder and Ben Gordon. This 2-year trade chain traced back to the very man who had stood on the court guarding Durant tonight. And the ultimate value of that Bulls first-round pick would be revealed at next month's lottery. Back in New Orleans, the lights in the training facility were still on. Paul and Durant were already watching Spurs game footage. On the screen, Duncan was posting up while Parker and Ginobili sliced through the wings. Durant sat in front of his locker, a laptop on his knee screen, showing a montage of Bowen guarding three-point shooters on the perimeter. Paul sat beside him, an ice pack strapped to his knee. "Bowen is 10 times tougher than Roy," Paul said. "But you already know how to adjust your rhythm against elite defenders." Durant nodded, rewound the video, and studied Bowen's slides again. The countdown to the Western Conference semifinals had already begun. Sinan stood in front of the glass window of the visiting team's box, watching as the court below gradually filled with black and white-clad spectators. The 4 championship banners hung side by side beneath the dome like 4 silent declarations. The lights at the AT&T Center during the playoffs were more dazzling than during the regular season and more oppressive than in the first round. The Spurs had a regular season record of 56 wins and 26 losses, while the Hornets had 54 wins and 28 losses, giving the Spurs home court advantage. The first 2 games were played in San Antonio. Silas drew 2 thick arrows on the tactics board in the locker room, with a red pen, one pointing from Duncan to the top of the arc and the other from Parker to the corner. Every time Duncan touches the ball in the low post, Parker and Ginobili will move simultaneously. Bowen's defense against Durant will be the same as in the regular season. Tight coverage without letting up for a second. You averaged 18 points against him in the regular season, shooting just over 40. Paul leaned against his locker with bandages already wrapped around his knee. He didn't discuss tactics. He simply took a Bluecased USB drive from his pocket and handed it to Durant. A piece of medical tape with the handwritten word, Tony, was stuck on the casing. This shows Parker's offensive habits. It's not from the regular season, it's from the playoffs. Playing against the Spurs is different from playing against the Blazers. You don't need to match Bowen unknown, you need to make sure Duncan leaves the paint every time. Duncan must come out for us to have a chance. How do we make him come out? Durant and Korver spread to the corner. Smith sets a screen, and Ariza and I cut repeatedly. His knee can't handle 40 minutes of continuous switching. Jump ball. Duncan and Josh Smith jumped simultaneously with Duncan's fingertips, just a bit quicker, tapping the ball to Parker. The Spurs' first offense saw Parker break through using Duncan's screen, and the Hornets immediately double-teamed. But Parker didn't pass the ball directly as he did in the regular season. He dribbled once more, waiting for Duncan to move down to the corner before passing the ball. Duncan received the ball facing Smith's help defense, paused slightly, and instead of shooting, he passed to dynasty.Li, who cut in from the baseline. dynasty.Li scored with a layup, making it 20. The Hornets' first offense saw Paul face Parker at the top of the arc, lowering his center of gravity to break right and stop for a mid-range jumper. The shot went in, making it 22. But back on defense, the Spurs' offense was completely different from the regular season. They weren't relying on simple low-post plays for Duncan, but rather allowing Parker and dynasty.Li to handle the ball more, with Duncan pulled out to the free throw line to facilitate. Halfway through the first quarter, Duncan had only attempted 2 shots, but Parker had scored 7 points and dynasty.Li had 6 points. The Spurs led by 8. Silas called a timeout. He redrew the double-team route on the tactics board, and then made an unexpected adjustment: have Smith defend Parker, have Paul chase dynasty.Li, and have Ariza stick to Duncan's high-post facilitating route. They are using Duncan as bait. We want to take the hook. After the timeout, the Hornets' defense started to work. Paul tangled with dynasty.Li during his off-ball movements, while Smith used his height and speed to suppress Parker's driving path. After receiving the ball at the high post, Duncan faced Ariza's defense, attempting 3 shots, but only making 1. The Spurs' adjustments lasted only 1 quarter, and the Hornets narrowed the gap to just 3 points before halftime. During halftime, Durant sat in front of his locker, his jersey not yet completely soaked. Silas circled Bowen's name with a red pen and redrew 2 lines, one from the corner to the top of the arc and the other from the top of the arc to the paint. He pointed at Durant. You only scored 6 points in the first half. Bowen is still sticking to you, but his stamina will drop in the third quarter. When that happens, you need to cut from the baseline using double screens. Not for a catch and shoot, but for a catch and drive. Bowen won't let you shoot, but he can't keep up with your first step right now. In the second half, Durant began to actively drive with the ball. He received the ball at the right corner, faced Bowen's tight defense while lowering his center of gravity. Without any fakes, he dribbled once and stopped for a jumper. Bowen's hand brushed past his wrist. The ball flew through the net. Durant scored 8 points in that quarter, not through catch and shoot, but through aggressive drive. Bowen's lateral speed indeed wasn't as good as in the first half, but he followed Durant back down the court after every drive without stopping. However, Parker took control of the game towards the end of the third quarter. He continuously broke through using Duncan's screens, stopping for jump shots against Smith's defensive switches. Each shot was perfectly timed. There were no fancy crossovers, just a simple rhythm, finding gaps against Paul's defense. The Spurs began to pull away in the middle of the third quarter. In the fourth quarter, the Hornets chased points. Paul repeatedly broke through using screens at the top of the arc, making both of his free throws and passing to Korver in the corner for a 3-pointer. He finished the game with 28 points and 14 assists. But the Spurs team offense was more stable at critical moments. Duncan executed 2 back-to-the-basket plays in the last 2 minutes, scoring reliably with his signature bank shot against Smith's tight defense. Popovich stood on the sideline with his arms crossed, never raising the tactics board to his chest. The buzzer sounded, and the Spurs won by 11 points. After the game, Durant sat in front of his locker, his jersey completely soaked. Popovich encountered Silas in the hallway and said, "Your rookie has improved since the regular season," before disappearing down the gray-white corridor. In the second game, Silas adjusted the defensive matchups again. Paul personally defended Parker, sticking to him throughout the game, limiting Parker to just 14 points. Durant continued to mix off-ball movement with ball-handling drives on the offensive end, with Bowen chasing him the entire second half. Durant scored 19 points in the second half, totaling 26 points for the game. The Hornets won by 7 points on the road, regaining home court advantage. The third game moved to New Orleans. The home crowd's roar had not stopped since the jump ball. Silas had Smith facilitate at the high post multiple times to pull the Spurs' interior defense out, creating cutting opportunities for Durant. Durant finished with 32 points, including 14 from the free throw line. He was attacking Bowen's defense in a smarter way. Paul scored 18 points and had 11 assists, leading the Hornets to a 10-point win and a 21-series lead. In the fourth game, Popovich changed Bowen's defensive strategy, backing off Durant a step, forcing him to shoot from distance. Durant missed all 3 of his 3-point attempts in the first half. During halftime, Silas redrew the baseline double screen route, allowing him to cut in for layups. In the second half, Durant responded to Bowen with 14 points. But the Spurs team offense was more stable. Duncan had 32 points and 15 rebounds, while Parker added 22 points and 8 assists. The Spurs won by 5 points on the road, tying the series at 22. The fifth game, a pivotal battle, returned to San Antonio. Duncan demonstrated with a dominant performance of 38 points and 18 rebounds that in the deep waters of the playoffs experience is an irreplaceable weapon. Durant scored 24 points, but the Spurs pulled away in the last 3 minutes. The Spurs won by 8 points, leading the series 32 and pushing the Hornets to the brink of elimination. In the sixth game back in New Orleans, Paul played the entire game without a second of rest. In the last 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, he broke through 3 times using screens, passing to Durant in the corner against Duncan's help defense. Durant made 3 catch-and-shoot attempts, hitting them all. The Hornets forced a Game 7. In the seventh game at the AT&T Center, no one spoke in the locker room. Paul had wrapped an extra layer of tape around his left ankle, while Durant closed his laptop. The last image frozen on the screen was Bowen interfering with his shot in the fifth game. Silas did not take the tactics board. The cheers under the dome filled the entire arena like boiling water. Duncan repeatedly responded to the Hornets' double teams with the same bank shot from the low post, each shot landing like a stone. In the second half, Durant began to run again, moving around Smith, slipping past Ariza, shaking off Bowen for a moment. He scored 10 points in that quarter, each time cutting in during Duncan's brief moments of rest. In the second half, Durant began to run again, moving around Smith, slipping past Ariza, shaking off Bowen for a moment. He scored 10 points in that quarter, each time cutting in during Duncan's brief moments of rest. Tips brushed his wrist. The ball flew out, tracing a high arc under the dome lights. It bounced off the frame. Duncan grabbed the rebound. Parker made both free throws. The buzzer sounded, and the Spurs won by 4 points. Duncan walked up to Durant and exchanged jerseys. Spurs number 21 for Hornets number 35. "The future is yours," Duncan said. Sinan stood in front of the glass window of the visiting team's box, watching his team silently return to the locker room. Paul was the last to walk out, ice pack strapped to his knee, gripping the blue-cased USB drive, labeled with. On the flight back to New Orleans, Durant sat in the last row by the window. He neatly folded Duncan's jersey and placed it in his backpack, then opened his laptop to continue watching the Western Conference Finals footage. On the screen, the Lakers were battling the Spurs for a spot in the finals, with Kobe backing down in the elbow and Gasol facilitating at the high post. Sinan sat on the other side of the aisle, flipping through his notebook. The blueprint for the offseason's assets was already laid out in his mind: Bulls signing, Thunder signing, Warriors signing. Duncan said the future was theirs. That future is now. On the fourth day after losing Game 7, the New Orleans training facility stood empty and silent. The first week after the playoffs always felt like this. Players had flown back to their hometowns. Trainers and equipment managers began sorting through mountains of ice bags and bandages accumulated over the season, and the whiteboard in the locker room still bore the tactical lines drawn by Silas for the final game, which no one had the heart to erase. Sinan sat alone in the second-floor office, the notebook he had used for 6 years spread open before him. In the summer of 2002, when he had first traveled through time, the first name he wrote in this notebook was LeBron James, with an asterisk beside it that he later crossed out. 5 years had passed, and the corners of the pages were curled, the cover stained and mottled with coffee and sweat. Every page represented a season, every name a gamble. He flipped to the 200708 season summary page. Paul averaged 21, 1 points, 11, 6 assists and 2.7 steals per game, earning All-NBA First Team and All-Defensive First Team honors, and finishing second in MVP voting, only behind Kobe. Durant averaged 23, 1.6, 5 rebounds and 3.1 assists per game, was named to the All-Rookie First Team, and placed 8th in MVP voting. At the team's season-ending meeting, Paul said only 2 things: "We are 1 win away from the Western Conference Finals. Next year that victory will be ours." He didn't mention the Spurs, didn't mention Duncan, but everyone in the locker room knew exactly what he meant. Now the offseason had begun, and Sinan had more to do than in any previous year. He turned to a new page and wrote several names: Chicago Bulls unprotected 2008 first-round pick. This pick came from the deal on the 2007 draft night, when he sent the Blazers' 4th pick to the Bulls in exchange for their unprotected 2008 first-rounder and Ben Gordon. The Bulls had collapsed in the 200,708 season, with injuries to Henrich and Gordon limiting the team to just 33 wins, 3rd worst in the Eastern Conference. This unprotected first-round pick had an extremely high probability of landing in the top 3, with a solid chance at the first overall pick. Oklahoma City Thunder's unprotected 2008 first-round pick, acquired in exchange for Paul Millsap. In their first full season after moving to Oklahoma City, the Thunder played a fragmented campaign, finishing with the 2nd worst record in the league. This pick would almost certainly be in the top 4 with a chance to break into the top 3. Golden State Warriors' unprotected 2008 first-round pick, one of the core assets from the Baron Davis trade in 2006. After losing Baron, the Warriors entered a full rebuild, and this pick was projected to be in the mid-lottery. 3 first-round picks, 2 of which were in the top 5. If luck was on his side, both the Bulls and Thunder's picks could land in the top 3. This was a super draft year featuring names like Derrick Rose, Russell Westbrook, Kevin Love, and others. Bob Bass pushed open the door holding a stack of scouting reports. I missed one thing at the season-ending meeting. Mo Williams' agent called yesterday. He wants to know our long-term plan at point guard. Mo Williams. He entered the league with the Hornets in 2003, the same year Sinan arrived. In over 5 years, he had grown from a second-round pick into a reliable backup point guard, averaging 9.2 points and 4.1 assists per game this season alongside Paul and Rose. His contract had 2 years remaining with an average annual salary of around $8 million. Sinan knew that in another timeline Mo would become an all-star playing alongside LeBron in Cleveland, but that was another story. For now, the Hornets had the deepest point guard rotation in the league. Paul, Rose, Mo, and Sessions, all capable of starting, crowded the backcourt. If the Bulls used the first pick on Rose, Mo's playing time would shrink even further. No rush on the extension, he thought, but don't let him feel neglected. He's one of ours. Bob nodded and flipped to the next page of his notes. Also Korver. His contract also has 2 years left, averaging around $5 million per year. At least 3 teams in the league have inquired about his price. His three-point shooting percentage has exceeded 40% for 5 consecutive seasons, making him one of the hottest role players on the trade market. Korver was a veteran who had joined the Hornets with Sinan in 2003, a second-round pick who had carved out a place in the league with his shooting. Sinan stood up and walked to the window. The training facility was empty, but the lights were still on. The equipment manager was inventorying supplies for next season. He knew Korver's prime still had 3 or 4 years left. His three-point percentage would remain above 40% for the next few seasons, and then gradually decline with age. As a pure catch-and-shoot player, his defensive talent had never been exceptional. Between a championship window and maximizing assets, he had to calculate a 2-year contract, three-point shooting above 40%, and a hot trade market. This was the peak of trade value. Should he trade him now or wait until his contract year? Paul and Korver were the 2 most veteran players on this team, having come together from the first training camp in 2003. Through countless ups and downs, only the 2 of them had remained here. Paul could accept any trade, but he also needed to know the direction of the team. Sinan dialed Paul's phone. It rang twice before being picked up. Paul's voice carried a hint of sleepiness. He had slept for 2 days straight after the playoffs ended. I figured you'd call today, Paul said. Korver leaving. Sinan looked out at the cargo ships on the Mississippi River. I want to hear what you think first. I've known him for 5 years. He's been in the locker next to mine since the first day of training camp. I know his defensive weaknesses and I know his three-point percentage. If he leaves, there won't be anyone to help me wrap my wrist in the locker room. Paul paused. He knows he's at his peak value. His agent told him yesterday. If you decide to trade him, they'll handle the locker room. After hanging up, Sinan circled Korver's name again in the notebook. Trading him at peak value to stockpile assets for draft night upward moves. This was the advantage of foresight and the coldest arithmetic. He flipped to another page and listed the schedule for the coming week's lottery draw, draft night, free agency, summer league training camp. Then the trade market. He still had role players like Korver and Ellis who could be swapped for picks plus 3 incoming lottery picks. With less than 6 weeks until the draft, he still had plenty of chess pieces to move. The phone on the desk vibrated. A text from Scarlett. The season's over. You can finally breathe. I booked a table at that restaurant in the French Quarter with the handwritten menu. 8 o'clock. If you don't come, I'll give the spot to Josh Smith. Sinan glanced at the division standings chart freshly hung on the training facility wall, then at the text on his phone. He replied, 8 o'clock, keep the table. Then he turned to a new page in the notebook and wrote 2008 lottery draw. Bulls pick, Thunder pick, Warriors pick, awaiting confirmation of slot numbers. Outside, the lights in the training facility were still on. The May wind from the New Orleans riverfront blew in, and the faint intermittent sound of a saxophone from Bourbon Street drifted over like the draft countdown that always began on time every summer. In West Coxsackie, New Jersey, at the NBA Entertainment Center, Sinan sat in the war room for the Hornets lottery draft. Spread out before him were 3 scouting reports. The first was about Derrick Rose, a guard from the University of Memphis, averaging 15 points and 5 assists in his freshman season, a runner-up in the NCAA championship and a top draft prospect. The second was on Michael Beasley, a forward from Kansas State University, averaging 26 points and 12 rebounds, named the best college player in the nation. The third was concerning Russell Westbrook, a guard from UCLA known for his explosive athleticism, projected to be drafted in the later part of the lottery. The war room was small, with a round table, a few folding chairs, and 2 boxes of bottled water stacked in the corner. The corridors of the NBA Entertainment Center were crowded with representatives from various teams. Some were quietly conversing over coffee, others shook their heads at their phones, while some were nervously wrinkling their collars. The worst-performing teams sent their highest representatives. Pat Riley, the president of the Miami Heat, sat in the front row, while Chris Wallace, the general manager of the Grizzlies, occupied the corner of the third row with his entire scouting department, and the representative from the Supersonics was on the phone with their office in Seattle wearing headphones. In this Super Draft lottery year, the holders of 3 first-round picks sat in the corner with 3 scouting reports spread out before them. Bob Bass sat beside him gripping a pen that had been chewed into a deformed shape. A silent television on the wall was airing ESPN's pre-draft lottery program as the host analyzed the lottery probabilities for each team. The Bulls had the 3rd worst record. Their chances for the top pick ranked 4th in the league. The Thunder had the 2nd worst record with the 2nd best odds for the top pick. The Warriors were 7th to last with the highest probability of a mid-lottery pick. We bet right on the Bulls. Bob removed the pen cap from his mouth. The injuries to Henrich and Gordon caused the Bulls' record to collapse. The odds of this first-round pick landing in the top 3 is much higher than when we made the trade last year. Plus the Thunder's pick and the Warriors' pick. If we're lucky, we might secure 2 top 3 picks tonight. Sinan lowered his head, lightly tapping his fingers on his notebook. The Bulls' pick. This was the asset he acquired in 2007 draft night by trading the 4th pick to the Trail Blazers. At that time, the Bulls wanted Conley, willing to offer a 2008 unprotected first-round pick along with. A year had passed, and with the Bulls' record collapsing, the outlook for this unprotected first-round pick shifted from projected mid-lottery to highly likely to be top 3 or even contend for the first pick. The Thunder's pick, acquired in exchange for Paul Millsap. The Thunder's rebuilding journey after moving to Oklahoma City had been rocky, and this pick had a high probability of landing in the top 4. The Warriors' pick, left over from the Byron trade, projected to be mid-lottery. 3 first-round picks awaiting confirmation of their positions tonight. On the television, David Stern walked to the podium. The chatter in the entertainment center quieted as if gently pressed down by a hand. 2008 NBA lottery draft. First round, we begin announcing the positions. An envelope appeared on the screen. Stern opened it. The 14th pick, the Golden State Warriors. Bob squeezed the pen cap tighter. The Warriors' pick fell to 14th place. The very end of the lottery, its value lower than expected. Stern continued to open the envelope. The 13th pick, the Portland Trail Blazers. The air in the Hornets' war room tensed. The Warriors' pick had already been locked in at 14th place, and the remaining 2 picks had yet to be announced. This meant the Bulls' pick and the Thunder's pick were both higher than expected. 12th pick, the Sacramento Kings. 11th pick, the Indiana Pacers. 10th pick, the New Jersey Nets. 9th pick, the Charlotte Bobcats. Stern opened the next envelope. 8th pick, the Milwaukee Bucks. 7th pick, the Los Angeles Clippers. 6th pick, the New York Knicks. 5th pick, the Memphis Grizzlies. Only breaths could be heard in the war room. The Bulls' pick had yet to be announced. It had entered the top 4. The Thunder's pick also remained unannounced. Similarly, it had entered the top 4. Both picks were in the top 4. Stern opened the next envelope. 4th pick, the Oklahoma City Thunder. Bob's pen cap fell from his mouth. The Thunder's pick was locked in at 4th place, top 4. He turned to look at Sinan, but Sinan's gaze remained fixed on the screen. The Bulls' pick had yet to be announced. It had entered the top 3. Stern continued to announce. 3rd pick, the Minnesota Timberwolves. Bob Bass stood up, then sat back down. The Bulls' pick had entered the top 2, either 2nd or 1st. A draft pick he had maneuvered for over 2 years was now becoming one of the most valuable assets under the scrutiny of the entire league. 2nd pick, the Miami Heat. The war room fell silent for a moment. The Bulls' pick was 1st overall, the top pick. Stern opened the last envelope. He did not announce the team name, but looked at the camera, a faint smile on his lips. The 1st pick traded from the Chicago Bulls to the New Orleans Hornets. The New Orleans Hornets had acquired the 1st overall pick in the 2008 NBA draft. Bob Bass dropped the pen from his hand, but did not pick it up. Sinan leaned back in his chair, watching the words "First Pick Hornets" flash beside the Bulls logo on the screen. On draft night in 2007, when Bulls general manager John Paxson repeatedly confirmed the trade terms over the phone, he could not have imagined that the 2008 unprotected first-round pick he sent out would turn into the top pick a year later. The live feed from ESPN returned to the studio as host Chad Ford spoke excitedly, his voice trembling. The unprotected first-round pick sent by the Bulls has turned into the 1st overall pick. The trade made by Michael Lee on draft night in 2007, trading the 4th pick for the Bulls' 2008 unprotected first-round pick and Ben Gordon, was proven to be one of the craziest heists of the past decade. Gordon had already been traded for the Clippers' 2009 unprotected first-round pick, while the Bulls' unprotected first-round pick had turned into the top pick. The trade of the 4th pick for Ben Gordon plus the top pick. This chain of trades had yet to conclude. Sinan turned off the TV sound, flipped open his notebook, and wrote next to the Bulls' first-round pick top pick. target Derrick Rose. The Thunder's pick was locked in at 4th place. He continued writing 4th pick, target Russell Westbrook, or the Warriors' pick had been secured at 14th place, the very end of the lottery where the best players had likely already been picked. Bob picked up the pen, dusting it off. Who can we get at 14th? Robin Lopez, Mari Spites, both rotation-level big men. He paused. We don't necessarily have to use this pick ourselves. The window for trading down was always open, and it could also be used as a chip to trade for next year's first-round pick alongside Mo Williams or Korver's value. Sinan nodded, writing down several targets for the 14th pick in his notebook before flipping to the next page. The second-round picks would be announced tomorrow, but his current priority was to lock in the right players for the 3 first-round picks. The draft would take place at the end of June, just 5 weeks away. During these 5 weeks, the free agent market would begin to heat up. The coaching staff would complete their season summaries, and the players would train individually. Outside night had fallen in West Coxsackie as the May evening breeze in New Jersey swept across the parking lot of the entertainment center, carrying the distant lights from the highway. Sinan stood up, draping his suit jacket over his arm. Before leaving the war room, he glanced back at the TV. The screen froze on a shot of Stern smiling captured in the ESPN headline. By the time he returned to New Orleans, it was already late at night. As Sinan pushed open the door, only a floor lamp lit the living room. Scarlett was curled up on the couch, a laptop resting on her knees, the screen displaying a freshly completed editing sample. She wore an oversized sweatshirt, barefoot on the carpet. I saw the lottery results, she said, closing the laptop and walking over to take his jacket. The Bulls pick turned into the top pick. Your phone seems to have been bombarded with texts. Cuban Alexander, old base, all congratulating you for landing the first pick from the Bulls. The storyboard she had been meticulously refining on the couch was still spread out, one page mirroring the draft lottery broadcast from today. Sinan sat down on the couch. Scarlett emerged from the kitchen with 2 glasses of red wine, placing one in his hand. Thunder at 4th, Warriors at 14th. 3 lottery picks, 2 of which are in the top 4. You won again. But starting tomorrow, you'll need to think about whom to select, how many to select, whether to trade down after the draft, and whether to treat draft night as the start of a new round of investments. Rose is the frontrunner for the top pick. Westbrook will likely fall between 4th and 7th, and Love is also in that range. At 14th, we could select one of the Lopez brothers, a rotation-level big man. Sinan raised his glass and took a sip. But you were asking about the draft strategy, not really wanting to hear my... Scarlett did not answer. She simply took the wine glass from his hand and placed it on the coffee table before kissing him. The lingering taste of red wine on her lips, the familiar scent of shampoo in her hair. Outside, the night was deep and the freighters on the Mississippi River were sounding their horns. 5 days later, the results of the various draft positions would be officially announced. Sinan spent the entire day in the office with Bob and the scouting department, finally writing down the final draft strategy in his notebook. First pick, Derrick Rose. 4th pick, Russell Westbrook or Kevin Love. 14th pick, rotation level big or trade down. After the meeting, Bob left a draft renewal proposal for Mo Williams and Korver, which Sinan placed in the decide after the draft folder. The sun in May was already scorching outside and the training facility was empty, but he knew that in 2 weeks the summer league candidate list would fill this table. Sinan sat in the draft war room of the Hornets with 3 scouting reports spread out before him. The first was on Derrick Rose, guard from the University of Memphis, averaging 15 points per game and 5.1 assists in his freshman season, a runner-up in the NCAA championship. The second report was on Russell Westbrook, guard from UCLA, an explosive athlete predicted to be drafted 4th to 7th. The third was a list of trade assets. The Bulls' unprotected first-round pick had turned into the number 1 overall pick 5 weeks ago. The Thunder were slated to pick 4th, and the Warriors were set to pick 14th. Bob Bass sat next to him with 2 mobile phones and a red landline phone on the table. Silas leaned against the window holding a cup of coffee. Old Thompson wiped his glasses with the hem of his shirt. The number 1 pick is a no-brainer, Rose, Bob said. The entire league knows the Bulls made a huge mistake last year by giving their unprotected first-round pick to us. 4th pick, Westbrook. You want drop further? Old Thompson pushed a memo towards him. This year's pool of candidates for the 4th pick is already quite narrow. The Warriors are picking 14th and could trade down. Sinan opened his notebook. The Suns have the 24th and 48th picks. If they trade down, they could exchange the 14th pick for the 24th plus a second-rounder, allowing them to select Ibaka at the end of the first round with room to pick either Jordan or Dragic in the second. Bob opened his laptop and pulled up the scouting reports on the 2. Serge Ibaka, a forward from the Congo honing his skills in the Spanish League, a defensive big man. The draft report says he is not yet ready to step into the NBA. DeAndre Jordan, center from Texas A&M, a Howard prototype, but limited to alley-oops and rim protection, whose shooting from beyond 10 feet is primarily a matter of luck. Goran Dragic, guard from Slovenia, with the scouts' comment stating his vision is reminiscent of old-school European guards, but his shooting form needs correcting and his lateral defense is average. All three are projected to be selected from the end of the first round to the middle of the second. Directly picking them with the 14th pick would be a reach. However, trading down to the Suns' range would be just right. Who does the Suns want at the 14th pick? Robin Lopez or Maurice Spites? They want a big man who can protect the rim immediately. Bob dialed the Suns' general manager. The negotiation lasted about 15 minutes, during which he jotted down key points from the other side's responses on a piece of paper before finally looking up at Sinan and saying, "The Suns agree. The 14th pick plus our second-round pick next year in exchange for their 24th and 40th picks." They said this framework could be officially announced on the spot. Sinan nodded. On the television, Stern revealed the first envelope. In the 2008 NBA draft, the first overall pick goes to the New Orleans Hornets, obtained through a trade with the Chicago Bulls, selecting Derrick Rose from the University of Memphis. Rose stood up, embraced his mother Brenda, and hugged his brother Reggie. He donned the Hornets' blue and purple cap, his youthful face calm and focused beneath the brim. With the second pick, the Heat selected Michael Beasley. The Timberwolves took O.J. Mayo with the third. With the fourth pick, the New Orleans Hornets select Russell Westbrook from UCLA. Westbrook stood up, exuding a repressed excitement like a spring that had been tightly coiled, and then suddenly, with the fifth pick, the Grizzlies chose Kevin Love, who they would subsequently trade to the Timberwolves in exchange for Mayo. Bob Bass watched as the trade was officially announced on screen, gently shaking his head. The draft continued. With the 7th pick, Eric Gordon, and with the 10th, Brook Lopez. When the 14th pick arrived, Stern announced, the New Orleans Hornets select Robin Lopez from Stanford. 2 minutes later, the trade was announced. The Hornets sent the 14th pick and next year's second-round pick to the Suns in exchange for the Suns' 24th and 40th picks. The ESPN commentator noted, Sinan has traded down again. This marks his 4th consecutive year trading down on draft night, seizing second-round assets. The Suns got their desired rim-protecting big man, while the Hornets continued to sow seeds for roster depth. With the 24th pick, the Hornets selected Serge Ibaka, a defensive forward from the Congo who would continue to hone his skills in Europe for another year before entering the NBA. With the 35th pick in the second round, the Hornets selected DeAndre Jordan. With the 48th pick, they chose Goran Dragic. The ESPN commentator remarked, Jordan possesses lottery-level physical attributes, but his skills are raw and need refinement. Dragic is a sensible choice in the middle of the second round, adding depth to the guard position. The camera briefly cuts to Dragic just off stage as he takes the Hornets cap from his agent, fingers gripping the brim tightly, then looks up, searching the crowd for his family's direction. Sinan lowered his head to finish the asset summary for draft night. Rose, number 1 pick, future MVP guard, the last piece in the Hornets' backcourt puzzle. Westbrook, 4th pick, temporarily retaining signing rights, developing a depth of 3 guards, Paul Rose and Westbrook. Ibaka, end of the first round, honing skills in Europe for another year. Jordan, second round, immense potential in rim protection and rebounding. Dragic, second round, adding depth at guard, one of the future cores in European competitions. The night sky of New York was tinted pale purple by the lights of Madison Square Garden. Sinan closed his notebook and stood up, draping his suit jacket over his arm. As he walked out of the war room, he glanced back at the TV, now a black screen. His own face flickered on the screen, overlapping with the image of the 22-year-old young man who first entered the New York draft war room 6 years ago. The countdown to the Summer League had already begun. Las Vegas in July was an oven, the Summer League court dimmer than a regular season arena, the stands filled mostly with scouts, coaching staff, and diehard fans who had flown in specifically to watch the rookies. The oppressive heat from the desert edge seeped through the arena's aging air conditioning system, mingling with the smell of popcorn and floor cleaner. The lights fell on those young men fresh out of college, wearing temporary jerseys with printed numbers, trying to find their place on an unfamiliar playbook. Sinan sat in the third row by the sideline, Scarlett Johansson beside him. Both were in casual clothes, blending in with the scouts and coaching staff in the sweltering Las Vegas afternoon. Scarlett didn't need to put on a star's airs at the Summer League. No one here cared who she was. They were all watching Rose. Rose pushed the ball up the court, his first step explosively fast and nearly silent. The defender barely shifted his weight before Rose cut into the paint from the weak side. He didn't launch into the air like Westbrook among the crowd. Instead, he flipped the ball softly with a low hand, and it elegantly arched over the help defender's fingertips into the basket. Upon landing, Rose barely paused, turning to jog back to mid-court, his entire figure like a sailfish slowly turning in the deep waters. In stark contrast was Westbrook. As Rose crossed half-court, Westbrook had already stolen fast break and slammed it down, his whole body still vibrating upon landing, knees bent, fists clenched as if emerging from a small explosion. The 2-point guards you drafted, one is ice, the other fire. They'll compete in practice, argue in the film room. But someday when they're both in the starting lineup, you'll have a tough time deciding who to give the ball to. Scarlett spoke softly, not looking at Sinan, her gaze still fixed on the 2 young men on the court. Sessions was subbed in late in the third quarter, directing Dragic's cuts from the top of the arc in a low but clear voice. After receiving the ball, Dragic drove through the middle and, facing the help defender, kicked it out to a teammate in the corner. He looked raw in NBA-level competition. His defensive slide was a half-step slow, his follow-through hesitated on the jumper, but his vision was real. Dragic's passing angles are different from your two top 4-point guards, Scarlett said, taking off her sunglasses and looking down toward where Sinan leaned forward. He didn't show up in that 3 consecutive dunk sequence. He's finding his own rhythm. Sinan didn't reply, just jotted a note. Dragic needs time to adjust to physical play of vision and distribution instincts meet expectations. Then he flipped to the next page where a name already placed in Europe was written, Marc Gasol. His draft rights had been traded to Memphis the previous year, but Sinan knew he would become an all-star center in the coming years. He drew an asterisk beside Gasol's name and closed the notebook. There was no post-game film session scheduled for the evening. Sinan and Scarlett walked side by side along a trail at the edge of the desert. The Las Vegas night had shed the daytime heat, the air dry and crisp. In the distance, the neon lights of the Strip painted the sky in a hazy glow, but the path they walked was quiet, with only the sound of wind and pebbles kicked underfoot. Every time you watch them play, it's like you're seeing some future moment. Not prediction, confirmation. As if you've already seen them in another time, knowing when they'll get injured, when they'll have their best season. Scarlett's words drifted in the night breeze. She didn't ask why, just stopped and looked at him. You won't tell me how, but I've seen this state on set. An actor gets a script based on a true story, knows the ending, yet pretends everything is happening in front of the camera. Sinan turned to face her. The desert wind lifted her hair, her ears had just been freed from an ill-fitting monitoring headset, and a faint red mark from the pressure lingered on her left earlobe. He reached out and gently rubbed that mark. Tired of acting? He asked. No. I upgraded to a better monitoring model. You did too. She placed her hand on his wrist. They stood on the path for a moment, then Sinan took her hand and led her back. In the distance, the hotel lights glowed like a string of pearls scattered across the desert. The Summer League bus had just pulled up to the hotel entrance, and the young men were stepping off, weary yet satisfied. By the way, Stern called me yesterday, Sinan said as they walked. He wants the Hornets to go to China for preseason games next October against the Rockets. He said the league needs to restart the China games. It's been 4 years since 2004, and next year is the perfect timing. As the only Chinese owner, he hopes he'll lead the team back. Scarlett glanced sideways at him. Next October. That's over a year away. Are you taking the championship trophy back? If we can get it. You're already planning. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Sinan didn't deny it. Scarlett tightened her grip on his hand. Then I'll go with you then. I want to see the place where you grew up. Not New Orleans, but somewhere deeper. You said you came from a very far place. Someday you'll figure out where that is. On the night the Summer League ended, Sinan and Scarlett returned to New Orleans. The wind off the Mississippi River rushed at them, humid and heavy, completely unlike the dry desert wind of Las Vegas. With over 2 months until training camp, the free agent market was about to open, and the coaching staff needed to finalize the rotation for the new season before the preseason began. And the China games next year loomed on the distant horizon, waiting for him. A new off-season transaction flowchart was posted on the wall of Sinan's office. Bob Bass had circled several names in red ink, each accompanied by notations of trade dates, salary matches, and assets acquired in return. After selecting 5 rookies, Rose, Westbrook, Ibaka, DeAndre Jordan, and Dragic, in the draft, the Hornets' guaranteed contracts ballooned to 18. They had to trim the roster to 15 players before training camp ended. The first trade was finalized 3 days after draft night. Josh Smith's rookie contract was about to expire, and his agent demanded a 5-year $58 million extension. With Durant and Ariza already on the roster, Smith's insistence on a hefty extension left the front office with no alternative. The call came from the Sacramento Kings. They needed a rim-protecting power forward and were willing to offer an unprotected 2009 first-round pick plus Corliss Williamson's expiring contract. Williamson's deal had 1 year and approximately $6.5 million remaining, perfectly matching Smith's final year salary on his rookie contract. The Kings would finish the 2008-09 season with a 1765 record, dead last in the Western Conference. That unprotected first-round pick would prove invaluable in the 2009 draft. The Mo Williams trade was negotiated separately on the same day. The Bucks wanted a starting caliber point guard and offered a 2009 second-round pick. Mo had entered the league alongside the Hornets in 2003, with 5 years left on his contract at an average annual salary of approximately $8.6 million. Swapping him for a single second-round pick was too lopsided. Sinan opened the Bucks' salary structure chart, his gaze settling on the name Michael Redd. Redd averaged 7 points per game with a three-point percentage of 36.2. His contract had 3 years remaining at an average annual salary of approximately $15 million. The Bucks were rebuilding, and Redd's contract was a burden to them. But for a championship contender, a catch-and-shoot scorer of his caliber could thrive to the fullest in Paul's pick-and-roll system. In the end, the Hornets sent Mo Williams, Monta Ellis, and a 2010 second-round pick to the Bucks in exchange for Michael Redd and the Bucks' 2009 second-round pick. The Korver trade was sealed the same evening. The Jazz coveted his corner three-point shooting, and Jerry Sloan personally called to say Korver could maximize his value in their pick-and-roll system. Ultimately, the Jazz parted with a 2009 first-round pick and Matt Harpering's expiring contract to acquire Korver and a 2011 second-round pick. The three trades collectively netted the Kings' unprotected 2009 first-rounder, the Jazz's 2009 first-rounder, and the Bucks' 2009 second-rounder. Combined with the already owned unprotected first-round picks from the Clippers and Grizzlies, the Hornets would possess 4 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks in the 2009 draft. But Sinan had yet to address the center position. Josh Howard averaged 18.9 points and 1 rebounds per game last season, earning a spot on the All-Star reserve team. He was the Hornet with the second highest trade value after Paul and Durant. Yet he was a prototypical small forward in build and style, standing 2.01 meters tall. He held an advantage on the wing, but playing him at center was merely a stopgap. Whenever facing orthodox centers like Duncan Yao Ming or Howard, the defense relied on Josh Smith's help coverage while the offense depended on Paul's pick-and-roll to create space. At every tactical meeting during last season's playoffs, Silas had raised the same issue: insufficient height in the paint. Bob placed a freshly faxed list before Sinan. The Denver Nuggets were clearing salary cap space and had put Marcus Camby on the trading block. Camby was the 2007 NBA Defensive Player of the Year, averaging 9.1 points, 13.1 rebounds, and 3.6 blocks per game last season. He led the league with 13.1 rebounds per game and was also the blocks leader. His contract had 2 years remaining at an annual salary of approximately $8 million, quite reasonable. But the Nuggets were freeing up room to retain Carmelo Anthony and keep Allen Iverson. Although Camby's salary was reasonable, the Denver front office viewed it as a burden they had to shed. Josh Howard plus a 2009 second-round pick in exchange for Marcus Camby and a 2010 second. Sinan jotted down the proposal in his notebook. Howard's contract has 2 years and about $14 million left. Camby's $8 million salary plus the trade exception matches perfectly. Bob dialed Nuggets general manager Mark Warkentian. Denver was highly interested in Howard. He averaged 9 points last season, made the All-Star reserve team, and was a proven scorer. For a team built around Anthony and Iverson, Howard's scoring ability and defense at small forward would immediately bolster rotation depth, while shedding Camby's contract would free up room for Anthony's future extension. The Nuggets finally agreed to the deal. That evening, Josh Howard walked into the Hornets training facility for the last. He was one of the original members who joined the league alongside Sinan in 2003, playing alongside Paul for 5 seasons. Last season, he averaged 18.9 points and earned an All-Star reserve selection, making him the quietest yet most reliable voice in the Hornets locker room. He placed the sneakers he had worn during the All-Star game into Paul's locker and said, "Take care of Durant for me and tell him not to miss me too much in the paint." Paul didn't stand to embrace him. His knees were still wrapped in ice packs. He simply extended a hand. They slapped palms, fingers locking for a brief moment in the air. After the trade was officially announced, Chad Ford wrote in his ESPN column, "Sinan has done several seemingly contradictory things this offseason, trading Smith and Mo Williams for picks to position for 2009, swapping Mo Williams and Ellis for Redd to accelerate the 200809 squad, and now dealing Josh Howard for Camby to fix the most critical structural issue." Camby was last season's blocks and rebounds leader, a defensive anchor earning $8 million a year. The Hornets' weakest link in recent seasons had been interior defense. Camby's arrival would completely transform the team's defensive system. The free agent market moved in parallel. Carlos Boozer signed a 5-year, $75 million deal with the Hornets. The Jazz could have matched, but their cap space was nearly tapped, and they ultimately declined. At the signing press conference, Boozer held up the Hornets jersey and remarked that this was the first time in his career he would wear the colors of a Western Conference powerhouse. James Posey signed a 4-year, $25 million contract. Chris Anderson inked a 1-year veteran's minimum deal. Brandon Bass resigned for 4 years and $12 million, and Ramon Sessions agreed to a 1-year, $3 million minimum contract. Sam Cassell agreed to a buyout of his final year. After Sessions signed the agreement in the hallway, Cassell told him, "The second unit is yours now." In mid-August, Silas finalized the 15-man roster on the whiteboard in his second-floor office. Starters: Chris Paul PG, Michael Redd SG, Kevin Durant SF, Carlos Boozer PF, Marcus Camby C. Reserves: Derrick Rose PG, Goran Dragic SG, Trevor Ariza SF, Brandon Bass PF, Chris Anderson C. Rotation: Russell Westbrook PG, Ramon Sessions PG, James Posey wing, DeAndre Jordan C. Hold, Matt Harpering wing, expiring contract. Overseas Serge Ibaka draft rights retained to develop in Europe for another year expected to arrive in 2009. Sinan stared at the list for a long time before jotting down his offseason summary in his notebook. Smith, Mo Williams, Ellis Korver, Josh Howard, among the 2003 original members only. But the assets acquired in return were enough to propel this team toward the Western Conference Championship in the 2008-09 season, while also securing 4 first-round picks in the 2009 draft. Scarlett was curled up on the sofa, laptop on her knees. She closed the computer, wrapped her arms around his shoulders from behind, and rested her chin on him as they gazed at the roster together. Smith is gone, Mo is gone, Ellis is gone, Korver is gone, Howard is gone too. Of the 2003 class, only Paul is left. That's the price. Trade role players for picks, trade picks for stars. In the 2009 draft, we have 4 first-round picks, and with Camby and Red, both our interior and perimeter defense have reached championship caliber. Scarlett pecked him on the chin, then turned to fetch a package that had just arrived downstairs. Inside were custom blue and purple laces. She had ordered 1 pair each for Westbrook, Rose, and Dragic. Outside the window, the lights in the training facility were still on. Camby was teaching DeAndre Jordan how to establish position in the paint. Boozer and Base were drilling high-low post plays, and at the top of the arc, Paul fed the ball to Rose while already taking his first step toward the cut. The regular season opener was imminent. On the afternoon when Silas finalized the 15-man roster, Bob Base pushed open the door to Sinan's office, clutching a stack of folders. The lineup is complete, but there's one thing you've been pushing me on since the season ended. He placed the folders on the desk, the cover stamped with Medical and Training Support System 2008-09 Season Upgrade Plan. Sinan flipped open the first page. Over the past decade, the Suns medical team had extended the careers of veterans like Nash and Hill by at least 3 years. Their head trainer, Aaron Nelson, was the most underestimated behind-the-scenes genius in the entire league. The Warriors' rehabilitation team had helped Baron Davis recover from a knee injury, while the Timberwolves' muscle balance trainer had allowed Garnett to still average 35 minutes per game past the age of 30. Before his transmigration, Sinan had read a feature article that detailed the medical team configurations and specialized expertise of each league team. The Suns' joint care, the Warriors' sports rehabilitation, the Timberwolves' muscle balance training. Now those people were still in their original positions. Poach. Sinan closed the folder. The Suns' head trainer, the Warriors' rehabilitation therapist, and the Timberwolves' muscle balance trainer. Get as many of these 3 as you can. Bob noted down the names, and over the next 2 weeks made contact with the agents of each of these 3. And the Suns' trainer had been in Phoenix for 10 years and was unwilling to relocate, but his deputy was willing to come to New Orleans as the head trainer. The Warriors' rehabilitation therapist happened to have an expiring contract and was offered a 3-year deal with a salary 15% higher than the Warriors' renewal offer. The Timberwolves' muscle balance trainer was the hardest to poach. Garnett personally called to persuade him to stay. But 2 days later, his agent called back to say the client was willing to come to New Orleans because Sinan had offered a long-term contract with team stock option incentives. In mid-August, the 3 new members reported to the training facility on the same day. Sinan personally gave them a tour of the team's training equipment, locker room, and medical room. The medical room had been redesigned according to the sketches he had drawn. The number of treatment beds increased from the original 2 to 4. The rehabilitation area added a cold bath and an anti-gravity treadmill and a whiteboard hung on the wall with red ink detailing each player's injury history and the preventive maintenance plan for the season. This is Paul's knee maintenance plan. Sinan handed a document to the new head trainer. He missed 5 games last season due to knee soreness. His playing time this year should be limited to under 32 minutes. In back-to-back games, if the margin exceeds 15 points in the second game, rest him. The new rehabilitation therapist took over Durant's foot biomechanics assessment report. A 19-year-old rookie averaging 23 points per game, the pressure on his feet was several times that of his peers. Custom arch support insoles, twice weekly foot muscle training. The rehabilitation therapist quickly scribbled notes while flipping through the report. Hey, race the usage procedure for a batch of new therapy equipment I brought from the Warriors. I need your final budget approval, boss. Sinan signed the 3 approval forms and then pulled another document from his drawer, the physical training upgrade plan he had written early in the offseason. From an old notebook, he retrieved several pages of hand-drawn biomechanical training sketches referencing motion capture and dynamic stretching protocols later used by teams like the Warriors, though the equipment in 2008 was still not precise enough. He handed the sketches to the muscle balance trainer, who studied them for a moment and then began outlining adjusted support angles on a blank page. That same afternoon, Bob Base delivered a logistics team upgrade plan to the office. Sinan opened the first page, which listed the positions he had requested: full-time chef, data analyst, and sports psychologist. Previously, the team's meals were provided by the arena's outsourced catering, but every championship contending team had a traveling chef. Sinan had already poached a nutritionist from a health food company in Phoenix to craft a customized seasonal menu for each player. Durant needed to increase muscle mass, Rose needed energy and protein replenishment, and Boozer needed to control body fat. The data analyst jumped ship from an internet company at the end of August. Sinan prepared an office for her facing the training court with several freshly assembled servers beside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Her job was to compile per-possession efficiency, defensive matchup data, and injury alerts for each game. On her first day, she ran the player load monitoring script she had written, projecting on the whiteboard the curve of Paul's playing time and injury data over the past 3 seasons. Paul poked his head in as he passed the data room, then pushed the door open to ask Sinan if those curves were his knees. Sinan said yes. Paul was silent for a moment, then gently tapped the wrist where he wore his wristband, saying nothing more. The sports psychologist was the last to arrive. He had been a psychological counselor in the NCAA Division I, specializing in pressure adaptation for young. Sinan's instructions to him were clear: help Rose and Westbrook adapt to the NBA's pace, monitor Dragic's psychological adjustment in a foreign country, and keep DeAndre Jordan focused on the bench. He set up his office next to the training facility on that same day with a glass window overlooking the players running on the court. After practice that afternoon, Rose stopped by for a half-hour chat and walked out holding the mental toughness self-assessment form the psychologist had handed him, filling it out with the pencil clipped to his playbook as he walked. In the first week of September, Sinan presented the complete backroom structure of the team for the first time: a medical team of 3, a logistics team of 3 plus Silas coaching staff. Over 20 people serving the 15 players on the court. The new head trainer showcased Paul's monthly maintenance plan. The rehabilitation therapist introduced the custom insoles Durant would wear in the new season. The data analyst projected a statistical curve of the Hornets' declining fourth-quarter scoring efficiency from last season, and the sports psychologist gave a brief report. The sleep quality and pre-game dietary habits of young players during road trips directly affected their shooting percentage. One evening, Scarlett came to the training facility to find him. Seeing him squatting by the ice bath discussing with the rehabilitation therapist how to lower the carbon dioxide concentration at the outlet, she chose not to disturb them. She quietly placed the portable shoulder and neck massager she had brought from the set on his desk beside the third draft of his player injury preventive maintenance plan. That night when he got home, the massager had been moved to the sofa, and next to a note she had left, "Your neck needs this plan more than Durant does." In the final week before the regular season opener, Sinan flipped through the comprehensive support project budget report Bob had submitted page by page and signed it. The lights in the training facility were still on outside the window. Camby was showing DeAndre Jordan how to sense an opponent's center of gravity with his forearm in the paint. Boozer and Base were practicing the footwork transitions after pick and rolls, and at the top of the arc, Durant, after catching a pass from Paul, took a shot and stood still watching the rim and subtly adjusting his shooting arc. Everyone was making final preparations for the new season. As Sinan entered the second-floor private box, the entire venue was singing the national anthem in unison. He held a cup of coffee, hot today, and stood by the glass window gazing down at the court below. The starting 5 emerged from the players' tunnel in sequence: Paul, Red, Durant, Boozer, Camby. The 5 players' jerseys bore different numbers from point guard to center, each position boasting an all-star or near all-star caliber player. On the bench, Rose and Westbrook sat side by side, while Dragic leaned against the water cooler. Ariza and Posey murmured about the defensive habits of the opposing starting wing players. Jordan and Anderson were tying their shoelaces at the end of the bench, one tying swiftly, the other pausing midway to glance at the court. Base's knee injury was still in recovery, so he sat in civilian clothes in the rehabilitation area behind the locker room. This was the first official debut after a major roster overhaul during the offseason. Smith, Mo Williams, Ellis Korver, Josh Howard, 3 of last season's starting 5 and 2 bench players had departed. Replacing them were Red, Boozer, Camby, Rose, Westbrook, Posey, Anderson, Dragic, and Jordan. The entire team had undergone a blood transfusion, but Paul stood at the forefront, the lights illuminating his blue-purple No. 3 jersey, identical to last season's. Midway through the first quarter, Red caught a pass from Paul on the right side at 45 degrees off a drive-and kick, pulled up for a jump shot over the defender, and the ball sailed through the net. It was his first three-pointer for the Hornets. As he landed, Paul had already retreated to the backcourt and gave him a thumbs up. In the next possession, Durant faced the opposing small forward, lowered his center of gravity, dribbled right, and hit a pull-up jumper. He was in great form tonight, scoring 8 points in the first quarter. Boozer caught the ball in the low post, turned, and executed a hook shot over the defender. The ball bounced on the rim before dropping in. It was his first official game with the Hornets. He tallied 6 points and 4 rebounds in the first quarter. Camby blocked the opposing center's shot on defense, grabbed the rebound, and quickly passed to Paul, who controlled the tempo as he strolled across half-court. Near the end of the first quarter, Silas substituted in Rose. The entire crowd rose for an ovation. Rose lowered his center of gravity, accelerated past the defender, and pulled up for a jump shot that missed, but he immediately hustled back, stole the ball, and in transition, dished to Ariza for a dunk. At halftime, the Hornets led by 14 points. No one celebrated in the locker room. Silas drew the second-half defensive rotations on the whiteboard again, pointing out the opposing center's scoring habits in the low post and the perimeter shooters running routes. Paul sat in front of his locker with an ice-pack strap. Rose. The entire crowd rose for an ovation. Rose lowered his center of gravity, accelerated past the defender, and pulled up for a jump shot that missed, but he immediately hustled back, stole the ball, and in transition, dished. Boozer received a dribble handoff from Paul in the elbow area and shot a mid-range jumper without hesitation. Paul's assist count steadily climbed. Midway through the quarter, Silas substituted in Westbrook. The crowd stood up once again. Westbrook's first touch saw him accelerate from the top of the arc, shake off his defender, and drive into the paint. Confronted by a help defender at the rim, he soared for a powerful dunk. As he landed, the entire arena shook. Jordan on the bench tossed his towel into the air, and Dragic knocked over his water bottle at his feet. Dragic held the ball at the top of the arc, catching a glimpse of DeAndre Jordan cutting from the weak side. He released the ball from his palm at an extremely low angle, slipping it past the defender's outstretched hand, landing perfectly in front of Jordan. Jordan slammed it home with both hands, then high-fived Dragic as the final buzzer sounded. The Hornets had blown out their opponents by 22 points. Paul finished with 18 points and 14 assists. Red posted 22 points, hitting 5 of 8 three-pointers. Durant had 24 points and 7 rebounds. Boozer contributed 16 points and 11 boards. Rose added 11 points and 6 assists. Westbrook chipped in 8 points and 4 rebounds. Dragic had 4 points and 5 assists. After the game, Paul did a courtside interview saying he had played many season openers, but tonight the crowd's roar was louder than any other year. As he said this, he glanced toward the end of the bench, seeing Dragic and Jordan laughing loudly while high-fiving with Rose and Westbrook smiling nearby, watching their antics. Paul didn't walk over. He simply curved the corner of his mouth slightly, then continued answering the next question from the reporter. Sinan stood by the glass window of the suite, watching the arena below gradually empty out. He took a sip of his coffee, found it had gone cold again, then carried it out of the suite and headed down to the locker room. Inside the locker room, players were changing. Posey was reviewing a third-quarter defensive rotation decision, with Anderson pointing out the misjudgment in his positioning. Boozer and Bass sat face-to-face. Boozer drawing pick-and-roll rollout routes on a tactical board with his finger, while Bass nodded and took notes in his own notebook. In the corner, DeAndre Jordan had tonight's stat sheet spread across his knees with circles drawn next to every category: points, rebounds, blocks, and even turnovers. Dragic passed behind him, glanced down at the sheet, and said, "Your dunk. The angle of my pass was just right." Jordan looked up at him, and they both burst into laughter at the same time. Sinan did not enter the locker room. He leaned against the wall in the corridor, peering through the crack in the door at the lights and the commotion inside. Scarlett's text arrived right on schedule. "Big opener win. Our new guy Red's three-point percentage is steadier than my hair curls." Boozer and Paul's pick-and-roll had the opposing power forward running in circles. "He's a few tenths slower than when he first arrived." "You forgot your coffee again." "I'm waiting in the car downstairs. I brought sushi, so no need to hit that restaurant with the long queue." He replied, "Coming down now," then rose and headed for the parking lot. In the underground garage, she rolled down the window, one hand on the steering wheel, the other handing him a box of still warm sushi. "Your point guard had 14 assists tonight, and our new shooting guard drilled 5 threes. The medical team told me this afternoon that Paul's knee load values are 15% lower than the same period last year. Looks like your summer acquisitions were spot on." The headlights illuminated the exit of the parking lot, and the night breeze of New Orleans drifted in from the river. The first victory of the season, just like that opener 6 years ago against the Bulls, ended with his team winning the game. The difference was that tonight no one in this city had any doubts left about how far this team could go. An opening record of 6 wins and 1 loss packed the New Orleans arena to capacity for 3 consecutive games. Chris Paul averaged 19, 2 points and 8 assists, with his field goal percentage breaking the 50 mark for the first time. In the first 7 games of his sophomore season, Kevin Durant maintained an average of over 24 points per game. The addition of Carlos Boozer and Marcus Camby fundamentally reshaped the Hornets' defensive structure, out-rebounding opponents by 5 free boards per game. They ranked 4th in the league in blocks. During a coaching meeting, Silas noted that the efficiency of converting rebounds into fast break points had improved by nearly 12 percentage points compared to the previous season. But injury struck at the end of the first week. Boozer suffered a right ankle sprain during a game against the Jazz, and the team doctor diagnosed it as a mild ligament strain, expecting him to miss 2 to 3 weeks. Silas rearranged the lineup on the whiteboard in the practice facility, moving Brandon Bass into the starting power forward spot alongside Camby in the front court. James Posey's playing time increased from 18 minutes to 26 minutes, while Trevor Ariza flexibly switched between small forward and shooting guard. Meanwhile, Russell Westbrook gradually found his rhythm during his rookie season. His explosive power and driving speed often left defenders unable to react in practice, but his shot selection and passing timing in half-court sets remained inconsistent. Silas strictly controlled his minutes, limiting him to about 10 to 12 minutes per game, usually on the court during the early second quarter and late third quarter, giving Paul or Rose brief periods of rest. Westbrook's agent called to demand more playing opportunities. Bob followed Sinan's instructions and replied over the phone. The team is fully focused on vying for the top seed in the West, and a rookie's development requires patience. Rose's playing time is also gradually increasing. Please ask Westbrook to be patient. After hanging up the phone, Bob told Sinan that the Thunder had already begun quietly monitoring Westbrook's practice performances. Some within the front office believed his athleticism and defensive potential aligned perfectly with their ongoing team-building plan. Sinan did not actively initiate any negotiations. He said to Bob, "Let the Thunder and other teams come to us first." The more impressive Westbrook looks in practice, the higher his trade value. What we need now is observation, not rushing into decisions. Rose and Westbrook have shown solid chemistry when sharing the backcourt in recent small ball lineups. We don't need to act hastily before the trade deadline. But if there's an offer that secures a more favorable draft position in 2009, we can consider it. To accumulate more assets for the 2009 draft, Sinan instructed Bob to send out feelers across the league targeting teams with declining records and heavy payroll burdens. The Knicks' 2010 first-round pick, the Nets' lottery-bound pick, the Thunder's desire to move up, and the Timberwolves' interest in Westbrook. All these potential trade angles were listed in his notebook. By mid-November, the Hornets held a steady place in the top two of the Western Conference. Rose's average playing time increased to 18 minutes with consistent numbers of 8, 2 points and 3.4 assists per game. The lights in the team's practice facility often stayed on late into the night. The head trainer updated Paul's knee load monitoring report weekly. The rehabilitation specialist noted the wear on Durant's orthotic insoles in his therapy records. The sports psychologist designed a stress regulation training program for Westbrook, and the data analyst updated the team's possession efficiency and injury warning curves after every game. Scarlett visited the practice facility once a week to watch training. Her new film had already started shooting in Los Angeles, but the producer agreed to let her fly back to New Orleans for 2 days each week. Sinan noticed her phone was filled with videos of players' shooting forms. She explained that she was studying motion capture techniques for her acting. As December arrived, the schedule grew denser with back-to-back games testing the team's physical endurance. Silas decisively implemented load management for Paul, resting his knees during 2 back-to-back sets and letting Rose and Westbrook take over starting point guard duties respectively. In the game he started, Westbrook posted 22 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists with his driving speed, leaving the opposing backcourt completely unable to keep up. A Thunder scout happened to be seated courtside, jotting down notes rapidly. Sinan saw this from the second-floor corridor and understood that the Thunder's interest in Westbrook was shifting from passive observation to substantial attention. After the game, Westbrook untied the blue-purple laces from his shoes, washed them, and hung them in his locker to dry. Those were the laces Scarlett had given him, and he had never changed them. The All-Star Weekend voting results were announced in late December. Paul was selected as a starter, leading all Western guards in votes, his 3rd consecutive All-Star appearance. Durant was selected as a reserve. Sinan ran into Mark Cuban courtside, who clapped him on the shoulder while holding a glass of whiskey. "How many draft picks have you hoarded this year? I heard you've already taken the Kings' unprotected first-rounder. What are you waiting for in 2009? Sinan did not give a direct answer. He simply wrote a line in his notebook: trade offers for Westbrook are expected to intensify in late January, and a decision will need to be made. The Thunder's 2010 or 2011 first-round pick, the Raptors' 2011 first-rounder, and the Knicks' future picks were all potential negotiation directions. By mid-January, the Hornets' record had stabilized among the top 2 in the Western Conference, allowing Silas to begin planning post-All-Star weekend rotation adjustments during the coaching staff meeting. Boozer's ankle injury had fully healed. Over 8 games, he averaged 32 minutes, 18.4 points and 9.2 rebounds per game. The interior combination with Camby held opponents scoring in the paint to the 5th lowest in the league. Westbrook's playing time remained stable between 12 to 15 minutes as he continued shuttling between the development league and the bench. After practice, he often stayed with Dragic for extra shooting drills. They were evenly matched, with neither able to stop the other. The medical team's quarterly report arrived on Sinan's desk on January 15th. Paul's knee load value was 18 lower than the same period last year, and the rehabilitation specialist precisely controlled his average playing time in back-to-back games to within 30 minutes. Durant's arch support insoles had adapted smoothly during the new season. Foot pressure distribution tests showed his starting and landing pressure had decreased by nearly 20 compared to last season. In the report's appendix, the head trainer noted that Camby's addition had significantly increased the frequency of rim protection drills for Jordan and Anderson. Camby had voluntarily added an extra set of non-contact footwork drills that week to prepare for the rotation pressure from several strong Western Conference teams' pick-and-roll systems. The sports psychologist designed a personalized pre-game breathing routine for Westbrook to help him maintain focus during his limited playing time. On Ross' monthly psychological evaluation form, he had sketched several tactical play patterns with a pencil in the margins. The analyst did not erase them and directly filed them into his growth record book. On January 22, Oklahoma City Thunder general manager Sam Presti officially called. He wanted Westbrook and was willing to offer an unprotected 2009 first-round pick, a 2010 second-round pick, and cash compensation, proposing to use Earl Watson's expiring contract for salary matching. Sinan placed the offer on Bob's desk without an immediate reply. He knew the Thunder's 2009 record would subtly shift with Westbrook's rookie season, but even if Westbrook performed well, the Thunder remained in early rebuilding. Their 2009 record would likely fall in the bottom 6 of the West. This unprotected first-round pick could be valued in the top 8 or even top 6 range. However, given that the team's 2009 first-round pick assets were already quite substantial, he needed to more carefully evaluate whether to continue trading young talent for draft picks. He jotted down the Thunder's offer in his notebook, drew an asterisk beside it, and added a note: Presti's interest in Westbrook might go further if the Thunder was willing to make concessions on a 2010 or 2011 first-round swap. Right, the trade's value would become even more compelling. On January 28th, the final All-Star voting list was announced. Paul secured a starting spot as the top Western guard, and Durant was selected as a reserve, his second All-Star appearance in his career. In the locker room, Westbrook joked that Durant should give him the first game ball he got from the All-Star game. Durant casually replied that the ball had already been claimed by the team's designated collector of memorable moments. In the final home game before the All-Star weekend, the Hornets won decisively. After the game, Paul, with an ice pack strapped to his knee, reviewed a fourth-quarter mid-range pick-and-roll play with Boozer. Boozer pointed to a cutting path to the rim on the tactical board, explaining that if Paul had passed half a second later, he could have drawn a foul on the opposing backup center. The data analyst stood a few steps behind them, marking the play's possession efficiency as the best pick-and-roll option in the second half on a laptop. Camby voluntarily had the team doctor re-examine his shoulder after practice, confirming no injury concerns before leaving at ease. The chief sports psychologist stopped Silas at the end of the hallway and informed him that over the past 2 weeks, Westbrook's pre-game breathing and focus exercises had improved his free throw percentage in games by more than 5 percentage points. Sinan stood at his usual spot on the second-floor balcony, coffee in hand, watching the last lights dim on the practice court below. He recalled 6 years ago when Baron Davis stood alone under that same light, shooting dozens of pull-up mid-range jumpers. Now Camby was placing the last block statistics card into the trainer's storage box, while Boozer and Paul remained crouched by the tactical board, repeatedly discussing the same high-low post play. His phone vibrated. Scarlett sent a text asking about plans for All-Star Weekend. She was shooting a night scene in Las Vegas and suggested he could come and pick out some summer clothes if he did. He could recognize her colleagues even without a tie, and she mentioned that she would ask him to drape his suit jacket over her because he always set the air conditioning too cold. Sinan looked down at his phone, his lips curving slightly. The All-Star weekend was approaching. The trade deadline followed close behind. Westbrook's future had not yet been decided, and the Thunder's offer remained on top of Bob's memo stack. But at that moment, standing in the empty training facility hallway, Sinan just wanted to finish his coffee. Faint music drifted in from outside, and like every pre-All-Star night of the season, New Orleans was quiet tonight. The sun during All-Star weekend is more intense than in New Orleans, and the desert city in February is already warm enough for short sleeves. Gigantic posters of Kobe and LeBron hang on the exterior of the American Airlines Center, each occupying half of the space, with the All-Star Game logo, a basketball engulfed in flames. In the middle, posters of Paul and Durant are displayed at the side entrance. They are smaller in size, but prominently placed. Paul is the starting point guard for the West, and Durant is a backup forward, marking the first time in Hornets history that two players have been selected for the All-Star Game. Sinan sits in the third row on the sidelines with Scarlett on his left. She is wearing a blue and purple Hornets hoodie with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, intently flipping through the All-Star Weekend program booklet. Westbrook's name is not on the list for the dunk contest. She flipped to a certain page and tapped it with her fingertip. I think he will be here next year. Sinan glanced at her without replying. Durant was shooting a few high-arching three-pointers during warm-ups. Paul occasionally passed the ball to him, while dribbling, their coordination as seamless as during their training sessions in New Orleans. Kobe walked over from the opposite half-court and high-fived Paul, then turned to Durant and said, "I heard you've improved this year." Before Durant could respond, Kobe had already turned and walked away. The All-Star game took place the following night. Paul started the game delivering 4 assists in the first quarter, 2 of which went to Durant, 1 for a corner three-pointer and another for a fast break alley-oop. Durant smirked slightly as he landed after a dunk. Kobe took control of the game in the third quarter, scoring 27 points, leading the West to a final victory of 146-119 over the East. Paul contributed 14 points and 14 assists, while Durant scored 22 points and grabbed 7 rebounds. In the locker room after the game, Kobe entered and hugged Paul before turning to Durant and pulling him aside. Sinan stood in the hallway, peeking through the door crack and witnessing this scene. Kobe's hand resting on Durant's shoulder, his voice kept low, but Durant listened intently. Kobe spoke for a long time, and Durant did not interrupt, only nodding occasionally. Later, Durant told Paul that Kobe said he would go further in the playoffs this year than last, but if he wanted to beat the Lakers, he would need more people standing in front of him. He kept the card that Kobe gave him at the bottom of his backpack next to the untied blue and purple shoelaces, the ones he had worn throughout the All-Star game, with Scarlett having stitched a small embroidered pattern of a tiny circular honeycomb at the end of the laces. The day after All-Star weekend, Bob Bass received a phone call in his hotel room. Thunder general manager Sam Presti raised his offer for Westbrook again, a 2010 unprotected first-round pick, plus a 2011 first-round swap right, and the expiring contract of Earl Watson. Presti stated that this was the final offer. Sinan sat by the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel suite, gazing at the hazy skyline of downtown Phoenix. The 2010 unprotected first-round pick from the Thunder, Westbrook would grow into an all-star with the Thunder, and by then the Thunder's record wouldn't be too poor. The focus of this offer was more on the Thunder's rebuilding phase after Kevin Durant's departure. If the Thunder fell into a high lottery position in 2011 due to poor performance, that first-round swap right would become incredibly valuable. "Don't reply to Presti yet," Sinan said to Bob. "Wait until the trade deadline. If any teams are willing to offer a better deal in the next few days, we can talk then." As the trade deadline approached, offers from various teams began to flood in. The Raptors wanted Derrick Rose and were willing to offer Chris Bosh, but Sinan declined. Rose was the future point guard of the Hornets for the next decade after Paul, and Bosh had only 1 year left on his contract, making the swap unwise. The Nets wanted Westbrook and were willing to offer Devin Harris plus a 2010 second-round pick, but Harris had already signed a big contract that did not fit the Hornets' salary structure. On February 15th, the day of the trade deadline, there was a charity shooting contest outside the training facility after the All-Star weekend in Phoenix. Westbrook hit 7 consecutive three-pointers in the shooting contest, then ran back to the bench to tell Durant about the call he just received. He wouldn't be traded. Durant did not ask anything, just firmly high-fived him, causing both of their fingers to tingle. Sinan held a brief internal meeting with Bob and Silas in the last few hours before the trade deadline. They ultimately decided to retain the current roster and make no trades. With the All-Star weekend just concluded, the team's chemistry was on the rise. Although the backcourt rotation of Westbrook and Rose had yet to reach its optimal state, the potential was clear, and the starting combination of Camby and Boozer was steadily improving defensively against the top front lines in the West. A reckless trade could disrupt the existing rotation, potentially affecting the final sprint of the regular season. Importantly, he wanted to help the young lad secure a championship. After the trade deadline, the medical team submitted the injury report for the entire team. The head trainer updated Camby's shoulder assessment data in the appendix on February 17th. Camby's minor right shoulder sprain from last week's game against the Suns had fully healed, and no additional rest was needed. On February 20th, the Hornets' record stood at 44 wins and 12 losses, placing them second in the West. Paul averaged 21 points and 11.3 assists, while Durant averaged 26.5 points and 6.8 rebounds. Boozer averaged 17.8 points and 10.2 rebounds, and Camby averaged 8.2 points, 12.0 rebounds, and 3.1 blocks. Before the final sprint of the regular season, Sinan wrote down the final list of 2009 draft assets in his notebook. The Clippers' unprotected 2009 first-round pick, likely a top 3 pick targeting Griffin. The Grizzlies' unprotected 2009 first-round pick, likely a top 5 pick targeting Harden or Curry. The Kings' unprotected 2009 first-round pick, likely a top 3 pick targeting Griffin or Rubio. And the Jazz's unprotected 2009 first-round pick, likely in the mid to late first round with trade chips or selecting a forward, plus several second-round picks as reserves. Outside the window, the night sky of Phoenix was dyed a shade of orangered by the lights of the American Airlines Center. Scarlett leaned on the couch with a laptop on her knees, displaying the color scheme she had just completed. She pushed her glasses up and closed the laptop, wrapping her arms around his shoulders from behind. "Westbrook sent me a text today saying he wants to participate in next year's dunk contest. He said he will definitely have a spot in the dunk contest next year so that you can watch him in the finals in Phoenix. Outside the hotel, the last group of All-Star Weekend tourists was dragging their suitcases toward taxis. The final sprint of the regular season is about to begin, followed closely by the playoff seeding battles. On his chessboard, the 4 first-round picks from the 2009 draft were quietly waiting at the other end of the hourglass for the gates to open. The confetti from the final night of the regular season had long been swept clean, leaving only the echoes of basketballs thudding against the floor and sneakers squeaking in the training facility of the New Orleans arena. Their record stood at 60 wins and 22 losses, second in the Western Conference, trailing only the Los Angeles Lakers with 65 wins. In the final week, the Hornets rested Luo and Can Bai for 1 game each. Si started Luo at point guard to secure a victory over the Kings and rotated into Sun and Xiao Dan in the frontcourt to win the season finale against the Timberwolves. Before the playoffs began, the medical team submitted a full health report. Luo's knee load value was 18, lower than the same period last year. Durant's arch support insoles were fully adapted. Bouzier's right ankle sprain had healed. Kemba's right shoulder contusion had recovered, and the entire roster had no injury concerns. After the final film session before the first round, Luo summoned everyone to the center of the locker room. "We fell at the door of the Western Conference Finals last year," he said without going into tactics, just extending his hand to the middle of the circle. "This year we're going all the way." Durant placed his hand on top, followed by Bouzier, Kemba Luo and Wei Buluku in turn, and all 15 hands of the team stacked together. Their first-round opponent was the Warriors. Lawanai Airsen's run-and-gun system remained blazingly fast even after losing Baron Davis. CD Funjia Kusun and Kuli Ma Gai Dis transition sprints on the wings could leave any defense gasping in retreat. But their interior defense was virtually non-existent. The rim protection of Li and Luo and Li Yafu ranked near the bottom of the league. Si circled points in the paint, in red on the whiteboard, drawing 2 bold asterisks beside it. Game 1 tipped off in New Orleans. Can Bai dominated the paint from the opening tip, 4 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 blocks in the first quarter alone. Every time a Warriors guard drove inside, he contested or swatted the shot away, leaving Li unable to even touch the boards in his presence. Bouzier hit mid-range jumpers off passes from Luo in the elbow area, forcing the Warriors' defense to extend outward, fully opening up the catch-and-shoot space for Durant and Li on the wings. Luo finished with 16 points and 15 assists, dishing out 6 assists in the first quarter and finding Li in the corner for 3 consecutive three-pointers in the third quarter to seal the game. The Hornets won by 18 points. In Game 2, the Warriors changed their lineup. Lawanai Airsen moved Kusun to power forward, using a small ball lineup to spread the floor and cut the deficit to 6 points in the second quarter. Kusun hit 2 straight three-pointers from the top of the arc, and Ma Gai Dis fast break dunk drowned out the broadcast booth's noise with the roar of Oakland fans. Si called a timeout and brought in into Sun at the 4 spot. And Desin's lateral quickness could stick to Kusun's catch-and-shoot routes, while his nose for offensive rebounds severely punished the Warriors' small lineup on defense. In the third quarter, Luo drove 3 straight times off Bouzier's screens, finding Li or Durant in the corner on the help defense, widening the lead again. The Hornets won by 14 points. Game 3 moved to the Oracle Arena. Energized by their home crowd, Kusun and Ma Gai D combined for 55 points, clawing back to within 3 points with 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter. With 1 minute and 42 seconds remaining, Luo drove off Kemba's screen at the top of the arc, drew the help defense, and passed to Durant in the right corner. Durant rose up over Kusun's contest and let the three-pointer fly, swish. The Hornets took a 1-point lead. The Warriors missed on their next possession. Luo grabbed the rebound, walked the ball up slowly to kill the clock, and with 28 seconds left, hit a step-back, mid-range jumper to push the lead to 3. On the Warriors' final play, Kusun missed a 3 from the top. Can Bai secured the defensive rebound, was fouled, and made both free throws. The Hornets won by 5. In Game 4, the Warriors fought with their backs against the wall, opening with an 184 run. During the timeout, Si didn't draw up a play, he simply looked at his players. Luo sat beside him, an ice pack strapped to his knee, stood up, and said, "Give me the ball." He scored 14 points in the third quarter, dished 5 assists in the fourth, and finished with 32 points and 13 assists. Durant added 28 points and 8 rebounds. The Hornets outscored the Warriors by 15 in the final quarter, completing the sweep amid the deafening boos of Oracle Arena. When the final buzzer sounded, Lawanai Airsen shook hands with Si at courtside, then glanced toward the Hornets bench. Sinan sat in the visiting team suite, a cup of coffee in his hand. Today it was hot. He lowered his head and wrote a line in his notebook: first-round sweep of the Warriors 40. Points in the paint accounted for 54, Can Bai averaged 4. 3 blocks, Luo averaged 15. 3 assists. Durant averaged 27.5 points. Back in New Orleans, everyone in the training facility was waiting for the outcome of the other series. The first-round matchup between the Nuggets and the Spurs went 6 games. In Game 6, Bai-Lu Pusi ended Deng Kin and Paquet's season with a pull-up mid-range jumper off a screen. He scored 32 points and 8 assists, leading the Nuggets to a 42 victory over the Spurs. The Lakers swept the Mavericks 40 in the first round with Kubai and Jassier's duo winning almost. In another series, the Rockets eliminated the Trail Blazers 41. Yao Ming averaged 24 points and 11 rebounds in the first round, overwhelming Portland's big men with his height and skill. The Western Conference semifinals opponent was set the Denver Nuggets Northwest Division champions with 54 wins, with Ka Mei Long and Dong Ni and Chang Shi Bai-Lu Pusi at the peak of their chemistry. The Nuggets eliminated the Spurs in the first round. The Hornets swept the Warriors, and now the two teams would meet in the Western Conference semifinals, with the winner facing the victor of the Lakers-Rockets first-round series. After watching Game 6 between the Nuggets and Spurs in the training facility, Bai-Lu didn't leave immediately. He sat in front of his locker, an ice pack on his knee, his laptop screen, replaying Bai-Lu Pusi's game-winning mid-range shot. Durant walked over from the side and sat down beside him. Bouzaire stood before the whiteboard, silently erasing the word Warriors and writing Nuggets, then circling the names in Dong Ni and Bai-Lu Pusi. Chang Shi Bai-Lu Pusi 2004 Finals MVP. Bai-Lu stared at the guard in the Nuggets jersey on the screen. I played him twice in the playoffs with the Pistons and lost both times. This time it's our turn to win. Durant said nothing. He watched Bai-Lu Pusi's precise pull-ups off screens and his passes that seemed measured with a ruler. 6 years ago, Bai-Lu Pusi used those moves to beat the Lakers in the finals. 2 years ago, he used them to defeat the Hornets in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals with the Pistons. Now he stood across from them again, no longer with La Shida and Hanmier Dunn, but with Dong Ni and Ma Ding. Sinan looked down from the second-floor corridor. He knew this team was no longer the fledgling squad that had been stopped by Kubai at the door of the Western Conference Finals last year. Canbis interior defense had resolved the lack of height in the paint from a year ago. Luoc and Wei Si Bu Lu's backcourt rotation kept the starters' energy for crucial games, and Sai lost his playoff load management had held Bai-Lu to just 30 minutes per game in the first round. Meanwhile, the Nuggets' rise this season mirrored history perfectly. Bai-Lu Pusi's arrival transformed them from a first-round exit to a serious contender for the Western Conference crown. And Dong Ni averaged 24 points in the first round, and Kenyang Ma Ding and Nei brought more ferocity and interior physicality than any Western opponent. After the first round, the data analyst updated the Nuggets' scouting report, highlighting Bai-Lu Pusi's passing routes off screens and Dong Ni's isolation efficiency in the elbow area. The sports psychologist conducted a playoff stress assessment for the entire team. Luoc drew several sketches of play runs in the margins of the questionnaire. The analyst didn't erase them and filed it directly. In the first tactical meeting focused on the Nuggets, Luoc pushed the whiteboard to the center of the locker room and wrote 2 names in red and Dong Ni, Bai-Lu Pusi. Then he drew 2 arrows beside them, one pointing to Kenbai and one to Bouzaire. And Dong Ni averaged 24 points in the first round, and Kenyang Ma Ding and Nei bring more ferocity and interior physicality than any Western opponent. But our paint has Can by the elbow, has Bouzaire. On the perimeter, we have Bai-Lu and Durant. Their defense can't stop our pick and roll, and our defense can lock down their post-ups. Sinan closed his notebook and leaned back in his chair. The medical team's injury early warning system showed that Canbis' shoulder experienced 3 instances of mild compression when landing after blocks in the first round, but none posed an injury risk. The team doctor recommended reducing his inside contact training to every other day. The data analyst handed over a statistical curve of the Nuggets' pick-and-roll efficiency. Bai-Lu Pusi's pull-up shooting in the left elbow was a scorching 48, but only 38 on the right. This meant Bai-Lu needed to force Bai-Lu Pusi to his right on defense, while Bouzaire pre-positioned in the elbow to cut off his roll passes to Ma Ding. The confetti of the first playoff round had been cleared, and the countdown to the Western Conference semifinals had begun. The suspense of the Western Conference semifinals had already begun to ferment on the night the Nuggets eliminated the Spurs. Anthony averaged 24 points in the first round, and Billups ended the series of Duncan and Parker with a pull-up mid-range jumper off a pick-and-roll. Paul watched the live broadcast of that game in the locker room, sitting before his stall with an ice pack strapped to his knee, the laptop screen, repeatedly replaying Billups' game-winning shot. Durant passed behind him, paused to glance at the screen, then pulled a folding chair over and sat down beside Paul. Boozer stood at the whiteboard at the other end of the locker room, silently erased the previously written Warriors, wrote Nuggets, then circled the names of Anthony and Billups. Chauncey Billups, 2004 Finals MVP. Paul stared at the screen at the guard wearing the Nuggets jersey, his voice low, but Durant could hear him 2 years ago. He was on the Pistons, and we lost to him in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. This time it's our turn. Game 1 tipped off at the New Orleans Arena. The Nuggets' starting lineup was identical to the one that had made the Western Conference Finals in history. Billups, Anthony, Kenyon Martin, Nene, Dante Jones. During the final pregame meeting, Silas drew the defensive emphasis. Billups' pull-up jumper from the left elbow had a 48% success rate, but only 38% from the right. When Anthony posted up at the elbow, he habitually turned right for a fadeaway, with significantly lower efficiency, turning left. When Martin and Nene set off-ball screens for each other, weak side baseline rotation was crucial. Camby walked toward the Nuggets bench before the tip-off and nodded at a few former teammates. He had played 5 years in Denver, won Defensive Player of the Year, and endured the lows of a first-round sweep. Now he stood at the other end of the court in a Hornets jersey facing the paint that had once been his. Camby recorded 3 blocks in the first quarter, twice swatting Martin's low-post attempts and once rotating from the weak side to directly reject Nene's dunk out of bounds. In the third quarter, Billups tried 2 consecutive pull-up jumpers from the left elbow. Paul forced him toward the right, and Boozer pre-positioned at the elbow to cut off the passing lane to Martin rolling to the basket. Billups was forced to take shots from his weaker right side, missing both. The Hornets won Game 1 by 9 points. Paul finished with 24 points and 14 assists, Durant with 26 points and 7 rebounds, while Billups had only 16 points and 5 assists on just over 30 shooting. Game 2 saw the Nuggets fight back. Billups had apparently studied a lot of film before the game and found a way to crack the Hornets' defense. Instead of forcing shots at the elbow, he kicked the ball out to Martin on pick and pop, using Martin's outside step to catch Boozer off guard. Anthony scored 11 points in the third quarter, driving against Durant every time instead of his usual fadeaway, drawing 3 fouls. The Nuggets won by 6 on the road, tying the series. After the game, Silas did not criticize anyone in the locker room. He simply redrew a help rotation on the whiteboard, instructing Boozer to step out to the elbow early after Billups' screen, preferring to let Martin cut inside rather than give Billups an angle to pass. Game 3 moved to the Pepsi Center in Denver. From the opening tip, the crowd at the high-altitude home arena pushed the decibel level to its peak. But on the last possession of the first half, as Billups passed to Martin, Martin landed awkwardly and twisted his right ankle, needing help off the court. The Nuggets were forced to bring in backup center Stephen Hunter to hold the paint, widening the defensive gaps. The Hornets seized the opportunity to pull away in the third quarter. However, the game's turning point came midway through the fourth quarter. Anthony twisted his left knee on a drive, collapsed to the floor, clutching his knee, and couldn't get up. The roar of the Denver crowd turned into dead silence. Anthony was helped off by teammates and subsequently declared out for the remainder of the series. Denver's morale collapsed. Hunter and the backup bigs couldn't contain Boozer and Camby in the low post, and the Hornets secured a road win by 8 points. Game 4 saw both Anthony and Martin sidelined. Billups carried the Nuggets by himself. He scored 38 points with 9 assists, every pull-up after a screen seeming like a battle against fate. Paul guarded him full-court, ice packs strapped to both knees, sweat dripping from his chin to the floor. Silas crouched at courtside and looked at Paul. "Can you still play?" Paul took his mouthpiece out, said yes, and walked back onto the court. With 1:10 left in the game, Paul hit a step-back, mid-range jumper over Billups, extending the lead to 5 points. When the buzzer sounded, Billups stood at midcourt and shook Paul's hand, handing Paul his own jersey. 31, the Hornets had the series lead. Game 5 returned to New Orleans. Anthony sat on the Nuggets bench in street clothes. Martin leaned. Billups looked exhausted but refused to surrender. In the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, he scored 8 straight points, each one a clutch shot over Paul's tight defense. But Durant double-teamed at the top of the arc, pass to Red in the corner. Red caught and shot a three-pointer that sealed the victory. With 1.6 seconds left, the game was already decided. Durant caught the ball at the arc and casually tossed a 3 over Billups' closeout. It went in, and the entire crowd rose to its feet. The Hornets eliminated the Nuggets 41-A, advancing to the Western Conference Finals for the first time in franchise history. Paul and Billups embraced at midcourt. "Your time has come," Billups said, pressing Paul's head against his chest. "Go get what I've always known you deserve." Paul didn't answer. He simply clutched Billups' jersey in his hand. Durant stood nearby, watching the scene. 2 years earlier, Billups had ended the Hornets the same way in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Now Paul had settled the score in 5 games. Sinan stood by the glass window of the visitors' suite, watching his team, hugging and celebrating on the floor of the Pepsi Center. Silas walked over and stood beside him without a word. After a long moment, Sinan lowered his head and wrote a line in his notebook: Western Conference Semifinals, 41 eliminated Nuggets. Anthony was lost to a left knee sprain in Game 3. Billups fought alone in Game 5. Durant averaged 26 points in the series. Paul averaged 19 points and 12 assists. The next opponent would be decided between the Lakers and the Rockets, with the series tied 22. In the locker room, Paul reopened the laptop he had worn out the screen, switching to a season highlight reel of Kobe Bryant. Outside the window, the sound of a train whistle rose again. The dawn of the Western Conference Finals had already begun to illuminate the night sky over New Orleans. 2 days before the start of the Western Conference Finals, the 2009 NBA Draft Lottery was held as scheduled at the NBA headquarters in New York. Sinan sat in his office with prediction reports for 4 first-round picks spread before him. The Clippers' 2009 unprotected first-round pick, the Grizzlies' 2009 unprotected first-round pick, the Kings' 2009 unprotected first-round pick, and the Jazz's 2009 unprotected first-round pick. These 4 picks were acquired over the past 2 years by trading role players such as Josh Smith, Mo Williams, Kyle Korver, and Monta Ellis one by one. The Hornets held 4 first-round picks in the upcoming draft. In another transaction, the rights to Marc Gasol were sent to the Grizzlies as the core asset in the 3-team trade involving Gasol that brought back the Grizzlies' unprotected first-round pick. On the TV screen, NBA Deputy Commissioner Adam Silver stood at the podium and began announcing the lottery results in order. The picks from 14th to 7th were revealed one by one, and none of the picks held by the Hornets were called. Bob Bass paced back and forth in the office, while Sinan leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. The Jazz's pick was in the middle to late first round, likely between 18 and 22, so it was expected that it wouldn't be called. But the other 3 picks, the Clippers, Grizzlies, and Kings, the higher they landed, the stronger the talent the Hornets could acquire in the draft. Silver opened the next envelope. 4th pick, Sacramento Kings. Bob stopped pacing. The Kings' pick was locked at no, for he clenched his fist and swung it silently. 3rd pick, Washington Wizards. The Wizards' pick was the no. 3 pick, meaning the Clippers and Grizzlies picks were in the top 2. Bob leaned back in his chair and let out a soft breath. Silver opened the final envelope, glanced at it, and announced 2nd pick, Memphis Grizzlies. 1st pick, Los Angeles Clippers. Bob Bass leaned against the wall, exhaling slowly. The Clippers' pick was the no. 1 pick, the Grizzlies was the no. 2 pick, and the Kings was the no. 4 pick, including the Jazz's mid to late first-round pick, the Hornets would have the no. 1 no, 3 no, 4 and a mid to late first-round pick in the 2009 draft. 4 first-round picks, 3 of which were in the top 4 slots. Sinan wrote in his notebook, Clippers pick no. 1. Target Blake Griffin, Grizzlies pick no. 2. Target James Harden, Kings pick no. 4. Target Stephen Curry or Tyreke Evans, Jazz pick no. 20. Target Danny Green or Patty Mills. He closed the notebook, stood up, and walked to the window. The lottery results were even better than he had anticipated. 3 top 4 picks, one of which was the no. 1. The 2009 draft featured names like Griffin, Harden, Curry, Evans, and Rubio, and he would use these 3 picks to secure 3 of them. Griffin was the consensus no. 1. A Harden could be selected at no. 3. And Kai's projected slot was around no. 7. Locking him in at no. 4. Or using the no. 2 pick for Harden and no. 4 for Curry, depending on how draft night played out. Outside the window, the dome of Staples Center was already lit with the lights of the Western Conference Finals. The Lakers eliminated the Rockets in Game 7 of the second round, and the buzzer-beating turnaround jumper Kobe hit over Yao Ming kept Houston replaying the same clip all summer. The Western Conference Finals matchup was set the 60-win no. 2 seed in the West versus the 65-win no. 1 seed, the Hornets, challenging the Lakers. In the locker room, Silas drew the last defensive rotation on the whiteboard. When Gasol received the ball in the low post, the Hornets had to double-team immediately. Kobe's isolation at the elbow required Durant's full-court pressure. Odom's energy off the bench was the Lakers' biggest hidden weapon. After Silas finished speaking, Paul stood up. He didn't talk tactics. He simply removed an old wristband from his wrist and placed it next to the whiteboard. A year ago, we lost to them. A year later, we're going to win it back. Game 1 tipped off at Staples Center. The Lakers came out with the attitude of the West's best from the very first second, but the Hornets took a slim halftime lead through ball movement and second-chance points. Late in the third quarter, Durant hit 3 straight mid-range shots off passes from Paul, briefly quieting the Staples. With seconds left, Paul drove off a boozer screen, drew Gasol's double-team, and kicked out to Red in the corner for a three-pointer that sealed the game. After the game, Kobe told Durant in the hallway, "You're harder to guard this year than last," then disappeared down the tunnel. In Game 2, Kobe turned the game into a personal showcase, with 4 turnaround jumpers, finishing with 42 points to even the series. Afterward, Paul repeatedly watched the first quarter footage of Kobe. Durant sat beside him, not opening his computer, just staring at Paul's screen. Game 3 returned to New Orleans. Paul posted 31 points and 15 assists, giving the Hornets a 21 lead. In Game 4, Kobe mounted a furious comeback in the fourth quarter. Odom blocked Boozer twice in a row. With seconds left, Kobe's turnaround 3 over the double team of Durant and Ariza rimmed out. Camby grabbed the rebound, was fouled, and made both free throws. The Hornets took a 31 series lead. Game 5 back at Staples Center, the Lakers fought for survival. Kobe scored 38 to force Game 6 in New Orleans. Series 32. Game 6. The Hornets fell behind by 12 in the first quarter. In the third, Paul was hit by Fisher on his left leg, his old injury, and limped to the bench. He lay on the floor for less than a minute, then got up. 3 straight times he drove off a Boozer screen, drew Gasol's double, and kicked to Red in the corner. Red hit the 3 that brought the game to the wire. In the final seconds, Durant caught the ball at the top of the arc facing Kobe's defense. He took one dribble right, pulled up, and hit a fadeaway to tie the game. Game 7. Staples Center. There was no feeling out process. Kobe backed into Durant on his first touch of the first quarter, turned right, and shot a fadeaway that clanked off the front rim. On the next possession, Durant faced Kobe's tight defense, shifted his weight, right, took one dribble, pulled up, and shot a fadeaway that also missed. The two teams combined to hit only 3 of their first 12 shots. Not because their hands were cold, but because the defensive intensity was dialed to the highest level. With 4:17 left in the first quarter, Durant caught a pass from Paul at the top of the arc and faked a shot. Kobe didn't bite. He just slid half a step. Durant lowered his center of gravity, took one dribble, right, pulled up, rose, and shot. The ball pierced the net. 20. After that, every time Kobe prepared to shoot, Durant adjusted his positioning to force Kobe toward the sideline, preventing him from easily reaching the elbow. At halftime, Kobe was 2 of 10 for just 9 points. In the third quarter, Paul repeatedly drove off Camby screens, drew Gasol's double, and dished. Boozer hit consecutive mid-range jumpers from the elbow, and Red knocked down 2 threes from the corner. The Hornets outscored the Lakers by 6 in the third. With 3:18 left, the Lakers trailed by 8. Kobe faced Durant's tight defense at the top of the arc, lowered his weight, drove right, pulled up for a fadeaway. Durant's hand was right in his face, but Kobe adjusted the angle in midair, and the ball sailed over Durant's fingertips through the net. 5 points. On the next possession, Kobe caught the ball at the elbow, turned left to shake Ariza, then rose over Durant's help defense for another fadeaway. The ball went through again. 3 points. During the timeout, Paul didn't speak. He just took the game ball from Durant, spun it a few times between his hands, then stuffed it back into Durant's chest. With 1:04 left, Durant caught Paul's pass at the top of the arc, faced Kobe's pressure, lowered his weight, took one dribble, right, pulled up, and shot. The ball went through the net. The Hornets were back up by 5. On the next possession, Kobe was forced to pass to Fisher at the top of the arc, whose 3-point attempt rimmed out. Paul grabbed the rebound, slowed the tempo. With 32 seconds left, he drove off a Camby screen, drew Gasol's double, and kicked to Red in the corner. Red caught and shot. 3-pointer. The Hornets led by 8, sealing the victory. The final buzzer sounded. The Hornets won by 743 over the Lakers, advancing to the NBA Finals for the first time in franchise history. Kobe and Durant embraced at midcourt. Kobe pressed Durant's head against his chest, then removed a silver coin he had won in a high school shooting competition from his wrist and pressed it into Durant's palm. "You've overcome me," Kobe said. "Now go get your ring." Durant looked down at the silver coin in his palm, closed his fingers, and clenched it tightly. Paul stood at the other end of the midcourt line, watching Kobe's back disappear down the tunnel, then turned and walked toward his teammates. Sinan stood by the glass window of the visitors' luxury suite, coffee in hand. Scarlett approached from behind and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Sinan lowered his head and wrote a line in his notebook: Western Conference Finals 43 eliminated Lakers. Durant averaged 29 points and 8 rebounds in the series. Paul averaged 22 points and 12 assists. The finals opponent was the Orlando Magic. Dwight Howard had eliminated the Cavaliers in the Eastern Conference Finals. At the first finals tactical meeting, Silas wrote "Limit Howard" at the top of the whiteboard, drawing 3 concentric circles beside it. In the locker room, Paul placed the Western Conference Finals Game 7 game ball into Gordon's old locker. That locker had been empty for 2 years. It still had Gordon's shooting hot zone chart taped inside, next to Monta Ellis' blue-purple sneakers, then Mo Williams' wristband, and at the back Josh Howard's wristband. He placed the West Finals ball beside those relics, closed the locker door, leaned against it, and closed his eyes for a moment. The countdown to the finals had already begun. The victorious clamor brought back from the Staples Center had yet to dissipate as the sharp screech of sneakers against the floor echoed once again in the training facility of the New Orleans Arena. The Western Conference Championship ceremony lasted only 20 minutes. Paul simply lifted the silver trophy for a moment after receiving it from the league officials, then handed it to Durant. Durant took a glance at it before passing it to Boozer. The trophy made its rounds through everyone's hands before being returned to the equipment manager's cart. In the locker room, Paul said a single sentence that everyone heard: "We did not come here to win the Western Conference Championship." The opponent in the finals would be the Orlando Magic. Dwight Howard averaged 3.1 blocks in the Eastern Conference Finals, decimating the Cavaliers' interior defense. LeBron James said the repeatedly quoted phrase at the post-game press conference, "I congratulate them, but we will come." This Magic team mirrored the historical Eastern Conference champions, Stan Van Gundy's one-star and 4-shooter system, with Howard dominating the paint, Turkoglu and Lewis hitting over 42 from beyond the arc, and Nelson and Pietrus ready on the bench. Sinan watched the footage of the sixth game between the Magic and the Cavaliers on the second floor of the training facility, closing his laptop. On draft night in 2004, he had tried to trade McGlure for the Magic's top pick, wanting to snatch Howard before anyone else. The Magic had turned him down. Now Howard stood in a Magic jersey on the other side of the finals, facing off against Camby Boozer and DeAndre Jordan. He lowered his head and wrote in his notebook, "Howard tends to turn right after receiving the ball on the left side, using his right foot for power. The double team timing must catch him before his first step lands." Turkoglu's passing routes after screens primarily involve bounce passes and lobs. Paul's lateral speed is sufficient to cut them off. The data analyst handed over a detailed matchup report just before the finals began. When facing centers with comparable height and arm span and sufficient lower body strength, Howard's shooting percentage on hook shots after a habitual right turn drops nearly 10 percentage points below average. Camby's defensive style perfectly matches this type of center. He does not pursue the height of blocks, but meticulously tracks opponents' shooting habits and power foot positioning at each spot. The sports psychologist conducted a pressure assessment for the entire team. Rose sketched a few tactical running patterns in the blank spaces of the questionnaire, while Westbrook noted the simulated scenarios of being interfered with from behind during three-point practices over the past weeks, proactively archiving them into the team system. Silas brought the whiteboard to the center of the locker room during the first tactical meeting of the finals. He first wrote Howard in red, then circled it with 3 layers of circles. First layer Camby unknown defense, using lower body strength to hold up against the first step of the turn. Second layer Boozer ready to double team on the weak side. Third layer after Turkoglu's pick and roll, Paul will preemptively cut off the passing route. The first game commenced in New Orleans. From the moment Camby jumped for the tip-off, he was entangled with Howard in the paint. Both players' arms twisted together, knees pressing against each other, every rebound battle resembling a small wrestling match. Howard still managed to score 22 points and grab 16 rebounds with his astonishing jumping ability, but every time he attempted to turn right after receiving the ball, on the left, Camby's lower body strength deftly blocked the power foot of his first step. Boozer executed 2 crucial double teams on the weak side, one of which directly knocked the ball out of Howard's hands and out of bounds. Paul responded to the Magic zone defense with 31 points and 15 assists. Durant contributed 26 points and 8 rebounds, while Reed drained 3 three-pointers from the corner. In the second game, the Magic made adjustments. Van Gundy had Turkoglu no longer pass directly after the pick, but first dribble to draw the double team before passing to Lewis cutting in. Lewis hit 2 consecutive three-pointers from the weak side, and Howard completed 2 alley-oop dunks when Camby was pulled out of the paint. The Magic took the lead in the third quarter. During the timeout, Silas left the tactical board on the ground without picking it up. He simply squatted in front of Paul and said, "He jumps higher than all of us. Let him jump. Every time he lands, his knees are under stress. How many times can he jump in this series?" Paul took out his mouthguard and headed back to the court. In the final moments, Durant hit a crucial three-pointer, allowing the Hornets to even the score. The two teams moved to Orlando. In the third game, Camby blocked Howard's hook shot in the first quarter, but injured his right shoulder upon landing. Team doctors provided simple treatment before he rejoined the game. In the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, when the Magic regained the lead, he, wearing protective gear, stood firm against Howard's turn in the left side of the paint. The shoulder pain made his forehead bead with sweat, but he didn't budge an inch. Howard's right shoulder also endured considerable pressure in their battles. After completing an alley-oop dunk late in the third game, he grimaced while cradling his right shoulder upon landing, exchanging a few quiet words with the trainer. The Hornets took a commanding 31 lead in the series thanks to Durant's 38-point performance in the fourth game. The fifth game returned to New Orleans. The air beneath the arena's dome trembled in anticipation of the forthcoming championship presentation. Howard declared he would not easily concede by throwing down an alley-oop dunk in the first quarter. He finished the game with 28 points, 20 rebounds, and 3 blocks, showcasing his dominance in the paint. However, in the last 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, Paul broke through using Camby's screens 3 times in a row, passing to Reed in the corner as Howard attempted to help. Reed's palms were clammy. He took a deep breath, caught the ball, jumped, and shot, executing the movements in one fluid motion. 3 attempts, 3 swishes. At the moment the final shot swished through the net, the New Orleans arena erupted. The scoreboard clock stopped at 00:08, and the Magic had exhausted their timeouts. Howard inbounded the ball from midcourt, but Paul intercepted it directly, and the roar of the fans flipped the dome. The final buzzer pierced through the clamor, the score fixed at 98-91. The Hornets had won the first championship in franchise history. Confetti cascaded from the ceiling, blue, purple, and gold fragments spiraled in the lights like a swarm of bees finally returning home after a long journey. Paul knelt at center court, hands covering his face, tears streaming uncontrollably through his fingers. Durant stood beside him, gently resting a hand on his shoulder, confetti landing on their drenched jerseys, sticking to the edges of their hot collars. Reed and Boozer embraced tightly near the basket. Camby held up his shoulder pads high, while Rose and Westbrook rushed onto the court from the bench, and DeAndre Jordan hoisted Dragic onto his shoulders, running joyfully around the arena. Sinan stood in front of the box's glass, holding a cup of coffee. It was hot today. He did not drink it, but simply stood quietly watching the court below, observing his players embracing, crying, and shouting amidst the falling confetti. His phone in his pocket vibrated lightly. Scarlett's message contained just one line: "You did it." He looked down at those 3 words. His thumb paused on the screen for a moment before he replied simply, "We did." On the makeshift podium, David Stern solemnly handed the O'Brien trophy to Paul. As Paul accepted the trophy, his body slightly trembled before he raised it high above his head. The entire crowd instantly rose to cheers, shaking the dome. Durant was named the Finals MVP, averaging 28, 5.7, 2 rebounds and 3.5 assists over the series. He stuffed the MVP trophy into Paul's arms, leaning it against the heavy O'Brien trophy. The celebration continued into the deep night. Champagne flew in the locker room, goggles and soaked jerseys were tossed about haphazardly. Paul sat in a corner with an ice pack strapped to his knee, holding the box containing his championship ring. The box had yet to be opened. He simply sat quietly, gazing at the locker room he had occupied for 4 years. Gordon's locker remained empty, adorned with a yellowed offensive heat map. Korver's corner 3-point training records remained intact on the inner side of the door. The first pick-and-roll rhythm, taught by Coach Byron, those fundamental plays were still inscribed on the first page of the team's tactical manual. Durant sat silently in front of the locker beside him, the two exchanging no words until the last batch of reporters departed. Silas walked in and gently patted his shoulder. In the corridor outside, Sinan leaned against the concrete wall. The cup of coffee that had once been offered to every victor had grown cold once more. He placed the cup on the windowsill and walked towards the end of the corridor. Outside, a cargo ship on the Mississippi River sounded its horn, just as it had that night after the previous season's Western Conference loss, just like every evening when summer first arrived in this city each year. The difference was tonight every bar in the French Quarter was playing the same song, and the championship banner was slowly rising beneath the arena's dome. But Sinan knew the story was far from over. The champagne continued to spray in the locker room. The celebratory voices of Paul and Durant echoed in his ears, while several messages from his agent had already popped up on his phone. Big fish in the free agency market, the upcoming draft, rumors of other teams bolstering their rosters. The offseason battlefield had only just begun. The celebration of the championship echoed throughout the night in New Orleans. The entire city was immersed in the fervor of the team's first title. Jazz music and cheers lingered in the air, confetti drifting through the streets, and even the wind carried the scent of victory. By the next morning, the noise finally began to settle. The training facility returned to silence, devoid of cheers and shouts, replaced only by the rare calm and relaxation after a tense season. The championship trophy was placed in a display case in the hall, bathed in soft light, dazzling, yet incredibly solid. Sinan stood in his usual spot on the second-floor corridor, holding a cup of hot coffee. This was his 7th year with the Hornets. Less than 24 hours ago, the team he built with his own hands lifted the O'Brien trophy amid a flurry of confetti. The strategies, sacrifices, perseverance, and lows of the past 7 years all found their answers at this moment. He did not feel elation, only the certainty that came with resolution. Reaching the summit was never the end, merely a new beginning. Bob Bass walked in, placing the season summary and contract list on the table, his tone concise and steady. This season, the team delivered a nearly perfect performance. Paul averaged 21, 2 points, 11, 8 assists and 2.6 steals, earning a spot on the All-NBA first team and ranking 3rd in the MVP voting. As the absolute leader of the team, he led the Hornets straight to the finals, firmly standing atop the league. As a rookie entering the league in 2005, his 4-year rookie contract was extended ahead of schedule during the offseason of 2008. The team offered him a 5-year contract worth $68 million, fully compliant with the salary cap standards of that year, starting at $12.5 million, with an annual increase of 8% officially taking effect in the 2009-10 season. For the next 5 years, Chris Paul would remain the unwavering core of the New Orleans Hornets. Durant averaged 27, 8.7, 2 rebounds and 3.5 assists, earning a spot on the All-NBA first team, ranking 2nd in the MVP voting, and also winning the Finals MVP. This was his 2nd year in the league, transitioning from a fledgling rookie to a championship core, achieving a complete metamorphosis. According to the NBA labor agreement, 2nd-year players are not eligible for contract extensions, thus unable to initiate max salary negotiations. He must complete his third year to formally initiate the extension process during the offseason of 2010. Boozer provided stable output in the paint, averaging 18.5 points and 10.3 rebounds, earning a spot on the All-NBA second team. Camby guarded the paint, averaging 7.8 points, 11.2 rebounds, and 3.5 blocks, once again earning a spot on the All-Defensive first team, proving to be an absolute key player in limiting Howard during the finals. Reed, Rose, Westbrook, Dragic, and Jordan, each player in their respective roles, upheld this champion. There was no excess accumulation of data. Each name was part of the championship journey. In the afternoon, the management's meeting room held its first strategic meeting of the offseason. Bob Bass projected the contract list onto the screen, with core information instantly clear. Paul had completed a 5-year max extension, securing a long-term stable contract with no further extension actions needed. Boozer's 5-year contract still had 4 years remaining, with the 4th year, including a player option, securing his position as the core in the paint. Camby's contract had 2 years left, offering exceptional value and irreplaceable rim protection. Durant was still under his rookie contract and could only initiate his extension in the offseason of 2010, with no contract negotiations involved this season. Reed had 2 years remaining on his contract with a clear role definition. Rose, Westbrook, Dragic, and Jordan were all still on their rookie contracts, facing no immediate pressure for extensions. During the season, the team traded away Thomas and Haplin, successfully clearing salary space, and now held the mid-level exception and biannual exception, allowing ample room for off-season maneuvers. 3 things require you to immediately set a direction. Bass closed the memo, his tone calm. First, ensure the stability of Paul's contract and protect the core roster without making any changes. Secondly, Durant must strictly adhere to the rules, refraining from discussing any contract topics this season, focusing entirely on the court. Thirdly, Camby's trade value is at its peak, with multiple contending teams already making formal inquiries. The meeting room fell silent. Sinan leaned back in his chair, his fingertips gently tapping the table. Paul's future was already secured. He was the unshakable foundation of the team. Durant's situation was bound by the rules, with no room for flexibility. He merely needed to patiently wait. What truly made him hesitate was Camby. In the finals, Camby played through injury against Howard, pushing through to the point of shoulder bruising, being an absolute key contributor to the championship. His defensive experience was profound, and his contract value was maximized, making him the most reliable barrier in the team's paint. However, his age was no longer young. It was highly likely that his performance would decline significantly in 2 years. Trading him now could bring in a younger big man and high draft picks, smoothly completing the transition and prolonging the dynasty cycle. Keeping him would maintain a complete championship roster for next season, providing a strong foundation for defending the title. Trading was a strategy for a longer-term future, but it meant parting with the veteran who fought alongside them. Sinan remained silent for a moment, his tone steady, yet concealing an imperceptible weighing of options. For Paul, ensure the contract is executed and stabilize the core roster. Durant, do not mention any contract matters and focus entirely on his growth and competitive state. Regarding Camby, do not actively promote or reject offers, and wait until after the draft to reassess. He was never a cold-blooded manager. He simply stood in the position of the team's helmsman, where he had to shoulder both loyalty and the future. After the meeting, Sinan walked out of the conference room and slowly approached the window of the training facility. On the empty bleachers sat 2 familiar figures. Paul sat in the front row, quietly gazing in the direction of the championship trophy. Durant was next to him, his fingers gently caressing the game ball from the decisive Game 7, silent and contemplative. Upon hearing footsteps, both turned back simultaneously. Paul skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. They say you're considering trading Camby. Sinan sat down beside them, revealing no concealment. No decision has been made. His trade value is currently at its peak, but our paint cannot do without him. Paul nodded slightly. He understood Sinan all too well. After 7 years of working together, Sinan never shortchanged any contributor, nor would he sacrifice the present for the future. Every choice he made was to propel the team further and steadier. My contract has long been set, I will always stay here. Paul's tone was frank. He looked at Durant beside him, a slight smile on his lips. This season he deserves a future max contract and more. When he is eligible for an extension, the team must give him what he deserves. He will lead us to more championships. After speaking, Paul patted Durant on the shoulder, stood up, and walked down the bleachers, his figure quickly disappearing at the end of the corridor. Only Sinan and Durant remained on the bleachers. Durant lowered his head, occasionally touching the Finals MVP trophy beside him, then feeling the silver coin in his pocket, flipping it back and forth silent. From rookie benchwarmer to Finals MVP, from a marginal role to the team's core, he had walked this path for 2 years, always with Sinan by his side. Sinan looked at him, his eyes sincere and resolute. When you meet the extension requirements, the team will definitely offer you the maximum contract you deserve it. Durant lifted his head, his youthful naivety completely shed, leaving only a steadfast determination in his eyes. I will stay and wait. 3 simple words without a hint of hesitation. The setting sun poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gently illuminating the two of them. There were no unnecessary words, yet there existed an unspoken trust and understanding. In the evening, the logistics staff began packing up the championship memorabilia in the locker room. Old sticky notes from Gordon Corver's three-point training records and those traces filled with sweat and perseverance were all carefully preserved. This locker room, which bore the glory of the championship, would soon welcome new faces. Griffin, Harden, Curry, one by one names capable of changing the landscape of the league, were about to find their ultimate home at the draft. Who would become the next piece of the dynasty puzzle? The storm of the offseason had just begun. Sinan stood at the locker room door looking at the rows of empty lockers, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Winning the championship was merely the beginning. The true dynasty was just setting sail. The colorful confetti from the championship celebration had long been thoroughly cleaned up. In the center of the wall in Sinan's office, a brand new whiteboard hung. A blue-purple marker wrote 4 lines of clear and resolute handwriting. Clippers pick 2009 first round first overall. Grizzlies pick 2009 first round second overall. Kings pick 2009 first round fourth overall. Jazz pick 2009 first round 20th overall. 4 first-round picks, the result of his patience in trading away immediate talent over the past 2 years step by step for the foundation of a dynasty. In the lower right corner of the whiteboard, a slightly curled sticky note was attached bearing 4 names he had written late at night after the draft lottery: Griffin, Harden, Curry, DeRozan. From leading the regular season to triumphing over strong opponents in the playoffs and finally to the championship victory, his draft strategy never wavered even once. 1 week after the finals concluded, the scouting department hurriedly produced the final version of the in-depth evaluation report. Griffin's report was the thickest, filled with nearly 100 pages of video analyses and data calculations. Oklahoma University power forward, averaging 22.7 points and 14.4 rebounds, showcased dynamic talent that overshadowed all other rookies of the same class, with an inside finishing ability and rebounding dominance considered historical. Old Thompson, annotated on the last page with a red pen, core answer for the inside, could start alongside Boozer and serve as a long-term successor with defensive positioning and mid-range shooting stability, quickly adjustable through the system, having no fatal flaws. Sinan flipped through Kai's report 3 times. Davidson College's core point guard, averaging 28.6 points with a staggering 3-point shooting percentage of 43.8. Possessing historically elite shooting talent, his pick-and-roll rhythm, off-ball movement, and passing vision were all exceptional. Harden's report was concise yet weighty. Arizona State shooting guard with his rhythm changes, left-hand finishes, and passing vision severely underestimated, bringing the attributes of a second-unit engine, perfectly fitting all offensive and defensive systems of the team. DeRozan's information was placed on the outermost side with a stable prediction of being drafted around the 9th overall pick. Top-notch physical qualities, explosive first-step, strong wing defense, and exceptional scoring ability could be packaged with the Jazz pick to trade up. A soft knock sounded and Bob Bass entered, his expression revealing an unmistakable excitement. He held a thick stack of inquiry memos, and after the draft results were announced, offers from nearly half the teams in the league had already filled the team's fax machine. The Timberwolves want the 4th pick, offering Al Jefferson plus a 2010 second-round pick. The Knicks have been inquiring about the 1st overall pick, offering a 2010 unprotected first-round pick plus a swap right for the 2012 first round along with David Lee. 7 more lottery teams are willing to package future first-round picks for any of our draft rights. Sinan did not respond immediately, his gaze calmly resting on the whiteboard. From steadfastly maintaining the championship roster to laying out future drafts, his thoughts had never wavered. These picks earned through countless effort would not be traded. All inquiries will be declined. All 4 first-round picks are for our own use, and no trades will be made. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable determination. Bob Bass immediately picked up his pen, waiting for the final positioning instructions. Clippers 1st overall pick, lock in Griffin. Grizzlies 2nd overall, lock in Harden. Kings 4th overall, lock in Curry. Jazz 20th overall, package the 2010 second-round pick to trade up to the 9th overall, securing DeRozan. Without scrambling for positions, elevating prices, or violating league rules, he would gather all 4 elite rookies of the same class. Bob immediately dialed the Raptors management, targeting the 9th overall pick with a clear offer strike. The negotiation took only an hour and the trade was officially completed: the Jazz's 20th overall first-round pick plus the 2010 second-round pick in exchange for the Raptors' 9th overall draft rights. All 4 picks had been secured with no variables. First overall Griffin, second overall Harden, fourth overall Curry, and ninth overall DeRozan. For rookies, 4 positions, perfectly covering the current rotation of the team without impacting the championship core. Sinan stood up and walked to the whiteboard, taking the marker to label clear positions next to each name. Griffin core framework for the inside, current partner with Boozer, future successor. Curry backup for Paul, long-term strategic reserve in the backcourt. Harden absolute core of the second unit, future starting backcourt option. DeRozan wing backup to Durant, providing defensive and scoring depth. After the afternoon scout meeting concluded, Sinan stayed back with Old Thompson. The two faced the whiteboard, meticulously finalizing the rookie development plan with details precise down to each day's training content in the summer league. Griffin's defensive rotations were tailored with a specialized plan by Silas. Harden's physical conditioning and ball handling efficiency would be comprehensively enhanced starting from the summer league. Kyrie's upper body strength and physical confrontations would be closely monitored by the training team. DeRozan's shooting technique and release stability would be systematically refined throughout the entire rookie season. Old Thompson closed his notebook, removed his glasses to gently clean them, his tone filled with emotion. I've been in the league for 30 years, seen too many teams hoard talent, but I've never seen anyone plan each step as meticulously as you do. With the championship core intact, and now introducing 4 top talents in one breath, the team will stand at the top of the league for many years to come. Sinan did not show much emotional fluctuation. Turning to look outside, the training facility was still brilliantly lit. Paul was still practicing pick-and-roll details, Durant repeatedly refining his catch-and-shoot three-pointers, while Westbrook and Rose competed on the other side of the court in sprinting and three-point shooting percentages, all brimming with vigor. He picked up his phone and sent a brief message to Scarlett. Draft layout complete, proceed as planned. The night slowly cloaked the entire arena. The 4 names on the whiteboard were clear and resolute under the lights. The clamor of the finals had already dissipated, and the truly long journey of the dynasty was just beginning. Beneath the dome of Madison Square Garden in New York, the spotlight illuminated the draft stage as brightly as daylight. David Stern stood before the podium, holding the first envelope in his hand. The arena was packed to capacity with team representatives, media personnel, and fans gathering together, the air thick with anticipation and excitement. The Hornets draft war room was located in a backstage suite of the venue, compact in space and simply furnished. A round table, a few folding chairs, and a stack of bottled water and unopened boxed meals in the corner. Sinan sat at the table, 4 scouting reports spread before him, his expression calm and unruffled. Bob Bass sat beside him, keeping 2 cell phones and a red landline phone on standby throughout. Silas leaned by the window, a cup of coffee in his hand, his gaze fixed on the television screen. Old Thompson repeatedly wiped his glasses, his eyes fixed intently on the impending draft process. On the television, Stern slowly unfolded the first envelope. With the first pick in the first round of the 2009 NBA draft, the New Orleans Hornets, via a trade from the Los Angeles Clippers, select Blake Griffin from the University of Oklahoma. Griffin rose and embraced his family tightly. His well-tailored suit was stretched over his muscular frame as he donned the Hornets' blue-purple baseball cap, his smile youthful, yet his eyes sharp and determined. The ESPN commentary instantly erupted. Griffin selected first overall, the most explosive interior player in this draft with a ceiling of Karl Malone. The defending champion Hornets have directly secured their interior cornerstone for the future. There was no raucous celebration in the war room. Sinan simply nodded slightly, lightly crossing out Griffin's name in his notebook. The signing intent had long been settled, requiring no further communication. The signing process would be completed immediately after the draft. What he sought was never a momentary clamor, but the certainty of a well-laid plan. After a brief interval, Stern stepped to the microphone again, holding the envelope for the second pick. With the second pick in the first round, the New Orleans Hornets select James Harden from Arizona State University. A wave of gasps swept through the audience, followed by thunderous applause. Harden rose and hugged his family, his iconic silhouette already distinct. He put on the Hornets cap, a restrained smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The commentator's voice rose sharply. The Hornets snag Harden again. A top-tier ball-handling scorer with historic rhythm and finishing ability, a perfect fit for a championship system. The backcourt talent of this team is already terrifying. Old Thompson finally couldn't hold back and softly applauded. Silas set down his coffee cup, walked to the whiteboard, and quickly marked Harden's rotation role. Core of the second unit, ball-handling anchor, seamlessly bridging the starters and bench. Every choice was within Sinan's precise blueprint. The draft order continued. The third pick was announced, and soon it was the fourth pick. Stern picked up the envelope, his voice carrying clearly across the arena. With the fourth pick in the first round, the New Orleans Hornets select Stephen Curry from Davidson College. Curry rose and embraced his parents with deep emotion. Kyrie's eyes glistened. The former NBA sharpshooter was witnessing his son enter the league. Curry donned the Hornets cap, his lean face calm, yet beneath the surface lay an unyielding determination. The commentator's voice rang out again. Curry, historic shooting talent, an NCAA scoring machine. After Paul and Rose, the Hornets add another elite point guard, maxing out backcourt depth. Sinan turned off the television commentary entirely, picked up his phone, and dialed Kai's number. The line was filled with chaotic cheers, but Kai's voice was exceptionally resolute. Mr. Li, thank you for this opportunity. I won't let you down. Sinan replied calmly without superfluous pleasantries. I believe in you. Welcome to New Orleans. As the call ended, Bob Bass put down the landline and nodded lightly to Sinan. The trade previously finalized with the Raptors had officially taken effect. The Hornets sent the 20th pick in the first round, a 2010 second-round pick, and a 2011 second-round pick in exchange for the Raptors' 9th pick. Suspense continued, and soon came the 9th pick. Stern once again stepped to the podium, picked up the envelope for the 9th pick. With the 9th pick in the first round, the New Orleans Hornets select DeMar DeRozan from the University of Southern California. DeRozan rose and embraced his mother tightly, his lanky frame standing out among the crowd. As he put on the Hornets cap, his fingertips trembled slightly, a surge of emotion after the long wait, finally getting what he had wished for. ESPN commentators offered a final summary. With the first, second, fourth, and the traded 9th picks, the Hornets have selected 4 talents: Griffin, Harden, Curry, and DeRozan, in one go, covering the interior backcourt and wing, a championship core plus elite rookies. A dynasty foundation is fully formed. Sinan closed his notebook and slowly rose to his feet. In the war room, the tension that had been held all night finally broke with soft cheers and a celebratory atmosphere. His expression remained calm as his gaze swept across the 4 names on the whiteboard. Griffin, the interior cornerstone succeeding Boozer to anchor the team's future frontcourt. Harden, the backcourt engine, the second unit's catalyst providing ball handling and scoring stability. Griffin, the interior cornerstone succeeding Boozer to anchor the team's future frontcourt. Harden, the backcourt engine, the second unit's catalyst providing ball handling and scoring stability. 2 years of planning and a web of trades culminated in this night, all perfectly fulfilled. Outside the window, New York's night was deep, and the lights of Madison Square Garden tinged the sky a pale violet. Sinan slipped on his suit jacket, picked up his phone, and sent a text message to Scarlett: Griffin, Harden, Curry, DeRozan, all 4 secured. Almost instantly a reply came back: for rookies, 1 championship, the dynasty foundation is set. Remember to bring back the footage of Kai's final college game for me. Sinan put away his phone and took one last look at the quiet war room. From the steadfastness at the Phoenix All-Star game to clinching the finals to a bountiful draft night, the championship moment for the New Orleans Hornets was only the beginning. The true journey of a dynasty officially set sail at this very instant. The warmth of the draft event had yet to dissipate as the hustle and bustle of New York was left far behind by Sinan. In less than 48 hours, he had returned to New Orleans, back to the championship team that had just reached the pinnacle of the league. The reception process for the 4 rookies, Griffin, Harden, Curry, and DeRozan, was all set, just waiting for them to arrive in the city next week. Rookie contracts, physical examinations, media meet and greets, summer league plans. Each detail was meticulously overseen by Bob Bass, proceeding in an orderly fashion. For Sinan, the fruitful return from draft night was merely another fulfillment of his preordained. From the first overall pick, Griffin, to the second pick, Harden, then to Curry at 4th and DeRozan at 9th, the 4 first-round selections landed precisely, without a single misstep, and without a hint of luck. The future framework of this team had been thoroughly constructed in his hands. And more important than the rookie talents was the solid foundation that had already been forged. The stability of the core lineup, the cohesion in the locker room, and the culture of winning on the court were never built merely through the influx of newcomers. In recent years, the team had seen frequent personnel changes, with players departing one after another, yet one person's presence provided the team with a consistent backbone and a guiding star: Chris Paul. As early as the 2008 offseason, both parties had completed a contract extension firmly binding their futures for the next 5 years. The contract details, salary standards, and execution timelines had long been clarified in the strategic meetings during the offseason, requiring no further reiteration. For Sinan, Paul was never a contract that needed constant verification, but rather the irreplaceable soul of this dynasty team. This summer, the team held the halo of a championship and welcomed 4 explosively talented newcomers, with the outside world optimistic and public opinion generally believing that the Hornets were about to begin a 10-year dynasty. But only Sinan understood the truth. The gathering of talent never equated to the continuation of the integration of young players, the distribution of ball rights, the clarity of roles, and the stability of locker room order. Any deviation in these aspects could cause the seemingly unbreakable championship roster to collapse in an instant. Historically, there have always been strong teams that began with high hopes, but fell into decline. Their talents disappeared. His foresight could see the limits of players, could predict the trends of the league, could lock onto the best assets, yet it could not replace a true leader to stabilize the locker room, to pass down winning habits, and to guide newcomers from talent to championship. And Chris Paul took on this responsibility willingly. That morning, right after finishing his early training at the gym, Paul headed straight to Sinan's office. Having just completed a set of strength and core training, his knee was still wrapped in an ice pack, and his athletic shorts and gray t-shirt were drenched in sweat with beads of perspiration still clinging to his forehead. Without an appointment, without having an assistant announce his arrival, and without any pleasantries, he sat in the chair opposite Sinan, as if returning to his own territory, his gaze calm and his tone steady. I watched the entire draft. Griffin, Harden, Curry, DeRozan. All four were selected. Sinan nodded slightly, neither boasting nor providing unnecessary explanations. They all fell into place according to the previous layout. Paul gazed out the window. On the training court, staff had begun setting up equipment for rookie physical tests and workouts, with sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the clean floor in a bright and spacious manner. Next season, 4 brand new faces would be welcomed here. For young talents capable of changing the landscape of the league were about to don the Hornets jerseys and step onto this championship court. In my years in the league, I've seen too many teams secure high draft positions, select talents, yet achieve nothing in the end. Paul's voice was soft, but carried a strong, penetrating power. Talent is not enough, it can be developed. Tactics can be taught. But the hardest part is making them understand how to win as soon as they step in to grasp what it means to wear this jersey. He turned his head to look at Sinan, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. When I extended my contract last year, I said I would stay in New Orleans. Since I took over this team after Byron left, I never thought about leaving. Over the years, teammates had come and gone. Gordon, West, Korver, Josh, Smith, Mo Williams. One batch after another of players had left their mark on this team before heading to their next destination. Only Paul, from the team's tumultuous relocation to the rise in the regular season to the pinnacle of the finals, had never taken a single step back. He witnessed the darkest valleys of the team and personally lifted the most dazzling championship trophy. I stayed not for the contract nor for the salary, but because I believe in your vision, believe in this team, and believe we can win more championships. The office fell silent, with only the faint sounds of equipment clashing from outside the training facility. Sinan did not interrupt, merely listened quietly. He understood better than anyone what it meant for a peak superstar, a core of the championship, and an absolute leader in the locker room to willingly take on the responsibility of passing down the legacy for a team aiming for dynasty. This was a wealth that could not be exchanged for any amount of draft rights or salary cap space. Paul leaned slightly forward, his tone serious and determined, articulating his only request for this visit. For these 4 rookies, Griffin, Harden, Curry, DeRozan, their daily training plans, summer league arrangements, on-court roles, tactical habits, and locker room rules, I want to be fully involved and keep a close eye on everything. I do not need to interfere with management's decisions, nor do I need to meddle with your plans. I am only responsible for one thing: guiding them on the right path, helping them understand how to play ball with the Hornets, how to win, what to respect, and what to uphold. He was not afraid of newcomers competing for positions, nor afraid of future successors, and he was not concerned about sharing his ball rights. What he feared was that the winning culture he had painstakingly built would gradually dissipate after the influx of talent. He feared that these top rookies, despite their immense talent, would take the wrong path and waste the most precious time. Sinan looked into Paul's eyes. In those eyes there was no selfishness, no scheming, no anxiety about the future, only a pure sense of responsibility towards the team. Without the slightest hesitation, he responded firmly on the spot. Okay, the coaching staff, trainers, and scouting team will all cooperate with you. You will have a say in the rookie development plan. Paul had never sought power, but rather commitment. And what Sinan offered was not just an agreement, but complete trust. Paul stood up, grabbed the jacket draped over the chair, and walked towards the door. Just before pushing the door open, he paused, not looking back, leaving behind a steady and powerful statement. The contract has been set. I will always stay here. Your task is to bring in the right players, retain them, and pave the way for the future. My task is to lead them in defending the championship, upholding the glory of this team, and winning more championships. As the words fell, the door quietly closed. The office returned to silence, but the weight of the leader's responsibility and commitment lingered. On the training court, Durant was practicing three-pointers alone, his shooting steady and rhythm smooth. Soon Curry would stand beside him, working on their shooting together. Not far away on the interior court, Silas was already simulating pick-and-roll routes, preparing for Griffin's arrival. Harden's rhythm and DeRozan's physicality would gradually transform into genuine combat power within this training facility, and Paul would become the guiding light for them all. He slowly opened his notebook and jotted down a brief but weighty line beside Paul's name. Chris Paul, the cornerstone of the dynasty, an invaluable core, a legacy to be passed down. This was not a note for a contract, but a firm commitment for the next 5 years of the team. Just as he closed the notebook, a gentle knock came at the door. Bob Bass entered, a subtle smile on his face, holding an official invitation with a gold embossed cover. The league just sent over the official document. The 2009 NBA International Series, the China game, is confirmed. In October at the Wuxong Arena in Beijing, the New Orleans Hornets will face the Houston Rockets. The league designated us as the defending champions for the event, with a focus on promoting the global market. And you, as the league's only Chinese owner, are the core of this event. Sinan took the invitation lightly, brushing his fingertips across the cover. In October, Beijing, the China game. Hornets versus Rockets. The sunlight outside gradually shifted, casting long shadows across the training facility. The summer in New Orleans was just beginning, and the legendary dynasty of the Hornets was just turning the page to a new. 3 days after the draft concluded, a brand new team depth chart was posted on the whiteboard in Sinan's office. Bob Bass, holding a blue-purple team marker, wrote down exactly 18 names on the paper. The 12 fully guaranteed contracts that remained from last season, plus the 4 talented rookies selected this year: Griffin, Harden, Curry, and DeRozan. Add to that the signing rights of Ibaka, who had already agreed to join and was returning from Europe, and the signing rights of Danny Green, acquired via draft night trade from the Cavaliers. Griffin's name was deliberately placed in the 4th spot of the 3rd row, right next to Harden. 18 guaranteed contracts far exceeded the league-mandated 15-man roster limit by 3 full slots. The entire list was overcrowded, overflowing with talent, while simultaneously piling up salary pressure, positional conflicts, and minutes distribution issues, like a scale on the verge of tipping at any moment. Before training camp starts, 3 names must be decisively crossed off this list. Bob pushed the detailed salary structure sheet in front of Sinan. On the paper, the salary cap line and luxury tax threshold, highlighted in red, looked like 2 tight headbands strangling the team. And we still have a key target for the offseason: Artist on the free agent market. Our mid-level exception is just enough to sign him to a 1-year contract. But before signing him, you must first clear enough roster spots. Counting the signing slot, the number of players we actually need to move out goes far beyond 3. Sinan picked up a pen, calmly swept his gaze from top to bottom over the list, and lightly traced his fingertip across each name. Michael Redd's name was circled clearly with small annotations beside it: traded to Cavaliers for Danny Green's signing rights, 2011 Cavaliers unprotected 1st-round pick. This league-shaking trade had been secretly finalized on draft night. Last season, Redd was the most reliable pillar of perimeter firepower for the Hornets, averaging 15.3 points per game with a 42 3-point accuracy at the elite level. He was the most reliable catch-and-shoot option in Paul's pick-and-roll system, with immense tactical value. But his drawback was equally fatal: an annual salary of nearly $16 million, with 2 years remaining on his hefty contract. It occupied massive salary cap space long-term, severely limiting the team's subsequent moves. The Cavaliers, fully committed to building a championship roster around James, urgently needed a reliable off-ball shooter, and were willing to offer Green's signing rights plus a high-value 1st-round pick. Danny Green was a top-tier 3-and-D wing prospect out of North Carolina, with elite defensive footwork and lateral quickness for his position. His immediate ability was enough to fill the backup wing vacancy, perfectly fitting the team's system. And holding an extra unprotected 2011 1st-round pick from the Cavaliers was a move of exceptional foresight. Once James chose to leave Cleveland next summer, the team would plummet overnight, and the value of that pick would skyrocket into a lottery-level high-pick asset. One trade simultaneously cleared salary, bolstered immediate talent, and stockpiled future draft capital. A triple-pronged maneuver showcasing masterful roster management. And now the team's positional congestion had reached a point demanding bold restructuring. The point guard position was a veritable hell of talent. Paul Rose, Westbrook, Dragic, Curry. 5 gifted guards competing for 2 primary rotation spots. Paul had just signed a 5-year max extension, securing the starting point guard position for the next 5 years with unshakable stability. Rose averaged nearly 14 points and 5 assists last season, winning Rookie of the Year with explosive performances. His first step, burst, and finishing ability ranked among the top 3 point guards in the league, showing potential as a franchise cornerstone from his rookie year. But in New Orleans, ahead of him stood the historic point guard Paul, forever limiting his playing time and tactical role. Westbrook's physical gifts and athleticism were unquestionable. His agent had already called management twice, demanding no less than 20 minutes per game next season, or else a trade request would be considered. Dragic had just signed a 3-year extension and was the most stable, reliable ball-handling initiator for the second unit. However, his playmaking style and off-ball game overlapped heavily with rookie Kyrie's, leading to severe functional redundancy. Curry was on his first-year rookie contract. The scouting department's final assessment labeled him as a future all-star guard, a system core shooter worthy of long-term investment. The interior rotation was equally saturated. Camby had just been named to the all-defensive first team, maximizing his defensive value. His contract had 1 year left at $8 million, offering exceptional cost efficiency. Boozer's 5-year deal had just entered its second season, making him the absolute starter at the 4. Jordan's physical tools and athleticism were evident, with limitless potential as a lob finisher and rim protector. Ibaka's European League performances and workout footage had already earned him high marks from the coaching staff. Once he finalized his European affairs and officially reported to New Orleans, he would join the team's rotation. For the No. 1 pick Griffin, the team had to guarantee him stable playing time to adapt to NBA intensity and fulfill his potential. And while Bob Bass had just completed a 2-year extension with excellent value, Ibaka's technical skills and defensive ability could perfectly replace him at the 4. More crucially, Ibaka's rookie contract was extremely cheap, saving significant cap space for bolstering immediate talent. The wing position was equally competitive. Durant was the undisputed starting core. Posey had 2 years left on his contract, bringing invaluable championship experience and top-tier locker room leadership as one of the team's spiritual pillars. DeRozan and Danny Green both needed sufficient playing time to refine their skills and realize their Ariza, meanwhile, was at the peak of his trade and defensive value. Last postseason, he was the team's most effective and consistent perimeter defender against Bryant, maximizing his two-way impact. First target to move Bass. Bob didn't hesitate, immediately dialing Thunder general manager Sam Presti. Bass was a stable rotational big man last season, ranking among the best at his position in catch-and-shoot efficiency from the elbow after screens. His solid style and cost-effectiveness made him a sought-after role player for many playoff teams. The final negotiations were sealed. The Thunder sent a 2012 second-round pick plus partial cash compensation to acquire Bob Bass. Bass had spent 4 full years with the Hornets, witnessing the team's journey from rebuilding to championship. On the day he left, he made a point to leave word the old wristband that had accompanied him for years in his locker would be left for the incoming Ibaka. He said that wristband was far more comfortable than a new one. It had already been broken in through hundreds of games following Paul's pick-and-roll rhythm, familiar with every set play and every tempo of the team. The first name was crossed off. The roster count dropped to 17. Bob flipped open his memo, his expression turning serious. The latest news from Houston. Yao Ming's left foot fracture recovery is progressing better than the medical team expected. The team doctors have given a clear conclusion: he can officially return after the All-Star break. But the Houston front office has begun hesitating on extending Yao. His contract expires next summer when he'll be 29. His lengthy injury history and the toll of high-intensity games have made the Rockets reluctant to offer a big contract. Their stance is clear now: they're willing to accept a Sinan trade. He paused, looked at Sinan, and spelled out the core asset the Rockets' target was Derrick Rose. They needed a young, talented, and marketable point guard to build a new post-Yao reconstruction system. Their offer was straightforward. If we were willing to send Rose, Ariza, and Dragic, the Rockets would send Yao Ming directly plus a 2010 second-round pick. Sinan slowly leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping lightly on the desk, a barely perceptible ripple flickering in his eyes. Yao Ming. That name was a top-tier asset he had never dared to dream of truly possessing since his transmigration. Back in 2002, when Yao Ming entered the NBA as the No. 1 pick, Sinan had just completed his transmigration. He was still in his rented apartment, repeatedly searching online for NBA team sale listings, not even qualified to step into the league. 7 years later, he actually had the opportunity to bring the greatest player in Chinese basketball history to New Orleans, to his own team. It wasn't just sentiment, nor was it out of sympathy, and certainly not for so-called traffic. Rather, he was deeply convinced that a healthy, fully recovered Yao Ming still possessed the paint dominance to alter the outcome of a playoff series, even a finals. He also knew that Yao's brilliant career lacked only one thing: a championship ring. And the New Orleans Hornets had the strength, system, and teammates to help him fulfill that final regret of his career. Rose, Ariza, Dragic. 3 first-round picks, 3 young proven contributors in New Orleans. The trade chips carried substantial weight. The Rockets needed a cornerstone to carry their rebuild. The Hornets needed a championship-caliber center to anchor the paint. This trade was a high-stakes gamble for both sides, one that would shape their futures. But the road to a championship has always been paved by gambles. "Have Rose come to my office," Sinan said calmly, setting the first step of communication. Rose pushed open the door, still wearing sweat-soaked training gear and ice pack tightly strapped to his knee, a towel clutched in his hand. He had just finished a morning of high-intensity strength training. Beads of sweat still clung to his forehead, his breath slightly short, but his eyes were bright. Sinan gestured for him to sit down. Without any concealment, he straightforwardly laid out the complete trade proposal, both sides' assets, and the future outlook, in simple, direct terms. His tone was sincere, hitting the core points. "Rose, you know clearly that in New Orleans you will always be the second option behind Paul. With your elite talent, competitiveness, and desire in the coming years, you will inevitably yearn for a bigger stage. More shots, more clutch moments, a team built entirely around you, belonging completely to you. The Houston Rockets need a talent like you to become their rebuild cornerstone. The Rockets front office has explicitly committed to building entirely around you, granting you unlimited freedom and absolute star status. Ariza is a familiar, cohesive wing partner. Dragic is a backcourt mate who will fight alongside you. The fans in Houston will place all their hopes on your shoulders from the day you arrive. He didn't avoid the other side of the trade. Equally candid, this deal is also about Yao Ming. Paul and Boozer already have championship rings. But Camby's contract has only 1 year left, and Boozer's knee issues mean someone needs to share the interior burden. And Yao Ming needs a team with championship strength and a mature system to help him fulfill his dream. Houston needs you to be their leader. We need Yao to anchor the paint. Rose listened silently, folded his towel neatly, and placed it on the table. No crying, no complaints, no questioning. Just a calm nod and a single sentence, "I understand." As he turned and walked toward the office door, his footsteps paused for a moment. With his back to Sinan, his voice low but earnest, he said 2 words, "Thank you. Thank you for not casually trading him to some hopeless team that would waste his talent." Sinan watched his retreating figure and replied calmly, yet firmly, "Houston isn't a hopeless team. It's another team that needs a one pick to carry their future." This blockbuster deal shaking the entire league was officially announced that afternoon. The New Orleans Hornets sent Derrick Rose, Trevor Ariza, Goran Dragic. Received from the Houston Rockets, Yao Ming 2010 second-round pick. The Rockets acquired Rose, establishing their absolute rebuild cornerstone in the post-Yao era. They got Ariza to fill the wing defensive gap left by Battier's departure. They secured Dragic as a stable backup guard depth for Rose, a clear rebuilding blueprint. And the Hornets obtained Yao Ming, a legendary center capable of fully anchoring the paint after the All-Star break, elevating interior dominance, and completing the final missing piece. On the night the trade was finalized, the team's locker room was filled with a bittersweet, yet relieved atmosphere. Rose stood before his locker, gently took out the blue-purple team sneakers that had accompanied him through his entire rookie season from his bag, placed them neatly on the top shelf, right next to Westbrook's sneakers side by side. Westbrook walked slowly from the other end of the hallway, stopped at the locker room entrance, and didn't step inside. The two stood a few steps apart, exchanging a silent gaze for a moment. No small talk, no emotional goodbyes. Rose gave him a slight nod, first, his tone calm. "Oklahoma City is too far. New Orleans future. It's your turn to stay and bloom." Westbrook looked at him, replied earnestly with 2 words, "Thank you." Then he said nothing more, his eyes hiding reluctance, but also a firm resolve for the future. The day Ariza left the team, Danny Green gently placed his own brand new, unopened team sneakers inside Ariza's vacant locker. Over the past days, he had repeatedly run defensive slides and refined wing defensive techniques in the Hornets practice facility while studying Ariza's game footage. Ariza was his role model and his target. On the day Dragic left, he solemnly left his handwritten playbook, its pages dog-eared and worn from constant flipping, to Curry. He told Curry that this was his meticulous notes from every passing angle, every shooting timing, every set change he had recorded while learning pick and roll from Paul. Curry took the book and gently opened it. The pages were soft and frayed from repeated reading. Each page was marked with clear dates and opponents. The earliest entry was written on the first day of training camp 2 years ago, and on the last page Dragic had just added a line before leaving. "When Curry catches the ball in the corner, there's no need for extra footwork adjustments. Rise and shoot directly. Releasing the shot 0.3 seconds faster than his usual rhythm is the deadliest weapon." That same afternoon, Artest arrived at the arena and met his new teammates. With that, 3 names were completely crossed off. The roster count dropped to exactly 15, perfectly meeting the league's limit. In the locker room, Posey stood by his own locker, gently placing the sneakers he had worn in the finals, stained with glory, on the bottom shelf, sealing away last season's brilliance and welcoming new teammates. Green picked up an old worn tag from the practice floor. It bore the shoe size information from Paul's first. He gently stuck this tag, carrying the team's history, inside Artest's locker, and also reserved a spot for Ibaka, who was yet to report. After practice, Paul gently placed a commemorative finals coin on top of Artest's shoebox. Artest picked up the coin, flipped it casually, and tucked it solemnly into the mesh pocket inside his locker, together with glory, legacy, and team spirit. Bob posted the finalized 15-man roster neatly on the office whiteboard. The blue-purple handwriting was clear and bold, with annotations for players yet to report. Starting lineup: Paul, Durant, Artest, Boozer, Camby. Bench: Harden, Posey, Jordan, Westbrook. End of rotation: Curry, Griffin, DeRozan, Green. Reserved spot: Ibaka, awaiting arrival. Yao Ming's name was written separately in bright blue-purple marker in the lower right corner of the whiteboard, with a key note beside it: return after All-Star break, interior core secret preparation. Curry's name was also at the end of the rotation. He would share backup point guard minutes with Westbrook behind Paul, refining his skills and adapting to the tempo in limited, not because he was undervalued, but as a no. 1 pick. He needed sufficient time to adjust to the NBA's physicality and tactical systems, gradually fulfilling his potential. Forcing growth would only ruin a talent. Curry's name was also at the end of the rotation. He would share backup point guard minutes with Westbrook behind Paul, refining his skills and adapting to the tempo in limited playing time. And Westbrook remained at the end of the rotation, not because he lacked ability or didn't deserve to play. Quite the opposite, it was because his trade value had not yet reached its true peak. Once he got stable minutes and produced explosive numbers on both ends, the offers from teams desperate for elite guards would be unimaginably rich. This wasn't suppression, it was strategy. Outside the window, the lights in the team's practice facility turned on one by one like stars being lit. The rookies drafted this year were inside, sweating profusely as they repeatedly ran through plays and practiced coordination. Griffin and Harden were refining their pick-and-roll chemistry. Curry was practicing catch-and-shoot threes from the arc over and over. DeRozan was polishing the footwork details of his catch-and-shoot game along the baseline. And 5,000 miles away in Houston, Yao Ming was undergoing his final comprehensive evaluation during the rehabilitation period. The latest X-ray of his left foot recovery had just been transmitted via encrypted email to the New Orleans Hornets medical staff's computers. The dynasty roster for the new season had been fully restructured, and the defending champion's path to a repeat had just begun. The heat of New Orleans enveloped the humidity of the Mississippi River, making it hard to breathe. The air conditioning unit outside the training facility buzzed under the scorching sun, and even the wind that blew in carried warmth. Ibaka carried the old training bag he had brought back from the Spanish League. As he pushed open the glass door of the training facility, the smell of varnished wooden floors mixed with the scent of sweat rushed to meet him. The receptionist was holding the phone between her shoulder and ear, quickly checking the summer league travel list while typing rapidly on the keyboard. She looked up and caught sight of the tall Ibaka. She immediately pointed towards the half-open court door at the end of the hallway, her tone crisp. "Coach Silas is already waiting for you on the court." Ibaka nodded without any extra words and made his way steadily into the locker room. He placed his bag down and opened his designated locker. On the inside of the locker door was a faded emblem of the Congo national team. It was something he had carefully stuck up 2 years ago when he briefly participated in the Hornets training camp. The edges had curled slightly and the colors had faded, but he had never torn it down. It represented his original intention and obsession of leaving his homeland for the court. In the corner of the locker there lay an unopened roll of old anti-slip tape with the name, "Base," clearly written on the sealed end in black marker. Ibaka bent down to pick up the tape, lightly brushing his fingers over the letters. He silently stared for a moment, not asking who had left it there, and gently placed it back, then slowly closed the locker door. Little did he know this roll of tape and this locker belonged to a veteran who had played for the Hornets for 4 years and had just been traded away. The only instruction the veteran left behind was to leave his most trusted equipment for the young center from Congo, who was about to arrive. The training facility was already buzzing with activity. Griffin was on the other side of the hoop, repeatedly honing his low-post turnaround move. The sound of the basketball hitting the floor was steady and powerful. Curry was practicing catch-and-shoot three-pointers at the arc, his shots smooth and stable. Harden and DeRozan were engaged in onion-owned defense on the wing, their movements sharply opposed. Green sat on the sideline tying his shoes, and when he saw Ibaka walk in, he immediately looked up and gave a slight nod, his eyes reflecting the recognition between teammates. Silas stood on the sidelines holding a thick game report that detailed Ibaka's complete statistics from the last 10 games in the Spanish League. His average blocks and rebounds were among the league's best, and his defensive efficiency ranked first among players in his position, dominating the paint. However, his offensive weaknesses were glaring. He relied almost entirely on putbacks and rolls after screens, with no ability for self-created shots or mid-range shooting. His lateral speed has improved by nearly 0.3 seconds compared to 2 years ago. Silas flipped to the sprinting section of the report, his tone calm, yet affirming. His defensive positioning and timing have matured significantly. Today, let's not rush into high-intensity contact, follow Camby, and work on some defensive footwork and positioning details first. Ibaka nodded again, quickly changing into his training gear and stepping onto the court. He wore an old pair of sneakers brought from Spain, the soles slightly worn down from repeated friction, but the upper was spotless and clean. The sneakers made a softly steady sound against the smooth wooden floor, contrasting sharply with Griffin's explosive and powerful footwork in the paint. Each of Ibaka's steps was firm, yet light, solid, and reserved, as if he was quietly setting up an impenetrable shield on the court. Camby soon walked out of the locker room holding a worn but still sturdy old arm guard. He walked straight up to Ibaka, scrutinized him up and down seriously, and then handed over the arm guard, his voice steady and strong. "Put this on. Today I'll teach you a few survival skills in the NBA that you might not learn in the Spanish League." The targeted training officially began. Camby first arranged for low-post defense practice where Ibaka had to face Griffin's back-to-basket move. Griffin lowered his shoulder and powered through the first collision, bursting forth with earth-shattering explosiveness, causing the entire backboard to tremble slightly. This was his most lethal probing move. The inside player, who faced him in the last summer league, was directly pushed back 2 steps completely off balance. Yet Ibaka kept his center of gravity low, his core tight, with his feet firmly planted like nails on the floor, his upper body unmoving, stable as a rock. Griffin made 3 consecutive powerful collisions, but Ibaka's lower body showed no signs of giving way, not a hint of retreat. At the moment of the third impact, Griffin lost his balance due to excessive force, staggering slightly, and Ibaka decisively and accurately swatted the basketball away. Silas on the sidelines immediately blew a sharp whistle, bent down to jot down a note of evaluation in his tactical book, a look of approval flashing in his eyes. The next training item was a specialized test for switching defensive assignments after screens, which is one of the core abilities of modern big men. Camby arranged for Harden to hold the ball at the top of the arc. After Ibaka set the screen, he had to switch defensively immediately and sprint to the three-point line to limit Harden's shot. Harden's dribbling rhythm was unpredictable, alternating between fast and slow with several smooth behind-the-back changes that even Curry, watching from the sidelines, instinctively followed with a slight shrug of his shoulders, unable to predict the rhythm. Ibaka kept his center of gravity low the entire time, diligently following Harden through 5 changes of direction, his footwork composed and steady, never losing his position. Harden suddenly seized an opening, executing a signature step back that created space for a shot, raising his hand to shoot a three-pointer. This was his deadly move, with the shooting preparation being extremely brief, almost impossible to block. At the moment of the shot, Ibaka slid his feet with the speed of the wind, leaping high, his fingertips barely grazing the lower edge of the basketball. Though he didn't complete the block, his intense defensive focus forcibly disrupted Harden's shooting rhythm, forcing him to adjust the arc of his shot. Ultimately, the basketball slammed against the back rim and bounced out. Good. Bashi on the sidelines immediately cheered loudly, his eyes full of approval. He had just finished his personal training and was squatting at the baseline, focused on watching this battle of offense and defense with a water bottle in his hand, suspended in the air, forgetting to put it down. DeRozan and Green also simultaneously paused their recording boards, their movements synchronized, both gazing at Ibaka with expressions of respect. Harden bent down to retrieve the basketball, looking up at the breathless yet still erect Ibaka, a competitive smile creeping on his lips. "Next time I'll shoot faster. I'll run faster," Ibaka replied earnestly in English with a thick Congo accent, word by word. His breath was already hurried. That last set of extreme lateral movement had consumed a lot of energy, yet he did not bend down, showing any sign of fatigue, only raising his hand to adjust the arm guard, his gaze still resolute. Camby kept Ibaka close by his side, silently standing for a long time. He didn't arrange any ball-handling offensive drills, only asking him to follow his footsteps step by step, moving within the paint, mimicking and memorizing. Every time they caught the ball, turned, jumped, or landed, Camby would meticulously break down the angles of his feet, the direction of his toes, the timing of raising his hand for a block, and the positioning of his elbows, explaining it all to Ibaka so that he could engrave it in his bones. The two of them repeatedly practiced positioning and stance near the free throw line, every physical clash and footstep scraping against the floor producing sharp and clear sounds. Silas observed quietly from the sidelines with his arms crossed, rarely showing continuous approval. He had coached this team for many years and had seen too many explosively talented young players, yet very few could display such intense focus, terrifying execution, and astonishing learning ability on the defensive end. This was not talent, this was a born defender. By the time the morning's high-intensity training wrapped up, Ibaka's training uniform was already completely soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his body. He did not leave with the rest of the team to rest, but instead stayed alone in the empty gym, silently practicing free throws. His shooting motion still retained the rigidness typical of traditional European big men. The arc of his shots was low and his hand positioning unstable, with nearly half of his free throws missing the rim, exposing his offensive weaknesses. Jordan silently remained nearby to collect the balls, occasionally passing them back to him steadily, the two of them exchanging no unnecessary words, only the sounds of the basketball hitting the floor and going through the net echoed back and forth in the quiet training facility, simple yet persistent. Camby stood quietly on the sidelines, watching, a towel draped over his shoulder, not stepping in to forcibly correct his shooting form. He turned to Silas beside him, speaking with conviction. "His shooting touch and rhythm still need to be polished over a long time. It won't change overnight. However, his defensive footwork and lateral speed have improved by at least 0.3 seconds compared to 2 years ago. His ability to transition from protecting the paint to switching out to defend smaller guards is already enough for him to secure consistent rotational minutes in the regular season." This kid doesn't need the team to design complex offensive plays for him. Camby gazed at the figure repeatedly practicing free throws on the court, his tone filled with approval. You just need to tell him who to lock down in this game, and he will give his all to completely shut that person down. As for scoring and finishing the game, Paul and Durant can handle everything. Silas did not respond, but silently picked up the tactical book, decisively crossing Ibaka's name from the to-observe column to the regular rotation column. Meanwhile, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, hallway, Sinan stood quietly in the shadows, taking in everything happening on the court. He held a cup of slightly cool coffee in his hand, looking down to write a short, yet precise evaluation in his notebook. Ibaka top-notch defensive instincts, full, disciplined, silent, yet resilient. He was the most reliable shield in the paint and the most crucial piece in the defensive system for the new season. He did not go downstairs to disturb, but quietly watched this young man from Congo silently compensate for his shortcomings on the court, as if he were quietly mending his own life. As dusk deepened, people began to leave the training facility in succession. Ibaka sat alone in front of his locker, gently and carefully cleaning his old sneakers, placing them neatly next to Jordan's brand new pair. On the inside of the locker door, that faded emblem of the Congo national team remained prominent, the edges curling, yet still steadfast. His gaze fell once again on the roll of anti-slip tape in the corner marked base. After a moment of silence, he reached out to pick it up and gently placed it in the side pocket of his training bag. He still did not know who base was and did not inquire about its origin. But he understood that this was a legacy and acceptance, the first recognition handed to him by this championship team. Paul walked out from the depths of the locker room and paused suddenly as he passed by Ibaka. He glanced down at Ibaka's polished sneakers and then at the anti-slip tape peeking out from his bag, his tone concise yet weighty. Great job on defense. Continue tomorrow. Ibaka immediately looked up and nodded earnestly. Paul did not say anything more, turning to push open the locker room door, the steady sound of his footsteps gradually fading in the hallway until it disappeared at the end. The last main light in the training facility slowly went out and darkness gradually enveloped the entire. In the locker room, only the cleaned old sneakers, the faded emblem of the Congo team on the inside of the locker door, and the roll of anti-slip tape that bridged teammates' seasons and distances remained quietly, witnessing a shield of Congo officially taking root in New Orleans. And this championship roster puzzle finally completed the hardest piece. The signing press conference for Artist was officially held in the media room of the New Orleans Arena. The number of reporters in attendance was double the initial estimate, with cameras and microphones cramming the entire room. Some came for his hardcore performance last season, averaging 17.1 points and 5.2 rebounds per game, earning a spot on the all-defensive second team, and in the playoffs, he held Kobe to his lowest shooting percentage of the series, earning a reputation across the league as a tenacious perimeter defender. Others came for the lingering labels attached to him: the Palace of Auburn Hills incident, a 73-game suspension, and several controversial locker room rumors. To many, he was a genius and a ticking time bomb. Yet at this moment, he sat quietly beside Sinan, wearing a crisply ironed blue-purple polo shirt with the collar buttoned immaculately. There was no trace of arrogance or aggression. He was as composed as the calmest veteran, far from the madman the league knew. He reached out, pulled the microphone closer, and spoke from the heart, without a prepared speech or notes from his agent. I've been to a lot of places in my career. Some I chose to go, some I had to leave. His voice was softer and slower than the reporters had expected, but every word carried weight. But this time, coming to New Orleans was my choice. This team just won the championship last season. Posey is one of the league's elite perimeter defenders, and DeRozan and Green are growing fast. But I watched the entire finals. I know this team still needs one more man. A madman who will give everything to lock down the opponent's top scorer in the clutch moments. He paused, scanned the cameras before him, and declared with conviction, "That man is me." The room fell silent for a moment, then erupted in a storm of flashing lights. A reporter immediately stood up and asked sharply, "You're known for being difficult to manage. Are you worried about adapting to the Hornets' coaching system and locker room atmosphere?" Artist turned his head, glanced at the calm Sinan beside him, and then looked back. With a faint teasing tone but crystal clear words, he said, "I'm not worried about the defensive system. The coaching staff tells me who to lock down in the game, and they'll stick to him like glue, not giving him an inch. On offense, my teammates tell me when to cut and how to move, and I follow. I came here to win a championship, not to cause trouble." It was the shortest, most disciplined, and most sincere signing press conference of Artist's career. Sinan took the microphone and simply said, "Welcome to the Hornets, Ron," then ended the ceremony briskly under the flashing lights. There were no superfluous courtesies, no hype or publicity, consistent with his usual low-key style. After the press conference, Bob led Artist to the team's training facility. The nameplates in the locker room had already been replaced. Griffin's locker was at the far left, followed in order by Harden, Curry, DeRozan, and Green. Ibaka's locker was around the corner, next to DeAndre Jordan, quiet and introverted. Posey's locker sat in the center of the wing area with an empty space on either side, one formerly occupied by Ariza, the other bearing a blank name tag, spotless and clean. Posey was crouching in front of his locker, organizing the limited edition sneakers he wore in the finals. Hearing footsteps, he immediately stood up and pointed to the empty locker beside him. "That's your spot between me and Green. After Ariza left, we kept this locker for you. The old anti-slip tape base left is now with Ibaka." Posey gently patted the locker door, his tone calm. "Green said he prepared a welcome gift for you." Just then Green walked in from the other end of the corridor, holding an unopened professional wrist guard. He placed the wrist guard on the top shelf of Arteas' locker and said seriously, "I used this brand in college. It stabilizes the wrist during lateral movement and slides, preventing injuries." Arteas looked down at the wrist guard, then at Green's sincere eyes. Without much pleasantry, he tore open the package, wrapped it around his wrist, flexed it, and said flatly, "Perfect fit. Just right." He neatly folded his training jersey and placed it on the second shelf, leaving the top shelf deliberately empty. Posey casually asked why, and Arteas replied calmly, "This spot is reserved for young wings who might need a hand up or some motivation in the future." Posey nodded in understanding, didn't ask further, and turned to retrieve the sneakers he wore in the finals from his own locker, gently placing them on the bottom shelf. "These shoes carried me through Game 6 of the finals, guarding Pierce for an entire 40 minutes. The outsole pattern on the right side is almost worn flat." Arteas bent down to look and said with precision, like a scouting report, "Pierce used his right elbow post-ups more often in that series than in any other playoff series of his career. To defend him, you have to absorb the full force of his step back after every bump. You can't give an inch." Posey said nothing more, just put the shoes back, stood straight, and extended his hand to Arteas. Their hands slapped together hard, the crisp sound echoing through the empty locker room, a mark of veteran recognition and new teammate commitment. Before the first group rotation drill began, Arteas walked to the baseline, where Durant was practicing catch and shoot. He stood quietly watching several rounds without interrupting. When Durant paused, he spoke. Not a hint of criticism, only the most professional detail. "In those finals games against Kobe, every time he faked you, your center of gravity instinctively shifted half a step back. If you adjust your stance early and force him toward the baseline corner, his fadeaway space will shrink, his release angle will tighten, and his shooting percentage will drop by at least 20%. When Kobe pulls up for a fadeaway from the right elbow, his left toe taps the floor twice before the jump. The second tap is his final power point. If you slide half a step early just before that second tap, you can break his rhythm and throw his shot completely." As he spoke, Arteas demonstrated the slide stance. Knees slightly bent, arms spread, a perfect menacing defensive posture. Durant listened intently, not a word of disagreement, just a slight nod. No one knew better than him a man who could precisely track Kobe's jumping habits and toe taps, and have them etched in his brain, wasn't here to coast or chase a ring. Once the drills officially began, Arteas volunteered for unknown offense-defense duels with Durant. They tangled in the elbow zone for several rounds, sweat dripping onto the floor. Even when Durant shook him with a rhythm change, Arteas chased back at full speed, muttering under his breath about the starting angle and slide deviation. An obsessive researcher wrestling with himself. Paul walked out of the locker room and stood courtside watching for a long time. When they finally stopped, he walked over and placed a heavy finals commemorative coin in Arteas' palm. "It's a team tradition," Paul said calmly. "Every new teammate gets one." Gordon left his in the locker before the trade. Corvers was placed in his goggles case the day he left, and Rose took his to Houston. Arteas took the coin, flipped it over, his fingers studied the championship logo on it, then slipped it into his pocket and said firmly, "He'll put it in the innermost compartment of my locker next to my championship ring." Paul raised an eyebrow. "You only have one ring right now? That box still has plenty of empty slots." Arteas looked up, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, and said with the stubborn confidence unique to a madman, "Empty slots are meant to be filled." After the entire training session ended, players gradually left, and the training facility grew quiet. Sinan stood on the second-floor balcony looking down at the court. In the empty arena, only Arteas remained, repeating corner catch and shoot threes. His release arc wasn't high, but the power flowed from his feet to his fingertips, steady fluid like a precisely calibrated catapult. Every shot swished through the net cleanly. In the locker room, Posey once again took out the Game 6 finals sneakers and gently placed them at the bottom of the empty locker Ariza had left behind, sealing a chapter of the past and welcoming a new one. Green leaned against the corridor doorframe, staring at his phone screen. A photo of an old tag had picked up from the training floor, imprinted with the shoe size Paul wore in his first rookie start. He got up, walked into the locker room, and gently stuck the tag, carrying the team's history, on the inside of Arteas' locker door right next to the wrist guard had given. Ibaka, just finished with extra personal drills, approached from the other end of the corridor, still gripping a He stopped in front of Posey's locker, looked down at those final sneakers, brimming with glory, didn't touch them, just gazed quietly. Posey glanced at Ibaka's own worn-out sneakers, soles nearly smooth, and said, "The equipment staff will send new shoes next week. Yours are too thin. Long training sessions can lead to injuries." Ibaka shook his head gently, his tone calm but stubborn. "These shoes carried me through 2 years of switching defenses in Spain. Every scuff Mark remembers, every step I've run." Posey didn't argue further. He pulled a pair of unopened knee pads from his own locker and tossed them to him. "New shoes can wait, but wear these knee pads now. Stop patching yourself up with that old tape. Defense takes grit, but you have to take care of yourself." On the second-floor balcony, Sinan pulled out his phone and sent a text to Scarlett. "Arteis signing is done. The new season roster is finally complete." Seconds later, a reply popped up. "I watched the press conference livestream. He said the team still needs a madman. Do you think that madman could be the perfect narrator for our documentary?" Sinan looked down at the message, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He didn't reply immediately, just put the phone back in his pocket, picked up his coffee, and turned toward the depths of the corridor. Outside the window, the training facility's lights flickered on one by one, warm light spreading across the court. At the corner, the solitary figure repeated the same motion, catch, jump, release, swish. Every shot was clean and decisive, just like every promise Head made at the press conference today. Stubborn, resolute, true to his word. This is the blood of a madman and the foundation of a champion. July in Las Vegas is hot enough to melt the asphalt. The Thomas Mack Center resembles a stifling outdoor brick kiln where the old air conditioning struggles to blow out cold air, unable to fend off the oppressive heat of the desert, mixed with the sweetness of popcorn and the strong scent of coffee from the scouts scattered throughout. In the media area, the chief scout of the opposing team was fixated on the Hornets roster, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure of his grip. Insane. Griffin, Harden, Curry, DeRozan. 4 lottery picks playing in the summer league at the same time. This lineup is even more luxurious than our regular season rotation. His companion sighed, casting a glance at Sinan, who was sitting by the court. While others hoard minimum salaries and immediate impact players, Michael Lee hoards draft picks and talented rookies. Others are betting on the present. He is betting on a dynasty for the next decade. But these 4 geniuses all demand ball control. Piling them together will inevitably lead to conflict. In the third row by the court, Sinan sat upright, his fingertips lightly resting on the edge of his notebook. Beside him, Scarlett had just returned from the Toronto Film Festival, her eyes carrying a hint of fatigue, wearing the vintage magnifying lens she had found in the props room. The first explosive moment in the arena came from Griffin. He received the ball in the low post, sank his weight down, faked with his right shoulder to deceive the defender, and swiftly cut along the baseline. At nearly the same second, Curry launched the ball high into the air from the arc. Griffin leaped from the weak side, his entire body tracing a trajectory filled with violent aesthetics, smashing the ball into the hoop between 2 defenders. The entire backboard shook violently. On the bench, Harden threw his towel into the air, while DeRozan sprang to his feet, only to sit back down again. The coaches from several opposing teams frowned, a flicker of apprehension in their eyes. The scouts had yet to recover from Griffin's dunk when Curry reset everyone's expectations with an extraordinary shot. He effortlessly evaded the defense at the top of the arc with a screen, while the help defender was still navigating around the pick. He had already jumped off the ground, releasing the ball. The basketball traced an incredibly high and perfect arc, swishing through the net like a falling star. One scout couldn't help but gasp softly, "God, just give him half a second of space, and he can kill." Harden held the ball on the wing, unhurried against the defender, suddenly launching into a breakthrough, with his left hand slipping past his matched opponent. Facing the center's help defense, he executed his signature Eurostep, easily faking out his opponent, and with a light flick of his wrist scored with a reverse layup. His movements were not fast, yet they had an uncanny rhythm, each step landing outside the defender's expectations. After landing, Harden showed no celebration, merely jogging back to the backcourt with a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. DeRozan came off the bench at the end of the first quarter. His first touch saw him cut along the baseline, like lightning, facing the opposing center's help defense as he forced a layup in midair, the basketball finding the net perfectly. During the timeout, the shooting coach pulled him aside, gesturing to adjust his shooting angle. Scarlett put down the game program and looked at Sinan. "The 4 players you chose represent 4 extremes. Griffin is the overwhelming power, Curry is the deadly precision, Harden is the master of tempo, and DeRozan embodies unparalleled speed. They will compete fiercely on the training court and argue over tactics in the video room. But I know your problem has never been about choices. It's about how to stabilize this team while they are still young and impetuous." Sinan did not turn back, but quickly jotted down a few lines in his notebook. Griffin: top-notch explosiveness, insufficient stamina. Curry: historically quick release, needs to bulk up for defense. Harden: unique breakthrough rhythm, needs to refine defensive footwork. DeRozan: gifted first step, needs to stabilize his mid-range shooting. Scarlett removed the vintage magnifying lens and gently turned it towards the light. Have you noticed that Harden is the type of actor that needs to rehearse his movements multiple times on set? Not because he's nervous, but because he needs to thoroughly confirm his rhythm. Every time he stands at the free throw line, he reties his left wristband. Sinan nodded slightly. For others it's a habit. For him, it's about finding rhythm. During halftime, Silas stood in front of the tactical board, his voice low, yet penetrating. In the second half, Griffin should reduce low-post isolation plays and focus more on pick and rolls. Curry will repeatedly cut off the ball from the baseline, using double screens to receive the ball and shoot. Harden will lead the second unit in the second quarter, fully controlling the game. As the second half commenced, the Hornets' offense completely transformed. Curry completely abandoned ball handling, immersing himself in off-ball movement, weaving through the baseline and evading defenders like a ghost with the help of his teammates' screens. In the last 2 minutes of the third quarter, he hit 2 consecutive catch-and-shoot three-pointers, the defenders exerting their utmost, yet failing to even graze his clothing. At the top of the arc, Harden delivered a precise bounce pass that threaded through 2 defenders, finding the cutting DeRozan. DeRozan leaped into the air, executing a one-handed slam, causing the entire bench to erupt. On the way back on defense, DeRozan lightly tapped his chest. This passing angle was a synergy he and Bosch had honed over hundreds of repetitions in the training facility. Green nodded quietly from the sidelines. Once this angle is perfected, it can save 0.3 of a second at a critical moment. Ibaka delivered a flawless performance on the defensive end. He consecutively blocked 2 opponents' layups, and the moment he landed from the second block, he immediately turned to grab the rebound, delivering an accurate long pass directly to the fast-breaking Harden for a counterattack layup. Silas, who had remained expressionless throughout, finally nodded at the sidelines. As the final buzzer sounded, the Hornets triumphed over their opponents. The scouts rose to leave their discussions filled with both envy and trepidation for this young team. Inside the arena, none of the Hornets' rookies left immediately. Curry took the initiative to pull Harden to sit on the bench, sketching the off-ball movement routes while Harden noted down his passing timings. DeRozan dragged Green to repeatedly review defensive footage. Griffin was at the baseline doing extra conditioning sprints with the trainer, running back and forth time and again not stopping even when he was panting heavily. He clearly remembered the first thing Sinan said to him after the draft. Your talent is enough to dominate the paint, but your stamina will be your greatest barrier to reaching the top. Scarlett closed the program and pointed to Griffin, who was still gritting his teeth and sprinting. That big guy is already exhausted in the second half of the fourth quarter. Right now, he is learning how to push through his limits. She stood up, standing beside him. Do you remember when you first came to Las Vegas to watch the Summer League? 2003. Josh Howard Korver. Howard practically lived in the training facility during his rookie season until the lights went out. Korver's shooting form was exactly the same as it is now. Later, he replaced Rose and Ariza, and Houston developed its own shooting system. Back then, your eyes were filled with anticipation. And now, watching these 4 young men, there is no anticipation in your eyes, only certainty. You are not predicting they will become superstars. You are convinced they will support the dynasty you envision. Sinan turned to look at her, not denying it. He took one last glance at the court. Griffin was squatting on the ground, tying his shoes, Curry waiting beside him, while Harden and DeRozan walked side by side into the players' tunnel, the lights casting long shadows on the wooden floor resembling silhouettes of a future dynasty. He slowly closed his notebook and turned to walk into the night of Las Vegas. That night, the offices of several teams' general managers in the league lit up. They were fixated on the highlight reels of the Hornets' 4 young stars, their eyes filled with trepidation, secretly plotting to lay traps for this young team in the upcoming season. And in Sinan's notebook there lay a line that had not been written out. The fire of the desert has ignited, the foundation of the dynasty has been established. Next, it is time for the entire league to witness the brilliance of New Orleans. In mid-July, when Sinan walked into the office, the financing proposal compiled by Bob was already neatly placed on the desk. 3 folders were arranged in order, their covers emblazoned with the logos of 3 architectural design firms. Bob spread out the summaries of the 3 proposals on the conference table. The Chicago firm's plan was the most conservative: renovation and expansion on the original site, with a total budget of $350 million. The cost was a full year of construction, leaving the team without a permanent home court. The Los Angeles firm's proposal was more stable, building a new arena on the existing parking lot. The old arena could remain operational until the new one was completed, with a budget of approximately $520 million. The Miami firm's plan was the most ambitious of all. On an abandoned industrial pier along the Mississippi River, they would create a brand new integrated sports and entertainment complex. The arena-exclusive training base, commercial district, and open Riverside Plaza would be designed as a cohesive whole, with a total cost of $700 million. Sinan's gaze lingered for a long time on the rendering of the third proposal. The building's exterior resembled a fully expanded honeycomb. A curtain wall of blue-purple glass could reflect the shimmering light of the river at dusk. A ring of LED lights beneath the dome could change colors and sync with the rhythm of the game. The training facility's floor-to-ceiling windows faced the river. The commercial area stretched along the bank, and the open-air plaza's stepped seating extended all the way to the water's edge. This was no mere arena. It was a future landmark belonging to New Orleans and the Hornets. $700 million is no small sum, Bob said, flipping open the financial statements with a steady tone. The team's own funds can cover about $300 million. Bank loans could secure $200 million. The city government is willing to offer tax breaks and infrastructure subsidies. He paused, then stated the final shortfall. We still need $120 million. Sinan leaned back in his chair, his voice calm and without a trace of hesitation. I'll cover the rest. The funds will come from my personal trust fund, injected as a long-term low-interest loan without participation in equity expansion. After the arena is built, it will be repaid in installments from commercial operating revenue. Bob noted it clearly at the bottom of the proposal, merging the personal loan, bank loan, and commercial sponsorship. The numbers aligned perfectly with the total construction cost of $700 million. Clean accounts, clear structure. He didn't close the folder. Instead, he flipped to a new page to add another matter. An assistant to Stern had called the day before. This season's quarterly Board of Governors meeting would be held in New Orleans. Stern would arrive a day early and specifically requested a private dinner with Sinan. That evening, the private dinner was set at a discreet Italian restaurant in the French Quarter. The owner was an elderly man with graying hair. The menu was handwritten, and only 12 tables were served each day. Stern sat by the window in the private room, a glass of red wine before him, barely touched. They exchanged a few brief pleasantries about the championship celebration, the atmosphere calm. Stern cut a small piece of steak, chewed slowly, then looked up at Sinan. The league office has already heard that you had Bob collecting proposals for a new arena. He set down his knife and fork, his tone direct. Winning the championship puts the team's valuation on a fast upward track. Starting the new arena project now is the optimal financing window. Miss this opportunity and the bank's enthusiasm will wane and the city's subsidies will shrink. From the inside pocket of his suit, Stern took out a business card and gently slid it across to Sinan. The card bore the logo of a Chinese sports industry fund, and on the back was a handwritten email address. The head of this fund is Chen Shiming. Last year, they sponsored the CBA finals. They're planning to find a team in North America for a deep long-term partnership. I know your background. You might need a partner who can help you open up the Asian market. Sinan picked up the card and glanced at it quietly. His original plan was to cover the $120 million shortfall with personal funds. But Stern's words pointed far beyond this gap. I wasn't talking about the $120 million you're short, Stern said, raising his glass and taking a small sip, a faint smile on his lips. Chen Shiming can help you shoulder more than half the financing pressure and at the same time secure a stable long-term Asian commercial base for the team. This wasn't mere sponsorship. It was the pivotal step to catapult the Hornets fully into the global market. As the dinner ended, Stern stood up and gently patted Sinan on the shoulder. I've seen the rendering of that honeycomb design from the Miami firm. If it's built smoothly, it will be one of the finest arenas in the entire NBA. The city of New Orleans deserves a true landmark of its own. That night, when Sinan returned to his residence, Scarlett was curled up on the sofa doing post-production color grading for a documentary. She pushed a clip in front of Sinan. The footage showed the inside of a locker that had been vacant for 2 years after a hand gently peeled off a yellowed old offensive hot zone chart and replaced it with a fresh roster. Do you know whose hand that is, eh? Scarlett looked up at him. Sinan watched the screen and calmly judged the finger length and knuckles. It's not Paul. Scarlett pressed pause and revealed the answer. It's Green. Scarlett looked up at him. Sinan watched the screen and calmly judged the finger length and knuckles. It's not Paul. Scarlett pressed pause. Korver, Gordon, Rose, Ariza, Dragic, base. Everyone who had ever given to this team deserved to be remembered. The footage was shot by Green himself. The lighting wasn't perfect, but the angle was remarkably sincere. Filmed from inside the locker door, looking out, it recorded every chapter of the past, every trace left behind. Old handwriting might be covered, but history would never be erased. Sinan looked at the screen and said softly, "You made them remembered." At the end of August, a delegation from the Chinese Sports Industry Fund officially flew into New Orleans. The leader, Chen Shiming, wore frameless glasses, spoke with steady composure, and had fluent standard English. The group first toured the team's existing arena and training base, then sat down in the conference room to review the new arena proposal and the complete financial model. Formal negotiations lasted 2 full days. The core disagreement centered on the valuation of naming rights and the binding clauses. Chen Shiming insisted that the naming fee must be deeply tied to Asian broadcast rights and merchandise licensing. Bob, on the other hand, meticulously checked the team's Asian viewership data and merchandise growth rate over the past 3 seasons, yielding not an inch. Sinan sat at the head of the long table, listening quietly for the entire morning, speaking scarcely. Only when the two sides had gone back and forth on the naming rights term up to the 15th clause did he calmly add a remark. Expand the fixed Asian brand display area in the proposal from 1 floor to 2. With that single sentence, he safeguarded the team's long-term interests while offering the partner ample sincerity and respect. The next morning, the two sides formally signed a framework agreement. The fund contributed $150 million, securing long-term naming rights, and simultaneously bound 3 major clauses: Asian market promotion, digital media cooperation, and joint youth training-based development. Chun Chiming closed his pen, a rare note of emotion in his voice. He had sat across countless NBA team negotiation tables, but this was the first time he had heard the demand for joint youth training in a business partnership. Sinan gently pushed the signed agreement back, his tone indifferent. The partnership I seek has never been about just another logo on the wall. In early September, the final design for the new arena was officially finalized. The Miami design team retained the core honeycomb concept while integrating local New Orleans elements. The classic French Quarter arcade style and the textures of old wrought iron balconies were discreetly embedded into the building's details. When Silas reviewed the plan, he made only one professional request. The locker room walls must be thickened to professional soundproofing levels, and a full layer of shock-absorbing cushioning must be embedded beneath the floor. The lighting brightness in the training facility had to match exactly the rehabilitation LED strips he had repeatedly fine-tuned. His words were simple and persistent. The wear Paul left on the old arena floor goes deeper than the soles of shoes. Every piece of hardwood in the new arena must be sourced from the same forest upstream of the Mississippi River. The overall construction period was projected at 3 years. Sinan drew a clear timeline in his notebook: groundbreaking in 2010, completion and commissioning in 2012. 2 years later, Paul would be 26, at the peak of his playmaking prime. Durant would be entering the golden years of his career at the height of his competitive form. Yao Ming's contract would still be in effect, his dominance in the paint still formidable. Curry, Harden, Griffin. These rookies would grow into all-star caliber core players. A 3-year horizon to solidify the dynasty's foundation. Outside the window, the demolition notice for the abandoned pier was already posted. Bulldozers were clearing the foundation of the last old warehouse, dust rising gently in the sunlight. In the team locker room, Artist was placing the championship commemorative coin Paul had gifted into the mesh pocket inside his locker door. Next to it was the old label that Green had treasured for so long. Scarlett sent a text message informing that the final sequence of the documentary had finally been locked. The footage began at the old locker, a hand peeling off a yellowed hot zone chart and replacing it with a new roster. The camera slowly pulled up, cutting to the Riverside construction site outside the window. Amid the dust kicked up by the bulldozers, the silhouette of the honeycomb arena faintly emerged, merging with the river's glimmering surface. Sinan replied, "This sequence took you a whole year to shoot." Scarlett responded, "Yes, from the old locker to the new arena, exactly 1 year." Sinan put his phone back into his pocket and stood on the second-floor corridor of the training facility, quietly looking down. On the court, Westbrook and Artist were battling for a defensive rebound near the baseline. The sound of sneakers screeching against the floor, sharp and full of power. The lights and acoustics of this old arena were being pushed to their final peak by these players. And across the river on the vacant lot, the fencing had been erected high. The massive outline of a honeycomb was spray-painted on the barrier, silently facing the cargo ships sailing by on the river. An old era was coming to an end. The blueprint for a new dynasty had already broken ground. In October, Beijing's autumn wind laced with dry chill swept into the runways of Capital International Airport. The Hornets charter plane glided to a halt in the fading glow of sunset. Beyond the porthole, journalists wielding telephoto lenses and fans clad in Paul's No. 3 jersey had already packed the arrival corridor. This marked the NBA China Games' return to Beijing after 5 years, and Sinan's first time back as owner of the defending champion team in the city where he had lived for over 2 decades before his transmigration. The moment the cabin door opened, camera flashes merged into a seamless torrent. Paul was the first down the stairs, tucking the pocket-sized Mandarin phrasebook he had flipped through all flight into his side bag. He turned to the nearest reporter and, in stiff, freshly learned Chinese, said earnestly, "Thank you." Durant followed behind, an old backpack with the University of Texas logo slung over his shoulder. He glanced up at the gray sky, removed the headphones hanging around his neck, and casually pocketed them. Griffin and Harden walked out side by side, both taken aback by the massive billboard outside the terminal. Beside the blue-purple Hornets logo, bilingual text read, "Welcome, defending champions New Orleans Hornets." Curry held up his phone and recorded a short video. He said with a smile that his father Del Curry had come here to play exhibition games during his playing days. DeRozan walked at the rear, headphones around his neck, a spread-open playbook clutched in his hand, nearly catching his backpack strap in the revolving door. Green hurried over and without missing a beat, pulled the strap free from the door gap. As Sinan descended the stairs, someone in the press crowd suddenly shouted in Chinese bossly. He paused mid-step, gave a slight nod in that direction, and then continued forward. Bob Bass pushed his carry-on suitcase, quietly walking at his side. Passing through the terminal, a dozen fans crowded around. A young fan handed him a marker and in halting English asked for an autograph on a blue-purple team cap. Sinan took the pen, first wrote his English name, then beneath the signature drew a small honeycomb pattern. "You're the only Chinese owner in the NBA." The young man's voice was fervent. "We follow every move you make online, drafts, trades, extensions. You make Chinese fans feel the NBA is close to us." Sinan handed the marker back and quietly said thank you. He suddenly recalled that night in 2002, just after he had transmigrated. He sat in his rented apartment searching again and again for NBA team sale listings, and the moment his heart lurched out of control when he saw the Hornets price. Back then he was just a young man with a small inheritance. Everyone thought he was crazy. Now he had returned here with a championship team, and outside the airport fans holding posters and shouting his name packed the area. Time interwove like a life apart. The team's hotel was on East 3rd Ring Road. From the window one could see the Guamao business district and the under-construction CCTV new headquarters. After a brief rest, the entire team headed to Wuxong Arena for preseason practice. The arena's dome felt higher than the one in New Orleans. The newly installed LED strips after the Olympics cast a brilliant glow over the light birch floor. As Griffin stepped onto the court, he unconsciously squinted slightly. Paul and Boozer worked on pick-and-roll timing at the elbow. For the same play, the two adjusted 3 different starting angles, striving for absolute precision. Curry practiced catch-and-shoot threes from the corner, while Durant, on the opposite baseline, fine-tuned his footwork on catch-and-shoot moves. Silas arranged only a light session of under 40 minutes with 2 core objectives: to get used to the court and to shake off the jet lag. After practice, Paul did not leave immediately. He stood near the center circle gazing across the half-court at Yao Ming, who was alone working on low-post footwork. Yao Ming's left ankle was wrapped in thick bandages. Every landing bore a faint, almost imperceptible stiffness. Yet his release remained precise. The arc of each turnaround hook as regular as if measured by a ruler. Paul walked over, and they gently bumped fists at center court. "How's the ankle recovery?" Paul asked. "After All-Star break, I'll be ready to return." Yao Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, his tone calm. "When the time comes, I'll wait for you in New Orleans." Paul smiled. The team medical staff has already prepared everything, and the locker room spot is reserved. 2 adjacent cubbies. One is yours, the other is empty for now. Yao Ming looked down at his heavily bandaged ankle, his voice resolute. He had already informed the Rockets management that he would report to New Orleans on time after the All-Star break. That evening, the whole team was invited to the official NBA China Games welcome banquet held in the hotel's top-floor ballroom. Stern attended in person and, using his just-learned Chinese, said, with a smile, "Welcome, defending champions." He then passed the microphone to Sinan beside him. Sinan spoke, briefly ending with a Chinese phrase, "Glad to be back here." As his voice faded, applause erupted from the audience. During the mingling session, Stern led a woman in a deep blue modified Cheongsam over to Sinan. Her hair was pinned up in a low bun, a jade pendant of emerald green hung from her neck, and on her wrist was a blue-purple bracelet exactly matching the Hornets' primary color. "This is Lin Ruhan," Stern introduced with a smile. "NBA China's image ambassador, and one of the youngest senior producers in the country." He turned to Lin Ruhan. "Ruhan, this is Michael Lee, owner of the Hornets." Lin Ruhan smiled serenely and extended her hand. "Mr. Lee, I've heard so much about you. Your move in 2005, trading half the team to acquire Paul. The entire league has been analyzing it over and over. 4 years later, that point guard has brought the championship trophy back to Beijing with you." Her English was fluent and polished, almost accent-free. Her poise was composed, her eyes sharp. A completely different aura from the players accustomed to locking onto the rim. Sinan shook her hand lightly. "Miss Lin remembers the team's history very clearly." "I'm in content," Lin Ruhan said naturally. "A truly good story is worth dissecting and studying repeatedly." Stern nodded with a smile. "Left with a "You two take your time," and was politely called away by a sponsor representative. Lin Ruhan took 2 glasses of red wine from a waiter's tray, handed one to Sinan, and took a gentle sip. They exchanged brief words. She stated plainly that her studio had long-term partnerships with leading domestic sports industry funds. If the Hornets planned to further expand their Asian commercial footprint, she could help connect core resources. Sinan held his glass, watching her quietly. Her manner of speaking had no trace of politeness or evasion. Straight to the point, cutting to the core, like a scout marking key information in red on a report. The team's new arena financing framework was still being refined, and preliminary interest in an Asian naming rights deal had emerged. If Lin Ruhan held premium resources, she could directly discuss details with Bob. Lin Ruhan nodded, took a business card from her clutch, and handed it over with both hands. The front displayed her English name and studio title. On the back, an address was handwritten in blue-purple ink. A tea house near Hohai run by a friend. Quiet environment, good for business. Her tone was even. If you have time after tomorrow night's game, you can come by. I'll give you the contacts of several key investors. She paused, then added, after the preseason ends you'll get busier. No rush. My number is on the card. Sinan took the card and glanced down. The handwriting was neat and crisp with a faint still damp ink fleck at the edge. When he looked up again, Lin Ruhan had already turned and walked slowly in Stern's direction. After the banquet, Sinan leaned by the hotel corridor window and took out his phone. Scarlett's text had just arrived. She had reached the Toronto Film Festival and was making final preparations for the documentary screening. She had watched the domestic broadcast. She said with a laugh that when the camera caught Sinan bending to pick up a towel on the court, the whole audience cracked up. She also asked proactively whether he planned to meet Lin Ruhan after tomorrow night's game. In the text, Scarlett wrote that she had been to Beijing last year and visited the tea house on Mauer Hutong. No need to worry about being photographed by reporters. The bar owner at the Hutong entrance was a Frenchman who would help fend off unwanted interruptions. In her final line, she asked Sinan to pass along her regards to Lin Ruhan, saying that woman's aura was even more striking than on TV. Sinan finished reading, put the phone back in his pocket, and pushed open the door to the team locker room. Players were gathered in small groups, chatting casually. Curry curiously asked Paul what Hohai really was. Paul smiled and shook his head, saying he had only heard that the tea houses there were much quieter than the jazz bars in New Orleans. Durant casually added from the side, Hohai is like the French Quarter of Beijing, not as rowdy as Bourbon Street, but with a flavor all its own. Green and Posey were discussing the defensive rotation details for tomorrow night's game against the Rockets. Posey spoke with certainty. Yao Ming's turnaround speed in the post is half a beat slower than Howard's in last year's finals, but his touch is softer, his finishing more stable. Sinan walked over slowly and gently tucked Lin Ruhan's business card into his personal notebook. He leaned against the doorframe, watching Paul flip through his Mandarin phrasebook. Nearby, Bob was double-checking the seating arrangement for tomorrow night's Chinese fund representatives with the translator. The vehicle booked for halftime break was already waiting at the Hotel Plaza exit. Streetlights flickered on, illuminating the entire plaza as if it were daylight. He needed to make a decision. Stern had said this China Games was just the beginning. And behind the business card Lin Ruhan had handed him lay the quietest Hutong night of this old city, and also the new gateway to the Asian market for the Hornets dynasty. The old journey was still unfolding, and a new frontier was already spreading slowly before his eyes. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the Hutong by the north bank of Hohai, and Sinan got out of the car. The night wind in October wrapped around the lake, bringing a cool and damp sensation. The gray brick walls on both sides of the Hutong were bathed in the soft, warm yellow light of the street lamps. The willow branches along the river hung down to the water's surface, gently swaying in the breeze. This place is completely different from the French Quarter of New Orleans. There is no noisy jazz music, no crowded bar scenes. Only tranquility and restraint, with a faint scent of oolong tea wafting through the air from the tea house. He turned a couple of corners in the Hutong and successfully found the address on the business card. The tea house was hidden deep in Mauer Hudong, with no prominent street sign. Only an old wooden plaque hung above the door, inscribed with the words Jingxin Tea House. Pushing open the door, he entered a small, serene courtyard. In the courtyard, several rattan tables and chairs were placed with a clump of green bamboo growing in the corner. The light in the main hall was soft, with soothing Guqin music playing in the background. Lin Ruhan was sitting by the window, engrossed in a book. She had changed out of her deep blue modified qipao from the banquet and was wearing a cream-colored linen shirt, her hair casually tucked behind her ears. The jade pendant around her neck of vibrant green remained quietly in place. Hearing footsteps, she looked up, her brows and eyes curving into a gentle smile. "You're here," she said, closing the book and pushing it aside. "I thought you would be caught up with fans and reporters at Wuxong and wouldn't be able to break free. Paul and Yao Ming chatted in the locker room for a long time, and I happened to be off the court." Sinan sat down across from her, his posture relaxed yet steady. The waiter brought over a pot of freshly brewed tea guanyin and 2 clean celadon cups. Lin Ruhan raised her hand to pour him a cup, her tone gentle. "This is this year's new autumn tea, a limited brew from a friend's tea garden in Fujian. Give it a try. Yesterday at the banquet we mentioned the financing plan for the new arena." Lin Ruhan held her teacup, leaning back against her chair, her tone calm and natural. "My studio has had several content collaborations with the NBA China over the past 2 years. The league hopes I can assist as a producer in connecting with quality domestic resources." She paused briefly, looking at him earnestly. "The person in charge of the Chinese sports industry fund you were previously in contact with is familiar with my studio's partner. They have reviewed the complete proposal for the Hive Arena and are very interested. The financing framework and naming rights negotiations should be fully handled by Mr. Bob. I invited you here today just to let you know in advance. If the new arena needs more Asian partners, I can help connect you with core resources. Sinan gently set down his teacup. The information matched almost perfectly with what he had received from league channels. He briefly introduced the core framework of the naming contract, mentioning that the design plan had already reserved 2 floors for exclusive displays of Asian brands. Lin Ruhan listened attentively, nodding lightly to indicate that she would relay the information to the fund side promptly. After discussing business, a quiet silence fell between them. The last note of the guqin music slowly faded in the courtyard. The waiter walked over, lightly replaced the pot with a new one, and then quietly retreated back to the bar. The fragrance of tea gradually spread between them, mixed with the faint scent of osmanthus drifting in from outside, creating a quiet and comfortable atmosphere. Lin Ruhan spoke first, her tone relaxed. You probably haven't been back to Beijing for many years, have you? Yes, it's been many years. Sinan replied succinctly. She didn't probe into the reasons behind it, and simply chatted naturally about the changes in Beijing over the years. The famous old brand of fried sauce noodles at the Hutong entrance has moved to Sanlitun. A new professional sports rehabilitation center has opened beside Wuxong. The tea house by Hohai has only gradually become lively in recent years. The conversation flowed from the autumn of Beijing to the atmosphere of the Hornets locker room, then naturally transitioned to their respective careers. There were no tests or pleasantries, just the composure and honesty between adults. I grew up in Beijing. She suddenly spoke softly. After graduating from high school, I went to New York to study film and stayed there for 7 years. I returned to China to become a producer, shooting commercials, documentaries, and short films, and I just completed my first independent feature last year. Mr. Stern met me at a film festival screening. She lightly traced her fingers along the rim of the cup, her tone calm. He said he really liked the language in my shots. Every frame feels precisely calculated while retaining a sense of spontaneity. When he said that, my first reaction was that it resembled your draft and trade strategies. She lifted her gaze to Sinan, her eyes bright. Sinan did not respond, quietly gazing out the window. The bamboo in the courtyard was washed almost transparent by the moonlight. I am not the type to approach others proactively. Lin Ruhan spoke with straightforwardness. But Mr. Stern said that every time you come to China, you only stay for a few days, spending most of your time reviewing scouting reports and studying game footage. I thought that if I didn't take the initiative, you would probably never have the chance to truly know me. We have already met. Sinan responded flatly. That was merely an acquaintance, not a true understanding. Her gaze was firm without any evasion. When I observe someone, I tend to first look at their rhythm. Paul's rhythm is always half a beat faster, commanding the entire game. Durant's rhythm appears to be half a beat slower, yet his timing for shots is always perfect. But the you sitting here tonight is in a rare state of not being rushed. Sinan held the teacup, his thumb gently tracing along the rim, remaining silent. The night outside the tea house deepened, and the lights in the Hutong extinguished one by one. The waiter walked over lightly, quietly reminding them that the shop was about to close. Lin Ruhan stood up to settle the bill, and after returning, she stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the clear, starry sky of Beijing's autumn night. Suddenly, she turned around and walked slowly to Sinan. She raised her hand to gently remove the jade pendant from around her neck and placed it in his palm. The jade pendant still carried her warmth, smooth and cool. By the light of the last lantern under the eaves, one could clearly see that the jade surface was engraved with a tiny character. Wait, this is a gift for you. Her tone was calm, yet heavy with significance. A jade pendant, a signal of waiting. Her hand lingered in his palm for a moment, her fingertips slightly cool. If you come back to Beijing again, whether for the next China game or any other reason, we could check out the new rehabilitation center in Sanlitun, which my friend opened, specializing in rehabilitation for professional athletes' injuries. It might help with Paul's knee care. She slowly withdrew her hand, gently wrapping her scarf tighter. The bamboo in the courtyard rustled in the night breeze, and a few dry leaves fell from the eaves, softly landing on the bluestone floor. I hope that next time you can come find me in a quieter moment alone. Sinan lowered his head, quietly looking at the jade pendant in his palm. The string had already been neatly rebraided by her, the length just enough to wrap around his wrist 1.5 times. He tightly grasped the jade pendant, and the sound of water rippling on the surface of Hohai could be faintly heard from deep within the Hudong, quiet and prolonged. On the way back to the hotel, the taxi's radio played old songs by Tsai Chen. The lights of Chang'an Street outside continued to retreat. The jade pendant remained quietly held in his palm, warm and slightly cool. His phone in his pocket vibrated gently. It was a text from Scarlett. Just finished confirming the itinerary with the hotel. I won't say more for now. The moonlight in Beijing is lovely tonight. I wonder if you looked up to see it. The last screening of the documentary received feedback much better than expected, but I won't say more for now. Sinan lowered his head to look at the screen, simply replying with one word, mm. He then leaned back in the back seat, gazing at the fleeting night outside, remaining silent. When he returned to the hotel, it was already past midnight. The lobby only had the duty receptionist and a few reporters still adjusting to the time difference. Sinan walked through the empty, quiet corridor and encountered Griffin, who had just come out of the gym in the elevator. "You're back so late?" Griffin casually asked. "I went to meet a friend," Sinan replied flatly. Griffin didn't ask further or show curiosity. As the elevator door opened, he casually reminded, "Training tomorrow at 3 p.m., arranged by Coach Silas." He then turned and walked towards his room. Sinan returned to his room and gently closed the door. He placed the jade pendant inscribed with the character "Wait" on the bedside table. Outside the window, the flow of traffic on the Third Ring Road continued ceaselessly, with the silhouette of the new CCTV building in the distance flickering in the night. He took off his suit jacket and draped it over the back of a chair. He took out the business card from his pocket. The corners slightly hardened from being accidentally pressed while being surrounded by reporters at the training facility. On the back of the business card, the handwritten address in blue-purple ink glowed softly under the bedside lamp. He gently placed the card next to the jade pendant. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he slowly traced his thumb along the smooth edge of the jade pendant. The pre-braided string was neatly done the length, just enough to wrap around his wrist 1.5 times. Sinan sat quietly for a moment, placing the jade pendant back in its original position. He then raised his hand to turn off the lights in the room. The night fully enveloped the room, with only the faint light of the city outside gently falling on the jade pendant. A single character "Wait" conceals the autumn night in Beijing, the unspoken understanding and the beginning of his next dynasty layout. On the afternoon of the game, the plaza outside the Wuxong Arena was already packed with fans. Crowds wearing the Rockets No. 11 jersey and the Hornets No. 3 jersey intermingled at the entrance. Vendors on the edge of the crowd peddled scarves printed with player portraits, blue, purple, and red-white, fluttering gently in the October breeze. This was no ordinary preseason game. This was Yao Ming's last game in a Rockets jersey against the Hornets. It was a farewell and a promise witnessed by 2,000 in the arena and hundreds of millions online. In the home team's locker room, Silas stood before the whiteboard sketching a few tactical plays. The China games were preseason. Wins and losses didn't count toward the regular season standings. Yet everyone understood the weight of this game. A full house live broadcast on CCTV, the nation's attention fixed upon it. He arranged a full rotation, giving ample playing time to reserves and rookies, not chasing a win, but preserving dignity and memory. Paul stood before the tactic board, loosening the old wristband on his wrist before fastening it again. He uttered no fiery motivational words. He simply pushed open the locker room door first and walked steadily toward the light at the end of the tunnel. During warm-ups, Paul paused at midcourt, gazing across the floor. Yao Ming was practicing low-post moves alone, his left ankle wrapped in thick bandages, each landing carrying a barely perceptible stiffness. Sensing Paul's gaze, Yao straightened up. They quietly gazed at each other across the entire court, then nodded slightly. Paul walked over, and they firmly tapped fists at midcourt. Yao Ming glanced down at his ankle, his tone calm. He'll be able to make a full return after the All-Star game. Everything's ready in New Orleans. Paul's voice was steady. The locker room has 2 adjacent lockers reserved. One for you, the other next to Westbrook's new sneakers. Yao Ming smiled, his tone full of mutual understanding. In my locker back in Houston, there's still a roll of bandage that the team doctor marked with pressure points. Before I leave, I'll mail it to New Orleans. Some promises need no words. Both understood. The opening attack of the game came from a mismatch isolation play by Durant. He caught Paul's pass at the elbow, faced Battier's defense, lowered his center of gravity, dribbled right, stopped, jumped, and released. The ball swished through the net 20. On the Rockets' first possession, the ball was securely fed to Yao Ming. He backed down Camby in the post, turned to his left, and raised a hook shot. Camby's fingertips barely grazed the bottom of the ball, which bounced off the rim. Scola grabbed the offensive rebound and put it back in. The entire arena erupted in thunderous cheers. For Chinese fans, a Yao Ming basket was always a double joy. On the ensuing defensive possession, Camby's pressure on Yao Ming was noticeably restrained. That was the tacit understanding between veterans. Not throwing the game, not slacking off. It was in alignment with this grand performance, allowing Yao Ming to leave a few more iconic hookshot images in his final game in a Rockets jersey against the Hornets. Silas deployed Curry and Westbrook as the starting backcourt, accelerating the tempo while polishing the team's form. Near the end of the first quarter, Curry shook off his defender, sinking a pull-up three-pointer with a release so swift that the defender had no time to jump. On the next possession, Westbrook tore through the defense with sheer speed, charging into the paint. Faced with Yao Ming's help defense, he unselfishly dished a precise pass to a cutting Griffin. Griffin soared into the air, throwing down a thunderous two-handed slam. As he landed, the entire backboard shuddered slightly. Sinan sat in the third row, a cup of coffee in hand, silently observing the entire game. He noticed that when Curry stood up from the bench and high-fived Harden, his arm swung and knocked over a tactics board beside him. Green immediately steadied it, yet his gaze never strayed from Paul's movement on the court. He had witnessed the growth of this team firsthand. His left ankle after multiple landings would uncontrollably tilt outward ever so slightly. The trainer repeatedly changed ice packs and adjusted the bandages for him on the sidelines. Yao Ming's gaze never wavered from Chris Paul's figure on the court. That rhythm he knew to the core. The pause at the arc, the scanning of the court, the split-second judgment, whether to finish himself or pass to an open teammate. When Luis Scola attempted to execute the same tactic in the low post, Yao Ming subtly shook his head at the trainer beside him. He added only one sentence: "Paul's passing speed is faster than I anticipated." Brooks drove from the top of the key behind Yao Ming's screen, while Chris Paul fought fiercely to navigate around the pick and give chase. The two collided at full speed in the center of the lane, tumbling to the floor together. The referee did not signal a foul, and neither rose to protest. Lying on the hardwood, they locked eyes and broke into simultaneous laughter. Chris Paul pushed himself up first, then reached out a hand to help Brooks to his feet. They exchanged pats on the shoulder and retreated to their own halves. At Wuxong Arena, the loudest and warmest cheers and applause of the entire night erupted. What moves us most in competitive sports has never been merely victory or defeat. Griffin executed another pair of breathtaking alley-oops in the quarter. The first came from Durant's drive-and kick from the wing, the second from a high-arching cross-court lob delivered by Paul, its trajectory nearly grazing the broadcast equipment suspended from the rafters. Griffin executed another pair of breathtaking alley-oops in the quarter. The first came from Durant's drive-and kick from the wing, the second from a high-arching cross-court lob delivered by Paul, its trajectory nearly grazing the broadcast equipment suspended from the rafters. Increasingly steady, Ibaka guarded the paint, blocking 2 straight layups from the Rockets rookie. After the second block, he didn't even glance at the rim. He turned and sprinted toward the front court. The shield of the paint had fully taken shape. With 2 minutes left in the game, Yao Ming was substituted off. The entire crowd of 2,000 rose in unison, their applause enduring and unwavering. Yao Ming bowed deeply to all 4 sides of the arena, then returned to the bench, slowly unwrapping the bandage around his left ankle. Paul strode briskly from the Hornets bench and stopped in front of the Rockets sideline. They exchanged no superfluous embraces, only a light tap of fists against the back of each other's hand. "They'll be waiting for you in New Orleans," Paul said with unwavering certainty. "You owe me a hot pot meal," Yao replied with a smile. Those simple words held all their unspoken understanding and pact. The final buzzer sounded precisely on time. The Hornets won by a decisive 15 points, securing victory in this China game. Players from both teams gathered at center court, embracing and exchanging greetings. Yao patted Paul on the back and murmured a few words. Both broke into laughter. One chapter ended, a new journey was about to begin. In the visitors' locker room, the atmosphere was relaxed and quiet. Paul sat in front of his locker, scrolling through photos of Beijing street scenes he had just taken on his phone. Among them was a group photo of him and Yao Ming at the banquet. He stared at the image for a long time, then gently. Nearby, Griffin peeled off his sweat-soaked shoes. Harden leaned against the locker, scrolling on his phone, and Curry sat quietly in the corner, flipping through the handwritten tactical notes Dragic had left behind. Durant stood in the center of the locker room, loosening and removing the tie from around his neck. He glanced out the window at the crowd slowly dispersing across the plaza, then slung his backpack over his shoulder. His voice was calm but carried immense weight. "After the All-Star break, Yao Ming is ours." No one in the locker room spoke, but everyone understood this was not the end. It was a brand new beginning for the defending champions as they reinforced the final cornerstone of the paint and officially embarked on the path to a dynasty's title defense. Sinan stood by the window in the corridor, watching the arena lights slowly dim. The farewell dance at Wuxong had come to an end, and the next chapter of glory for the Hornets was just beginning. After returning from Beijing to New Orleans, Scarlett's documentary has finally reached its conclusion. The screen in the editing room freezes on the last frame. Within the old locker left by Gordon, a yellow defensive hot zone map is gently peeled away by a hand. In its place is a brand new player roster. In the corner of the frame, a few old tags still stick to the edge of the locker door, quietly hiding traces of time. The three-point shooting percentage curve recorded by Korver. A handwritten memo from Rose about the timing for setting screens. Details of Kobe's defensive habits marked in red by Ariza. The old handwriting is being covered by the new roster, but the camera lingers long enough on each tag, so clear that the audience can see every word and every scratch on it. Scarlett pressed the pause button and slowly lifted her head from the monitor. She has spent a full 3 months in this editing room, repeatedly adjusting the duration, tone, and timing of this. Only at this moment did she finally feel a genuine sense of relief. "I recorded 3 versions of the ending narration." She leaned back in her chair, rubbing her tired eyes. "One is the script I wrote myself. One is Green's impromptu, heartfelt words. And the last one is something Paul casually said in the locker room. Which version do you want to hear? Sinan, sitting beside her, held a cup of coffee that had long gone cold. He had just finished processing the last batch of training camp registration forms in the office and came over to check on the final editing progress. The frozen image on the screen suddenly reminded him of 7 years ago, the first time he stood on the second floor of this training facility and looked down. Only Byron Davis was practicing alone late into the night. Now the entire championship team is quietly waiting for the horn of the new season. Play Paul's version, Sinan said calmly. Scarlett clicked on the audio file, and Paul's voice slowly emerged from the speakers. It was still that steady, calm tone he used in the locker room, devoid of any sentimentality. Basketball doesn't lie. How many shots you make, how many possessions you defend, how many championships you win, the data is all there, and no one can change it. His voice paused for a moment, softer, yet more powerful. But there are some things that the data won't tell you. For instance, who helps you silently on defense when you are most exhausted? For example, who pats you on the back of your head after a mistake, saying win it back in the next play? Or who quietly places a pair of unopened new sneakers in your empty locker on the day you are traded away? These things won't be recorded in the game records, and the statistics won't account for them. But they are the true backbone. As the audio finished, the editing room fell into a prolonged silence. Sinan looked down at the residue at the bottom of his coffee cup and said softly, I remember Green asked a question when he filmed this segment. He asked why we should include those who are no longer here in the documentary. Scarlett smiled gently. Green himself has already answered this question. He said that when he first joined this team, the first person to teach him how to slide on defense had already left. But the training footage left by that person still exists on the training facility's hard drive. Every frame Green had watched at least 10 times. It took him a long time to understand. The markings forgotten on old tags never truly fade, because he turned those things into his own moves. Sinan slowly set down his coffee cup, his tone carrying a hint of unnoticeable emotion. As the audio finished, the editing room fell into a prolonged silence. Sinan looked down at the residue at the bottom of his coffee cup and said softly, I remember Green asked a question when Scarlett said nothing, only quietly gazing at the screen. She dragged Paul's narration audio to the very end of the timeline, precisely aligning it with the hand that was placing the new roster. Then she gently pressed the render button. The progress bar began to slowly move forward, and the image on the screen encoded frame by frame, ultimately generating the final film file. A segment of time was thus permanently sealed. In the following days, Scarlett further adjusted the audio track order of the ending segment. She repeatedly compared the original sound materials of Paul Green and Korver, stitching together the most touching moments on the same timeline. Paul's narration was retained throughout, only layering a brief segment of midnight ambient noise from the training facility after the final words backbone fell. The muffled sound of basketballs hitting the floor, the soft clicks of locker doors opening and closing, and the faint sound of old tags being torn off the locker. For a few seconds the sounds overlapped, making the listener feel as though they stood in the dark corner of the corridor, immersed in the scene. She placed this final version of the audio on Sinan's desk with just one note attached. You decide where to place it in the black screen. Sinan sat in the office wearing headphones, listening to it over and over again. Not a single word was changed. Outside the window, the lights of the training facility remained on throughout the night. Griffin and Harden practiced the pick and roll, their footwork syncing repeatedly. Curry at the top of the arc continuously practiced catching and shooting three-pointers. Westbrook worked on the details of his stop-and-pop jump shot from the baseline. In the locker room, the old tag Green had placed still stuck inside Arteas' locker. The corners slightly curled up, gently swaying in the midnight draft. The old sneakers brought by Ibaka from Spain were polished clean, placed next to the new shoes of DeAndre Jordan. In the corner of the locker, that roll of old anti-slip tape left by Base still quietly remained in its original position. The wristband left by Base lay in the bottom of the last locker he used before leaving the team, the fabric showing signs of wear that perfectly matched the angle of his wrist when passing during Paul's elbow area. Time has passed, but the traces never disappeared. Only a few days remain until the new season's training camp begins. In the locker room, everyone's lockers are already filled with the new season's gear, neat and orderly. Only the two lockers near the door remain empty. One is reserved for Yao Ming. The other, right next to Westbrook, still contains a pair of new shoes that have yet to be unwrapped. Every time Paul passes by, he instinctively glances inside. No extra actions, no extra expressions. Just his steps seem to unconsciously slow down by half a beat. Then he continues forward, walking towards the training ground, heading into the new season. Basketball doesn't lie. Time doesn't lie. Those who left, those who remained, those who gave, those who waited will ultimately become the hardest part of the championship. On the opening day of training camp, the New Orleans Arena locker room gained 4 brand new lockers. The names Griffin, Harden, Curry, and DeRozan were printed on shiny blue-violet nameplates. Inside, the doors were empty. No old labels, no wristbands, no worn shoes, eyes records. They were like 4 blank sheets of paper waiting for the first lines of their own stories to be written. Chris Paul was the first to arrive in the locker room. He came a full hour earlier than the scheduled check-in time. With an ice pack strapped to his knee and a steaming coffee in hand, he pushed open the door and saw Griffin standing blankly in front of the new locker. The No. 1 draft pick had neatly folded his practice jersey and placed it on the second shelf. The top shelf was empty, and he stood there unsure what to put there. Put wristbands on the top shelf, Paul said, his voice soft yet steady. Practice jersey on the second. Shoes on the bottom, toes pointing outward. That way you won't have to bend over searching for them every time you change. Griffin nodded, immediately took out his brand new blue-violet sneakers from his bag, placed them neatly, with toes outward. Paul glanced at him casually, then turned toward his own locker. On the inside of his door, Eric Gordon's offensive hot zone chart was still taped there. Next to it was Kyle Korver's three-point shooting percentage curve, and beside that Derrick Rose's handwritten pick-and-roll timing notes. The handwriting had long turned yellow and faded, yet not a single sheet had been removed. These held all the team's past and glory. Stephen Curry arrived second. He carefully placed the tactical notes left by Goran Dragic on the top shelf of his locker. Then he gently slipped his old sneakers, which he had worn since college, into the bottom shelf. The inside of the door was still blank save for a few accidental smears of blue-violet paint. Clean, raw, full of boundless potential. James Harden and DeMar DeRozan pushed open the door almost simultaneously. Harden placed his left wristband on the most prominent spot of the first shelf. DeRozan, on the other hand, took out a brand new playbook from his bag and carefully wrote today's date on the inside cover. Metta World Peace was the last veteran to arrive. He swept his gaze over the 4 rookies' empty lockers, then reached into the mesh pocket on his own door and took out the championship commemorative coin gifted by Paul. He flipped it lightly between his fingers, then quietly put it back in place. He had been on the team for 3 months now. Yet every time he pushed open the locker room door and saw the old label with Paul's rookie shoe size on the inside of his own door, a clear, unwavering sense of belonging surged in his heart. Before practice started, Paul called the 4 rookies into the video room. Stephen Silas was already waiting beside the projector, the screen frozen on a critical moment from Game 6 of last season's finals. Marcus Camby blocking Dwight Howard's dunk, James Posey grabbing the rebound, a long pass to Kevin Durant on the fast break, finishing with a soaring dunk. All 4 of you are lottery picks this year, Paul said, standing beside the screen, pointing toward Camby in the footage as he sprinted back on defense. But on this team, no one gets playing time based on draft position. If you want opportunities, you have to start with every rotation, every help side, every box out. He pressed play, and the footage shifted. Kyle Korver hitting a corner 3, Eric Gordon pulling up off a screen, Derrick Rose throwing a quick pass to assist a trailing Josh Smith. Each shot froze for a few seconds before slowly transitioning to the next frame. These guys are all gone from the team now. Paul's voice was calm, but carried immense weight. But what they left behind, you need to inherit it fully. Griffin stared at the screen, his expression serious. Harden unconsciously rubbed his left wristband, his gaze focused. Curry kept opening and closing the tactical notebook, his fingertips pressing slightly harder. DeRozan scribbled down key points in his new playbook, his pen never stopping. No one spoke, but everyone understood the weight of this moment. This was their first formal lesson as members of a championship team. Once formal practice began, Metta World Peace volunteered to go onion with Kevin Durant. They battled in the elbow area for several rounds, sweat dripping from World Peace's forehead onto the floor. Even when Durant shook him off, World Peace immediately sprinted back to recover, muttering under his breath about the angle of Durant's launch, as if he were grading himself strictly. After Durant scored, he glanced back at him and joked, "When are you going to use those notes on Kobe's toe taps on Curry?" World Peace didn't reply. He simply picked up an old label he found on the floor and carefully taped it back inside his locker door. His tone was flat, yet resolute. When Curry hits his 300th catch-and-shoot 3 in the playoffs. On the practice floor, Russell Westbrook's explosiveness utterly stunned everyone. He caught a long pass from Serge Ibaka in transition, soared over DeAndre Jordan's help defense, and threw down a ferocious dunk. As he landed, the entire backboard support shook. On defense, Ibaka swatted another close-range attempt it was his 3rd time that day, sending Griffin's shot straight out of bounds. Griffin didn't complain after landing, he just clapped his hands and said with a defiant tone, "Next time he'll rise from the other side." Ibaka replied calmly with a faint Congolese accent, "He'll be there waiting for you." Sinan stood on the second-floor balcony, quietly watching the whole scene, a cup of coffee in hand. He was reminded again of the first time he had stood here 7 years ago. Back then, only Baron Davis was downstairs practicing alone late into the night. Now the entire championship team was assembled, ready to unleash. In the locker room, the 2 adjacent empty lockers still waited silently. One was reserved for the upcoming Yao Ming, the other next to Westbrook's unopened new sneakers. Every time Paul walked by, he instinctively glanced inside. No extra movement, no extra expression. Only his steps would unconsciously slow half a beat before moving on. This was waiting and a promise. After the day's practice ended, the team gradually left. But Paul stayed alone in the video room watching the entire defensive highlights from last season's finals from start to finish. On the screen, familiar figures flashed by names of those who had already left the team appeared. He pressed pause, repeatedly staring quietly at the screen. Outside the hallway came the dull thud of sneakers grinding against the floor. Griffin and Curry were still practicing pick and rolls while Harden polished his Eurostep floater on the side. The young collisions echoed through the quiet gym at midnight, perfectly overlapping with the auditory echoes of the predecessors in the video room. Paul stood up, rewound the tape to the very beginning, and gently pressed play again. In the locker room, the evening breeze swept through the corridor. World Peace's locker door swayed slightly, the corner inside covered with old labels, and the commemorative coin looked calm and warm under the light. Today's first lesson had come to an end, and for this team the new season's journey had just begun. The rules were set, the legacy was in hand, the championship heart was ready to march. In October, the preseason schedule for the new season was officially posted on the locker room door. 5 games were to be completed within 2 weeks. At the first tactical meeting, Silas made it clear the preseason games didn't count for wins or losses, but each player's playing time and on-court performance would be strictly recorded and archived. This was no ordinary warm-up. It was an internal assessment for the new season roster. In the first game against the Magic, Griffin was named a starter. Early in the first quarter, he threw down 2 explosive alley-oop dunks. The first came when Paul, holding the ball at the top of the key, delivered a crisp bounce pass that threaded through 2 defenders and landed perfectly in Griffin's hands. Griffin rose vertically and slammed the ball through the hoop with both hands, making the rim shudder. On the second, a fast break, Curry lobbed a high arc pass that soared over the defense. Griffin adjusted his body midair, palmed the ball with one hand, and hammered it home. The bench erupted. Harden grabbed a towel and tossed it into the air, while DeRozan instinctively stood up, then slowly sat back down. But the brilliance came with glaring flaws. After halftime, his stamina dropped off dramatically. In the final minutes of the fourth quarter, his movement slowed by a full beat compared to the first quarter, his lateral slides and leaps visibly labored. When Silas subbed him out, Griffin leaned on his knees, gasping for air, sweat dripping from his forehead. In the second game against the Heat, Curry erupted in the fourth quarter, scoring 14 points in a single period. All 4 of his three-pointers came from catch-and-shoot opportunities after off-ball movement. He constantly cut along the baseline, using double screens from Griffin and Ibaka to shake off his defender. Every time he received the pass, he shot almost without adjustment, his touch scorching hot. However, defense was his weak spot. The Heat's backup point guard repeatedly backed him down into the paint using his weight advantage. With each collision, Curry was knocked off balance, unable to withstand the interior contact. After the game, Silas spoke to the strength coach in a calm but unyielding tone. Curry must add muscle mass through extra training. He immediately arranged for Curry to have an additional core strength session after daily practice and adjusted his pre-game diet to specifically address his weakness in physical confrontations. In the third preseason game, Harden dished out 10 assists, 4 of which came on drive and kick passes that found Green waiting in the corner. His left-hand drives remained elite, his signature Eurostep freeing him from defenders, his finishing soft and stable, his rhythm masterful. But his defensive effort caused Silas to frown repeatedly. Several times when opponents cut off the ball, Harden lost focus and was a step slow, allowing easy backdoor layups. During the post-game video review, Silas froze the frame on Harden's defensive lapse. He didn't criticize verbally. Instead, he used a red pen to circle the player who should have been tightly guarded. Harden sat in the back, lightly rubbing his wristband, his eyes locked on the screen, silent. In the fourth game against the Spurs, Westbrook played his best preseason game. He finished with 18.7 rebounds and 4 assists, his fast break force even drawing a rare headshake and sigh from Popovich on the sidelines. Every time he drove, it was like a tightly coiled spring suddenly releasing, carrying a relentless, ferocious momentum straight into the paint. Each time Westbrook threw down a tomahawk dunk, Jordan would leap from the bench, let out a roar, then laugh and settle back down. But in half-court sets, his shot selection remained immature. Several pull-up mid-range attempts came at poor moments, making Paul wince from the sidelines. All 5 preseason games concluded. Silas returned to the locker room, flipped his whiteboard to a blank page, picked up a red marker, and slowly wrote the official active roster for the new season. When Westbrook saw himself assigned to the second unit, he stared at the list in silence for a long moment, then lowered his head and carefully retied the laces of his blue-purple sneakers. The locker room fell into a pin-drop silence, broken only by the soft click of locker doors and the distant rumble of a supply cart in the hallway. Green, with his consistent 5-game performance, accurate three-pointers, and tenacious steals, secured the wing reserve spot. Ibaka averaged less than 20 minutes per game, but posted impressive blocks and rebounds. He didn't need extra touches, every rotational help, and every chase-down block silently proved his defeat. Artest locked down the starting small forward position, averaging 2 corner threes per game, and playing tough defense, becoming Paul's most reliable spot-up target after pick-and-rolls. Throughout the preseason, Yao never stepped onto the court. But every home game he sat on the sidelines, his left ankle wrapped in thick bandages, quietly observing the pick-and-roll rhythm between Paul and Griffin. During timeouts, he occasionally exchanged quiet words with Camby, using bandaged fingers to trace a passing lane from the elbow down to the low post. During one timeout, Silas walked over to Yao and said in a low voice Griffin's timing on his jumps and the angle of Paul's wrist and fingers when throwing lobs. Once you're back from injury, this combination will click even more smoothly. Yao nodded gently without saying much. He knew deep down that the road to recovery was far from complete. Every time his left foot hit the ground, the dull ache from the ligaments reminded him that there was still a long stretch of grinding ahead before he could chase that championship trophy. After the game in the locker room, the players quietly packed their gear. Westbrook took his blue-purple sneakers out of his bag and placed them in the bottom of his locker side by side with Artest's limited edition signature shoes. Griffin, following Paul's habit, folded his practice jersey neatly and placed it on the second shelf, muttering storage tips under his breath. Curry taped a note to the inside of his locker door, the last page of a handwritten tactical memo left by. On the paper was a key point: catch the ball in the corner without resetting your feet. Rise and shoot immediately. It saves 0.3 seconds compared to normal rhythm. He sealed the edges with waterproof tape, sticking it in the most visible spot to constantly remind himself to refine the details. Paul stood before his locker, gazing at the slightly yellowed old labels on the inside of the door. He lightly touched Gordon's shot chart diagram left behind, then turned and walked straight toward the depths of the practice facility. The season opener was fast approaching. The main lights of the New Orleans arena slowly dimmed, leaving only a few emergency lamps along the corridors casting a faint murky glow. The empty stands of the arena were silent save for a janitor pushing a waxing machine as it hummed lowly, its deep drone echoing back and forth across the vast hall. At center court, Chris Paul stood alone. He gazed up at the brand-new championship banner hanging high from the rafters, his figure tall and motionless. An ice pack was still strapped to his knee and his practice jersey was soaked through with sweat, yet he showed no sign of leaving. It was as if he wanted to etch every breath of this arena into his very bones. In the Hornets' locker room, the stars sat in subdued silence, the air thick with the solemn gravity of the impending battle. Kevin Durant remained seated, tying his shoelaces with deliberate calm, each pull even and measured. It was like a personal pregame ritual. Blake Griffin sat before his locker, wiping his blue-purple sneakers over and over until the soles gleamed bright enough to reflect a silhouette. James Harden lounged in a corner, his wristband still on his eyes, calm, yet harboring a hidden sharpness. Stephen Curry held the handwritten tactical notes that Goran Dragic had left for him, flipping through them carefully. The edges of the paper had long been worn fuzzy from countless readings. Meta World Peace was the last to emerge from the treatment room. Today he had put in extra practice on corner threes, every shot swishing cleanly through the net. His form was on fire. He took out the finals commemorative coin that Paul had given him, rubbed and flipped it in his hand, then carefully placed it back. The tough man's eyes now held a deeper weight of reverence and longing. Moments later, Paul walked back from the court into the locker room. The moment he entered, the previously faint buzz of the room dropped into a quieter stillness. Without any extra tactical arrangements or lengthy pregame speeches, Paul walked to his locker and slowly let his gaze sweep over the yellowed, faded labels pasted on the inside of the door. Eric Gordon's shooting hotspot chart, Kyle Korver's three-point percentage curve, Derrick Rose's pick-and-roll timing memo. Every single one was still in its place, their edges worn and curled from years of handling, holding the silent testimony of countless days and nights of training and commitment. Tomorrow we face the Lakers. Paul turned his eyes, meeting each teammate in the locker room. His voice was not loud, but it carried a force that struck straight to the heart, landing squarely in everyone's ears. 7 years ago, I walked into this arena for the first time. Back then, the lights hadn't been renovated and the ventilation ducts in the locker room needed repairs every few months. At that time, Byron stood right where I am now and said only one thing to me: the playoff rim is the same height as the regular season one. He paused briefly, his sharp gaze sweeping over Griffin, Harden, Curry, DeRozan, Green, Ibaka, and finally resting on Durant. You guys are the league's new lottery picks, all gathered here in New Orleans. It shook the entire league. Many teams secretly resent us, trash-talking our talent, stacking behind closed doors. But let me tell you, talent is only an entry ticket. Starting from tomorrow's opener, everyone in the league will use your draft positions to question us, waiting for us to fail, waiting to see this Hornets team fade like a flash in the pan. The prejudice from outside, the contempt from opponents. Only we can shatter it on the court, make everyone shut up. As his words fell, Durant stood up first, strode over to Paul, and placed his hand over the circle at the center. Griffin followed, then Harden, Curry, DeRozan, Green, World Peace, Westbrook, Posey, Ibaka, and DeAndre Jordan. One by one, they stacked their hands on top. 15 calloused hands pressed tightly together, every hand seasoned by the grind of competition, bearing the marks of sweat and wristbands, representing the Hornets' ultimate fighting force. Hornets on 3. 1, 2, 3. Hornets. The unified, powerful roar erupted from the locker room, burst through the long corridors, spread across the empty arena, and echoed beneath the dome for a long time before slowly fading. The players filed out one after another, and the vast locker room fell silent again. From the shadows on the second-floor corridor, Sinan walked down slowly and pushed open the slightly ajar locker room door. The room was empty, lit only by the dim glow of emergency lights shining on the rows of lockers. He walked to Paul's locker, and his eyes fell on the old remote control lying next to Gordon's hot zone chart. It was Paul's long-standing tradition. Every night before an opening game, he would place it in that exact spot, a habit unchanged since Byron retired. Sinan stood still for a moment, then gently put the remote back in place, as if safeguarding the team's legacy. He left the locker room and walked slowly down the corridor toward the parking lot. At the end of the corridor, on the fence of the abandoned Riverside dock, someone had already spray-painted the outline of a. This was part of Sinan's carefully orchestrated plan. A brand new exclusive arena would break ground in 2010 and be fully completed and operational by 2012. He had already calculated everything in his mind. By then, Paul would be at his golden peak at 26, Durant entering the prime of his career. Yao Ming's contract would still be on the team, and Curry, Harden, Griffin, these prodigies he had brought in early, would have already grown into all-star level superstars. A lineup of MVP caliber titans would lock in their prime, and from the new arena establish an undefeated Hornets dynasty, crushing every powerhouse in the league. A midnight draft wind swept through the empty locker room, gently stirring the old label on the inside of World Peace's door, making it tremble slightly. The old remote that Paul had just placed lay still in its spot, just like every opening game eve, before quietly awaiting the coming battle. And tomorrow the New Orleans Hornets would face the Lakers. The entire league's eyes would be fixed on this, some in anticipation, some in mockery, some waiting for a joke to unfold. The legendary battle belonging to Sinan and this Super Hornets team, assembled with future MVPs, was about to begin. The championship ring ceremony concluded amid thunderous cheers from the entire arena. The dome lights flickered on abruptly, and the spotlight locked firmly onto Chris Paul. He slowly slid the heavy championship ring onto his finger, then raised his arm high, pointing directly at the newly hung championship banner in the rafters. In an instant, the entire crowd rose to their feet, their deafening roars nearly lifting the roof off the New Orleans Hornets home court. Meanwhile, by the visitors' bench, the Los Angeles Lakers players stood motionless, their expressions cold as they watched the scene unfold. Kobe stood with his hands on his hips, his gaze icy and silent. Pau Gasol kept his head down, quietly adjusting his wristband, his aura weighed down by tension. No one could forget how the Hornets had ruthlessly eliminated them in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals last season. In the final moments of that do-or-die battle, Chris Paul drove hard off a screen from Camby at the top of the arc, instantly drawing Gasol into a double team. In a flash, he flicked his wrist and delivered a precise pass to Red in the corner. Red caught and released, nailing a three-pointer that swished through the net. The 9-point lead sealed the victory. As the final buzzer sounded, the Hornets won the game by 5 points, trampling the Lakers on their way to the finals, where they ultimately claimed the championship trophy. After the game, Kobe and Durant embraced quietly at center court. He pressed a shooting silver dollar head won in high school into Durant's palm, leaving only the words, "You surpassed me. Now go get your ring." And now that championship ring gleamed on Durant's left ring finger. Kobe stood up from the visitors' bench, walked straight to Durant, and they bumped fists heavily. "You won last year," Kobe said in a low voice laced with undeniable competitiveness. "Tonight is a whole." Durant didn't respond. He silently removed his old wristband and retied it tightly, his fingers applying subtle pressure. The battle was officially ignited. Tip-off. Camby and Bynum leaped simultaneously. Bynum was a half-step quicker, tapping the ball to guard Fisher. The Lakers' first attack was unrelenting. Kobe caught the ball steadily at the elbow, facing Durant's relentless defense. He bumped hard twice, then pivoted abruptly, rising for a fadeaway jumper. The ball arced through the air and landed precisely in the net. 2-0, the Lakers struck first. As Kobe retreated on defense, his face betrayed no celebration. He jogged slowly back to his own half, as if this were just another ordinary season opener. That aloof pride was etched into his bones. Moments later, Paul dribbled steadily across half-court, facing Fisher's tight defense at the arc. Griffin suddenly rose from the baseline, setting a solid screen. Paul used the screen to drive right, and Gasol immediately switched to defend. Simultaneously, Griffin rolled to the rim, but was walled off by Bynum. Yet he didn't hesitate, his footwork nimble. He circled to the opposite side of the basket and exploded upward. Paul spotted the opportunity and lobbed the ball high off the backboard. The ball bounced off the glass, and the next second Griffin soared from the weak side, like a beast catching it firmly with both hands. His body cut a sharp arc in the air as he slammed the ball viciously through the hoop. Crash! The explosive sound of the dunk instantly ignited the entire arena. It was Blake Griffin's first dunk in an official NBA game. It wasn't a simple alley-oop, it was a visually stunning self-pass, self-dunk putback. The Hornets bench erupted instantly. Harden hurled his towel into the air, leaping up in excitement. Curry rose abruptly, then sat back down, clutching his head in utter disbelief. Kobe cast a faint glance at Griffin, his expression still impassive, then turned and jogged forward, though his gaze grew colder. Kobe Bryant dropped into the low post, backing down Kevin Durant twice in a row, both shots unerringly finding the net. Pau Gasol received the ball at the elbow, then delivered a pinpoint pass to Lamar Odom, cutting to the basket, who scored an easy layup. With a string of fluid offensive plays, the Lakers cut the deficit to a single point, their momentum surging. He no longer blindly attacked, but instead firmly seized Griffin's screen, delivering 3 exquisite assists in succession, enabling Griffin to effortlessly score in the paint. At halftime, the Hornets led by 8 points. Griffin amassed 12 points and 6 rebounds in the first half, showcasing his first-round talent without reservation. As the second half commenced, Kobe erupted in full force. Facing Durant's suffocating defense, Kobe sank 3 consecutive trademark fadeaway jumpers, each one swishing through the net without a miss. With Kobe's transcendent performance, the Lakers surged ahead to take a 5-point lead. During the timeout, Paul walked over to Griffin, shoved the basketball into his hands, and locked eyes with him. "Keep playing. You're the #1 pick, not by luck, but because you're strong enough." After the timeout, they returned to the court. Paul faced Fisher, lowered his center of gravity, exploded to the right, and floated a delicate layup over Gasol's help defense. On the next possession, he anticipated perfectly, stole Fisher's pass, and drove the fast break for an easy layup. With 5 straight points, Paul single-handedly tied the game, and the home crowd's roar swept through the arena. The white-hot battle entered the fourth quarter. Kobe and Durant ignited a final superstar duel. With just 2 minutes left, the Lakers still clung to a 2-point lead. At the decisive moment, Durant caught the ball on the right wing, facing Kobe's deathly closeout. He lowered his stance, took one dribble to the right, suddenly stopped, rose into the air, and released the shot. The ball traced an impossibly high arc, evading Kobe's block, and plummeted straight through the net. Swish! The crisp sound of the net, drowning out the roar of the crowd, struck like a deadly snap, piercing the Lakers' defense. The Hornets took a 1-point lead. With little time remaining, the Lakers had one final possession. Kobe received the ball at the elbow, back to Durant, spun into a fadeaway jumper, a thing of beauty. But this time the ball slammed hard off the back iron and bounced out. Griffin leaped, snatched the crucial rebound, and hugged the ball to his chest, refusing to let go. At that moment, the referee's final whistle sounded. In the season opener, the defending champion New Orleans Hornets edged the Los Angeles Lakers by 3 points. Final stats: Paul finished with 22 points and 16 assists, orchestrating the entire offense. Griffin recorded 15 points and 10 rebounds for a double-double in his stellar debut. Durant erupted for 33 points, carrying the team's scoring load. After the game, Kobe walked over to Durant, patted him lightly on the shoulder, and spoke in an unusually gentle tone. "You're becoming more and more like me when I was young." With that, he turned to Paul, gave a slight nod of acknowledgement, then silently strode toward the visitors' tunnel. Durant stood alone at center court, staring at the game ball in his hands. Kobe's words echoed repeatedly. Paul walked past him, reached up, and patted the back of his head, grinning. "Don't overthink it. Kobe says that every time he loses, he never changes." Inside the Hornets' locker room, joy erupted. Griffin and Harden huddled together, heatedly arguing about the takeoff distance of that type, in their faces flushed, neither willing to concede. Paul sat in front of his locker, an ice pack strapped to his knee. He slowly removed the championship ring from his finger, carefully placed it back into its box, and gently closed the lid. Then he stood and walked straight toward the locker room door. At the end of the hallway, the first victory of the season had already become the past, and their road to a title defense had just begun. Tomorrow, 81 more battles awaited them. TD Garden, the most storied home court in the entire league. Above the rafters, 17 golden championship banners hang in orderly rows, silently narrating the glory of the Celtics dynasty. This was the first time in the new season that the Hornets visited the Celtics on the road, and also the first time Stephen Curry stepped foot on this legendary arena to shoot his three-pointers. After 3 quarters, the Hornets found themselves in a passive position, trailing by a full 8 points. Kevin Garnett was on fire, having already scored 22 points and grabbed 10 rebounds, dominating the paint at will. Paul Pierce continuously isolated in the low post, wearing down Ron Artest until he was exhausted. Rajon Rondo orchestrated the entire team, dishing out 11 assists with his elusive and unguardable passes. This Celtics team was a far cry from the one that lost to the Hornets in a Game 7 of the Eastern Conference semifinals 2 years ago. Ray Allen's off-ball movement had become even more cunning and tricky. Garnett's high-post facilitation had grown more composed and seasoned, and Rondo's ability to read defenses had already placed him among the league's elite point guards. During the timeout, Dynasty crouched directly in front of Li, his gaze incredibly resolute. They're still using your college scouting report to defend you, going under screens intentionally, giving you a half-step cushion. But you must remember your release speed now only takes 0.3 seconds. Li nodded firmly, inserting the mouthguard into his mouth, his fingertips slightly clenched. He engraved those words deeply into his mind, a fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. He received the pass from Paul at the top of the arc with the defender still desperately chasing around Griffin's screen. But in the next moment, Curry had already leaped into the air and shot. The basketball traced an incredibly high arc in the air, precisely falling into the hoop. The crisp sound of the net swishing was particularly piercing in the bustling TD Garden arena. Rondo's expression changed, and he turned to look at Coach Rivers, his eyes filled with surprise. He did not expect the rookie's shooting speed to be this astonishing. And this was just the beginning. In the next short 3 minutes, Curry completely ignited the away crowd, scoring 4 consecutive three-pointers. The first shot came from the corner without adjusting his steps. By the time Ray Allen rushed to defend the basketball, was already soaring through the air. The second came from the top of the arc using Griffin and Ibaka's double screens, where he caught the ball and shot without any adjustment. The third was a fast break, a quick stop and pop from the left side at a 45-degree angle, which prompted the entire Celtics bench to stand up in astonishment. The fourth, facing the switch with Pierce, Curry faked a shot and passed, but Pierce remained steady, merely shifting half a step. Curry lowered his center of gravity, dribbled right for a step, then suddenly stopped and jumped, releasing the shot in one fluid motion. By the time the basketball passed through the net, Pierce turned to look at the hoop and then back to Rivers, a frown on his face. In a short time, the Hornets turned a deficit of 8 points into a lead of 4. Rivers' face turned ashen, and he immediately called for a timeout. As Garnett walked back to the bench, he deliberately passed by Curry, glancing down at him with a deep stare, saying nothing. That look was reminiscent of how he had gazed at Griffin during the season opener. This 15-time All-Star champion and best defensive player was using all his lifetime experience to assess just where this rookie's limits lay. Curry returned to the Hornets bench, sat down, took a sip from his water bottle, and then pulled out the handwritten tactical notes that Dragic had left for him. He flipped directly to the last page, which prominently stated, after receiving the ball from the corner, there is no need to adjust your steps. Jump straight up, and your shooting speed will be 3/10 of a second faster than instinct. Curry quietly folded the corner of that page and carefully tucked it back into his bag. In the final 2 minutes of battle, the Hornets held a 6-point lead. Paul steadily controlled the ball at the top of the arc, deliberately slowing the pace and managing the entire. Durant made off-ball cross runs with Artest in the elbow area to draw defensive attention, while Curry ran out from the baseline, using Griffin and Ibaka's dual screens to charge towards the top of the arc. This was a new tactic specially designed by Silas for Curry. Paul flicked his wrist lightly, and the pass landed perfectly on Kai's chest, prompting Pierce to instantly switch his defense's fingertips, almost grazing the bottom edge of the basketball. However, Kai's shooting speed was 3/10 of a second quicker than Pierce's defensive fingertip. The basketball swished through the net, effectively sealing the game. Pierce's defensive hand had barely arrived in position, proving futile. In an instant, the bustling TD Garden arena fell into silence. The Hornets led by 9 points, and the game had lost all suspense. As the final buzzer sounded, the Hornets secured victory on the road. Garnett walked straight up to Curry, patted him on the shoulder, and spoke with a tone of approval. "You are the fastest shooting rookie I have ever seen." After speaking, he turned and walked toward the players' tunnel. Rondo followed behind, pausing as he passed Curry coldly, leaving a remark, "Next time I will anticipate and navigate the screen a half step earlier." Curry silently nodded, etching those words deep into his memory. Durant strolled by, repeating Garnett and Rondo's comments with a smile, teasing, "Don't be nervous, Garnett praises every rookie when he loses." Paul, however, did not laugh. He walked over to Curry and handed him the old remote control. "Go back to the visiting locker room and watch the footage several times, focusing on the angle where Pierce's switch was just a split second too slow." In the Hornets' locker room, the atmosphere was relaxed. Harden leaned against the locker, scrolling through his phone, where the shooting distribution chart of Kai's performance displayed 7 three-pointers, each shot's arc height almost identical. Griffin was beside him, taking off his shoes with another patch of paint scraped off the soles, appearing unconcerned. Paul sat in his spot, his knee wrapped in an ice pack, quietly watching Curry, who was repeatedly replaying defensive footage at the other end of the locker room. On the coffee table lay the portable monitoring headphones that Scarlett had just sent over, their packaging already opened, with the headphone cable tangled next to the storyboard she had completed. Inside his phone was a text message she had sent. This set of shots aligned surprisingly well with Kawhi's shooting angle tonight. "The color scheme is on the coffee table. Bring it to Silas tomorrow." The lighting parameters in the therapy room matched the color temperature perfectly. Curry set down the remote control and looked up at the arena ceiling. 0.3 of a second was enough to change a game and to etch his name Stephen Curry into the memories of the entire league. And their quest for a championship title was still ongoing. In mid-December, the Hornets' road trip arrived in Sacramento. At the ARCO Arena, the piercing clatter of cowbells had been ringing non-stop since half an hour before tip-off. Kings fans held up all sorts of homemade signs, with the most conspicuous one reading "Welcome to Cowbell Hell." They aimed to disrupt the Hornets' rhythm on the road with the overwhelming din of cowbells. But tonight, the cowbells of this aging arena were silenced completely by a rookie plunging the entire venue into dead silence. Kings head coach Paul Westphal stood tightly folding his arms on the sidelines. Having taken over this rebuilding team last season, his face was etched with helplessness as he faced the Hornets' star-studded lineup. As the game began, Griffin completely dominated the paint. In the first dunk, Paul delivered a brilliant bounce pass from a high position. The basketball pierced through the gaps between two defenders and landed precisely in Griffin's hands. Griffin leaped from the spot, gripping the ball with both hands, and emphatically slammed it into the basket. The entire backboard shook violently, sending a jolt of tension through the crowd. In the second dunk, a fast break lob from Curry was executed. The ball's arc was absurdly high, nearly grazing the broadcasting equipment suspended from the dome. Griffin suddenly emerged from the weak side, soaring into the air, grasping the basketball with one hand and violently dunking it down. The moment he landed, his entire body tensed, and quivered knees, slightly bent fists clenched tightly, showcasing an undeniable beast-like explosiveness. In the noisy arena, the cowbell abruptly paused for 2 beats. Then only sporadic and uncontrollable gasps echoed throughout the venue. But this was far from the craziest moment of the night. A historical highlight worthy of the regular season compilation unfolded in the third quarter. Paul held the ball at the top of the arc as Griffin swiftly moved up from the baseline, providing a solid screen. In an instant of the pick-and-roll, Paul broke to the right, immediately drawing the attention of 2 Kings players. As Griffin moved down, he was tightly blocked by Kings center Spencer Hawes, rendering him unable to advance. This was supposed to be a complete failure of the pick-and-roll. However, Griffin did not stop at all. He suddenly circled behind Hawes, accelerated from the left side of the paint, and charged toward the basket like a beast. At the same time, Paul tossed the ball high. This pass did not go toward the basket, but landed precisely in the open space 2 meters in front of the backboard. In the next second, the entire crowd held its breath. Griffin jumped suddenly from a position just inside the free throw line. He seemed to be catapulted into the air, crossing a full 2 meters, flying directly over the 16-meter-tall Hawes. With both hands, he steadied the catch in midair, and at the moment his body was nearly parallel to the ground, he exerted all his strength to slam the ball forcefully into the basket. A jaw-dropping dunk. At that instant, the entire arena seemed to have been muted. The piercing sound of cowbells ceased, the boos from Kings fans vanished, and there was not a whisper to be heard. Silence lingered for a full second. The next moment, the Hornets bench erupted. Harden was the first to react, fiercely tossing a towel into the air and shouting in excitement. Curry sprang up from his seat, hands on his head, disbelief written all over his face. DeRozan stood frozen in place, mouth agape, unable to close it for a long moment. Westphal immediately called a timeout, his face paling to the extreme. As Griffin walked back to the bench, Hawes remained standing under the basket. He looked up at the oscillating rim, his expression vacant and dazed, utterly unable to believe that what had just soared over him. Harden leaned close to Griffin's ear, his voice trembling. "I know," Griffin panted, beads of sweat dripping from his chin onto the floor. "You flew at least 2 meters. I know. You just dunked over a 16-meter center." Griffin wiped the sweat off his face with a towel, turning to Harden with a calm and steady tone. "I know." This incredible dunk ignited the entire North American basketball scene that night. Major sports websites were flooded with this video. ESPN placed it at the top of their daily top 10 plays, with an eye-catching caption, "Flight Mode Griffin's Cross." The next day before practice, Paul intentionally played this video repeatedly in the film room. He made sure everyone on the team saw Griffin's jumping position, the arc of his pass, and the details of Griffin's catching stance. Curry stared at the screen, softly murmuring to Harden, "I want to practice that lob arc too." Harden stroked his chin deep in thought. Hawes' positioning is quite similar to Garnett's elbow defense habit. Next time we play the Celtics, we can replicate this move. Team owner Sinan stood in the second-floor corridor watching the footage in the film room, recalling Griffin's scouting report before the draft. It contained a note template Karl Malone, but with more explosive athleticism. Back then he thought this statement was too exaggerated, but in this moment he was utterly convinced. The game continued, and in the closing moments of the third quarter, the Kings launched a furious counterattack, narrowing the deficit to single digits. After Hawes scored on a low-post isolation against Camby, he deliberately turned to glare at Griffin, his eyes filled with defiance, clearly looking to reclaim his pride after being dunked on. Griffin responded with no words, merely jogging silently to the front court with a calm expression. In the next possession, Paul again passed the ball to him, still from the same spot. This time Griffin chose not to leap for a dunk. He lowered his center of gravity, dribbled forward a step, then raised his hand for a soft hook shot effortlessly, sending the ball into the basket. On the sidelines, Silas nodded in satisfaction, quickly jotting down notes. Sinan on the second floor watched this, understanding everything. This rookie, who was the first overall pick, was never just a beast who could dunk. In the weekend's TNT postgame show, Barkley scrutinized Griffin's dunk footage, analyzing it for several minutes. From the timing of the jump to Hawes' positioning error to the precision of Paul's pass, the slow-motion breakdown was dissected countless times. Finally, he boldly claimed, "This is the closest I've seen to my dunk over Olajuwon back in the day." Off-screen, Kenny Smith ruthlessly added, "Charles, you've never dunked on Olajuwon." In the Hornets' locker room, Harden cast this segment onto the TV, and the whole team burst into laughter. As Griffin took off his shoes, he couldn't help but smile, the sole of his shoe scraping off a bit of paint, but he didn't mind at all. The December schedule was in full swing, and the Hornets' record skyrocketed, firmly holding a top 2 position in the West. Meanwhile, Griffin proved with his actions every night that he was far from a fleeting dunker. His brilliance extended beyond the crowd-pleasing dunks, encompassing the finer details that Barkley would never analyze on the show: the angle of the first step after the pick and roll, the lateral speed in help defense, and the decision-making after being double-teamed in the elbow area. In the locker room after the game against the Kings, a statement Paul made to the entire team was carefully noted down by Griffin. "Dunks can make the audience remember you, but only solid fundamentals will keep you on the court for the long haul." After training that day, teammates gradually left, but Griffin stayed behind alone in the arena, practicing mid-range shots at the baseline. His shooting arc was still not stable enough, though every time he missed, he would lower his head to watch his fingers, carefully adjusting the grip angle before shooting again. Paul emerged from the locker room and passed by the court without offering explicit guidance. He quietly placed a brand new basketball by Griffin's feet, leaving a soft remark: "Turn off the lights when you're done practicing." After saying this, he pushed open the training gym door and turned to leave. The footsteps in the corridor gradually faded away. Soon the lights in the training gym began to extinguish one by one. In the end, only that solitary yet determined figure at the baseline remained, repeating mid-range shots over and over. The sound of the basketball bouncing on the floor echoed in the empty arena for a long time. Behind the stunning talent that amazed the crowd, there has always been an unknown dedication to hard work. Paul's old left knee injury had flared up again. It wasn't a serious ailment. The medical team had given a clear conclusion: strain-related soreness, and he needed to rest for 2 weeks to recuperate. Head coach Silas stood in front of the tactical whiteboard, silent for a long time. Then he abruptly turned his head and looked towards the corner of the locker room, where Harden sat quietly, unconsciously rubbing the wristband on his left hand, his demeanor calm. "You will start tomorrow." Silas' voice resonated clearly in the locker room. Harden's fingers, which had been fiddling with the wristband, came to a sudden halt. Against the Suns' focus on Nash, "Use your rhythm to completely surpass him." As the words fell, the locker room fell silent for a moment. Paul leaned against the locker beside him, an ice pack strapped to his knee. He said nothing, merely casting a deep glance at Harden before turning away. Harden did not respond immediately. He quietly adjusted his wristband and lowered his head to continue tying his shoelaces. No one noticed that his fingers were trembling slightly as he tied them. It wasn't due to nervousness. Rather, after waiting countless days and nights for this opportunity, the long-suppressed anticipation surged within him. Game day at the home court of the Phoenix Suns. At that moment, the Suns were ranked 9th in the Western Conference, and the pick-and-roll between Nash and Stoudemire remained one of the most picturesque offensive displays in the league. However, their defensive efficiency sat solidly among the bottom 5 in the league. Prior to the game, Silas had only said 3 sentences, each ringing with certainty. "Harden starts focus on the drive. Nash won't keep up with your first step." In the players' tunnel, light poured in from the exit. The cheers from the audience reverberated through the tunnel, causing a ringing in the ears. Harden stood at the back of the line. In the past, he always followed behind Paul, waiting for the starting ceremony to end before entering as a substitute. But today was entirely different. He was a starter, the team's starting shooting guard. Paul walked slowly behind him, dressed in casual clothes, with an ice pack on his knee and a tactical board in hand. As he passed by Harden, there were no words of encouragement or soothing reassurances. He simply tapped Harden's back lightly with the tactical board, his tone steady. "Nash moves slowly sideways. You can get past him without changing direction on your first step." Harden nodded heavily, engraving those words in his heart. As the game began, the Hornets had the first attack, and the ball was given to Harden. He caught the ball at a 45-degree angle on the right side, facing Nash's defense. 20,000 pairs of eyes in the arena were all focused on him. No longer Paul, no longer Durant. It was James Harden, a rookie, making his first start. The entire arena held its breath. Harden lowered his center of gravity, his muscles taut. In the next moment, his left hand suddenly launched into action. There were no unnecessary changes in direction, no flashy fakes. With sheer explosive power on his first step, he bypassed Nash, as if slicing through butter. Suns center Robin Lopez rushed out to provide help defense. Harden's footwork shifted gracefully, executing his signature Euro step before taking the shot. Lopez was instantly left off balance, unable to keep up with the rhythm. With a delicate flick of his left hand, the basketball kissed the backboard and found its way into the net. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle blew. A defensive foul, 2 points counted, and an additional free throw. Harden stepped up to the free throw line, calmly retightening his left wristband. He took a deep breath, released the ball, and made the free throw with ease. Beautiful. The Hornets bench erupted in excitement. Curry excitedly tossed his towel into the air, while Griffin jumped up, roaring in exhilaration. Paul remained seated motionless, but a subtle smile played on his lips, revealing a hint of approval. Suns reserve guard Barbosa was completely disoriented by his Euro step, utterly unable to find his bearings. Harden's rhythm was too bizarre. Each step was precisely outside the defender's anticipation. Penetration, passing, then penetration again, and another pass. He revitalized the entire team's offense. On the Suns bench, everyone's faces were somber. The arena fell into dead silence. At the end of the half, Harden had 11 points and 6 assists, leading the team to a 14-point advantage. In the locker room at halftime, there was no unnecessary celebration. Paul directly grabbed the tactical board and quickly drew a few circles with a red pen on the Suns' defensive rotation diagram. In the second half, the Suns will definitely double-team you. When you drive into the paint, the weak side defender will abandon the corner shooter and rotate to help. With a sweep of his red pen, he connected a dotted line between the corner and Harden's driving lane. Release the ball half a second early. Even a slight delay will completely disrupt the rhythm for your teammate to catch and shoot. Harden drove into the paint for the first time, facing a double team, and hurriedly dished the ball out. Still, he was half a beat too slow. Curry's rhythm was completely disrupted, and his three-point shot clanked off the rim. As he ran back on defense, Harden instinctively glanced at Paul. Paul remained seated on the bench, gently tapping the old wristband on his left wrist with his finger. The gesture was subtle, but the message was clear: control the pace, don't rush. Harden snapped back to awareness. In the decisive fourth quarter, he made a complete adjustment. Once again, the same spot on the drive, the same double-team defense. This time, he didn't rush to pass. He took a dribble to the right, fully opening up the defensive space, then delivered a pinpoint bounce pass to DeRozan, cutting to the basket. The timing was perfect to the millisecond. DeRozan caught the ball and laid it in. Lopez, unable to recover in time, watching helplessly as the ball swished through the net. On the next possession, Harden released the pass even before the double team arrived. Before the defender could rotate, Curry had already soared and released the three-pointer, which splashed through the net cleanly. On the sideline, Paul finally set down his clipboard, his gaze unwavering. With 2 minutes left in the game, Harden's stat line read 22 points, 10 rebounds, and 9 assists. He was just 1 assist away from securing his first career triple-double. Silas immediately called a timeout. Taking the clipboard from Silas, Paul quickly diagrammed a pick-and-pop play to the corner, then looked up at Harden. Ibaka will cut to the rim, waiting for your pass. Silas immediately called a timeout. Taking the clipboard from Silas, Paul quickly diagrammed a pick-and-pop play to the corner, then looked up at Harden. Ibaka will cut to the rim, waiting. Unflappable Harden first feigned a pass to the corner, baiting the defender to lunge. Then with a lightning-quick flick of his wrist, he delivered a bounce pass perfectly to Ibaka, cutting to the basket. Ibaka soared and slammed the ball through the hoop with both hands. A triple-double in his first career start, Harden erupted for 22 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists, securing his first career triple-double. Harden stood frozen on the court, his left hand still held in the follow-through of the pass. Ibaka ran back, slapping him hard on the back to snap him out of it. The arena fell silent for a second, then erupted into deafening cheers. Paul Rose walked to the bench and handed the clipboard back to Silas. No high-fives, no embraces. When Harden sat down, Paul spoke calmly. Good adjustment in the second half, but next time they won't have Barbosa guarding you. Harden's heart sank. He understood what Paul meant. Grant Hill-Marion, the league's elite wing defenders, would soon target him as the primary focus, using physicality to shatter his rhythm. In the locker room, Griffin teased while taking off his shoes, "Nash must be having nightmares tonight, all filled with your Euro step." Harden didn't respond. He simply re-wrapped his heavily taped wristband and placed it in the most prominent spot in his locker. It was the badge of his first career start, the witness to his first triple-double. The night grew late as his teammates filed out one by one. Paul, leaning on crutches with an ice pack strapped to his knee, quietly slipped a backup copy of the game footage into Harden's locker. The sound of crutches tapping the floor gradually faded down the corridor. Harden picked up the footage, turned it over, and saw a line of handwriting. After reading the line, Harden clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white. So this flawless starting debut was only the beginning. What awaited him next was the league's elite defenders targeting him relentlessly, leaving him no chance to catch it. On the third day since Harden recorded his first career triple-double, the Hornets flew to Tennessee to challenge the Memphis Grizzlies. The Grizzlies ranked only 12th in the Western Conference, yet boasted one of the league's top 6 defenses, with the soul of this defense being Tony Allen. This champion guard from the Celtics was never a scoring machine, but he was universally recognized as a defensive powerhouse. Even Kobe admitted that Tony Allen was the hardest player for him to deal with in his lifetime, without exception. During the pregame tactical meeting, Silas held a red pen heavily circling the Grizzlies' defensive statistics, his gaze fixed on Harden. Tonight, Tony Allen will stick to you like glue. He doesn't care about your triple-doubles or how fancy your Euro step is. To him, you're just a rookie who had a good game. He's guarded Kobe Pierce and Ray Allen. When it comes to top scorers, he is relentless. Harden sat in front of his locker unconsciously rubbing his wrist, his fingertips applying slight pressure. Paul's knee injury had not yet healed, and he sat in casual clothes on the bench, his knee wrapped in an ice pack. He walked over to Harden, spoke not a word of small talk, and directly slammed a marked scout report onto Harden's knee. He will anticipate your left side drive a step ahead, no matter how fast your first step is, he can predict it. But he has a weakness. He is too greedy for steals. Harden flipped open the report, and one line was boldly marked in red: after falling for a fake Allen center of gravity retreats slowly, and when predicting a drive, he will step forward too early, allowing you to pull back the ball and retreat, leaving him unable to recover. He silently memorized this line, realizing that this was the first true top-level defensive lesson of his career. As the game began, Tony Allen immediately asserted his dominance over Harden. With the ball at the top of the arc, Harden replicated his left-hand drive that had overwhelmed Nash in the previous game, his movements and rhythm perfectly synchronized. But Tony Allen's lateral speed was far superior to Nash's. He preemptively blocked Harden's driving lane, pressing his chest against Harden's shoulder, his knee against Harden's thigh, forcing Harden towards the sideline. With no passing lanes available, Harden panicked and threw the ball out of bounds. The Grizzlies' bench erupted in cheers while Tony Allen glanced at Harden with an expressionless face, his eyes filled with disdain. In the following offensive possessions, Harden switched to a right-side drive and attempted fakes, all of which were easily countered by Tony Allen. He was either forced to pass the ball or hurriedly missed his shots, completely unable to retaliate. By halftime, Harden had missed all 4 of his attempts and managed only 2 points from free throws along with 3 turnovers. Tony Allen had only scored 4 points, yet his suffocating defense had effectively neutralized Harden, who had just recorded a triple-double. In the locker room during halftime, silence reigned so deeply that one could hear a pin drop. Harden repeatedly adjusted and tightened his wristband, filled with frustration. Paul approached him, offering no comfort, but directly flipped the scout report to the second page, his pen tip pointing at the line marked in red. He has deciphered your habit of driving left and sees through your unstable right-hand dribbling. In the second half, continue to use left-side fakes to deceive him, leading him to shift his weight forward, then switch to your right hand to create space and immediately retreat. Paul paused, lowering his voice, yet conveying deep meaning. If you want to establish a foothold in the West and face even tougher opponents ahead, this is a hurdle you must overcome. Harden looked up at Paul, nodding firmly. He understood that Tony Allen was merely the first hurdle. The West still had beasts like Westbrook, along with fierce playoff rivals waiting for him. The team's subsequent journey could not afford him to keep making mistakes. In the second half, Harden finally had an epiphany. Holding the ball at the top of the arc, he once again feigned a left-hand drive, his movements identical to those in the first half. Tony Allen indeed took the bait, leaning forward with his weight shifted, blocking the left lane, just waiting to steal the ball for a fast break. It was this half-step timing. Harden instantly switched the ball to his right hand, took 2 dribbles to the right, and then pulled the ball back for a three-pointer. He shot, leaped, and the ball fell. Nothing but net. The commotion in FedEx Forum was immediately silenced by that three-pointer. Tony Allen stood still, his foot hesitating for half a second before he readjusted his position, and his expression finally changed. In the next possession, Harden used the same trick, leveraging a screen from Griffin, deceiving Tony Allen into shifting his weight again, retreating for another three-pointer that found the net. 2 three-pointers turned the tide, allowing the Hornets to go from trailing by 4 to leading by 3. On the sidelines, Paul lightly tapped on the ice pack on his knee, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. This team must rely not only on the existing core to chase the championship, but also on the growth of rookies like Harden to go further, to tackle all the uncertainties of the upcoming free agency and playoffs. In the fourth quarter, the Grizzlies deployed a double team, with Tony Allen wrapping around from the front and Gay providing weak side help. Harden no longer charged recklessly when double-teamed. He passed the ball immediately, assisting DeRozan and Green in scoring, completely revitalizing the team. As the final buzzer sounded, the Hornets won by 10 points on the road. Harden finished the game with 16 points and 8 assists, committing only 1 turnover in the second half, perfectly redeeming himself. After the game, Tony Allen approached Harden, patted him on the shoulder, and unusually offered his acknowledgement. "You were smart in the second half." After speaking, he glanced at Harden's wristband and turned to leave. Paul, leaning on his cane, walked over to Harden, his tone flat, yet resonating deeply. "You adjusted well, but next time he won't give you the chance to deceive him again. There are many tough battles ahead in the West, the Thunder, Spurs, and Lakers. Each opponent's defense will be no weaker than Tony Allen's." This statement seemed directed at Harden, yet it was also foreshadowing the upcoming challenges the team would face. The Thunder's offers the playoffs, fierce battles, and even potential roster changes. Back in the locker room, Harden wrote a line next to the red text on the scout report, "Having deceived him twice, next time I will change my approach to break through." He placed his wristband in the most conspicuous spot in his locker, his gaze resolute. What he did not know was that this defensive lesson was just the beginning of his growth. Far away in Oklahoma City, the brilliance of the Thunder's young stars was already evident, and a trade proposal concerning the team's roster was quietly brewing. The upcoming All-Star game, the addition of a dominant big man, the life and death battles of the playoffs, and even the reorganization of the roster after a potential two-peat were all waiting for this Hornets team, and for him, as he grew step by step. Outside, the night deepened, the journey of the team to defend their title, the undercurrents of the trade market, and the countless strong opponents and challenges ahead had only just begun. The third week without Paul. After lying low for a long time, Russell Westbrook finally received that call meant exclusively for him. It wasn't the usual pleasantries from his agent, but a direct order from Coach Silas. "Tomorrow against the Thunder you will start." Westbrook stood at the baseline of the training facility, gripping a well-worn basketball with its surface worn down. Having just completed a set of sprints, sweat dripped from his forehead onto the floor, his breathing still heavy and labored. After Silas finished speaking, he turned and walked away. There were no extra pep talks, no shoulder pats for comfort. Only a pair of unopened blue and purple sneakers remained in the locker, a gift left for him by Rose before leaving the team. For so long, Westbrook had cherished them, unable to bring himself to wear them on the court. He approached his locker slowly, took the shoes from the top shelf, and ripped open the packaging. Inside the tongue of the shoe there was a line written by Rose's own hand. "Oklahoma is further away. It's time for you to shine here." Westbrook meticulously laced up his shoes, tightening them firmly, and stood up to test their fit. The fit was perfect down to the last detail. After suppressing his energy for an entire season, his moment had finally arrived. The next night, the Chesapeake Energy Arena was packed to capacity. The Thunder held a solid position as the 10th seed in the Western Conference, and their home games were notoriously difficult to handle. The noise in the arena was deafening, the competition on the court fierce, and fans stood from the very first second cheering passionately. Westbrook stood at center court, bending down to retighten the laces of his blue and purple sneakers. Looking up, he noticed several gazes from the Thunder's bench locked onto him. One of them was Eric Maynor, a rookie who had just been called up from the development league. Tonight he was matched up against Westbrook. The game was officially underway. On his first possession, Westbrook faced Maynor directly. He lowered his center of gravity, and with a sudden burst of speed, his right hand shot forward. No unnecessary changes in direction, no flashy fakes. Using the explosive first step he had long suppressed, he broke through the defense, driving straight into the paint. Thunder power forward Nick Collison rushed to provide help, blocking the basket with determination. Westbrook showed no signs of slowing down, leaping into the air against Collison. His body shot upward, as if propelled by a catapult, both hands gripping the ball, preparing for a fierce dunk. A thunderous alley-oop. The once boisterous arena fell into a momentary silence before erupting in a wave of astonished gasps and cheers. Every drive of his was like a coiled spring suddenly unleashed after long suppression. No matter who stood before him, he charged toward the basket, rising up for a dunk over anyone. The Thunder's defensive rotations could not keep pace with his explosive speed. Maynor was torn apart by his drives, and the veteran Kywin Aoli, who was substituted in later, was equally helpless. At halftime, Westbrook delivered an impressive performance with 14 points and 5 assists, leading his team to a 12-point lead. In the locker room, the atmosphere was silent. Baloo sat on a folding chair in the corner, his knee still wrapped with an ice pack for recovery. After Silas finished laying out the halftime tactics, he pulled Westbrook aside, lowering his voice to give instructions. "In the fourth quarter, the Thunder will send Safe Ulisha to guard you specifically. He's one of the league's elite perimeter defenders. His height and wingspan both give him an advantage over you, and his foot speed is faster than you imagine. Don't try to overpower him with your first step. Use more changes of direction and control the tempo to force him to retreat half a step. Once his center of gravity shifts back, just take your shot." Westbrook nodded silently without saying a word, simply bending down to tighten his shoelaces once more. Seferosha actively switched defenses, tightly marking Westbrook throughout the game. During their first matchup, Westbrook once again initiated his right side breakthrough move from the previous 3 quarters. Sephorosha moved laterally with remarkable speed, instantly keeping up with the rhythm as the two engaged in a fierce struggle at the arc. In that moment of stalemate, Westbrook suddenly gathered the ball, crossed over, switched to his left hand, and accelerated once more. Sephorosha's center of gravity was forcefully shaken half a step. It was this fleeting crack. Westbrook pulled the ball back and with a quick stop confidently took a mid-range shot. The basketball arched perfectly through the air, swishing through the net. The crisp sound echoed like a gunshot throughout the entire arena. The Hornets' lead extended directly to 15 points. With 2 minutes left in the game, Westbrook's stats were fixed at 24 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists. The Hornets held an 18-point lead, and the outcome of the game had long since lost its suspense. But he was just 1 assist away from achieving his first career double-double. Silas immediately called a timeout. Paul took the tactical board from Silas, quickly drawing the play for a pick-and-roll to the corner, then looked up at Westbrook. Ibaka is hiding in the corner waiting for your pass. Back on the court for a decisive attack, Westbrook held the ball at the arc using Griffin's screen to aggressively drive right. The Thunder defenders immediately surrounded him. This time he did not insist on a personal attack. Lowering his center of gravity, he made a precise bounce pass right to the cutting Ibaka under the basket. Ibaka soared into the air, scoring with a powerful two-handed dunk. The assist was perfect, achieving the double-double. 24 points, 7 rebounds, 9 assists. Westbrook had secured his first career double-double. He stood quietly at center court, gazing down at the game ball in his hands, feeling a surge of passion within. Sephorosha walked to half court, approached him, lightly bumped fists, and casually tugged at his jersey. Your performance tonight reminded me of those top veteran point guards in the league. Westbrook nodded slightly, saying nothing more, and walked back to the locker room, cradling the game ball. Back in the locker room, he carefully removed his blue and purple sneakers, meticulously wiping the dust off the soles before placing them back on the top shelf of his locker. Paul sat quietly watching from the side, then got up with the aid of a cane, placing a tactical card into Westbrook. Next game is away against the Spurs. Parker's breakthrough speed is extremely fast, and he has more changeoff direction moves. Keep an eye on his footwork rhythm in advance. Westbrook did not respond, subconsciously retightening his shoelaces. On the inside of the tongue, the handwriting left by Rose had faded slightly over time. Outside, the night deepened as teammates gradually left the arena. Westbrook sat alone in front of his locker, replaying his breakthrough highlights from tonight again and again, his expression particularly resolute. At that moment, the fax machine in General Manager Bob's office suddenly buzzed to life. A document from Oklahoma City slowly emerged. Thunder General Manager Presti pulled out a brand new heavy offer: a 2012 unprotected first-round pick, a 2013 first-round swap, right along with a substantial cash compensation. Compared to previous offers, this one showed more sincerity and thicker chips. To acquire Westbrook, the Thunder were prepared to pay any price. The undercurrents of the trade had quietly begun to surge. The morning after Westbrook recorded the first double-double of his career, the fax machine in Bob's office hummed as a formal offer sheet from Oklahoma City slowly emerged. The thermal paper still held a faint warmth, yet its weight was enough to shake the entire league. Thunder General Manager Sam Presti had proposed an unprecedented package: an unprotected 2012 first-round pick, a 2013 first-round swap, right, $3 million in cash compensation, and a 1-year veteran minimum contract for Kevin Durant to match the salary cap. Bob pushed the fax across the desk to Sinan, circling the 2012 unprotected first-rounder in red ink and drawing 2 lines under the $3 million cash. Presti was straightforward. He knows we're a championship contender, not a rebuilding team. This offer lets us keep our title chances while locking in future talent for years. His exact words: having Westbrook as a third-string point guard on a championship team is a pure waste of talent. In Oklahoma City, he'd be the franchise cornerstone for the next decade. Sinan leaned back in his chair, fingertips tapping lightly on the desk, his expression calm. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the 2012 draft class was. Anthony Davis, Lillard, Beal, a galaxy of burgeoning superstars. If the Thunder's record weren't ideal, that pick would be a top lottery selection. $3 million in cash might be negligible to an NBA team, but raising that amount sent a clear message across the league: Westbrook's value was immense, and teams hoping to snatch him on the cheap should abandon all hope. Raise the cash compensation to $4.5 million, Sinan said in an unwavering tone. Keep the 2013 first-round swap, right, unchanged. Presti is shrewd. He knows Westbrook's numbers will keep surging. But he's even more afraid of another team hijacking the deal, which is why he rushed an overnight offer. He's betting on Westbrook's ceiling 5 years from now. We hold a trump card that keeps appreciating. There's no rush to cash it in, since he himself admits that a genius coming off the bench is a waste. Then he must pay a price that matches the value of this elite talent. Bob quickly jotted down the key points on a sticky note, a smirk forming on his lips. Presti mentioned earlier that he also has a Timberwolves second-round pick around the 35th slot. If he gets hung up on the cash figure, well, use that pick as leverage. Drag every detail until after the All-Star break. Sinan gave a slight nod. This trade could not be rushed. Westbrook was on the rise and Paul's knee had yet to fully heal. Once Yao Ming returned to team practice and the full rotation took shape, only then could they determine whether the backcourt was indeed redundant. Until Yao's comeback, every start Westbrook earned was inflating his trade value. Bob lowered his voice and added he wrote a special line at the end of his email. In over a decade in this business, Head never offered such an extravagant package for a team's third-string point guard. He hopes to hear a deal by seasons and not endless delays. That only proves his offer isn't enough yet. Sinan took a sip of coffee, his gaze settling on the red annotated offer sheet. He can afford to wait, we can afford it even more. The cards in our hand always give us the upper hand. Meanwhile, inside the training facility, Westbrook was drenched in sweat, relentlessly drilling pull-up jumpers. Spot up, one dribble, pull-up, step back after a crossover. He repeated them over and over without pause. On his feet, the royal purple basketball shoes had another scrap of paint worn off the sole. Inside the tongue, the signature from Rose was now blurred, eroded by sweat and friction. Paul, leaning on crutches in the doorway of the hallway, silently watched the entire drill. Once Westbrook returned to his locker, Paul spoke slowly. Do you know why Presti chose this very moment to send that offer? Westbrook paused as he placed the sneakers back on the top shelf of his locker. Because I played the best game of my career last night. No, Paul shook his head, his words clear and deliberate. It's because everyone now sees that having you come off the bench for a championship team is a colossal waste. Not wasting your career on the court means squandering what you could bring to the team's future. The Thunder aren't the only team that wants you, but they're the first bold enough to offer 2 years of first-round picks. He's not betting on one breakout game. He's betting on how far you can grow over the next 5 years. He wants you to be the Thunder's leader, take unlimited shots, lead the team to the playoffs, not wait here for Paul to return. As he spoke, Paul slipped a tactical card featuring Parker's crossover rhythm into Westbrook's locker. Next game against the Spurs, Parker's footwork is lightning fast, and his crossovers are numerous. If you replicate last night's rhythm, he won't be able to stop you. And the better you play, the higher the chips Presti is willing to lay down. Westbrook lowered his head, tying and readying his shoelaces as if locking in his own conviction. Is the team really planning to trade me? No final decision yet, Paul said, still leaning on his crutches, his knee injury requiring a long recovery, but his voice was unwavering. A professional player doesn't fear trade rumors. What's truly terrifying is letting those rumors shatter your mindset and ruin your game. You've already proven yourself. From now on, every game is your stage. Parker's crossovers are more refined, but his knees aren't in great shape either. Keep shining, and it won't just be the Thunder raising their offer. The whole league will come knocking. The locker room fell silent for a moment. Curry poked his head in, holding a fresh roll of anti-slip tape. Paul put us through relentless baseline screen drills. Ibaka's screen angles are much more solid now. We've precisely mapped the split-second windows for your pick and roll with Parker. Ibaka followed behind, fiddling with an old basketball under the hoop, speaking earnestly with his Congolese accent. Parker likes to drive on my side. He'll hold my ground and make him hit a wall. Your arc cut from the top takes just 0.7 seconds. Parker won't have time to contest your shot. Westbrook looked at the two of them, his tense expression gradually softening. He chuckled softly, pulled the laces tight, and bumped fists heavily with Ibaka. The Thunder want me, but I haven't helped the Hornets win enough glory yet. Ibaka tossed the ball back to him. Then keep winning. As night deepened, the training facility lights went out one by one. The fax machine in Bob's office hummed again. Presti had readily agreed cash compensation, raised to $4.5 million, the first-round swap, right, retained. The two sides reached a preliminary understanding. The formal contract would be finalized after the season. Sinan stood on the second-floor balcony, coffee in hand, gazing at the locker room below, where the light still shone. Westbrook was alone, staring at the video footage, dissecting Parker's footwork, center of gravity, and timing on every drive, leaving no subtle flaw unexamined. His phone vibrated softly, a text from Scarlett. She had just finished editing work and had prepared a brand new noise-canceling headset already unboxed and placed at home for him to take to the arena, far better than his old pair. A faint smile curled at the corner of Sinan's mouth as he put away his phone. His gaze returned to the determined figure practicing tirelessly downstairs. The sky-high offer from Oklahoma City still lay on the desk, its indicator light blinking. But in that locker room, the royal purple sneakers sat quietly, laces pulled taut. Everyone assumed the trade was imminent. No one knew that in Sinan's mind a far greater plan, one that transcended the trade itself, had already been laid out. 3 days after the negotiation was finalized, the fax machine on Bob's desk once again spat out a document from Oklahoma City. Thunder General Manager Presti accepted all of the Hornets' terms. The cash compensation was escalated to $4.5 million. The 2013 first-round pick swap right was retained, and the formal contract would be signed directly at the end of the season. Bob carefully filed the facts, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He knew better than anyone that the value of this trade far exceeded what was written on paper. An unprotected 2012 first-round pick. That was the deep draft year of Anthony Davis. As long as the Thunder's record remained lackluster, this pick would be a solid high lottery pick, perhaps even the number 1 overall pick. Sinan stood on the second-floor corridor, holding a cup of hot coffee. His gaze pierced through the glass window, fixed directly on the locker room. The delay in signing this offer had never been due to disagreements over the cash figure. Rather, Sinan was waiting, orchestrating a monumental scheme. The delay in signing this offer had never been due to disagreements over the cash figure. Rather, Sinan was waiting, orchestrating a monumental scheme. He was waiting for the All-Star game to conclude, and before Yao Ming officially returned, to let Westbrook deliver an even more explosive performance. He wanted to force the Thunder to willingly offer up more leverage. By then, the unprotected 2012 first-round pick would be just an appetizer. Perhaps he could also add this year's draft pick along with the 2013 first-round swap right and the Timberwolves second-round pick. All of these would become the cornerstone for building the Hornets dynasty. At that moment, the dull sound of a crutch striking the floor came from the end of the corridor. Paul pushed open the office door, leaning on his crutches, an ice pack still strapped to his knee, yet his eyes were razor-sharp. He sat down directly across from Sinan, resting his crutch against the desk, and cut to the chase. Presti sent another fax. Yes, he agreed to the increased cash compensation and to sign the formal contract at the end of the season. Paul's brow slightly arched, his tone laced with confusion. Then why don't you sign it now? Sinan raised his coffee and took a delicate sip, offering no direct reply. He looked at Paul and spoke slowly. Remember the 2008 Western Conference Semifinals Game 7. Duncan's words to Durant after the game. Paul fell silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "The future is yours." Exactly. Leaning back in his chair, Sinan's gaze turned sharp as he stared out the window at the riverfront dock being demolished. But Duncan never said which year the future would be. A true winner can never be defined by empty words. Presti thinks that with 2 first-round picks, he can buy the Thunder's core for the next decade. He has no idea that what I want is to use Westbrook to gamble on the 2012 number 1 overall pick. Anthony Davis is destined to declare for the draft. As long as the Thunder continue to tank next year, this pick alone can reshape the entire league. Paul's heart trembled slightly as he fixed his eyes on Sinan. Do you think Presti knows what you're betting on? Of course he does. Sinan's tone was calm, but carried an air of total control. He's been in the league for over a decade and has never offered such a massive price for a third-string point guard, yet he still did. He bets that Westbrook can become an all-star within 5 years. I bet the Thunder will still have the worst record next season. We're both gambling, but my wager is far bigger and my vision far broader. Paul gripped his crutch, slowly rose to his feet, and walked to the door where he paused. He turned back to look at Sinan and asked in a deep voice, "Westbrook is playing his heart out every game, believing he has finally earned his playing time. But you say this is just a show to force the Thunder to raise the stakes. Does he know?" Sinan's gaze remained calm with no concealment. He knows. He simply chooses to keep winning. Every time he tightens the laces of his blue-purple sneakers in the locker room, he sees the words, "Rose left Oklahoma is farther, but here is where you bloom." He has never abandoned the ambition to shine on a bigger stage. I'm just helping him move that stage from New Orleans to Oklahoma. Paul said no more, pushed open the office door, and the sound of his crutch striking the floor gradually faded away. Sinan watched his retreating figure, his mind drifting back 7 years. That was when he first saw Baron Davis in this arena. On a night like this, he held a cup of coffee and watched a traded point guard sink hundreds of pull-up jump shots in the empty training facility. 7 years had passed. He had transformed from an observer into the mastermind steering the team's future and orchestrating trades across the league. The night deepened. On Bob's desk, the indicator light of the Thunder's offer continued to blink, awaiting the official signature at the end of the season. Meanwhile, in the locker room, that pair of blue-purple sneakers still lay quietly in place. The laces were tied tight, as airtight as this entire orchestration. Presti thought victory was in his grasp, unaware that Sinan had already made his decision. This seemingly ironclad offer would ultimately lead to only one outcome: rejection. And after the rejection, a league-shaking scheme would truly begin. Thunder's offer letter lay on Bob's desk for an entire week. Bob had picked up the file several times, intending to archive it, but was stopped each time by Sinan. "Just leave it on the table. No need to put it away. Every time Presti calls, just tell him I'm still considering. The longer we drag it out, the more he'll wonder about our cards, and the more uneasy he'll feel." Bob complied, placing the file back, then picked up a thick scouting report and pressed it over the edge of the document. "He's already called 3 times. First call asking if we were unhappy with the cash compensation. Second call, he voluntarily offered to add a second-round pick. Third call, he didn't say it outright, but his tone was full of panic, afraid we'd trade Westbrook to another team. A faint smile curled at the corner of Sinan's mouth, his tone firm and poised. Let him be afraid. Once a man is panicked, he'll voluntarily raise the stakes and willingly put up more chips. He walked slowly to the window, coffee in hand. Downstairs in the training gym, the entire team was preparing intently. Ibaka was bent over using chalk to redraw a clear screen angle line on the baseline. Curry directly rested his elbow on Harden's shoulder as they both used their other hands to point at the arc, gesturing repeatedly about running routes. Westbrook crouched near the basket, staring intently at that chalk line, silent for a long time. Then he stood up, took the chalk from Ibaka, and added a small arrow at the end of the arc. On a folding chair by the court, Yao Ming sat quietly. His left ankle was wrapped in thick bandages, and a playbook was spread open on his knee. He hadn't officially returned yet, but he had already integrated into the team's studying video with the coaching staff every day, familiarizing himself with Paul's pick-and-roll rhythm and Griffin's timing for rolling to the rim. At that moment, he was bending over, jotting notes quickly in his manual, occasionally glancing up at the guards on the court, then lowering his head again, unwilling to slack off in the slightest. The All-Star weekend was right around the corner. Yao Ming confirmed he would officially rejoin the team after the All-Star game. By then, the Hornets' front-court rotation would undergo a dramatic transformation. Silas would shift a significant amount of offensive emphasis to the interior, and the backcourt rotation order would be completely reshuffled. And Westbrook's stellar performances in the few starts before the All-Star game would be his last peak of value. Before long, the sound of crutches tapping against the floor echoed down the hallway. Paul pushed the door open with his crutches, the ice pack on his knees still not removed, sweat dripping from his forehead after rehabilitation training. He leaned one crutch against the desk, and as he sat down, a faint click came from his knee. Silas has finalized the new rotation after the All-Star break. Paul placed the document on the table, tapping the rotation chart with his fingertip. Yao Ming returns, Ibaka moves to the second unit at power forward, and DeAndre Jordan remains the third center. In the backcourt, I start at point guard, Durant starts at shooting guard, and Harden comes off the bench as the sixth man. Westbrook's playing time will be divided between Curry and Green. Curry needs more off-ball shooting opportunities, and Green's wing defensive rotations are also more consistent. Sinan opened his notebook and wrote a line on a blank page. Westbrook's expected post-All-Star rotation, reduced playing time, declining stats, trade value topping out, and then dropping. He closed the notebook and looked at Paul with clear eyes. Presti will definitely call a fourth time this afternoon. Once he learns of Yao Ming's return and Westbrook's sharp reduction in minutes, he'll fully understand that the pre-All-Star window is his last chance to acquire Westbrook. Without us having to bring it up, he'll raise his offer another notch on his own. The office fell into a brief silence. Bob pulled open a drawer and took out an unmarked top-secret folder, spreading it on the table. Inside was Westbrook's complete data from the past half-season, average minutes and assists during Paul's injury, estimated minutes after Yao Ming's return, and the remaining schedule matchups between the two teams. Every piece of data pointed to the same conclusion: the pre-All-Star period was the only time to trade Westbrook and maximize value. Delay any longer and Westbrook's numbers would inevitably decline. The Thunder might also adjust their rebuilding strategy, turning their sights toward the draft, and this deal would lose all its value. Paul's gaze lingered on the rotation chart for a long time before he finally lifted his head. Have you considered how valuable the Thunder's 2013 first-round pick swap rights might be in the future? Sinan leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, enunciating clearly. The 2013 draft doesn't have a historic talent like Anthony Davis, but the Thunder's rebuilding timeline means they won't be competitive for the next few years. Westbrook will need time to adapt, and the Thunder's roster depth isn't enough for a quick rise in the West. At the very least, this swap right will boost our draft position by several spots. Paul slowly stood up, leaned on his crutches, and walked to the window with his back to the others. His shadow fell on the rotation chart, precisely covering Westbrook's name. Does Westbrook himself know his minutes will be cut after the All-Star break? He knows. Bob closed the folder, tapping its cover with his fingertip. Silas talked to him yesterday. He didn't say a word, just nodded, then turned around and went to practice his pull-up jumper. He never complains in the locker room. After every practice, he ties the laces of those blue-purple sneakers even tighter than before. Paul didn't respond. He gently pushed open the office door, and the sound of crutches tapping against the floor echoed down the hallway, gradually fading into the distance until it disappeared. Inside the training gym, Westbrook had just finished a set of suicides, hands on his knees, breathing heavily. Sweat dripped from his chin onto the floor, forming small dark patches. The soles of those blue-purple sneakers had scuffed off another patch of paint. The writing left by Ross on the tongue, worn by sweat and repeated friction, was barely visible. But he showed no sign of stopping. He simply bent down, retied his laces tightly, and stepped back to the three-point line. No one understood better than him. After the All-Star game, everything would change. His name was already on the trade table, a bargaining chip. But he didn't slack off or tank. He seized these few remaining minutes of playing time, pushing himself to the limit. Every drive, every jump shot, every assist. He was forging himself into a top-tier chip that Presti simply couldn't refuse. Ibaka tossed the chalk back into the equipment bin and said loudly in his Congolese accent, "Next game Griffin will cut from the left side. You just pass to the right." Westbrook didn't turn around. He just spun the basketball in his hands, then rose and released. The crisp sound of the net echoed loudly through the empty gym. The night deepened. The lights in the team's training gym went out one by one. Only the light in the locker room remained on. On Bob's desk, the Timberwolves' second-round pick proposal and Yao Ming's return rotation chart lay side by side. Thunder's offer still rested quietly beside them. Presti was willing to wait patiently, but the countdown to the All-Star game never waited for anyone. In the locker room, the blue-purple sneakers still sat quietly in place. The laces were tied tight, as airtight as this covert scheme. Everyone was waiting for the All-Star game to arrive. Waiting for Yao Ming's return, waiting for the trade to be revealed, waiting for this game-changing power struggle across the league to finally reach its conclusion. All-Star Weekend has landed in Dallas. Outside the American Airlines Center, a giant poster stands out. Paul's blue-purple no. 3 jersey and Kobe's purple-gold no. 24 jersey each occupy half of the display, shining brightly under the Texas sun. This marks the first time in Hornets history that 2 players have been selected as All-Star starters. It is also Paul's 3rd consecutive year on this elite stage. But tonight the busiest person is not Paul. In the locker room for the Rising Stars Challenge, Westbrook sits in front of his locker repeatedly, wiping his blue-purple sneakers. The writing left by Rose on the inside of the shoe tongue is already faded. The phrase "Oklahoma is further away, it's your time to shine here" has become his unique pre-game ritual. Every time he puts on the shoes, he gently brushes his fingers over the nearly invisible words. Paul, leaning on a cane at the corridor entrance, quietly observes him repeating this routine for over half a season. It is only when Westbrook stands up to prepare to enter the court that Paul slowly speaks. Tonight is the Rising Stars Challenge, not the playoffs. I know. Westbrook bends down, reties his shoelaces, and pushes the door towards the brilliant light at the end of the tunnel. The game begins, and just 4 minutes into the first quarter, Westbrook and Griffin connect for an explosive play. Westbrook uses Griffin's screen at the top of the arc and forces his way through on the right side. His first step is as quick as an arrow released from a bow, and the second-year defender is completely caught off guard, instantly bulldozed. With a flick of his wrist, he throws the ball high towards the left side of the basket. In the next moment, Griffin leaps from the weak side, tracing a perfect arc in the air, catches the ball with both hands, and slams it down into the hoop. What a thunderous dunk! The entire American Airlines Center shakes violently, the backboard buzzing incessantly. The Hornets bench erupts in cheers. Curry excitedly tosses aside his towel, while Harden films the entire scene with his phone, keeping the camera fixed on Griffin, pounding his chest and shouting. In the commentary booth, Barkley shouts, "This kid has springs in his legs." As the game concludes, Westbrook finishes with 18 points and 7 assists. With a fast break dunk, he plays with complete abandon. Each drive is a full release of pent-up energy. The second-year guard across from him has no chance to retaliate, and substitutions are futile. Back in the locker room, he has just taken off his sneakers. He notices that a piece of paint has worn off the sole again. Meanwhile, his phone screen lights up. Thunder general manager Presti sends a text with a brief line, "Great performance tonight, see you in the summer." Westbrook remains expressionless, directly laying the phone face down in his locker without a reply. He lowers his head, his fingertips brushing over the faded writing on the shoe tongue, again gently wiping it. He then carefully places the sneakers in the side pocket of his backpack. Inside the locker, there is a fresh note from Griffin depicting the alley-oop connection they just executed, with a small piece of medical tape stuck in the corner. The next evening, the three-point contest begins. Curry goes wild in the finals with 23 points. As he releases his final flower ball, the entire crowd rises. The basketball arches in his signature high trajectory, swishing through the net, with a crisp sound echoing through the dome. Curry turns and lightly pumps his fist towards the Hornets bench. The motion is small, yet it conceals all the brilliance he has suppressed for so long. Durant stands up, applauding vigorously, and a faint smile appears on Paul's lips. In the stands, a young fan, wearing a Davidson College t-shirt, holds up a sign, "Curry is faster than I imagined." 2 days later, the slam dunk contest takes center stage. Griffin makes his grand entrance as staff roll a sponsored small car to the center of the court. The lights dim and then brighten again. Griffin stands at the baseline, spinning the basketball on his fingertip, breathing steadily. Westbrook rises from the sidelines and shouts towards him, "Fly over." As soon as the words leave his mouth, Griffin takes off, accelerating, leaping over the front of the car, and slamming the ball down with ferocity. Perfect score. All 5 judges raise their 10-point cards simultaneously. The crowd erupts into cheers, the applause deafening. After landing, Griffin pats the Hornets logo on his chest and gives Westbrook a distant thumbs up. Westbrook, with both hands in the pockets of his training gear, slightly lifts the corners of his mouth, revealing a rare smile. In the studio, Barkley pounds the table, shouting, "This is the best dunk I've ever seen. Charles, you can't even reach the hood." The night before the All-Star game in a hotel suite, Scarlett is curled up on the sofa, flipping through the schedule, with a pen circling and crossing out. She has just finished mixing the documentary, and the Dallas sound team wants to borrow the sound samples from the Hornets Arena Dome. Sinan leans by the window holding coffee, watching the fans queuing to enter below. At that moment, Bob's phone suddenly rings. Presti has called 4 times. Bob's voice carries the sounds of the arena, his tone firm. He didn't mention cash or a second-round pick, just said, "After the All-Star game, sit down and sign the contract." He's anxious. Sinan, pausing briefly while holding the coffee, responds softly, "After tonight, Westbrook's value will only increase." Sinan says nothing more and hangs up the phone. He looks towards the locker room door at the figure tying his shoelaces. Westbrook, despite having no game tonight, still wears those blue-purple sneakers. A piece of paint has chipped off the sole again, and the writing on the tongue is completely illegible. However, when he bends down to tie his shoelaces, his fingers still instinctively brush over that spot. Under the dome of the All-Star game, Yao Ming sits in casual attire at the back row of the Western bench. His left ankle is fitted with a custom lightweight ankle brace, clearly indicating his recovery status. He is engaged in a low conversation with Commissioner Stern, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. On the court, Paul and Kobe pass by each other, gently exchanging high fives. Durant remains silent, not keen on the active offense of the exhibition game. However, when Kobe inquires about Yao Ming's ankle brace, he calmly replies, "Custom carbon fiber, air freighted from China, 2 ounces lighter than your purple gold model." Kobe gives him a glance, nods, and returns to the locker room. As the All-Star game comes to a close, players filter out one after another. Westbrook, carrying his backpack, walks at the back of the line. As he passes through the players' tunnel, he sees Presti talking quietly with Bob at the VIP entrance. They do not notice him, but a few keywords clearly reach his ears: non-protective sign, swap, rights, cash compensation. Westbrook does not pause his steps at all. He simply bends down and tightens the laces of his blue-purple. He pushes the door into the locker room, heading towards the light that belongs to him. The neon lights of Dallas flash, and the clamor of All-Star Weekend gradually fades. But the countdown for Westbrook's trade has just begun. By the sofa, a note left by Scarlett bears a new line: "Remember to bring new headphones for the away games. Don't use your phone to play highlights anymore." The day after the All-Star Weekend concluded, at the Hornets training facility, Yao Ming underwent his final individual practice before his return. On his left ankle, he wore a custom carbon fiber brace, nearly half the weight of its predecessor. The strength coach stood by, meticulously recording data, marking each set of suicides on the load management. Chris Paul leaned on his crutches by the locker room door, watching Yao Ming deftly tighten the straps of his ankle brace. Each movement as precise and gentle as the countless repetitions at the Houston Rehabilitation Center. "What did you and Stern talk about in Dallas before the All-Star game?" Yao Ming rose lightly, stepping on the floor. The carbon fiber panels of the brace gleamed with a matte luster under the lights. He asked about my recovery progress. I said I'd be ready after the All-Star break. Then he inquired about my knee weight-bearing data. I told him it was better than expected. Yao Ming zipped up his practice jersey, his tone flat and steady. Stern paused for a few seconds and said the league needs Yao Ming. I replied, "I know." No excitement, no indifference. Just a statement of an established fact. Paul asked no further questions, shifted his crutches to the other side, and turned toward the training floor. Silas stood on the second-floor balcony, clutching the new rotation playbook marked with Yao Ming's return. Downstairs, Ibaka was crouching, redrawing the screen angle line with chalk along the baseline. A line shifted one step outward from last month's position, custom designed for Yao Ming's low-post playmaking. Griffin repeatedly practiced the timing of his dive to the basket. Curry and Harden stood at the top of the arc, gesturing continuously to map out cutting routes. Westbrook squatted near the basket stanchion, staring at the chalk line in silence for a long time. Everyone knew that Yao Ming's official return after All-Star meant Westbrook's playing time would be further compressed. The Thunder's trade offer had sat on Bob's desk for a full week. Presti's patience was wearing thin. But today, the training facility's top priority was never trade negotiations or rotation adjustments. It was Yao Ming's first full-team practice in months. The whistle blew. Yao Ming rose from the sideline bench and slowly walked toward the center circle. After a long absence from the court, he finally joined the full-team scrimmage. Paul leaned his crutches against the wall, limped to the sideline, and stood quietly, gripping an old wristband. His gaze locked onto the new front-court pairing of Yao Ming and Griffin. First scrimmage set. Yao Ming received the ball firmly in the low post, and Griffin double-teamed him. He didn't force a shot. With a soft flick of his wrist, he dished to Ibaka, cutting to the basket. Ibaka took it in for a two-handed dunk landing and gingerly bumping fists with Yao Ming. The gesture was light, as if afraid to hurt him, or as if confirming that the legendary center had truly returned. Yao Ming glanced at him, then jogged back to the defensive end. Second scrimmage set. Though Paul wasn't playing, he directed from the sideline on crutches, signaling Yao Ming to set up at the free throw line for high post playmaking. Yao Ming caught the ball, swept his gaze across the court, and threaded a precision pass to Durant curling off a screen. The ball sailed over two defenders and landed cleanly in Durant's hands. Durant pulled up for a jumper over the help defender, swishing it. During the return, he gave Yao Ming a thumbs up. Yao Ming simply nodded and immediately ran to the next possession. Third scrimmage set. Curry came off Yao Ming's massive screen at the top of the key, caught, and shot in rhythm. It was Kawhi's favorite play. Yao Ming's screen gave him far more space than usual. As the net snapped, Curry turned to Yao Ming with a slight smile. But Yao Ming had already pivoted, charging toward the basket for the rebound. His footwork was lighter than before his injury, and he battled Griffin for position under the rim without yielding an inch. Silas folded his arms on the sideline, taking notes in red ink beside Yao Ming's name on the playbook. Every responsibility, from high post playmaking to low post rim protection and rebounding, all refined to exact positioning angles and help ranges. He set down the pen and shifted his gaze to Westbrook, who was leaning against the corridor doorframe. Yao Ming's return meant the team's offensive focus would tilt decisively toward the paint. Paul and Durant would dominate most of the ball handling. Harden would anchor the sixth-man role. Kawhi's off-ball three-point shooting would become the second unit's firepower core. And Westbrook, his name had already been written on the Thunder's trade offer, awaiting only the final signature. Yao Ming sat in front of his locker, deftly unbuckling the left ankle brace. He turned to look at Westbrook beside him. The young man was repeatedly tightening the laces of his blue-purple sneakers. Another patch of paint had chipped off the sole. The inscription left by Rose on the tongue had long since blurred beyond recognition. During my rehab in Houston, I watched every one of your starting games. Yao Ming said, his voice deep and steady. Against the Spurs, Parker had more crossovers, but you stuck with the rhythm the whole way. Your steal positioning was sharp. Against the Thunder, facing Cephalosha's long arms, your step-back mid-range was still consistent. You never lacked ability, only consistent playing time. Westbrook's fingers paused for an instant as he tied his laces, then continued wrapping and pulling tight. He murmured, his tone resolute. I just need a stage that's truly mine. Oklahoma City will give you that stage. Yao Ming placed the brace into his locker and slowly rose to his feet. His height made the locker room ceiling seem low, but his voice remained calm. Rose's words to you are almost worn away. But every time you tie your shoes, you touch that spot. You're not missing him. You're reminding yourself that you'll go where you're truly needed. Westbrook didn't answer. He tied his laces tightly, stood up, pushed open the locker room door, and walked toward the end of the corridor. At the other end of the hallway, on Bob's desk, the Thunder's trade offers indicator light still blinked. Inside the training facility, the echoes of Yao Ming's first full-team practice seemed to reverberate across the wooden floor, heavy and solid. Outside the arena, the steel frame of the new Hive Arena had reached its third level. Construction floodlights illuminated the night sky over the Mississippi River, as bright as day. In the locker room, the blue-purple sneakers sat quietly, laces taut. Like Yao Ming's return, like the impending trade, everything was set, merely awaiting the final reveal. The Giant had returned. The Hornets' championship puzzle was complete. The Giant had returned. The Hornets' championship puzzle was complete. At the Hornets' home court, they faced the Spurs. This game was destined to be etched into the team's history. It was not only Yao Ming's career debut after his comeback, but also Russell Westbrook's final start for the Hornets. After the All-Star break, Silas finalized the rotation. Paul officially returned from injury. Harden moved back to the sixth-man role, and Paul and Durant commanded the majority of the backcourt ball-handling duties. Kawhi's off-ball movement and three-point shooting became the offensive backbone of the second unit. As for Westbrook, his name had long been inscribed on the Thunder's offer sheet, awaiting only the end of the season for the contract to be officially signed. After tonight, Presti's fax machine would receive the Hornets' final confirmation letter. During pre-game warm-ups, Yao Ming stood at the free throw line, calmly sinking over a dozen free throws, with a shooting percentage far exceeding expectations. On his left ankle was still that custom carbon fiber brace. With every landing, there was a barely perceptible pause, yet his steps were already far lighter than before the All-Star break. Paul stood by the sideline on crutches, watching silently. He watched Yao Ming complete his final set of hook shots under the basket, toss the ball to Griffin, and then turned to head toward the locker room. Tonight, he no longer needed to rely on the crutches. The team doctor's final pregame check confirmed that his knee could fully withstand the intense physical demands of the regular season. On the opposite half, the Spurs were also warming up. Duncan's signature bank shot remained impeccably accurate. Ginobilis' Eurostep possessed an uncanny rhythm that was impossible to defend. The GDP trio was no longer young, yet the system built by Popovich remained the most impenetrable fortress in the league. After warm-ups, Duncan cast a faint glance in Yao Ming's direction. The two premier centers of the league locked eyes across half the court. After years of duels, their gazes held unspoken respect and understanding. The game officially began. Yao Ming's first touch came at the left side of the free throw line. He received a pass from Paul, faced Duncan's tight defense, and raised the ball for a shot fake. Duncan stood as steady as Mount Tai, not jumping at all, merely sliding half a step to firmly hold his defensive position. Yao Ming lowered his center of gravity, took one dribble to the right, and then rose for a hook shot. The ball sailed over Duncan's outstretched long arm and swished cleanly through the net. The entire crowd rose to their feet, instantly, cheers thundering through the arena. As Yao Ming retreated on defense, he made no celebratory gesture, merely glanced down at his left ankle before sprinting back to the backcourt. On the next possession, Duncan immediately answered with authority. He received a pass from Parker in the low post, leaned into Yao Ming with his back to the basket, pivoted to the left, and hit a trademark bank shot. Yao Ming watched as Duncan sprinted back to the backcourt, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. This was the unique synergy and rivalry belonging to the two legendary centers of the league. This was a load management plan established before the game, controlling Yao Ming's playing time with caution as the priority. Yao Ming did not complain at all. Sitting on the bench, he took the ice bag handed over by the trainer and applied it to his left ankle. His gaze remained fixed on the court, closely following Paul's running rhythm. That familiar pick-and-roll acceleration step-back jumper. Every pass was executed with pinpoint precision. After Yao Ming left the game, Paul took over the offense completely. He continuously used Griffin's screens to drive into the paint, and when Duncan rotated to help, he accurately dished the ball to Curry in the corner. Curry caught and shot a three-pointer that swished through the net. Throughout the entire game, Paul's performance was at its peak. From the first quarter to the final period, he maintained a firm grip on the game's tempo, with every decision after the pick-and-roll being flawless. In the decisive final quarter, Duncan launched into a frantic scoring spree. He successfully scored against Yao Ming twice in the low post. Once with a turnaround hook shot and once by drawing a foul, with a fake move narrowing the gap to just 5 points. The Spurs' counterattack was fierce. With 2 minutes left in the game, Paul stepped up and took over completely. 3 times in a row, he used Yao Ming's screen to break through the Spurs' defense, and when Duncan rotated to help, he split the ball to Curry in the corner every time. Curry's shooting touch was scorching hot. 3 catches, 3 shots, and all 3 three-pointers found their mark. The moment the final three-pointer ripped through the net, the entire New Orleans arena erupted into a frenzy. The final buzzer sounded and the Hornets defeated the Spurs by 12 points. Yao Ming made a successful return in his debut and Paul returned from injury, both joyous events. With a resounding and exhilarating victory, the Hornets declared to the entire Western Conference, the Giant has returned and the Hornets have officially embarked on their championship-driven playoff mode. In the locker room, after the game, jubilation filled the air. Yao Ming sat in front of his locker, slowly removing the ankle brace from his left foot. Beneath the bandages were several scars left from the rehabilitation period. He gently traced them with his fingers, then tucked the brace into his locker. Paul walked past him. Without an extra embrace, he simply placed an old remote control in Yao Ming's locker and said softly, "Welcome back." Yao Ming nodded slightly, picked up the remote, looked at it for a moment, then carefully placed it back. Sinan stood on the second-floor corridor, holding a cup of coffee. Looking down at the locker room, watching the players celebrating their triumphant debut, his thoughts wandered. From Yao Ming, who had arrived in New Orleans with his ankle wrapped in old bandages, to the Giant, who tonight faced Duncan and hit his first comeback shot. Months of rehabilitation and waiting had finally yielded a fulfilling result. Yao Ming had completely completed the full transition from Houston to New Orleans. At the other end of the corridor on Bob's desk, the fax machine had remained silent for a long time. Presti was quietly waiting for the final trade documents at the end of the season. In the locker room, Yao Ming put away the remote that Paul had left, slowly stood up, pushed open the door, and walked toward the end of the corridor. His footsteps were steady and firm, exactly as they had been during pre-game warm-ups. This time he no longer had to lower his head to pay attention to his ankle. The night was deep. On the banks of the Mississippi River, the steel structure of the new Hornets arena rose steadily under the searchlights. And in the corner of the locker room, that pair of blue-purple basketball shoes remained quietly placed. The laces were tied tight, much like Westbrook's impending fated ending. The Giant has arrived. The path to the championship has officially commenced. In the final regular season game, the Hornets host the Mavericks. The outcome of this match has long ceased to impact the standings. The Hornets have secured the second place in the West, while the Mavericks firmly hold the 6th spot, with both teams having already stepped into the playoffs. However, Silas did not rest the starters. He designated this match as a playoff simulation, arranging for Paul and Yao Ming to start together, allowing this new core of inside and outside players to gain practical experience. On the bench, Westbrook sat quietly in his training gear. His knee bore neither ice packs nor bandages. Tonight he would not be in the starting lineup. This would also be his last regular season game in his Hornets career. After the All-Star game, the rotation has been finalized. Paul returned from injury. Harden firmly held the sixth-man role, and Westbrook's playing time has been compressed to under 15 minutes, only to rotate in at the beginning of the second quarter. The formal trade will not be signed until the end of the season. Theoretically, he can still compete in the playoffs with the team, and there is even a chance for him to complete a dunk on a bigger stage. On Bob's desk, the Thunder's offer still lay there, but at this moment Westbrook had no mind for it. His gaze was fixed on the court, watching Yao Ming's positioning as he set up screens for Paul to penetrate. These details will become the sharpest weapons for the Hornets in the playoffs. As the game began in the first quarter, Yao Ming showcased tremendous progress since his return. His movements were increasingly light. After receiving the ball in the low post, he no longer relied solely on his hook shot, but frequently facilitated plays from the high post, linking the team's offense. Paul utilized Yao Ming's screen at the top of the arc for a strong drive. Facing the Mavericks center Dampier's help defense, he flicked his wrist to pass the ball to Curry in the corner. Curry caught the ball and shot the three-pointer swishing through the net. This tactic, which existed only in chalk lines on the training court last month, has now become one of the Hornets' most lethal moves. After facilitating the play, Yao Ming immediately turned to chase the rebound. As his left ankle hit the ground, there was still a barely perceptible pause, but this pause was growing shorter. Only the fitness coach's load chart could accurately record this transformation. At halftime, the Hornets led by 9 points. In the locker room, Silas did not elaborate on tactics. He simply reminded everyone to treat this match as a life-and-death battle in the playoffs. Paul sat down next to Westbrook, his knee wrapped in an ice pack, quietly informing him in the early stage of the second quarter tonight he would be bringing in the second unit alongside Harden. Westbrook silently nodded, saying nothing. He simply lowered his head and tightened the laces of his blue and purple sneakers once more. The writing left by Rose on the inside of the tongue of the shoe had long since faded, but gently touching that spot before the game had already become his unique ritual. From the elbow, Nowitzki sank 3 consecutive fadeaway jumpers. His signature one-legged shot soared at an arc too high to block. Griffin and Ibaka took turns defending up close, yet he easily evaded them and shot with precision. The 9-point lead was instantly cut to just 2 points. Silas immediately called a timeout. This time he replaced Paul with Westbrook. It wasn't because of an injury to Paul nor a tactical shift, but simply to allow the young man a few more minutes on the court in the final game of the regular season. Sinan stood on the second-floor corridor watching the scene in silence. He knew that Westbrook's playing time in the playoffs would only diminish, yet he understood even more that this young man never ceased his relentless effort regardless of limited minutes. The arena floor was already etched with the marks of every drive, every jump shot, and every slide he had ever made. Westbrook took the court and instantly ignited the stadium. On a fast break, he received a long pass from Ibaka. With a Mavericks guard in pursuit, he did not slow down, but instead sprinted at full speed, soared into the air, and threw down a ferocious two-handed dunk. Upon landing, his body trembled slightly, knees bent, fists clenched. That explosive power was exactly the same as when he faced off against Thabo Sefolosha back in Oklahoma City. On the bench, Yao Ming watched him, recalling his own words, "You only need consistent playing time to become an all-star." Oklahoma City would give him a stage, but at this moment, he was still pouring out every last ounce of his strength for New Orleans. On the next possession, Kidd tried to use his experience to contain Westbrook's impact. But Westbrook stole the ball directly at midcourt, knocked it out of Kidd's hands, and raced to the basket for an easy layup, adding 2 more points. Kidd glanced back at him, shook his head helplessly, and jogged slowly up the floor. In his limited minutes on the court, Westbrook delivered a pinpoint assist and made a crucial steal on defense. Every contribution was an explosive release of long-suppressed energy. With 2 minutes left, the Hornets held an 8-point lead, and the game was completely out of reach. Silas pulled all his starters, letting the bench unit finish the remaining time. Westbrook sat on the bench, wiping sweat from his brow with a towel. Paul came off the court and sat down beside him, strapping an ice pack back onto his knee. Without a word, Paul gently placed an old wristband on Westbrook's knee. This wristband, identical to the ones he had given to Gordon, Korver, and Rose before, still bore the bleach stains from the laundry room, its edges frayed from repeated pulling. The final buzzer sounded. The Hornets won by 6 points, concluding the regular season with a flawless 6,022 record. In the locker room, there was no grand celebration. The entire team remained composed. The playoffs were imminent. Their first-round opponents were the 7-seeded Grizzlies, a young, tenacious team with fierce defense and a strong interior presence. Yao Ming sat at his locker, unfastened the ankle brace on his left foot, and dried the sweat around it with a towel. He turned to look at Westbrook, who was organizing his gear nearby. The young man was tightening his shoelaces once more. Another patch of paint had scuffed off the sole, and the lettering inside the tongue had completely disappeared. First round of the playoffs against Memphis, Yao Ming set his voice steady and clear. Their center Marc Gasol is extremely smart with his defensive positioning. When you roll off the pick and roll, you need to watch out for his help defense. Westbrook finished lacing his shoes and stood up abruptly. I know. I've seen in the footage how he guards Griffin. He likes to set up early. They'll blow past him with my speed. With that, he slung his bag over his shoulder, pushed open the locker room door, and strode toward the end of the court. On Bob's desk, the fax machine's indicator light still blinked. Presti waited in Oklahoma City, silently anticipating the final trade paperwork at season's end. But at that moment, Westbrook paid it no mind. He only wanted to get home as soon as possible to study game footage of the Grizzlies. He knew he still had an entire postseason to fight through and responsibilities that awaited his fulfillment. The regular season had drawn to a close, and the Hornets' playoff war was about to begin. In the first round of the playoffs, the Hornets hosted the Memphis Grizzlies at home. No one dared to underestimate this young, iron-willed team that had secured the 7th seed in the Western Conference. Marc Gasol guarded the paint. Zach Randolph dominated the low post. Rudy Gay and O.J. Mayo unleashed firepower from the wings, and Mike Conley calmly orchestrated the tempo. Head coach Hollins had already etched the brand of tenacious defense into this team. They might lack playoff experience, but in physicality and defensive grit, they were among the league's elite. Before the game in the locker room, Silas stood before the whiteboard outlining the defensive focus. Randolph is one of the interior players with the most post touches in the league, averaging nearly 17 points and 12 rebounds a game. His ability to overpower opponents in the paint is immense. Marc Gasol averages 14 points and 9 rebounds, and he can also orchestrate plays from the high post. With a red marker, he fiercely circled Randolph's name is Tone Grave. This black bear will use his body to bulldoze his way into the paint and crash the boards ferociously. We cannot allow him to receive the ball easily in the paint. The game officially tipped off. The Hornets' starting 5 took the floor: Paul Durant, Artest Boozer, and this was Yao Ming's first playoff game as a starter since his return from injury. On his left ankle was still the custom carbon fiber brace, and there was still a barely perceptible pause when he landed, but his footwork was far more agile than during the All-Star game. On the first possession of the game, Randolph delivered a message to the Hornets. He received the ball in the left post with his back to the basket, leaned hard against Boozer, lowered his shoulder, and drove repeatedly with 2 powerful bumps. Boozer fought to keep his center of gravity low, but still underestimated Randolph's strength. When the third collision came, he was forced back half a step. Seizing the opening, Randolph turned for a hook shot, the ball arcing over Boozer's long arms and settling cleanly into the net. As he landed, the number 50 on his shorts flashed briefly in the shadow of the basket stanchion. He turned and jogged back on defense, his steps heavy, as if stamping the Grizzlies' mark onto the floor. On the next possession, Boozer answered with force. Receiving Paul's pass at the elbow, he faced Randolph, lowered his center of gravity, took a dribble to the right, and pulled up for a jumper. The ball swished through the net, the squeak of his shoes against the floor echoing sharply. The interior battle in the playoffs reached a fever pitch from the very first minute. Less than 5 minutes into the first quarter, Silas made a decisive substitution, replacing Boozer with Griffin. The young Griffin immediately displayed a toughness befitting a veteran. Randolph backed him down, repeatedly lowering his shoulder and driving, but Griffin planted his feet and refused to yield an inch. The third collision actually caused Randolph to stumble. He then turned for a hook shot that clanked off the rim. Yao Ming secured the rebound and fired a long pass that found Paul sprinting on the fast break. Paul finished the layup easily to complete the counterattack. With 3 minutes left in the quarter, Silas began his rotations. Camby replaced Yao Ming, Harden replaced Artest, and Curry replaced Durant. The Grizzlies tried to pick up the pace, attempting to attack the paint with Conley's speed. But Camby, still possessing rim protection instincts worthy of an all-defensive team selection, twice precisely contested Conley's floater, guarding the paint tenaciously. At the end of the first quarter, the Hornets held a 4-point lead. Westbrook, Harden, Posey, Ibaka, and DeAndre Jordan. Hollins immediately deployed the double forward lineup, aiming to widen the gap during the transition period. Arthur hit a jump shot from the top of the arc, but Ibaka quickly responded with a strong counter. Young drove in for a layup, and Ibaka leaped into the air, delivering a fierce block that sent the ball flying out of bounds. After landing, he didn't even glance at his opponent, turning and sprinting toward the front court. Next, Harden executed his signature Euro step. Receiving the ball at the left elbow, he lowered his center of gravity and drove left, easily beating Conley off the dribble. Facing Arthur's help defense, he shifted his footwork, nimbly flipping a light left-hand layup that kissed the glass and went in. The Hornets bench instantly erupted, with Curry excitedly whipping his towel into the air. The Grizzlies immediately adjusted their strategy, double-teaming Yao Ming. Yao never sought to dominate the offense. Whenever the double team came, he promptly passed the ball to his open teammates on the perimeter. Curry caught the ball at the top of the arc and released a shot, a three-pointer that pierced the net. Griffin cut from the weak side, received a bounce pass from Yao, and threw down a two-handed dunk. Veteran Posey, stationed at the corner, took a pass from Paul and calmly sank a three-pointer, his toes precisely behind the arc, a display of playoff experience in its purest form. At halftime, the Hornets had extended their lead to 6 points. In the locker room at halftime, Silas quickly outlined the second-half tactics. In the second half, the Grizzlies will use Conley and Mayo to alternately drain Paul's energy, while Randolph will continue to attack the paint aggressively. Yao will remain a starter. Use your high-post playmaking to shred their defensive rotations. Let Paul and Durant completely break through their line of defense. As the second half began, the Hornets' starting five returned to the court. The Grizzlies' defensive intensity escalated to another level. Conley stuck to Paul like glue, shadowing him every step of the way. Gasol roamed the paint relentlessly, providing help defense and disrupting every low-post entry pass to Yao. The moment he stepped onto the court, Camby delivered a thunderous block. As Randolph attempted a low-post move against Boozer spinning for a hook shot, Camby flew in from the weak side, swatting the ball fiercely out of bounds with both hands. After landing, Randolph stared at Camby, panting heavily, his face full of defiance. In the final quarter of the decisive battle, the Grizzlies fully bared their fangs, launching a frenzied counterattack. Randolph transformed into a beast in the paint, scoring on 3 consecutive post-up plays, first overpowering Boozer, then bulldozing Griffin, and finally finishing strong over Camby's help defense. He single-handedly clawed back a double-digit deficit to within just 2 points. The atmosphere in the arena instantly tightened to the breaking point. Silas immediately called a timeout. Kneeling before Paul, Silas did not pick up the clipboard, but simply uttered 6 words, "Get Yao the ball at the elbow." After the timeout, the Hornets' first possession. Yao Ming stood steady at the elbow, receiving a pass from his teammate. Instantly, 3 Grizzlies players collapsed their defense. Gasol Jr. guarded the paint. Randolph rushed over to double-team, and Conley abandoned his man to shrink inward. Yao Ming faked a shot, then flicked his wrist lightly. The ball precisely threaded under Randolph's raised arm, finding Curry wide open in the corner. Curry caught Rose and released in one fluid motion. The three-pointer swished through the net. The entire New Orleans arena erupted. The Grizzlies launched their final possession. Conley held the ball at the top of the key, patiently draining the clock, then used Randolph's screen to drive right. Facing Paul on the switch, he pulled up for a floater. The ball bounced twice on the rim before finally dropping through, cutting the lead back to 3. Silas did not call a timeout. Paul caught the inbound pass near the baseline and was immediately fouled by Conley, sending him to the free throw line. Conley-Paul sank both free throws, extending the lead to 5 points. The Grizzlies had no timeouts left. Mayo launched a long pass from the backcourt to a sprinting Gay. Gay caught the ball in the corner and rose for a 3, contesting Durant's closing defense. The ball clanked off the side of the backboard and rimmed out. Griffin fought fiercely to grab the crucial rebound. At that moment, the final buzzer echoed throughout the arena. The Hornets won at home, taking Game 1 of the first playoff round with a convincing 7-point victory. Final statistics: Yao Ming finished with 20 points, 12 rebounds, and 5 assists, dominating the paint. Paul logged 16 points and 13 assists, orchestrating the offense. Durant poured in 24 points, a steady offensive force. Griffin contributed 10 points and 7 rebounds, a gritty battle in the trenches. Curry hit 3 crucial three-pointers, a spark off the bench. Camby made the most of his limited minutes, coming up with 2 key blocks. Westbrook played 12 minutes, recording 6 points and 3 assists. Though his time on the floor was limited, each drive carried a pent-up explosiveness, holding nothing back. In the locker room after the game, the atmosphere was calm, yet charged with emotion. Griffin wiped away sweat. The red mark from Randolph's elbow on his arm was still vivid. Ibaka took off his shoes, revealing a fresh scrape on the sole, the sneakers long worn down. Curry opened the handwritten playbook left by Dragic and sketched a new off-ball movement on a blank page. Yao Ming sat in front of his locker, expertly unfastening his ankle brace. He turned and looked at Westbrook, who was tying and readying the laces of his blue-purple sneakers. The inscription Rose had left on the tongue was now completely faded, yet Westbrook still habitually brushed his fingers over that spot. "Next game, Hollins will definitely adjust the defense," Yao Ming said calmly. "Gasol Jr. will front me more often, and Randolph will be ready to double from the weak side. The harder they double, the more open your driving lanes will be." He stood up and looked at Westbrook. "Just attack the rim. He'll make sure to get you the ball." Westbrook said nothing. He simply raised his fist and softly bumped Yao Ming's. Then he swung his backpack onto his shoulders, pushed open the locker room door, and walked away. At the end of the hallway, the fax machine on Bob's desk still blinked. In Oklahoma City, Presti waited for the final trade documents of the season. But at this moment, Westbrook's mind held no thoughts of trades or farewells. Only Gasol Jr.'s help-side rotations. Only Randolph's post-up rhythms. Next game, the Grizzlies would surely come back with vengeance. And he owed this series an eruption, the real deal. The fangs of the gritty Grizzlies had only just been bared. The Hornets' playoff journey had only just begun. The first 2 games of the first playoff round, G1 and G2, had already been repeatedly dissected and sensationalized by the media. In G1, the Hornets, relying on their interior depth, utterly crushed the Grizzlies' defensive system. Yao Ming and Bu Ziyer's high-low post coordination left Xiao Jiaso'er disoriented throughout the game, unable to find his defensive rhythm. The Hornets ultimately won by 7 points. In G2, Lan Duofu erupted completely. He transformed into a low-post bulldozer, facing alternating defenses from Bu Ziyer and Gulifen, blasting for 34 points and 16 rebounds. But Paul took over the game in the final moments. Off a Yao Ming screen, he drained a pull-up mid-range jumper. He intercepted Conley's cross-court pass and finished a fast-break layup. With 28 seconds left, he launched a step-back three-pointer, widening the lead to 4 points. The Hornets narrowly won by 2 points, taking a 20 lead in the series. At the post-game press conference, Grizzlies head coach Hollins, with a face full of reluctance, left only one sentence: "We almost won." Almost. G3 moved the battle to Memphis. The FedEx Forum was arguably the loudest home court in the entire league. From the very first second, all the Grizzlies fans stood and cheered, their roar deafening. Hollins made precise adjustments in response to the G2 defeat. Gasol stopped fronting Yao Ming directly and switched to a denial defense, completely cutting off Yao's passing lanes. Randolph stayed on the weak side, ready to double-team at any moment. Conley and Mayo took turns face-guarding Paul, exhausting him relentlessly without saving energy. This defensive scheme paid off from the start. Yao Ming attempted only 2 shots in the first quarter, and Paul was forced into 3 turnovers by the pressure. The Grizzlies capitalized on home court, winning by 8 points and cutting the series deficit to 12. In that game, Yao Ming scored only 12 points, but dished out 7 assists. After the game in the locker room, he did not remain silent. Instead, he walked straight up to Westbrook. Looking at this young man who had logged fewer than 15 minutes in 3 consecutive games, he said with firm conviction, "The harder they double-team, the more opportunities you'll have. In Game 4, just drive in, and he'll get you the ball." For Game 4, Silas took the lead in a just. He arranged for Ibaka to pair with Yao Ming as a twin-tower frontcourt early in the second quarter, using his elite defensive coverage to limit Randolph's low-post catches. This adjustment produced instant results within the first 4 minutes. Ibaka swatted Randolph's turnaround hook shot directly out of bounds from the low post. After landing, Randolph stared intently at Ibaka, his eyes filled with anger, yet concealing a hint of unspoken respect. Ibaka completely ignored him, turned around, and sprinted toward the front court. Throughout the game, Ibaka delivered 4 monstrous blocks, 2 of which directly stuffed Randolph's post-up attempts. On the offensive end, Griffin also erupted. In the third quarter, catching a bounce pass from Yao Ming and facing Gasol's help defense, he soared into the air and threw down a violent 2-handed dunk. The moment he landed, the entire backboard shook violently. The Hornets rode the momentum to a 5-point victory, taking a 31-series lead and securing a match point. For Game 5, the action returned to New Orleans home court. At the pregame press conference, Hollins declared that his team would not give up easily, and the Grizzlies players proved with their actions that they deserved that stubbornness. Randolph launched an unbridled assault from the low post. He overpowered Boozer with a turnaround hook shot that found the net. Facing Griffin's tight defense, he backed down, spun, and leaned back for a shot that bounced into the basket. With every point, he pounded his chest fiercely with his fist. This gesture would have ignited the arena in Memphis, but in New Orleans, it only drew sparse boos. Yao Ming quickly responded. Receiving the ball in the low post against Marc Gasol, he feigned a move. The opponent, still adhering to the fronting defense since Game 3, shuffled sideways, refusing to bite. But this time, Yao Ming chose not to pass. Lowering his center of gravity, he took a dribble to the right, rose, and executed a hook shot. The ball sailed over Marc Gasol's long arms and settled cleanly through the net. This move, executed countless times throughout the series, was as precise as if measured with a ruler. At the end of the first quarter, the Hornets led by 3 points. Fielding Arthur and Sam Young as dual forwards, the team aimed to utilize their speed to impede Yao Ming's movement. Arthur hit a jumper from the top of the arc with ease. Paul immediately responded with a pull-up mid-range shot off a screen, displaying unwavering resolve. Curry received a pass from Paul at the baseline corner and drained a 3-pointer, his toes precisely grazing the arc, his body perfectly balanced in motion. Harden, during a fast break, unleashed his signature Eurostep, evading Mayo's defense to score a layup. The move remained his familiar left-hand scoop, yet executed with greater speed and compactness than the regular season, his rhythm fierce and sharp. At halftime, the Hornets had extended their lead to 7 points. As the second half commenced, the visiting fans amplified their jeers in a bid to disrupt the Hornets' offense. Yet the turning point of the third quarter arrived unexpectedly. Randolph, posting up Griffin, inadvertently struck Griffin's brow with his elbow, instantly causing blood to stream down his face. Forced to exit the game, Griffin received stitches for the wound. With 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, he re-entered the game, a thick bandage plastered over his brow, his gaze still unyielding. On the very first possession upon his return, Griffin caught the ball at the baseline, rose, and released a mid-range shot. The bandage partially obstructed his vision. He relied entirely on muscle memory. The ball swished cleanly through the net. The entire New Orleans arena erupted in an instant. In the decisive fourth quarter, the Grizzlies launched their final counterattack. Randolph, an indomitable beast, scored twice consecutively from the low post, relentlessly slashing the double-digit deficit to a mere 2 points. With only 2:18 remaining, the outcome hung by a thread. Silas immediately called a timeout. Crouching before Paul, he bypassed the clipboard and uttered merely 6 words, "Give the ball to Yao." Back from the timeout, the Hornets opened the play. Yao Ming received the ball firmly at the elbow. Instantly, 3 Grizzlies collapsed upon him, Gasol anchoring the interior, Randolph rushing over for the double team, and Conley abandoning his man to tighten the ring. Yao faked a move, then flicked his wrist gently. The ball threaded precisely under Randolph's arm, reaching Curry at the baseline corner. Curry caught Rose and released in one fluid motion. A lethal three-pointer piercing the heart of the net. The Grizzlies pushed for their final possession. Conley bled the clock at the top of the arc, used Randolph's screen to drive, and with Paul switching onto him, executed a pull-up floater that cut the deficit back to 3. Silas did not call timeout. Paul received the inbound pass at the baseline, was intentionally fouled by Conley, and stepped to the free throw line, sinking both attempts. The Grizzlies, out of timeouts, saw Mayo heave a long pass to Gay. Gay at the baseline corner forced up a three-pointer with Durant contesting. The ball clanked off the side of the rim. Griffin fought fiercely to secure the crucial rebound. The final buzzer echoed through the arena. The Hornets secured a 5-point victory, taking the series 41, eliminating the tenacious Grizzlies and advancing to the Western Conference semifinals. Final statistics: Yao Ming, 18 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists, dominating the paint. Paul, 22 points, 14 assists, orchestrating the flow. Durant, 26 points, a steady offensive force. Griffin played with 4 stitches in his brow, still contributed 10 points and 6 rebounds. Curry drained 4 crucial three-pointers. Ibaka swatted 3 shots. Westbrook, in 14 minutes of action, registered 8 points, 4 assists, and 2 steals, executing his role with efficiency. Throughout this series, Randolph averaged 23 points and 11 rebounds, displaying elite interior. Yet the Hornets, employing a 6-man rotation of Yao Ming, Boozer, Griffin, Ibaka, Camby, and DeAndre Jordan, leveraged a sheer depth of personnel to drain every last ounce of energy from the Grizzlies. In the post-game locker room, a blend of adrenaline and exhaustion filled the air. Griffin wiped away sweat. The bandage over his brow had long been soaked through with blood. Ibaka pulled off his sneakers. The soles had shed another layer of rubber, the uppers worn nearly beyond recognition. Curry flipped through the tactical notes left by Dragic, sketching new off-ball movement patterns on a blank page. Yao Ming sat before his locker, skillfully unfastening the ankle brace from his left foot. He glanced toward Westbrook, who was lacing up his blue and purple sneakers for the umpteenth time. The peeling of the soles had grown more pronounced, and the inscription inside the tongue from Rose was now completely illegible. "You played 14 minutes tonight. 8 points, 4 assists, 2 steals." Yao rose, stepping before him, his tone brimming with recognition. "Game 4, you played only 8 minutes. Game 3, just 10. Not a single word of complaint from you. Just daily extra practice, waiting silently for your chance. Fast break, steals, assists. You always find the perfect moment to make the right decision." Westbrook said nothing but raised his fist and met Yao Ming's in a heavy clash. Then, slinging his backpack over his shoulders, he pushed open the locker room door and strode away. At the end of the hallway, the fax machine on Bob's desk blinked its indicator light. Presti in Oklahoma City was still awaiting the trade documents that marked the season's close. But at that moment, Westbrook's mind was occupied solely by the impending Western Conference semifinals. The opponent would be the winner of the Suns-Spurs series, 2 teams locked in a Game 6 battle. Yao looked down at the still warm ankle brace in his hands, his thoughts churning. Before the series began, he had spent hours in the training facility, rewatching Grizzlies footage, scrutinizing every defensive detail and tactical pattern. Yet now he realized, what had sustained the team this far was never the cold, lifeless footage. It was the fading inscription on the sneakers, the ankle brace, soaked through with sweat, the fresh wound on the brow, and the indomitable grit of every single player on the roster. This series had come to an end, but the Hornets' playoff journey was far from over. More brutal battles and mightier opponents awaited them on the road ahead. The opponent in the Western Conference semifinals was not officially determined until the conclusion of the first round. The Suns fought fiercely in 6 games to eliminate the Spurs and advance to the next round. In this series, Nash averaged 11.2 assists per game. Stoudemire averaged 25 points and 9 rebounds, while both Richardson and Fry achieved 3-point shooting rates exceeding 40. After Gentry took over, he retained D'Antoni's classic run-and-gun framework while instilling discipline into the defense. At least in the crucial moments against the Spurs, there were no longer mindless lapses. However, the inherent defensive shortcomings could not be fundamentally cured. Stoudemire was not a top-tier rim protector, and Fry's low-post strength did not even reach the league's average level. In front of the tactical board, Silas emphatically circled Yao Ming with a blue pin, a straight arrow pointing directly to the paint, the heavy strokes almost leaving indentations. In every subsequent possession, the ball will go to Yao Ming first. According to the playoff format of 2 home and 2 away games, G1 and G2 would be played in New Orleans. G1 Hornets home. G1 kicked off at the New Orleans Arena. Right from the start, Nash delivered a long, precise bounce pass that found a streaking Stoudemire. Stoudemire caught the ball midair and executed a powerful two-handed dunk so swiftly that the Hornets defense could not rotate into position in time. On the next possession, Yao Ming immediately called for the ball in response. Receiving the pass from Paul in the paint, Yao backed down against Stoudemire, feinting with a slight shoulder shimmy. Stoudemire remained steady, merely shifting half a step to lower his center of gravity. Yao did not force a fadeaway. Instead, he lowered his center of gravity and took a step right, executing a gentle hook shot with his left hand. The basketball sailed over Stoudemire's outstretched arm, landing smoothly in the basket. In the first quarter, Yao scored 12 points, all through unknown plays in the low post, without deliberately drawing fouls or picking up second-chance points. The Suns repeatedly tried to double-team him from the front or low post, but Yao anticipated and dismantled each attempt. When they attempted to come from the front, he would lob the ball over the top. When they came from the side, he would simply turn and hook. If the double wasn't executed properly, he would immediately kick it out to the perimeter. Durant caught the ball in the corner, faked Richardson out of position, took a step, and hit a quick jumper. Artest received a pass from Yao at the top of the arc, raised up for a three-pointer, and swished it through the net. At the end of the first quarter, the Hornets led by 7 points. Barbosa took one step past Posey from the elbow area, then faced Jordan's help defense and scored with a delicate floater. Harden immediately responded with his signature Euro step, driving from the left past Dudley, changed his footwork against the help defense, and finished with a left-hand layup off the glass. On defense, Ibaka soared through the air and swatted Richardson's corner three-pointer out of bounds. Boozer came off the bench, caught 2 bounce passes from Paul in a row, and knocked down mid-range jumpers from the elbow area with stability. At halftime, the Hornets led by 5 points. In the second half, Nash began to change tactics. He no longer only looked for Stoudemire after pick-and-rolls, but instead utilized Fry's high-post playmaking to draw Yao Ming's defensive attention. Nash didn't force a shot. He delivered a brilliant behind-the-back pass to Stoudemire, who was cutting to the basket. Stoudemire soared for a thunderous dunk, while Yao Ming was a half-step late in his recovery. The Suns seized the momentum, launching a counterattack that narrowed the deficit to just 1 point. On the sidelines, Coach Silas changed his hand signals, and Paul immediately adjusted his play, abandoning the pick-and-roll to go unknown against Richardson at the top of the arc. Driving low with his center of gravity dropped, Paul pulled up for a mid-range jumper that found the bottom of the net. Nash quickly pushed the fast break using a screen from Stoudemire to switch onto Yao Ming, then took a dribble to his right and rose for a stop-and-pop jumper. The ball clanked off the front rim, and Stoudemire grabbed the offensive rebound before putting it back for 2. Over the next 6 full minutes, the two teams traded baskets, the score tightly locked. Yao Ming matched up against Stoudemire defensively twice in a row. The first time, his direct block was called for interference, but he did not argue and quickly retreated. On the second occasion, Stoudemire received the ball in the same position, capitalizing on Yao Ming's positional error, and executed a turnaround dunk. After several rapid back and forths, Yao's stamina was clearly diminishing. With every swift lateral movement and retreat, there was a barely perceptible pause in Yao's left ankle. Silas decisively called a timeout and instructed, "Rest for 2 minutes, conserve energy for the last 4 minutes." Yao Ming nodded and took a big gulp from the water bottle. He understood he couldn't exhaust himself at this moment, yet he remained on the bench with a furrowed brow, focused on the situation on the court. During these 2 minutes, Griffin single-handedly held the Hornets' paint. He backed down Stoudemire twice, and on the second attempt he stole the ball and initiated a fast break. Paul advanced the ball and passed it to Durant, who shot a three-pointer that bounced off the rim. Griffin charged in for the offensive rebound, jumped over Stoudemire for a putback, but missed. Stoudemire grabbed the rebound, prompting the Suns to call a timeout. After the timeout, the Suns continued to aggressively attack the paint. Stoudemire caught the ball in the low post and attempted a hook shot over Griffin's defense, which hit the rim and bounced out. Griffin secured the rebound and handed it to Paul to control the tempo. Paul intentionally slowed down the offense, waiting for Yao Ming to finish resting before re-entering the game. After a brief respite, Yao Ming appeared much lighter on his feet. He returned to demand the ball in the low post, and as he faced Stoudemire, who was trying to wrap around Paul, delivered a precise lob pass over Stoudemire's head. Yao Ming caught the ball and turned smoothly, executing a hook shot that kissed the backboard before falling through the net. Nash used Fry's screen to penetrate, and facing Yao Ming's switch, he opted for a mid-range jumper that found the net. Paul immediately responded with a powerful stop-and-pop jumper after a pick. Yao Ming once again received the ball in the low post, but the Suns quickly sent two defenders to double-team him. Yao Ming did not force the play, flicking his wrist to pass to Curry at the corner. Curry caught and shot instantly. Nash was slow to switch, and Kai's three-pointer swished through the net. In the final possession, Nash took his time at the top of the arc. Using Stoudemire's screen, he drove right facing Paul's switch and took a contested three-pointer. The basketball arced high, striking the back of the rim before bouncing out. Griffin and Stoudemire collided in midair while contesting the rebound, and the ball deflected out of bounds with the referee awarding possession to the Hornets. The Suns had no choice but to foul, and Paul stepped to the free throw line, making both attempts. The Suns were out of timeouts, and Nash launched a long pass from the backcourt to Richardson, who attempted a three-pointer from the corner, but it hit the side of the rim. As the final buzzer sounded, the Hornets secured victory, at home winning by 7 points. Final stats: Yao Ming scored 30 points with 14 rebounds and 5 assists. Paul had 17 points and 12 assists. Durant scored 20 points. Curry off the bench made 3 three-pointers. Stoudemire had 25 points and 11 rebounds. Nash contributed 11 points and 14 assists. Game 2 will be at the Hornets' home court, marking the second home game for them. Fans at the American Airlines Center created an early buzz, but this game was still hosted by New Orleans. Nash warmed up before the game, making multiple mid-range shots, every one of them swishing through the net, showcasing his hot form. The Suns completely changed their strategy, starting from the first quarter. Gentry had Stoudemire set screens, and then pop out to receive the ball at the free throw line, deliberately pulling Yao Ming out of the paint. As soon as Yao Ming was drawn away from the basket, Nash would immediately attack the paint with speed, either shooting a floater himself or passing to the shooters on the wings. Richardson hit 3 three-pointers in the first quarter, all of which came from open shots created after Yao Ming was pulled out, catching the Hornets' rotation half a step late. At halftime, the Hornets trailed by 9 points. In the second half, Paul took over with ball handling dominance. During the third quarter, he repeatedly used Yao Ming's screens to drive in for floaters, stemming the tide, but the Suns' run-and-gun offense accelerated relentlessly, keeping the Hornets suppressed. Yao Ming continued to score steadily in the low post, yet his energy expenditure was far greater than in Game 1. Gentry's tactical intent was clear: wear Yao Ming down with relentless rotations and speed. Early in the fourth quarter, Nash recorded his 13th assist of the game, launching a cross-court pass to a sprinting Barbosa for an easy layup. In the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, the Hornets fought desperately to cut the deficit to just 3 points. At the critical moment, Nash delivered an icy dagger coming off a screen facing Paul's switch. He rose for a contested three-pointer that splashed through the net. Paul's defense was already in his face, yet it couldn't stop that fatal shot. This basket extinguished the Hornets' comeback momentum completely. After a fruitless full-court chase, the Hornets eventually lost by 8 points on the road, their second home loss of the series. The series was tied 11. Full game stats: Stoudemire 34 points, 12 rebounds. Nash 20 points, 16 assists. Richardson hit 5 three-pointers. Yao Ming 22 points, 11 rebounds. Paul 19 points, 10 assists. Durant 25 points. Game 3 at Phoenix. For the schedule, games 3 and 4 moved to the Suns' home court. Before the game, Silas made the most critical tactical adjustment of the series. He summoned Griffin to the meeting room and drew a red arc over the Suns' offensive routes when Nash uses a screen, target Yao Ming to drain his energy. Starting today, you help Yao Ming shoulder the high post duties, chase Fry, and trail the pick and roll. I need you to grit your teeth and run for 40 minutes. Can you handle it? Griffin remained silent, then stood up and silently retied his shoelaces. Silas turned to Yao Ming. You guard the paint fiercely and reduce high post switches. Let Nash drive all he wants. The paint must always have you stationed. The adjustment took immediate effect, showing results in the first quarter. Yao Ming stayed inside twice, directly containing Stoudemire's strong attacks. The first time he met Stoudemire with a two-handed block, swatting the ball out of bounds. Stoudemire looked up at Yao Ming, his eyes filled with frustration and fatigue. The second time, he precisely stripped Stoudemire's turnaround hook on the help defense, and Paul grabbed the rebound to push the fast break. Griffin ran tirelessly the entire game, sticking to Fry on every screen. In the third quarter, he even soared to block Fry's three-point attempt, then landed, bent his knees, and clenched his fist. Drenched in sweat, he only lowered his head to gulp water during every timeout. At halftime, Gentry quickly devised a countermeasure. In the third quarter, the Suns activated a high double-screen. Fry and Stoudemire simultaneously set picks at the top of the arc for Nash. Yao Ming was forced to step out. Griffin had to chase Fry, and Stoudemire's roll to the rim could only be switched onto Durant. Nash fed Stoudemire twice at the free throw line, and Stoudemire knocked down mid-range jumpers with precision, scoring 9 points in the quarter. The lead was gradually whittled down to just 1 point. The entire arena fell silent, leaving only the screech of sneakers on the hardwood. In the moment of crisis, Durant stepped up to seize control of the game. From the elbow facing Richardson's tight defense, he drilled 3 consecutive jumpers, the first off a drive and kick from Paul, taking one dribble and releasing a high-arcing shot that swished, the second a pump fake and pull-up that sent the defender flying, the third a quick release before the double team arrived to clean net. Those 3 baskets instantly stabilized the situation. Stoudemire hammered down a slam dunk and Richardson drilled a corner 3, narrowing the double-digit lead to just 4 points. During the timeout, Yao Ming instantly read the defensive alignment the moment he received the ball. Sensing the converging double team, he spotted Curry wide open in the corner. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the ball slipped through Fry's arm gap and landed precisely in Kai's hands. Curry caught and fired a three-pointer that pierced the net. That shot completely extinguished the Suns. In the final 2 minutes, Nash still sprinted full speed, pushing the fast break, his jersey soaked with sweat, yet he could no longer shrink the deficit to within 5 points. The final score was set. The Hornets took Game 3 on the Suns' home court, leading the series 21. Game stats: Yao Ming, 26 points, 14 rebounds, 6 assists. Paul, 20 points, 11 assists. Durant, 30 points. Griffin played 39 minutes, recording 8 points, 7 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 3 steals. Boozer, 10 points and 6 rebounds off the bench. In the locker room afterward, the atmosphere was weary yet composed. Yao Ming skillfully unbuckled the carbon fiber ankle brace on his left foot. After 4 intense first-round games and 3 grueling semifinal contests, his physical exertion had reached a season high, yet he never uttered a single complaint. Boozer pulled off his worn-out shoes, another patch of paint scraped off the sole. Griffin sat silently in the corner with an ice pack strapped to his knee, replenishing fluids without a word. Curry flipped open the handwritten tactical notes left by Dragic and added a new off-ball movement route on a blank page. Yao Ming walked to the tactical whiteboard, picked up a blue marker, wrote down the 21 series lead, and then heavily circled the date of the next road game. Only 2 more wins stood between them and advancement. In the upcoming Game 4 in Phoenix, Gentry would surely adjust and counterattack. The Suns' twilight had not yet faded, but the initiative in this series was already firmly in the Hornets' grasp. Game 4 resumed at the U.S. Airways Center. From the moment players began warming up, the Phoenix home crowd stood and roared in unison. The decibel meter suspended from the arena's ceiling shattered the highest record of the current playoffs a full 10 minutes before tip-off. At the pregame press conference, Alvin Gentry uttered only 3 icy words: "It's not over." Trapped in a corner, the Suns delivered on that stubborn promise with their performance on the court. From the opening tip of the first quarter, Amare Stoudemire attacked the paint with a desperate ferocity, launching relentless assaults in the low post. He scored on 2 consecutive isolation plays against Yao Ming. On the first possession, he spun and released a soft hook shot that sailed over Yao's extended arm and kissed the net. On the second, he faked Yao off his feet, drew a foul, and calmly sank both free throws. Steve Nash curled off a screen from Channing Frye at the top of the arc, drove hard into the lane, and with Blake Griffin switching onto him, delivered a pinpoint bounce pass that hugged the floor. The cutting Stoudemire soared into the air, caught the ball, and threw down a 2-handed slam that rattled the rim, hanging briefly in midair with explosive force. After 1 quarter, the Suns led the Hornets 36-29. Stoudemire had erupted for 14 points in the period, putting the Hornets on their heels from the start. Decisively keep the twin towers of Yao Ming and Golifin on the court simultaneously. Yao Ming attracts double teams in the low post, while Golifin cuts through the weak side to attack the rim. This tactic completely broke through the Taeyong defense early in the third quarter, and the Huangfeng launched a 133 offensive surge to overturn the game directly. Yao Ming, surrounded in the low post, did not force a onion, but smoothly passed to the cutting Golifin, who took off for a thunderous dunk. Next possession, Golifin made a smart steal of Nasher's cross-court pass on defense, then led a fast break and scored a layup to add 2 more points. Durant followed closely, catching the ball at the elbow area for a pull-up jumper, and with a hot hand, he nailed it steadily. The situation on the court instantly reversed. The Huangfeng took a 4-point lead. Gentell's face turned pale, and he immediately called a timeout to stem the tide. In the decisive final quarter, Nasher shouldered the Taeyang's last hope for a comeback. At the top of the arc, he used Stoudemire's pick-and-roll to tear apart the Huangfeng defense 3 times in a row. The first play, a bounce pass to feed the ball, helping Xiaoxi finish with a powerful dunk under the basket. The second play, he shook off the defense and sank a gentle floater. The third play, facing Yao Ming's switch, he showed no fear and rose for a deep 3-pointer. The ball traced a beautiful arc in the air and swished through the net. The Maihang Center instantly erupted with deafening cheers. The deficit was reduced to just 1 point, and a comeback was within reach. Just as the Taeyang's morale peaked, Durant forcibly took over the game. In 3 consecutive possessions, he hit 2 trademark fadeaway jumpers from the elbow and added 1 powerful drive to the basket for a layup. He single-handedly scored 7 points, brutally suppressing the Taeyang's momentum. As the final seconds ticked away, Nasher's desperate three-pointer rattled out. Gulifin grabbed the crucial defensive rebound, was intentionally fouled, and went to the free throw line, making both shots to seal the victory. Final score of Game 4, Huangfeng 107-101 Taiyang. The series now stands at 31 with the Huangfeng holding the match point. Full game individual stats: Sitademi Air 36 points 12 rebounds, Nasher 20 points 16 assists, Yao Ming 29 points 13 rebounds 6 assists, Bao Luo 17 points 15 assists, Du Lant 36 points, Gulifin 14 points 9 rebounds. The Taiyang fought until the final second, but still could not change the outcome. At the post-game press conference, Gentili looked dejected, and for the first time openly uttered the word regret. Everyone knew that this tenacious Taiyang team was on the brink of elimination. Game 5, a do-or-die battle, would move to the home court of the Xian Ao Air Liang Huangfeng. Win and advance to the Western Conference Finals, or lose and go home. There is no room for retreat. Stoudemire scored continuously in the paint while Nash orchestrated the offense smoothly. At a critical moment, Yao Ming stepped up to stop the bleeding at the end of the quarter. The first time he faked with his right shoulder, lowered his center of gravity, and executed a hook shot that swished through. As the first quarter ended, both teams were tied at 3-0. Entering the second quarter, the Suns' fatigue from multiple playoff battles finally caught up with them. Nash's playing time had long surpassed the limit. During a fast break, he made a rare and outrageous mistake with a pass sailing out of bounds. Stoudemire's stamina was visibly declining. Facing Yao Ming's tight defense in the low post, his turnaround hook shot crashed heavily against the front of the rim and bounced out. The Hornets seized the opportunity and launched a counterattack. Paul, using Yao Ming's screen, broke through at the top of the arc and made a clever bank shot. Durant received the ball in the elbow area, raised up for a fading jumper, maintaining his hot shooting touch. As the second half commenced, Nash, unwilling to accept defeat, gave everything he had to lead the team, and Stoudemire powered through the paint for a score, while Fry drained a three-pointer from beyond the arc. The Suns fought tenaciously to narrow the gap, once cutting the deficit to just 3 points, igniting the atmosphere in the arena. At the critical moment, Yao Ming once again dominated the paint, personally extinguishing the Suns' comeback flame. A swift turn and a hook shot firmly executed, followed by 2 successful free throws after a hard foul. In the most critical moment of the game, Curry made 2 cold-blooded three-pointers from the corner with pinpoint accuracy. Paul scored a long two-pointer using a screen at the top of the arc, stabilizing the situation as the point gap widened once again. In the final attack before the game ended, Nash's intent to pass was too obvious after breaking through. Paul's precise anticipation led to a steal, and he delivered a long pass that crossed half-court with ease. Durant, unopposed on the fast break, executed a powerful two-handed dunk effortlessly. The point gap expanded directly to 15, and the game lost all suspense. The American Airlines Center fell silent, leaving only the cheers from the Hornets bench echoing throughout the arena. As the final buzzer sounded, the G5 score was locked in: Hornets 112, Suns 101. With an overall score of 4-1, the Hornets decisively eliminated the Suns, reaching the Western Conference Finals for the second consecutive season. Final personal statistics for the game: Yao Ming scored 32 points, grabbed 16 rebounds, and provided 7 assists, dominating the paint. Paul had 20 points and 16 assists, orchestrating the game throughout. Durant scored 30 points, proving unanswerable in critical moments. For the Suns, Stoudemire had 34 points and 12 rebounds, while Nash contributed 18 points and 14 assists. Despite the dual stars giving their all and fighting to the end, they could only accept the season's conclusion. As the series-ending whistle blew, Stoudemire stood at center court, hands resting on his knees, breathing heavily. His jersey was soaked with sweat, and his eyes reflected deep frustration and exhaustion. Nash walked slowly to his side, and the two shared a silent gaze, standing side by side in quiet contemplation for a long time. Nash's jersey was already drenched in sweat, while Stoudemire had thick ice packs strapped to his knees, hiding the pain accumulated throughout the game. Gentry approached slowly and gently patted the backs of his two star players. He then walked toward Silas, extending his hand for a handshake, accepting the defeat with composure. In the Hornets' locker room, the celebration faded into calm as the players took time to rest and relax. Yao Ming expertly and gently removed the ankle brace from his left ankle. The high-intensity battles of this series had kept his old injuries silently under pressure. Boozer sat nearby, taking off his well-worn shoes, his face reflecting the relief after surviving tough contests. Griffin sat in a corner, quietly wrapping ice packs around his knees. His playing time in this series far exceeded that of the regular season, yet his face bore no signs of fatigue, only the passion and satisfaction of advancing. Curry opened the tactical notes left for him by Dragic. On the last page, he solemnly recorded the date of this series, the score, and the points scored by both teams, marking an end to this confrontation. On the other side of the corridor, Silas stood in front of the tactical whiteboard, already writing down the matchup for the Western Conference Finals. Meanwhile, the Lakers had eliminated the Mavericks after a 6-game battle. Kobe exploded for 40 points in G6, sealing the victory with a signature fading jump shot. This also meant that the Hornets would face the Los Angeles Lakers again in the Western Conference Finals for the second consecutive season. A year ago, they triumphed over the Lakers, led by Kobe, winning the Western Conference Finals and advancing to the NBA Finals, where they ultimately defeated the Magic to claim the championship. A year later, a stronger Yao Ming, a more mature Griffin, and a fully harmonized Hornets team, returning strongly tempered and refined by the trials of an entire season. Yao Ming stood up and walked to the whiteboard, picking up a blue marker. Next to Kobe's name, he drew a heavy circle. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over every teammate in the locker room, his tone steady, yet commanding. Last year we defeated them. This time they will not defeat us again. Outside, the night deepened while the New Orleans arena shone bright. Under the dome, the honor banner for the Western Conference Championship still had a crucial spot left empty. Now the Hornets were just 4 victories away from reaching the pinnacle of the West and challenging for the NBA Finals. Old grievances and new grudges, the battle of the Western Conference Finals was already on the verge of ignition, ready to explode. On the 3rd day after defeating the Suns, the Western Conference Finals matchups were finally confirmed. The Lakers narrowly overcame the Mavericks in Game 6, with Kobe scoring a staggering 40 points. In the final moments, he sealed the victory with a signature fadeaway jumper. The fateful showdown was set to unfold once again. For the second consecutive year, the Hornets faced the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals. A year ago, Paul, Durant, Boozer, and Camby led that iron-willed team to overturn the invincible Lakers. Then they triumphed over the Magic in the finals, securing their first championship trophy in franchise history. 1 year later, the defending champions returned with a vengeance. You boldly let go of Rose, Dragic, and Ariza, acquiring the formidable center Yao Ming to anchor the paint. In free agency, you successfully signed the beast Arteist, injecting elite perimeter defense into the team. During the draft, you astutely selected Curry, Harden, Griffin, and DeRozan. This super team, crafted by your own hands, completed an epic roster upgrade. After a season of honing and trial, they stood poised to establish a dynasty. Meanwhile, Kobe returned with Gasol, Odom, and Fisher. He sought to add another championship ring in the twilight of his career. In the Hornets locker room, the atmosphere was tense and fiery. Silas gripped a red pen, emphatically writing the name Kobe Bryant on the tactical whiteboard, next to which he noted Kobe's terrifying playoff stats: an average of over 30 points per game, with a shooting percentage nearing 48. Following that, he listed the core strengths of the Lakers: Gasol, averaging 18 points and 11 rebounds, Odom, averaging 12 points and 8 rebounds, and Fisher boasting a 3-point shooting percentage above 40. Kobe is the strongest asset in this series, but the Lakers have never been just his team. Silas turned to face each player, his tone steady and powerful. Gasol's low-post playmaking is among the best in the league, and Odom's impact coming off the bench can directly alter the game's tempo. Fisher's critical corner threes never fail in clutch moments. Last year, our victory wasn't because Kobe wasn't strong enough. Rather, we suffocated all of his supporting cast. This year, we will replicate that strategy to achieve victory. He set down the red pen and picked up a blue one. He then circled Yao Ming's name emphatically. Your dominance in the low post is something the Lakers simply cannot withstand. Gasol may dare to defend you, but he cannot withstand your power moves. Every possession, we must decisively feed you the ball inside. With the tip of the pen, he circled Durant. Every time Kobe touches the ball, you must stick to him closely, exhausting his energy at all costs. You are stronger than last year, and he knows it just as you do. Finally, the blue pen landed on Paul's name. Fisher's corner threes and Gasol's high post playmaking are the lifeblood of the Lakers' role players. Just like last year, completely cut off these two anchors. As the training concluded, the arena remained brightly lit. Sinan held a cup of coffee, standing in the second-floor corridor, quietly observing the players practicing below. Yao Ming worked in the low post, repeatedly refining his turnaround hook shot. Each release was as precise as if measured with a ruler. Durant in the elbow area adjusted his fadeaway jumper, rhythmically sweat soaking his jersey, yet he showed no concern. Curry finished a set of catch-and-shoot threes from the corner and turned to high-five Harden, both filled with competitive spirit. Not far away in the strength area, Ibaka was engaged in fierce combat training with DeAndre Jordan, the sound of muscles colliding echoing throughout. Danny Green and DeRozan practiced off-ball movements leading to catch-and-shoot jumpers, each shot exuding a cold, lethal intent. Paul sat on the sidelines as the team doctor sprayed professional cold spray on his overused knees and wrists. The instant chill drew heat away, quickly calming his tense muscles. While he enjoyed this brief moment of cold relief, he whispered with Silas, gradually dissecting the Lakers' defensive rotations. Sinan's thoughts drifted back to a year ago. After the Western Conference Finals, Kobe handed his jersey to Durant, saying earnestly, "You have surpassed me. Now go claim your ring." Later, Durant truly lifted the championship ring. Now the two teams meet again. The Hornets have become a championship team with a goal of defending their title. Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals officially commenced at Staples Center. From the very first second, the Lakers erupted with an intense desire for revenge. Kobe scored 10 points in the first quarter, unleashing a full offensive barrage. Gasol faced Yao Ming in the low post, hitting 2 consecutive turnaround jumpers. Odom entered off the bench and delivered a thunderous dunk, igniting the fans' passion. In a moment of crisis, Yao Ming stepped up. Late in the first quarter, he received a pass from Paul in the paint. Facing Gasol's top defense, Yao Ming lightly faked with his right shoulder, lowered his center of gravity, took a dribble to the right, and raised for a hook shot. He had practiced this position countless times. Gasol's height and wingspan could disrupt most centers in the league, yet he could not reach Yao Ming's shooting arc. The basketball smoothly glided over his fingertips and swished through the net. In just one quarter, Yao Ming scored 12 points, forcing the Lakers to resort to a double team to bury. In the elbow area, facing Kevin Durant's suffocating man-to-man defense, he nailed 2 consecutive fadeaway jump shots. On the first shot, he pivoted right and leaned back. Durant's hand nearly covered his face, yet the ball arced at an impossibly high trajectory, barely clearing the broadcast equipment before swishing cleanly through the net. On the second shot, he faked Durant off his feet, adjusted his release angle midair, and though Durant's fingertips grazed the ball's underside, he still failed to block the bucket. Odom charged for a fast break layup, seemingly certain to score, when Artest soared through the air and swatted the ball fiercely out of bounds. Upon landing, his body was taut, fists clenched as he roared to unleash his fighting spirit. In the middle of the fourth quarter, Durant faced Kobe's tight defense and launched a step-back three-pointer. The ball swished through the net, instantly widening the gap to double digits. Kobe erupted in the final 3 minutes, scoring 8 consecutive points to ignite a furious comeback. But Paul remained unyielding, using Ming's screen at the top of the arc to sink a steady long two-pointer. That shot completely extinguished the Lakers' hopes of a rally. As the final buzzer sounded, the Hornets claimed Game 1, on the road, striking first. In Game 2, the Lakers unleashed an even more ferocious defensive scheme. Phil Jackson deployed Gasol and Odom to alternately front Ming, disrupting his positioning and cutting off his receiving routes at all costs. On offense, he handed the reins entirely to Kobe. In the first quarter alone, Kobe dropped 15 points, hitting step-back jumpers from the elbow, pull-ups off screens at the top of the arc, and catch-and-shoot triples from the corner. His array of moves was unstoppable. With Kobe's transcendent performance, the Lakers pulled away in the fourth quarter to secure the win. The series was tied 11. Game 3 returned to New Orleans. Amid the deafening cheers of the home crowd, the Hornets played their most flawless team basketball of the series. Gasol's fronting defense, under the home team's officiating leniency, proved too aggressive. Early in the game, he picked up 2 quick fouls and was forced to exit early. With no deterrent inside, Ming dominated the paint in the first quarter, scoring with consecutive low-post moves while orchestrating the entire offense. From the free throw line, he received the ball, then dished to a cutting Durant for a powerful dunk. Next, he found Curry in the corner for a three-pointer that pierced the net. Danny Green also nailed an open jumper at the top of the arc. In the end, 7 Hornets scored in double digits as the team's collective effort defeated the Lakers, taking a 21-series lead. But Kobe's ability to adjust was historically elite. Facing elimination in Game 4, he poured in 15 points in the fourth quarter. With time winding down, a fadeaway three-pointer sealed the victory and widened the gap. The series stood tied at 22, dragged forcibly into a decisive Game 5. Back at Staples Center, the intensity surpassed that of all previous 4 games. Every offensive and defensive play was a bloody struggle. Every point gained tugged at the heartstrings. Kobe dribbled the ball, faced Durant's tight defense, and sank a fadeaway jumper, forcing a lead reversal. The Staples Center erupted into a deafening roar, the cheers nearly tearing the roof off the arena. But on the next possession, Chris Paul used Yao Ming's screen to drive and float the ball, and confidently tying the game again. With the final possession before the buzzer, it was a moment of life-or-death clutch. Yao Ming fought in the low post, but Gasol fronted him relentlessly, his arms like chains wrapped around Yao, completely sealing off any passing lane. Paul calmly surveyed the court, then launched a high lob that sailed over Gasol's head and landed perfectly in Yao's hands. Yao caught, pivoted, and hooked in one fluid motion. The ball bounced on the rim, and the arena held its breath, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The next second, the ball swished through the net. A game winner. The roaring Staples Center fell into utter silence. The Hornets pulled off a road victory in the pivotal Game 5, taking a 32-series lead. Game 6 returned to New Orleans. It was a critical juncture for the Hornets' title defense. Win and they'd advance to the finals for the second straight year. Lose and the series would be wide open again. Before the game, Kobe laid down the law in the Lakers' locker room. Phil Jackson later relayed his words to the media: "I don't care if it's a home or away game. I only know we have to win tonight." He backed up his words with action. In the first quarter alone, he erupted for 13 points. Gasol added 2 quick buckets in the post, and Lamar Odom hit 2 crucial shots early in the second. The Lakers once stretched the lead to double digits. But the Hornets never backed down. Late in the second quarter, Yao Ming stepped up to turn the tide. He sank 2 consecutive hook shots and followed with a putback under the basket, single-handedly tying the score. This time, instead of forcing shots against double teams, he delivered precise passes to open teammates, completely unlocking the offense. On defense, Ron Artest hounded Kobe all game, sticking to him like a shadow. It wasn't that Kobe couldn't shoot, it was that Artest gave him no room for an easy attempt. Every time Kobe caught the ball, he had to fight through contact, shake off his defender, and then shoot. His rhythm was completely disrupted. In the fourth quarter, he managed only 2 field goals. With seconds left, Paul came off Yao's screen at the top of the key, faced Derek Fisher on the switch. A quick dribble to the right, a sudden stop, rise, and release. A three-pointer that swished through the net. The New Orleans arena exploded with thunderous cheers. The final buzzer sounded. The Hornets defeated the Lakers by 8 points, winning the series 42. They eliminated the Lakers, once again advancing to the NBA Finals for the second consecutive year. Final stats: Yao Ming, 27 points, 16 rebounds, 5 assists, an unstoppable interior force. Chris Paul, 20 points, 13 assists, orchestrating every possession. Kevin Durant, 30 points, giving his all on both ends. Kobe Bryant put up 36 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists in a losing effort, but every late-game shot was contested to the extreme by the Hornets' defense, leaving him powerless. As the final buzzer faded, Kobe stood at center court, hands on his knees, gasping for air. Drenched in sweat, he couldn't hide the loneliness in his eyes. Kevin Durant slowly walked over, and they embraced tightly. Just like last year, Kobe pulled Durant's head against. This time, he didn't hand over his jersey, but spoke with unwavering resolve. "Last year you got the ring. This year, you deserve it." Durant said nothing, but he clutched the jersey Kobe had autographed long ago. The words on the back were clearly visible: "Go get your second ring." On the other side, Pau Gasol approached Yao Ming. They locked eyes for a moment, then simultaneously extended their hands and shook firmly. "Last year you proved you could win. This year you're even stronger." Gasol's voice was drowned out by the cheers, but Yao heard every word. He nodded slightly, then turned and ran toward his celebrating teammates. Inside the Hornets' locker room, joy and relief filled the air. Yao Ming sat in front of his locker, gently and skillfully removing the professional compression cold therapy wrap from his left ankle. The grueling series had reawakened old injuries, but the fire in his eyes burned brighter than ever. Chris Paul sat beside him, the team's trainer, having just finished applying cryotherapy spray to his knee. Paul clutched the game-winning ball tightly and rehearsed the final defensive sequences with Silas. Carlos Boozer took off his battered sneakers, his face beaming with the relief of surviving a hard-fought battle. Kevin Durant leaned against the locker, staring at the ceiling, still gripping Kobe's signed jersey, his thoughts turbulent. Stephen Curry and James Harden excitedly bumped fists, reliving the game winner. DeMar DeRozan silently wiped away sweat, while Serge Ibaka and DeAndre Jordan pounded each other's shoulders in the corner, savoring the hard-earned victory. Danny Green wore his trademark cool smile, exchanging defensive insights with James Posey. Sinan stood on the second-floor balcony, coffee in hand, his mind racing. He recalled 8 years ago when he was just 22 and bought this struggling franchise. The world thought he was insane. 8 years of patience, and now they had eliminated Kobe's Lakers twice and reached the finals consecutively. A year ago, they defeated the Magic to lift the franchise's first championship trophy. This year, their finals opponent was an even more formidable Boston Celtics team. The Celtics, with their big three of Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, and Ray Allen, had just beaten the Cavaliers 42 in the Eastern Conference Finals. Boston's playoff defensive efficiency ranked first in the East. Garnett's paint patrol and Pierce's isolation scoring were the final and most daunting obstacles on the Hornets' path to a repeat. At the end of the hallway, Silas had already written the finals matchup on the whiteboard. Yao Ming Rose walked to the whiteboard and picked up a blue marker. He drew a heavy circle around Garnett's name. "Boston's defense is stronger than Orlando's last year," he said, his tone steady, but brimming with commanding authority. "But our offense is stronger too. Win 4 games, and we'll hang a second championship banner." Outside, the night was deep. Under the arena's dome, the championship banner swayed gently in the breeze. The countdown to the finals officially began. The road to a repeat, the ultimate showdown, was about to arrive. In the May of Boston, the air was thick with a stale scent of blood. High above the TD Garden's 17 championship banners hung like 17 icy eyes, gazing down upon every invader who dared challenge the Celtics' glory. This was the scene of Game 1 of the 2010 NBA Finals. Before the game, in the TNT studio, Charles Barkley slammed the table and spouted nonsense. "This is Boston. Garnett, Pierce, Ray Allen. This is the most tenacious and experienced defensive team in the league. The Hornets want to win, unless they can outrun time." The scene cut to the visitors' locker room. Head coach Silas stood before the tactical whiteboard, his brows deep. He had originally prepared a half-court strategy to counter the Celtics' set plays, but just before taking the court, the owner Sinan walked in. Sinan held a cup of coffee, his gaze sweeping over the eager young eyes on the bench. Curry, Harden, Westbrook. Sinan pointed out the window at the Celtics veterans limping into the arena. Look at them. Ray Allen's knees wrapped in 3 layers of ice packs, Garnett rubbing his lower back as he walks. We have the youngest, most athletic arsenal in the league. Why play their half-court game? Silas paused. Boss, you speed it up. Sinan set down the coffee cup and drew a rapid advancing arrow on the whiteboard. Use our youth to run their twilight to death. Don't let Yao Ming battle in the post. Spread the floor and let Stephen James and Kevin shoot them to death. Silas' eyes lit up instantly. He erased the half-court tactics from the whiteboard and wrote 4 large characters: run and gun storm. The opening tip-off sounded. The Celtics fielded their classic starting lineup: Rondo, Ray Allen, Pierce, Garnett, Perkins. But the Hornets lineup stunned the crowd: Paul, Curry, Durant, Arteas, DeAndre Jordan. No Boozer, no Camby, not even Yao Ming. It was an ultra-small ball lineup. At the jump, DeAndre Jordan tapped the ball to Paul with astonishing explosiveness. Instead of slowing the tempo, Paul launched a fast break instantly upon receiving the pass. DeAndre Jordan charged ahead like a heavy tank. Paul threw a cross-court pass and Jordan caught it for an 20. Only 5 seconds had elapsed. The Celtics inbound and Rondo slowly dribbled up the court trying to find Perkins in the paint. But the Hornets' defensive rotations were astonishingly fast. Arteas and Durant, like 2 locks, directly cut off the passing lanes. Rondo was forced into a contested shot, missing. DeAndre Jordan grabbed the rebound and fired another outlet pass to Paul. Paul held the ball at the top of the arc as Curry and Durant ran wild off the ball. The Celtics' perimeter defenders, averaging over 32 years old, were dizzy chasing the 2 youngsters. Curry came off a screen from Durant and caught the pass 2 steps beyond the 3-point line. Ray Allen lunged desperately, but his feet were too slow. Curry raised his hands and struck. Swish. 3-pointer. 50. The boos from the TD Garden crowd barely started before they were stifled by the Hornets' lightning-fast retreat. Run. Don't let them stop. Sinan roared from the sideline. Paul and Westbrook took turns attacking the basket, while Curry and Harden unleashed a barrage from beyond the arc. Durant, taking advantage of his height, easily scored by stepping past Pierce during a fast break. The Celtics attempted to slow the pace, but as soon as they did, the Hornets' full-court press immediately surged. Rondo and Ray Allen were left gasping for breath, entangled by these 2 boundless young players. At the end of the first quarter, the Hornets had scored 38 points while the Celtics managed only 18. A 20-point gap. Rivers was on the sidelines, anxiously slamming the tactical board, not expecting the Hornets to play so ruthlessly. In the second quarter, Rivers substituted in Glenn Davis and Tony Allen, trying to slow the game down with a physical approach. Silas smiled slightly and waved his hand. James Harden, Blake Griffin, go. Harden held the ball and, facing Tony Allen's defense, he executed a crossover dribble followed by a step back, making the 3-pointer. Immediately after, Griffin received a bounce pass from Harden during a fast break and unleashed a ferocious dunk over Glenn Davis. Bang! The rim shook and the entire North Shore Garden fell into a deathly silence. This was a display of sheer talent. At halftime, the Hornets led by 30 points. During the halftime break, the locker room was filled with laughter and joy. Curry was high-fiving Harden. James, that step back was so cool. Griffin shouted excitedly, that fat guy Davis can't keep up with me at all. Sinan walked into the locker room, looking at this vibrant group of young players, nodding in satisfaction. In the second half, keep running. I want to wear them out so much they won't even have the strength to raise their hands in the fourth quarter. The second half resumed. The Celtics attempted to counterattack with Pierce and Garnett teaming up to score. But the Hornets' response was even more brutal. Midway through the third quarter, Silas fielded the small ball 5: Paul, Curry, Harden, Durant, and Griffin. This lineup lacked a traditional center, but achieved extreme mobility. Garnett was running ragged on defense, having to guard against Griffin's cuts, while also defending against Curry and Harden's 3-pointers, and always ready to help defend against Durant's drives. Finally, with 3 minutes left in the third quarter, Garnett pulled a muscle in his thigh, while trying to recover, defensively collapsing in pain. Although it was only a minor strain, this fall completely shattered the Celtics' psychological defense. Ray Allen was faked out by Curry in the corner, awkwardly sitting on the floor. Rondo made a critical error under pressure from Paul. Silas deployed substitutes, including Danny Green, Serge Ibaka, and DeMar DeRozan. Yet these young players tirelessly ran, defended, and launched fast breaks. The final whistle blew. The score was fixed at 128-88. The Hornets had crushed the Celtics by a staggering 40 points. Full game statistics: Curry came off the bench for 25 minutes, hitting 6 of 8 3-pointers for 22 points. Harden contributed 18 points and 7 assists. Durant scored 26 points. Griffin posted 16 points and 10 rebounds. Paul delivered 12 points and 15 assists. As for the Celtics' big three, Garnett had 12 points and 8 rebounds, but exited in the third quarter due to injury. Pierce scored 16 points. Ray Allen managed 8 points. At the post-game press conference, Rivers' face was ashen. We lost to speed, lost to youth. The Hornets played a perfect game of modern basketball. When interviewed, Sinan merely gave a faint smile. I've said it before. Basketball is a young man's game. Boston's glory belongs to the past, but the future belongs to Los Angeles. In the locker room, though no champagne was sprayed, laughter and joy flooded the entire space. Curry was holding the game ball, twirling it in his hands. Coach, are we playing like this again tomorrow? Silas patted his head with a smile. Of course, as long as you can keep running. Outside the window, the Boston night remained deep and still. A year ago, Paul Durant, Boozer, and Camby led that iron-willed team to overturn the invincible Lakers. The news of the Hornets' 128-88 dismantling of the Celtics exploded in the early morning sports media circle like a deep-water bomb. In the TNT studio, Charles Barkley stared at the score on the screen, his mouth opening and closing, unable to find a word for a full 10 seconds. Beside him, Kenny Smith struggled to suppress his laughter, pushing a Hornets-colored life jacket toward him. It was the same one that Sinan had Bob send over last week. Barkley looked down for a moment, sighed deeply, stood up, unbuttoned his suit jacket, and directly put on the life jacket. I keep my promises. I will wear this for the next show, but you have to provide me with a boat. In the media room of the Staples Center, Sinan was attending the post-game press conference. Just as an ESPN reporter was about to ask that question about the youth storm, Sinan's phone on the table vibrated. The screen lit up, showing a photo of Barkley in the life jacket with a caption that read, "He said he needs a boat." Sinan picked up his phone, zoomed in on the photo, and carefully examined the bright yellow foam of Barkley's life jacket. He then smiled faintly into the microphone. Tell Charles that the boat is ready. At the Mississippi River Pier No. 3, the captain will wait for him at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The press row erupted in laughter. But this was just the first wave of the storm's aftershocks. The next morning, the sports section of the Boston Globe displayed a shocking headline in bold black: "Fought the shame of the North Shore Garden. The green team was slaughtered by 40 points at home." The article opened with a self-deprecating remark. Before last night, if anyone had told me the Celtics would lose by 40 points at home, I would have suggested they see a psychiatrist. But this morning I might need to make an appointment myself. The article detailed a set of despair-inducing statistics for the green team's fans, stating that the Hornets' Death 5 lineup outscored their opponents by as much as 56.8 points per 100 possessions. After the training session, the next morning, Rivers was interviewed. He sported 2 deep black circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept all night. Their speed was too much for us. We couldn't keep up. Rivers draped a towel over his shoulder, his tone laden with the deep helplessness of an old-school coach facing a new era. Garnett's leg injury isn't serious. He can still play in Game 2. But if we can't slow down, this series will be over. In the hotel where the Hornets were staying, the players had just finished their video review meeting. Silas replayed the offensive highlights of Game 1 frame by frame, focusing on the Celtics' rotation gaps when facing the small ball lineup. When Garnett was forced to defend beyond the three-point line, Perkins in the paint could not cover the entire basket by himself. This was the fundamental reason why Griffin scored continuously with cuts in the fourth quarter of the last game. Sinan sat in the last row of the conference room, holding a cup of coffee, hardly speaking throughout. Once Silas finished his explanation and the players began to get up to go for lunch, he called Paul aside. KG started adjusting his defensive angles at the end of the third quarter in the last game. Sinan opened his notebook, which was filled with Garnett's footwork patterns during his defensive rotations. His left foot first initiation ratio has decreased. He has begun alternating the first steps with both feet. This means he has realized that we have caught on to his habits. Paul flipped through the notebook for a few pages, his brow slightly furrowing. He's adjusted faster than I expected. In Game 2, Rivers might have Rashid come in earlier to double-team Yao Ming, while KG stays in the paint to sweep. They will definitely not use the single defense strategy anymore. So we won't start with a small ball lineup in Game 2. Silas walked over, drawing a new tactical diagram. The starting lineup will return to Paul Durant, Artest, Boozer, and Yao Ming. We will let Yao Ming stretch the floor in the elbow area to draw KG out of the paint. If Rivers has Rashid switch defenses, Durant will cut to the basket using a screen. If KG doesn't follow out, Yao Ming will shoot directly from the free throw line. Sinan glanced at Silas, a slight smile appearing on his lips. This was exactly the effect he wanted, using the small ball lineup from Game 1 to create a psychological advantage, forcing the Celtics to focus their entire defense on speed and spacing. Then in Game 2, we would return to the traditional lineup and catch them off guard. Rivers might lose sleep tonight, but tomorrow he would be in for a bigger headache. As evening approached, Game 2 officially tipped off at the North Shore Garden. The Celtics indeed adjusted their defensive strategy. Garnett no longer glued to Yao Ming, but instead had Rasheed Wallace frequently switch defenses in the first quarter, while KG stayed in the paint to cover. Pierce was more aggressive on the offensive end, scoring 10 points in the first quarter. But the Hornets did not start with the small ball lineup again. Yao Ming received the ball in the elbow area facing Rashid's switch and took his first shot as a pull-up jumper. The ball bounced twice on the rim before falling into the net. KG was forced to come out from the paint, and Durant immediately cut to the basket using Paul's screen, catching the ball and dunking for a score. The first quarter was fiercely contested with the Hornets leading by only 2 points. The true turning point that changed the course of the game occurred at the end of the second quarter. Silas suddenly brought in the small ball lineup: Paul, Curry, Harden, Durant, and Griffin. This lineup had previously crushed the Celtics without resistance, but this time Rivers was clearly prepared. He had Tony Allen and Pierce on the court together, attempting to use physicality to limit the Hornets' speed. But Silas made an adjustment that Rivers completely did not expect. He had Griffin hold the ball at the top of the arc as a playmaker rather than just finishing at the rim as he had in the last game. Griffin's passing vision had been underrated during his rookie season. He averaged 3 assists in college, overshadowed by his dunking once he entered the NBA. At this moment, he stood at the top of the arc, facing Garnett's defense, flicking his wrist. The ball precisely passed through under KG's raised arm, landing in the hands of Curry in the corner. Curry caught the ball and shot, hitting the three-pointer. On the next possession, Griffin received the ball in the same position, and KG came up to defend again. Griffin faked a pass, and KG shifted his weight slightly, just that half-inch. Griffin lowered his center of gravity and drove in from KG's left side, directly feeding the ball to the open DeAndre Jordan under the basket. DeAndre Jordan dunked with both hands. Rivers paced back and forth on the sidelines, the tactical board in his hand, already cracked from his grip. Pierce hit 2 consecutive fadeaway jumpers, narrowing the deficit to single digits. Ray Allen drilled a three-pointer from the corner, and the fans at Bain Garden rose to their feet once again. But Yao Ming stepped up at the crucial moment, putting an end to the suspense. He received the ball at the elbow facing Garnett and executed a shot fake. KG didn't jump. He only slid half a step sideways. Yao Ming lowered his center of gravity, took one dribble to the right, and released a hook shot. The ball sailed over KG's outstretched arm and settled cleanly into the net. Upon landing, his left ankle twisted slightly inside the brace, but he didn't look down. He simply jogged back to the defensive end and raised his hand to signal Paul to keep feeding him the ball. The final buzzer sounded. The Hornets defeated the Celtics by 11 points, taking a 20-series lead. Yao Ming finished with 26 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists. Durant had 29 points. Paul contributed 17 points and 12 assists. Off the bench, Griffin contributed 12 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists. It was his 2 playmaking passes from the top of the key that completely dismantled the Celtics' defensive scheme against the small ball lineup. The fans at Bain Garden remained silent for a long time after the final whistle. 17 championship banners still hung from the rafters, but the veteran players in green jerseys walked with lowered heads toward the tunnel. Garnett's leg injury hadn't worsened, but his steps were heavier than in Game 1. Pierce wiped his sweat with a towel, paused as he passed Sinan and murmured something. Sinan didn't reply, he only nodded. In the post-game locker room, Griffin was surrounded by 3 layers. Someone asked him when he learned to orchestrate from the top of the key. Before he could answer, Curry interjected from the side. He didn't know how before. I taught him. Griffin laughed and threw a towel at Curry. Paul sat in the corner with an ice pack strapped to his knee, frame by framing every positional adjustment Garnett made during switches in Game 2. He noticed something new in the final 2 minutes of the third quarter. KG began attempting to trap the ball handler early at the top of the key, rather than waiting for the ball to reach Yao Ming before rotating. This indicated that the Celtics had started making anticipatory adjustments to the Hornets' playmaking system. Sinan leaned against the locker room doorway holding a cup of coffee. He didn't enter, he just watched the celebrating players through the crack in the door. The series was not over yet. Games 3 and 4 would move to New Orleans. The Hornets held a 20 lead, but the Bostonians would not surrender easily. Rivers would go back tonight and repeatedly review the footage of Griffin's 2 playmaking passes. The question was, could he, within the 2-day gap, get a group of veterans averaging over 32 years old to execute these adjustments effectively? Outside the window, Boston's night sky was bleached white by the arena lights. The bus was already waiting in the parking lot. In 2 hours, they would board a charter flight to New Orleans. Sinan set his coffee cup on the windowsill, opened his notebook, and wrote a line on the Game 3 tactical plan. If KG early traps the ball handler at the top, give the ball to Yao Ming, let him operate from the elbow as the pivot. KG must choose whether to help on Yao or chase Griffin. He could only choose one. Sinan closed the notebook, pushed open the door, and stepped into the locker room. The plane was still 2 hours from departure, but the preparation for the next game had already begun from that moment. Under the dome of the New Orleans arena, the lights of Game 3 blazed brighter than ever. The Celtics arrived in the city burdened by a 0-2 deficit. When Kevin Garnett was cornered at the airport, he spoke only 3 words to the cameras: not dead yet. But the Boston media was far less optimistic. The Boston Herald ran a ruthless headline before the game, "After the North Shore Garden, no turning back." The article read, "The Celtics must win at least one game in New Orleans, or this series will end in 4. Does Rivers still have cards to play? How much longer can KG's legs hold up?" In the pregame locker room, Silas drew the final set of tactical diagrams on the whiteboard. He didn't elaborate on complex movements. Instead, with a red marker, he circled 2 names on the Celtics' defensive rotation chart from the previous game: Rondo and Perkins. They started pre-doubling the ball handler at the top of the arc late in Game 2, which shows that Rivers has realized our playmaking system is tearing apart their rotations. Silas paused, his gaze sweeping over the team. But doing so leaves a fatal gap. Once Perkins leaves the paint, the baseline becomes wide open. So tonight, give the ball to Yao Ming and let him be the fulcrum at the elbow. KG must choose whether to help on Yao or chase Griffin. He can only pick one. Kevin Garnett double-teamed Chris Paul early at the top of the arc, while Rasheed Wallace fronted Yao Ming and Rajon Rondo stood ready to intercept on the weak side. This defensive scheme caused 2 turnovers by the Hornets within the first 3 minutes, and the Celtics once held a 5-point lead. However, Paul soon found a way to counter. When trapped at the top of the arc, he flicked his wrist and passed the ball to Yao Ming at the elbow. Yao Ming caught it and faced up, forcing KG to rotate back immediately. Just as KG took that step back, Yao Ming flicked his wrist again, sending the ball under Garnett's raised arm and directly into the hands of Blake Griffin, who was cutting to the baseline. Griffin took off and threw down a 2-handed slam. This was exactly the route that Sinan had drawn on his notebook. KG had to choose between helping on Yao Ming or chasing Griffin. He chose Yao Ming, and Griffin scored with a dunk. He deployed Kevin Garnett and Rasheed Wallace simultaneously, using a twin tower lineup to suppress the Hornets' interior. The adjustment did prove effective on the defensive end. Yao Ming faced double teams every time he received the ball in the low post, while Chris Paul's driving lanes were also contained by KG's sweeping coverage. The Celtics narrowed the deficit to just 2 points midway through the second quarter. The roar of the New Orleans arena momentarily faltered, but Silas responded immediately. He pulled Boozer, inserted Curry, moved Durant to the 4, and slid Griffin to the 5. This lineup lacked a traditional center, but achieved supreme mobility. Garnett was forced to defend out to the 3-point line, and Rasheed's footwork simply couldn't keep up with Griffin's slashing speed. Curry received Paul's pass at the arc, pump faked against Ray Allen's defense. Ray didn't bite, he merely slid a half-step sideways. Curry lowered his center of gravity, drove one dribble to the right, stopped on a dime, rose, and released. The ball traced an exceptionally high arc through the air, and the sound of the net swishing echoed in the New Orleans arena like a crisp snap of fingers. The Celtics did not give up, and Pierce narrowed the gap to 7 points with a leaning jump shot. However, Griffin delivered the most spectacular performance of this playoff series in the next possession. He received Paul's pass at the top of the arc and faked a pass against Garnett's defense. KG's weight shifted that half-inch. Griffin lowered his center of gravity and drove in from KG's left side. Perkins stepped up to help defend, but Griffin switched the ball from his right hand to his left in midair, gently lifting it over Perkins' block. The ball grazed the backboard and fell into the net. As he landed, Griffin's body was still shaking, his knees bent and his fists tightly clenched. The New Orleans arena erupted. KG looked up at the ceiling, hands on his knees, breathing heavily. His jersey was soaked with sweat, and his knee was wrapped in a thick ice pack. Rivers called a timeout, but KG did not walk towards the bench. He simply stood under the basket, gazing up at the championship banner of the Hornets for a long time. In that moment, he looked less like a player losing the finals, and more like a veteran who finally realized he could no longer keep up with the times. Sinan stood on the sidelines, watching KG's back, feeling a stir in his heart. He recalled another timeline where Garnett was in the last few years of his career. Back then, he was with the Timberwolves, the Nets, and the Celtics, fighting through knee pain every season. But at this moment, KG was still on the court of the finals, still battling against the youthful storm of the Hornets with his already battered knees. The final buzzer sounded. The Hornets won Game 3 by 9 points, leading the series 3-0. The Celtics players walked towards the locker room with their heads down, while only Garnett stood in the center court for a long time. Paul walked over and patted KG on the back. KG did not respond, simply draping an old frayed towel over his shoulder before turning and walking into the player tunnel. Yao Ming scored 23 points, grabbed 11 rebounds, and made 6 assists. Griffin contributed 15 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists, while Curry hit 4 three-pointers. Game 4 would continue at the New Orleans arena in 2 days. No one spoke in the pregame locker room, and Silas didn't even draw a game plan. He simply looked at everyone and said, "After tonight, we will be back-to-back champions. Each of you knows what to do." Paul took off the old wristband from his wrist and tied it back on, standing up to be the first to push open the locker room door, heading towards the light at the end of the tunnel. The Celtics made their final struggle in Game 4. Pierce scored 10 points in the first quarter. Ray Allen hit 3 three-pointers from the corner, and Garnett made 2 consecutive turnaround jump shots against Yao Ming. At the end of the first quarter, the Celtics led by 5 points, and the camera panned over to the visiting team's bench, where Rivers' face was grim. But Yao Ming took control of the game in the final moments of the second quarter. He received the ball 3 times in the elbow area. The first time he faced Garnett's tight defense and hit a jumper. The second time he passed to a cutting Durant for a dunk. The third time he scored with a hook shot just over KG's outstretched fingers. 3 consecutive offensive plays, all successful. The Celtics' defensive rotations unraveled before him like a layer of torn gauze, every angle penetrated by his playmaking and isolation. After being scored on by Yao Ming for the third time, Garnett sat down slowly on the floor holding his thigh. His leg injury had finally reached its limit. With 2 minutes left in the game, Paul used Yao Ming's screen at the top of the arc and hit a signature stop-and-pop long two-pointer to seal the deal. The basketball swished through the net, and the lead instantly reached double digits, sending the entire arena into a premature celebration. With 30 seconds left in the game, Paul stood at the free throw line, making both shots and completely extinguishing the Celtics' last glimmer of hope. In the Celtics' final possession, Ray Allen took a contested three-pointer from the corner. The basketball hit the front of the rim and bounced high while Griffin leaped from the crowd, snatching the rebound and holding it tightly. The buzzer sounded throughout the arena, freezing time. The Hornets defeated the Celtics at home, sweeping the series 4-0 and achieving back-to-back championships. The entire New Orleans arena trembled, confetti fell from the ceiling, and blue, purple, and gold fragments swirled together under the lights. Paul knelt at center court, covering his face with his hands, tears seeping through his fingers. Durant stood beside Paul, placing a hand on his shoulder. Yao Ming stood under the basket looking up at the championship banner that was rising, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Garnett sat at the entrance of the visiting team's locker room, not leaving immediately. His knee was wrapped in a thick ice pack, and his jersey was soaked with sweat. Yao Ming walked out of the Hornets' locker room, and the two made eye contact for a moment. KG spoke first, his voice hoarse. "You tore down my paint." Yao Ming did not respond, but took the bandage he had used to stop the bleeding after being elbowed by KG in Game 3 from his pocket and placed it in KG's hand. KG looked down for a moment, then wiped the sweat from his forehead with the bandage and smiled. "This is your..." Then he patted Yao Ming on the shoulder and turned to walk into the locker room. Yao Ming stood in the hallway watching KG's back disappear behind the door, adjusting the ankle brace on his left ankle before turning to walk back into the celebrating crowd. The next day, Barkley appeared in the TNT studio, wearing a life jacket emblazoned with the Hornets logo. His action of taking off a t-shirt and throwing it into the Mississippi River was replayed by the television station. He took a boat specifically to fulfill his promise. Kenny Smith was beside him, laughing so hard he could barely breathe. Barkley opened his arms to the camera, delivering a line that would be remembered by viewers across America: "I follow through on my promises. Next time, if I bet that Yao Ming won't score 20 points, all of you should tell me to see a psychiatrist." Sinan finished watching the broadcast in his office, turned off the TV, and walked to the window. Outside the window, a cargo ship was slowly passing by on the Mississippi River. The back-to-back championship was secured. The players were still celebrating in the locker room, and the corks of champagne bottles had popped everywhere. His notebook was open on the table, the latest page filled with a few lines. Boozer traded to the Bulls for rebuilding assets. Camby traded to other teams for young wings or first-round picks. Westbrook traded to the Thunder for Paul George draft rights. Klay Thompson, a draft target. Kawhi Leonard, a draft target. The back-to-back championship was just the beginning. The true dynasty lay ahead. To retain the core, someone must leave. This is the harsh reality of a business league, as well as the cost of a continuing dynasty. He closed the notebook, pushed open the office door, and walked into the locker room. Paul was tying the blue-purple shoelace around the base of the championship trophy. It's his habit to tie an old item on the trophy during each championship win. The first time was Gordon's shot zone chart, the second time was Korver's three-point shooting percentage curve, and this time it was the blue-purple shoelace left to him by Westbrook. Paul wrapped the shoelace around the trophy base, twice tied a knot, then stood up and looked at everyone. Back-to-back championships. We still need a third one. Outside the window, the steel beams of the Hive's new arena continued to rise along the banks of the Mississippi River, and the sounds of jazz music from Bourbon Street could still be heard in the night breeze. In May in New Orleans, the air is filled with the scents of champagne and jazz. The parade celebrating the back-to-back championships rolls down Canal Street towards the banks of the Mississippi River, flanked by throngs of enthusiastic fans. Yao Ming stood at the front of the float, hanging the bandage that stopped the bleeding from the finals over the railing. Paul wore 2 championship rings side by side on his fingers, while Durant clutched a jersey signed by Kobe. Sinan stood at the back of the float, holding a cup of hot coffee, his gaze resting on the young people ahead, who were playfully fighting. Griffin, Harden, Ibaka, Curry, DeRozan, Westbrook. They were unaware that during the offseason the team would undergo a massive reshuffle that could change the dynamics of the league. The float gradually came to a stop, and the players returned to the locker room to prepare for the banquet. Sinan tossed the empty coffee cup into the trash can and pushed open the office door. Boozer was sitting in the chair opposite his desk, dressed casually, with an open Sports Illustrated resting on his knee, the cover showing the Hornets celebrating with the trophy. You know what I'm going to say? Sinan sat down opposite him. I know. Boozer closed the magazine and placed it on the table. Griffin has a higher ceiling than I do. He has 2 years left on his rookie contract and a lower salary. I should step aside. Sinan opened the drawer, took out a pre-prepared trade proposal, and slid it across the table toward Boozer. Listen, Carlos. The Bulls have their unprotected first-round pick from 2012, along with Taj Gibson and Kirk Hinrich. They desperately need an all-star power forward to break through the playoff barrier. This trade is simple. The Bulls send out their unprotected first-round pick from 2012, Gibson and Hinrich, in exchange for one player going to Chicago. And we take the Bulls' future along with these two quality rotation players, Gibson and Hinrich. Boozer looked at the names on the paper, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Bulls are really putting everything on the line with this unprotected first-round pick in 2012. That's right. Sinan leaned back in his chair, his tone calm. The Bulls' general manager has already given a private nod. He paused, pulling out a pre-signed check from the drawer and sliding it across to Boozer. The Bulls may not be able to offer you this respect, but I can. Boozer glanced down at the check, the amount exceeding his total contract for the next 3 years by $2 million. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with shock. This isn't a buyout fee, it's a thank you fee. Sinan's voice was unyielding. Thank you for helping me hang those 2 banners. Go to Chicago and play well. If you ever want to come back, the Hornets' door will always be open for you. Boozer took the check, took a deep breath, and stood up to bow solemnly. Gibson is a good player. Boozer's voice was a bit hoarse. Tell Griffin that he likes to take an extra dribble after receiving the ball in the elbow area. I corrected him for 2 months in practice, but he still couldn't change. Tell him not to change, that's his own rhythm. He pushed open the door, and the hallway's light flooded in. Griffin was walking down the hall with a towel in hand. He paused when he saw Boozer. Boozer patted him on the shoulder and whispered something. Griffin froze for a moment, neatly folding the towel and putting it in his pocket. He knew that Boozer would not return, but he kept the rhythm of receiving the ball in the elbow area for himself. That night's championship banquet was held at Sinan's private estate in the suburbs of New Orleans. Griffin stood alone at the far end of the pool, holding a glass of champagne, staring blankly at the reflection on the water's surface. Sinan walked over to him, casually taking 2 glasses of champagne from the waiter's tray and handing him one. Still thinking about Boozer. Boss, Griffin put down his glass awkwardly. Did I take Carlos' spot? Sinan smiled and patted the shoulder of the new #1 draft pick. Blake, remember one thing. In competitive sports, no one takes anyone else's position. It's only about who runs faster. And as the boss, I never worry about salary cap space. As long as you can turn your talent into victories, I can offer you a contract that matches your worth. Griffin nodded vigorously, the confusion in his eyes completely dissipating. Sinan watched the players playing around the pool and took a sip of his drink. The back-to-back championships were just the beginning. He traded Boozer for the Bulls' unprotected first-round pick from 2012. As someone who traveled back from 2026, he knew very well the terrifying talent possessed by Anthony Davis, known as the Brow, from the University of Kentucky. Although the butterfly effect might alter the performance of various teams, leading to fluctuations in their rankings, holding an additional unprotected first-round pick meant an extra layer of absolute insurance. As long as the chips are sufficient, he would undoubtedly be able to bring that future defensive powerhouse back to New Orleans. But that was not enough. He had even bigger moves planned for this year's draft. Sinan's gaze traversed the night sky of New Orleans, as if looking towards the distant Oklahoma City. Westbrook was due to return home. This trade was actually a gentleman's agreement that Sinan had reached with Thunder's general manager Presti back in the middle of last season. What was the situation with the Thunder at that time? Durant, Westbrook, Harden, Ibaka. These 4 cornerstone players had all been preemptively brought to New Orleans by Sinan. The roster in Oklahoma City was desolate. They were undeniably the bottom dweller in the league. Just days ago in the lottery drawing ceremony, the Thunder had also unceremoniously drawn the 7th overall pick for 2010. Sinan quickly replayed the trade framework that had been finalized months ago in his mind, sending Westbrook back to the Thunder. To comply with salary matching rules, Sinan included veteran James Posey in the trade proposal. Posey's expiring contract of over $6 million perfectly balanced Westbrook's rookie contract with the Thunder's high draft pick in terms of salary. Since it was during the trade freeze period after the season, this deal, which had been agreed upon months earlier, just needed to be officially processed on the night of the draft at the end of June. The Thunder would use their 7th overall pick to select Paul George for the Hornets, then immediately trigger the trade clause to send George to New Orleans. For the Thunder, Westbrook was a child of Oklahoma City. Sending him back would instantly reignite the dormant basketball market there, and Posey's expiring contract would also free up future salary cap space. For the Hornets, the returns from this trade would be significant. The Thunder's 7th overall pick from 2010 used to select Paul George, the unprotected first-round pick from 2012, and the first-round swap rights for 2013. The cash compensation discussed at the time was not particularly important. Westbrook returns home, George joins the team, and with the added insurance of the brow, the true puzzle pieces of the dynasty have just begun to fall into place. In late June, Madison Square Garden in New York was ablaze with lights. This was the annual NBA draft at Coliseum, where managers, scouts, and media engaged in their intricate games. But for Sinan, tonight was merely a grand performance with a script that had long been written. As the owner of the reigning champion Hornets, Sinan didn't sit in the front row of the audience, but rather discreetly stayed in a private box backstage. On the television screen, NBA Commissioner David Stern slowly walked onto the stage, adjusting his glasses, and picked up the envelope that would determine the fates of countless young men. 2010 NBA Draft Round 1, first pick. Stern's voice echoed throughout the theater through the microphone. The Washington Wizards select John Wall from the University of Kentucky. The predictable outcome elicited the loudest applause of the night from the audience. The golden boy from the University of Kentucky finally achieved his dream. Stern then announced the 2nd pick, Evan Turner, 76ers, and the 3rd pick, Derrick Favors, Nets. When the 4th pick was announced, a brief stir rippled through the crowd. The Minnesota Timberwolves select Wesley Johnson from Syracuse University. Sinan in the box raised an eyebrow slightly. The butterfly effect had begun to manifest, but it had no impact on his plans. With the first 6 picks settled, it was finally time for the critical juncture. 2010 NBA Draft Round 1, 7th pick. Stern picked up the envelope once more, his tone steady. The Oklahoma City Thunder select Paul George from Fresno State University. A polite but somewhat sparse applause erupted from the audience. Paul George was not the hot favorite for the top pick this year, and he had barely been mentioned in the predictions for the first few picks. But Sinan knew the potential that this lanky wing player from Fresno State University possessed. Just minutes later, while the media and fans were still puzzled as to why the Thunder chose a seemingly mediocre wing at this position, the Thunder released a brief statement. The team had traded Paul George to the New Orleans Hornets in exchange for Russell Westbrook, James Posey, and future draft compensation. Though the specifics of the trade were kept under strict wraps by the league, the bombshell of Westbrook returns home instantly ignited the entire New York. In the ESPN studio, analysts began to frantically analyze the significance of this trade for the Thunder's rebuilding efforts, and Paul George's name was officially linked to New Orleans. The door to the box was gently pushed open. The team's general manager Bob entered the room, his face beaming with uncontainable excitement. "Boss, everything's settled. Presti was very cooperative, and the league office has already approved the trade filing. We've also reviewed George's medical report, and he is in excellent health." "Great. What about the Bulls?" Sinan nodded, refocusing his gaze on the screen. "There are no issues with the Bulls either." Bob opened the folder in his hand. "Regarding the Sinan trade for Boozer to Chicago, we've reached a verbal agreement with them. The unprotected first-round pick from 2012 is already in our pocket." Sinan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, one hand grasping the present, the other reaching for the future. Just then Bob seemed to remember something and continued, "By the way, boss, there's one more thing. Right after Wall's introduction, the Washington Wizards immediately sent someone to feel us out from our hand. Although they just locked in John Wall with the first pick, their backcourt is really in shambles, and Arena's knee and off-court troubles are giving them headaches." Right after Wall's introduction, the Washington Wizards immediately sent someone to feel us out from our hand. Sinan's lips curled into a playful smile as the Wizards' logic was clear. Since they were about to establish Wall as the cornerstone of their team, they needed to clean up the mess left by Arenas and find a top scorer who could be an immediate contributor, or a versatile 3-and-D wing who could protect Wall. "Tell the Wizards." Sinan closed his laptop and stood up, adjusting his suit. "If they want my Harden or DeRozan, they can have them. But they need to offer me something that excites me. Besides the first overall pick, they need to bring something else to the table." Having already acquired George and secured the future with Davis, Sinan didn't mind delivering a little shock to the league on this wild draft night. "Let's go." Sinan pushed open the box door and walked towards the bustling venue. "We should also make an appearance at the front desk. After all, we've just acquired a future all-star." At the end of the corridor, Paul George was wearing an oversized Hornets jersey, waiting to be introduced with the guy. Seeing Sinan approach, the young wing straightened up nervously. "Relax, Paul." Sinan patted his shoulder, his tone calm, yet powerful. "Welcome to New Orleans. Here you don't need to rush to prove yourself. Just follow our plan, and gradually grow into the playoff P who can command the wins and ring. George nodded half understanding, but he saw an unprecedented determination in the eyes of this young owner. The second round of the draft continued the next day. Compared to the tumult of the first round, the second round is often regarded as the bargain zone overshadowed by superstar brilliance. But for Sinan, who possessed the vast data of scouting reports, treasures were hidden here as well. When Stern announced the 32nd overall pick in the second round, the Hornets' name once again resonated throughout the venue. The New Orleans Hornets select Hassan Whiteside from Marshall University. Bob leaned closer to Sinan's ear and whispered, "Boss, this Whiteside's collegiate stats aren't particularly explosive, and the scouting report says he has a somewhat laid-back personality." Sinan looked at the tall player with an impressive wingspan on the big screen and smiled meaningfully. "Bob, you must trust my vision. This kid has the talent to become a top rim protector in the league. It's just that no one knows how to utilize him yet. Bring him to New Orleans, or I will teach him how to turn his talent into a max contract." As Whiteside's name was called, the 2010 draft came to a close. In this draft, the Hornets not only acquired Paul George through trade, but also snagged the immensely promising Big Whiteside in the second round. The curtain has been lifted, and the era of the New Orleans Hornets dynasty is growing wildly at an unpredictable pace. 7th pick. The whole league is questioning us for using such a high pick on a player from a small school. Prove that. Paul George tightly clutched the note that Sinan had stuffed into his hand on draft night, his knuckles turning white from pressure. He stood at the entrance of the Hornets training facility, looking up at the two gleaming championship banners on the ceiling. As a lottery pick from Fresno State, he never imagined he would step into the sanctuary of this back-to-back champion. Even more unexpectedly, Sinan, under immense public pressure, used the precious 7th pick to bring him to. Beside him, the remarkably tall and long-armed Hassan Whiteside was yawning listlessly, his eyes unfocused. The scout report's description, careless, lazy on rotations, and good for nothing but blocking shots, was a perfect portrait of him. As soon as the two pushed open the door of the training facility, a chilling aura rushed at them, and the air. Head coach Silas stood in the middle of the court, clutching two physical test reports, his face ashen, the tactical board under his foot creaking with each step. "Hassan, your body fat percentage is too high, and your suicides rank last among players at your position." Silas slammed the report in front of Whiteside, his voice echoing in the empty arena piercingly loud. "The scout says you're lazy. Here, laziness is the original sin. Do you think you're here on vacation? From today, Ibaka will personally take care of you. Run till you drop, or get out." Whiteside froze, about to open his mouth to argue, but then saw Ibaka, famous for his defense, standing with arms crossed, staring coldly at him. His gaze carried a bone-chilling coldness. On the other side, Paul George wasn't faring much better. "Paul, your release point is too low. In the NBA, you'll have your shots blocked all day long. Do extra practice on catch and shoot every day. Raise your release point by 2 inches. No food." As a seasoned fan who had traveled back from 2026, he knew exactly what these two youngsters were made of. At this moment, Paul George was still around. In the second-floor office, Sinan held his coffee, looking down at the intense training scene below, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. As a seasoned fan who had traveled back from 2026, he knew exactly what these two youngsters were made of. At this moment, Paul George was still a rough diamond. Explosive physical talent, but crude skills. Just correcting his release point would make him a top two-way wing in the future. As for Whiteside, the Big Whiteside, as long as someone could curb his laziness and push his physical limits, he would become the most terrifying rim protector in the league. This sense of accomplishment, using foresight beyond the era to personally polish a rough stone into a superstar, was his greatest joy in this timeline. "Boss, the 3-team trade is settled, involving the Knicks and the Nuggets." General Manager Bob pushed open the door, unable to hide his excitement, waving a just-finalized trade framework. The Knicks, eager to clear max cap space, were desperate to offload Al Harrington's big contract. The Nuggets had always wanted to bring back Camby. "So the plan is we send Camby to the Nuggets. The Knicks send Harrington to us, and as thanks for helping them absorb salary, they also throw in their unprotected 2011 first-round pick. The cap space the Knicks free up is used to take on a few expiring contracts from the Nuggets role players." Sinan raised an eyebrow, put down his coffee cup, and quickly simulated the scenario in his mind. Marcus Camby, the former Defensive Player of the Year, had indeed made significant contributions after joining the Hornets from the Nuggets in 2008. But now, with his rising salary and considerable injury risks, he had become the primary target for optimizing the Hornets' salary structure after the back-to-back championships. The Nuggets, eager to bring back a familiar face, were happy to take Camby. Meanwhile, the Knicks, in their pursuit of a superstar, were desperate to dump Harrington's long-term contract. Al Harrington. Sinan tapped his finger lightly on the desk, frowning slightly. Harrington could play inside and out, had a decent three-point shot, and though his defense was average, he was more than adequate as a scorer off the bench. Sinan knew very well that the Hornets currently had a surplus of wing players and didn't need Harrington at all. But for that unprotected 2011 first-round pick from the Knicks, he had no choice but to accept this sweetener. Tell the Knicks and Nuggets that we accept this three-team trade. Sinan's voice was calm and decisive, a calculating smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Harrington's contract is overpriced, but luckily it's an expiring deal. Take him in and pocket the Knicks' 2011 first-round pick along the way. As for Harrington, let him report first, then we'll find a way to deal with him later. Bob jotted down notes quickly, his face beaming. Having just dealt with Camby, Bob didn't leave. Instead, he leaned in with even more urgency, clearly having more moves in store. And boss, the Wizards called again. They want DeRozan and are willing to offer 2 unprotected first-round picks for 2011 and 2012. Sinan put down his coffee cup and glanced again at DeRozan, who was practicing his shooting tirelessly downstairs. That 2009 lottery pick behind Curry, Harden, Green, and Artest was averaging only 15 minutes per game, his talent being wasted on the bench. But in Sinan's mind, DeRozan was destined to dominate with the Raptors as a mid-range maestro, an absolute franchise cornerstone. However, his value had yet to be fully realized. Since the Wizards came knocking, Sinan would not hesitate to tell the Wizards they can take DeRozan. Sinan said, his voice calm and decisive, as if orchestrating a sure-win chess game. But they think they can take him with just 1 first-round pick. Ernie, the Wizards GM, must be dreaming too big. Bob paused. Then, boss, what do you mean? Sinan held up 2 fingers, a shrewd smile curling at the corner of his mouth. We want the unprotected 2011 first-round pick plus the unprotected 2012 first-round pick. Bob gasped, almost stumbling. 2 first-round picks. Boss, that's highway robbery. Will the Wizards agree? Those are their own lottery opportunities for the next 2 years. They will, Sinan said with certainty, his tone filled with the confidence unique to a time traveler. DeRozan is the perfect building block. To please Wall, and to show results to the new owner, Ernie will grit his teeth and swallow the pill. We don't need immediate contributors, we need the future. The negotiation process was even tougher than expected. Ernie's furious roar came through the phone, and the 2 sides were deadlocked for a full 10 minutes. But in the end, the Wizards, eager to acquire DeRozan, whom they saw as their future backcourt core, and the final piece of their rebuild, agreed without hesitation. Half an hour later, 2 major trades were officially completed. Camby headed to Los Angeles and DeRozan went to Washington. When DeRozan left the notebook filled with tactical notes in Kai's locker, a subtle tremor ran through the entire. Every move by Sinan seemed to add another brick to the dynasty's edifice, leaving people both bewildered and expectant. 2 weeks later. Whoosh, whoosh. Whiteside was leaning with his hands on his knees, sweat pouring like rain onto the floor, his chest heaving violently, as if about to explode. His suicide run results had improved from last to middle of the pack. Ibaka Rare patted him on the back and gave a hint of approval. Kid, you're finally running faster than Yao Ming just after his comeback. Yao Ming was running on crutches, Whiteside retorted, gasping, but his eyes now held a fierceness and determination he had never shown before. Downstairs, Paul George's shot swished through the net, the release point perfectly raised, his motion smooth as a precision machine. Sinan closed his notebook and looked out the window at the new Hornets arena under construction, searchlights illuminating the night sky like daylight. Camby brought in the Knicks' 2011 first-round pick, DeRozan brought in the Wizards' 2011 and 2012 first-round picks, plus the assets from the Bulls and Thunder, Klay Thompson and Kawhi Leonard in 2011. And in 2012, that brow, named Anthony Davis, had already entered his hunting range. The back-to-back championships were just the beginning. The Hornets dynasty was just baring its fangs. On July 8th, the entire NBA held its breath in anticipation. Before the ESPN camera, LeBron James sat in silence for what felt like an eternity. Finally, he uttered the words that shattered Cleveland's hearts and shook the entire league. I'm going to take my talents to South Beach and join the Miami Heat. The nation was in an uproar. Cleveland's streets erupted in fury as fans burned his No. 23 jersey in public. Cavaliers owner Dan Gilbert posted a venomous open letter on the team's website, vowing to win a championship before James did. In Miami, Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh were already welcoming him with open arms. Overnight, the Heat's Big Three became the league's most hated team, even eclipsing the 2-time defending champion Hornets. Sinan watched the broadcast in his office, his face expressionless as he turned off the TV. Bob stood nearby holding a freshly printed news article with the headline Heat's Big Three, the dawn of a dynasty or a shameful alliance. Sinan glanced at it, tossed the paper onto the desk, and scoffed. In reality, when he first transmigrated and acquired the Hornets in 2002, he had been wary of the butterfly effect. For the first few years, fearing its impact, he made few major changes to the Hornets. But his subsequent moves were like a giant butterfly flapping its wings, stirring up a colossal storm across the league. He completely overhauled the Hornets' draft strategy, reeling in talents like Durant, Curry, Harden, Ibaka, and Rose, scattered prodigies who would have gone elsewhere. Years ago, he pulled off a crazy trade that baffled the entire league. To acquire Yao Ming, he unhesitatingly packaged promising rookie Derrick Rose, defensive stalwart Trevor Ariza, and future cornerstone Goran Dragic to Houston. At the time, the media mocked Sinan for being blinded by Chinese sentiment. After all, Yao Ming's ankles were ticked. The Rockets' front office beamed at the press conference, expressing sincere gratitude for the Hornets' generosity. Behind closed doors, Daryl Morey and his team were undoubtedly gloating. Anyone would think the Hornets owner must be insane, trading 3 proven future cores for a glass man who could break down at any moment. Everyone believed Sinan had lost his shirt, but only Lee knew he had gambled and won. Thanks to his intervention, the Eastern Giant never fell as he did in the original timeline. With the Hornets' top-tier medical team and cutting-edge technology, Yao Ming not only shed his injury woes, but evolved into the league's most dominant starting center. He not only brought the Hornets their second championship banner, but also became an unbreakable interior pillar with his stifling defense and soft playmaking anchoring their title reign. On paper, the trade might have sacrificed future potential, but it brought the Hornets unparalleled present dominance and championship power. Paul walked in from the other end of the corridor, a towel around his neck and a freshly opened sports drink in hand. He had just finished an extra workout, beads of sweat still on his forehead. Glancing at the TV screen still replaying James' announcement, he commented coolly, "They're strong, no doubt. Strong as they are, I'm never afraid to face them," Sinan replied, without looking up, his tone full of disdain. A team cobbled together by talent alone can never beat a well-oiled system. How many championships do you think they'll win? Paul pulled out a chair and sat down, his eyes carrying the pride of a championship guard. Sinan leaned back, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. He recalled the Heat's Big 3 trajectory in another timeline: 4 finals in 4 years, 2 titles, 2 defeats. But in this timeline, the script was entirely different. The Hornets had already completed a two-peat. With Yao Ming as starting center alongside Durant, and Paul, the new Big 3 had already proven their absolute dominance on the court. More importantly, the team's terror went far beyond that. Curry and Harden were simmering in the backcourt. Griffin and Artest anchored the forwards. Jordan and Ibaka loomed in the paint. Danny Green, a premier 3-and-D threat, lurked on the perimeter. The Heat were merely a hastily assembled mercenary army. The Hornets were a dynasty machine built step by step through drafts and trades still evolving. They might dominate the East, but a championship won't come easy. Sinan rose and walked to the window, watching the young players working out below. Paul George practicing catch and shoot at the elbow. Whiteside ran suicides along the baseline, while Gibson and Griffin took turns hitting mid-range jumpers. Last year, before they teamed up, we were already champions. This year they've teamed up, and we're still champions. Their talent is stitched together. Our system is forged. People who band together can never understand what true talent means. Sinan turned his gaze sharp. They think putting 3 stars together is talent. That's just stacking. True talent is a cornerstone like you, Durant and Yao, already proven. Plus rising stars like Curry and Harden willingly playing their roles within our system. Talent does age, but our pool of talent is bottomless and still evolving. They win by letting stars go unknown. We win by overwhelming talent paired with an airtight system. Paul paused, took a long swig of his sports drink, and smirked. LeBron chose the easiest path. We're walking the hardest, defending the title. If he wants to be the villain, we'll be the ones who put villains down. Not just think. Sinan's eyes were razor sharp. I know we can beat them. Because we have 2 rings, they have only a staged broadcast. Rings always weigh more than broadcasts. The next morning, Sinan had Bob compile a special list of potential acquisitions. Bob looked at the names, hesitated, and looked up. Boss, our active roster already has 13 players. If we count Harrington from the Camby trade, the rules allow only 1 more signing. How are you planning to counter the Heat? Sinan didn't answer directly. Instead, his gaze fell on the last line of the asset sheet, the 5 first-round picks from trades, and then he spoke. Pat Riley thinks he's built an invincible fleet, but he forgot sharks in the ocean don't just eat carrion. Sinan set down his coffee cup, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk, a chilling glint flickering in his eyes. He picked up the red secure phone on his desk, his gaze seeming to pierce through the walls toward distant Miami. Right in front of Bob, he dialed the number that made every general manager in the league shudder. The moment the call connected, a cruel smile curled at the corner of Sinan's mouth, his voice low and clear. Pat, I hear you're building a Big 3. What a coincidence. I was just about to give your dream a little present. On the other end of the line, the iconic voice of Pat Riley came through, laced with a hint of arrogance and undeniable wariness. Lee, if you're here to congratulate me on assembling a great team, I appreciate your kindness. But if you're here to negotiate, my phone is quite busy. Pat, you misunderstand. Sinan leaned back in his chair, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. I'm calling to present you with a gift to celebrate the formation of a super team. Riley let out a cold laugh. A gift? The Hornets may have a decent roster depth, but after parting ways with DeRozan and Camby, you no longer possess the assets to annoy me. Assets? No, what I'm sending you is a truth. Sinan's voice suddenly dropped, carrying a chilling tone that pierced through the receiver. Do you really think signing Mike Miller was to strengthen the Heat's three-point shooting? A brief silence fell on the other end of the line. Just minutes ago, Riley had reached a verbal agreement with Mike Miller's team, intending to sign the sharpshooter, using the full mid-level exception to create spacing. What do you mean? Riley's tone turned serious. Mike Miller's agent just contacted my general manager Bob 10 minutes ago. Sinan said slowly, as if savoring Riley's expression at that moment. Miller feels that the Heat in Miami will exacerbate his back injury. He prefers to come to New Orleans. Moreover, our offer is more sincere than yours. 3 years at full mid-level. Impossible. Riley abruptly stood up from his chair. Miller has already agreed to me. We settled on a 2-year contract. A verbal agreement is nothing until it's signed, Pat. You know the rules of this league better than I do. Sinan chuckled softly. Miller is a smart man. He knows what an extra year of guaranteed money means at the end of his career. How about this? To show my respect for the Big Three, I can take a step back. If the Heat is willing to match this 3-year contract, they'll gladly let Miller go. But if you only offer 2 years, then I'm sorry, the sunshine in New Orleans, and the longer contract will be hard for Miller to refuse. Riley's hand gripping the phone turned white with rage as he nearly slammed the receiver down. After hanging up the phone, Sinan casually tossed his mobile onto the table, a look of mischievous satisfaction on his face. Bob stood nearby dumbfounded. Boss, are we really going to use the mid-level exception to snag Mike Miller? We already have a superstar scorer like Durant on our wing. Why do we need Miller? To serve him tea and water? Bob, you don't understand. Sinan took a sip of coffee, his tone imbued with a hint of mischief. Who expects Miller to play? We have Durant on the wing. Do we need him for spacing? I'm simply annoyed by Riley. He formed the Heat's Big Three. If I don't annoy him for a few days, I can't sleep peacefully. Miller won't need to play much. He can just be a mascot in the locker room, or a shooting practice partner for Durant. As long as he's wearing a Hornets jersey on the bench, it's the greatest psychological attack on Riley. Bob quickly scribbled down this point in his notebook, his lips twitching slightly. This move by the boss is downright vicious. There's one more thing. Bob flipped a page. The Nuggets have responded about J.R. Smith. They're willing to let him go for a future second-round pick. Sinan's lips curled into a playful smile. J.R. Smith, the famously unpredictable player in the league. Deal. Sinan decisively agreed. Tell Ujiri that the second-round pick for 2012 is his. Bob frowned, even more puzzled. Boss, this is even more absurd. We have Curry, Harden, and Danny Green on our backcourt. Who shoots better than J.R.? Who is more clear-headed than him? And our official roster is already full. Oh, where will we fit him? J.R. Indeed won't get on the court, but that's not important. Sinan waved his hand, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. You value his three-point shooting. Ooh, I value his mouth. The current J.R. is a thorough James hater, always mocking James with cryptic remarks in front. Bringing him in to have him berate James in front of the media every day would create quite the scene. We don't need him to play, we just need him to disrupt the Heat from the sidelines. An enemy's enemy is a friend after all. As for the roster spot, Sinan pointed to another document. Previously, the Knicks had given us the trade exception for Camby by sending us Al Harrington, who has now reported. However, after evaluation by the coaching staff, his playing style severely conflicts with our existing system, and he overlaps in position and function with Durant and Griffin. Since we need to free up valuable official spots for J.R. Smith, Harrington must make the sacrifice. Notify him that the team has decided to waive him, and this spot will go to J.R. Smith. Bob understood, quickly jotting this down in his notebook. This move by the boss kills 2 birds with 1 stone, not only annoying the archrival, but also perfectly resolving the roster issue. Having wrapped up these 2 trades purely for psychological warfare, Sinan stood up and walked to the tactics board. Although the recruitment moves are vicious, as the head coach, he must clearly know what his real trump cards are. Bob, prepare the official roster for the new season. I want to confirm it one last time. Bob quickly handed over a fresh roster. Sinan took the pen, his gaze scanning the names one by one, the smile on his face gradually shifting from malicious fun to absolute confidence. This is the terrifying machine he crafted. The Charlotte Hornets' 15-man roster for the new season has been solidified. The 5 on the backcourt form a despair-inducing firepower network: Chris Paul, James Harden, Stephen Curry, Danny Green, and J.R. Smith. The 7 on the wing are a talent-overflowing meat grinder: Kevin Durant, Ron Artest, Blake Griffin, Paul George, Taj Gibson, Mike Miller, and Serge Ibaka. With Durant anchoring the wing, Artest providing tough defense, Griffin attacking the paint, complemented by George and Gibson's depth on the perimeter along with Ibaka's sweeping ability. This team is armed to the teeth. The three in the paint form a no-flee zone: Yao Ming, DeAndre Jordan, and Hassan Whiteside. Yao Ming starts in the center, while the explosive beasts of Jordan and Whiteside lurk on the bench ready to pounce. Sinan put down his pen, looking at the roster, exhaling deeply. This lineup, even with the Heat's big three established, poses no concern for New Orleans. He flipped to the next page and wrote down J.R. Smith emphatically. The trade with the Nuggets is about to be finalized. Sinan closed his notebook, his gaze resting on the dazzling night view of New Orleans outside the window. Pat Riley: James, I hope your big three can hold on a little longer, because the trap set by the Hornets has just begun to close. After hanging up the phone call to Pat Riley, Sinan leaned back in his chair, a sly smirk of triumphant mischief still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Bob stood by his notebook, densely filled with records of the two damaging others, without benefiting oneself, moves just made. Using a full 3-year mid-level exception to snatch Mike Miller. Using a 2012 second-round pick to trade J.R. Smith from the Nuggets. Boss Mike Miller and J.R. are both taken care of. Bob closed his notebook, paused, his expression somewhat complicated. One makes Riley lose sleep, the other makes James lose sleep. But people outside don't see it that way. He placed a freshly faxed newspaper on the table. The sports section headline of the Boston Herald was in bold and black type. The headline: Hornets dismantling in progress, two-time championship roster, now unrecognizable. Boozer went to the Bulls, Camby to the Clippers, Posey and Westbrook to the Thunder, and DeRozan to the Wizards. 5 rotation players, including 3 starters. Sinan was tearing down his own fortress. By mortgaging the present for a so-called future, the Hornets' dynasty dream in New Orleans seemed destined to shatter before summer's end. Sinan glanced down at the newspaper, then casually tossed it onto his desk. Let the Boston reporters worry about Boston, he said, pointing toward the door. Pin this article on the locker room door. Let everyone see the line: the Hornets are tearing down their fortress. In the training gym, the squeak of sneakers against the floor echoed incessantly. Paul George had just finished a set of catch-and-shoot drills, sweat dripping along the sharp lines of his face. His release point was now a full 2 inches higher than 2 weeks ago. His shooting percentage had steadily climbed from under 40% to over 50%. A shooting coach nearby recorded the data on a tablet. The screen displayed George's deviation angles gradually narrowing across his last 10 sets, approaching perfection. At the baseline, Whiteside finished his final set of suicides. He leaned forward, hands on his knees, chest heaving like an overworked engine. Ibaka stood beside him, stopwatch in hand. After a moment, he said flatly, 0.8 seconds faster than yesterday. Keep it up tomorrow. Whiteside straightened up and roughly wiped the sweat from his face with the hem of his practice jersey. Though exhausted to the point of nausea, a wide grin spread across his lips. On the opposite elbow, Taj Gibson was practicing catch-and-shoot jumpers. With every shot, he carried a habit left by Boozer. After receiving the ball, he would first glance at Griffin's movement, then at Paul's hand signals. He had never practiced this in Chicago. But after 2 weeks in New Orleans, the habit was etched into his muscle memory. Griffin emerged from the weight room, carrying a pair of weighted wristbands he had just removed. He walked over to Gibson, watched his shooting for a moment, then said abruptly, "Your footwork after the catch is half a beat faster than when you arrived. Did Boozer teach you that?" Gibson nodded, then shook his head. "He didn't teach me. He just told me before he left to watch Paul's hand signals. The rest I figured out on my own." Griffin didn't respond. He picked up a ball, stood on the opposite elbow, and began shooting in tandem with Gibson. The two players alternated their rhythm. The thumping sound of basketballs hitting the floor echoed through the empty gym like a silent oath. Sinan stood on the second-floor balcony, coffee in hand, overlooking the young men sweating below. Paul George honed his technique on the elbow. Whiteside pushed his limits on the baseline. Ibaka supervised like an older brother. Gibson and Griffin traded shots on opposite elbows. Curry finished a set of threes at the arc and walked over to Harden. The two began discussing their next summer league opponent. Danny Green practiced catch-and-shoot from the corner, each shot slicing cleanly through the net. Though most of the names in the locker room had changed, the soul of this team remained. Balbo pushed open the office door and placed a freshly faxed summer league schedule on the desk. The Las Vegas Summer League starts next week. Silas wants Paul George and Whiteside to start, give them more time to mesh. Fine, Sinan said, scanning the schedule. Send Gibson too. He needs live games to adapt to our system. Tell Silas the summer league results don't matter. What matters is these young guys finding their rhythm. A week later, the Las Vegas Summer League officially began. The moment the Hornets' starting lineup was announced, the arena announcer was taken aback. Point guard Curry, shooting guard Harden, small forward Paul George, power forward Taj Gibson, center Hassan Whiteside. 5 young players, average age under 22. Standing together, they didn't resemble a two-time defending champions. Instead, they looked more like a college team that had just scraped into the NCAA tournament. First game against the Kings. At the start, the Kings didn't take this baby squad seriously. But after just 5 minutes, the atmosphere shifted. Paul George sank 2 threes in the first quarter. His release point was a full 2 inches higher than in college. The ball sailed over the defender's fingertips and cleanly through the net, stirring a white splash. He had never shot like this in front of such a crowd at Fresno State. But now his touch was scorching hot. Every reception felt like executing a move rehearsed countless times. Whiteside recorded 4 blocks on defense. After each one, he flashed a grin, then jogged back to the other end, as if this were just a routine defensive drill in practice. Ibaka sat on the bench, arms crossed, a slight curl at the corner of his mouth. That kid finally could run suicides without collapsing. By the third quarter, the game was all but decided. Curry drained 3 consecutive threes from the arc, his release, so quick defenders couldn't blink in time. Harden used his patented Euro step on the wing to glide past 2 defenders, finishing a left-hand layup and drawing a foul. Gibson caught the ball on the elbow, instinctively searching for Griffin's movement, only to realize the explosive-haired star wasn't on the floor. He paused, then his eyes sharpened. Following the elbow angle Gordon had taught him, he pulled up and fired. The ball swished through the net. The final buzzer sounded. The Hornets won big. After the game, Paul George sat alone in front of his locker, stripping off the old sneakers he had worn since draft night, the soles worn thin and frayed. Whiteside wiped sweat with a towel nearby. His jersey was soaked through, but his face bore an expression never seen in the practice facility. It wasn't a smile. It was a satisfaction held back for too long, finally unleashed. J.R. Smith leaned against the locker room doorway, holding the Boston Herald that had traveled all the way from New Orleans to Las Vegas. The article, titled "Hornets Dismantling in Progress," pinned to the locker room door, had been slapped countless times by players coming and going. The corners were curled, the paper wrinkled. J.R. flipped the paper to the front page and pointed at the column's headline, saying to Curry something that made the entire locker room laugh. "Was this guy trashing us last year too? We won the championship last year, and he's still at it this year. Guess his column is like LeBron's travel, never getting fixed." Curry didn't reply, just smiled and tossed his towel into the laundry bin. Harden added from the side, "When the new season starts, he'll realize how wrong he is." J.R. folded the paper and placed it back on the locker room door, carving a tiny asterisk next to the headline with his fingernail. It was his own habit. Every time he saw a statement worth refuting, he marked it. In his hotel room, Sinan opened his notebook and wrote in the Summer League Game 1 summary, "George. Defensive positioning exceeded expectations, shooting arc, stabilizing footwork, before catch needs optimization. JR has started coaching." Whiteside, elite shot blocking instinct, suicide runtime now in top 5 for his position stamina. Gibson, elbow playmaking maturing, need to develop offensive ability. Gordon's elbow angle adjustment taking effect. Curry, three-point release faster than last season, off-ball movement more varied. Harden, Euro step finishing improved, defensive focus still needs work. He flipped to the next page and drafted a tactical plan for Game 2 against the Lakers. Then his gaze fell on the column pinned to the locker room door, the one JR had marked with an asterisk, "Hornets Dismantling in Progress." The article was now swaying gently in the Las Vegas night breeze. The corners were curled, the paper wrinkled, but the asterisk was carved deep like a silent declaration. Sinan closed the notebook and leaned back in his chair. Outside the window, the neon lights of Las Vegas flickered on the edge of the desert. 2 summer league games remained, and the countdown to the new season had begun. Pat Riley was probably fuming in his Miami office over the contract the Hornets had stolen. LeBron was likely preparing for the new season in his gym, and the Hornets' young core was shredding that Hornets Dismantling in Progress article into pieces, one game at a time. After completing 5 games in the summer league, the Hornets emerged victorious in all, remaining undefeated. Paul George averaged 2 cold-blooded three-pointers per game. Hassan Whiteside recorded 5 massive blocks on average, and Gibson's mid-range shooting percentage remained stable at over 50%. Scouts in Las Vegas whispered among themselves, and the media seats their expressions varied. The 2 reporters who had flown in from Boston remained silent for a long time after the 5th game concluded. They had originally come to witness the farce of the Hornets disbanding, yet instead they watched a team that was younger and more impactful than last season revealing its fangs in the desert. On the private jet back to New Orleans, the cabin was silent. J.R. Smith leaned back in his seat, listlessly flipping through the Boston Herald he had brought back from Las Vegas. The article, titled "Hornets Disbanding in Progress," taped to the locker room door, had been slapped countless times by players coming in and out, its corners peeling and the paper wrinkled. The asterisk JR had scratched next to the headline remained a habit of his to mark those remarks that deserved a stern rebuttal. It will be. When the new season starts, the writer of this article will have to buy a ticket to New Orleans to watch. In the first week of September, the lights at the New Orleans training facility shone brighter than in previous years. It will be. When the new season starts, the writer of this article will have to buy a ticket to New Orleans to watch. In the first week of September, the lights at the New Orleans training facility shone brighter than in previous years. Paul George was the first to arrive at the gym every morning, practicing catch and shoots in the elbow area. 2 months of training had stabilized his shooting point to a new height that was harder to block. On the tablet held by the shooting coach, the curve representing the shooting arc gradually narrowed, much like a precision-calibrated sniper rifle. At the baseline, Whiteside had just completed his first set of sprints, leaning on his knees and gasping for air. Ibaka stood nearby, expressionless, as he timed the sprints with a stopwatch. After a moment of looking down, he simply stated, "You're 0.4 of a second faster than yesterday. But your final sprint has a shorter stride, and your energy distribution is still uneven." Whiteside straightened his back, wiping the sweat from his face with the hem of his training shirt, grinning as he replied, "Come back tomorrow for another test. I'll be faster then." On the other side, Taj Gibson was practicing catch-and-shoots. Each time he released the ball, he subconsciously retained the habit left by Boozer, glancing at Griffin's movement before confirming Paul's gesture. Griffin emerged from the strength room, carrying the weightlifting wristbands he had just removed, standing on the opposite side of the elbow area, beginning to alternate shooting with him. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the basketball hitting the floor echoed in the empty gym like a silent vow. Curry finished a set of three-pointers at the top of the arc and walked over to Harden, gesturing in the air to illustrate a curve, the new two-man screen designed by Silas if we cut in from the weak side simultaneously. Harden shook his head, sketching a steeper angle. "If you wrap around from this side, my pass will be 0.3 of a second faster." Curry glanced at him and chuckled. "You always say 0.3 of a second." "Because it's always 0.3 of a second." Harden adjusted his wristbands, his eyes filled with determination. Although most of the names in the locker room had changed, the soul of the team remained. Silas officially announced the rotation framework for the new season during a coaching meeting. He wrote the starting lineup on the whiteboard: Paul, Durant, Artest, Griffin, Yao Ming. Then beside Yao Ming's name, he drew a prominent red circle and noted a line: average playing time not to exceed 28 minutes, at least one game off in back-to-back matches. Although Yao Ming's left ankle has fully recovered, he is already 30 years old. Silas tapped the whiteboard with a red pen, his tone serious. With 2 consecutive championships and last year's finals, his body has taken a toll. We must ensure he has enough energy reserves before the playoffs begin. In the first half of the regular season, DeAndre Jordan will take his starting time during rest periods, and Whiteside will also get more opportunities off the bench. After the All-Star game, his playing time can gradually increase to 30 to 32 minutes, preparing for the playoffs. Yao Ming sat in the front row of the conference room, holding the load management plan, flipping through it from start to finish. When Silas finished speaking, he placed the plan on the table and calmly stated, 28 minutes is enough. As long as you can maintain home court advantage before the playoffs start, I don't mind playing a few less games. Paul leaned over from the side and glanced at Yao Ming. Are you sure about resting fully during back-to-backs? I am certain. Yao Ming folded the load management plan and put it in his pocket, his gaze revealing the cunning and composure of a veteran. In last year's finals game 5, I had the energy to block Garnett in the last 3 minutes of the fourth quarter because you all helped me conserve energy during the regular season. This year, continue to conserve. Save it for the playoffs. The last preseason game was against the Los Angeles. During warm-ups, Kobe walked over to Durant and casually remarked, I heard you got another ring. Now you have 2, still 3 behind me to catch up. Durant did not respond. But during the game, facing Kobe's relentless defense, he hit 3 consecutive difficult fadeaway jumpers, responding with points. However, it was Paul George who truly drew everyone's attention. He came off the bench in the second quarter, unflinchingly facing Kobe's man-to-man defense. Kobe sank the first shot over him with his signature fadeaway, but just 1 possession later, George retaliated with a cold-blooded three-pointer from the corner. After landing, Kobe glanced at him, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, saying nothing, but his gaze held a hint of amusement. On the bench, J.R. Smith lifted the towel from his knees and flicked it off. He recalled the night he was killed by Kobe while playing for the Nuggets, a shot he had spent an entire year learning how to defend. Now watching George trade blows with Kobe in the preseason, J.R. felt a strange sensation rise within him. Not jealousy, but a sort of obsession being passed down. That obsession, which had once been savored alone in the Nuggets locker room, had now taken root in the muscle memory of another young player. Mike Miller gave an interview to local media during training camp. When asked why he chose the Hornets over the Heat, Miller simply stated to the camera, Pat Riley offered me a 2-year contract, while Michael Lee offered me 3 years. I've been in this league for 10 years and know what respect means. This segment aired on ESPN all day. Barkley laughed heartily during the TNT broadcast, taking a jab at the camera. Riley formed a big 3, yet couldn't even keep a shooter. Barkley laughed heartily during the TNT broadcast, taking a jab at the camera. Riley formed a big 3, yet couldn't even keep a shooter. The league has scheduled the Christmas showdown for us. At home against the Heat. Stern personally made the call. Sinan placed the schedule on the table, his gaze deep. First we play the preseason, then the regular season. The Christmas showdown is still a while away. He stood up and walked to the window, watching the young players who were practicing down in the training facility. Paul George finished his last set of catch-and-shoots in the elbow area. Whiteside was discussing energy distribution with Ibaka at the baseline, and Gibson and Griffin were still alternating their mid-range shots. The article Hornets disbanding in progress still hung on the locker room door, its corners curling even more, but the asterisk JR had carved remained glaring. The new season was about to begin. The night before the regular season opener, half of the lights beneath the dome of the New Orleans arena have gone out, leaving only a bleak beam of light above the center circle. Paul stands alone in the center circle looking up. Above him, two championship banners hang down like silent monuments. Beside them, a third flagpole stands empty, making a faint metallic clinking sound in the draft. It is a position reserved for the future. A janitor pushes a waxing machine through the stands, the machine making a click as it turns. 7 years ago, it was Byron Davis who at this very moment had placed a polished old basketball into Paul's arms. At that time, the arena had yet to be renovated and the ventilation ducts always hummed. Byron said the basket in the playoffs is the same height as in the regular season, but only the winners deserve to touch it. Now Byron is retired. Paul looks down at his knee. The ice bag has melted halfway, the water running down his calf, the chill seeping into his bones. He bends down to pick up a forgotten basketball by his feet, his fingertips brushing over its rough texture. Tomorrow they will face the Mavericks. Dirk Nowitzki's one-legged fadeaway had given him a hard time last year. Paul throws the ball back to the hoop, producing a dull thud. Just wait, he says to the empty flagpole before turning and walking into the players' tunnel. In the locker room, the air is filled with a mix of salonpa and leather. Durant sits in front of his locker, tying his movements are astonishingly slow. Each shoelace is pulled evenly and tightly, as if he is performing some sacred ritual. On the top shelf of the locker, a faded jersey is neatly folded. The back bears Kobe's autograph along with a line that reads, "Go get your second ring." He has done so. Tomorrow his opponent will be Shawn Marion. That long-armed freak with incredible wingspan loves to defend on the perimeter. Durant ties his shoelaces, stands up, and stomps the floor twice with force. The sound of the soles scraping against the floor is sharp and piercing. He says nothing, simply sits back down and adjusts the position of his tongue on his shoe by another millimeter. From his rookie season until now, he has repeated this motion tens of thousands of times. Griffin is busy wiping his blue and purple sneakers with a cloth. The soles are now polished to a shine, almost reflecting human silhouettes. Deep within the locker lies a crumpled note left behind by Boozer. It contains only a single line after catching the ball in the elbow area. First look for Paul's signal. Griffin stares at the words for a few seconds before flipping the note over. On the back is a hastily scrawled line. Taj Gibson's footwork in the elbow area is a half beat faster than when you first came. I saw him in Chicago and know he will perform well in New Orleans. Keep an eye on him and don't let him slack off. Griffin grins, folds the note neatly, and tucks it into his knee pad, pressing it against his skin. Slack off. He shoves the polished sneakers into the bottom of his locker, toes facing outward. I practice harder than a dog. Curry flips to the last page of his handwritten playbook. The writing left by Dragic is already a bit faded after catching the ball in the corner. No need to adjust your footwork, just jump. Release speed is 3/10 of a second faster than your own. 3/10 of a second. Curry closes his eyes, fingers tracing an arc in the air. Tomorrow he will be matched up against Jason Kidd. That nearly 40-year-old old fox, his mind faster than anyone else's. Curry knows Kidd will anticipate his movements, so he plans to weave around 2 more screens. Harden holds the ball at the top of the arc. He circles out from the baseline with Griffin and Yao Ming forming a wall in the elbow. If Kidd goes around the screen, he takes the shot. If Kidd switches on the defense, he passes to Griffin as he rolls down. This set of plays has been practiced 2,000 times during the offseason. Every angle, every breath has been etched into his muscles. In the corner, Harden is fixated on his phone screen. The image freezes on a defensive possession from the Mavericks preseason. As Kidd directs the defense, his heels lift slightly off the ground. Old man slow reaction. Harden memorizes this detail, locks his screen, and tosses the phone into his locker. Tomorrow he will match up against Beria, that little guy who is 10 centimeters shorter than him, quick as a flea. Harden raises his left hand, retightening his wrist strap. 1 loop, 2 loops, 3 loops. His wrist turning pale from the pressure. Since you're fast, I'll crush you with my height. Paul George sits at the locker closest to the door, clutching a note. The edges of the paper are already frayed, yellowed from sweat. It was handed to him by Sinan on draft night, 7th overall. The entire league questions our decision to select a small school player at such a high pick. Prove them wrong. Next to the note lies a pair of sneakers so old that the pattern is unrecognizable. They were given to him by JR a few days ago. I wore these to defend against Kobe back in the day. JR had said, and now they're yours. George places the note on the top shelf of the locker. Tomorrow he will be the second option following Artest. But he knows that as soon as Artest takes a breath, the opportunity will be his. He stands up, knees slightly bent, arms outstretched, executing a textbook defensive slide. The movement is textbook perfect. Whiteside is tying his shoelaces. These shoes have accompanied him since Marshall University, with a line written in marker on the inside, "Don't slack off." His shuttle run times have improved from last place to the top 5. But Ibaka was scolding him just yesterday, "You want to die on the court." Whiteside tightens his shoelaces fiercely. Tomorrow he will be matched against Tyson Chandler. That defensive powerhouse. Whoever you are. Whiteside stands up and jumps twice in place. The floor shakes. Yao Ming walks out of the strength room, holding the load management plan. Averaging no more than 28 minutes. Resting on back-to-backs. He folds the plan and tucks it into his pocket. The carbon fiber brace on his left ankle glimmers under the light. At 30 years old, he can no longer run the court like he did before his injury. But he knows how to exert the least effort for the greatest impact against his opponents. Tomorrow he will draw Tyson Chandler out of the paint, creating a lane for Griffin and Durant to cut through. Good steel should be used at the knife's edge. When Paul returns to the locker room, everyone is already there. No one speaks. Only the squeaks of sneakers on the floor and the tension of wrist straps being tightened fill the air. Paul walks to the center circle without discussing tactics or shouting slogans. He simply removes an old wristband and places it next to the offensive hot zone chart on the locker. Tomorrow we play the Mavericks. Paul's voice is not loud, but in the quiet locker room, everyone hears it clearly. 7 years ago, Byron told me that the basket in the playoffs is the same height as in the regular season. He turns around, his gaze sweeping across every face. Durant, Griffin, Curry, Harden, George, Whiteside, Yao Ming. Now the entire league is waiting for us to lose. Butcher's article is still posted on the door, and Miami has already printed tickets for the Christmas showdown. Paul stretches his hand to the center circle, palm facing down. But they don't know how long we've waited. They don't know that Paul George is the first to arrive at the arena every morning. They don't know how many shuttle runs Whiteside has done to be a second faster. They don't know how many shots Curry has taken for that 0.3 of a second. They don't know that Yao Ming at 30 is still conserving every ounce of energy for the playoffs. Paul lifts his head, his eyes sharp as knives. Tomorrow let them know. Durant is the first to place his hand on. Next is Griffin, Yao Ming, Arteas, DeAndre Jordan, Curry, Harden. 15 hands stacked together. Each hand calloused, each hand gripping a flame. Outside, the night in New Orleans is deep. But in this locker room a storm has already formed. Tomorrow, let the storm come down harder. Beneath the dome of the New Orleans arena, the opening night spotlights blazed with blinding intensity. At the end of the player tunnel, that expanse of white light resembled a gate. Paul stood at the forefront. Behind him were Durant, Arteas, Griffin, and Yao Ming. Further back were the eager young names of Curry, Harden, Paul George, and others waiting to unleash their potential. 15 men, 15 heartbeats. At the end of the tunnel, they converged into a single frequency, the low growl of a beast before its release. On the court, the Mavericks starting lineup had already finished their warm-ups. Nowitzki practiced his one-legged fadeaway in the elbow area. With each shot, the degree of his Botus backward lean was absurdly extreme. The swish of the basketball through the net amidst the overwhelming boos of the Hornets fans sounded like dull drum beats. Kidd stood at the top of the arc, hands on his hips, his gaze sweeping the court like radar. Jump ball. Yao Ming and Tyson Chandler leaped simultaneously. Yao Ming's fingertips were a fraction quicker, tipping the ball backward. Paul caught it steadily, lowered his center of gravity, and drove to the right against Kidd's defense. Griffin came up to set a screen. Paul used it to shake off, half a step, pulled up, and released a mid-range jumper. The ball swished through the net. 20. The New Orleans arena erupted into the season's first roar, the wave of sound nearly lifting the dome. Nowitzki remained silent. On the next possession, he posted up on the left elbow, calling for the ball. He backed down Griffin, then executed a step back with his right foot leaning back to an angle that nearly lost balance. He released. The ball traced an arc of extreme height, sailing over Griffin's desperately outstretched arm, and settled cleanly into the basket. This was the German tank's response. Paul George substituted for Ron Artest, and Whiteside replaced Yao Ming. As George took the court, J.R. Smith sprang from the bench, violently flinging the towel off his knees. On defense, George matched up with Karen Butler. Butler received the ball at the right elbow, lowered his center of gravity, took one dribble with his left hand, and executed a pull-up jumper, his signature rhythm. But this time a long arm loomed like a shadow blocking the sky. George's lateral movement was astonishingly fast. His fingertips almost grazed the underside of the ball. Butler was forced to adjust his arc, and the ball clanked off the back rim. Whiteside snatched the rebound like a shark scenting blood and immediately hurled the ball to Paul. Paul pushed the ball up court. Facing Kidd's retreating defense, he delivered a behind-the-back pass with his left hand. The ball streaked across half-court, landing precisely in the trailing Griffin's hands. Griffin soared. A thunderous two-handed dunk. In the latter part of the first quarter, the Hornets' second unit took the floor: Curry, Harden, George, Ibaka, and Whiteside. This was a terrifying lineup with an average age under 22. Curry handled the ball at the top of the arc, using Ibaka's screen to drive right. Tyson Chandler rotated over to help. Instead of forcing the issue, Curry lobbed the ball high into the air. A white silhouette flew in from the weak side. It was Whiteside. He caught the ball with both hands, his body arching like a drawn bow in midair, and slammed it viciously through the hoop. Boom. That was Whiteside's first dunk in an NBA regular season game. He landed with a wide grin, flashing white teeth, looking exactly like a beast that had just made a successful kill. Ibaka ran past him and said coldly in his thick Congolese accent, "Your timing was off by a fraction of a second." Whiteside froze for a moment, then shot back. "It'll be quicker next time." He faced Barry's defense at the left elbow, lowered his center of gravity, and initiated with his left hand. One step, and he was past. Confronting Chandler's help defense, Harden shifted his footwork, a Euro step. Chandler's balance was completely thrown off. Harden gently flicked the ball with his left hand, and it banked off the glass and into the net. Next possession, same position. Barry pressed tighter. Harden faked a shot. Barry leaped to block. Harden lowered his center of gravity, slipping past him like a greasy eel. Facing Chandler's help defense, he flicked his wrist and dished the ball to Curry in the corner. Curry caught the ball, jumped, and released. The motion was fluid and seamless. A three-pointer through the net. Kidd demonstrated masterful control at the top of the arc, dishing out 3 consecutive assists. A lob to Chandler for an alley-oop dunk, a corner 3 to Butler, and a backdoor layup to Marion. The deficit quickly narrowed from 14 points to 6. Silas called a timeout. He didn't pick up the whiteboard. Instead, he crouched in front of Paul and pointed at Yao Ming. "Get Yao Ming the ball at the elbow." After the timeout, Yao Ming positioned himself at the elbow. Facing Chandler's defense, he pump faked. Chandler didn't jump, only sliding half a step sideways. Yao Ming lowered his center of gravity, took one dribble to the right, and released a baby hook. The ball sailed over Chandler's outstretched arm and nestled cleanly through the net. Next possession, same spot. Chandler guarded tighter, nearly draping his body over Yao Ming. Yao Ming didn't force the shot. With a flick of his wrist, he threaded the ball beneath Chandler's raised arm, finding Curry waiting in the corner with pinpoint precision. Curry caught and shot. The three-pointer ripped through the net. On the following possession, Yao Ming orchestrated from the high post, whipping a one-handed pass that seemed to find a cutting Durant like a homing missile. Durant faced Marion's closing defense and pulled up for a mid-range jumper. The ball bounced on the rim once before falling through. The lead swelled back to 12 points. This was Yao Ming's value. Not just a scoring machine, but the fulcrum of the offense. In the final 4 minutes of the fourth quarter, Nowitzki became a man possessed. He scored 7 straight points. 3 times he rose for his patented one-legged fadeaway, each one evoking memories of last year's game winner. The Mavericks clawed back within striking distance. The arena held its breath. With 2 minutes left, Durant stepped up. He caught the ball at the elbow, faded backward against Marion's tight defense, and released. Swish. Next possession, the same spot. Durant's body was nearly parallel to the floor as the ball arced over Marion's fingertips, dropping through the net once more. The New Orleans arena exploded. The Grim Reaper had descended. The final buzzer sounded. The Hornets secured their season-opening victory by 11 points. Yao Ming finished with 18 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 assists. Durant had 26 points. Paul recorded 15 points and 14 assists. Off the bench, Curry knocked down 5 three-pointers. Harden added 12 points and 5 assists. Paul George contributed 6 points and 3 steals, and Whiteside in his debut posted 8.6 rebounds and 2 blocks. Nowitzki scored 28 points for the night. When asked after the game how he viewed the Hornets' young roster, the German tank offered only one sentence: "They are stronger than last year." The locker room buzzed with party-like energy. Paul retied the old wristband around his wrist, a smile tugging at his lips. Whiteside sat in front of his locker, removing the worn sneakers he had used since college. Another patch of paint had scraped off the sole, but he didn't care. Ibaka stood nearby, looked down for a moment, and then said something that left Whiteside frozen for 3 full seconds. "Your takeoff timing today was 0.1 seconds faster than in Summer League. Keep it up." Whiteside grinned, flashing a mouthful of bright white teeth. Tomorrow is a back-to-back away game against the Spurs, Popovich's team, the dynasty of GDP. The new season's journey had only just begun. The vaulted ceiling hung low, making the night sky of San Antonio seem almost within reach. Inside, the ATT Center championship banners hung from all 4 sides, silently proclaiming the supremacy of this arena. The boos here carried no trace of anger, but were instead imbued with a despair-inducing sense of order. Every time a Hornets player touched the ball, a low-frequency hum seeped up from the floorboards. That sound was not loud, yet it crept like ice water rising from the ankles all the way to the heart. The second game of a back-to-back. Having just won by 11 points in New Orleans last night, the entire team was still riding the excitement of a victorious start. But Silas, during the final pre-game meeting, wrote a glaring line in red ink on the whiteboard: back-to-back away game. The Spurs' home win rate over the past 5 years is 84. Yao Ming is resting tonight. Silas drew a circle around Yao Ming's name with red ink, pressing so hard it nearly scratched the whiteboard. Load management plan rests on all back-to-back games. DeAndre Jordan starts at center. Hassan Whiteside comes off the bench. You two together must cover the full 48 minutes in the paint. Duncan won't go easy on you just because you're young. Yao Ming sat in the back row of the bench in casual clothes, his left ankle wrapped in a custom carbon fiber brace. He wasn't playing tonight, but before the game he called DeAndre Jordan and Hassan Whiteside over and said just one sentence. Every time Duncan catches the ball, he habitually glances over his left shoulder first. That's his habit to gauge the direction of a double team. You can exploit that habit. DeAndre Jordan nodded firmly. Hassan Whiteside ran those words through his mind 3 times, his eyes fixed on the stone Buddha on the court like a wolf. Tip-off. DeAndre Jordan and Duncan leaped simultaneously. Duncan's fingertips were a hair quicker, tipping the ball backward. Parker caught it cleanly, faced Paul's defense, lowered his center of gravity, and drove to the right. Duncan rolled to the rim, received the ball, and with Jordan closing out, gently tossed it. The ball banked off the glass and through the net. The entire possession from initiation to score took less than 6 seconds. Every frame a textbook of precision. Hornets' first offensive possession. Paul faced Parker at the top of the key, lowered his center, used Griffin's screen to shake free by half a step. Duncan's help defense immediately closed in. Paul didn't force a shot. He kicked the ball out to Durant in the corner. Durant caught the ball, faked a shot against Bruce Bowen's defense. Bowen didn't jump, just shuffled half a step. Durant lowered his center, dribbled once to the right, stopped on a dime, jumped and released. The ball traced an extremely high arc through the air. The sound of the net swishing cut through the booze at the ATT center like a crisp snap of fingers. Paul George replaced Ron Artest, and Stephen Curry replaced Chris Paul. As George stepped onto the court, J.R. Smith sprang up from the bench, flinging the towel off his knees with a sharp motion. This gesture was becoming his habit. Every time George came in, he would do it. On defense, George was matched up against Manu Ginobili. Ginobili dribbled at the top of the arc, slithered through with his snake-like penetration, used a Euro step to evade Serge Ibaka's help defense, and finished with a left-hand layup. This gesture was becoming his habit. Every time George came in, he would do it. On defense, George was matched up against Manu Ginobili. Ginobili dribbled at the top of the arc, slithered through with his snake-like penetration, used a Euro step to evade Serge. The ball swished through the net. Curry and Harden formed the backcourt with Paul George and Ibaka on the wing defense and Whiteside guarding the paint. On the Spurs side, Manu Ginobili led a group of role players to play Popovich-style team basketball. The ball moved swiftly among the 5 players, each shot seemingly molded from the same die. However, the young substitutes of the Hornets compensated for their lack of experience with athleticism. Curry used Whiteside's screen at the top of the arc and nailed a trailing three-pointer. His release was so fast that Ginobili's help defense was a full beat late. Harden used a Euro step on the wing to shake off the Spurs' backup forward, then facing Splitter's help defense dished the ball to Danny Green in the corner. Green caught and shot the three-pointer swishing through the net. Whiteside consecutively blocked 2 of Splitter's low-post moves on defense. The first was a two-handed rejection that sent the ball out of bounds. The second was a help-side swat that directly knocked away Splitter's turnaround hook. Ibaka grabbed the rebound and threw a long pass to a fast-breaking Paul George. George took off and slammed a two-handed dunk. At halftime, the Hornets led by 12 points. In the locker room, Silas didn't praise anyone. He merely drew a circle next to Tim Duncan's name with a red pen. Duncan had only scored 6 points in the first half, but he had dished out 5 assists. He's using his passing to tear apart our defensive rotations. In the second half, DeAndre Jordan will continue starting. Whiteside, get ready. Your energy distribution is more even than last game. Keep it up. Parker continuously broke through using Duncan's screens at the top of the arc, successfully hitting a jump shot. Duncan backed down Jordan in the low post, turned left, and executed his signature bank shot to score, narrowing the deficit to just 2 points. Silas called a timeout. He did not take a tactical board. Instead, he squatted in front of Paul and pointed at Durant. Let Durant receive the ball in the elbow area. Duncan's help defense was a step slower than last season, and he utilized that half step. Durant received the ball at the elbow, lowered his center of gravity to dribble right, then stopped abruptly and leaned back. The ball sailed over Bowen's outstretched arm and smoothly dropped into the basket. In the next possession, he received the ball in the same spot with Bowen sticking even closer. Durant faked a shot, causing Bowen to jump. Durant then lowered his center of gravity, glided past him, and facing Duncan's help defense, passed the ball to the cutting Jordan. Jordan dunked the ball with both hands. In the following possession, Paul broke through using Griffin's screen, drawing Duncan's help defense before passing to Curry in the corner. Curry caught the ball and immediately shot, hitting a three-pointer. The lead was stretched back to 9 points. In the last 3 minutes of the final quarter, Ginobili was in the zone. He scored 5 straight points. With a slithering layup and 2 free throws after drawing a foul, the Spurs closed the gap to just 4 points. But with 1 minute and 42 seconds left in the game, Paul locked up the victory with a stop and pop mid-range jumper after a pick and roll. He used Griffin's screen to break right, halted in the face of Duncan's help, leaped and shot. The ball went through the net, just as Duncan's fingers were still suspended in midair. The final buzzer sounded. The Hornets secured the back-to-back road victory with an 8-point advantage. Paul finished the game with 17 points and 13 assists, while Durant scored 24 points. On the bench, Curry made 4 3-pointers, Harden scored 10 points with 4 assists, Paul George had 8 points and 2 steals, and Whiteside contributed 6 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Jordan started for 32 minutes, scoring 8 points and grabbing 9 rebounds. His defense held Duncan to only 3 field goals in the second half. Duncan finished with 14 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists, while Parker scored 16 points, and dynasty.Li had 15 points. After the game, Popovich was asked how he evaluated the Hornets bench, and simply said they beat our second unit with their second unit. This is one of the deepest benches I have ever seen. Inside the locker room, the atmosphere was as lively as a party. Jordan sat in front of his locker, carefully wiping his old sneakers, which had been worn down to frayed edges, with a piece of velvet cloth. The sole had lost some paint, and the upper showed a faint crack from repeated bending. He wiped them diligently, as if treating a precious collectible. Sinan happened to walk past the corridor. Through the half-open locker room door, he saw this scene. He stopped, pushed the door open, and walked directly to Jordan. Sinan happened to walk past the corridor. Through the half-open locker room door, he saw this scene. He stopped. Bob, have the equipment staff measure DeAndre's foot size tomorrow. Contact the brand to customize dozens of pairs in exclusive colors for him. Home-away training games with different uniforms. I want them all prepared and delivered directly to his house. Jordan was stunned. The cloth in his hand halted midair. The entire locker room fell silent for a moment. Sinan looked around, his gaze sweeping over Griffin, Whiteside, Yao Ming, and Ibaka. Then he addressed everyone, saying, listen up. In this team, no matter who you are, as long as you give your all on the court, you don't need to worry about things off the court. If your shoes are worn out, don't clean them yourself. Oh, come to me for new ones. If dozens aren't enough, I'll get you. My team doesn't need players who play in worn-out shoes. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and turned toward the door. Halfway there, he paused without looking back. DeAndre, if I see you cleaning your worn-out shoes again, I'll call the brand's designer to New Orleans to design new ones in front of you. No need to clean the old ones or throw them away or keep them as a memento. There will be plenty of new ones. The locker room erupted with laughter and cheers. Griffin patted Jordan on the back. Harden filmed with his phone, and Curry jokingly said, I want custom colors too. Paul George and Whiteside exchanged glances and smiled broadly. Jordan looked down at the old sneakers in his hand and gently placed them back in the bottom of his locker, toes facing out. Just like when Paul first taught him. He moved his lips and ultimately only said 2 words. Thank you. Yao Ming walked over from the back row of the bench and placed the custom carbon fiber ankle braces on the chair between Jordan and Whiteside. He said something that made both young men silent for a moment. You two held Duncan to just 3 field goals in the second. Back when I was with the Rockets, Duncan could score 12 points on me in the first half. Paul leaned against the locker room door holding the load management plan. Yao sat out tonight, but the team won. This meant Silas' rotation strategy was working, exchanging regular season depth for playoff stamina. He glanced at the old sneakers in Jordan's locker that had just been ordered to be retired by Sinan, then looked at the worn wristband on his own wrist. The corner of his mouth curved slightly. Some things can be replaced with new, while others never will. Tomorrow the team will fly back to New Orleans for the next home battle. But at this moment, the atmosphere in the locker room was filled with confidence and ambition. Winning back-to-back against the Spurs proved that this team not only had overflowing talent, but also the resilience to grind through adversity. As the core lineup grew increasingly cohesive, everyone could feel that their era was accelerating towards them. Since they chose the distant path, let the storm of victories come even stronger. Brothers, please give a follow for updates. It's not easy to write every day. The victory in San Antonio acted like a powerful stimulant, elevating the morale of the entire team to new heights. By the time the private jet landed in New Orleans, it was already past midnight, yet the players stepped off the plane with an unusually lightness in their stride. Conquering the Spurs back-to-back on their home turf signifies that the Hornets' roster depth has surpassed the league's expectations. During the recovery training the following morning, Yao Ming was the first to arrive at the gym. His left ankle had fully recovered. He practiced 20 sets of low-post hook shots, each arc of his release precise, as if measured with a ruler. Whiteside watched with wide eyes and leaned over to ask, how do you maintain such stability in your turning angles? Yao Ming glanced down at him. Lock your ankles slightly, bend your knees, and don't let your shoulders follow the ball. Rotate your body, keep your eyes steady. Silas finalized the rotation plan for the new week during that day's coaching meeting. Yao Ming officially returned to the starting lineup with his playing time capped at 28 minutes. Whiteside earned more time off the bench thanks to his performances in the past 2 games, sharing the center rotation with DeAndre Jordan. The upcoming schedule looked relatively easy with 3 consecutive home games against the Kings, Timberwolves, and Warriors. 3 games, 3 styles. Silas tapped the whiteboard with a red pen. The Kings rely on the inside game, the Timberwolves on pick and rolls, and the Warriors on speed. We must crush them with depth, with different players stepping up in each game. The first home game was against the Kings. Cousins quickly put DeAndre Jordan in foul trouble, with 2 consecutive back-to-the-basket plays in the first quarter, displaying his arrogance. Yao Ming entered the game in the second quarter, immediately responding with a low-post hook shot. After scoring twice in isolation against Cousins, the Kings star began to lose his composure, mumbling to the floor during defense, only to have the ball stolen by Whiteside from behind on the next defensive possession. After the steal, Whiteside passed the ball to a fast-breaking Paul George. George soared for a two-handed dunk. The Hornets ultimately won by 14 points. Yao Ming finished with 12.7 rebounds and 3 assists, playing exactly 28 minutes. On the bench, Curry made 4 three-pointers, Harden contributed 11 points and 6 assists, Paul George scored 10 points and had 3 steals, while Whiteside had 6 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 blocks. The second home game was against the Timberwolves. Love and Rubio's pick and rolls caused significant trouble for the Hornets in the second quarter, with Love hitting 3 mid-range shots in the elbow area. Durant took over the game in the third quarter, scoring 14 points, including 2 fadeaway jumpers and a powerful dunk, extending the lead to a safe distance. Before the game ended, Paul sealed the victory with a mid-range shot off a pick and roll. The Hornets won by 9 points. Durant finished with 28 points, while Paul had 16 points and 11 assists. The third home game was against the Warriors. Old Nelson's fast-paced system made the game's tempo suffocating, with Ellis scoring 12 points in the first quarter. The Hornets responded to the Warriors in an even more unreasonable fashion. Curry completely took over the game tonight, ignoring the Warriors' relentless full-court press in the third quarter, hitting 3 deep three-pointers from near the logo. Harden used a Euro step to glide past David Lee on the wing and scored with a left-hand layup. Whiteside sent back 4 blocks on defense. Harden used a Euro step to glide past David Lee on the wing and scored with a left-hand layup. Whiteside sent back 4 blocks on defense, smiling after each rejection. The Hornets ultimately won by 17 points. Curry scored 21 points, making 5 out of 7 three-pointers. It was a 5-game winning streak, with cheers echoing under the dome of the New Orleans arena. In the locker room, Paul removed the old wristband from his wrist and placed it in his locker. He didn't say anything cliché like 5-game winning streak is just the beginning. He simply sat in front of his locker, looking through the faded tags on the inside of the locker door. Gordon's offensive hot zone map, Korver's three-point shooting percentage curve, Rose's pick-and-roll timing notes, and the blue and purple sneakers left for him by Westbrook. Each note was in place, each one worn smooth from countless touches. Yao Ming adjusted the custom carbon fiber ankle brace once again. He played for 27 minutes tonight, scoring little. However, his no-look passes from the top of the arc created 3 open three-point opportunities for Curry. He glanced down at his ankle, then stood up and walked over to Whiteside. On that block of Ellis in the fourth quarter, did you anticipate his change of direction by moving half a step early? Whiteside paused for a moment and nodded. Yao Ming patted him on the shoulder. You can go watch the replay in the film. No need to wait for me every time. Silas stood at the locker room door, holding the dog-eared schedule in his hand. After the 5-game winning streak, the Hornets were about to face a tough 3-game road trip against the Western Conference powerhouses, the Nuggets, Blazers, and Jazz. All 3 teams were in the playoff race, and each game would be a hard battle. He didn't say we need to keep winning. He simply wrote down the time and opponents for the next game on the whiteboard using a red pen. Sinan stood in the second-floor corridor, holding a cup of coffee. He looked down at the players in the locker room who were packing up their gear. Whiteside was cleaning the old pair of sneakers he had worn since college, the inner tongue of which bore the nearly worn-out phrase, "Don't slack off." Paul George placed the old sneakers sent by JR at the bottom of his locker alongside the repeatedly folded. Curry flipped through the tactical notebook left for him by Dragic and wrote a new line in the blank space, "After 5 straight wins, there will be 6. He closed the notebook and leaned back in his chair. Outside, the steel structure of the Hive Arena had reached the 6th floor, and the construction site's floodlights illuminated the night sky along the Mississippi River as bright as day. 5 straight wins are just the beginning. The real spectacle is yet to come. The next stop is Denver, the high-altitude home court. That will be the true test of this team's quality. The first stop of the 3-game road trip was Denver. As the chartered plane descended against the backdrop of the Rocky Mountains, a stifling gray-white pressed against the window. In the Colorado air of October, the cold bit like a blade. Silas made his decision before the plane landed. He walked over to Paul George, who was resting with his eyes closed, and handed him a handwritten tactical board. Artest has left knee effusion and will rest tonight. You'll start in his place and guard Carmelo Anthony. George opened his eyes and looked at the names circled in red on the board. Starting small forward sandwiched between Durant and Griffin. He said nothing, simply folded the tactical board and tucked it into his pants pocket before walking toward the rear of the cabin. In the restroom, George stared at himself in the mirror and pulled the laces of his worn old sneakers. already frayed at the ankles, as tight as possible. J.R. Smith leaned against the corridor watching George regulate his breathing in front of the mirror and suddenly laughed. Don't stiffen up, rookie. Anthony can't guard you. That big guy has never bothered to play defense. The ceiling of the Pepsi Center loomed far higher than that of New Orleans, the lights glaring white. The Nuggets fans had been standing and roaring since warm-ups, their boos carrying a rough high-altitude grit that scraped against the Hornets players' eardrums like sandpaper. Anthony warmed up on the opposite half-court, catching at the elbow, turning, and rising for a jumper. His motion was as clean as a scalpel, the sound of the ball swishing through the net still sharp amidst the chaos. George practiced three-pointers from the corner. J.R. stood at the sideline holding his towel, not waving it, only nodding slightly each time George's shot found the net. Tip-off. DeAndre Jordan and Nene leaped simultaneously. Billups secured the first rebound. Nuggets' first possession. Anthony called for the ball at the left elbow, posting up against George. A step back right, sinking his shoulder, then rising. George's arms stretched fully, but Anthony's release point was too high. The ball sailed over his fingertips and dropped cleanly through the hoop. As he ran back on defense, Anthony didn't even glance at George, just exchanged a high five with Billups. That look was familiar to George, the same one Kobe gave him during a preseason game when he scored over him. The veteran was telling the rookie, welcome to the NBA, there are no free rides here. On the next possession, George, catching Paul's pass at the top of the arc, Anthony closed in. George faked a shot. Anthony didn't bite, only slid to cut off the drive. George dipped his center of gravity, burst right in one hard dribble, stopped on a dime and rose. The arc of this shot was higher than in his college days. The ball sliced through the net with a crisp swish. After landing, Anthony glanced at George's, mouth twitching, but he said nothing. Less than 5 minutes into the first quarter, George had already cut off Anthony's receiving lanes twice on defense. The first time came from fronting and sealing. The second, the moment Anthony caught the ball, George used his chest to block his power point. Both times, Anthony chose to pass. On the bench, J.R. Smith finally stood up and whipped his towel emphatically. But Anthony he lowered his center of gravity, drove hard to the left, stopped abruptly, and leaned back for a fadeaway. George's fingertips nearly covered his face, but the ball still spun fiercely and sank into the net. Nice defense. Anthony spoke for the first time after landing, his voice low but chilling. But not enough. George did not reply. On the next possession, he received the ball at the top of the arc. Facing Anthony's tight defense, he again lowered his center of gravity, drove to the right, stopped abruptly, and rose for a jumper. Anthony's hand also covered his face. The ball went in. The two engaged in a silent tug-of war on the court. One was a rookie answering the challenge with points, the other a superstar whose competitive fire had been ignited. As the game deepened, the effects of the Denver Plateau's oxygen deprivation began to surface. George felt as if his lungs had swallowed a handful of coarse salt. Every breath burned, and his legs were as heavy as lead. After teaming up in the backcourt, Curry and Harden kept George on the court to continue battling Anthony, while Ibaka and Whiteside guarded the paint. The young monsters of the Hornets began to dominate the game with their athletic prowess. Curry utilized Whiteside's screen at the top of the arc and launched a trailing three-pointer, his release so swift that Lawson's defense was a full beat too late. Harden used a Euro step to evade a follow on the wing, and facing the help from Nene, passed the ball to the cutting Ibaka. Ibaka took off after receiving the pass and executed a two-handed slam. Whiteside delivered a colossal block on the defensive end, swatting away Nene's post-up attempt with authority. Upon landing, he did not smile. He merely retreated defensively with a calm demeanor, a chilling presence that made several young players on the Nuggets bench instinctively avert their gazes. Anthony turned his back to the elbow area, executing two successive feints. George was not fooled. His feet were firmly planted in Anthony's path. Anthony forced himself to lean back, while George shifted sideways, half a step, his fingertips grazing the bottom edge of the basketball. Bang! The ball struck the back of the rim and bounced out. Whiteside grabbed the rebound and initiated a fast break with a long pass. Paul dribbled forward facing Billups' retreating defense and made a left-hand behind-the-back pass. The basketball soared across half-court, landing perfectly in George's hands. George took off. With both hands, he executed a powerful dunk. The entire Pepsi Center fell silent for 2 seconds. This was George's first fast-break dunk in an NBA game. As he landed, his whole body trembled, his knees, slightly bent fists clenched, gasping for the thin air. JR leaped up from the bench, fiercely slamming a towel against the ceiling. In the fourth quarter, George suddenly launched from the weak side, knocking away the ball that Billups had passed to Anthony. Paul received the ball and made a layup, turning the boos in the Pepsi Center into utter silence. With 30 seconds left in the game, Paul utilized a screen from Griffin to drive, in attracting Anthony's help defense before passing to the corner. George caught the ball, leaped, and shot. Even though his lungs felt like they were on fire, his arms remained as steady as a rock. The basketball traced a high arc in the air and swished through the net. That was his fourth three-pointer of the game. The final buzzer sounded. The Hornets defeated the Nuggets by 12 points on the road, achieving their 6th consecutive victory. George recorded 14 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 steals. His suffocating defense held Anthony to just 3 shots in the second half. In the post-game corridor, Anthony approached George and paused. "Your defense was more serious than I imagined. Next time I defend you, I want just shift half a step." J.R. Smith walked over and draped the towel stained with sports drink over George's shoulder. "I've played for the Nuggets for 3 years, and I've never heard such a quiet boo in this arena." J.R. pointed at George. "Today you held Anthony to just 3 shots. But let me tell you, defending superstars isn't about hands, it's about here. Every time he receives the ball, you've already gone through all his options in your mind." In the locker room, Paul Christopher removed an old wristband and tossed it into George's locker. The edge of the wristband was frayed, still carrying the scent of bleach. Paul said nothing, merely turned and walked back to his locker. George picked up the wristband, paused in silence, and slipped it onto his left wrist. It fit perfectly. Yao Ming was adjusting his custom carbon fiber ankle braces and glanced at George, saying, "Do you remember what JR told you?" "I remember." George caressed the frayed edge of the wristband. "Defending superstars relies on the mind." Sinan stood in the second-floor corridor, closing his notebook. He wrote next to Paul George's name, "First start, 14 points, top-notch defense." Flipping to the next page, the upcoming opponent was the Portland Trail Blazers. Brandon Roy's knee had not yet completely failed, while Aldridge's mid-range game was at its peak. Outside the window, the night in Denver was illuminated by the arena's lights. In the locker room, George pressed the tactical board with the starting lineup names onto the top shelf of his locker. He glanced at Paul, who was not far away. Paul was sitting on an ice bucket, holding an ice pack pressed tightly against his right knee. His brow was furrowed, his complexion paler than usual, and his forehead glistened with cold sweat. George's heart sank. In that last play, after Paul made the pass, he seemed to stumble when he landed. The whole crowd had been cheering, and no one noticed that detail. But now, seeing Paul in pain as he pressed his knee, George suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The high altitude had won, but the cost might just be beginning. The news of Paul's injury weighed on the cabin like a boulder. Durant sat in the empty seat beside Paul, silent. He just bowed his head, tightening the laces of those blue-violet sneakers over and over until the laces creaked faintly into the eyelets. After Silas announced Curry as the starter, Durant stood up. He swept his gaze across the teammates with varied expressions in the cabin, his voice low but cold as ice. "Since Paul is out, everyone steps up. He'll score 10 more points, Yao will grab a few more boards, and Steven will dish out a few more assists. Add it up, and it's enough to win." That was Durant's style. He wasn't good at sentimental speeches, he only believed in strength. In the last row, Yao Ming was adjusting his custom carbon fiber ankle braces. Hearing this, he walked over to Durant and patted the young scoring champion on the shoulder. "You're right. But you're the scoring champion. Those 10 points, you have to earn them the hardest way." Rip City, Rose Garden Arena. The game deviated from McMillan's script from the very start. The Hornets' first possession wasn't Paul's signature pick and roll, but Yao Ming calling for the ball at the left elbow. Back to the basket, leaning on Aldridge. A slight right shoulder fake. Aldridge shifted his weight a fraction. Seizing that half-step gap, Yao didn't attack. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball threaded through the defense like it had eyes, hitting Durant on a precise cut to the basket. Durant caught it, took off, and threw down a two-handed slam. The entire arena's roar was silenced for half a second by that thunderous dunk. The Trailblazers countered. Roy caught the ball at the elbow, faced Durant's long arms, lowered his center of gravity, drove left, stopped, and faded. The shot went in. Roy landed and stared coldly at Durant. Even with knees no longer perfect, the mid-range jumper of the Yellow Mamba was still the sharpest blade in Rip City. Durant said nothing. The next possession, he caught the ball at the top of the key. Facing Roy's tight defense. Same lowered center, same drive to the right, same pull-up jumper. The ball sailed over Roy's fingertips and swished through the net. "You make one, I answer one." That was the conversation between superstars. No trash talk needed, only basketball to reply. Prisabilla fronted Yao, who dished to Durant for a tomahawk dunk on the cut. Roy collapsed from the weak side, but Yao flicked his wrist, threading the ball through Roy's armpit to Curry waiting in the corner. Curry caught and fired. The three-pointer swished through the net. McMillan kept shaking his head on the sideline. Every defensive adjustment he made was dissected and shattered by Yao's God's eye perspective. But the Trailblazers' resilience was not to be underestimated. With a sudden stop and a jump shot, Whiteside's long arm seemed inadequate against Roy's high-arching shot. Curry encountered growing pains as the starting point guard. Miller was like a wall of flesh, forcing Curry to collide with his chest every time he received the ball. After 2 consecutive routes were shut down, Curry was forced to pass the ball to Harden. Harden took over the ball, his bearded face showing no signs of panic. At the top of the arc, he used Griffin's screen to drive in. With Pulisbyla closing in, Harden flicked his wrist and passed the ball to the corner. Curry received the ball and hit a three-pointer. Once again, he broke through, attracting 2 defenders, and passed the ball to Griffin, who was cutting down. Griffin took off and slammed the ball home with both hands. For the third time, Harden charged into the paint and made a delicate floater. With Paul absent and Curry being restricted, Harden took control of the game with his unique rhythm. At halftime, the Hornets led by only 4 points. In the locker room, Silas did not draw up any plays. He simply turned the whiteboard around and wrote a line: "Give the ball to Yao Ming and let Durant go to work." He then looked at Curry and said, "Miller is using his body to wear you down. In the second half, don't force it, move around more. Let LeBron handle the ball while you focus on putting it in the basket." Curry nodded, retightened his shoelaces, and approached Harden. "In the second half, the ball is yours, I'll move." Harden, busy adjusting his left wristband, didn't even look up. "You already said that on the plane." In the second half, the Hornets showed their fangs. Harden held the ball with Yao Ming providing high support, Durant cutting to the basket, while Curry and George spaced out. This lineup without Paul surprisingly executed with even more terrifying fluidity. Miller was forced to switch on to Harden, and Curry used the screen to come around, catch the ball, and shoot. Miller's pursuit was a step slow, and the basketball swished through the net. Roy was still struggling. He hit a series of high-difficulty mid-range shots at the end of the third quarter, but every time he landed, his right knee trembled. Silas caught this detail and decisively substituted Paul George to lock down Roy. The young George was like an inescapable piece of taffy, pressing so close that Roy could barely breathe. Meanwhile, Durant completely took over the game on offense. In the final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, Durant received the ball at the elbow. Facing Roy's defense, he rose for a jump shot. Roy's hand was right in his face, but the ball still arced high and dropped cleanly through the net. That was Durant's 26th point. On the final possession before the buzzer, the Hornets led by 3. Yao Ming had the ball at the elbow. Aldridge dared not close out. Yao faked a shot, drew the defender, took one dribble to the right, and hooked it in. The ball went in. The lead stretched to 5. The game was out of reach. The final buzzer sounded. The Hornets defeated the Trail Blazers by 7 points on the road, securing their 7th straight victory. Durant finished with 26 points and 8 rebounds, filling the void left by Paul's absence with his unstoppable scoring. Yao Ming had 16 points, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists. He was the axis of the team. Curry added 19 points and 7 assists. Harden contributed 15 points and 6 assists, and George locked down Roy in the fourth quarter. In the locker room, Yao Ming removed his ankle brace, placed it on the chair, and walked over to Curry. "Miller really banged you up in the first half. How did you turn it around in the second?" "I stopped trying to match his physicality," Curry replied, slipping his wristband on with a newfound maturity in his eyes. "I ran. I shot. I used my head." Yao smiled, this time more broadly. "You're becoming more and more like a true point guard." Silas stood at the door, clutching the worn schedule sheet. "After Salt Lake City, the schedule gets much easier." Silas' voice rang through the locker room. "Our next 5 opponents, 4 are in the lottery zone. Our only goal now is to stay healthy and save our best form for the playoffs." Sinan stood on the second-floor corridor and closed his notebook. 7 consecutive wins were just numbers. The real test lay ahead. He wrote beside Paul George, named defensive anchor, astonishing growth rate. He flipped to the next page, and there it was, the Miami Heat. LeBron, Wade, Bosh. That would be the Christmas Day game, the national broadcast centerpiece. Sinan wrote a bold line in his notebook: "Goal Christmas Day game, full roster, go head-to-head with the Big 3. Outside, the Portland rain continued to fall. The charter would take off at dawn, heading for the next stop, Salt Lake City. Curry stood at the end of the hallway, wiping his blue-purple sneakers clean before putting them in his bag. 7 straight wins was just the beginning. The real war was only just getting started. The days of Paul's absence did not plunge the Hornets into a quagmire as the outside world had predicted. On the contrary, over the next month's 18 grueling games, Silas delivered a terrifying 162 record, slapping everyone in the face. During this period, due to fatigue from a back-to-back second game, the team lost to the wily Spurs in San Antonio. Then in Los Angeles, they narrowly fell to the Lakers thanks to Kobe Bryant's divine performance in the fourth quarter. Yet these 2 losses only made the Hornets' fangs appear more real and sharper. Silas fully unleashed the new death lineup, consisting of Curry, Harden, Durant, Griffin, and Yao Ming. This was not just a starting lineup, but an unsolvable mathematical problem. Yet what was most chilling in these games was not the stats, but that suffocating familiarity, coupled with a distinctly different kind of pressure. The Boston Celtics knew this familiarity best. In Game 1 of the Finals a year ago, the Hornets had unveiled a surprising small ball variation that completely crushed the Celtics' defense. Back then, Paul was still on the roster, starting alongside Curry, Durant, Artest, and the explosively athletic. It was a lineup that pushed the speed principle to its limit. Paul and Jordan's pick-and-roll fast breaks were like flowing water. Artest hounded opponents on the perimeter, and Curry and Durant closed out games. It was pure track team basketball, relying on suffocating transition speed. But this new death lineup, anchored by Yao Ming and Griffin in the frontcourt, shared the name, but had a completely different core. It no longer pursued extreme speed. Instead, using Yao's high post playmaking and Griffin's explosive power, it could also flow effortlessly in half-court sets. This was a heavy tank disguised as a small ball lineup, both providing ultimate perimeter spacing and absolute height and heft inside. In the just-concluded road game against the Hawks, this terror was on full display. Early in the third quarter, the Hawks had cut the deficit to 5 points. Silas called a timeout with a blank expression. "Go small," he said, only 3 words. Curry, Harden, Durant, Griffin, Yao Ming. 5 versatile warriors who could shoot, drive, and pass. The Hawks coach's face changed instantly. Staring at the 5 figures on the court, it was as if he saw the nightmare of last year's finals Celtics replaying. But soon he realized this lineup was even harder to defend than last season's. Last year's Hornets feared grinding half-court battles, but this lineup was unstoppable even in half-court sets. The game resumed. The Hawks' pick-and-roll completely failed. Griffin's lateral quickness kept up with their big men, and Yao's rim protection turned the paint into a no-flee zone. On offense, the Hawks were overwhelmed. Harden had the ball, Curry moved off the ball with Durant and Griffin stationed at the 2 45-degree angles. With just a glance from Harden, Curry curled off Yao's screen, caught the pass, and sank a 3. On the next possession, Griffin posted up low. The Hawks doubled, and he kicked out to Durant on the wing, who then passed to Harden in the corner. Harden pulled the trigger without hesitation. In just 5 minutes, the Hornets unleashed a 202 run. The Hawks bench fell into dead silence. Even the fans forgot to boo. This wasn't a game, it was a public execution. After the game, the Hawks head coach smiled wryly in the interview. They killed the Celtics with fast breaks last season, but this year's lineup is even more absurd. Unstoppable even in half-court. They just sharpened their knives. Carrying a 162 record, the team finally returned to New Orleans. In the training facility, Silas was showing the players game footage of the Heat's Big Three. On the screen, LeBron James was throwing down a monstrous dunk, Dwayne Wade was slashing to the basket, and Chris Bosh was hitting mid-range jumpers. "This is our next opponent." Silas pressed pause, freezing the frame on the Big Three, clapping hands. Miami Heat. National TV, Christmas Day. The locker room was very quiet. Curry was taping his wrists, Harden was eating an energy bar, Durant had his headphones on, and Griffin was wiping his sneakers. Silas walked to the whiteboard and wrote 2 words: defend the title. Last season, our unshakable starting 5, Paul, Durant, Artest, Boozer, and Yao, won us the championship. That was our glory. Silas' voice was low but forceful. But Griffin is our own draft pick. Last year, he came off the bench. This year, we promoted him to the starting lineup, fully expecting him to hold down the paint alongside Yao. I know many still doubt, thinking we'd collapse without Paul. But this 162 run has already proven. He turned around, his piercing gaze sweeping over the 5 familiar figures before him. Now Griffin, Curry, and Harden are fully qualified to stand with Durant and Yao as the backbone of this team. This Christmas night, I want you to tell the whole world. Even without Paul, even with a drastically changed lineup, we are still the kings of this league. Durant took off his headphones, looked at the whiteboard with Heat written on it, and curled his lips into a smirk. LeBron made such a big splash this summer building his Big Three. He's probably itching to make an example out of us. Harden swallowed the last bite of his energy bar and wiped his hands. Then let him wait a little longer. Curry smiled and tightened his wristband. Christmas Day game is the perfect chance to test our mettle. Just as the players were brimming with adrenaline, a highly discordant snort came from the corner. Fired up. That's just him being nervous. Everyone turned around. Sinan was leaning against the locker, notebook in hand, with that trademark mocking smile on his face. LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh. Sinan recited the 3 names, his tone dripping with contempt. Eliminated by the Celtics in the East last year, then made a huge fuss this summer calling it brother basketball, but really it's just group hugging for warmth. This Christmas, it's the perfect opportunity for us defending champions to use them as a stepping stone. He walked to the whiteboard and drew a big X next to the word Heat. Don't be scared by their reputations. LeBron is desperate to prove himself and will only pass the buck in crunch time. Wade has a bad knee. Bosh is a softie. If we play our own game, their so-called Big Three are just 3 lone wolves fighting on their own. Sinan's words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing the phantom intimidation of the Heat's Big Three in the players' minds. Durant raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Your mouth is even deadlier than my pull-up jumper. Harden shrugged. But he's right. LeBron does like to pass the buck. Curry tightened his wristband, his eyes now burning with battle spirit. Christmas Day game. The perfect chance to show them what real team basketball looks like. Sinan stood on the sidelines watching the scene and wrote in his notebook, Paul is out, but the Hornets' fangs have not dulled. On the contrary, this defending champion's death lineup, refined through a 162 baptism, is ravenous for more. Christmas Day, New Orleans Arena. This will be a clash of titans. LeBron James desperately needs a win to silence the critics who accuse him of team hopping and to prove the Big Three can win a championship. And the Hornets want to tell the world that even without Paul, they are still the invincible defending champions. Outside the window, the New Orleans sun was shining bright. There were still 3 days until Christmas night. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon in New Orleans, the winter sun slanted down onto the square outside the arena, yet it could not melt the restless heat wave in the air. The main roads leading to the arena had been completely paralyzed for the last 3 hours. The deafening sound of horns and excited shouts mixed together, forming a colossal roar. Regular season tickets that usually cost a few dozen had skyrocketed to more than 5 times their value in the hands of scalpers, yet demand still outstripped supply. The square was packed with fans wearing Hornets jerseys. Some were holding homemade giant banners with exaggerated fonts reading, "Three-headed worm, welcome to the hive." Next to it was a cartoon bee with bulging muscles raising a basketball and about to slam it down onto the Miami Heat's logo. David Stern's stretched limousine slowly came to a stop at the VIP entrance. The league commissioner glanced through the darkened car window at the excited and eager faces outside, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned to his assistant beside him and whispered, "This is the effect I wanted. The Christmas showdown should be like." Meanwhile, in the home team's locker room, the air felt almost frozen, charged with a sense of heat and gravity, as if a great battle was about to commence. Head coach Silas stood in front of a large tactical whiteboard, forcefully tapping the red pen against the surface, producing a sharp tap-tap sound. He wrote down 3 names with heavy strokes on the whiteboard: LeBron, Wade, Bosh. Each name represented the pinnacle of talent in the league today. But Silas' gaze held no trace of fear, only the calmness of a hunter spotting its prey. "Listen, I know everyone outside is talking about their big 3, how their talents will crush us." Silas' voice was deep and powerful, penetrating every corner of the locker room. "But in my eyes, the Heat have a fatal flaw." He circled the names Bosh and Haslam with his red pen, then drew a heavy cross over them. "They have no legitimate center. Bosh is too thin, that's the physique of a power forward. Haslam is too short, he has the build of a blue-collar worker. Against Yao Ming, their interior defense is like paper." Silas abruptly turned around, his gaze piercing as he scanned everyone present. "Starting lineup, listen carefully: Curry, Harden, Durant, Griffin, Yao Ming. Our strategy has only one core principle: attack the interior from the start. Yao Ming, you are invincible in the low post. Once the ball is in your hands, it's a killing blow. If they don't double-team you, then go onion and make every shot count if they dare to double-team." Silas' finger traced the perimeter area on the whiteboard. "Durant, Harden, you two wait in the elbow and corner. The ball will definitely reach you. Those are wide-open shots. If you miss, that's your fault." He quickly wiped away part of the strategy, starting to outline a second rotation plan, speaking rapidly, yet clearly. "In the latter half of the first quarter, Yao Ming will rest and DeAndre Jordan will come in. Artest will replace Griffin, and your only task is to stick to LeBron like glue. Ibaka will come in for Durant to sweep the paint, and George will match up with Wade. Curry will remain on the court as the primary playmaker. Remember the defensive strategy: DeAndre Jordan will drop back to protect the rim, allowing LeBron and Wade to shoot long range, but anyone who dares to drive and you must seal off the basket. On offense, DeAndre Jordan and Curry will run pick and rolls using speed to wear them down." Silas paused, his eyes fixed intensely on Artest and Ibaka. "LeBron is currently afraid of contact, scared of navigating screens, and uncomfortable receiving passes in tough spots. Let him shoot, but don't let him drive. If he takes a jumper from the perimeter, we can accept that. But if he tries to drive in for a dunk, that is absolutely unacceptable." In the corner, Yao Ming was bending down to tighten the last strap of his specially made carbon fiber ankle brace. His movements were slow and meticulous, as if he were performing some kind of sacred ritual. Silas had given him a simple yet heavy task to completely dominate the Heat's paint during his 30 minutes on the court. Paul George leaned against the locker room door with a crutch. He couldn't play tonight, but that didn't stop him from being the brain of the team. Before the game, he pulled Curry and Harden aside, his expression serious. "LeBron loves to initiate his offense from the top during crucial moments, and his vision is expansive. And Wade, he prefers to lurk on the baseline waiting for LeBron's bounce pass. If you can cut off their connection, the Heat's offense will stall like a machine running out of oil." Curry nodded, pulling on a wrist guard on his left wrist, his expression focused. Just then the locker room door was opened. Sinan walked in. The locker room, which had been filled with whispers, instantly fell silent, all eyes unconsciously drawn to this young and mysterious owner. Sinan said nothing, walking straight to the tactical board. He picked up a black pen and drew a giant glaring cross next to the words Miami Heat. "The Big 3. He chuckled lightly, tossing the pen onto the table, producing a crisp sound. Then he reached into the inner pocket of his suit and pulled out an exquisite velvet box, tossing it onto the tactical board as if it were trash. The box popped open, revealing custom-made wristwatches. The dials gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the light, adorned with the Hornets' signature hive pattern, the second hand moving silently. "One for each of you," They were ordered long ago. Sinan's gaze swept over the faces of Durant, Yao Ming, Griffin, Curry, and Harden, his tone flat, but carrying an undeniable air of dominance. Win, and you walk away with the watches as your spoils. If you lose, I will send all these watches to Miami, letting LeBron see what he missed out on back then. The locker room fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a wave of excited laughter. Griffin, being impulsive, was the first to reach for the box, but was swiftly caught by Harden, who grabbed his wrist. Durant leaned against the locker, arms crossed, a hint of playful amusement on his face. Boss, I'm already familiar with your tactics. Last time it was sneakers, this time it's watches. What will it be next? A car. Depends on how you perform tonight. Sinan shoved his hands into his pockets and turned to leave. Halfway through, he stopped, turning his head to throw out a parting remark. Play well, and each of you gets a car. Lose, take a cab home. By the way, tonight, make sure to turn their so-called Big Three into three cowards. The laughter grew louder, the previously tense atmosphere instantly shattered by this brash motivation, replaced by an emotion called ambition. Yao Ming sat in the corner, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth, then lowered his head to tighten the last strap of his ankle brace. Paul watched Sinan's figure disappear at the end of the corridor, then turned to Curry and whispered. He drank coffee before coming to the locker room. Every time he drinks coffee, he talks way too much. Curry secured his wrist guard, clapped his hands firmly, and replied, but everything he says ends up coming true. The pre-game ceremony began. The lights in the New Orleans arena suddenly dimmed, with only a few spotlights shining on the exit of the players' tunnel. The live DJ shouted the names of both teams, each call accompanied by a roaring wave of sound. The Heat's Big Three were the last to enter. As LeBron, Wade, and Bosh ran onto the court side by side, the crowd erupted into deafening boos, a sound that seemed capable of blowing the roof off. LeBron's expression was blank, his gaze cold as he scanned the stands. Then he bowed his head and patted his chest, making a pre-motion for his signature magnesium powder gesture. But what greeted him was a chorus of boos from the entire arena. The game whistle blew. From the very first minute, this was not a regular season game, but a playoff-level slaughter. The Hornets' first attack showed no hesitation, directly positioning the ball to the low post for Yao Ming. This was the starting move that Silas had repeatedly emphasized on the tactical board. Draw the sword. Yao Ming backed down for the ball, his massive body leaning against Bosh like a mountain. A slight shake of his right shoulder instinctively shifted Bosh's balance back a step. It was this half step. Yao Ming instantly lowered his center of gravity, dribbled one step to the right, and shot a one-handed hook. The basketball traced a gentle arc, soaring over Bosh's outstretched arm, and smoothly into the basket. 2-0. Haslam stood on the weak side, wanting to double team, but just as he moved, he stopped, unable to make it in time. The Heat's offense began. LeBron held the ball at the top of the arc, lowering his center of gravity against Durant's defense. Durant gave him half a step. That was the pre-game death order: defend the drive, not the shot. LeBron performed a shooting fake, and Durant remained motionless, merely shifting half a step to block the passing lane. LeBron lowered his center of gravity and forcefully broke to the right, stopping suddenly to shoot. Bang! The ball slammed against the back of the rim and bounced out. Yao Ming grabbed the rebound and quickly passed it to Curry. The Heat's transition defense was extremely quick. LeBron immediately chased back after his shot, while Wade and Bosh had already reached the midline. Curry's fast break was interfered with by LeBron's long arms, forcing him to pass back to Griffin, and the Hornets' first transition offense was dragged into a half-court battle. But in the first 6 minutes of the quarter, Yao Ming became a nightmare that the Heat could not resolve. He faced Bosh in the low post 3 times. The first time he hit a hook shot. The second time he faced a double team and passed to Durant in the elbow area, who stopped and hit a mid-range jumper. For the third time, Yao Ming faced another double team. In the gap created by the two defenders, he flicked his wrist, and the basketball, as if it had eyes, passed beneath Haslam's raised arm, landing accurately in Curry's hands in the corner. Curry caught the ball and shot immediately, his form fluid, and the three-pointer swished through the net. Spoelstra was anxiously jumping on the sidelines. He was forced to substitute Haslam for Bosh, with 5 minutes left in the first quarter, trying to counter Yao Ming with a sturdier body. But in the next round, Yao Ming immediately responded with a high pick, receiving the ball at the free throw line against Haslam's defense. With a flick of his wrist, the ball again passed under Haslam's raised arm, finding Durant cutting to the basket. Durant faced LeBron's help defense, leaped high, and slammed the ball down with both hands. With 3 minutes left in the first quarter, Silas made the first substitution. Yao Ming left the court, and Artest entered. The first thing he did upon entering was to stick to LeBron like an unshakable piece of gum. LeBron held the ball at the top of the arc, lowering his center of gravity to try to break through. Artest directly bumped his shoulder against LeBron's, shifting sideways, half a step, arms outstretched, blocking LeBron's driving lane like a wall. LeBron was forced to pass the ball. The whistles signaling the end of the first quarter sounded, and the Hornets led by 5 points. But this was just the beginning. the real meat grinder tactic would reveal its fangs in the second quarter. At the start of the second quarter, Griffin returned to the court, joining Artest, Ibaka, George, and Whiteside. This was the death rotation that Silas specifically designed to wear down LeBron. Every time LeBron got the ball, Artest used his almost foul-like physicality to interfere with his rhythm. In the first 4 minutes of the second quarter, LeBron was forced to pass the ball 3 times in a row by Artest, and the Heat's offense completely stalled, as if it had sunk into a quagmire. Griffin stood firm against Bosch's low post isolation on defense, while on offense he hit 2 mid-range jumpers from the elbow area. The Hornets bench unit not only held firm, but expanded the lead to double digits. Spoelstra had no choice but to call a timeout. He brought back the starting lineup, attempting to close the gap with LeBron and Wade's pick and roll. But Silas immediately responded by bringing in the starting lineup, while Artest remained on the court, replacing Harden, allowing Durant to return to the small forward position, with Artest tasked with defending LeBron. This adjustment allowed Durant to conserve energy, fully focusing on the offensive end. Facing a fatigued LeBron in the elbow, Durant hit 2 consecutive fadeaway jumpers. LeBron was exhausted on defense by Durant, and on offense he faced Artest's tight defense, missing 2 consecutive pull-up shots from the arc. At halftime, the Hornets led by 12 points. In the locker room during the break, Silas drew a circle next to LeBron's name with his red pen. "You did well in the first half." Artest, whereon LeBron was significant, he clearly showed signs of fatigue in the latter half of the second quarter. In the second half, continue to let him shoot, and don't let him drive. Yao Ming, your advantage in the low post is overwhelming. Every time you receive the ball there, the Heat's defense will contract. This means there will definitely be open shots in the corner and at the elbow. He instructed LeBron and Wade to run more pick and rolls, Miami's deadliest defensive weapon. LeBron held the ball at the top of the arc as Wade came up to set a screen. Artest was delayed half a step by Wade's screen. That half step was all LeBron needed to accelerate past him, with Yao Ming rotating to help LeBron dish to the rolling Wade. Wade caught the ball and scored on a layup. On the next possession, the same pick and roll. LeBron again drew a double team from Artest, and Yao then passed to Chalmers in the corner. Chalmers caught and shot, draining a three-pointer. The deficit was cut to 6 points. Silas called a timeout. He approached Artest and Yao Ming and said in a low voice, "When they run a pick and roll, Yao execute a weak side delay. Don't step out. Let Artest fight through the screen. Ibaka should rotate to cover Wade's role at all times." He paused, then looked at Durant and Curry. "On offense, Curry, you handle the ball and run pick and rolls. The Heat won't dare to switch. If LeBron guards you, you'll have a mismatch against a bigger defender. If Chalmers guards you, just shoot. If Bosch steps up, pass to Yao on the roll." This adjustment completely changed the game's momentum. Curry held the ball at the top of the arc. Using Griffin's screen, he faced Bosch on the switch, lowered his center of gravity, took 1 dribble to the right, stopped, and released the shot. Bosch's footwork couldn't keep up with Kai's change of direction. The ball swished through the net. On the next possession, Curry held the ball in the same spot. This time the Heat dared not switch. Chalmers chased him, and Bosch stayed in the paint. Curry chose not to shoot. Instead, he lobbed the ball to Yao Ming in the low post. Yao caught it with Bosch defending him. He backed and gave a slight fake with his right shoulder, lowered his center, took 1 dribble to the right, and shot a hook. The ball dropped cleanly through the hoop. In the latter part of the third quarter, the Heat were utterly trapped in a dilemma. If they doubled Yao, Curry and Durant were waiting on the three-point line. If they didn't double, Yao overwhelmed Bosch in onion play. After 3 quarters, the lead had returned to double digits. LeBron charged like a wounded beast, breaking through for consecutive scores in the opening minutes of the fourth quarter, bulldozing his way past Ron Artest into the paint, shifting midair to evade Yao Ming's help defense for a layup. But Ron Artest still threw his body into every defensive stance. On every LeBron crossover, Artest slid laterally to pursue. On every drive, Artest met him chest first. He played 32 minutes tonight, 28 of them matched up against LeBron. He didn't score. He only had 6 points tonight. But his defense held LeBron to just 1 field goal in the final 6 minutes of the fourth quarter. With the last possession before the final buzzer, the Hornets led by 7. Stephen Curry faced Dwayne Wade's closeout at the top of the arc, dipped his center of gravity, and used Blake Griffin's screen to slide right. Wade chased LeBron, rotated to help. Curry didn't take the three. He dished it to Yao Ming at the elbow. Yao caught it, pump faked against Chris Bosch's defense. Bosch didn't bite, just slid half a step. Yao dropped his center, took 1 dribble right, and hooked it. The ball floated over Bosch's outstretched arm and nestled cleanly through the net. The lead widened to 9. The game was over. The final buzzer sounded. The Hornets defeated the Heat by 9. Kevin Durant finished with 32 points and 7 rebounds. Yao Ming with 24 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 assists. Stephen Curry with 22 points and 10 assists. LeBron ended with 22 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists, managing only 1 field goal in the final 6 minutes of the fourth quarter. After the game, LeBron walked with his head down toward the tunnel. He had been guarded by Ron Artest and Paul George in rotation tonight, and his stamina was clearly drained in the fourth. Just as he was about to enter the tunnel, J.R. Smith stood up from the Hornets bench. He had only played 5 minutes and scored 5 points, but he had waited the entire game for this moment. He draped a towel over his shoulder, walked to the tunnel entrance, and said in a voice loud enough for everyone near, "LeBron, how many points did you score in the fourth quarter?" "Oh, right, 2. J.R. took the towel off his shoulder and spun it in his hand. "I scored 5 tonight. Seems like I'm more efficient." LeBron's footsteps paused. He didn't look back, only quickened his pace into the tunnel. Wade ran up from behind, patted LeBron on the back, and the two disappeared together into the tunnel. J.R. watched them go, draped the towel back over his shoulder, and turned to walk toward the locker room. Everyone on the Hornets bench was stifling laughter. Blake Griffin elbowed James Harden, who lowered his head and pretended to tie his shoelaces. In the locker room, Ron Artest leaned against a cabinet, pressing his thumb into the deepest bruise under his collarbone, the spot where LeBron had hit him hardest. He winced. Then he said to Yao Ming beside him, "He hits harder than Kobe. Kobe uses elbows, he uses his shoulder. Like getting clipped by a truck." Yao Ming was peeling off the ankle brace from his left foot without looking up, "But you held him to 1 basket in the fourth." "Because my legs are about to fall off." Ron Artest kicked his worn-out frayed sneakers under the cabinet, leaned back against the door, closed his eyes, and let out a long exhale. "Next time I guard him, I'm starting ice baths 3 days early." J.R. walked in from the doorway and caught that last line. Ron Artest opened his eyes and glanced at J.R. "What did you say to him?" "I asked him how many he scored in the fourth. Then I told him I also scored 5 tonight. More efficient." J.R. untied his laces and looked up at Ron. "He didn't answer me. He never answers me." Sinan pushed the door open, holding the velvet box. He opened it, and the custom watches inside gleamed coldly under the locker room lights. "I said if we win 1 for each of you." He handed the watches to the players one by one. J.R. took his glance at the honeycomb emblem on the dial, then slipped it onto his wrist. "Boss, is it waterproof?" "Waterproof. Good." J.R. stood up, walked to the center of the locker room, raised his wrist to the light, and examined it. Then he said something that made everyone laugh. "Next time we play the Heat, I'm wearing this watch on the court. Every time I hit a 3, I'll point at it and tell him, 'LeBron, your time's running out.'" In New Orleans after Christmas, the scent of roasted oysters and aged wood hung low in the cold air. Fewer tourists wandered the streets, but the bars near the Smoothie King Center were packed every night. The fervor of Hornets fans had not cooled with the dropping temperatures. Instead, they were welcoming the rise of a dynasty. After defeating the Heat, the Hornets won 4 more in a row. Counting the streak before the Christmas game, this momentum had stretched to 11 consecutive victories. The entire league was buzzing about this blue and purple team, about Yao Ming's interior dominance, about Durant's unstoppable scoring, and about the injured ace Chris Paul, who was still recovering. But every streak ends on some night. This time it was in Boston. Playing away against the Celtics on a back-to-back, the floor of the North Shore Garden seemed to carry an ancient magic. Garnett sealed the game with an elbow jump shot with 4 seconds left. The shot was difficult but determined. The whole team flew back to New Orleans overnight. No one spoke on the plane, a dead silence. The roar of the engines echoed through the cabin, unnervingly loud. Curry sat by the window, the cold light of his tablet reflecting on his tired face. He replayed his 2 missed 3-pointers from the fourth quarter over and over. His shooting form was fine, the arc was fine, but the ball kept bouncing off the rim. Artest sat across the aisle, a thick ice pack strapped to his knee, eyes closed. But he wasn't asleep. His brow was slightly furrowed, as if he were still wrestling someone in his dreams. This was the 3rd loss of the season. After the next day's practice, Silas wrote only 4 words on the whiteboard: defensive rotation. He didn't speak immediately, but stared at the team for a full 10 seconds. His gaze was like a knife cutting across every player's face. "You lost to Boston not because of Garnett, but because of your own legs." Silas finally spoke, his voice low but hammering into the floor like nails. 3 baseline cross runs tore us apart. That won't happen again." He tossed the marker onto the table with a sharp clatter. "The schedule ahead is dense. Make defense a habit. Anyone caught loafing on defense can sit on the bench." January's schedule was packed like compressed biscuits, leaving no room to breathe. After losing to the Celtics, the Hornets gritted their teeth and rattled off another winning streak. Then came a back-to-back against the Spurs. Duncan, moving like an old pendulum, dominated the paint, finishing with 24 points and 12 rebounds. Popovich flashed a rare smug smile at the camera afterward. Without Yao, their interior is a different team. Yao was rested that game, as Silas had anticipated the loss. At this stage of the season, he had learned to make trade-offs on the 82-game chessboard. Losing a regular season game wasn't frightening. What was frightening was exhausting the starters for a meaningless win. Next came an away game against the Lakers. At the Staples Center, the home of the purple and gold. Kobe was on fire that night, dropping 34 points. Gasol toyed with Griffin in the low post, shaking him off his feet with ease. The Hornets were dragged along by the Lakers' rhythm all game. In the fourth quarter, they finally cut the deficit to 4, and the entire crowd rose expecting a miracle. But Kobe extinguished their comeback hopes with 2 consecutive fadeaway jumpers. That was the hallmark of a superstar and exactly what the Hornets lacked, a maestro who could take over in desperate moments. Then came the Rockets. The game was in Houston. From warm-ups, Yao Ming was chased by fans' cameras. A year and a half after the trade, fans in the Toyota Center still held up signs reading, "Yao, we miss you." The warmth was moving as if time had never passed. But once the whistle blew, the warmth ended. Professional sports never believe in tears. Houston's backcourt featured Rose and Dragic, 2 point guards the Hornets had traded away, both young men eager to prove themselves. Rose shredded the Hornets' defense with his speed in the first quarter. A drive, a crossover to evade Griffin's help defense, and a reverse layup. His movement was like a red lightning bolt, his explosiveness making the Hornets' defense look cumbersome. Dragic caught his kick-out pass in the second quarter and hit consecutive corner threes. It was a familiar Hornets play, but now executed by players in red jerseys. At halftime, the Hornets clawed back in the third quarter with Durant's elbow isolations, but Houston's role players stepped up. Ariza locked down Harden's driving lanes like a chain on defense. The wing, once highly regarded by the Hornets, became Harden's nightmare tonight. Patterson grabbed 4 offensive rebounds, each leap a statement against his former team. With 1-1-2 left, Dragic hit a mid-range jumper off Scola's screen, pushing the lead to 8. The game was lost. 1-1-4-1-0-6. The Hornets suffered their 6th loss of the season. After the game in the tunnel, Yao Ming embraced Rose. Rose had an ice pack on his knee, the price of his effort, but he smiled happily. Yao patted his shoulder and said in Chinese, "Play well." Then he added in English, "Your crossover is still as fast." Rose paused and grinned. Dragic came over and high-fived Yao. They exchanged a glance, wordless but burning with fire. It was the thrill of revenge and the ecstasy of proving oneself. Sinan sat in a corner of the locker room listening to the noise outside, his heart a mix of emotions. The trade had no losers. Yao brought the Hornets a championship and a dynasty foundation, the Rockets rebuilt with 3 young players. But every time he saw Rose's low-angle drive, Sinan recalled the night the deal was struck. Rose Ariza drive. They had helped the Hornets win their first title, then were packaged off to Houston for Yao. He wrote a line in his notebook, "Some players you are destined not to keep. Not because they aren't good enough, but because there is no room for them in your roster." January's cold gripped New Orleans, but the Smoothie King Center was steaming every night. The Magic arrived with Howard to challenge. It was a direct duel between the East's top center and the West's top center. Curry came off a Griffin screen at the arc, lowered his center of gravity against Howard's switch, took one dribble to the right, and pulled up. The ball was still in the air when he turned and trotted back. Swish. Net. Howard stared at Kawhi's back, his mouth opening and closing. This slender guard couldn't miss. The Hornets led by 15 at halftime. In the locker room, Silas wrote one character on the board: defend. Then he drew a circle. With Howard inside, drop on the pick and roll. Let him shoot mid-range. His jumper can't kill the game. He paused, scanning each face. But don't let him dunk. Dunks will revive them. If anyone lets the beast posterize them, don't expect to play in this. The Magic cut the lead to 8 in the third quarter. Turkoglu found Nelson on a backdoor cut 3 times in a row. Orlando's passing rhythm began to flow, and the Hornets' defense showed cracks. Silas called a timeout and substituted Arteist in. Arteist's first move was to stick to Turkoglu like a piece of taffy. The action hovered between a foul and legal. Extremely aggressive, just enough to force Turkoglu to pass, and extremely uncomfortable. Orlando's offense stalled. The Hornets went on a 120 run, and the game was decided again. After the game, Howard hugged Yao Ming in the tunnel. Yao was half a head taller than Howard. They stood like 2 moving redwoods. Howard grinned. "Next time I'll block your hook." Yao patted his shoulders, saying nothing, just smiling. That smile carried the weight of an 8-year career and an unhurried serenity of looking down on the crowd. Despite the victory over the Magic, underlying concerns lingered. The schedule in early February loosened slightly, but looser did not mean easier. On the road against the Nuggets, Ty Lawson shredded the Hornets' defense with his speed all night. In a back-to-back against the Hawks, Josh Smith delivered the best mid-range performance of his career from the elbow. These games exposed the same issue for the Hornets. Without Paul, the offensive organization in crunch time relied too heavily on Kawhi's individual brilliance. Curry could score. He was an elite shooter, a future MVP. But his decision-making when trapped still lacked sophistication. The grand vision to command the entire court required time to refine. This was the price of growth. Silas was willing to pay, but every cost was etched into the standings. Sinan sat in his office flipping through the record sheet. With 54 games played, 44 wins and 10 losses, first in the league. This record would be dominant in any season, yet those 10 losses stung like thorns. Losses to the Lakers, 1 Spurs, 2 Celtics, Rockets, Mavericks, Hawks, Nuggets, and Suns. The loss to the Suns came on the second night of a back-to-back. Yao Ming rested Curry had ice-cold hands, and the team shot under 40%. Every season had such games. Silas said only one thing afterward: watch the tape then forget it. 44 wins, 10 losses. The top spot in the league was secure. But Sam Smith's column contained a line that stuck with Sinan: the Hornets' depth is an advantage in the regular season, but the playoffs are a different story. In those losses to the Lakers and Spurs, the Hornets' offense stagnated in crucial moments. When Durant was trapped, he passed quickly, but the recipient wasn't Paul, and decisions always came a half beat late. It wasn't a capability issue, it was chemistry. Some passes only Paul could see, some rhythms only he. The loss to the Rockets was the most telling. Rose and Dragic found their own rhythm in Houston, while Ariza locked down Harden on defense. 3 players sent away by the Hornets joined forces to carve a chunk from their old team. This trade had no losers. Yao Ming brought the Hornets a championship and a cornerstone dynasty, while the Rockets rebuilt with 3 young talents. Yet every time Sinan saw the angle of Rose's low center of gravity, when driving, he recalled that night the deal was struck. Rose, Ariza, Dragic. They helped the Hornets win the first championship, then were packaged to Houston in exchange for Yao Ming. He sat in his office for a long time, then wrote a line in his notebook. Some players you're destined not to keep. Not because they aren't good enough, but because there's no place for them in your roster. On the morning the All-Star voting results were officially announced, Sinan was in the office with Silas studying rotation plans for Paul's return. When the list appeared, Silas took off his glasses and leaned closer to the screen. Durant ranked first among Western frontcourt players, Yao Ming second, and Griffin third. A sophomore making the All-Star starting lineup. Last year his dunk over a compact car in L. Still topped YouTube's sports category views. Curry was selected as a reserve. Silas scanned the list, put his glasses back on, and said with a hint of regret, Paul won't get the reserve spot. He doesn't care, Sinan said flatly. I know he doesn't. But I do. Silas stood up, walked to the whiteboard, and said he's the best point guard in the league, and he ends up being just a reserve. It's unfair to him. On the whiteboard were 2 rotations. The left side showed the lineup during Paul's absence. The right side was the new scheme after his return. Silas stared at the right side for a long time, then picked up a marker and circled Harden's name. When Paul returned, the starting 5 remained unchanged: Paul, Durant, Artest, Griffin, Yao Ming. Curry moved to the bench, pairing with Harden in the second-unit backcourt, Ibaka at power forward, and DeAndre Jordan anchoring the paint. Danny Green continued as a wing rotation piece. Paul George would step in during forward stretches to lock down the opponent's key scorer, and Gibson would hold his ground when the opposing frontcourt was too physical. He put down the marker, turned around, his gaze resolute. George is still a rookie with an inconsistent offense, but his height and wingspan on defense are already sufficient. In the second and fourth quarters, let him lock up the opponent's scorer in the first half of those segments. He doesn't need to score. As long as he doesn't let them score, that's a win. Sinan nodded. He didn't ask about Mike Miller or J.R. Miller was a free agent snatch Lee had pulled off just to keep him away from the Heat. Most of the season, he sat at the end of the bench in street clothes. J.R. was the same. The trade was made because that kid harbored a grudge against LeBron from the core. On Christmas Day, he played only 5 minutes and scored 5 points, but in the tunnel he asked LeBron how many points he had in the fourth quarter and claimed he was more efficient. That moment pleased Sinan more than any tactic could. But in the regular rotation, Silas never wrote that volatile spark into the whiteboard. Formulas couldn't calculate a hot-headed shooter, but sometimes the incalculable could break a deadlock. Silas knew that, he just didn't like committing it to paper beforehand. Paul's recovery progressed faster than expected. In early February, he began non-contact training, spending 40 minutes on the second floor of the practice facility, firing pick-and-roll passes against the wall. With no teammates to receive them, the ball bounced off the wall and came back. He caught it, passed again, passed, and caught. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the basketball hitting the wall, monotonous and tedious, but to Sinan, it was the beat of a war drum. The team doctor stood nearby, timing him and checking his knee every 10 minutes. No swelling. No. After the final set of passes, Paul put the ball down, bent over to pick up his water bottle, and took a sip. Sweat dripped along his jawline. He looked up and saw Sinan standing on the second-floor corridor. Next week, Paul said. The doctor says after the All-Star break, Sinan reminded him. The doctor doesn't decide. Paul crushed the water bottle until it crackled. Sinan stared at his knee. The left knee was still wrapped in bandages, but his movement speed in non-contact drills was nearly the same as before the injury. If you tear it again, the season's over. He finished his water, screwed the cap tight, his eyes burning with a fierce, if the season's over, there's next season. But this season there's a chance for a three-peat, and that kind of opportunity won't wait. Sinan leaned against the railing. Three-peat. The word came out of Paul's mouth in a calm tone, as if stating a fact. Not an ambition, not a goal. A destination already determined, but not yet reached. The last game before the All-Star break is against the Lakers, Sinan said. You can play. Paul didn't smile. He just put the ball down bent to pick up his bottle, and as he twisted the cap tight, the corner of his mouth curved. The arc was subtle, but from the second floor Sinan saw it clearly. This 25-year-old point guard had been waiting for this day for 12 whole weeks. Sinan turned and walked back to his office. At the end of the corridor hung replicas of the two championship banners. The blue and purple Hornet logo gleamed coldly under the fluorescent lights. The first was from the Magic, the second from the Celtics. The spot for the third was still empty. Pushing open the office door, the record sheet lay spread on the desk. 54 games, 44 wins, 10 losses. 28 regular season games remaining. Paul was back, Yao Ming was healthy, and the roster depth had no rival in the league. But Sinan's attention wasn't on the record sheet. He opened his laptop and clicked on the Eastern Conference standings. Miami was first. LeBron averaged 27, 5 points, 8, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. Wade 25 points, Bosh 19 points. After early season struggles, the Big Three had won 16 of their last 20 games. They were beginning to find their rhythm. Sinan leaned back in his chair, staring at the Heat's schedule on the screen. This team was only in its first year together, had won nothing yet, but the talent was undeniable. 3 All-Stars in their primes. No one in the East could stop them. The Celtics' Big Three were aging. Chicago's Boozer and Noah couldn't carry the offense. Barring surprises, the final destination in June would be a group of men in white jerseys. He closed the laptop screen and walked to the window. The practice facility lights were already dim, only a few still on in the corridor. Paul's wristband still hung on the locker handle of blue and purple shoelace tied to it, its color indistinguishable in the muted light. 28 games left. Then the playoffs. Then Miami. Sinan placed his coffee cup on the desk. The sound of the bottom hitting the surface echoed briefly in the empty office. He opened a new page in his notebook and wrote a line: third championship Heat. Then he set down the pen, turned off the light, and walked out of the office. In the corridor, the two championship banners swayed gently in the draft. The spot for the third was empty, but it wouldn't be for long. The lights at Staples Center were brighter than usual, illuminating the court like a colossal stage. The stands during All-Star Weekend were packed with fans wearing jerseys of every color, their cheers rising and falling in waves even during the warm-up sessions. Los Angeles winters have no snow, only Hollywood's ever-blazing spotlights and the restless hormones in the air. Sinan sat in a luxury box, a cup of barely touched coffee at his hand. Around him were several general managers from other teams. The pre-game pleasantries were over. Tonight was Saturday night, the night of the slam dunk contest. When Blake Griffin emerged from the player tunnel, the arena erupted in deafening cheers. 2 cheerleaders were already standing under the basket side by side like 2 obstacles waiting to be cleared. Griffin stepped back to midcourt, dribbled the ball twice on the floor, his eyes revealing a boyish immaturity, yet more of a beastly excitement. He began his approach. Taking off 1 step inside the free throw line, his legs sprang like coiled springs, his left hand lightly bracing against the shoulder of the first cheerleader as he launched himself into the air. His right hand passed the ball under his leg to his left, and in the moment he leaped over the second person, he violently slammed the ball into the hoop with a thunderous boom. The entire move lasted less than 2 seconds. The basket stanchion trembled violently as the arena erupted into frenzied screams. All 5 judges simultaneously held up perfect scorecards. Barkley stood up from the announcer's table, grabbing his head in disbelief and roaring into the microphone. "That kid on your team, what tricks does he have up his sleeve for next year?" The general manager beside him shook his head with a sigh, his tone laced with undisguised envy. "With that kind of physical talent, it's like God blessed him." Sinan did not respond, merely curling his lips into a faint smile. Griffin had won the championship last season and was already selected as a starter for this year's All-Star game. The slam dunk contest was not a gilding opportunity for him, it was just fun. His gaze shifted to the big screen where the roster for Sunday night's All-Star game was scrolling. Durant was first among West forwards, Yao Ming second, Griffin third. Coe's name appeared on the reserve list. 4th pick, Davidson College. 2 years ago on draft night, this slender guard was ridiculed by all analysts as the most outrageous lottery pick. Now he sat on the All-Star bench, hands on his knees, eyes fixed on the court like a schoolboy waiting to be called into the game. Sunday night. The All-Star game. The game began, and the East All-Stars clearly did not want this game held in Los Angeles to become a one-man show for the West. LeBron James advanced with the ball. Facing Durant's defense, he chose not to force a drive, but instead executed a behind-the-back dribble and whipped the ball to Wade in the corner. Wade caught the ball and exploded in an instant, tearing through the West's defense like a bolt of lightning, blowing past Paul George in 1 step, driving into the paint, and soaring high. Yao Ming guarded the basket, his enormous palms blotting out the sky. Wade contorted his body in midair, evading Yao's block, and gently laid the ball off the top of the backboard into the net. Nice shot. The East bench erupted. The Heat's Big Three were reunited tonight, clearly playing with fire. But the West's response was equally fierce. Durant caught the ball at the elbow. Facing Jameis' long-arm defense, he lowered his center of gravity, took one dribble to the right, and pulled up for a jumper. The ball sailed over Jameis' outstretched arm and swished through the net. It was the sound of the Grim Reaper's scythe being unsheathed, cold, precise, and utterly relentless. His first touch of the ball was a top-off-the-arc three-pointer. Receiving a pass from Kobe off a drive he caught and shot with a form as fluid as if he were in a shooting practice gym. The ball was still airborne when he turned and ran back. The crisp sound of the net swishing echoed throughout the arena. Bosh attempted to switch onto Curry at the high post, but Kai's off-ball movement was too cunning. Using Griffin's screen, he curled around, caught the ball, and nailed another ultra-long three-pointer. Sinan leaned back in his chair watching Kai's carefree demeanor, feeling a deep sense of assurance. The general manager beside him leaned over and lowered his voice. How many years are left on that Kai's contract? 2 years, Sinan replied calmly, his fingers gently tracing the rim of his coffee cup. Can you keep him after 2 years? A shooter of this caliber is being fought over in the market. The Knicks and the Lakers are both eyeing him. Sinan picked up his coffee, took a sip, and did not answer. Some questions don't need answers because the answer has long been written in the record sheets and trophy cases. In this league, loyalty is built on the foundation of victory. As long as the Hornets keep winning, Curry isn't going anywhere. Yao Ming received the ball in the low post. Facing Howard's defense, he backed down, feinted with his right shoulder, then executed a turnaround hook shot. The ball sailed over Howard's fingertips and settled cleanly into the basket. As Howard landed, he gazed at Yao Ming's retreating figure, a faint, resigned smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. It was a tribute from one premier center to another, a reluctant acknowledgement of superiority. LeBron James responded in kind, driving hard to the rim twice in succession to draw fouls calmly, sinking all 4 free throws. The leads seesawed back and forth. The All-Star game had for once taken on the intensity of a playoff matchup. The main event concluded. Durant tallied 28 points, Curry 14 points and 8 assists, Yao Ming 18 points and 10 rebounds, Griffin 12 points and 7 rebounds. The West had won. But as the crowd dispersed, Sinan's mind was elsewhere, far from the final score. Over the All-Star weekend, he had met with the Thunder's general manager, the Knicks front office, and the Wizards' president of basketball operations, in the players' tunnel and the hotel coffee shop. The Bulls' first-round pick after Boozer's arrival had settled into the late first round. The Thunder's pick, propelled by Westbrook's leadership, hovered outside the top 20. The Wizards' 2 unprotected first-rounders were slipping in value as DeRozan and Wall elevated the team's record. The Knicks' pick, bolstered by Cantor, remained steady around the 15th spot. Every fluctuation in pick positioning was meticulously recorded in his notebook. For a team aiming for a three-peat, the regular season was merely a formality. The true battles were waged on draft night in the free agent market across those invisible negotiating tables. He closed his notebook, rising to leave the suite. Just then the arena's lights dimmed abruptly. The boisterous crowd fell silent, all eyes drawn to the center of the court. Ladies and gentlemen, the arena DJ's voice resonated with magnetic warmth. Please welcome our special guest for tonight's halftime show. A single spotlight blazed on a center stage. A woman in a deep blue dress stood within the circle of light. At her collar was pinned a honeycomb-shaped brooch colored in hornets, hues glinting coldly under the lights. Sinan halted. Yi Zhenjin, a leading songstress in the Chinese music scene whose albums had ranked in the top 3 for 3 consecutive years. Sinan had never heard her sing live. He knew her name, had seen photographs. But photos were one thing, seeing her stand in the spotlight was another. When her voice emerged from the speakers, several GMs in the suite fell silent simultaneously. She sang 3 songs. The first 2 were upbeat with a powerful rhythm, the drum beats dense as a playoff defensive rotation. Her lower register carried a husky texture completely distinct from the polished perfection of her recordings, a raw vitality. The final song was a ballad. As the piano introduction began, she lifted the microphone from its stand and walked to the edge of the stage. The lights dimmed until only a single beam remained, her gown shimmering with a dark blue hue in the white circle. She sang Return Date. One lyric lingered. I am waiting for a person who never changes their ticket. The final note stretched long, as if anticipating someone to take the next line, or as if sighing into the void. The arena held its breath for a few seconds, then erupted in applause. Sinan leaned back in his seat, tapping his coffee cup lightly twice with his finger. He arranged for a flower shop to deliver a basket to her dressing room. He pondered what to write on the card for a moment, then penned 2 characters, nice voice. The performance ended and the crowd dispersed. Sinan walked along the corridor toward the suite exit. As he passed the backstage dressing room area, he paused. Yi Zhenjin stood at the door of her dressing room, speaking with her manager. She had changed out of her stage outfit, wearing a simple white blouse and jeans, her hair loosely tied back. Her stage makeup was not fully removed. The glitter at the corners of her eyes caught the corridor light. When she saw Sinan, she was momentarily taken aback, then her manager also turned around. Was the flower basket from you? Yijinjin asked. There were only 2 characters on the card. A signature takes up too much space. She gave a slight laugh and dismissed her manager. The corridor fell silent between them, the distant arena announcement still echoing, but this stretch was quiet. What does nice voice mean? She asked. Exactly what it says. Have you ever heard my songs before? No. Then how do you know whether it's good or not? I heard it today. Yijinjin leaned against the doorframe, appraising him from head to toe. They say you're the youngest owner in the league. Bought the team at 22, won 2 championships since. You have a sharp eye for talent. That has nothing to do with listening to music. It does. She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. You can tell what's good and what isn't. Most people lack that ability. They can only say I knew it all along after someone becomes famous. Sinan did not reply. Her manner of speaking was completely different from her singing. In conversation, she was more direct, faster-paced, as if she wasn't aiming to leave a lingering impression, but rather testing whether the other person could keep up with her rhythm. Will you still be in Los Angeles tomorrow? She asked. Yes. My flight is tomorrow afternoon. She pulled a hotel key card from her pocket and placed it in his hand, the gesture as casual as handing over a business card. Come find me. She turned and walked into the dressing room, the door closing softly in front of him. Sinan looked down at the key card in his hand for a moment. 1208. He pocketed the card and continued on his way. The afternoon sun of Los Angeles was completely blocked outside by heavy curtains. In the living room of room 1208, the light was dim, with only the laptop screen glowing, displaying unfinished lyrics. Yijinjin sat on the sofa, a music sheet spread across her knees, a pencil tucked behind her ear. She wore no makeup, her brows faint, looking like a different person from the one on stage. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she did not look up. Sinan sat opposite her, his gaze sweeping over the items on the coffee table: half a cup of cold coffee, an open bag of potato chips, and several scattered flight ticket stubs. She was writing a song. The pencil had traced a few lines on the paper, and then paused, turning the sheet over to rest on the sofa. Do you know how long it took me to write that song? Return date last night. She asked. I don't know. 2 years. She leaned against the armrest of the sofa, took the pencil from behind her ear, and placed it on the coffee table. I was initially stuck on a word. The term rescheduling was too harsh in a love song. It just didn't fit no matter how I sang it. Later I changed my approach. It wasn't about the words, it was that I had been using others' methods to write my own things. Changing my method, I finished it in 2 weeks. She lifted her head, her cold eyes staring directly at him. You select players like that too, right? Not looking at how others choose, but focusing on what you need. Pretty much. I knew it. Suddenly she stood up and walked in front of him, without any hesitation, leaned down and kissed him. Her lips were softer than he had imagined, but the kiss was direct, just like her speech, requiring no preliminary testing. She gently bit his lower lip, and then stepped back half a pace, a hint of provocative smile in her eyes. They say you never blink at the negotiation table. Sinan looked at her, but did not speak. She did not wait for a response, as he did not give her another chance to speak. He reached out, grasping the back of her neck, and pulled her back, the force of the kiss causing her to emit a short, muffled moan. Her back hit the armrest of the sofa, but he did not stop. The buttons of his white shirt were being undone one by one between his fingers. It was not a hasty tearing, but precise, one by one, like he was dismantling the opponent's offer at the negotiation. Each button had its order, none could be skipped. As the collar slid apart, the light from the floor lamp carved the outline of her collarbone out of the darkness. A tiny mole nestled in the left side's hollow, gently rising and falling with her quickening breaths. His thumb paused on that mole, then slid to her back, 2 fingers pinching the clasp. She thought he would unfasten it, but he did not. His hand slid directly to her waist, his palm pressed against her skin, the heat causing her to gasp. He flipped her over, pressing her against the sofa. She lay on the armrest, looking back at him, her breath quickening, the smile in her eyes completely shattered, replaced by something she had never captured while writing songs. It was not tension nor anticipation, but the moment when prey realizes it is the hunter. Her body trembled slightly beneath his hand, not from the cold. His fingers glided across her waist like playing a descending scale on a piano. She bit her own hand, muffled sounds slipping through her fingers. Like a chorus that had yet to find its rhyme, broken, damp, and off-key, yet accurately striking his auditory. Her fingers left shallow white marks on the leather identical to the discarded notes she had crossed out with a pencil on the music sheet last night. Suddenly she felt that all the choruses that had been stuck for 2 years were shattered open in that moment, not by the order of words, but by the rhythm of her heartbeat. It was the ratio between breath and pause, how she had always used others' methods to write her own things. And he never looked at how others selected. His palm gripped her hip bone, his thumb pressing into her waist, pulling her towards him. In his palm, she was like an instrument being tuned, calibrated, and played to produce a long note she had never sung on stage. He flipped her over, her legs on his waist, ankles crossed on his back. Her 10 fingers tightened, then loosened like pressing a set of silent sustain pedals. She tilted her neck back, a long, low moan escaping her throat, as if she had finally found the syllable that had been stuck for 2 years. It was not sung out, but erupted from deep within her chest. Afterwards, she lay on his chest, lazily drawing circles on his collarbone with her fingers. Her hair spilled over his shoulder, mingling with the smell of sweat and hotel shampoo. Your heartbeat has slowed compared to before, she said. Yours has slowed too. I'm writing a new song, and I haven't gotten the chorus right yet. She pressed her lips against his collarbone, her voice raspy from after the act. Now I know. The chorus should come in when the heartbeat is at its slowest, the front is too full and needs a breath of space. She reached out to find a pencil on the coffee table, drew a few strokes on the music sheet, then tossed both the pencil and the sheet back onto the table. The pencil rolled to a stop beside the coffee cup. Sinan looked at the chandelier on the ceiling, the afternoon light seeping through the gaps in the curtains, casting a narrow beam of light on the wall. Do you always revise when writing songs? He asked, to the point of collapse. She buried her face in his neck, her voice muffled. A song can be revised into 30 versions. Sometimes a chorus can take a month to write. Selecting players cannot be revised. Once chosen, it's done. So you never look at how others select. Right. She raised her head, propping herself up on his chest to look into his eyes. That gaze was the same as the one from last night in the hallway, confirming whether he could keep up, and then she smiled. It was not the kind of smile aimed at the camera on stage, but a very light and gentle one, like finding the right rhyme while writing a song. She flipped over his watch, gazing at the beehive symbol on the dial for a moment. Next time I have a concert, I'll invite you. The best front row seat. Sing what? Return date. She stood up from the sofa and began to pack her belongings. She stuffed the scattered flight ticket stubs into her bag, folded the music sheet, and placed it in the piano case, closed the lid, paused at the door, and glanced back at him. But the lyrics will change. I just found a new rhyme. The door gently closed behind her. The sound of her suitcase wheels faded away in the corridor. The elevator door opened, then closed. Sinan sat on the sofa for a moment, watching the half-cold coffee on the coffee table and the pencil that still held her warmth. What her new rhyme was she did not say. Her phone vibrated. A message from Scarlett Johansson: the filming permit for Beehive has been denied. It said that locker room materials cannot leak. Sinan replied, then shoot from a different angle. She replied, what angle? He typed one word, me. Then deleted it. Typed 3 more words, finals. Sent. The visiting team's locker room at Staples Center was cramped. 15 large men squeezed in shoulder to shoulder, the air thick with the scent of muscle spray and sweat. Silas didn't draw up any plays. Everything that needed planning had been done yesterday. He stood before the whiteboard, capping and uncapping the marker pen 3 times before lifting his head. Kobe will take a lot of shots tonight. You all know that. So does he. Our defense isn't about stopping Kobe alone. It's about stopping the entire Lakers team. Letting Kobe shoot is part of the plan. Making sure he doesn't shoot comfortably is the key. He turned to Art. Stick to him. From the very first second. Don't wait until he has the ball to defend. The moment he runs past you, lean your body into him. Every time he catches the ball, I want him to see your chest, not the rim. Force him to dribble one more time, to fake one more time. Make him do anything that's out of rhythm. Arteas sat in front of his locker, hands crossed on his knees. Hearing this, he spread his palms, clenched them into fists, and nodded. Paul George, you'll keep sticking to him in the second and fourth quarters. Your job isn't to block shots or steal. It's to wear him down. Every time he has to push you to get the ball before catching it, that pushes your game. By the fourth quarter, when his legs go heavy, he won't be able to push you anymore. Paul George sat in the corner, hands on his knees, eyes focused. Everyone else pay attention to the timing of the help defense. Gasol's passing lanes, Bynum's rebounding positions. Cut off those 2 points and the Lakers' offense becomes nothing but Kobe playing unknown. One man can't play unknown for an entire game. Silas lowered his hands from his hips and swept his gaze across the room. Paul plays 24 minutes. First game back, minutes are locked. Don't try to create some heroic moment for him on the court. His knees don't need your script. A few players laughed, but Paul did not. He kept his head down, tying his shoelaces. The blue and purple lace twisted around his fingers twice before he pulled it tight. Then he stood up, stomped his feet, and reached for the wristband hanging from the locker door handle, slipping it onto his left wrist. The movements were slow, as if he were performing a ritual known only to himself. In the tunnel, Paul lined up third. Kobe had already sprinted out. The roar of the Staples Center announcers surged from the end of the tunnel, mingling with a deafening cascade of boos. Durant stood behind Paul and whispered, first shot goes to you. Paul turned his head, give it to Yao. At the opening tip, Yao Ming tapped the ball to Paul. Without hesitation, Paul dribbled to the arc and immediately found Yao Ming in the low post. Yao Ming backed down. Bynum faked with his right shoulder, then turned for a hook shot. The ball sailed over Bynum's fingertips and dropped through the net. 20. From the tip to the score, only 6 seconds had passed. Paul high-fived Yao Ming as he ran back on defense, then turned to Artest, extending 2 fingers toward Kobe's running direction. Artest nodded and was already pressing up against him. Kobe spent the entire night wrestling with Artest. Every time before catching the ball, he had to battle first. Every time he got the ball, he faced a wall. He still made those impossible shots. In the third quarter, a corner fadeaway, his body drifting out of bounds, the ball arcing high before swishing through the net. The Staples Center roar nearly shook the scoreboard off its hinges. But in the final 6 minutes of the fourth quarter, he made only 1 field goal. It wasn't that he couldn't shoot. It was that his legs had gone heavy. Paul George came in during the fourth quarter and kept sticking to him. Kobe pushed him once. He didn't budge. The Lakers' offense devolved into a series of isolated isolations in the final stretch. Gasol managed only 6 shot attempts all night, and Bynum's rebounds were controlled by Griffin and Yao Ming working together. Silas' pregame plan became reality, cut off the fulcrum, isolate the star. It was exactly the situation Kobe dreaded most. With 1:02 left on the clock, Paul was subbed out. 24 minutes, 14 points, 9 assists, no discomfort in his knee. As he and Silas passed each other on the sideline, they didn't high-five, just tapped each other's shoulders with their fists. The gesture was so light the broadcast cameras didn't catch it. The Hornets defeated the Lakers 1-0, 7-9-9. In the locker room, after the game, Paul sat in front of his locker untying his shoelaces. The blue and purple lace loosened between his fingers. He pulled it out, held it in his palm for a moment, then threaded it back through the eyelets. He wasn't taking it off to put it away. He was readying it, pulling the knot tighter. 12 weeks without playing, yet every pass he made tonight said the same thing. I never left. Sinan stood at the locker room door, coffee in hand. He didn't go in. Paul looked up and saw him, and the two locked eyes across half the room for a second. Paul finished tying his shoes, stood up, stomped the floor, and walked over. How's the knee? You'll know once I already know. The corner of Paul's mouth curved up as he walked past him. Sinan turned and left. As he walked down the hallway, his phone vibrated twice in succession. He pulled out his phone, the screen lit up under the dim light. The first message was from Scarlett, flying to New Orleans tomorrow. You promised to let me into the locker room for an exclusive. Don't back out. Save a spot for me. Sinan stared at the screen, a smile creeping onto his face unbidden. He was about to reply when a second message popped up. The sender was Team General Manager Bob. The trade deadline has been moved up to the early morning after tomorrow. Several teams are inquiring about Harden, Green, and Gibson. The Lakers also came sniffing around. Boss, whether we make this deal or not, it's your call. From the locker room at the end of the hall came the cheers of Hornets players celebrating their victory. Sinan put away his phone, his gaze sharpening once more, calm and collected. On one side, the sweet anticipation of his girlfriend's high-profile visit. On the other side, the roster moves he alone had to finalize before the trade deadline. Tomorrow. It would be the most hectic and most satisfying day of his tenure as the team's owner. After returning from Los Angeles, Sinan sat in the office for the entire morning. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding, yet he did not draw the curtains. The trading deadline is tomorrow, and the undercurrents of the entire league converge at this moment on his desk. The folder on the desk was laid open, containing printed inquiries from various teams, a thick stack resembling a small mountain waiting for him to climb over. As the team owner, he had to remain absolutely clear-headed. The core rotation of the team was already established with the starting 5: Paul, Durant, Artest, Griffin, and Yao Ming. This was the most balanced roster in the league, capable of controlling the game, scoring, defending, and protecting the rim. On the bench, the backcourt duo of Curry and Harden could unleash top-tier offensive power during transitions. Ibaka's sweeping defense and Paul George wing entanglement provided Silas with infinite rotation flexibility. DeAndre Jordan and Whiteside offered complementary rim protection options at the 2 interior positions. 15 players with at least 2 capable of playing each position. This was the ideal configuration for a three-peat. But that didn't mean everyone was untouchable. His gaze swept over the 2 names temporarily circled on the list, Mike Miller and J.R. Smith. When he signed them at the beginning of the season, it was partly to annoy the Heat and indulge his own petty whims, while also preparing for the long regular season and potential injury waves. However, due to the crowded rotation, these 2 experienced veterans were currently unable to get playing time and could only sit at the end of the bench. But Sinan knew full well that this was actually a happy dilemma. Miller was the perfect spacing point, and JR was the most unpredictable wild card in the league. As long as they weren't left holding the ball blindly in critical moments, these 2 trump cards could change the game in the playoffs at any time. Not being utilized now did not mean they wouldn't be in the future. Holding such chips, Sinan felt much more confident when handling other trades. Danny Green's name appeared several times on the offer sheet. Several playoff-caliber teams were looking for 3D wings. Green's three-point shooting percentage was above 40%, he could rotate across 3 positions defensively, and his contract was small, making him an excellent value. Sinan circled his name. Green was a good player, but the Hornets' wing depth had already overflowed. Arteas started as the defensive anchor. Paul George's growth on the bench exceeded expectations, and he planned to draft another wing in next year's draft. Green's rotation position would become increasingly marginal. Rather than holding on to him as his value depreciated, it was better to trade him while his value was at its peak. He flipped to the page with the Bobcats' offer. The Bobcats wanted Green and were willing to give a protected first-round pick in 2011. The Bobcats' record was among the worst in the East, making this first-round pick likely a lottery selection. Sinan circled this offer with his pen, not hesitating for long. He wrote a few lines in his notebook. Gibson stays the interior rotation depth is insufficient, and a blue-collar player who can step up against stronger opponents is needed. Ibaka stays his sweeping defense is irreplaceable. Harden and Curry are untouchable. Then comes Danny Green's name with an arrow added next to it. Trade for the Bobcats' 2011 unprotected first-round pick. Looking at this list, Sinan felt a sense of resolve. He closed the folder and called General Manager Bob. Green can go. Trade for the Bobcats' 2011 first-round pick. No one else is for sale. All other offers are declined. After hanging up, he leaned back in his chair and exhaled. Outside the window, a black SUV was slowly driving in. Scarlett Johansson stepped out of the back seat, her sunglasses pushed up on her forehead, carrying a large photography bag. She didn't go to the hotel, but came straight to the arena. A few minutes later, the office door was pushed open. Scarlett glanced around. Sinan's office was small, filled with tactical manuals and draft reports. A family portrait of the team hung on the wall, and a stack of documents piled on the desk. She walked to his desk, picked up the open notebook for a glance, her gaze instantly fixating on Danny Green's name and the glaring arrow beside it. "Were you just trading players?" she asked, putting the notebook down, her tone devoid of discernible emotion. "Trading deadline," Sinan replied calmly. "Did you sell him?" "Professional sports," Sinan said as he closed the notebook. "Sometimes keeping a player on this team is worth more, other times a change of scenery is better for him. Danny is currently fourth in the rotation, but he could start with the Bobcats." Scarlett looked at him for a moment, but did not continue the topic. She placed the camera bag on a chair and walked to the window, looking at the parking lot below. "You promised me access to the locker room for filming. I promised access during the playoffs. The atmosphere in the locker room during the playoffs is different from the regular season." She turned back, leaning against the windowsill, arms crossed as she looked at him. "I want to capture the real moments. This team is still in the process of adjustment. Paul just returned, and everyone's roles are shifting. This state won't be captured once the playoffs begin. In the playoffs, everyone settles into their roles, and the atmosphere in the locker room changes." Sinan thought for a moment and nodded. "You can film 2 hours before the game and half an hour after. You can film whatever you want in the training facility, but no filming of the tactical board." Scarlett picked up the camera bag, slung it over her shoulder, and glanced back at him as she reached the door. "You think I'm just shooting basketball?" For the next 3 days, Scarlett followed the team from the training facility to the locker room. She captured the moment when Paul sat alone in the corner of the locker room, tying his shoes before practice. Curry making a super long three-pointer, then turning to the camera to make a funny face. Arteas gasping against the wall after defensive drills. Griffin animatedly arguing with Harden in the locker room about which flavor of Gatorade tastes better. Even the usually quiet J.R. Smith sitting at the end of the bench was caught in a humorous moment, mimicking shooting at the air on the sidelines. Silas was initially resistant to the camera, but Scarlett never pointed it at the tactical board, only occasionally capturing him throwing down his pen after drawing up a play. After the third practice, Silas even nodded at her as he walked past, saying the lighting is nice today. On the evening of the third day of formal shooting, Scarlett stopped Sinan in the hallway. "I'm still missing a shot." She took the camera off her shoulder and hung it in the crook of her arm, rubbing her right shoulder. After a whole day of shooting, her hand was starting to ache. "What shot?" "You. I want to capture you handling the team's daily affairs, answering calls, reviewing data. The documentary is called The Hive. You are the core of this hive. Without your shots, this story won't be complete." Sinan looked at her, not answering immediately. There was a faint trace of sweat on her neck, extending from behind her ear to her collarbone. After 3 days of filming, she was more invested than anyone else. The rest of the crew had already returned to the hotel, but she was still blocking him in the hallway. "Tomorrow night at 7 in my office. You can film me reviewing data, but you can't capture the specific numbers on the screen." "Why? That's a commercial secret. I'm filming your face, not your asset sheet." Sinan did not respond. She switched the camera to her other hand, looking at him. "Every time you look at the data, there's an expression on your face, as if you're confirming something. That expression is worth more on camera than any data. Perhaps that's why you've always attracted me, drawing me into your charm. See you tomorrow night." At 7 o'clock the following evening, Scarlett arrived punctually at his office. She carried a handheld camera and a small tripod, setting the equipment in a corner with the lens aimed at his desk. Sinan flipped through scouting reports and player statistics, trying to ignore that red indicator light, but her presence was more potent than he had anticipated. She wore a gray t-shirt, and jeans, her hair casually tied back in a ponytail, a far cry from her usual red carpet persona. She pressed the record button, then walked over to his desk and leaned down to read the notes he had scribbled in his notebook. Is this a draft target? Yes. Klay Thompson. She uttered the name, lifting her eyes to meet his. When you wrote his name, your hand didn't move. Your pen paused on the paper for a moment. That's a habit. How much preparation did you do before draft night? No less than any other team. She tilted her head, studying him at an angle that felt less like a journalist pressing an interview subject and more like a creator examining another human being. Judgment was never the hardest part. The hardest part is waiting. You know what a player will become, but you have to wait for him to prove it for everyone around you to see it too. Judgment was never the hardest part. The hardest part is waiting. You know what a player will become, but you have to wait for him to prove it for everyone around you to see it too. During the waiting, he might be doubted, and you might be doubted too. So every decision you make is about waiting for others to see what you've already seen. Something like that. Scarlett straightened up and walked to the front of his desk. Instead of stepping back, she leaned in slightly closer. Her face was only inches from his. There was no perfume, just the faint warmth of her body after a full day of shooting. What are you looking at now? Not the data. I know your expression when you're reading data too well. Right now you're looking at me. Her voice dropped a notch. But your eyes are still confirming something. What are you confirming? Sinan reached out and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. His fingertips brushed the shell of her ear. Her skin was cool, but her hair carried the warmth of her body. She didn't flinch. Only her breath faltered for half a beat, her long lashes falling as her gaze settled on his lips. Are you this persistent on set too? Even worse. Care to find out? She raised a hand and pressed his still lingering fingers, tilting her head to gently nestle her cheek into his palm. Through the warmth of his palm, she seemed to be adjusting the lens of a camera, slow focused, skipping no detail, each pause waiting for his reaction. Sinan looked down at her. She gently pressed his wrist against her own chest. Through the gray t-shirt, he felt a heartbeat far quicker than normal. This heart is beating too fast now, she said, releasing his wrist and lifting her chin, her gaze burning into his. You have to make it slow down. He cupped the back of her neck, pulling her closer until their breaths intertwined, the air seeming to freeze in that instant. The camera remained in the corner. Its red indicator blinked like a voyeuristic eye, faithfully recording everything about to spiral out of control. She whispered in his ear, that memory card only records 90 minutes. Sinan paid no heed to that red light. In his world, only this woman existed now, the one who dared to provoke him at such a moment. He slid his arm around her waist, pulling her against him, shattering the last distance between them. Papers on the desk were inadvertently swept away, a few sheets fluttering to the floor with a soft rustle. The open notebook had turned to the page about Klay Thompson, the asterisk still clearly visible, yet now completely eclipsed by their intertwined shadows. Scarlett's breathing grew rapid. She lifted her head, her eyes carrying both a trace of defiance and a hint of longing, her voice hoarse beyond belief. Tell me this isn't part of the documentary. Sinan did not answer. Action was the finest language. Holding her, he backed step by step toward the floor-to-ceiling window behind him. Outside lay the nightscape of New Orleans. The lights of the distant training facility had already gone dark, leaving only a dim silhouette. He pressed her against the cold glass. The chill seeped through her thin clothes, making her shiver, instinctively seeking a source of warmth. She laughed softly in his ear, a sound like a catalyst igniting the last shred of reason in the air. Her fingertips pressed against his shoulder blades, exerting a slight force, as if confirming the reality of the man before her. You said waiting is the hardest part. Her words were broken by gasps, then resumed, her lips brushing his earlobe, her hot breath spilling onto his neck. What about now? Still waiting. Sinan lowered his head and sealed her lips, giving her no more chance. Outside the window, the neon lights of the city refracted dappled shadows on the glass, stretching their silhouettes long and elegant. On the window pane, two small patches of mist from her back pressed against the glass slowly bled downward with the rise and fall of her body, blurring the world beyond. The room was left with only their interlaced breathing, the warm amber halo of the floor lamp, gradually pushing the air's temperature higher. The camera's memory card warning light began to blink. 90 minutes had elapsed. A silent countdown, but no one changed the card. No one even spared a glance toward that corner. Outside, the last light of the training facility went dark, and the entire hive plunged into the deepest black. Only the floor lamp in the office remained lit, its warm glow casting the shadows of two people across the draft reports strewn on the floor, overlapping, merging, inseparable. And in the corner, the camera's red light still blinked until it finally died out. It was the last night before the trade deadline, and the most raw, most uncontrollable single-take moment of the Hive documentary. After the memory card's warning light ceased flickering, the office descended into another kind of silence. The floor lamp still glowed, its amber halo casting a dim light upon the scattered talent show reports covering the floor. Scarlett reclined on the sofa, her legs tucked beneath her draped-in Sinan's suit jacket. Her ponytail had long since come undone, her blonde hair tumbling messily over her shoulders. She stared at the camera, lying utterly drained of power in the corner, and suddenly smiled. 90 minutes. Just enough. Sinan sat on the edge of the desk, his shirt unbuttoned, holding a cup of cold coffee. The card's full. Full, she said, pulling the jacket higher. But that last segment didn't record. The red light had already stopped blinking in the final 15 minutes. Do you regret it, eh? Scarlett stepped onto the floor barefoot and walked toward him. The suit jacket slipped halfway off her shoulder. No, the best shots are never the ones recorded. She ejected the memory card from the camera and placed, keep this card. There's more than enough there to cut a documentary. She turned to gather her things. She packed the camera into her bag, folded the tripod, and tucked it under her arm, then picked up the scattered talent show reports one by one, arranging them in page order. When she reached the page with Klay Thompson, she paused. She looked at the asterisk. Then she put the paper back in place. I fly back to Los Angeles tomorrow. The rough cut will take 2 months. Will you come to the premiere? When? A week before the finals. Sinan set his coffee cup on the desk. You planned this. Of course I planned it. She pulled the door open. Wear the dark blue suit that day. ITLL match your Hornets logo. The door clicked softly shut behind her. Her footsteps faded down the hallway. Sinan slipped the memory card into a drawer and picked up his phone to message Silas. Green's been traded to the Bobcats. Rotations need adjusting. Silas replied instantly. Down one wing off the bench. Paul George minutes can go up, but the defensive rotations in the transition segments will take a hit. Then another message followed. Playoff rotations shrink from 11 to 9 or 10. Sinan typed 5 characters. Talk at practice tomorrow. The next afternoon at the practice facility, Silas split the team into 3 groups for scrimmage. After Green's departure, the wing rotation order off the bench needed rearrangement. Paul George was elevated to the defensive wing spot in the second unit, pairing with Ibaka on the front line. J.R. ran a few sets of plays with the third unit and hit a few audacious threes. Still, Silas didn't pencil him into the fixed rotation. J.R. is a situational card, Silas told Sinan after practice. The two stood on the second-floor corridor, watching Griffin still working on his free throws downstairs. He can't play every game, but when we face Miami, he'll put him in. Sinan leaned against the railing, saying nothing. He knew what Silas was referring to. Christmas Day game. J.R. asked LeBron in the tunnel how many points he scored in the fourth quarter, claiming had been more efficient. That card's value would double when they met Miami in the playoffs. After Green left, our bench wing defense lost someone who could guard 3 positions. Silas continued. Paul George's feet are quick enough, but he lacks experience. In the playoffs against the Lakers or Spurs, Kobe and Ginobili will target him. He needs to accumulate enough tuition before that. Do you think he can? Silas paused for 2 seconds. We'll find out when it's time. Sinan added, have him work extra on defense. The final battles will require him to lock down the opponent's primary scorer. Over the following weeks, the Hornets' regular season rhythm settled into a stable cycle. Paul's playing time gradually recovered, his knee showing no relapse after consecutive high-intensity games. Curry and Harden's backup backcourt duo continued to maintain elite offensive firepower during transition segments. Paul George kept paying his tuition on defense every game. Against the Lakers, Kobe schooled him with 2 fadeaways from the elbow. Against the Mavericks, Dirk's one-legged fadeaway made him question everything, but his defensive footwork was getting faster. Silas paid him a rare compliment at the practice facility. He makes mistakes, but he doesn't repeat the same ones. Yao Ming's load management remained strictly enforced. No back-to-backs, average minutes capped at 28 per game. His numbers climbed further after Paul's return, not in scoring or rebounds, but in efficiency. Paul's passes always found him at his most comfortable spots. His hook shot accuracy rose by nearly 5 percentage points. By mid-March, the Hornets had clinched the league's best record. The night the ranking was confirmed, the Charlotte arena erupted. Fans raised hive-shaped placards in the stands, chanting MVP at full volume. Paul stood at the sideline, waved to the crowd, a smile on his lips. A smile only he knew the weight of. Silas began methodically resting his starters. Paul Durant and Yao Ming appeared in street clothes on the bench for different games. Curry and Harden led the team for a few outings, winning most, but dropping a few inconsequential contests. The team's overall form in the late regular season was precisely balanced by Silas on a delicate equilibrium, not too lax, but without exhausting themselves before the postseason. Every afternoon, Sinan would come to the practice facility and stand on the second-floor corridor. He watched Griffin work on free throws, Paul George practicing defensive slides on the other half, and Curry launching ultra-deep threes from 2 steps beyond the arc. A ball boy passed him the ball. After each set, Curry took a step back. The practice facility lights stayed on late every day. Everyone was preparing for the playoffs. 2 weeks remained before the end of the regular season. Silas wrote the 9-man playoff rotation on the whiteboard with a note beside it: activate J.R. when facing Miami. Sinan looked at the asterisk and said nothing. Some arrangements needed no words. Silas had calculated everything. At the end of the corridor, the footsteps of the playoffs drew closer, and Scarlett's memory card still lay in Sinan's drawer. In the final week of the regular season, the Hornets have 3 games left, 2 at home and 1 away. Silas couldn't be bothered to say give it your all in the pre-game rally. He wrote the names of 3 opponents on the whiteboard, crossing them all out with a red pen, then turned to the entire team and said 2 words: don't get injured. Against the Kings at home, Paul and Yao Ming were dressed in casual clothes. Paul sat at the farthest end of the bench with nothing strapped to his knee. For the first time this entire season, there was nothing on his knee while he sat on the sidelines. The team doctor walked by him every 20 minutes, glancing at his left knee and jotting something down on the clipboard. Paul didn't turn to look at the team doctor at all. He simply clutched the old wristband in his hand, his fingers unconsciously rubbing over the Beehive logo on it. Curry played for 34 minutes, scoring 28 points with 7 assists. In one possession during the second quarter, Curry suddenly launched from the left 45-degree angle, using Ibaka's off-ball screen to shake off Beverly. He dribbled between his legs in a feint, suddenly faking an attack to the left, but as his opponent shifted their weight, he yanked the ball back hard. He stepped back with his right foot, his body stretching like a spring. At the moment of release, the flick of his fingertips was as swift as a flash of silver. The ball traced an unusual arc in the air, hitting the backboard and bouncing into the net. The timer's red light lit up, and the referee called a defensive foul. The three-pointer counted plus a free throw. Paul suddenly sprang up from the sidelines, his right hand clenching the wristband and slamming it against the armrest of his seat, a sharp grin forming at the corner of his mouth. Silas turned to the technical table, heavily circling the tactical diagram on the whiteboard with his red pen. This is the correct solution to breaking the switch defense, utilizing screens to create a timing difference. Durant only played half the game, sitting on the bench with a towel over his knee. His elbow jump shots hit 4 times in the first quarter, each shot soaring over the fingertips of the defenders with a high and steady arc. Durant did not argue, loosening and tightening the laces of his sneakers, draping a towel over his neck, leaning back in his chair as he watched the game on the court. The final home game against the Grizzlies. Silas rested all the starters. Paul sat on the bench in casual clothes, tapping his foot lightly on the floor every time the Hornets scored, yet he did not stand up throughout the game. Curry and Harden played the entire 48 minutes with the second unit. The score remained tight throughout. The Grizzlies bench played harder than the Hornets, with Randolph using his weight to overpower Jordan several times in the low post, roaring after each score. Curry took over the game in the last 3 minutes of the fourth quarter. A three-pointer from the top of the arc. A quick stop mid-range shot off a screen. Then he made another three-pointer from the baseline, catch and shoot. The gap widened from 2 points to 10 points. The Grizzlies called a timeout. Upon returning, Harden killed the game with a Eurostep layup. In the final offensive possession, Curry controlled the ball at the top of the arc, eating up the clock. He glanced up at the timer for a moment, then casually tossed the ball toward the basket. The ball hit the backboard and bounced in. The buzzer sounded. 68 wins and 14 losses. The regular season ended. No one celebrated in the locker room. It was not a lack of happiness. This team had long passed the stage of celebrating regular season records. Griffin leaned against the locker, scrolling through the playoff matchups on his phone. Harden was next to him, wiping the soles of his shoes with a towel. Ibaka sat quietly in the corner, changing his socks without saying a word. The air was filled with a quiet focus. It was not tension, but the stillness of a hunter checking his gear before setting off. Silas stood in front of the tactical board, tapping the surface with his pen. Tap, tap. The sounds in the locker room were suddenly cut off, falling silent in an instant. The regular season is over. He turned the pen around and pointed the end at a line of numbers on the whiteboard: 68 wins and 14 losses. This number means nothing now. From this moment on, losing a game is a step closer to the cliff. You walked this path last year and the year before that. This year will not be easier than last. He paused, his tone steady. The Heat have the big three, the Spurs have GDP, the Lakers have Kobe and Gasol, and the Mavericks are no slouches. He placed the pen in the board slot and scanned the locker room. Tomorrow is a day off. We will begin preparing for the playoffs the day after. The first round is against the Rockets. His tone showed no change when he mentioned the Rockets. But several veteran players in the locker room exchanged. Yao Ming sat in front of his locker, pulling out a pair of carbon fiber ankle braces. When he heard the word Rockets, his fingers paused for a moment before he continued adjusting the straps. Rose, Dragic, Ariza. 3 former Hornets. 3 players who helped the Hornets win their first championship. Now in Rockets jerseys waiting for him in the first round. Silas continued, 9-man rotation. 5 starters with Curry, Harden, Ibaka, and Paul George off the. Jordan and Whiteside will be activated for specific matchups. His gaze fell into the corner. JR was bent down, untying his shoelaces, a toothpick in his mouth, humming a tune only he could hear. Silas watched him for 2 seconds, not calling him out, but simply drew a tiny star at the edge of the tactical board with his pen. JR pulled the laces out and wrapped them around his fingers, tightening them with force. He looked up, meeting Silas' gaze. Silas had already returned the pen to the board slot, but that little star remained at the edge, small enough that only JR could see it. A smile curved at the corner of JR's mouth as he laced his shoes, continuing to hum his tune. Paul sat in front of his locker, pulling an old wristband onto his left wrist. He played only 35 games this season. After playing 6 games at the start of the season, he fell due to patellar tendonitis, missing 47 consecutive regular season games, only returning for the last game before the All-Star break. After his return, he played 29 games, averaging 11.2 assists. According to the league's eligibility threshold of 58 games, his name would not appear on any statistical list. But Silas wrote a line on the whiteboard on the second floor of the training facility, which he never erased. The team's offensive efficiency was number 1 in the league when Paul was on the court. When Paul was off the court, it dropped to 7th. This line did not appear in any media data columns, but every Hornets player knew it was there. 35 games, 68 wins. There was no connecting line between these two sets of numbers, but putting them together was a narrative in itself. This team won enough games without him, and upon his return, they became more complete. Paul adjusted the wristband to the most comfortable position on his wrist, standing up and testing the floor with his feet. He paused at the door of the locker room, reaching out to press down on the corner of the newspaper on the door. The Boston Herald, with its corners curling up. The column from the start of the season, titled "Hornets Disbanding the Two-Time Championship Roster," is unrecognizable. 6 months have passed. The paper was wrinkled and several stars were scratched into it, with someone's fingernail the deepest one, next to unrecognizable. He looked at the newspaper for a moment, said nothing, and pushed the door open to leave. Sinan stood in the hallway holding a cup of coffee. He locked eyes with Paul for a second. Paul smiled slightly and walked past him. The next morning, Sinan had his assistant prepare a package. The package contained only 3 items. The original version of the Boston Herald newspaper, which had been casually slapped by countless Hornets players. Its corners curling up, paper wrinkled, covered in scratched stars with corners stained by Gatorade spilled by an unknown person. A record sheet of the Hornets' 68 wins and 14 losses. And a letter. Written by Sinan himself, it contained only 3 sentences. The column "Hornets Disbanding," published by your newspaper at the start of last season, is still posted on my team's locker room door. Over the past 6 months, this article has been repeatedly used by my team's players as a motivational tool with significant effects. Attached is a copy of the record sheet. I suggest your newspaper keep the original safe as a cautionary tale for predictive journalism. There was no signature. He folded the letter neatly and placed it in the package, having the assistant fill in the columnist's name on the package slip. It was not sent to the editor-in-chief of the newspaper, but to the author of the article. After the assistant left, Sinan leaned back in his chair. The lights outside the training facility were still on. Through the glass, he could see Griffin still practicing free throws while Paul George was practicing defensive slides on the other half of the court. The crumpled newspaper on the locker room door swayed gently in the draft, its corners curling up and the stars scratched deeply. Sinan picked up his phone and sent a message to Silas. "Round 1, Game 1, proceed as planned." Silas replied instantly, "Understood." Sinan put down his phone, his gaze falling into the pitch-black night outside. At the end of the corridor, the footsteps of the playoffs were already on the threshold. In the first game of the playoffs, the New Orleans arena erupted from the warm-up session. The roar of the fans surged with each touch of the ball by Paul. Silas did not draw any strategies. Everything that needed to be drawn was completed 3 days ago. He simply wrote 2 words on the whiteboard, "Focus," and then turned around to say, "Knock it down." Yao Ming sat in front of his locker, tightening the straps of his carbon fiber ankle support. Nearly 2 years had passed since the trade, and this was the first playoff encounter with the Rockets. Rose, Dragic, Ariza, the 3 men to whom he had personally handed championship rings, now stood opposite him in red jerseys. He threaded the last strap through the buckle, stood up, and stomped his feet, then walked towards the players' tunnel. Paul put on his wristbands and paused at the locker room door. The column from the Boston Herald had been taken down from the door and sent to Boston. The tape marks remained, as did the asterisk that JR had carved with his fingernail. Paul tapped beside the asterisk with his knuckles and pushed the door open. The entrance ceremony. The DJ shouted Paul's name and the New Orleans arena exploded. As he ran onto the court, he raised his left hand, the honeycomb logo on his wristband glimmering under the spotlight. The game did not begin with the tip-off, it began with a gesture. In the first offensive possession, Paul controlled the ball at the arc, extending 2 fingers. Not the usual low-post signal, but the pick-and-roll gesture from the Hornets championship era. That gesture had long been replaced by new signals in the playbook, but Yao Ming paused upon seeing it, stepped up from the low post, and set a screen for him at the arc. Rose and Dragic both froze for a moment. They were too familiar with this play, having executed it hundreds of times in the Hornets training facility, but back then they were teammates. Paul used the screen to drive to the free throw line, stopped abruptly for a jump shot, the ball gliding over Patterson's fingertips and into the basket. Yao Ming high-fived Paul on the way back. That gesture itself was a conversation. In the first half of the game, the Rockets relied on Rose's speed. Rose scored 10 points in the first quarter, each drive pressing his center of gravity to an impossible low angle. In one possession, he tore through the defense from the arc, facing Yao Ming's help defense with a Euro step, the ball hitting the backboard and falling into the basket. Paul watched his retreating figure during his backtrack. The corner of his mouth twitched. The rhythm he taught was now used against him. However, the Rockets' offensive momentum began to falter in the second half, unable to keep up with the Hornets' depth. Ariza started to stick to Paul from the backcourt, using his long arms to disrupt his passing lanes. Dragic no longer switched on screens, instead circling around the screener. Paul hit 2 consecutive jump shots from the elbow, forcing the Rockets to adjust their defense once again. Then he started passing. It wasn't that he couldn't score anymore, it was that he didn't need to. Durant had waited all game on the wing, finally catching the moment when Ariza was drawn to Paul's weak side. Paul's bounce pass threaded through the 2 defenders, and Durant received the ball, lowered his center of gravity, and shot. The ball sailed over Ariza's fingertips, its arc so high it seemed destined to touch the apex of the arena before falling down. Yao Ming effortlessly completed the remaining work from the low post. He took only 13 shots throughout the game, making 9. Each time was when the Rockets were closing in, as Rose had just sunk a three-pointer, bringing the deficit back to single digits. Yao Ming executed a turnaround hook shot in the low post, restoring the lead to double digits. He faced the relentless pressure and double teaming from his old teammates, yet his response remained unchanged from any other game. Catch the ball, back down shoulder fake hook shot. The ball sailed over the outstretched fingers of the help defender and settled steadily into the basket. As the final buzzer sounded, the score was 104-92, with the series leading 1-0. After the final whistle, Yao Ming did not immediately walk back to the locker room. He stood near the free throw line, gazing at the Rockets bench. Rose was bending over, securing an ice pack to his knee. Dragic was wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel, and Ariza was talking to the referee by the sidelines. Yao Ming watched for a moment, then turned and walked towards the players' tunnel. Halfway there, Rose caught up from behind and slapped him on the back. The two stood at the entrance of the tunnel, surrounded by departing fans and reporters jogging with cameras. Rose did not exchange pleasantries, simply fist-bumping Yao Ming's chest. Yao Ming looked down at the ice pack on Rose's knee and said to him, "Take care of yourself." Then added, "Next time I want help defend so early." Rose smiled and turned to jog back to the Rockets' locker room. At the other end of the tunnel, Paul was intercepted by Dragic. They shook hands. Dragic said something. Paul shook his head, then patted him on the shoulder. No one knew what they said. 2 point guards, one wants the other's back up, now each standing in the starting position of their respective teams. Silas only said 3 sentences in the locker room. The first one, the first game. The second, review the footage tomorrow. The third, keep this rhythm the day after. The players did not cheer. Those who needed ice applied it, those who needed hydration hydrated, and those who needed rest rested. Winning one game was just the beginning. Paul sat in front of his locker, untying his shoelaces, the blue-purple lace loosening and tightening between his fingers. He took off his wristbands and placed them in the locker, then stood up and walked towards the shower room. As he passed the door, he glanced at the asterisk on the door, reaching out to tap at his palm, covering the entire asterisk. Then he pushed the door open and stepped into the shower room, the sound of water drowning out the fading post-game announcements in the corridor. Sinan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the team's exclusive box, not leaving immediately. He glanced down at his phone, the screen displaying a recently captured photo of Rose in the players' tunnel, staring intently in the direction of the Hornets' locker room. There was no sign of disappointment from losing in those eyes. Instead, they exuded a fierce determination that was unsettling. Sinan looked at that stubborn gaze in the photo, sighed softly, and tucked his phone back into his pocket. It seems this kid is going to give it his all in the next game. He turned and walked out of the arena, the night breeze slightly cool. Game 1 was just a test. The real battle would begin tomorrow. The New Orleans arena was ablaze with lights, the fervent cheers of the crowd filling the entire venue as the second round of the playoffs commenced. Amidst the cacophony, the Rockets players completed their entrance ritual, each wearing a tense expression. Trailing by a significant score of 0-1, the second away game was a dead end with no retreat, and everyone's nerves were stretched to their limits. In front of the visiting team's bench, Rose stood alone. With his hands firmly planted on his hips and his back straight as an arrow, he fixed his heavy gaze on the hoop across the court. His knee was wrapped in an old fraying bandage which he had personally applied in the players' tunnel during the last game, accompanying him through every intense clash. Moments later, the home team, the Hornets, made their entrance. Their appearance instantly ignited a roar of cheers from the crowd. Paul led the charge with Yao Ming closely following as the two burst out of the players' tunnel. A deafening wave of sound crashed down from the dome, causing the wooden floor to tremble slightly as the overwhelming pressure from the home crowd hit hard. On the sidelines, Silas waited for all the players to take their positions. He glanced down at the tactical whiteboard in his hands where a single line of cold hard instructions remained: let them run. The referee's whistle blew, signaling the official start of the game. At the jump ball in the center circle as Yao Ming's fingertips touched the ball, the raucous arena fell silent for a brief moment. He lightly shook his wrist, deftly passing the basketball to Paul behind him, then advanced steadily into the front court, anchoring himself in the paint to guard the restricted area. Rather than opting for the conventional low-post lob, Paul raised his hand and released the ball with precision, heading straight for Griffin, who was waiting in the elbow area. It was the same opening move replicating their previous encounter. This time Griffin shed all hesitation. He caught the ball, bent his knees, leaped, and shot, executing the entire sequence with crisp efficiency, showing no signs of delay. Scola rushed in to help defend, but ultimately arrived a moment too late, helplessly watching as the basketball grazed his fingertips and swished through the net. 2-0, the Hornets scored first, firmly seizing the initiative. In the first defensive possession, Adelman's tactical adjustments were fully revealed. Hayes lowered his center of gravity to secure position, firmly blocking Yao Ming's lower body and locking down the passing lanes in the paint. Scola stationed himself on the weak side, ready to double-team and provide support. The Rockets chose to continue gambling, sticking with their previous strategy of leaving Griffin open in the elbow area, betting on his poor shooting touch. However, this game saw Griffin completely recover his form. In the first quarter's offense and defense, he took 5 jump shots from the elbow, sinking 3 of them with ease, continuously eroding the Rockets' defense. Scola found himself in a dilemma with each attempt to help. Going all out on defense left Yao Ming completely unguarded in the paint. By fortifying the interior, they had no choice but to allow Griffin to score. This hesitation was precisely the trap that Silas had deliberately set. The entire starting lineup played their roles. Paul orchestrated the rhythm, Yao Ming held down the paint, Durant moved to stretch the defense, and Griffin focused on scoring. The Hornets maintained steady pressure, firmly controlling the pace of the game, with the point differential consistently in their favor. The Rockets struggled offensively, and the overall situation was teetering, completely trapped in a passive position. In this desperate situation, Kevin Martin stepped up. With his exceptional off-ball movement, he continuously utilized screens from Scola and Hayes, skillfully evading the Hornets' defensive entanglement and making a precise cut to the elbow. The pass from Dragic arrived in a heartbeat, and Martin shot the moment. He caught the ball, his release astonishingly quick, executing the entire motion like a well-oiled scoring machine. 8 points in a single quarter. Despite the entire team struggling and trailing the entire game, Martin single-handedly countered the sizzling Griffin, keeping the point differential close. He prevented the Hornets from completely blowing the game open, preserving a spark of hope for the Rockets' comeback. At the start of the second quarter, Adelman decisively adjusted the lineup. Battier came off the bench, tasked specifically with defending Durant. His classic hand-over-eye defense completely obstructed Durant's shooting sight, blocking all driving lanes and perfectly freezing Durant's offensive rhythm. With the pressure on defense drastically reduced, the Rockets' counterattack wave surged. The most dazzling among them was Rose. At the top of the arc, he suddenly accelerated, deftly evading Paul's tight defense with a sharp change of direction. Griffin quickly rotated over to block him, his towering frame sealing off the lane beneath the basket. Yet Rose, undeterred and at full speed, soared towards the rim against the defense. In the midst of a fierce aerial clash and losing his balance from the impact, he relied on his sheer core strength to forcefully adjust his posture in midair, using his left hand to bank the shot off the backboard. The referee's whistle blew, and the extra free throw was good. The violent collision sent him sliding several meters upon landing with a dull ache in his previously injured knee. Dragic hurried over to help him up, but the moment Rose stood, he did not focus on catching his breath or stepping to the free throw line. He raised his eyes to Paul, his gaze calm, yet resolute. Their silent exchange was the most steadfast declaration: I am still here, and I will not back down. This play ignited the Rockets' morale. The entire team executed offense and defense, cohesively blossoming. At multiple points on defense, they continuously stole the ball and counterattacked, while on offense they moved the ball fluidly, gradually narrowing the gap from the first quarter. The cheers in the New Orleans arena suddenly fell silent, as everyone believed that the visiting Rockets had fully gained momentum and would surely charge forward in the second half to turn the game around. However, no one anticipated that the tactical adjustments made during halftime would become the turning point of the entire match. Seeing the starting lineup being suppressed by the Rockets' counterattack, Silas decisively made a game-changing alteration. He no longer adhered to a purely starting lineup and directly deployed a mixed formation of core players and superstar substitutes, retaining Durant and Yao Ming as the foundational pillars of offense and defense, while bringing in Curry, Harden, Ibaka, and other superstar substitutes. This lineup balanced speed, shooting, physicality, and rim protection, perfectly compensating for the shortcomings in the transition segments of the starting lineup and specifically targeting the Rockets' counterattack momentum. The Hornets instantly elevated their offensive and defensive intensity, activating full-team annihilation mode. On offense, Li's extreme off-ball movement stretched the defense, Durant's forceful drives tore through the defensive alignment, and Harden's precise playmaking orchestrated the attack, seamlessly connecting inside and outside play. On defense, it was nothing short of suffocating. Ibaka shadowed Li throughout, using tight body positioning and disrupting his catches to completely lock down the Rockets' elbow area core. Harden blocked passing lanes, cutting off the Li's connecting channels. Durant roamed the entire court for help defense, covering all weak side gaps. Yao Ming anchored the paint, ending all Rockets' penetration attempts. In just half a quarter, Li couldn't touch the ball for multiple consecutive possessions, and the Rockets' half-court passing and cutting, as well as their high-low post linkage system that they relied on, completely collapsed. Without systemic support, the Rockets' offense devolved into solo play. Luos's drives remained sharp and Ma Ding's shooting remained accurate, but every point scored by either man required tearing through layers of encirclement, consuming several times the energy. The originally momentum-driven comeback was forcibly severed and crushed by the Hornets. After a wave of devastating offense, the Hornets quickly overtook the score and continuously widened the gap, completely shattering the Rockets' offensive and defensive rhythm. The recently overtaken advantage vanished, and the Rockets were once again trapped in a passive predicament. He fought for nearly 35 minutes, engaging in close-quarters combat and relentless offense, with his legs feeling heavy and fatigued, each push against the ground infused with extreme weariness. From the beginning of the second quarter, the Hornets initiated a strategy of close physical consumption, with players lightly colliding to disrupt Rose before he received the ball. The insignificant confrontations of the first half became a dull knife in the decisive moments, gradually exhausting the last remnants of Rose's stamina. With 2 minutes left in the game, the Hornets held a steady 6-point lead. In this life-and-death moment, Rose at the arc strained to maintain possession despite his exhaustion. He lowered his center of gravity, executing a convincing fake to create a slight opening against Paul, and decisively took the jump shot. Paul rushed to defend, his fingertips barely brushing against Rose's wrist, and the referee's whistle immediately sounded for a shooting foul. Rose took a deep breath, steadied himself, and made both free throws. The 6-point gap narrowed to 4, and the Rockets, on the brink of despair, rekindled a glimmer of hope, while the crowd's cheers suddenly diminished. Paul remained calm, offering no argument, as he briefly locked eyes with Silas on the sidelines. The master and disciple shared a tacit understanding. Silas firmly remained seated, decisively opting not to call a timeout. The game continued, with Paul calmly controlling the ball at the top of the arc. Rose threw himself into tight defense, pressing his chest against his opponent's shoulder, refusing to yield an inch. The two were entangled in close quarters for a full 8 seconds, the atmosphere on the court reaching an oppressive peak. In the next moment, Paul raised his hand to signal a double screen, replicating the pivotal play from the first game's climax. Rose and Dragic synchronized their movements, circling around the screen, prepared for a clean shot, while tightly guarding against a drive. This was the Rockets' most prudent defensive judgment. Yet this fell right into Silas' trap. Paul neither took the shot nor passed the ball, but suddenly lowered his center of gravity and accelerated to break through. Rose moved quickly to block, staying tightly attached to his defense. As they approached the free throw line, Paul abruptly stopped and leaned back, executing a graceful shooting form. This was Rose's most prized signature move, yet it was perfectly replicated by his opponent, shattering his defense before the crowd. The basketball swished through the net, re-establishing the 6-point gap. After landing, Paul gestured to the referee for a slight hit, but the referee hesitated for a moment and did not call a foul. He did not linger on the matter, calmly retreating to his defensive position. At the top of the arc, Rose and Paul exchanged distant glances, their eyes filled with the exhaustion of giving their all, yet feeling helpless. In the final seconds, Rose initiated a desperate drive. Paul maintained a steady position, refraining from reaching for a steal, using solid positioning to force him toward the baseline corner. In this dire moment, Rose forced a leaning shot, his body completely drained of energy, unable to steady his aim. The basketball slammed against the back rim and bounced out. Durant leaped high to secure the rebound, making an accurate long pass to Paul in the backcourt. Paul carried the ball past half court, cradling it tightly, advancing slowly, silently draining the remaining time. The piercing final buzzer echoed throughout the arena. 108-99. The Hornets claimed another victory, solidifying a 20 lead in the series. Rose stood quietly by the free throw line, the tension in his body instantly dissipating, leaving only fatigue and reluctance. He looked down at his slightly trembling hands, remaining silent for a long time. Then he bent down, slowly unwrapping the old bandage that had accompanied the two bloody battles on his knee, tightly rolling it into a ball and clutching it in his palm, hiding all his disgrace. As he turned to walk towards the player tunnel, he suddenly paused, glancing back at the Hornets bench. There Paul sat quietly in his seat, slowly loosening the blue and purple shoelaces of his sneakers, gently rubbing his fingertips as he stared for a moment before calmly lacing them back up. After two fierce away battles, the Rockets initially tied the game, but were then completely shattered, ultimately suffering a total defeat, sinking into a dire 0-2 predicament. Yet the stage of the playoffs has never ended prematurely. As the smoke cleared, the series officially moved to Houston's Toyota Center. The chorus of boos from the home crowd was already brewing, and the Rockets, in the depths of despair, still fought to survive. Facing the Rockets' desperate counterattack at home, how would the Hornets respond? The Toyota Center Game 3 of the first round of the playoffs. 40 minutes before tip-off, the arena was already packed. In the sea of red, a few scattered patches of blue and purple floated. Each time the camera panned over them, they were swallowed by the surrounding red. Rose's name was the last to be announced in the starting lineup. The entire crowd rose to their feet. The roar of sound crashed down from the rafters. Fresh bandages wrapped his knees, but his stride as he ran onto the court was no different from the previous game. Each step landed heavily, as if he were wrestling with the floor. In the visiting team's locker room, Silas said only two sentences: "They'll play even harder on their home court, but we only need 2 more wins. Start the game by feeding Yao Ming." The whistle blew. Paul brought the ball up and waited for Yao to establish position in the low post. Hayes continued to front him, his arm slipping under Yao's armpit, his entire weight hanging on Yao's body. Paul lobbed the ball over Hayes' head. Yao jumped to catch it and landed, but Hayes had already circled back behind him. Yao didn't dribble. He faked left and right with his shoulders, then turned for a hook shot. The ball arced over Hayes' fingertips and dropped through the net. 20. Rose stood at the top of the arc watching. That big man in the Hornets jersey. When he pivoted in the low post, his movements were as fluid as someone dancing a dance he had once known. In this series, Yao never hesitated inside the paint. The Rockets' response came from Martin. He cut from the baseline off Scola's screen to the elbow, caught Dragic's pass, and shot. Swish. On the next possession, Rose drove and kicked out to Martin on the weak side. Martin caught the ball, pump fake to Shake Curry, took one dribble for a mid-range jumper, and hit it again. The Toyota Center exploded. Martin scored 7 points in the first quarter. After every basket, he roared toward the Hornets bench. But Rose could see that this roar was just to pump himself up. Silas had no intention of stopping everyone. He only needed to shut down one man, Scola. Ibaka came on in the middle of the first quarter and immediately fronted Scola, using his long arms to cut off Dragic's passing lanes. Scola couldn't get the ball for several straight possessions at the elbow, and the Rockets' half-court passing system began to loosen. Martin could still score, Rose could still drive, but the offense degraded from a complete system into 2 players' isolation plays. The score remained tight, but every point the Rockets scored cost them more energy. Dragic drove, stopped abruptly with a crossover, and as his left foot landed, his whole body tilted. He crouched down, clutching his knee as the team trainer rushed over to help him limp toward the locker room. Rose stood at the top of the arc, watching his back. Dragic did not look back. He was the Rockets' offensive engine, the only one who could simultaneously find both Rose and Martin in a pick and roll. He was also the only one who could tear open a seam in the defense with his passing when Scola was fronted. Now he was gone. Rose took a deep breath and clenched his fist. Everything from here on out would have to rely on himself alone. Rose scored 10 points in that quarter. Every move he made seemed to stomp through the floorboards. His center of gravity on drives was so low that his knees nearly scraped the hardwood, and the contact on his layup sent Ibaka stumbling backward each time he rotated to help. But his individual firepower could not keep pace with the Hornets' roster depth. Curry and Harden rattled off 3 consecutive fast breaks in the transition period, and Paul sank 2 mid-range jumpers off Yao's screens to open the fourth quarter. The gap stretched to 9 points with 4 minutes left in regulation. The Toyota Center fell silent. It was not the silence of anger, it was resignation. The final buzzer sounded. 98-87. The series stood at 3-0. Dragic stood in the tunnel on crutches, waiting for his teammates to walk back one by one. His left ankle was wrapped in a thick ice pack, his face pale. Rose was the last to enter, drenched in sweat, the bandage on his knee half undone. He walked up to Dragic, did not glance at his ankle, but merely tapped his chest with a fist. "I'm fine, Dragic." Rose nodded without a word. Both knew it was not fine. Game 4. The attendance at Toyota Center was 20% lower than Game 3. It wasn't that the fans had given up. It was that this city knew too well what a 30 deficit meant. No team in NBA history had ever come back from 0-3 down. Never. The Rockets did not start Dragic. He didn't even wear a jersey, sitting in street clothes at the far end. Without Dragic, Rose became the sole ball handler. He led the game with 35 points. Every score came from fighting through contact, accelerating, falling, getting back up. He played 41 minutes. By the final quarter, the Hornets had pushed the lead to 16. He still drove, still drew fouls, still hurled his body into the trap of Yao and Ibaka. With 1 minute left, Adelman pulled him out. The entire Toyota Center rose to its feet. Applause poured down from the rafters. Rose walked to the bench, but did not sit. He stood on the sideline, hands on his hips, staring at the scoreboard on the far end. 101-85. The series ended at 4-0. The series was over. Paul did not go to center court to shake hands. He walked straight to the Rockets bench, stopping in front of Rose. Rose was still standing on the sideline. He lowered his hands from his hips and lifted his eyes to meet Paul's. They stared at each other for a moment. Cameras circled around, but no one dared step too close. That crossover you used to blow past me from the top of the arc in Game 1. I watched the replay 5 times and Paul's voice was low, but every word landed firmly between them. Your center of gravity is about 3 inches lower than your rookie year. Those 3 inches let you score on me, but they'll also wreck your knees before you turn 30. Take care of your knees before you try to catch up to me. Paul took his hand off Rose's shoulder, turned, and headed for the tunnel. After 2 steps, he stopped and added over his shoulder, "Come find me this summer. I'll teach you a few moves that don't need a crossover to get past a defender." On the flight back to New Orleans, the cabin was quiet, broken only by the low hum of the engines. Durant sat by the window, his phone screen lit. The Los Angeles Lakers had just eliminated the Denver Nuggets 42 at Staples Center. Kobe averaged 28 points in that series, and Pau Gasol's dominance in the paint left the Nuggets front. His phone buzzed. It was a message from Pau Gasol, just a photo. Kobe staring sharply into the camera during a post-game interview in the locker room, while Gasol stood beside him, holding a glass of champagne, smiling meaningfully at the lens. The caption read, "See you in Los Angeles." Durant looked at the screen, flipped the phone face down on the armrest, leaned back, and closed his eyes. Next stop, Los Angeles. In the New Orleans arena, the first game of the Western Conference semifinals. Kobe received the ball at the top of the arc with Artest already pressing against his chest. It wasn't that Artest lunged at him after he caught the ball from the backcourt. He followed Kobe like an unshakable adhesive, running alongside him. Past the free throw line, his forearm was across his waist. After crossing the three-point line, his chest was directly pressing against Kobe's shoulder. Kobe received the ball and lowered his center of gravity. He faked a move with his right shoulder barely 2 inches towards the baseline. Artest remained unmoved. Another fake, even smaller, yet still no reaction from Artest. On the third try, Kobe rose directly for the shot. His body slightly leaned back in the air as the ball soared past Artest's outstretched fingertips. Swish! It went straight through the net. As Kobe returned to defense, he didn't look at Artest. He merely brushed his shoulder against Artest's arm lightly as he passed. The action was subtle enough that the referee wouldn't call it. But it was enough for Artest to know that he hadn't forgotten those previous 2 fakes. On the other side, Durant received a pass from Paul in the elbow area and faced Barnes for a quick shot. With the ball still in the air, he had already turned to run back, pointing 3 fingers at Paul. 2-2. As Gasol held the ball in the elbow area, the Lakers seemed like a wedge driven into the Hornets' defensive system. He didn't rush to attack with his back to Griffin, his eyes scanning his teammates' movements over his shoulder. Kobe cut in from the baseline, Fisher spread out on the weak side, and Bynum waited at the edge of the paint for a rebound. Gasol's bounce pass sliced through Griffin's legs like a scalpel, landing perfectly in Kobe's hands. Artest was closing in, but Kobe had taken an extra half step before receiving the ball. That half step came from looping around the baseline, allowing his shoulder to slip past Artest's position. With a pull-up layup, the ball hit the backboard and went in. As Artest landed, he bit his teeth and slapped his thigh. The Lakers' lead didn't last through the second quarter. It wasn't Kobe's fault. The Lakers' bench firepower had faltered. As Fisher exited, Blake struggled to keep up with Curry's change of pace. Curry didn't need to rely on pure speed to get past him, but rather on his stops. Accelerate, abruptly stop, then accelerate again. Every time Blake thought Curry was about to break through, Curry had already retreated to the three-point line to receive the ball. Odom couldn't find any shooting space within Ibaka's sweeping range. The Hornets directly took the lead during the transition. The Lakers called for a timeout. Kobe sat on the bench, hands resting on his knees, sweat dripping from his chin onto the floor, creating small dark. He didn't look at the scoreboard. He merely stared at a small patch of floor in front of him, breathing steadily, unlike someone who had just played nearly 20 minutes. In the second half, Gasol was almost unable to receive the ball due to Ibaka's front defense. Ibaka used his long arms to cut off Fisher's passing angle, and Gasol didn't even touch the ball in several consecutive possessions in the elbow area. Bynum faced Yao Ming in the low post, but couldn't gain an advantage. Yao didn't need to jump, merely standing his ground, raising both hands, altering the arc of Bynum's hook shot. The Lakers' offense began to tilt wildly towards Kobe alone. Each tilt drained the energy he could have reserved for the end of the fourth quarter. But Kobe was still Kobe. He could shoot from any angle, finding the basket under any defense. Near the baseline, Kobe was forced by Artest into a space of only 2 inches, faking 2 shoulder movements, but Artest didn't jump. With a fadeaway jumper, the ball flew past fingertips and hit the back rim, bouncing in. Then at the top of the arc, facing the double team of Artest and Paul George, he dribbled back half a step and shot directly. Both jumped simultaneously to block the ball, slipped between 4 hands, and went straight through the net. 30 points. But the Hornets' response came from different players. After a pick from Paul, Griffin slammed it down. Durant shot over Barnes. Curry received the ball in the corner and shot immediately. Sinan sat in the owner's box holding a glass of iced water, expressionless as he watched everything unfold. As the owner, he didn't need to be on the court. He just needed to watch the finely tuned machine he had spent a fortune assembling, with every gear meshing perfectly. The Lakers' defense was pulled apart by the Hornets' ball movement. The Hornets had 5 sharp knives while the Lakers had only 1 shield. With 4 minutes left in the game, the score was still tied at 80. Kobe launched a strong shot from the top of the arc. Paul George's fingertips scraped the bottom edge of the basketball. The ball went awry, hitting the front of the rim. Before the ball even hit the ground, Griffin darted out like a cheetah, rebounding with one hand, and a long pass across half-court tore through the Lakers' defense. Paul received the ball and pushed forward, his gaze cold as ice, raising his hand to signal 2 fingers. In the next moment, Yao Ming's towering, moving Great Wall came crashing down, casting a huge shadow over Fisher and crushing any hope of a chase down. Paul used the screen to stop abruptly for a fadeaway jumper. The ball flew past Fisher's desperate fingertips, going straight through the net. 82-80. The Lakers inbound from the baseline. Kobe used Gasol's screen to come around and receive the ball, facing Paul George's long arms as he forced a mid-range shot. Clang. The ball hit the neck of the rim and bounced away. Bynum couldn't grab the offensive rebound over. The Hornets countered. Curry received the ball in the corner, took advantage of Kobe's off-balance defense to drive and drawing a foul while flicking his wrist to sink the ball. And won. Curry stood at the free throw line and made it with ease. 85-80. The Lakers attacked. Gasol demanded the ball in the low post, but as soon as he secured it, Ibaka cut it off. After stealing the ball, Paul advanced with a fast break, passing to a trailing Durant. Durant easily got past Barnes in the elbow area for a slam dunk. 87-80. In just 2 minutes, the Hornets capitalized on the Lakers' 3 consecutive missed shots to unleash a suffocating 70 run. The score gap was suddenly stretched to 7 points. The Lakers called a timeout, but the momentum had completely shifted to New Orleans. The buzzer rang. 92-84. Kobe stood at midcourt, hands on his hips, head down. In this arena, he had lost 2 Western Conference Finals over the past 2 years. Tonight, he scored 38 points, doing everything he could, yet it still wasn't enough. He turned and walked toward the player tunnel without shaking hands with anyone. As he reached the entrance, he paused for a moment, glancing back at the scoreboard. He looked for 2 seconds before disappearing into the tunnel. Paul stopped as he brushed past him in the tunnel. They locked eyes for a second. In the next game, I won't lose, Kobe said, not as a question. Paul nodded. He'll be waiting. In the owner's box, Sinan set down his glass of iced water, and the condensation left a ring of water on the table. His assistant nervously handed him a data report. Boss, tonight's ticket and merchandise revenue. Sinan raised his hand to interrupt the assistant, his gaze still fixed on the empty court. He made 7 of those shots tonight. Sinan spoke calmly, the kind where you know exactly what he's going to do, but you just can't stop him. In the next game, he'll make 10. Sinan turned around and picked up the suit jacket draped over the chair back. After this day off, he will only accumulate his energy to explode at that moment. He'll burn himself out, but he doesn't care. As Sinan put on his jacket, he walked out and informed the general manager to let the team rest well. Also give everyone a bonus, let them play freely. Boss, do you mean? Let him burn. Sinan stopped at the door. The next game is still on our home court. Let him burn until the 4th quarter, then we will reap the rewards. He pushed open the door. The arena's lights were gradually dimming, with a few yellow lights still shining in the parking lot. The next game, still in New Orleans. Before completely forcing the Lakers to Los Angeles, this place was Kobe's unfathomable forbidden zone, the New Orleans Arena G2. The air conditioning here seems to have had its valve maliciously turned off, withholding even a hint of coolness. The heat wave emitted by the 20,000 spectators enveloped this closed steel giant, turning it into a massive steamer. Sinan sat in the best viewing box on the 2nd floor, his long fingers unbuttoning the collar of his shirt, yet he still felt a sticky discomfort. But he didn't have anyone fix it, nor did he even furrow his brow. This suffocatingly humid heat was a deadly chronic poison for the Los Angeles Lakers, whose average age was high and whose core players were plagued by injuries. Here, for every pound of sweat shed, the stamina gauge crumbled a little more. Making Kobe run an extra step in this environment was more effective than any tactical arrangement. The score was 0-1. If the Lakers lost this match tonight, it would be an early declaration of execution for this series. Below, Hornets head coach Silas slammed the tactical board onto the floor, the dull sound cutting through the clamor. Listen, the first attack, give it to Yao. Control the tempo, grind them down. I want to crush their bones inch by inch. The referee tossed the ball, and Yao Ming's towering frame at 2.26 meters stood like an insurmountable tower, easily tipping the ball to the pole behind him. The Hornets' first attack was executed in an extremely retro style, even carrying a touch of ruthless. Paul dribbled leisurely across half-court, not calling for a pick and roll, but instead delivering the ball to the already positioned Yao Ming with surgical precision. It was a true massacre. Bynum looked frail in front of Yao Ming like a rookie just entering the league. Yao Ming lowered his shoulder and backed in while Bynum was mercilessly pushed aside, completely losing his balance. Yao Ming turned, and though his signature Shanghai dance step had slowed a bit due to the erosion of time, the rhythm ingrained in his bones remained unmatchable. With a hook shot, the basketball traced a gentle arc before falling into the net. 2-0. The Lakers were on offense. Kobe received the ball at the top of the arc, and Ron Artest instantly attached himself like an unshakable adhesive bandage. Kobe made his move. His left foot ground inward sharply. Artest didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward using his weight to deliver a fierce bump. Kobe didn't make any exaggerated feints. He simply slammed the ball down onto the floor. Bang! Artest didn't even blink, his center of gravity steady as a rock. Kobe made his move. His left foot ground inward sharply. Artest didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward using his weight to deliver a fierce bump. Their shoulders collided solidly, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. The referee kept his whistle in his mouth silent. This was the playoffs, and such a level of confrontation was merely an appetizer. Using the recoil, Kobe flew sideways through the air. He barely jumped, relying purely on his terrifying core strength to force his body into the air, twisting his arm back in an extreme arc. Artest also jumped, but he jumped too early. The ball soared past his fingertips, its trajectory strange, crashing into the top of the white square on the left corner of the backboard, bouncing once before obediently falling into the net. Swish. Kobe stumbled slightly as he landed, but quickly adjusted his center of gravity and steadied himself. He didn't look at Artest or the basket. He merely expressionlessly tugged down his arm, guard, his gaze as cold as ice. This was the tone for tonight. You score a miraculous shot, and I immediately return with 2 through team basketball. In the following minutes, it turned into a masterclass in interior play for the Hornets. Silas observed coldly from the sidelines, precisely identifying the Lakers' slow-moving Achilles heel in the paint, and for 4 consecutive possessions the ball seemed to find its way into Yao Ming's hands as if it had eyes. Whether it was Gasol or Bynum, as long as Yao Ming received the ball in the low post, it was an undeniable mismatch. The gap widened little by little. The Lakers were forced to collapse their defense, attempting to compensate for their height disadvantage with numbers. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Silas' mouth as he immediately adjusted the strategy. Paul understood the cue and passed the ball to the lurking Durant on the perimeter. Kevin Durant received the ball at a 45-degree angle on the left wing, defended by Barnes. Barnes could be considered a tough guy, but in front of a monster like Durant, who stood 7 feet tall with an arm span like a monkey, he looked like a child trying to block an elephant with outstretched arms. Durant barely even jumped, pulling up for a shot. The basketball swooshed through the net. The gap instantly reached double digits. The Lakers' offense finally showed some signs of life. Kobe circled around Gasol's screen, receiving the ball, and facing Artest's chase, stopping abruptly to shoot backward. The ball traced a high arc in the air before swishing through the net. But the Hornets' response was swift and lethal. Paul broke through and passed the ball, and Durant once again received the ball in the corner, hitting a pull-up three-pointer. He called for no screen, made no passes, just went solo. Against Artest, he drove hard for a bank shot. Against the help defense, he pulled up for a fadeaway. He carried the team on his own back, stubbornly holding the deficit in check. At the end of the first quarter, the Hornets led 3,432. In the second quarter, Silas brought in the second unit, a luxurious lineup that made the entire league despair. Stephen Curry stepped onto the court, bringing a different dimension of torment. Old Fisher was assigned to guard Curry, but his reactions were always half a beat too slow. With a simple stop-and-go crossover, Fisher's momentum carried him 2 meters away. He could only turn back in despair, watching that orange basketball swish through the net again. Then came James Harden. The bearded young man, like a panther poised to strike, immediately toyed with Blake, using his signature step-back rhythm. A Euro step, drawing a foul, and a free throw. The Lakers were completely stunned. Phil Jackson called a timeout from the sideline and reluctantly substituted Kobe to rest. But the Hornets' firepower was overwhelming. Curry, Harden, and the ferocious young substitutes widened the gap even further. Kobe sat on the bench, covering his head with a towel, his chest heaving violently. Sweat dripped from his chin onto the floor and evaporated with a faint sizzle. He knew that relying on himself alone could never fill this bottomless pit. In the second half, Kobe fully entered Flamian mode. He called for no screen, made no passes, just went solo. Against Artest, he drove hard, fought through contact, and banked it in. Against Paul George's help defense, he pulled up, faded, and sunk the shot. Against Ibaka's towering presence, he drew a foul and hit free throws. He was holding on by a thread, using his very life force to carry the crumbling Lakers on his shoulders. After 3 quarters, Kobe had already scored 34 points. Yet the Lakers still trailed by 6. Full court press. As soon as Kobe got the ball, Artest and George swarmed him like mad dogs. Kobe was forced to pass the ball to Steve Blake in the corner. Blake caught the ball, hesitated for a moment, and missed the shot. Whiteside grabbed the rebound. The Hornets countered. Paul pushed the fast break and scored a layup. The lead returned to 8 points. In the final 2 minutes, Kobe missed a difficult fadeaway jumper. Whiteside grabbed the rebound, Harden pushed the fast break, and finished with a coast-to-coast layup to seal the game. 98-88. The final buzzer sounded. Kobe stood at center court motionless for a long time. He planted his hands on his knees, sweat pouring down like rain, his eyes fixed intently on the scoreboard. 98-88. The final buzzer sounded. Kobe stood at center court motionless for a long time. As he passed Artest, neither said a word. Artest silently stepped aside to clear the path. It was a silent respect and a cruel farewell. Kobe walked into the tunnel, his shadow elongated by the lights, looking so lonely yet so stubborn. In the luxury box, Sinan leisurely packed up his belongings and casually draped his expensive suit jacket over his shoulder. Next stop, Los Angeles, he said to his assistant behind him. He said to his assistant in a calm tone, as if discussing tomorrow's weather, let him use all the strength he has left. No point in saving it. He pushed open the door of the luxury box and walked out of the arena. The evening breeze carried the peculiar fishy smell of the Mississippi River, dissipating the heat from his body. Next game at Staples Center. That was Kobe's territory, his last hope. But Sinan knew it would also be the final burial ground he laid for this legendary superstar. Staples Center, Game 3 of the Western Conference semifinals. Kobe sat in front of his locker. The team doctor gripped his right index finger and wrapped tape around it, circle after circle. Get a cortisone shot, or you won't even be able to hold the ball. Kobe shook his head. Just wrap it tighter. After wrapping, he clenched his fist, and his knuckles emitted a crack. He rose, pushed open the locker room door. The arena lights dimmed. The spotlight swept over the Lakers starters. 1, 2, 3. Kobe's name was called last. The entire crowd rose, roaring like an avalanche. The whistle blew. On the Hornets' first possession, they didn't target Yao Ming. Paul dribbled at the top of the arc, waiting for Durant to curl off a screen from the baseline and cut to the elbow, then pass the ball over. Durant faced Barnes, but didn't shoot. He chose to dish it to Griffin, cutting weak side. Griffin caught the ball and took off, throwing down a two-handed slam. By the time Gasol turned around, the ball was already on the floor. Kobe answered on the next possession. He received a pass from Fisher at the top of the arc, lowered his center of gravity against Artest. No feint, he rose straight up. The 2 white strips of tape on his fingers flashed under the lights as the ball sailed over Artest's fingertips and dropped through the net. Upon landing, he flicked his right hand. He turned and ran back on defense, not watching whether the shot went in. Phil Jackson adjusted the defense. Gasol fronted Yao Ming, and Bynum helped from the weak side. Yao Ming only took 2 shots in the first quarter. The Hornets' offensive rhythm was disrupted. But the Hornets also adjusted. Ibaka waited on Kobe's driving lanes, and every time Kobe reached the edge of the paint, he collided with Ibaka's help defense. At halftime, the Lakers led by 5 points. Kobe had 19 points. Gasol had 6 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists. In the second half, the tape was soaked with sweat. Kobe went to the bench to re-wrap it, then returned to keep playing. However, in the fourth quarter, Curry with his unreasonable 3-pointers and Harden with his ghostly Euro step turned the tide and took the lead. Kobe stood up from the bench, supporting himself on his knees with both hands staring at the scoreboard. After re-entering the game, he touched the ball for the first time along the baseline. He faked a run at the top of the arc to deceive Artest, then backran to receive a pass from Gasol for a pull-up shot which went in. The deficit was reduced to 2 points. Yao Ming executed a turnaround hook shot in the low post, bringing the deficit back to 4 points. Kobe pulled up directly from the top of the arc. The ball bounced off the rim. Yao Ming grabbed the rebound, and Paul passed to the cutting Griffin for a dunk. The deficit was 6 points. The Zen master called a timeout. There was not enough time left. The final buzzer sounded. 97-92. The series was 3-0. Kobe stood at center court, his right finger swollen again, with the edge of the tape already lifting. He turned and walked toward the players' tunnel. As he reached the entrance, he glanced back at the scoreboard. Then he looked down at his right hand. He did not make a fist. He simply looked for 2 seconds. He released his fingers and disappeared into the tunnel. The fourth game. Staples Center. Kobe's finger was still swollen. But tonight he did not wrap it in tape. The Zen master pushed Odom into the starting lineup with Gasol playing center. The player who stepped up for the Lakers tonight was not Kobe. It was Gasol. On the first play, Gasol received the ball in the elbow area, faced Yao Ming, lowered his center of gravity to drive past Yao Ming, and made a two-handed dunk under the basket. On the next possession, with his back to Yao Ming in the low post, he faked with his right shoulder once, then with his left shoulder, and made a turnaround hook shot. On the following possession, he received the ball at the top of the arc. Kobe cut in from the baseline. Gasol did not pass, but dribbled through, stopping for a jump shot over Ibaka's defense, which went in. Kobe stood on the weak side, hands resting on his knees, watching Gasol drop the ball into the basket one after another. He didn't call for the ball. After every score by Gasol, he simply clapped once. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack. His fingers were swollen to the point where he couldn't bend them properly. Each time he caught the ball, he had to steady it with his left hand first. In the second quarter, the Hornets clawed back with Curry's three-pointers. But every time they closed the gap to just one or two possessions, Gasol would receive the ball in the low post, pivot over Yao Ming, and sink a hook shot. At halftime, Gasol had 20 points and 7 rebounds. The Lakers led by 5. In the third quarter, Kobe took over, scoring 12 points while Gasol added 8. The Lakers took an 8-point lead into the final quarter. But the Hornets, fueled by their bench unit, cut it to just 1 point with 2 minutes left in regulation. Gasol hit a low post hook shot for his 34th point, putting the Lakers up by 3. Paul used Yao's screen to drive to the free throw line, then pulled up for a fadeaway jumper that answered back. The lead shrank back to 1. On the Lakers' final possession, Kobe faced Artest at the top of the arc. He lowered his center of gravity, then passed the ball to Gasol at the elbow. Gasol attacked Yao Ming from the face-up position, switched to his left hand midair to avoid Ibaka's block, and banked it in. The Lakers led by 3, with less than 2 seconds remaining. The Hornets' last play. Paul pulled up from 2 steps beyond the three-point line. The ball clanked off the back rim and bounced out. The final buzzer sounded. 104-101. The Lakers won. The series lead was 3-1. Gasol stood at center court. Sweat dripped from his chin onto the floor. 36 points and 11 rebounds. Kobe walked up to him, patted the back of his head with his left hand. Gasol straightened up, and they locked eyes for a brief second. Then Kobe turned and headed toward the tunnel. Game 5. New Orleans Arena. The series point. Kobe sat in the visiting locker room. The team trainer wrapped tape around 3 of his fingers. After it was done, Kobe made a fist, stood up, and pushed open the locker room door. The whistle blew. Yao Ming caught Paul's pass, turned in the low post, and sank a hook shot. Kobe, facing Artest at the top of the arc, pulled up and answered immediately. In the first half, Kobe and Yao Ming exchanged fire. Kobe had 22 points at halftime. Yao Ming had 18 points and 9 rebounds. The Lakers stayed close thanks to Gasol's playmaking from the elbow. He had 10 points and 5 assists in the half. The Hornets led by 4 at halftime. When Kobe returned for the fourth quarter, he caught the ball on the baseline and drilled a jumper. His 36th point cut the deficit to 3. Durant, receiving Paul's pass at the elbow, rose for a jumper of his own, pushing the lead back to 5. Kobe pulled up from the arc. The ball rimmed out. Yao Ming grabbed the board. Paul used a screen to drive to the free throw line, stopped, and hit a fadeaway. The lead swelled to 7. 1 minute left in regulation. Kobe launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc. It went in, his 39th point of the night. But time was running out. Paul sank 2 free throws. On the Lakers' last possession, Kobe pulled up from 2 steps behind the three-point line. The ball clanked off the back rim and bounced out. Ibaka grabbed the rebound. Paul dribbled across half-court, cradled the ball, and let the clock expire. The final buzzer sounded. 103-96. The series ended 4-1. The series was over. Kobe stood beyond the three-point line, his right hand still suspended in the air. The tape on his fingers was half unraveled. He held that pose for a long moment. Then he lowered his hand and looked down at his fingers. He didn't make a fist. He didn't test the strength. He just stared. 3 fingers were swollen beyond recognition. White marks from the tape still lingered on his fingertips. Then he bent down and began to untie his shoelaces. The motion was slow, just like in Game 3. The lace loosened between his fingers. He pulled it out, wound it around his right wrist, and tied a knot. The white shoelace against the swollen redness of his fingers created a stark contrast. He didn't walk toward Paul. He didn't approach any Hornets player. He just stood at the free throw line, lifted his head to glance at the scoreboard, then turned and headed toward the tunnel. No handshakes. No looking back. Paul stood at center court, watching the white shoelace tied around Kobe's wrist disappear into the tunnel. Artest walked up from behind, clutching a stack of papers. He glanced at Paul, then toward the tunnel. He tied the shoelace around his wrist. Paul didn't reply. He pulled his jersey out of his shorts and turned to walk toward the locker room. The locker room was quiet. Yao Ming sat in front of his stall, removing his protective gear piece by piece. Durant sat on the floor against the wall. Griffin tilted his head back and poured water into his mouth. In the private suite, Sinan set his iced water cup on the table, stood up, and put on his suit jacket. In the hallway, people were already discussing the Dordai game in the other conference. An assistant pushed the door open holding a freshly printed scouting report. Boss, the Grizzlies and Mavericks play Game 5 tomorrow night, the pivotal one. The series is tied 22 right now. In the first 4 games, the Grizzlies' Twin Towers have destroyed Nowitzki. He's shooting less than 40% from the field. Sinan took the report. 2011. This was supposed to be the Mavericks script. Nowitzki finishing off the Heat's big three with one fadeaway after another, winning the franchise's first championship. But now the Grizzlies' Twin Towers were crushing Dallas's frontcourt. And on his team stood Yao Ming, Chris Paul, and Kevin Durant. Tell Silas to prepare the footage from both games tonight, Sinan said, handing back the tablet. Whoever wins Game 1 of the next round is Tuesday at our place. He walked to the door and paused. He glanced back at the 2 championship banners hanging from the arena rafters. The lights were still on in the opposing locker room. Kobe was probably still sitting in there, the white shoelace taken from his sneaker still tied around his wrist. Sinan didn't walk over. He turned and headed to his own office. In the hallway, people were already discussing the Grizzlies' Twin Towers. Tomorrow the Western Conference Finals countdown would begin, but this time no one knew how the script would be written. The Mavericks eliminated the Grizzlies in 6 games. After sweeping the Thunder in the first round, Nowitzki was blazing hot, but the series against Memphis Twin Towers was tied 22 after the first 2 games. In Game 5, Carlisle pushed Nowitzki to the center position and accelerated the tempo, a tactical shift that sparked 2 straight wins. In Game 6 at Memphis, Nowitzki sealed the series with a one-legged fadeaway. Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals at the New Orleans Arena. Silas' defensive scheme was like a fine-woven net. Yao Ming stood in the low post like a mountain sealed. Chandler faked a right shoulder turn, then spun and hooked. The ball sailed over fingertips and swished through the net. Chandler landed and glanced helplessly at the sideline. Carlisle remained expressionless. The next possession, the double team came. Yao Ming kicked the ball to Curry in the corner, who drilled a 3. On the next possession, the double team was a half step late, and Yao hit another turnaround. But Nowitzki answered on the other end. Catching the ball at the elbow, Ibaka's long arms nearly blocked his vision. Nowitzki stayed calm, lowered his center of gravity, faked a right shoulder move, turned, and leaped. His right leg kicked high, tracing an eerie yet beautiful arc in the air. The ball cleared Ibaka's fingertips, hit the back rim, and bounced in. In the first quarter, the Hornets built an advantage through Yao Ming's dominant size, but the Mavericks clawed back with Terry's chaotic scoring. By the fourth quarter, the game became a grinder for superstars. With 2 minutes left, Nowitzki caught the ball at the elbow. Yao Ming's massive frame pressed against his back. This time, he didn't even look at the rim. A one-legged fadeaway, releasing the ball on muscle memory. The ball sailed over Yao's fingertips, hit the back rim again, and dropped in, cutting the deficit to 2. The Hornets inbound. Paul controlled the ball at the top, draining the clock to 8 seconds. He drove off Yao's screen. The Mavericks collapsed with a full double team, and Paul threaded the ball to Curry in the corner. Curry caught and shot. The ball was still in the air as he turned and ran back. Swish. The 3 ripped through the net. The lead was back to 5. On the Mavericks' final possession, Nowitzki's contested elbow jumper missed. The final buzzer sounded. The Hornets drew first blood. Nowitzki's 38 points went for naught. Game 2 saw a reversal. Carlisle adjusted and Nowitzki stopped anchoring the elbow. He began moving relentlessly without the ball, gliding like a ghost through double screens set by Chandler and Marion. 16 points in the first quarter, 24 by halftime. In the third quarter, Durant took over, scoring 12 points to push the Hornets ahead. But Nowitzki elevated his shooting to the limit in the fourth. Catching the ball at the top, facing a double team from Ibaka and Paul George, he didn't pass. He dribbled back half a step and rose straight up. The ball threaded through 4 hands and swished the net. 42 points. Next possession, he posted up Yao Ming in the low post. Right shoulder fake, left shoulder fake, spin jump. The defender's hand was right in his face, yet all he could do was watch the ball drop. 44 points. The New Orleans arena fell into a deathly silence. With 2 minutes left, Nowitzki iced the game with a signature one-legged fadeaway. 108,105. The Mavericks evened the series. Nowitzki finished with 44 points. The next 2 games became a suffocating tug-of-war. Game 3 moved to Dallas, where the American Airlines Center turned into a white sea. In the third quarter, Nowitzki produced a miracle. Against Arteas' suffocating denial defense, he hit 3 consecutive turnaround jumpers from the exact same spot. The elbow. First one in. Second, Arteas' palm nearly covered his eyes. Still in. Third, off balance, the ball danced on the rim twice and dropped. 15 points in the quarter. The entire arena rose to its feet, the roar threatening to lift the roof. But the Hornets answered just as fiercely. Curry and Harden sped up in the transition, and Durant used his height to overpower Marion in crunch time. In Game 4, Nowitzki played the game of his life. He went at Ibaka 4 straight times from the elbow, hitting all 4 fadeaways for 18 points in the quarter. With 1 minute left, Nowitzki caught the ball at the elbow, faced a double team from Yao Ming and Ibaka, and turned for a fadeaway. The ball hit the back rim and bounced in. 46 points. Mavericks up by 3. Paul controlled the ball at the top, used Yao's screen, and rose for a 3. Swish. Tie game. On the final possession, Nowitzki's contested shot missed. Paul grabbed the rebound, didn't call timeout, dribbled across half court, and bled the clock to 3 seconds. He drove off Yao's screen to the free throw line, stopped, and leaned back. The ball sailed over Kidd's fingertips and nestled through the net. 102,100. The Hornets escaped with a win, taking a 31-series lead. Nowitzki's 46 points still weren't enough. Game 5, back to New Orleans. From the opening tip, Nowitzki unsheathed every weapon: fadeaways, face-up, drives, three-point daggers. He erupted for 48 points. But with 1 minute left, he forced a turnaround jumper at the elbow against a triple team of Yao Ibaka and another defender. The ball hit the back rim, bounced high, hung, and rolled off. Griffin grabbed the board and flipped it to Paul. Paul dribbled across half court, cradled the ball, and watched the clock expire. The final buzzer sounded. 10,599. The series ended 41. Nowitzki stood at the free throw line, hands on his knees, sweat dripping onto the floor. Over 5 games, he averaged 39 points. He had summoned every trick in his arsenal, hitting every angle that should and shouldn't go in. But it still wasn't enough. He straightened up, walked to Yao Ming, and they shook hands. "You can't guard me," Nowitzki said, breathing heavily in his German-accented English. "But you have too many guys." Yao nodded, patted his shoulder, and said nothing. Paul stood at center court, watching Mavericks players file one by one into the tunnel. Paul watched Nowitzki's desolate back. "Kobe makes you feel like you didn't defend well enough. He makes you feel like you've reached your limit, but the ball still goes in." Paul watched Nowitzki's desolate back. "Kobe makes you feel like you didn't defend well enough. He makes you feel like you've reached your limit, but the ball still goes in." For the third straight year, the finals. In the East, the Miami Heat had crossed the Celtics mountain and were sharpening. In a post-game interview, LeBron was asked who he most wanted to face in the finals. He looked into the camera, ambition undisguised: New Orleans. "Last year's champion. I love taking on the best. They want a three-peat. They have to get through us first." Sinan stood in the shadow of a suite, watching LeBron's arrogant declaration on the screen. He casually slipped his phone back into his pocket. "Want to challenge the best?" Sinan shook his head, disdain pooling in his eyes. To the dynasty he had built, the Heat's big three were nothing but mercenaries desperate to prove themselves. Since the script had finally turned to the page, he had been waiting for that chosen one come and experience in person what it meant to be an ant trying to shake a tree, what it meant to be crushed by despair. In the New Orleans arena, the first game of the finals. As the Heat's big three entered, LeBron glanced up at the dome. There hung the championship banners of the Magic and the Celtics, while the third spot was conspicuously empty. Wade patted him on the back from behind, and the two exchanged a knowing glance. Everyone understood that the Heat, who had spent an entire year in cohesion, were no longer the ragtag group from the Christmas showdown. But in Silas' hands lay the key to this new army. In the home team's locker room, Silas wrote just 2 words on the whiteboard: rhythm. "We won't race them in speed. If they want to run, we will hit the brakes. Give the ball to Yao Ming and let him crush Bosch." The whistle blew and the game commenced. This was not a contest of equals, but rather a textbook example of a dimensionality reduction attack. Paul steadily controlled the ball in the backcourt, taking 20 seconds just to cross half court. The entire Heat team, like rabid dogs, wanted to accelerate, but the Hornets dragged them into a muddy ground battle. The ball reached the low post. Yao Ming backed against Bosch, faking with his right shoulder, spinning and shooting a hook. Swish. Bosch hung on Yao Ming's arm, but couldn't even draw a foul. 20. LeBron attempted to respond at the other end, holding the ball at the arc, preparing to drive. But Artest was like an unshakable piece of gum, sticking closely and cutting off all driving lanes. LeBron was forced to stop abruptly for a jumper, the ball ricocheting off the rim. This was the defensive system of a dynasty. Artest locked down James Durant's long arms, covered Wade, and Yao Ming guarded the paint. The connection between James and Wade, which the Heat prided themselves on, couldn't even connect a pass tonight. The offense was equally unbearable. As long as the Heat dared to collapse in defense against Yao Ming, Curry at the corner and Durant on the wing would punish them with three-pointers. Unknown Bosch looked like an elementary student against Yao Ming. At the end of the first quarter, Yao Ming had 12 points and the Hornets led by 10. In the second quarter, Spoelstra attempted to change the lineup, bringing in a smaller lineup to increase the pace. Silas chuckled coldly, waving his hand. "Bring in the bench killers. Curry, Harden, George, Griffin, and DeAndre Jordan." This was a lineup specifically designed to dominate weaker teams. As soon as Harden entered, he used Euro steps to draw fouls, making both free throws. Griffin followed with an alley-oop dunk from Curry. The Heat's bench was stunned, and the gap suddenly widened to 15 points. Throughout the game, the Heat struggled. They wanted to run, but couldn't. They wanted to grind, but were outmatched. The final buzzer sounded. 105-88. It was a complete tactical slaughter. Yao Ming scored 28 points and grabbed 12 rebounds while LeBron was held to just 22 points with 6 turnovers. The entire league marveled. This was the foundation of a two-time championship dynasty stable to the point of despair. In the second game, Spoelstra found himself on the edge of a cliff. He made a crazy decision before the game, abandoned the half-court game, speed up the entire match, and fight with everything he had. From the moment the ball was tipped, the rhythm at the American Airlines Center spiraled out of control. LeBron grabbed the rebound in the backcourt, not even looking at his teammates, and charged down the court. Wade sped like lightning on the weak side, while Bosh pulled all the way to the three-point line, dragging Yao Ming out of the paint. 14-4, 28-12. The New Orleans arena fell silent, the only sounds being the heavy breathing of Heat players and the screech of sneakers on the floor. This was not basketball, it was a sprint. Yao Ming was exhausted by this self-destructive back-and-forth run. Just as he reached the front court and settled in position before he could even warm up the ball, LeBron had already completed a fast break dunk and was turning to run back. Silas called a timeout, forced to bring in DeAndre Jordan to replace Yao Ming. But the momentum of the Heat had already surged. LeBron scored 28 points in the half, and Wade charged into the paint like a madman. They didn't care about shooting percentages or turnovers, as long as they were fast enough. The dynasty's half-court system became a piece of scrap paper. In the second half, Durant attempted to stop the bleeding with an unanswerable mid-range shot, scoring 10 points to narrow the gap to 5. But the Heat were unreasonable. In the fourth quarter, LeBron faced a double team from Artest, and Ibaka refused to pass and launched a contested three-pointer. The shot went in. The whistle blew. He pointed at the team emblem on his chest and roared at the Hornets bench. The final buzzer sounded. The Heat had claimed a victory. LeBron scored 45 points, Wade 30 points. They forced the series back to a starting line by exhausting their energy. 1-1. The whole world gasped. The old and new Kings might really be about to switch hands. In the third game, they moved to Miami. The American Airlines Center turned into a sea of white. Heat fans believed that as long as they could set the pace, the Hornets veterans would inevitably fall. But Silas only said one thing before the game: "Let them run, we will play our own game." The game began, and the Heat indeed continued their rabid pressure. LeBron started with a powerful drive and dunk, trying to set the pace. But this time the Hornets did not panic. Paul was like a precise computer, delivering each pass directly to Yao Ming. Yao Ming no longer followed the back-and-forth running like in G2. Instead, he reduced his movement and increased his depth in asking for the ball in the low post. As long as the ball reached Yao Ming's hands, the Heat's fast break could not get going. Yao Ming backed down. Bosh turned and hooked the shot. Foul plus free throw. Yao Ming facilitated from the high post, passing to Durant, who was cutting through for a dunk. Yao Ming attracted a double team, passing to the corner for a three-pointer from Curry. The score fluctuated, but the Hornets always maintained control. In the middle of the third quarter, the Heat surged again. Wade scored on 2 consecutive steals, narrowing the gap to just 2 points. The entire audience erupted, as if witnessing a replay of G2. Silas remained expressionless and called a timeout. When they returned, the Hornets changed their lineup. Paul and Curry executed a double pick-and-roll, forcing James to switch on to Curry. One step past. LeBron lost his balance as Curry faked him out, and the Hornets' interior suddenly had a numbers advantage. Durant received the ball, faced Bosh's help defense, leaped high, took a jumper, and scored. This was the dynasty's ability to correct mistakes. In the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, LeBron's stamina hit its limit. After being entangled by Artest for 40 minutes, his legs felt as heavy as lead. Receiving the ball at the arc, he faced Ibaka's help defense and jumped for a shot. Bang! The ball bounced off the rim. Yao Ming grabbed a crucial rebound and passed it securely to Paul. Paul did not call a timeout, dribbling past half court, watching the seconds tick away. With 5 seconds left, he used Yao Ming's screen and pulled up at the arc. This was hardly a reasonable shot, but the ball arced through the air and the entire arena held its breath. Swish! The three-pointer was good. The gap returned to 6 points. This shot killed the game and silenced the noise at the American Airlines Center. Miami. The air was thick with the scent of evaporated sweat and the muffled thuds of colliding muscles. This was no tactical drill. It was a bare-knuckle brawl with everything on the line. LeBron James bulldozed through the half-court like a heavy armored vehicle, ramming the ball through the rim despite Ibaka's defense. The entire American Airlines arena trembled, as if on the verge of collapsing, but the Hornets refused to yield. Chris Paul slithered through the gaps like a loach, threading a pass precisely to Yao Ming in the low post. Chris Bosh pressed his weight against Yao's back, the two nearly wrestling for position. The referee's whistle was swallowed by the deafening roar of the crowd. The score seesawed, each point reeking of. In the luxury box, Sinan stood quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window. He did not interfere with any decision on the court, merely watching coldly as Spoelstra waved his arms frantically, setting up plays at the sideline. As the owner, he knew better than anyone that the outcome of this gambit did not hinge on the players. With 10 seconds left in regulation, LeBron forced a fadeaway jumper. The ball clanked off the front rim. Chris Paul grabbed the rebound, rose for a three-pointer with 3 seconds left. The shot missed. The Heat won a narrow victory, tying the series 22. On the bus back to the hotel, a suffocating silence hung over the team. Yao Ming covered his head with a towel, silent. Tonight he had been run ragged by Miami's small ball lineup, dragged on defense and trapped relentlessly on offense. Sinan pushed open the bus door and stepped inside. Instantly all eyes fixed on him. "Don't hang your head." Sinan walked to the center of the aisle, his voice soft, yet carrying an unwavering authority. SPO won tonight, but he burned through all his cards. That Game 4 small ball lineup was indeed unstoppable, but it has a fatal flaw: no interior depth. He turned to Yao Ming. "Tomorrow, Game 5 at home. The pivotal battle. We're going to shatter that lineup completely." After a brief rest, the scene shifted to the New Orleans arena. Blue-violet lights bathed the floor, and the deafening din threatened to tear off the roof. Win it, and you seize the series lead. You lose it, and the Heat reclaim momentum. 1 hour before tip-off, inside the head coach's office, Sinan slid a data sheet across to Silas, tapping his finger heavily on the red numbers. In Game 4, their small ball unit played 20 minutes and outscored us by double digits per 100 possessions. SPO will bet on it again tonight. Silas' brow furrowed into a knot. What about Yao? If he steps out, they'll drain threes over him. If he stays in the paint, they'll spread the floor. Don't step out. Sinan leaned back in his chair, his eyes sharp as blades. We're going to turn Yao into the blade inside a meat grinder. No half-court sets. Just lock Bosh in the low post. Once Bosh picks up his 4th foul, the Heat's small ball lineup will lose its interior anchor and snap like a spine. That night in New Orleans, the air crackled with tension. On the very first possession, Yao Ming, like an enraged heavy tank, sealed off Chris Bosh in the low post. He dipped his right shoulder, rammed backward with a dull thud of colliding bodies, then spun for a hook shot. Bosh instinctively reached in. The referee's whistle sliced through the air, crisp and decisive. Foul number 1. Next possession, Yao repeated the move. This time Bosh clenched his teeth, afraid to reach, and could only watch the ball kiss the glass and drop through. He could feel Yao's elbow grinding into his ribs, each impact carrying an unyielding weight. By the middle of the first quarter, Miami had no choice but to double team. Yao's vision opened wide. He flicked his wrist and fired a pinpoint pass to Curry in the corner. Catch and shoot. 3 points, nothing but net. Within 5 minutes, Bosh had 2 fouls. Spoelstra stomped the sideline in frustration, forced to replace him with Haslam. But the substitution resolved nothing. Yao immediately drew a foul from Haslam as well. When the first quarter buzzer sounded, the Hornets led by 7. Bosh sat on the bench, towel over his head, chest heaving. His hands still trembled faintly, not from exhaustion, but from the primal fear of being ground down repeatedly. He dared not reach again. This move once proved effective as Heat seized the opportunity to counterattack, and LeBron's powerful dunk brought the deficit back to just 2 points. Yao Ming took a break, and Paul, Curry, Harden, Durant, and Ibaka entered one after another. This small ball lineup was already honed to perfection during the regular season. They had used it against the Lakers and also torn apart the Mavericks. For the Hornets, this was not a secret weapon, but rather their deadliest regular tactic. What truly plunged the Heat into despair was the suffocating familiarity of the tactic. Durant, facing Battier's defense at the 4 position, chose not to take a long-range shot. He lowered his center of gravity, and his first step was astonishingly quick, instantly bypassing his opponent, and with a fierce dunk, he slammed the ball into the hoop against the returning Bosh. The speed was too fast, and the height too great. Battier was completely crushed on the defensive end. Next came the suffocating passing and cutting coordination. Durant received the ball in the elbow area with his back to the basket, while Curry ghosted in from the baseline using a screen. With a quick handoff pass, Curry caught the ball and shot immediately. Swish! The three-pointer hit its mark. The Heat's infinite switching defense was still torn apart by this tactic they had practiced countless times. At halftime, the Hornets entered the locker room with a 5-point lead. The second half turned into a pure superstar meat grinder. Durant scored 12 points in a single quarter, with each score cutting into the Heat's mismatched vulnerabilities like a surgical knife. The home momentum that the American Airlines Center once prided itself on was slowly being drained away. But LeBron James was ultimately still immortal. In the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, when the Hornets substituted Artest and Paul George to suffocate him with relentless pressure, this once unstoppable Titan finally showed signs of fatigue. He managed to score a few points through drives and jump shots, but during a crucial breakthrough, his steps were noticeably heavy, and he lost the ball to the quicker-moving George. The entire arena fell into dead silence, with only the deafening roars from the Hornets bench echoing. In the last 2 minutes before the final buzzer, the Hornets led by 4 points. LeBron held the ball at the top of the arc, and facing the double team from Ibaka and Durant, he attempted a desperate fadeaway jumper to regain some dignity. Bang! The basketball hit the rim and bounced away. The core strength diminished due to fatigue transformed his usually guaranteed shots into bricks. Yao Ming fiercely secured the invaluable rebound amidst the crowd and tossed it to Paul. Paul dribbled past half court without calling a timeout. He was like a cold-blooded assassin draining the clock second by second. Exploiting Durant's screen to drive, Chalmers chased him down fiercely while Bosch desperately came over from the weak side to provide help. Just as the two were about to trap him, Paul abruptly stopped in the narrow space, leaning his body way back. The ball sailed over Bosch's outstretched fingers, tracing a deadly arc through the air. Swish! It went through the net. The deficit was back to 5 points. As the final buzzer echoed throughout the arena, the score was set. In a decisive 3-2, the Hornets took the critical game and reached match point. LeBron stood at center court, hands on his knees, gasping for breath, sweat dripping from his chin onto the floor. He had given his all tonight, yet still could not overcome this towering challenge. In the VIP box, Sinan quietly looked down at the surging blue and purple sea beneath him. Listening to the deafening cheers from the fans for their players, a barely perceptible smirk crept onto his lips. While the media outside praised the Heat's small ball lineup as unstoppable, in his eyes Spoelstra's frantic hand-waving on the sidelines was merely a display of impotent rage after being bitten back by his prey. Winning the pivotal game merely earned them a ticket to the throne. Tomorrow the team would fly to Miami. In the life-and-death Game 6, LeBron would undoubtedly leave everything on the court. The real hell had only just begun. Miami American Airlines Arena. Game 6 of the finals. In the visitors' locker room, 15 men were crammed into the tight space, knees touching knees. Silas stood before the whiteboard, uncapping and recapping his marker 3 times. He didn't bother playing the tape. They'd already watched it to the point of exhaustion over the past 48 hours. Every single pick-and-roll initiation from the Heat, these guys could recite with their eyes closed. He turned and tapped the tip of the marker hard against a single line of numbers on the board. 32. They'll be even crazier tonight, Silas said, his voice low but laced with grit. LeBron will bear every weapon from the very first second. Wade will crash his knees into the floor. Bosch will bury those shots he's not supposed to hit. He paused, his gaze sweeping across every face in the locker room. Because they can't afford to lose. Lose one, and their season is over. But neither can we. Drag it to Game 7, and the pressure swings to our side. Silas tossed the marker onto the table. So tonight isn't about holding on. It's about finishing it. Right here in their house, and claiming that third banner. Paul sat in front of his locker, the blue and purple laces of his shoes still untied. He had tucked those laces away into his locker after the Western Conference Finals ended. He stood up, pulled on his armband, and pushed open the locker room door. The entire team followed him through the player tunnel, their footsteps echoing in the narrow corridor, a rhythmic march as precise as a well-oiled machine. Sinan stood at the locker room entrance, a cup of black coffee that had long gone cold in his hands. He didn't say a word, just watched as one by one the players filed out. Paul paused as he passed by. They exchanged a single glance. Sinan gave a slight nod. Paul's mouth curved into a faint smile, and he kept walking. The whistle blew. The sea of white at American Airlines Arena crashed down from the rafters, the roar so immense that even the baseline referee's whistle came a fraction late. The Heat were unhinged from the very first possession. LeBron grabbed the rebound at the backcourt and pushed the ball forward in one motion, blowing past both Paul and Durant, driving straight to the rim with no intention of avoiding Yao's help defense. He took off, rising straight at Yao, and slammed the ball through the hoop with authority. On the landing, his shoulder collided with Yao's. Both men staggered half a step back, neither looking at the other. But the Hornets weren't rattled. In the suite, Sinan quietly observed the court from above, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of his lips. On the floor, Paul had the ball at the top of the arc. He waited for Yao to get into position for Durant to reach his spot, then fed the ball into the low post. Yao sealed off. Bosch pivoted and released a hook shot. The ball sailed over Bosch's fingertips and dropped through the net without touching iron. That was the Hornets' answer. Not a single player's thunderous dunk, but the precise passing and cutting of 5 men working as one. Whenever the Heat tried to push the pace, Paul slowed it down. Whenever the Heat doubled Yao, Durant cut to the basket for a catch and dunk. When the Heat went small and tried to accelerate, Silas had Yao spend more than 20 seconds on every single post-up. It wasn't stalling. It was grinding the Heat's rhythm down to dust inch by inch. He hit the floor and slid 2 meters on the hardwood. Wade ran over to pull him up. He didn't look at the referee, didn't look at the opponent. Just yanked his armband down, sucked in a deep breath, and sprinted back on defense. Once he caught the ball on the baseline, faced a double team from Yao and Ibaka, and instead of passing, he rose straight up. His body slammed out of balance midair from the collision, but he twisted and switched to his left hand for a bank shot that kissed the glass and went in. He hit the floor and slid 2 meters on the hardwood. Wade ran over to pull him up. He didn't look at the referee, didn't look at the opponent. Just yanked his armband down, sucked in a deep breath, and sprinted back on defense. No one could sustain that style of play for 48 minutes, but he didn't need to last until the end, only to survive those 48 minutes. Because if he lost, there would be no tomorrow. In the second half, Durant took over. He posted up at the elbow against LeBron's defense patient. He waited until Yao dragged Bosh out of the paint until Griffin pulled Battier to the weak side, then lowered his center of gravity and rose for a jumper. LeBron's defense was flawless, but Durant's height made every release feel like he was shooting from the second floor. 10 points in the quarter. The Hornets took a 4-point lead late in the third. In the first round, he rose from above the arc against a double team, sinking a straight three-pointer. The next possession, he intercepted Paul's cross-court pass and raced unimpeded to the rim for a thunderous dunk. In the following possession, he caught a dish from Wade on the baseline, and facing Yao Ming refused to evade. He leaped straight at Yao and hammered the ball through the hoop. The whistle blew, and one free throw. 8 straight points put the Heat ahead by 3. Spoelstra wildly pumped his arms on the sidelines, believing the tide had turned. Silas called a timeout. He drew no plays. Instead, he crouched before Paul and whispered in a voice only the two could hear, "Hold them down." Paul returned to the court, controlling the ball at the top of the arc. He didn't rush the offense, simply shielding the ball with his body and waiting for the Heat to commit fully to the double team, for Durant to sprint off a screen into open space for Yao Ming to seal his post position low. Then he passed to a cutting Durant, who threw down a tomahawk dunk. The lead narrowed to 1. With 2 minutes left in the game, the Hornets led by 2. LeBron caught the ball at the top of the arc, faced a double team from Ibaka, and Paul George dipped his shoulder, took a dribble left, stopped, and faded back. It was his most lethal move. But this time his exhausted body betrayed him. The drop in core strength turned his surefire bucket into an iron. The ball clanged off the back rim. Yao Ming grabbed the rebound and fired it to Paul. Paul pushed the ball up, took Durant's screen, and drove. Chalmers fought around the pick to chase Bosh, desperately lunged from the weak side to help. Just as the trap converged, Paul slipped the ball through the crack to Curry in the corner. Curry caught and shot. The ball still in the air, he had already turned to run back. The three ripped the net. The lead swelled to 5. LeBron forced another shot on the next possession, missing again. This time he didn't fall, but held his follow-through and looked down at his hand for a long moment. Paul crossed half-court, made no move, simply cradled the ball. The numbers on the shot clock ticked down one by one. In the American Airlines Arena, fans rose to their feet, some crying, some covering their mouths, but no one cheered. The final buzzer roared. The Hornets had won. 42. Three-peat. The bench exploded. Durant sprinted to Paul and crashed him to the floor. Griffin and Ibaka leaped from their seats, colliding into a heap. Yao Ming stood at center court, hands on his knees. His jersey was soaked through sweat, dripped from his chin onto the hardwood. Someone tapped him from behind. He straightened up. It was Paul. They locked eyes for a second, then Paul wrapped him in an embrace. Not a high five, not a handshake, a bone-crushing hug. 2 years ago, Yao had arrived here with knees ravaged by injury and a championship dream uncertain. Now he wore 2 rings, each engraved with the same team name. Arteist leaned against the scorer's table, burying his face in a towel, shoulders heaving violently. LeBron stood on the other side of center court, hands on his knees. Jersey-drenched knee tape, half unraveled. Wade stood beside him, one hand resting on his shoulder. Bosh sat on the bench, towel over his head. LeBron held the pose for a long time, then straightened up, and they met eyes for an instant. LeBron extended his hand, Paul gripped it. Then LeBron turned and headed down the tunnel. Wade caught up from behind and patted him on the back. On the presentation stage, Stern handed the championship trophy to Sinan. Lee passed it to Silas, who shook his head and gestured for Lee to give it to the players. Sinan turned and placed the trophy in Paul's hands. Paul gazed at his reflection on the trophy for a moment, then turned and solemnly set it into Yao Ming's hands. Durant stood at the edge of the podium, clutching the finals MVP trophy. He raised it above his head, and the arena erupted in deafening cheers. Then he offered the trophy to Paul. Paul shook his head and pushed Durant's hand back. Durant looked down at the trophy in his hands, then suddenly pulled something from his pocket. A silver coin, its edges worn shiny. It was the one Kobe had pressed into his palm in the player tunnel at Staples Center 2 years earlier after the Western Conference Finals. "Go get your second ring," Kobe had said then. Now he had 3. Sinan stood by the court, gazing at the seething blue and purple ocean on the floor. Paul was removing his wristband and tying it to the handle of the championship trophy. That blue and purple shoelace was still in his locker. He hadn't brought it out, not because he'd forgotten, but because he no longer needed it. Sinan remembered when he bought the Hornets franchise in 2002. The team was a barren wasteland. Now 3 banners hung from the rafters, each engraved with the same name. Not Sinan's name, the Hornets' name. The third banner was not the finish line. It was merely another pause in the building of an immortal dynasty. On the third day after the three-peat celebration, the New Orleans arena finally fell into complete silence. High on the dome, 3 championship banners hung majestically. But in the corridors, the cloying scent of champagne had long vanished. Janitors were mopping furiously, scraping the colored confetti off the locker room floor. Those confetti scraps had been trampled for 3 straight days, stuck deep in the wooden floorboards, resisting every effort to clean them. Much like the team's current predicament, Sinan sat at his desk staring at the salary cap report. Several lines were circled in red ink, bold and ominous, glaring and lethal. Yao Ming had a player option this summer, the final year of his contract. Paul's max deal had 3 years remaining. Durant had signed an early extension last year, a 5-year max contract set to kick in next season. It was the largest contract in Hornets history and the one Sinan had signed with the most satisfaction. Griffin, Curry, and Harden, all 3 rookies from 2009, had only 2 years left on their deals. Griffin averaged 21 points and 10 rebounds, an all-star starter. Next season, they'd have to pay him big for an early extension. Curry had started half the season while Paul was injured, averaging 22 points and 9 assists, and shooting over 40 from 3 in the playoffs. Harden came off the bench for 16 points a game and was the frontrunner for 6th man of the year. Both were eligible for early extensions this summer, but Silas kept them on the bench not because they lacked talent, but because the Hornets' backcourt was simply too crowded. Sinan rubbed his temples and leaned back. The real suffocation came next summer. Yao's contract expired, Griffin needed an extension, and both Curry and Harden would have decisions to make. Durant's 5-year max was like a massive ballast stone, pinning the team's salary flexibility firmly in place. But there was no need to panic this year. This year only one thing mattered: the draft. On the desk lay another file, the Bobcats' 5th pick acquired. The Bobcats had finished dead last in the East, and this unprotected lottery pick had jumped several spots higher than its projected value at the All-Star break. The Wizards held the 10th pick. The Knicks had the 16th pick, and the Hornets' own pick was 30th. 4 first-round selections, 4 slots to maneuver. Sinan picked up his pen, scanning the mock draft. Klay Thompson. The scouting report was filled with phrases like just a shooter, mediocre defender, limited upside. Kawhi Leonard. His hands were bigger than LeBron's, his defensive instincts elite, but his shooting form was described as needing a rebuild. Jimmy Butler. A senior, unremarkable combined numbers projected at the basketball academy, training equipment for 60 students, clothing for the coaching team, but on the current draft reports each had their own fatal flaw. Sinan drew a star next to Klay's name and half a star each beside Leonard and Butler. Not uncertainty. It was the butterfly effect. No one could predict what the future held, but he knew the roster's hidden weaknesses all too well. If he selected all 3 combined with the existing players, Durant, Artest, Paul George, 7 men would be fighting for rotation minutes at 2 positions. Klay needed playing time to adapt to the NBA's 3-point line. Leonard needed time to polish his defensive footwork. Butler needed time to prove himself. That time wouldn't materialize out of thin air. He picked up his phone and dialed Bob. In the offseason, trade JR and Mike Miller as a package for future first-round picks. There was silence on the other end. Sinan continued. JR put on a show in the Christmas Day game. He's the most famous microwave scorer in the league. Some teams love that kind of player. Mike Miller is a championship shooter I stole from free agency, shooting over 40 from 3. Both have only 1 year left on their contracts. Contenders will be scrambling for them. The freed-up spots are perfect for rookies. After a pause, he added, Artest's value is also at its peak. He locked down Kobe and LeBron in the playoffs. If the right deal comes along, we could consider moving him. Bob grunted in acknowledgement and hung up. Sinan wrote a heavy line in his notebook off-season. Clear JR Miller Artest to free up wing space. Next summer held bigger landmines. Durant's max contract would kick in, Griffin's early extension loomed, and Curry and Harden's futures hung in the balance. This year was just the foundation. But a weak foundation would lead to a dead end. The door opened. This time it was Paul. He wore practice gear, a towel draped around his neck. He hadn't taken a break after the celebration. He was back in the training facility the next day. The team doctor advised him to rest a week. He said it wasn't necessary. Sinan watched him walk in, remembering Paul's first year in New Orleans. Every time the doctor told him to rest, he'd give the same answer: no need. You wanted to see me, oi? Paul leaned against the doorframe. Sinan smiled. I didn't call you. You came on your own. Passing by saw the light on. Paul stepped and sat on the sofa and looked up at Sinan. Boss, who are we drafting this year? A few guys who can defend. One who can shoot. Paul didn't press for names. He just fell silent for a few seconds, then said something Sinan hadn't anticipated. Next summer, what are you planning to do with Curry and Harden's contracts? Sinan stared at him. The air in the office grew very still. Are you asking me which one I'll keep? No. Paul stood up. I'm telling you. Whichever one stays, I'll see the other one off myself. Not via trade. They'll call him personally and tell him what to do once he's on the new team. Just like I did for Westbrook back then. Paul's eyes were as calm as deep water. But I want to make that call next summer. Not now. Right now I still need both of them. Sinan picked up the cold coffee on his desk and took a sip. I know. Paul paused at the door. He didn't turn around. A three-peat is heavy. heavier than anyone imagines. Few can carry it. Even fewer can sustain it. Curry and Harden can both carry it. But sometimes, carrying it doesn't mean keeping it. He pushed. The hallway light flooded in, tracing a bright outline across his shoulders. The door clicked shut. Sinan leaned back, staring at the cold cup of coffee on the desk. He flipped the salary report over and drew a circle next to the number 2012. Not a question mark, just an empty circle. Nothing was written inside. Just then his phone buzzed on the desk. A text from Yao Ming, only one line. Coming back to New Orleans tomorrow. Want to talk? Sinan stared at the screen for a long time. He knew what Yao wanted to discuss. 2 rings, each engraved with the same team name. But those ankles had already held up long enough. The price of a dynasty was finally coming due. He flipped the phone face down on the table, stood up, and walked to the window. On Championship Avenue, the last barriers were being loaded onto a truck. A few fans leaned against lampposts, taking photos, aiming their cameras at the massive poster on the arena's outer wall. The draft was 3 days away. Yao Ming was coming back tomorrow. Summer had only just begun. The next day, Yao Ming returned to New Orleans. The office door was pushed open. Yao Ming walked in wearing a dark gray polo shirt with the Hornets logo on the chest and loose-fitting athletic pants. He wasn't wearing a ring. After the celebration, the 2 championship rings were stored in a glass cabinet at home, placed alongside the commemorative ball from the 2009 All-Star Game. He walked without a limp, his gait unchanged from usual. That serious injury and the 2 years of journey had not affected him. His steps were just a bit slower, as if he was deliberately controlling the rhythm of each step. Sinan closed the draft report on the table and gestured for him to sit. Yao Ming settled onto the sofa, gently placing his belongings on the coffee table. It was a carbon fiber ankle brace. On the inside, a line of text was embroidered: June 11th, 2010. That was the day he won his first championship with the Hornets. The edges of the ankle brace were already frayed, and the elasticity of the straps had loosened. But the carbon fiber plate still maintained its original curve, custom-made to fit his foot, with no second one in the world. Have you made up your mind, Sinan asked. Yes, I have. Yao Ming leaned back against the sofa, his voice steady, but not loud. My body can hold out for another year. The team doctor said as long as I manage my playing time, I can play until next year. He looked down at the ankle brace. But I don't want to take any more risks. Winning 2 championships with the Hornets has already satisfied me. This ankle brace has been with me for 2 years. A new one can be used, but it's not the same. I started wearing it in the season of my first championship. Every time I fasten it, I know I can still play. He added, now that I don't wear it, I don't feel like I'm missing anything. Sinan lifted his coffee cup, not responding. Outside the window, the summer cicadas chirped for a moment and then fell silent. Yao Ming pushed the ankle brace toward Sinan. This is for you. If the next person needs it, give it to him. He paused, looking up. It's not to make him become me. It's to remind him that the inside game has never relied on just one person. If the next person needs it, give it to him. He paused, looking up. It's not to make him become me. It's to remind him. Under that date, there was an additional line of newly embroidered text: 2002-2001, to his first season in the NBA, to his last. When is the press conference? Sinan placed the ankle brace on the table. Next week, before I return to the country. What about the number 11 jersey? Sinan looked at him. For the opening game of next season, I want to raise it up with the arena's dome. No rush. Yao Ming shook his head, his gaze directed at the sunlight outside the window. Let's talk about this after I've truly played my last game and completed the retirement ceremony. He added, right now I haven't even said goodbye yet. I'm in a hurry to hang the jersey in the dome. It feels like I'm writing my own obituary. Sinan did not urge him further. He understood Yao Ming's intention. It wasn't about reluctance, but about not wanting the farewell to come too hastily. All right, then let's wait until you are ready to discuss it. Yao Ming stood up and paused at the door. Just like the first time he met Sinan in Houston, he turned his head, as if remembering something. By the way, there is a backup for that ankle brace. I had the team doctor make 2 identical ones, one for game use, one. The spare has never been used. It's in my cabinet. You can give the spare to the next person, but I hope it won't be needed. This old one, if you wish, you can leave it in the display case. He pushed the door open. The light from the corridor streamed in, outlining a bright silhouette on his shoulder. The door closed. Sinan picked up the ankle brace and weighed it in his hand. It was very light. The weight of the carbon fiber was almost negligible, but the wear and tear on the edges suddenly gave it a sense of substantial weight, not in a physical sense, but in a temporal sense. In those 2 years with the Hornets, 2 championship rings. Every time he landed, it was upon this ankle brace. He wrote a line in his notebook. Yao Ming retires the number 11 jersey to be raised in the opening game. The ankle brace is left for the next person who needs it. Then he turned to the next page. The draft conference was only 2 days away. The Bobcats pick, the Wizards pick, the Knicks pick, and the cell phone pick. 4 first-round picks with a lot of maneuvering space. Klay Thompson, Kawhi Leonard, Jimmy Butler. He marked a star next to each of these 3 names. Then next to the star by Klay's name, he added a heavy exclamation mark. Not because Klay was the most important, but because he was the hardest to be selected at this position. Those self-proclaimed expert analysts would say that picking a white shooter who only knows how to shoot at the 5th position is simply insane. They did not understand one thing. In the sport of basketball, shooting is always the scarcest skill. The phone on the table vibrated. Bob sent a message: the Blazers are interested in JR and are willing to offer a 2013 second-round pick. The Cavaliers are also interested in Mike Miller, offering a trade exception. Should we separate the trades? Sinan typed with one hand, replying, no separation. Bundle them together. Whoever is willing to offer a first-round pick can negotiate with us. Bob replied instantly, got it. Bob's message continued, Harden, Artest, and Curry also have teams inquiring. How should we respond to them? Sinan replied, no movement for now, let's consider it in the off-season. Sinan placed his phone down on the table, rubbed his temples, leaning back against the chair. It wasn't that he didn't want to be this exhausted, but because many decisions needed to be made by himself. Outside, the barriers on Championship Avenue had already been removed. People from the advertising company were changing the giant poster on the arena's outer wall. Previously, it featured Yao Ming, Paul, and Durant standing side by side, their 3 rings reflecting a cold light in the sunset. Now the new poster only printed a beehive logo and a line of text: the dynasty continues, the hive. He opened his well-worn notebook where he had written the first name upon crossing into 2002. Now next to this name, there was an additional line of text: 2002-2012. The cicadas chirped again. This summer had just begun, but some things had already come to a complete end. And another storm was about to unfold at the draft conference. Newark at the draft scene. The air was thick with the scent of sweat from suits and the anxious aroma of coffee. Sinan sat in the Hornets' exclusive war room, his notebook spread open before him. On it were written only 3 names, each accompanied by glaring asterisks: Klay Thompson, Kawhi Leonard. Sitting beside him, Bob was like a wind-up top, never putting down his phone. On the table lay scattered several faxed offers, packaged to exchange for a 2013 top 5 protected first-round pick and take on their expiring contracts. Without even glancing at the fax, Sinan pushed it back. Bob understood, tacitly nodded, and lowered his voice to continue pressuring the other end of the line. The top 4 picks went without a ripple. The real storm began at the 5th pick. David Stern stepped up to the microphone and cleared his throat. With the 5th pick in the 2011 NBA draft, the New Orleans Hornets select Klay Thompson from Washington State University. On the big screen, Klay's image appeared. He was slightly bewildered as his mother pulled him into a hug, a forced smile on his lips as he stiffly walked toward the stage. At the commentary desk, Jeff Van Gundy's voice instantly rose an octave. Wow. Klay Thompson taken at 5th. Our earlier projection had him going in the mid to late lottery. Are the Hornets jumping the gun? Before his words died away, the phone in Sinan's pocket buzzed furiously. Thunder General Manager Presti's message popped up: 5th pick for Klay. Are you crazy? Sinan glanced at it and didn't reply. 2 seconds later, Mavericks owner Cuban's message followed. Is Thompson really that good? Sinan typed with one hand and replied 3 words, what do you think? Before the other could respond, Warriors general manager Larry Riley's call came directly. After answering, Riley's tone was full of frustration. I was planning to take him at the 11th pick. Then you can pick someone else. Sinan's voice was calm. Riley was silent for a second, then sent a message, I know, followed by a helpless shrug. Such was the Hornets' current deterrent power. Even a seemingly casual choice could keep every general manager in the league up all night. Time moved on to the 10th pick. Stern stepped to the podium again. With the 10th pick, the New Orleans Hornets select Kawhi Leonard from San Diego State University. Bang! Bob slammed his fist on the desk in excitement, making the coffee cup tremble. Unfazed, Sinan picked up his pen and drew a heavy checkmark next to Leonard's name. On camera, Leonard remained expressionless. He didn't stand up immediately, but instead lowered his head to hold his mother's hand for a moment, then released it, straightened the front of his suit, and walked toward the stage with steady steps. Just then, Sinan's phone rang. Caller ID Buford, Spurs general manager. Sinan pressed the answer button, but before he could speak, a heavy sigh came from the other end. You've completely messed up my plan. Buford's voice held no anger, only deep helplessness. George Hill for the 15th pick. The Pacers were supposed to pick Leonard for me. Now I have to find someone else. Did you sneak a look at our scouting report when you took him at 10th? Your report? I haven't read it yet. Then how did you know? Because his hands are bigger than LeBron's. Sinan interrupted him directly, his tone carrying a hint of unquestionable certainty. This kind of historic defensive talent, do you need a scouting report to see it? A deathly silence fell on the other end. After a few seconds, a busy tone came. Buford hung up. Bob leaned in and whispered, were the Spurs also eyeing Leonard? Sinan nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the television screen. The real show was just beginning. When the Pacers' shot clock for the 15th pick entered the final 10 seconds, Bob glanced at the screen and muttered casually, this Pacers pick, I heard it's for the Spurs. I wonder who they'll take instead. The tip of Sinan's pen suddenly stopped. In the timeline of his past life, this pick was used to select Leonard and then trade him to the Spurs. Now that Leonard had been snatched by him, who would Popovich settle for? Stern tore open the envelope. With the 15th pick, the Indiana Pacers select Jimmy Butler from Marquette University. Slap. The pen fell from Bob's hand onto the table. The war room fell into dead silence for 2 seconds. Sinan leaned back in his chair, gently tapping the edge of his notebook with his fingers. Butler was originally someone he had planned to choose at the 16th pick. Now taken by the Spurs at 15th, it seemed the butterfly effect was slowly beginning to take hold. How did the Pacers pick Butler? Bob slapped his thigh in anger. A senior projected at the end of the first round, and he gets taken at 15. Because Popovich never looks at the pick number when he wants a player. Sinan turned to the next page of his notebook. On it, he had already prepared a backup plan. Nikola Vucevic, center from USC. Standing 13 meters tall, with a stable mid-range shot. This was not a Spiro Thement decision. Every draft, he prepared at least 2 plan Bs for each pick. The 16th pick. With the 16th pick, the New Orleans Hornets select Nikola Vucevic from USC. At the commentary desk, Mark Jackson nodded repeatedly, a very reasonable choice. Vucevic is a skilled center with a mid-range shot and playmaking. After Yao Ming retired, the Hornets really needed a big who can space the floor. Sinan drew a line through Butler's name and placed a checkmark next to Vucevic's. The 30th pick. A scout handed over a list of remaining players. Sinan glanced at it and said, select Bojan Bogdanovic. Let him play another year in Europe. The noise subsided. The first day of the draft officially came to a close. Sinan closed his notebook and walked to the window. Outside, the night of Newark was as thick as ink. Clay, Leonard, Vucevic, Bojan. For first-round picks, 4 names. Although Butler was snatched by the Spurs, the players he intended to select had not strayed too far from expectations. He dialed Bob's number, his tone as calm as if arranging breakfast. The package deal with the Blazers. Finalize the verbal agreement tonight and execute the trade when the offseason begins. After hanging up, he wrote on the newest page of his notebook, Clay off the bench 10 minutes per game. Leonard rotational defensive specialist. Vucevic fills the interior. Bojan stashed overseas. In the living room, ESPN's special show was still replaying. Jeff Van Gundy was summing up to the camera, Klay Thompson is the purest shooter in this draft, and Leonard's defensive instincts are impressive. The Hornets' moves are always puzzling, yet they always bring unexpected surprises. And I heard the Spurs were also determined to get Leonard, but were outmaneuvered ahead of time. Remember when they took Curry at the 4th pick? Everyone said it was too high. So I'm not going to judge the Hornets' choices tonight because I've been proven wrong too many times. Sinan reached out and turned off the TV. The room fell into darkness with only the neon lights outside casting mottled shadows across his face through the glass. Tomorrow, fly back to New Orleans. The hellish summer league training roster was already waiting on Silas' desk. He opened the first page of his notebook. Beside Yao Ming's name was written 2002-2012. Turning to the latest page next to 4 brand new names, asterisks shone brightly. What sparks would these future all-stars strike with the current Hornets? What storm would they stir up? In the past draft, Sinan had made no moves in the second round on the second day. On this day, the NBA officially announced a league-wide lockout. No games, no trades, not even allowing players to use team practice facilities. The New Orleans training center went completely dark. The entire arena was as quiet as an abandoned ghost town, only the cicadas outside buzzing annoyingly. Sinan sat in his office, staring at the lockout notice on his desk. Just a few days ago, Paul and Curry were practicing pick and rolls on the court. Now the squeak of sneakers on the floor was gone, replaced by a suffocating stillness. He picked up his phone and dialed the first number. It rang 5 times before being answered. On the other end came heavy breathing and the thud of a basketball hitting the hardwood floor. Where are you? Los Angeles. Cobb's gym. Paul's voice was steady, but his breathing was noticeably heavier than usual. He called me last night, said he wanted to set up an internal training camp. The team won't let us train, but organizing our own sessions isn't against the rules. Who's there? Kobe, LeBron. Durant arrives tomorrow, Anthony the day after. Curry and Griffin are on their way too. Paul paused, his tone toning down a bit. Kobe asked me to ask you if the Hornets rookies can come. He said the lockout period is most damaging to rookies, and he's willing to help them adapt to NBA-level physicality early. Let Clay, Leonard, and Vucevic all go. Sinan leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. Tell Kobe not to burn them out. Paul chuckled softly. Don't worry. For Clay, I want to feed him passes from different angles, forcing him to catch and shoot on the move. His running routes are too straight, easy to predict. Need to add some curves. Leonard's defense is no concern, but his shooting form must be corrected. Release point too low. As for Vucevic, he needs to put on weight, otherwise he can't hold his ground in the paint. You've already figured it out. Thought about it all night, Paul said. Since there are no games, I'll just use these rookies to sharpen my edge. After hanging up, Sinan immediately called Durant. From the earpiece came Westbrook's heavy breathing. The two were obviously in the middle of an intense, unknown session in the training gym. They'll head to Kobe's camp tomorrow, Durant said breathlessly. Westbrook is coming too. He said he lost to Paul last time and has been holding a grudge for months, insisting on another showdown with Paul. Tell him to hold it in. Well, settle it in the new season. On the other end, Westbrook's breathing stopped. He had probably gone to get water. Durant was silent for 2 seconds, then his voice dropped. Boss, I have 4 years left on my contract. I just signed an extension last season. I'm here to win, not to go through a rebuild. No matter what you decide next summer, I want to make sure we keep winning. If you need help, just speak up. Don't bear it alone. The cicadas outside seemed to pause for a beat. Sinan stared at the coffee cup on his desk. When I need your help, I'll ask. Now you only have one thing to do in the camp: train Leonard up. Make him guard you. Let me be his practice dummy. Durant laughed. Fine. I have to add extra training in summer anyway. Having a defensive monster to practice against is more interesting than hitting a punching bag. The third call went to Curry. Charlotte. Backyard court. The phone was filled with the crisp swish of basketballs netting perfectly. Paul told me. He'll bring Clay along. Curry's voice was excited. I want to teach him the change of pace and off-ball movement these few days. Accelerate, stop, accelerate again. Keep the defender guessing your next move. I didn't grasp this technique until my second year. He can start practicing it now. Harden is also with me. We've agreed to play a few games in the Drew League in Las Vegas to keep our feel for real game action. Be careful not to get injured. The Drew League intensity is about the same as regular season games. Curry laughed confidently. Don't worry about Clay, you'll keep an eye on him. This kid doesn't look at the rim when shooting threes. He only watches the defender's feet. That instinct is innate, can't be taught. The fourth call, Griffin. In the background, the loud bang of the stanchion shaking violently. Someone had just finished a powerful dunk. Kobe just declared that on the first day of camp, we'll play full-court scrimmages and have Leonard guard LeBron. Griffin's tone carried a hint of amusement. Think that kid can handle it. Whether he can or not, he'll have. Sinan said calmly. Getting knocked down once is a lesson, twice is progress. After taking 10 beatings, he'll know how to position himself. By the way, you faced Vucevic in team practices. How does he feel? His playmaking awareness is better than many centers who've played 3 years. Griffin gave high praise. After Yao Ming retired, the interior really needs a big man who can pass. I think he can do it. The last call went to Yao Ming far away in Shanghai. From the earpiece came the noisy broadcast of a CB. Sinan briefly explained the arrangements for Kobe's camp. Then he said, I need you to help me find someone. A shooting coach specializing in correcting hand form. Leonard's shooting form has been problematic since college. Kobe's camp can address physicality, but it can't correct. Yao Ming readily agreed, saying he knew an old national team coach who had previously coached Liu Yudong and Li Nan and would immediately pass the contact information to Leonard. After finishing the matter, Yao Ming's tone suddenly changed, as if recalling something interesting. By the way, Yi Jinjin came to Shanghai for a concert a few days ago. I went to see it. Sinan did not interrupt. During the intermission, she said the song Return Date took 2 years to write, and she changed the chorus over a dozen versions. But there's one version she never sang on stage, the one from this year's All-Star Weekend. She said that version was only sung for one person. Then she stood on stage in front of tens of thousands and sang it a cappella. Sinan's fingers paused slightly. What's the difference from the All-Star version? She changed ticket to return to nest. Yao Ming's voice came across the ocean with a hint of emotion, just 2 characters different, and the entire flavor of the song changed. Listening from the audience, I felt she wasn't singing. She was making a phone call to you. She talked to me for a long time, and she reminded me of someone. Who? Lin Ruhan. The image ambassador for NBA China, the one who used to be a producer. At a China Games preparation meeting, I sat next to her. She asked me many things about you. How you talk to players in the training facility, what expression you have on draft night, whether you put sugar in your coffee. At the time, I thought she was just doing research, a producer's habit of gathering material. Later, she asked a very strange question. What question? She asked me if you had ever mentioned a tea house in Mauer Hutong in Beijing while in New Orleans. Sinan did not respond. The cicadas outside fell completely silent. I said I didn't know. She smiled and didn't press further. Yao Ming sighed. Now that I think about it, she wasn't collecting material. She was piecing together a complete picture of you through everyone who knows you. Yi Jinjin changes lyrics. Lin Ruhan asks about the tea house. Different ways of expression, but they point to the same thing. So when are you going to Beijing? Next week. Yao Ming's voice turned gentle. The lockout period is a good time to handle these personal matters. You can't let others keep waiting. After hanging up, Sinan tossed his phone onto the desk. Champion Avenue was empty, the streetlights not yet on. He opened the drawer and pulled out the jade pendant engraved with the character Wait. It was given to him by Lin Ruhan at the tea house during his first trip to China. His thumb rubbed the warm, smooth jade as his mind recalled the image of Yi Jinjin singing softly on stage with lowered brow. The phone on the desk vibrated. A text from Yi Jinjin. Heard about the lockout. When are you coming to Beijing? I changed the rhyme scheme of the new song to the third version. I want you to hear it. Sinan typed with one hand and replied 2 words, next week. Yi Jinjin replied almost instantly, then I'll wait for you in Beijing. Sinan stared at the words on the screen, not moving for a long time. Outside, the first streetlight on Champion Avenue quietly lit up. He picked up the mug on the table and took a sip only to realize the coffee had long gone cold. The lockout had just begun, but Beijing was still waiting for him. In July, Beijing felt stifling like a giant steamer. The private Gulfstream G650 landed smoothly on the exclusive apron of the capital's airport. As the cabin door opened, a wave of heat infused with the essence of midsummer rushed in. Sinan descended the steps of the plane. 10 meters ahead, 3 black Hongqi L9s with Beijing V plates stood quietly under the scorching sun. No honking, no escort. Even the driver wore a crisp, white shirt, hands crossed respectfully at the car door, exuding utmost politeness. Mr. Li, welcome after your journey. A middle-aged man with graying hair briskly approached, extending his hands with unabashed enthusiasm. I am Director Wang from the City Sports Bureau. I heard you were coming, and the bureau chief originally planned to personally welcome you, but he was tied up in an emergency meeting. He specifically instructed us to ensure your arrangements are satisfactory. Sinan nodded slightly and shook his hand, saying, Director Wang, you are too kind. I am here for personal matters and do not wish to disturb too many people. The car smoothly drove out of the airport, heading toward the city center. Outside the window, the streets of Beijing, Sinan leaned back in the soft leather seat, closing his eyes to rest, but his mind wandered back to an event that occurred 2 years ago. It was the summer of 2009. He had officially signed a framework agreement with Chun Kaiming's investment fund. The fund would invest $150 million to acquire the long-term naming rights for a new stadium, simultaneously tying in clauses for promoting the Asian market and digital media cooperation. And at the end of the contract, there was a clause that took everyone by surprise: joint construction of a youth training base. Sinan still remembered Chun Kaiming closing his fountain pen, his tone tinged with rare emotion. I have been to countless negotiation tables with NBA teams, and this is the first time I've heard the demand for joint youth training in a purely commercial cooperation. At that time, Sinan simply pushed back the signed agreement, gently, his tone calm. The cooperation I seek has never just been about adding a logo on the wall. That statement was like a seed buried deep within to today. Business can be calculated for profit, but basketball cannot merely count the immediate accounts. The future is what I wish to see. Now across the ocean, the NBA was undergoing a long and grueling labor negotiation, and the entire league had officially announced a shutdown. Those team owners accustomed to spending lavishly under the spotlight were mostly in their offices, feeling overwhelmed. But Sinan remained unperturbed. While others braved the cold winter, it was the perfect time for him to build his castle. It was time to turn the promises of 2 years ago into reality. When the news reached above, the city's reaction was even more fervent than expected. At this crucial moment for creating an international sports brand, a young entrepreneur with top North American sports resources, willing to return home to invest in youth training, was tantamount to a political achievement falling from the sky. That evening's welcome banquet was held in the Zeton Hall of a Sihiyuan. The specifications were extremely high, yet no media was present. Throughout the banquet, several heavyweight figures took turns to toast the conversation, always revolving around that coveted plan. Mr. Li, as long as the Hornets are willing to set up, the issue of land use change will be specially approved by the Planning Bureau in a meeting tomorrow. As for the school qualification, the Education Bureau will greenlight it directly. Regarding tax incentives, I have already spoken to the Finance Bureau. It will be fully exempt for 5 years. A bespectacled leader assured, thumping his chest. Faced with such a windfall condition, any businessman would have probably signed in gratitude. But Sinan merely lifted his teacup and gently blew at the steam. I appreciate the sincerity of all the leaders. He set down his teacup, his voice soft, yet strikingly clear in the quiet private room. But I have one condition. The specific operation of the academy cannot be affiliated with any official designated old sports schools or institutions. I want to choose my partners myself. This person must be completely independent of the system, possessing absolute autonomy. The room immediately fell silent. Everyone understood that this young magnate was not rejecting goodwill, but rather drawing a clear line. What he sought was not a mere nominal shell, but an empire that could genuinely operate according to his will. After the banquet, Sinan sat alone under the corridor of the Sihiyuan. The night was thick, and the red lanterns under the eaves emitted a hazy glow. He took out his phone, found a number. Our busy person still has time to call me. My Mr. Li is calling me a personal matter or a business matter. Lin Ruhan's voice came through the receiver, calm, yet carrying a hint of barely perceptible amusement. Right now it's a business matter, later it may be personal. Sinan responded with a teasing tone. Lin Ruhan continued, this afternoon half of the elite circles in Beijing were buzzing saying that Mr. Li of the Hornets rejected the city's arrangement and insisted on finding a local partner himself. Everyone is guessing who has such clout. It seems our Mr. Li is considering me now. She paused for a moment, her tone becoming serious. Are those 60 free spots your own idea? You seem well informed, you know all these details. Sinan asked curiously. Lin Ruhan laughed again. I am the NBA's image ambassador for China, a native of Beijing, and this news is spread widely. I know some details. Besides, last time at the tea house you said basketball is not just a sport for 5 people, but for an entire generation. I thought you were just speaking casually. Lin Ruhan chuckled softly. It seems you are serious now. Do you have the outline of the proposal, eh? I do. Let's meet at the usual place tomorrow afternoon. Her voice was infused with certainty. This matter cannot be discussed in just 2 hours. After hanging up, Sinan tossed his phone onto the table. It didn't matter. The shutdown wasn't over yet. What he had most was time. In the tea house on Mauer Hudong, the familiar alley, and the familiar tea house, the aroma of Longjing tea drifted slowly through the afternoon light. Sinan arrived half an hour early. When he pushed open the carved wooden door, Lin Ruhan was already sitting in her usual seat by the window. The setting sun streamed through the gaps in the wooden window, slanting onto her shoulder. The dark red qipao traced a breathtaking silhouette, its subtle patterns shimmering with a warm luster in the shifting light. Hearing footsteps, she looked up. A perfect arc formed at the corner of her lips as she pushed the teacup on the opposite side forward. The Longjing had just been brewed, steam curling upward, blurring the faint elusive smile in her eyes. Sinan pulled out a chair and sat down. No pleasantries, no polite formalities. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The temperature was just right. Let me see how you plan to convince me to take this gamble with you. Lin Ruhan pushed a printed document to the center of the table, tapping the cover twice with her fingertip. This was her trump card, prepared overnight. Policy excerpts, the Sports Bureau's youth training reports for the past 3 years, and a handwritten feasibility analysis with tiny yet bold and vigorous handwriting. Beside the documents lay quietly the outline of the Honeycomb Basketball Academy proposal that Sinan had brought. I've read your plan 3 times. Lin Ruhan leaned forward slightly, her gaze fixed on him with a hint of scrutiny. The core framework is fine. 6-year full-time schooling coaching team dispatched by the Hornets, tuition free. To outsiders this looks like charity, but I know you're not that kind. What you want is absolute control and a hidden passage straight to the NBA. She stared into his eyes, her tone sharpening. But I'm curious. Since you've laid out such a grand table, how do you plan to navigate the intricate web of vested interests? The land classification of that abandoned factory in Shuani, and the dual approval procedure for the school license. Which of these can you easily handle? Sinan leaned back in his chair, his posture relaxed. Instead of rushing to rebut, he merely made a gesture of invitation. Then from his briefcase he pulled out a document stamped with a bright red official seal and tossed it casually onto the table. No need to navigate. His tone was as flat as if he were commenting on the weather. The transfer process was completed last night. The property rights are squeaky clean, now owned by our joint venture. As for the approval channels, he pulled out another document and placed it on top. The Municipal Education Bureau's approval came through at 9 this morning. With the endorsement of Mr. Chen Kaiming's Industrial Fund and the Hornets brand, it's been a green light all the way. Lin Ruhan's gaze fell on the 2 documents, her pupils contracting almost imperceptibly. She had assumed this young boss from across the ocean would only throw money around, but she never expected him to be not only well-versed in domestic policies, but also swift and precise in execution. The homework she had stayed up all night preparing, the pain points she had meticulously analyzed, seemed in his eyes like nothing more than a shredded scrap of paper. The tea house fell silent for a long time. Only the rustling of pages and the occasional bicycle bell from outside could be heard. Lin Ruhan took a deep breath, trying to regain her rhythm. She tucked the handwritten feasibility analysis back into her bag and looked at Sinan again. Since you've solved the hardware and policy issues, let's talk about the core problem. She bit her lip, lowering her voice. 60 free slots are a devastating move in the domestic training market. But free often comes at the highest cost. Parents will ask, where's the path forward? Into the professional team or applying to U.S. universities? These must be written into the enrollment brochure. Every pathway needs concrete case support. I need you to provide a detailed development roadmap. She didn't give Sinan a chance to rebut, directly cutting up. Sinan didn't answer immediately. Outside the window, the shadow of an old locust tree swayed, dappled on the bluestone pavement. He set down his teacup, reached into the bottom of his briefcase, and retrieved a thick folder, pushing it toward her. This isn't an employment contract, he said. It's a partnership agreement. Lin Ruhan opened the folder and leafed through it page by page. The further she read, the lighter her breath became. 30% equity shares, independent financial authority, and a veto power. This wasn't hiring someone to work, it was dividing a kingdom. After finishing the last page, she closed the folder and tapped the cover twice with her finger. When she looked up again, the scrutiny in her eyes had faded, replaced by an exceedingly complex emotion. This agreement, she said, her voice softer than before yet still laced with a hook. Is it truly because you value my ability, or are you using this method to keep me forever on your chessboard? Both. Sinan answered bluntly. She looked at him, then after a moment let out a low laugh. The laugh was light, like a feather brushing across the table. You're quite honest. She tucked the folder into her bag, picked up the teacup, but didn't drink. I've been thinking about one thing. She set the cup down and leaned forward again, the distance between them shrinking instantly. The scent of a mature woman, elusive and fragrant, drifted over through the rising steam. If your draft is precise calculation and my lens is also precise calculation, then we're both doing the same thing, making decisions before others see the situation clearly. She looked at him, a faint, imperceptible glint in her eyes. Someone like you isn't suited for romance. Too busy, too sober, calculating every step too precisely. She pointed at the proposal outline on the table, a hint of playful petulance creeping into her voice, one she herself hadn't noticed. But you're very suitable for doing one thing together. You took a clause and turned it into an academy, 60 children, a development channel. This is not a date, it's a partnership. I accept. She lifted the teacup and took a sip. 3 months. If we can finalize the remaining details, I'll sign. If it doesn't work out, I'll return this agreement to you as is. The lockdown will be over in 3 months, Sinan said, looking at her. So you'd better hurry. After this there won't be as much time. Lin Ruhan stood up, grabbed her bag, and looked down at him. Come on, let's check out the site first. No matter how well-written the plan is, we need to see our turf with our own eyes. Sinan finished the last sip of Longjing from his cup. When they stepped out of the tea house, the sunlight was just right, filtering through the gaps in the locust leaves and spilling onto the bluestone pavement. Under the old locust tree at the entrance of the alley, 2 black Audi A6s with Jingvi plates were parked quietly. No honking, no escort. Even the drivers got out and stood smoking in the scorching sun, afraid to make a sound. Had Sinan not declined the mayor's welcome banquet on the grounds of a private trip, the person sitting here drinking tea with him would have been a municipal official instead. But he still declined, because some core matters are not suitable for discussion at official meetings. They are best handled by him personally. Lin Ruhan stood at the entrance, clutching the folder tightly against her chest. She looked up and saw him waiting for her at the bottom of the steps. He didn't smile, only gave a slight nod. Then side by side they walked into the glaring afternoon sun of Beijing. A breeze swept through the Hutong, carrying the fragrance of locust blossoms. Lin Ruhan walked very close. The hem of her qipao swayed gently, with each step occasionally brushing against Sinan's suit trousers. She didn't speak, but Sinan knew that from the moment she signed that agreement, this shrewd woman to the bone had been irrevocably bound to his ship. The sight in Hadian was even more perfect than anticipated. In the empty gymnasium, the crisp echo of high heels striking the hardwood floor resounded clearly. Lin Ruhan stopped beyond the 3-point line and turned to look at Sinan behind her. When did you secure this place? On the first day of the lockout. Lin Ruhan didn't press further. She neatly stuffed the floor plan into her bag. At the gymnasium door, she paused, glancing back at the expanse of hardwood. This place is exactly like the rehearsal hall where I practiced dance as a child. On the drive back, Lin Ruhan pulled out the partnership agreement from her bag and flipped to the last page. The pen scratched across the paper with a faint rustle. Beside the signature line, she wrote 2 lines: renovation of the venue and formation of the coaching team. Her responsibility: daily operations and training system, to be dispatched by Hornets. After finishing, she handed over the agreement. Supplementary clauses. If there's no issue, I'll sign now. Sinan glanced down at it. The handwriting was sharp and firm, every stroke pressing deeply into the page. The clauses are fine, but one thing must be changed. The coaching team you and I will choose together. He looked up at her. Yao Ming recommended a few old-school coaches. You're a producer, best at stripping away the packaging to see the essence. Agreed. Lin Ruhan leaned back against the seat and rolled down the window halfway. But I have one condition. On the day of the interview, you must wear training gear. Sinan raised an eyebrow. You even want to control what I wear. When you wear a tailored suit, everyone sees you as a boss waving a checkbook. Lin Ruhan set her tone, brooking. Only when you stand on the court in training gear will they think you understand basketball. Sinan gave a soft laugh, not bothering to argue. Have you thought of a name for the academy? Lin Ruhan asked. Hive Basketball Academy. HBA for short. HBA. Lin Ruhan murmured, a glint of sharp light flashing in her eyes. The Hornets are the team, the Hive is the system. I'll amplify that concept in the enrollment brochure. We're not running a short-term summer camp. We're building a complete youth development pipeline. The car pulled over by the roadside. Lin Ruhan opened the door, stood in the sunlight, and looked back at him. Tomorrow morning, Hadian Gym. Remember to wear training gear. The door closed and the sound of high heels faded into the distance. That evening at the China World Hotel in Beijing, Sinan sat on a single-seat sofa by the window, the cold glow of his phone screen illuminating his face. His finger paused when it scrolled to a name in his contacts. Jessica Alba. That name had lain dormant in his list for far too long. Back when he first transmigrated in 2002, she was the closest person to him. Later, when Scarlett appeared, their connection receded like the ebbing tide, from daily phone calls to weekly, then monthly, until finally only a yearly birthday greeting remained. The last call was in 2008. She asked how he was doing. He said he was preparing for the playoffs. She said okay and hung up. After that, no further contact. Sinan opened the SMS interface, typed a line, then deleted it. After a few attempts, he stopped hesitating and sent directly, "This is Sinan. Hive Sports is launching. I need someone who can independently steer a brand. Are you in?" After sending, he tossed his phone onto the table and walked to the window. Within 10 seconds, the phone vibrated. A line popped up on the screen. "No pleasantries, no courtesies. How did you know I would agree?" A faint smile curved at the corner of Sinan's mouth. He dialed directly. It rang 4 times before connecting. A familiar voice came through the earpiece, tinged with a lazy huskiness. "Sinan. You never changed your number." "Neither did you." "I've been waiting," Jessica said, her voice dropping slightly. "Not for your call, but for when you'd need me." She paused, and her tone regained its sharp edge. "Tell me, what do you want me to do this time?" "Hive Sports. The plan we discussed back then. You said you wanted to build an independent sports brand, and I said to wait for the right moment." Sinan looked out at the night scenery, his voice steady. "Now the time has come. Curry is about to launch a signature shoe. The negotiations need absolute independence. As the team owner, I can't step in. I need you to steer the ship." There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Then Jessica let out a soft laugh. "Curry, that backup point guard on your Hornets. He's a 2-time champion and 6th man of the year," Sinan corrected. "His commercial value has been severely underestimated by the market. That's exactly the information gap I want to exploit. You're still the same, always able to dig up gold mines others can't see." Jessica's tone softened but remained sharp. "But we haven't spoken in years. What makes you so sure I'll take this on? Then why did you reply to my text in seconds?" Jessica didn't answer. After a brief silence, she shifted the topic, "But flying me to Beijing, it can't be just for Curry's contract, can it?" Sinan didn't beat around the bush. "Hive Basketball Academy. I've set up a youth training base in Haidian. The co-branded training gear will be integrated into Hive's product line. Go over the brand partnership agreement for me. Also, Chinchiming's industrial fund needs your contact." There was a moment of silence on the line. Jessica chuckled. "All right, I'll book tomorrow's flight. See you in Beijing." The call ended. Sinan put down his phone and rubbed his brow. Jessica landing tomorrow. Lin Ruhan's coaching interview scheduled for the morning, and Yi Jinjin. Several seemingly unrelated threads were being woven into a net, one strand at a time. A moment later, he picked up his phone and dialed Curry. In Los Angeles, it was early morning. The phone rang 3 times before being picked up. In the background came the screech of sneakers on the floor and heavy breathing. Curry had clearly just finished an intense set of suicides. "Boss, still awake this early? During the lockout, there's no time zone," Sinan said, leaning back in his chair and cutting straight to the point. "How's the training going at Kobe's camp?" "Not bad. My shooting touch is getting more consistent." Curry caught his breath, his tone turning serious. "Boss calling me across the Pacific at this hour. This can't be just a check-in, can it? I want to give you a signature shoe." The line went dead silent. Even the heavy breathing paused for a full "A signature shoe." Curry's voice jumped half an octave. "But I'm just a backup. Your backup status doesn't affect your commercial value. It just hasn't been discovered yet." Sinan's tone was firm and commanding. "You're a 2-time champion and 6th man of the year. Hive Sports wants to sign you as a brand ambassador. First the endorsement deal, then the signature shoe clause." He paused, then dangled the bait. "The debut colorway will be called Hive Blue, and the China-exclusive colorway, Jessica Alba, will handle the negotiations independently with your agent. The team management will not interfere. This contract has nothing to do with whether you're a Hornets player. You're just Stephen Curry, a guy who deserves his own signature sneakers." Curry let out a long breath on the other end, then couldn't help but laugh. "Boss, did you rehearse that speech in front of a mirror?" "I reviewed the compliance points twice," Sinan replied flatly. "All right, have her contact my agent anytime. They'll handle the contract. I just need to sign and keep shooting threes at Kobe's camp." Curry's excited voice practically spilled out of the earpiece. "Oh, by the way, Clay was eavesdropping just now. He wants me to ask when you're going to give him a pair too, when his performance truly convinces me." After hanging up with Curry, Sinan sent a text to Yi Jinjin. "Free tomorrow. I want you to listen to a song." The reply came almost instantly. On the screen, a few words flashed with undisguised sharpness and danger. "Finally my turn. You decide the time and place." Sinan looked at the screen, a glint of amusement in his eyes. The Hive in the East had only just erected its first pillar. The meeting place was at Yi Jinjin's recording studio. With the soundproof doors shut, the chaos of the outside world was completely cut off. Sinan stayed for less than 20 minutes. A printed draft of the contract was pushed across the table consisting of only a thin half-page. The terms were exceedingly concise: co-founder identity, brand share, no fixed endorsement fee. The advertisement used a 30-second version of Return Date, with the full version's premiere rights belonging to her. She was also the lead actress in the launch advertisement for Kai's signature shoes. After reading the last line, Sinan looked up and said, "The first concert after the new arena is completed is for you." With that, he stood up and walked straight toward the door. At the moment he grasped the doorknob, he halted, not looking back. "You said when you gave me the room card at the All-Star weekend that you could tell what is good and what is not. This time I am not seeking you out for personal reasons. It is because you are the only suitable person. Curry is a two-time champion and the best sixth man. His signature shoes need a voice that befits him. That song Return Date you wrote for 2 years, revising over a dozen versions. What I want is this kind of polished work." 2 seconds of silence lingered behind him. After tucking the pencil behind his ear, he gently pushed the fader up on the mixing console. "This sentence is much longer than nice to hear." Yi Zinshan's voice came through the microphone with a lazy smile. "Jessica will arrive tomorrow and we can sign directly." The next afternoon at the arrival hall of the capital airport. It had been a long time since they had seen each other. Jessica Alba's silhouette had not changed much, but her gaze was much sharper than before. In a black suit jacket with a neat short haircut, she carried a carry-on suitcase. As she walked out of the gate, her footsteps paused for a moment. Sinan was leaning against the railing at the arrivals. "You came to pick me up." She approached. "You are the new CEO of Hive Sports. Someone should come to pick you up. I haven't agreed to you yet." "Well, now you have." Jessica stared at him for a moment before suddenly laughing lightly. She pushed the suitcase forward, bumping it against Sinan's calf. "Help me with the suitcase. We haven't seen each other for so long. This little sincerity should be shown." On the way to the hotel, Sinan sat in the passenger seat and laid out all the bottom cards of Hive Sports. Kai's signature shoes, Yi Zinshan's advertisement song, plus co-founder status, Lin Ruhan's Youth Training Academy collaboration, and endorsement from Chun Kaiming's industry fund. The 4 pillars have already been erected. Oh, we lack a helmsman who can integrate these matters. Jessica leaned back in the rear seat and remained silent for a long time after listening. "You haven't contacted me since 2008. Now you want me to be the CEO? Don't you think that's a huge leap?" "The leap is because there was nothing for you to do in the intervening years. So you contact your ex-girlfriend based..." "I contact everyone based on projects. Paul, Curry, Durant, each person is contacted based on projects. You are no exception. This is the part of you that is most annoying. You are always right so others can only follow you." Sinan did not respond. The car smoothly turned into the hotel entrance. As the doorman opened the car door, Jessica glanced back at him with a deep look before getting out. "I will draft the contract details and I will liaise with Kai's agent. Tonight I will review the brand agreement and sign with Chun Kaiming tomorrow morning. Have Bob send the compliance terms to my email." Sinan handed over a brown paper envelope. "It has already been sent." Jessica took the envelope, glanced at the label on it. "CEO appointment document of Hive Sports." She raised her head, a sharp curve appearing at the corners of her mouth. "You are still the same as ever. Always prepared in advance and waiting for others to nod. See you in the conference room tomorrow morning." The next morning at 9 o'clock in the hotel conference room. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting bright spots on the large mahogany conference table. The representative of Chun Kaiming's industry fund arrived first. The brand cooperation agreement had already been negotiated before the halt, half an hour signed stamp. The second to enter was Lin Ruhan. Clad in a deep blue professional suit, her hair was neatly pinned back. She looked entirely different from the woman in the cheap house at the tea house a few days ago. She brought the collaborative product line plan for Hive Basketball Academy training equipment for 60 students, clothing for the coaching team, and Academy peripheral products, all to be incorporated into Hive Sports product line. After signing, Lin Ruhan stood up and extended her hand to Jessica. The two women exchanged glances for a second. There was no small talk, no pleasantries. That kind of tacit understanding did not come from mutual familiarity, but from absolute recognition of strength. They were both top executors in their respective fields. The last to walk in was Yi Zinshan. Without an assistant or agent, she only brought the half-page contract she printed 2 days ago. She casually tossed it on the table, pushing it in front of Jessica. "The profit-sharing ratio is 1 point higher than the market standard." Jessica flipped through the terms and looked up at her. "I am worth this price." Yi Zinshan leaned back in her chair, refusing to back down. Jessica was silent for a second before pushing the contract back to Sinan. "No problem. Let's sign." The sound of the pen gliding over the paper was particularly clear in the quiet conference room. 4 contracts were laid out side by side. Kai's endorsement contract, the brand cooperation agreement, the Academy's collaborative product line, and Yi Zinshan's co-founder agreement. Sinan signed, each one followed by the others. After Lin Ruhan signed the last line, she looked up at Sinan. The training equipment for 60 kids will have the first batch of samples produced within 3 months. The 2 veteran coaches recommended by Yao Ming will come to Beijing for interviews next week. You don't need to worry about this. She stood up and shook hands with Jessica again. The construction team in Hadian is still waiting. I need to confirm the floor renovation plan this afternoon. Keep me updated on any developments. As she reached the door, she turned her head and added, don't forget about wearing the training uniforms. After pushing the door and leaving the sound of her high heels faded away, Yi Jinjin put down her pen and lightly tapped her fingertips on the table twice. The 30-second version will be recorded and sent to you next week. The full version will wait until my next album is released. She walked to the door, paused, and looked back at Jessica. There is one clause in the contract I haven't written. The first concert after the new arena is completed is a promise Sinan made to me. At that time you all will help me secure the venue. The door closed. The representative of Chun Chiming packed up the documents and stood up to shake hands with Sinan. In the large conference room, only Sinan and Jessica remained. Jessica leaned back in her chair, her gaze sweeping over the signed contracts on the table. One manages youth training, one handles voice, and one oversees capital. The framework of Hive is set, but we still lack someone who can truly manage these matters. She raised her eyes and met Sinan's gaze. At you. Be the CEO of Hive Sports. Jessica did not respond immediately. She stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the office buildings of the Guamao business district were outlined in gray against the smog. Jessica turned around, looking at the man sitting at the conference table. After a moment, she smiled. I accept. Not because I trust you as a person, but because of the people you brought in are all taking this seriously. If I don't take it seriously, I would be the only outsider in this room. She walked back to the table, picked up the CEO appointment document, and her gaze fell on the simplified B logo on the cover, which was reduced to just 3 lines. I have read Bob's compliance terms. Koi's contract will be signed next week. This autumn, the first product line of Hive Sports will be launched. As she reached the door, she did not look back. The door gently closed behind her. Sinan leaned back in his chair and took a sip of coffee from the cup on the table. Outside, the midday sun finally pierced through the smog, casting bright spots on the conference table. The 4 contracts lay side by side, each with signatures densely packed on the last page. He opened his notebook and wrote the last line next to Hive Sports CEO Jessica Alba. Brand structure: Kaoi's signature shoes, Yi Jinjin as co-founder, Lin Ruhan's academy collaboration, and Chun Kaiming's industry fund. The 4 pillars stand tall together. The outline of the city outside became completely clear in the midday sun. The halt continued, but the foundation of the castle had been firmly laid. Tomorrow I will fly back to New Orleans. Preparations for the shortened season should begin. On the last day in Beijing, Sinan visited Hadian. The renovation site of the Hive Basketball Academy was already surrounded by barriers. Trucks from the construction team were parked at the gym entrance, and workers were moving flooring materials inside. Lin Ruhan stood at the entrance, squinting at the sunlight, while holding a sample of the flooring. She wore a deep blue suit today, her hair neatly pinned up. She looked entirely different from the lazy Chong Sam she wore a few days ago in the tea house. Hearing footsteps, she didn't turn around, but simply handed the piece of wood over her shoulder. Feel it. Sinan took it, running his fingers over the surface. I had the manufacturer adjust the gloss 3. Lin Ruhan turned around, her gaze fixed on the gym. The current reflectivity is exactly the same as that of the Hornets training facility. Kids walking out from here into the NBA will never find the lights blinding. Sinan flipped it over. The back was printed with the Hive logo, a symbol simplified to just 3 lines. Regarding the coaching interviews, the 2 veteran coaches recommended by Yao Ming will be here next week. He paused for a moment, glancing down at his attire. You casually mentioned it yesterday, so I put on my training uniform when I left today. Unfortunately, no one is here for interviews today. Lin Ruhan looked at him, the corners of her mouth lifting into a faint curve before quickly retracting. Dressed like this, I can only show it to you. She withdrew her gaze, her tone returning to a formal business manner. Let's get to the point. Kobe called me. He wants to come to Beijing to teach a class for 60 kids. It won't cost anything. He just wants a favor from you. Lin Ruhan looked directly at him. Do you know about this? He mentioned a joint training camp. Sinan returned the flooring sample to her. The Mamba Academy will collaborate with the Hive, and he'll come personally for a week every summer. He insisted that the first stop must be Beijing, not Los Angeles or Shanghai. Lin Ruhan's tone turned grave. He said during the All-Star weekend you let Durant score over 30 points on him, and he remembers that to this day. Kobe's favors are not easy to repay. He will work those kids until they are exhausted during the training camp, while making you watch the entire time. I've seen how he trains. Sinan leaned against the barrier, smiling. It starts at 6 hours a day. If anyone only practices for 2 hours, he'll think they're slacking off. He pulled up the zipper of his jacket. You'll need to coordinate the training camp with him. The timing is set for before the lockout ends. Everyone is currently waiting for the results of the labor negotiations, and Kobe is probably quite bored. There's one more condition. Lin Ruhan raised a finger. You must be present. You can't just have your name on it. He said this is a favor you owe him, not something the Hive owes. All right. Lin Ruhan nodded, picked up her phone, and walked aside to arrange the details. After finishing her call, she returned. Flying to New Orleans tomorrow. Yes. It's time to start preparing for the shortened season. Lin Ruhan paused for 2 seconds, and suddenly said, next time you come to Beijing, there's no need to make excuses. Sinan looked at her. Regardless of whether there's a lockout or not, no matter when you come, the academy will be here. Her voice was soft, but exceptionally clear. The basketball academy was built by you, but from now on this place is the children's home. After saying that, she turned around and walked back to the construction site without looking back. In the afternoon at the hotel, Sinan was packing his luggage when his phone vibrated. An email from Jessica arrived with a straightforward title: CEO, Weekly Report 01. The body read more like a battle report. Kai's agent has signed a letter of intent. Chun Kaiming's industry fund has received its first payment. Yi Zinshan's 30-second demo of Return has been received with cleaner arrangements, and the chorus vocals moved forward half a beat, maximizing impact. The first batch of samples for the co-branded product line has been scheduled. Sinan opened his notebook, heavily marking Jessica's name next to Hive Sports. He clicked on the reply box, typed a few words, and then deleted them all. In the end, he only replied with 2 words: received. Setting down his phone, he leaned back in his chair and sighed. At that moment, Paul's call came in. It was midnight in Los Angeles, but the guy's voice showed no signs of sleep, clearly just finishing a workout. Clay hit 23-pointers in the scrimmage today. Paul was panting, but sounded incredibly excited. It wasn't just spot shooting, it was moving catch and shoot under full court pressure. LeBron defended him for half the game, then switched with Leonard, but it didn't make a difference. Sinan sat up straight. What did Kobe say? Kobe watched the entire game. Paul lowered his voice. He told Clay one thing. When you shoot 3-pointers, don't look at the basket, just focus on the defender's feet. This habit is unique to you in the entire league. Don't change it. Sinan couldn't help but smile. Receiving such praise from Kobe, Clay's shooting spirit was undoubtedly ignited. What about Leonard? His shooting form is still being polished, but on defense. Paul drew in a sharp breath. He made the entire training camp's forwards look like they were paralyzed. In the last 5 minutes of yesterday's scrimmage, Kobe personally took the court. Leonard forced him into 3 turnovers. 3 in total. Kobe didn't say a word when he left the court, just patted Leonard on the shoulder. Paul sighed. You know, that's how the Black Mamba acknowledges someone. And Vucevic has gained at least 5 kilos. He's as solid as a mountain in the paint. Griffin came up to me and said this kid will definitely make the All-Star team in the future. Sinan leaned back in his chair, unable to suppress a smile. What about you? How's your knee? Same as before. The team doctor told me to control the volume, but this training camp's intensity is even greater than the regular season, so I can't control it. Paul chuckled. I heard you set up a youth training base in Beijing. Kobe wants to collaborate with you on a joint training camp. He's as excited as a school kid going to summer camp. He never initiates collaborations, so this time he reached out, which shows he truly considers you one of his own. After hanging up, Sinan opened his notebook and added a line on the page for lockout period. Kobe joint training camp. Mamba Hive, all members take off. Setting down his pen, his phone vibrated again. Bob sent a message: new progress in labor negotiations. Revenue sharing ratios are close to agreement. Internal sources indicate that the lockout may end earlier. Then there was another message: the draft schedule for the shortened season has come out. The opening game is set for Christmas Day. Sinan's gaze instantly sharpened. He typed quickly: prepare the rotation plan for the shortened season. Yao Ming's retirement ceremony is scheduled for the opening game. Rookie playing time will follow Silas' previous plan. Bob replied in seconds: Silas is already working on it. Sinan turned off his phone. Outside the window, the skyline of Beijing gradually clarified in the sunrise. The outline of the city looked as gray as when he first arrived, but for him, it was completely different now. On the morning of the next day, the flight to New Orleans began to taxi. Outside the window, the morning light had just torn through the clouds. Ground staff on the tarmac were pushing the boarding stairs away. Sinan opened the last page of his notebook. It listed 5 tasks from before coming to Beijing, each item marked with a heavy tick. He added a line at the bottom: Kobe joint training camp, fulfilled. Closing the notebook, he leaned against the window and closed his eyes. The whistle for the new season is about to be blown. At New Orleans airport, the cold wind carried the dampness, hitting him in the face. As Sinan stepped out of the corridor, Bob approached him. Without exchanging pleasantries, a freshly printed league notice was slapped directly into his hand. The standstill has ended. The shortened season consists of 66 games. The first line of the schedule prominently features the Hornets facing the Heat at home. The Christmas showdown broadcast nationwide. Boss, don't look at the schedule yet. Bob got into the passenger seat, flipping through a thick folder, speaking rapidly. There are 2 things that need your confirmation right now. First, the trade involving JR and Mike Miller. The Trailblazers are urging for confirmation. Second, Arteist's agent made a statement yesterday that he wants out. It's either a palace coup or he simply wants a change of environment. Sinan leaned back against the chair, his gaze sweeping past the palm trees outside the window, his tone calm and devoid of any ripples. Confirm the trade with the Trail Blazers directly. JR and Miller for their protected first-round pick before 2013, and let them figure out the balancing issue. We won't interfere. What about Arteist? The Celtics, Bulls, and Pacers have all made offers. Bob turned a page. The Celtics have the best offer, a top 10 protected first-round pick in 2013 along with Murphy's expiring contract. The Bulls are offering a lottery-protected pick plus Brewer, while the Pacers have a top 12 protected pick along with Ahmed. All three are in the East, all want to impede the Heat in the playoffs. Arteist's contract is only $5.8 million, and there are no more than 3 players in the league who can single-handedly guard LeBron. He is one of them. Let these 3 teams bid. Whoever offers the loosest conditions for the first-round protection will go with them. Sinan tapped the armrest. The bottom line is we absolutely cannot let him go to Spoelstra. Arteist knows all our defensive strategies. He paused, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Tell Rivers that if Arteist goes to Boston, let him guard Pierce in the first practice. Consider it a Christmas gift to the Heat. Bob was momentarily stunned, then quickly caught on, unable to suppress a laugh. You're really quite devious. As for the roster, Sinan rubbed his forehead. Once Murphy's contract comes in, we'll cut him. Bojan will continue to be nurtured in Europe. Paul, Curry, Harden, Durant, Griffin, Jordan, Ibaka, Paul George, and Whiteside. With Leonard and Vucevic as the 2 rookies, that makes 13. The remaining 2 spots will be filled mid-season as needed. Bob nodded. Then how will the starters be determined? With Arteist gone, the backcourt is crowded with 3 players. There's nothing to argue about. The positions are already set. Sinan lightly tapped the table, his tone firm. Paul, Curry, Durant, Griffin, and Jordan will be our starting 5. As for Harden, let him take on the 6th-man role for a bit. Give him unlimited shooting rights. Let him tear apart the opposing second unit. This is the kind of mismatch we want. What about the new young players? Just follow the rotation. Sinan waved his hand. Clay and Leonard will rotate in normal accordance with tactical needs. Tell Silas to have Leonard go head-to-head with Durant on the first day of training camp. Let Durant personally experience just how much this kid was stripped in Kobe's training camp. The trade window opened for only 2 hours, and 2 applications were submitted to the league office. The next day, the training facility's doors swung open again. Clay, Leonard, and Vucevic, just returning from Kobe's training camp, appeared visibly more toned. Meanwhile, on another court, Jordan and Whiteside collided. Jordan's free throw stance remained as ugly as ever, yet the arc of his shots was stable, as if produced. Whiteside had gained 4 kilograms, resembling a wall of flesh, and at the start of the game, he emphatically swatted Griffin's layup away twice. On the other side, Leonard clung to Durant like an emotionless robot. His huge hands gripped like iron pincers, making it exceedingly difficult for Durant to even receive the ball. In the office on the 2nd floor of the arena, Arteist knocked on the door. Bob told me the trade has been submitted. I'm heading to Boston. He sat on the sofa, hands crossed over his knees, his expression complex. Thank you for not treating me as a negative asset to be tossed aside. You are a 3-time champion defensive powerhouse, and your contract is only $5.8 million. Sinan handed him a glass of water. You shouldn't be traded, you should be contested. With Garnett helping you defend in Boston, you too can make the Heat peel layers off in every round in the East. Arteist opened his palm and then slowly clenched it. The door swung open and bright lights from the corridors spilled in, elongating his shadow. On December 25th, the Hive Arena was packed to capacity. As the lights dimmed for the retirement ceremony, the entire audience stood up. The number 11 jersey slowly ascended to the ceiling, accompanied by a shower of confetti hanging alongside 3 championship banners. Yao Ming held the microphone, looking up at that jersey, silent for a long time. Thank you all for giving me a home here. In both Chinese and English, his voice resonated. During halftime, Yao Ming placed the carbon fiber ankle brace in Jordan's palm. The inner side of the brace was embedded with a commemorative medal for his first championship and a line of new engravings read, "The legacy begins with Yao Ming to Jordan. The paint area is yours to guard." Jordan stared intently at the brace in his hand, knuckles whitening from the grip. The crowd erupted in deafening cheers once again. The whistle blew. The Christmas showdown officially commenced. The Heat's starting 5 rushed onto the court. LeBron James glanced up at the brand new number 11 jersey hanging from the rafters, his expression icy. It was a signal they had coordinated countless times before. Griffin rose from the low post expertly, using an odd angle to set the screen. Paul drove past the screen to the free. At the top of the arc, Paul controlled the ball, while Curry made frantic runs on the weak side. In the front row at the sidelines, Yao Ming, dressed in casual clothes, noticed the gesture, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was a signal they had coordinated countless times before. Griffin rose from the low post expertly, using an odd angle to set the screen. Paul drove past the screen to the free throw line, abruptly stopping and leaning back. The basketball traced a high arc in the air, sailing over Bosch's desperate fingertips and swishing through the net. The Hive arena erupted. Yao Ming sat at the sidelines, gently clapping his hands. But before the applause could fade, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Heat didn't call for a timeout. Wade inbound the ball, zipping across the court like lightning. As LeBron caught the ball in the backcourt, he transformed into a heavy tank, ignoring all the Hornets players retreating on defense, charging straight to the basket. Bang! A sickening sound of muscle collision echoed. Jordan, who had just received the brace and was preparing to protect the paint, was brutally knocked aside in midair by LeBron, crashing out of bounds along with the ball. The referee's whistle blew 21. LeBron calmly sank a free throw, and after landing, he did not. Instead, he coldly stared from half the court away at Yao Ming in casual clothes in the front row, along with Sinan sitting in the VIP seats next to him. There was no reverence in his gaze, only naked provocation. Sinan did not flinch. He leaned back against the chair, calmly meeting that gaze, even managing a faint smile. Then he slightly turned his head to look at head coach Silas, who stood at the sidelines with a frown. Sinan simply raised his hand, gently tapping the wooden table in front of him, then gestured with his chin towards the bench. No words were necessary. Silas felt a shiver run down his spine, immediately understanding. He abruptly turned around and strode to the scorer's table, decisively signaling to the referee for a substitution. With the first quarter not yet over, a stern-faced rookie on the Hornets bench had already taken off his warm-up gear. Did LeBron want to crush their paint? All right, let him experience the taste of being bitten by another beast clinging tightly to his throat. The whistle blew. LeBron stood at the free throw line. The boos from the Hive echoed like a waterfall from the ceiling. He dribbled twice and confidently sank the shot. As he retreated on defense, he didn't glance at DeAndre Jordan or the bench. His gaze was fixed intently on the first row by the sideline. Yao Ming sat there in casual clothes, a Hornets-colored blanket draped over his knees. Sinan leaned against the back of his chair, holding a cup of coffee, his expression as calm as a still pond, just like before the game started. In front of the technical table, Silas waited for a dead ball substitution. Leonard removed his warm-up jacket and approached the scorer's table, bending over with his hands on his knees, waiting for the referee's whistle. Paul ran up from the top of the arc and whispered quickly in his ear, "Don't reach out, use your chest to push. His first step is faster than Durant's, but his second step isn't as high. Force him to the left. Ibaka is waiting for you at the baseline." Leonard nodded without speaking. His massive hands hung by his sides, fingers slightly spread, his eyes locked onto LeBron on the court. Dead ball. Substitution. Leonard ran onto the court. The arena fell silent for a moment. Not in cheers, but in a deeper focus. LeBron received the ball at the top of the arc, glancing down at the rookie in front of him. With a wingspan of 2 meters and hands even larger than his own. But the kid's shoulders weren't as broad as Arteas, and he didn't weigh as much either. LeBron lowered his center of gravity and took a dribble to the right. Leonard slid over, pressing his chest forcefully against LeBron's shoulder. LeBron gathered the ball and took a jump shot. The basketball sailed over Leonard's fingertips, hit the back rim, and bounced in. Rookie. As he retreated on defense, LeBron still didn't look at Leonard, simply raising his hand to tap his chest. Leonard remained expressionless. He glanced down at his hand, then turned and sprinted towards the front court. Paul controlled the ball at the top of the arc, waiting for Leonard to position himself at the weak side corner before immediately passing it to Durant in the elbow area. Durant faced Barnes and hit a jumper. As he retreated on defense, he slapped Leonard hard on the back. "That hit you took was tougher than any I got in training camp. Next time you get hit, push forward half an inch, so he knows you're not a punching bag." Next play. LeBron received the ball again at the top of the arc. This time Leonard didn't wait for him to start. The moment LeBron caught the ball, Leonard's chest was already firmly pressing against his waist. LeBron forced his center of gravity down, dribbling to the left. Leonard moved laterally, cutting off the baseline route. On the weak side, Ibaka flew in for help defense like lightning. His fingertips grazed the bottom edge of the ball. The ball changed trajectory, hitting the front rim and bouncing out. DeAndre Jordan grabbed the rebound and passed it to Paul. Paul dribbled past half court, extending 2 fingers. Griffin set a screen, using it to burst to the free throw line, stopping suddenly for a fadeaway. The basketball sailed over Chalmers' fingertips and swished through the net. LeBron didn't take the shot himself. He controlled the ball at the top of the arc, waiting for Wade to cut from the baseline around the screen to the elbow before passing the ball out. Wade received the ball facing Clay. Lowering his center of gravity, he took a step past. He drove to the basket, finishing with a layup against DeAndre Jordan's defense. Clay shook his head as he returned on defense. His lateral movement had improved significantly from the Kobe training camp, but he still couldn't keep up with Wade's first explosive step. On the sideline, Silas let out a whistle. With his tactical pen, Silas pointed at Leonard, then at Wade. In the next play, they switched defense. Leonard guarded Wade while Clay switched to LeBron. Leonard's long arms compressed Wade's space for a change of direction by half a step. Wade was forced to catch the ball in the elbow, turning for a fadeaway. Bang! The ball hit the back rim and bounced out. Griffin grabbed the rebound and made a long pass to Paul. Paul controlled the tempo, waiting for DeAndre Jordan to position himself before making a high lob pass to Griffin in the low post. Griffin backed into Bosch, faking with his right shoulder before spinning for a thunderous dunk. The rim shook violently. Sinan sat on the sidelines holding his coffee, not clapping. He simply placed the cup quietly on the table. Yao Ming turned his head and glanced at him, asking a question that surprised Sinan. You let a rookie defend LeBron and Wade. The first quarter wasn't even over, and he had already been knocked down twice. Aren't you afraid he might get crushed? He was knocked down countless times by LeBron in the Kobe training camp. Every time he got back up. Tonight will be no different. Intermission. Silas squatted in front of Leonard, drawing a line on the floor with his tactical pen. Leonard kept his head down, sweat dripping from his chin onto the wooden floor. In the first quarter, you defended him for 5 possessions, and he scored 4 points. This number I can accept. Silas fixed his gaze on him, but in the second quarter, Hell passed the ball sooner. Because he knows you can hold him on. When he stops the ball at the top of the arc, don't stick too close. Give him half a step, force him to make a decision. In that moment of hesitation, your arm can disrupt the passing lane. LeBron had indeed changed. Receiving the ball at the top of the arc, Leonard retreated half a step. LeBron hesitated. Shoot or pass. In that instant, Leonard's long arm shot out like a ghost, directly intercepting the passing lane. LeBron hurriedly slung the ball toward Wade in the corner. But the ball was lightly grazed by Leonard's fingertip, altering its trajectory and flying directly out of bounds. Hornets ball. The entire arena erupted. As LeBron ran back on defense, he cast a deep glance at Leonard. It wasn't a challenge. It was confirmation. Confirmation that this rookie could not only guard him unknown, but also anticipate his passing choices in advance. Leonard remained expressionless. He lowered his head and ran toward the front court. Sinan leaned back in his chair. Yao Ming turned to look at him, his expression complex. You just said he was knocked flying countless times in training camp. Tonight, guarding LeBron and Wade, he gets knocked down on every possession, and he gets up every single time. When you drafted him, what exactly was the trait you saw in him? Sinan held his coffee, his gaze crossing the court and landing on Leonard's broad back. He never speaks. Sinan's voice was very soft, yet every word was distinct. But each time he gets knocked down, the speed at which he rises is faster than the last. When I drafted him, all I knew was that he could defend. I didn't know that after getting knocked down, he could show no expression at all. That was a bonus. Yao Ming fell silent. He leaned back in his chair and gently patted his palms together. 9 points. The scoreboard at the Hive Arena finally settled on this glaring number. The Hornets triumphed over the Heat, winning this highly anticipated Christmas showdown. The confetti cannons at the top of the arena roared to life, showering countless blue and purple fragments like a torrential downpour. Fans in the stands waved their towels, frantically chanting MVP in unison, their voices surging like waves as if they were about to lift the dome of the arena. LeBron scored 31 points, Wade 24 points, and Bosch 17 points with 11 rebounds. The trio of the Heat scored in double figures simultaneously, their statistics dazzling, yet they could only swallow the bitter fruit of defeat. From the second half onward, the Hornets held firmly onto their double-digit lead. Paul moved across the court like a commander, delivering 15 assists that precisely tore apart the opponent's defense. Durant and Griffin each scored over 20 points, one with an unanswerable mid-range shot, and the other wreaking havoc at the rim. Curry stepped up, sinking for consecutive three-pointers. Every time the Heat closed the gap to single digits, there was always someone from the Hornets ready to respond. But none of this was the most talked-about moment of the night. What truly set social media ablaze was a moment midway through the third quarter. LeBron received the ball at the top of the arc, faced with Leonard's defense, took a probing step, and hit a jumper just beyond the three-point line. Upon landing, he turned to the baseline referee, spreading his arms wide in disbelief, as if questioning why no foul was called. The referee did not blow the whistle. The Hive Arena erupted like boiling water. On the third floor stand, someone immediately raised a homemade sign that read in bright paint, LeBron, don't spread your arms. As the camera panned, LeBron frowned slightly, his lips tightly pressed, but he did not linger, quickly turning and running back to his half of the court. At the broadcast table, Van Gundy chuckled, saying LeBron has asked the referees for confirmation more times tonight than the entire Heat team has assists. Barkley immediately chimed in, he might still be dwelling on the calls from last year's finals. This statement ignited a frenzy in the live chat, and the nickname King of Handspreading began to flood various forums. That sign quickly became a meme across the internet, spawning a GIF contest. After the game, during a sideline interview, an ESPN reporter handed the microphone to Curry. What do you think of Leonard's performance tonight? Curry glanced over at the entrance of the player tunnel. Leonard was bowing his head expressionless as he removed his wristbands. He turned back to the camera and shrugged, saying our rookies are monsters. Clay hit every shot I passed to him, And as for Leonard, just look at LeBron's shooting percentage. So what else can I? The reporter caught a fleeting smile at the corner of his mouth and immediately probed, asking what Leonard was like during practice. Curry chuckled, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration. He never speaks, just like an iceberg. During a practice match, I asked him if he was tired, and he just shot me a glance. Curry mimicked Leonard's gaze, his eyes coldly sweeping across the camera. That look basically said, "What do you mean by tired?" A light chuckle rippled through the crowd. Curry suddenly lowered his voice. However, he just asked me in the locker room to borrow a wristband, saying LeBron's elbows are a bit hard. On the other side, the atmosphere of the post-game press conference was far less relaxed. A reporter bluntly asked Spoelstra, "What do you think of LeBron's hand-spreading gesture? Do you believe there was an issue with the referee's calls?" Spoelstra, expressionless, absent-mindedly tapped on the tactical board. That was a normal physical contact. LeBron believed there was a foul. The reporter pressed on, "So do you think Leonard's defense was indeed a foul?" Spoelstra did not respond. He cast a cold glance at the press area and directly moved on to the next question. A brief silence fell over the press conference, yet the flashes continued to flicker like a downpour. Bosh sat beside him, gently rubbing his knee, a faint hint of fatigue visible on his brow. Meanwhile, in the Hornets' locker room, it was a completely different scene. Leonard sat on the bench, his head lowered as he untied his shoelaces. His sweat-soaked jersey clung to his angular back, his shoulder blades subtly rising and falling with each movement. Paul walked over and casually tossed a blue-purple custom shoelace onto his locker. The shoelace bore the words "Death Grip" embossed in gold. Leonard glanced up at him. Paul said nothing, merely giving his shoulder a firm pat. When his palm landed, a clear thud resonated. Leonard raised an eyebrow, a fleeting smile curving the corner of his lips, only to vanish in an instant. In front of the box, Sinan watched the blue and purple ocean of fans exiting the arena, savoring the tranquility after victory. In the distance, the city's lights flickered in the night, and his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated several times. It was a message from General Manager Bob. Without a word of small talk, it contained the usual rigor and pragmatism of a professional manager. "Boss, the charter and medical team are on standby. We'll fly to Dallas tomorrow morning to prepare for the Mavericks, followed by a 5-game road trip. All logistics are ready, and there should be no issues." The message concluded with a densely packed schedule, with the grueling stretch clearly marked in red. Sinan put away his phone and turned to the door, the sound of his leather shoes striking the marble floor echoing distinctly in the empty box. Yao Ming, leaning against the back of his chair with a Hornets-colored blanket draped over his knee, suddenly spoke. "The Christmas showdown was just an appetizer. The upcoming schedule is the real test. The rookies just faced LeBron, and next up is Nowitzki, followed by 5 grueling away games, and finally Westbrook, who has been stewing all offseason. Which opponent are you most worried about?" Yao Ming turned his head, his gaze sharp. "The Grizzlies." Sinan stopped in his tracks, his voice deepening. "Randolph and Marc Gasol. Their inside combination is the most exhausting for opponents in the entire league. We've just completed the Christmas showdown, and right after that we have a back-to-back with the Mavericks, then fly to Memphis. Our stamina and focus will be pushed to the limit." He turned to Yao Ming, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "The sound of their muscle clashes will be more terrifying than the referee's whistles. The Grizzlies aren't afraid of you scoring. What they fear is that you can't keep up with their pace. DeAndre Jordan and Whiteside are pure rim protectors. Vucevic can stretch the floor, but is slow to move sideways, and Griffin will struggle against Randolph's weight." He fixed his gaze deep down the corridor, his tone certain. "You need to let Ibaka play more. That kid's wingspan and help defense awareness are key to breaking through. Silas is already preparing for that." Sinan pushed open the door, and the blinding light from the corridor flooded in, enveloping him in a cool white glow. He squinted, gazing down the seemingly endless hallway. With less than 7 hours until the flight to Dallas tomorrow morning, the true test of the new season was just beginning. The schedule of the shortened season was as dense as compressed biscuits. Right after the Christmas Day battle against the Heat, the Hornets were thrown into a hellish streak from the end of December to mid-January. 12 games, 7 on the road, 5 back-to-backs. Silas spent more time drawing up plays on the plane than he did. Before every takeoff, he would circle 3 critical points on the scouting report with a red pen and place it on each player's tray table. Then he put on his eye mask and rested. His coaching philosophy was simple: energy above all else. Forgotten tactics could be adjusted on the fly, but broken players were irreplaceable. One afternoon in mid-January, Vucevic was called into the video room alone. On the screen played not his pride Joy mid-range jumpers, but 3 defensive rotations where he had been a step too slow. After watching twice, Vucevic gritted his teeth and said, "Coach, in Europe I played zone defense. I didn't need to switch. Here I have to close out on every possession. My brain knows where to go, but my feet can't keep up." Silas set the remote down gently on the table, his voice as calm as if he were discussing the weather. "I showed you this not to make you run faster. Your lateral quickness is what it is. You won't get much faster no matter how long you train." He paused, his eyes sharp on Vucevic. "But you can position yourself ahead of time. Don't chase the man, anticipate where he's going. Starting tomorrow, you'll watch film with Leonard after practice. Let him teach you how to read an opponent's driving lane. Vucevic froze. Leonard. Silas was already at the door, throwing back over his shoulder. Ask him about defense and he'll answer. 2 words minimum, 4 at most. For the entire next week, Vucevic dove into the video room after every extra session. Leonard sat on the couch, remote on his knee, eyes never leaving the screen. At each pause he uttered just a few words. Watch his hips. Pump fake, not real. Rebound goes. Vucevic scribbled furiously on the coffee table, filling 3 pages with dense notes. One day, Silas passed by and glimpsed through the door crack, one man, pointing at the screen, the other writing. The entire session never had a sentence longer than 5 words. It was as quiet as a monastery. He turned toward the training court and murmured to Sinan, the best part about picking Leonard isn't that he himself can defend. It's that he makes the whole team want to learn how. At the end of January, Thompson got blown by the opposing shooting guard for 2 straight games. Silas didn't yell. He didn't even frown. He simply called Leonard and Thompson to center court and set up an onion drill. The loser had to pick up all the loose balls scattered around the gym. Leonard won 5 times in a row. After every blow-by, he would stop, bend down, and tap a finger on Thompson's hip before resuming the next possession. On the 6th try, Thompson finally held his ground. He stayed low, center of gravity, extremely deep, eyes locked on Leonard's midsection, breathing like a bellows. Leonard passed him the ball and said flatly, "Got it." Thompson took the ball, but didn't shoot. He just looked down at his hands, spread his palm, then clenched it tight. Late that night, Thompson cornered Curry in the locker room. "Steven," he leaned against a locker, tugging at his arm sleeve. "Your lateral quickness isn't great either. How do you hide that weakness on defense?" Curry thought for a few seconds, then smiled. "I don't hide it." Thompson was taken aback. "I know I can't keep up with some guys, so I always give them a step. Let them drive, let the bigs help." His tone was calm and frank. "That's not running away. It's being honest. You have to admit who you can't guard before you learn how to let others guard them for you." Curry thought for a few seconds, then smiled. "I don't hide it." Thompson was taken aback. "I know I can't keep up with." Curry's lips curled slightly. "Then that's my problem. He'll poke the ball away before he gets it off. But you're taller than me. You don't need a full step, half is enough. That half step gives you the room to reach and alter his arc." At the end of January, they played the Thunder on the road. From the opening tip, Westbrook was a beast unleashed, dropping 34 points with a ferocity that seemed intent on shattering the rim on every drive. After the final buzzer, he didn't celebrate or high-five anyone. He stood alone at center court, head down, staring blankly at his sneakers. Paul walked over, crouched, and untied the blue-purple lace from his own shoe, then placed it gently in Westbrook's hand. Westbrook stared at the lace for a long time, gripping it, until his knuckles turned white. Paul said nothing, just patted him on the shoulder and walked away. In the locker room, Harden sat next to Paul while taking off his shoes and suddenly spoke. "Seeing Russ grip that lace reminded me of my rookie year with the Hornets when you put a lace in my hand like that." Paul glanced at him but didn't reply. Harden continued, "How do you know who needs it?" Paul unstrapped the ice pack from his knee, set it aside, and said softly, "Wait for them to ask." Before the All-Star break, the last game was at home against the Heat. LeBron James changed his approach from the opening tip. He stopped hovering on the perimeter and deliberately sought contact against Leonard. On every post-up, he initiated the bump, slamming his shoulder into Leonard's chest. He wanted to shatter the rookie's defensive rhythm. Leonard was knocked down twice, but each time he got up without a word and stuck to James like a piece of rubber cement. The basketball sailed over Leonard's fingertips and swished through the net. Upon landing, LeBron thumped his chest firmly in Leonard's direction. It wasn't a gesture of complaint, but a blatant declaration. Leonard's face remained utterly expressionless. He simply lowered his head and silently jogged toward the front court. But the Heat's perimeter shooters were relentlessly hounded by Clay and Curry, shooting less than 30% from beyond the arc for the entire game. LeBron scored 37 points, yet the deficit fluctuated despairingly between 8 and 12 points. The moment the final buzzer sounded, LeBron stood at the arc, yanked his jersey out of his waistband, turned, and walked toward the player tunnel. Halfway there, he stopped, turned his head, and looked back. Not at the scoreboard, but at Leonard. Leonard was bending over to pick up a towel from the floor. Across the half-court, their eyes met for an instant. LeBron withdrew his gaze and disappeared into the dark depths of the tunnel. Sinan, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window of the private box, took in the entire scene. He picked up his phone and sent Silas a message. "Once the record stabilizes, give them proper rest." 3 seconds later, a reply popped up. 3 words, "Already doing it." The shortened season lacks an All-Star weekend. To start the season before Christmas, the league has postponed the originally scheduled All-Star game in Orlando to next year. As the trade deadline in mid-March approaches, the windows for strengthening the championship contending teams are down to just a few hours. The office is silent, with only the sound of papers rustling. Bob pressed a stack of freshly printed intelligence reports onto the desk, his brow furrowed tightly. This year's deadline feels more oppressive than in previous years. Most teams have sharpened their knives during the lockout, and what is now revealed is aimed at making decisive cuts. The Heat have made a move. Bob stared at the words on the page, tension evident in his tone. Riley has finally decided to dig deep, exchanging the 2013 first-round pick with the Kings for DeAndre Jordan, a blue-collar center who can protect the rim, grab rebounds, and withstand Griffin and Jordan in the paint. Bob looked up, his expression complex. Riley realized that the interior was a critical weakness after last season's wake-up call. After dragging it out for more than half a year, he has finally addressed this issue. The defense is sufficient, but what about scoring? Sinan picked up a cup of coffee from the table and took a sip. Bob paused for a moment, a pure blue-collar player with no self-offensive ability. Then that's exactly right. Sinan put down his cup, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If it reaches the finals and the Heat's interior can only take hits without fighting back, all the offensive pressure will fall squarely on LeBron and Wade. Let Riley take the gamble, betting that his stars can perform outstandingly every game. Bob sighed in relief, flipping to the next page. On the Spurs side, Buford used Jefferson's expiring contract to pry Steven Jackson from the Warriors. Another iron gate on the wing. Sinan lightly tapped his fingers on the table. If we face them in the playoffs, Jackson will definitely be assigned to guard Durant. Exactly. Bob continued. On March 13th, they traded Monta Ellis and Udrih to the Bucks for Bogut and immediately sent Jackson to the Spurs. Quick actions. What about the Lakers? Kobe finally has a reliable backup point guard. Bob's words quickened. 2 operations. They traded Fisher and a first-round pick from the Mavericks to the Rockets for Jordan Hill. Then they added Walton and Capono along with a first-round pick to acquire Sessions from the Cavaliers. Sinan nodded slightly. The Lakers' actions are the most pragmatic, directly finding Kobe a helper to share the pressure. The Rockets didn't make any major moves. The backcourt duo of Rose and Dragic has already stabilized in the top 4 of the West, and Morey only made some peripheral adjustments, leaving the core framework untouched. What about the Celtics? How is Artest doing in Boston? Not just doing well, he is thriving. Bob couldn't help but exclaim. Garnett complained to Rivers, saying he has never partnered with such a capable wing defender in his life. Actually, Ainge wanted to make another move before the deadline. He felt that having only Artest was not enough. Using the expiring contracts of Jeff Green and Bradley as bait, he was asking around the league for prices, trying to find another reliable piece. Bob shook his head. But after a long round of negotiations, nothing was settled. Other teams either deemed the offers inadequate or simply didn't want to let go of their players. Ainge could only concede defeat and remain still. Sinan's gaze turned to the window. However, remaining still was not a problem. Artest's mission in Boston was just beginning. If the Celtics face the Heat in the playoffs, that bulky guy will definitely make LeBron sweat. Retaining the big 3 Rondo and Artest as trump cards still makes them a tough opponent in the East. The Thunder have been quiet. After we rejected them, the Pacers only traded for Barbosa from the Raptors to fill a gap. Bob continued reading. There were also a few inconsequential 3-way trades. The Nuggets, Wizards, and Clippers exchanged. The Wizards sent McGee and Turiaf to get Nene and Cook, while the Clippers picked up Nick Young. The Grizzlies traded Sam Young for an overseas signing right. As for the Magic, Howard's drama played out all day during the deadline, and in the end, he still didn't get traded. Bob closed the folder, exhaling a long breath. To summarize, the biggest winners of the deadline are the Heat, Spurs, and Lakers. These teams have all patched up their weaknesses. The Rockets are now comfortably positioned. He looked at Sinan and asked the most critical question, what about us? A brief silence fell in the office. The backcourt features Paul, Curry, and Harden, while the frontcourt has Durant and Paul George. In the paint, there are DeAndre Jordan, Whiteside, Griffin, Ibaka, and Gibson. This depth is unmatched across the league. Additionally, there are Leonard and Clay with Vucevic and 3 rookies growing rapidly. Let's give time to the young. Sinan leaned back against his chair again, his voice calm, as if discussing today's weather. Let them bet on the veterans, well bet on our depth. The trade deadline has arrived. The Hornets made no trades at all. This is the first time Sinan has watched the deadline as a complete bystander since taking over the team. Bob walked to the door, his hand on the doorknob, but his footsteps halted. Without turning around, he lowered his voice. The agent for Curry called again this morning to apply pressure on the contract renewal. The contract length remains inflexible. Bob's voice carried a hint of helplessness. They insist on 3 years with a player option. Our bottom line is a 5-year deal without an option. Both sides are at a complete standstill. Outside the window, the bare branches of the oak trees swayed in the cold wind. Halfway through the shortened season, the Hornets maintain the best winning percentage in the league, and the rookies have survived the most painful adjustment period. He made no trades and doesn't need any. The real strengthening was completed last summer. But now another storm is brewing. Let's hold steady. Sinan looked out the window, his gaze becoming deeper. Let's refine things in the summer. There's still more than a month until the playoffs, and let him finish the games for now. Once this season concludes, everything will naturally have an answer whether to stay or leave, and the final lineup of the team will take shape. However, what Sinan does not know is that other owners in the league held a private gathering on this trade deadline. The outcome of this gathering is something Sinan and his Hornets are completely unaware of. After the trading deadline passed, there was less than a month left in the shortened regular season. The Hornets maintained the top winning percentage in the league, prompting Sinan to allow Silas to strategically rest the starters while bringing Harden and other substitutes into the starting lineup. In the subsequent games, Curry and Durant sat on the bench in casual clothes during different matches. Harden, Clay, Leonard, and Ibaka led the team, winning most of the games while losing a few that were inconsequential. After the final game of the regular season, the Hornets concluded with an impressive record of 50 wins and 16 losses, marking the end of this shortened season. In the locker room, only a few rookies appeared somewhat excited while the others had grown accustomed to it. Bob pushed the door open and placed a freshly printed playoff matchup chart on Sinan's desk. First in the West against 8th in the West. In the first round, the Nuggets. He flipped through the scouting report in his hands, his brow slightly furrowed. These guys have played like they've been injected with adrenaline since the trading deadline, climbing from 10th to 8th with a 7-game winning streak. JaVale McGee and Kenneth Faried's inside capability is indeed monstrous. Ty Lawson's speed in the backcourt is also unparalleled among guards. But they are too inexperienced. Sinan leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. The playoffs aren't a track meet. Once the pace slows, a half-court battle becomes their Achilles heel. Their defensive efficiency is at the bottom among playoff teams, and that's our best breakthrough point. What we could do has already been done now. We need to trust Silas, trust Paul Durant, and the others. Before the series began, head coach Silas locked the entire team in the video room, showing a 40-minute clip of the Nuggets' offensive plays. Listen. Silas knocked on the blackboard, his voice not loud, but extremely penetrating. Lawson's first step is fast, but he struggles to read the defense after the pick and roll. Paul will stick to him, while DeAndre Jordan will guard the rim. Faried's mid-range shot is inconsistent, so let him shoot. McGee poses no threat outside the paint, let him go. Don't underestimate them, they are not our match. As Game 1 began, Lawson played like a beast cornered. Using a screen at the top of the arc, he accelerated and bypassed Paul's tight defense. Charging to the basket, faced with Jordan's help defense, he twisted his body midair, executing a difficult layup that hit the backboard. Upon landing, Lawson glanced back at Paul. It was not a provocation, but rather a young guard confirming, even under the suffocating intensity of the playoffs, I can still score. Paul remained expressionless, simply bending down to pick up the basketball and passing it steadily to Durant. The Hornets' response was simple and brutal. Griffin called for the ball in the low post. With one pass from Paul, Griffin backed down. Faried pivoted and slammed down a ferocious dunk. The rim shook violently. Faried's height and weight suffered greatly as he was knocked around in the paint by Griffin. At the end of the first quarter, Griffin had already scored 12 points, tearing apart the Nuggets' interior defense. 2 consecutive fast break scores narrowed the deficit to 4 points in an instant. However, Silas didn't even call a timeout. He simply waved his hand and substituted Leonard into the game. The death coil went live. Leonard's enormous long arms became a lingering nightmare for Lawson. His floater's arc was completely disrupted, and his driving lanes were firmly sealed off. By the fourth quarter, the Nuggets' offense had ground to a halt. A 140 run, and the Hornets secured their first victory without breaking a sweat. In Game 2, Silas changed his tactics. Ibaka was tasked with guarding Faried, collapsing directly into the paint. Let him shoot. Faried indeed scored 16 points for the game, but 12 of those were highly uncomfortable mid-range jumpers, his worst scoring zone. On the other end, McGee was humiliated in the paint by DeAndre Jordan and Whiteside, getting blocked 3 times. On the sidelines, George Karl's face turned livid with rage. He slammed the clipboard onto the floor with such force that the sound of shattering plastic echoed across the bench. It was to no avail. The Hornets took another victory. Game 3 moved to the Pepsi Center in Denver, the Nuggets' home court. The entire Nuggets team knew that falling into a 0-3 deficit would leave them virtually no chance of a comeback. Lawson exploded for 30 points and 8 assists, while Faried grabbed 15 rebounds, including 5 offensive boards. In the third quarter, McGee even blocked a surefire dunk by Griffin, sending the crowd into a frenzy. With 30 seconds left in the game, the Nuggets led by 2. The Hornets had possession, and when it mattered most, it was Durant who stepped up. At the top of the arc, facing Gallinari's tight defense, he rose straight up for a jumper. The Grim Reaper's scythe was cold and bloodthirsty. The ball traced an impossibly high arc in the air, soaring over Gallinari's desperate fingertips and swishing through the net for a three-pointer. They took a 1-point lead, leaving the Nuggets with only 2 seconds on the clock, an almost game winner. As the Nuggets' final shot missed, the Hornets narrowly won by 1 point, taking a 30-series lead. For Game 4, the Nuggets, fighting with their backs against the wall, had no more room for error. During pre-game warm-ups, Lawson stood at the center circle and glanced up at English's retired jersey hanging from the rafters. It wasn't his, but tonight he wanted to become the god of this arena. He did it. 34 points for the game, and at the end of the third quarter, he shook off Paul with 3 consecutive crossovers, drove into the paint, and threw down a dunk over a defender. After landing, he let out a roar toward George Karl on the sidelines, venting all his frustration. But basketball, after all, is a game of 5. In the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, the Hornets extinguished Denver's last hope with a ruthless 100 run. The final buzzer sounded. 40, a merciless sweep. Lawson stood at the center circle, hands on his knees, sweat dripping onto the floor, gasping for breath. A yellow jersey obscured his vision. Paul patted him on the shoulder. "Your first step is the fastest I've ever seen," Paul said calmly. Lawson looked up, his eyes filled with regret. "But I don't know how to run the pick and roll. You always find your teammates, but I can only shoot it myself. Because you're still too young. The future is yours, but the present is ours." With that, Paul turned and walked away. The next day, the Western Conference semifinals matchups were officially set. The Spurs eliminated the Grizzlies 42, advancing to the next round. In the post-game press conference, a reporter asked Popovich how he viewed their upcoming opponent. The veteran coach took a sip of coffee and said calmly, "The Hornets have the deepest roster in the league. To beat them, we need to play perfect basketball." Perfect basketball. Sinan sat in his office, staring at the Spurs scouting report on his desk, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. He knew exactly what Popovich was thinking. The old man's calculations were meticulously precise. He used the veteran Stephen Jackson, acquired via trade, as a sacrificial pawn to exhaust Durant relentlessly. At the same time, he thrust this year's rookie Jimmy Butler into the starting lineup, ordering him to cling like sticky candy to the Hornets' interior players. Popovich intended to drag the Hornets into the mud with this defense system, blending veterans and rookies. But he seemed to forget that he could never comprehend just how terrifying the cards in the Hornets' hand truly were. However, he could suggest to Silas to use a slightly different lineup. On the night before the Western Conference semifinals Game 1, the hotel suite was lit up until 3 in the morning. Silas was fixated on the screen, watching the footage of the Spurs eliminating the Grizzlies in the first round. Stephen Jackson's deadly three-pointer, Jimmy Butler's suffocating entanglement. Despite having limited cards in hand, Popovich always managed to execute textbook-like defense. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated, and Sinan's voice came through the receiver, tinged with a casual certainty, "Still watching the footage." "Stop watching. I could recite the old man's tactics with my eyes closed." Silas rubbed his brow. "He is gambling. Contracting the paint, allowing outside shots, using a body like a meat grinder to wear us down. Then let him not even find where the basket is." Sinan chuckled coldly. "Ibaka will take the 5 spot standing at the arc. George will play the 4 stationed at the corner. Will Duncan follow? If he does, the paint becomes Paul and Durant's backyard. If not, Ibaka can instill psychological shadows in them." Silas gasped. He had only seen this lineup in practice games, yet this was the Western Conference semifinals. Without Jordan protecting the rim, what will we do against Duncan's low-post isolation? George's height and wingspan are sufficient to disrupt catches, and the weak side can provide support at any moment. As for the Spurs' outside game, Sinan paused, his tone grave. "Aside from Jackson, we can afford to leave others open. Remember, Popovich spent an entire season studying how to defend against our Twin Towers, but he has never faced this suicidal 5-out lineup." Hanging up the phone, Silas looked at the 5 names on the tactics board, gritted his teeth, and decisively crossed out Jordan and Griffin's names, moving them to the bench. The next morning in the locker room. "Listen." Silas slammed the tactics board loudly. "Tonight, there will be no traditional center. Ibaka, your task is to pin Duncan outside the 3-point line. George, go and devour Dia. That old leg of his can't keep up with your speed." That night at the AT&T Center, the arena was packed. In the first possession, Popovich remained calm. Following the pregame plan, Jackson stuck to Durant, Butler entangled inside, while Duncan guarded the rim. But when the Hornets positioned themselves, Popovich suddenly stood up, his pupils contracting. Ibaka stood at the top of the arc like a guard. Duncan hesitated for a split second, choosing to stay in the paint. That split second decided the course of the game. Paul understood the signal, flicking his wrist as the basketball was precisely guided to the cutting George. Facing Dia's sluggish recovery, George didn't even fake, easily driving past with a single hand switch layup. In the next possession, Duncan played smart, staying firmly at the edge of the paint. But Ibaka received the pass at the top of the arc with 2 meters of space in front of him, shooting effortlessly as if in his own backyard. Swish. The ball swished through the net. Popovich's face turned ashen on the sideline. If they follow out, the paint is empty. If they don't, they simply shoot. What made him even more uneasy was the mismatch at the 4 spot. George's speed was simply like walking a dog. During the retreat, George executed 2 fast breaks, leaving Dia gasping for breath. Halfway through the first quarter, Popovich was forced to call 2 timeouts. Meanwhile, Durant at the 3 spot was absurdly dominant. Wasn't Jackson's defense hard enough? But in the face of absolute static talent, all struggles were in vain. Receiving the ball in the elbow area, he ignored the defender's hand and pulled up with the basketball soaring over his fingers, mercilessly falling into the net. At the end of the first quarter, the score was 34-22. The Hornets led by 12 points. Vucevic's high post pivot drew Splitter out of the paint, while Harden executed a Euro step to deceive Blair, and Clay curled off a screen to catch and release a three-pointer with exquisite precision. At halftime, the deficit had ballooned to a staggering 16 points. In the second half, Popovich made his ultimate concession, collapsing the paint entirely and leaving Ibaka open to shoot. Indeed, Ibaka missed 2 consecutive shots, narrowing the gap to 10 points. Yet Sinan's arsenal was fathomless. Silas promptly substituted Vucevic back in, luring Duncan out of the paint with an exceptionally soft mid-range jumper. Whenever Duncan dared to venture outside, Paul George and Durant would take turns soaring in for thunderous dunk. A profound silence descended upon every Spurs fan in the arena, while only the Hornets bench erupted in a frenzy of towel waving. Ginobili controlled the ball, while Duncan sank consecutive turnaround hook shots from the post, cutting the deficit to 7 points. At the critical moment, that man stepped up again. At the top of the key, Paul faced Ginobili's relentless pressure, his gaze as calm as a laser beam. He extended 2 fingers, signaling Ibaka to set a screen. Using the sturdy screen as a shield, Paul slithered through the narrowest gap, like an eel slicing straight into the heart of the free throw line. In that instant, the Spurs defense was forced to collapse inward. Parker fronted him from behind, while Duncan scrambled over from the weak side for a frantic double team, enveloping Paul like an impenetrable net. In the split second before the two converged, Paul neither jumped nor forced a shot. Instead, he flicked his wrist with exquisite subtlety. The basketball, as if endowed with eyes, zipped past Duncan's ankle and found Durant, who had popped out to a wide-open spot at the 45-degree angle. Catch, rise, release. The entire motion was fluid, devoid of any superfluous pause. Jackson lunged with all his might to contest the shot, but it was utterly futile. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed as the ball sank through the hoop cleanly, not even grazing the rim. 100-91. The lead swelled back to 9 points. On this suffocating playoff stage, Paul had torn apart the defense with the most lethal pass. And Durant, with his signature defense-defying Reaper's pull-up, extinguished the last flicker of doubt. The final buzzer sounded. 105-96. The Hornets drew first blood, taking a 10-series lead. In the tunnel after the game, Popovich stood with arms crossed, staring fixedly at the scoreboard, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Silas walked past him, and the two exchanged a handshake. "Your style tonight. It completely defies basketball common sense," Popovich gritted out in a low voice. 5 men who can all shoot threes, 5 men who can all switch on defense. How did you manage to develop this in such a short time? Silas offered a faint smile. Our owner started experimenting with this system from the beginning of the season. He said the era of the traditional paint camping center is over. A 5-man who can shoot threes can dismantle your vaunted interior defense. Popovich was silent for a full 10 seconds. He wanted to curse madman, but instead he took a deep breath, locked eyes with Silas, and said, "Tell your owner he taught me a lesson tonight. But the series has just begun. Next game I'll show him what real playoff basketball is." Watching Popovich's retreating figure, a playful smirk curled at the corner of Silas's mouth. Real playoff basketball. The old man probably doesn't realize that what the Hornets showcased tonight was merely the most basic form of spatial punishment. The failure in Game 1 led the media to almost pronounce a death sentence on this veteran team. Yet after all, Popovich is still Popovich. In Game 2, continuing in New Orleans, the old man smashed the tactical board in the locker room and then revealed the trump card he had hidden for an entire season. As the opening whistle blew, the crowd erupted. Duncan did not crouch in the paint to protect the rim as usual, but directly matched up against Ibaka. However, he took half a step back, lurking near the free throw line like a ghost. This was Popovich's gamble: allow Ibaka to shoot threes while staunchly defending the paint. Meanwhile, Butler was pushed into the starting lineup with one task: to stick to Paul throughout the game. This tactic was indeed ruthless. Ibaka missed all 3 wide-open three-pointers in the first quarter, while Butler clung to Paul like an unshakable piece of chewing gum, forcing the Hornets' core to struggle to find passing lanes. At halftime, the Spurs led by 8 points. During the break, Silas drew up a counterattack route on the tactical board. Paul George backed down Butler in the elbow area. He lacks the height, and his turnaround jump shot is indefensible. In the second half, Durant transformed into a Reaper, hitting consecutive pull-up shots in the elbow area. Jackson's hand was already in his face, but that damn 2-inch height difference was an insurmountable chasm. The Hornets relied on their terrifying roster depth to erase the deficit in the second half, culminating in a crucial steal by Paul just before the final buzzer. In the end, it was 105-103. The Hornets narrowly secured Game 2, taking a commanding 2-0 lead. On the plane, Sinan gazed out at the clouds, sending a text to Silas. Game 3 returns home. Popovich will definitely change his strategy, but he has run out of cards. Continue to spread 5 players wide, let Paul and Curry run wildly without the ball to disrupt the defense, then let Durant go low to demand position from Jackson. Paul George mismatched isolation plays and Durant's brute strength are the keys to this series. It turned out that Sinan's prediction was as accurate as a supercomputer. Game 3 returned to the ATT Center and Popovich was indeed anxious. He no longer allowed Ibaka to shoot, forcing Duncan to step out and defend. But this played right into the Hornets' hands. Once Duncan left the paint, the pick-and-roll between Paul and Curry instantly tore apart the Spurs' defense. The Hornets' perimeter players gained a vacuum of shooting space, and Durant took over the game directly in the fourth quarter. 3-0. The Hornets had 1 foot in the doorway of the Western Conference Finals. In Game 4, the Spurs, with no room to retreat, displayed their fighting spirit. 30-year-old Tony Parker faced the most explosive moment of his career. Against the Hornets' switches, the French speedster darted like a black lightning bolt, slashing into the lane 4 times in a row, finishing with layups through contact. Scoring 14 points in a single quarter, he forcefully penetrated the Hornets' paint. In half-court situations when perimeter shooting was stifled, Duncan took over the game in the oldest way. He no longer insisted on attacking the basket, but sank into the low post using textbook positioning to hold off Ibaka, grabbing one crucial offensive rebound after another. As long as the ball was in his hands, it was a picture of despairing stability, devoid of flashy moves, just extremely solid pivots and his signature bank shot. With this almost cold rationality, he suppressed the Hornets' counterattack to a razor's edge. With 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the Hornets had narrowed the game to a 4-point deficit. In the critical moment, the dagger was drawn. Ginobili at the right side, 45-degree angle, ignored the defense and launched a contested three-pointer over Jackson. The basketball traced a high arc, swishing through the net. In the next possession, he once again made a crucial steal from Paul and then executed a highly twisted serpentine drive, calmly sinking both free throws. The veterans' collective explosion finally shattered the Hornets' dream of a sweep. It ended 110-101, with the Spurs narrowly winning by 9 points, finally reclaiming a game. The score became 1-3. On the edge of the cliff, there was no way back. Game 5 is the battleground. The series returned to New Orleans. The entire arena was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression, and Hornets fans had already prepared champagne and streamers waiting to witness their team in this series. The Spurs, playing away, found themselves in a tough battle from the start. Duncan entered overdrive mode, holding off Ibaka in the low post, each muscle clash accompanied by heavy breaths. At 36, his knees felt like rusty gears, yet he gritted his teeth, repeatedly putting the ball in the basket. Meanwhile, Parker faced unprecedented pressure from the Hornets. With no space for the penetrating drive seen in Game 4, he could only rely on experience to score in extreme exhaustion. They spent every last drop of fuel, narrowing the deficit to just 3 points in the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter. The home crowd's cheers grew louder, but the Hornets' bench players remained as steady as a rock. In the face of the desperate counterattack, this young team exhibited a coldness that belied their age. After the timeout, Paul controlled the ball at the top of the arc. He did not call a play, but coldly observed the gasping Spurs defense in front of him. Time ticked away second by second. Paul suddenly lowered his center of gravity, executing a realistic prayer fake that sent Parker's balance flying. Then, with his right hand, he sharply slapped the ball to the left, making a tiny shift in direction, instantly getting past half of his defender. Faced with Duncan's help defense, Paul chose not to force the shot, but while on the move, flicked his wrist and precisely threaded the ball through the defenders to the corner. Curry, who had been lurking, caught the ball, jumped, and shot in one fluid motion. The basketball traced a beautiful parabolic arc, swishing cleanly through the net. The deficit returned to 5 points. Only 10 seconds remained. In dire straits, the Spurs took their final shot. The dagger launched a three-pointer from outside, but the ball hit the rim and bounced out. The final buzzer echoed throughout the arena. 105-100. The final score was 4-1. No miracles, only the harsh reality. Duncan stood at center court, hands bracing his knees, sweat dripping onto the floor. He had scored the highest points and grabbed the most rebounds for the team, but when he lifted his head, his eyes were filled with exhaustion. Paul walked over, and they shook hands. "I thought I could beat you guys this year," Duncan said hoarsely. Paul said nothing, giving Duncan a firm embrace before turning to leave. On the sidelines, Popovich stood quietly. He did not explode in anger or smash the tactical board. He simply stared at the scoreboard, his expression as complex as a still pond. Silas walked past him, stopped, and extended his hand. "Greg, that was a brilliant series. You had way more cards in your hand than I did." The old man's voice was low, tinged with a barely perceptible bitter smile. With this decisive victory, the Hornets completed a gentleman's sweep of the Spurs with a total score of 4-1, advancing to the Western Conference Finals. In the luxury box, Sinan leaned back on the leather sofa, savoring this rare moment of peace. The Western Conference semifinals between the Rockets and Lakers were still ongoing, with the Rockets leading 3-2. Rose averaged 28 points and 7 assists over the first 5 games, directly dominating this series. The next game in Houston, if the Rockets can hold their home court, they will be the opponents in the Western Finals. If they cannot hold it, they will be dragged into a brutal Game 7. Rose, Dragic, Ariza. 3 former Hornets who were traded to Houston 3 years ago for Yao Ming are now just 1 game away from returning to New Orleans to play in the Western Finals. However, the current Hornets will not yield to anyone, whether facing the Rockets or the Lakers. The television screen in the Hornets locker room was illuminated, the image cutting back to Houston's Toyota Center. The series score was 4-2. The Rockets had eliminated the Lakers and secured a ticket to the Western Conference Finals. Silas pressed the remote, freezing the screen on the image of Rose surrounded by his teammates. He did not speak immediately, but waited until everyone had quieted down. Top 3 in the regular season, 2nd in the playoffs. Silas tapped the whiteboard. No one but us can stop this Rockets offense. But they are not an impenetrable fortress. Their interior rotation depth is insufficient. That's their fatal flaw. Once Scola leaves the court, the paint becomes our backyard. The tactical briefing concluded swiftly. Silas understood, well, that facing his former team, these young men needed not lengthy speeches, but clear-cut killing moves. The morning mist over New Orleans had yet to dissipate. Sinan stood by the office window, gazing at the empty parking lot outside the arena. Hornets versus Rockets, Game 1 tonight in New Orleans. He was almost certain that Rose had already flown into this city. Given that kid's personality, when facing his old team, he would absolutely arrive a day early and sneak into the training facility under the cover of night for extra practice. Sinan could even picture the scene. The empty arena, only the dull thud of the basketball hitting the floor. Acceleration, sudden stop, leap, release. Sweat soaked through the jersey, the squeak of sneakers against the floor cutting through the silence with unusual clarity. 3 years ago, on the 2nd floor of the training facility, Paul was still frowning and correcting his problem of holding the pause too long. Back then, Rose still carried a hint of rawness. Whenever Paul called him out, he would instinctively bite his lip, his eyes brimming with an unyielding stubbornness. Now 3 years had passed, and that half-second hesitation had been completely erased by muscle memory. At 7:30 in the evening, the arena's ceiling lights flickered on one after another. Paul sat at the very end of the bench, an ice pack still strapped to his knee. He did not rise in a hurry, his gaze cut through the mid-court line and fixed on the figure warming up in the opposite half. Rose. A year ago at this very time on this same court, Paul had led the Hornets to eliminate him in the first. After the game, in the dimly lit players' tunnel, the footsteps of the 2 men crossed paths in the narrow space. Rose had no complaints, no resentment. As he passed by, he murmured, "The pick-and-roll sticky note you put on the 2nd floor, I'm still using it." Paul did not answer at the time. He knew that the erasure of that half-second hesitation was not the result of talent, but of repeating the same movement 1,000 nights in front of the same piece of paper. But knowing that was one thing, tonight, he would still win the game that needed to be won. The referee's whistle blew, and the centers from both teams walked toward the jump circle. Paul took a deep breath and stepped onto the court. Tonight he was not a teacher nor an old acquaintance. He was an enemy. The referee tossed the ball high, the basketball arcing through the air. Rose lowered his center of gravity, his eyes locked on the descending ball. He knew Paul was waiting for him at the top of the arc, just as he had waited for him 1,000 days and nights in the training facility. The ball was tipped toward the Rockets' half, and Dragic secured it firmly. The Rockets' offense unfolded rapidly. Dragic called for Scola's high screen, while Ariza settled into the corner. Rose, using Scola's pick, curled out to the right side. The entire Rockets' offense operated like a precisely tuned machine, instantly stretching the Hornets' defense. Paul's switching steps were tight, almost glued to Rose's body. This was the Hornets' classic weak-side delay strategy, designed specifically to disrupt the Rockets' first pick-and-roll initiation. Dragic's pass sliced through like a scalpel, landing squarely in Rose's hands. Rose posted up against Paul, sensing the shift in his opponent's weight. He did not turn immediately. Instead, he suddenly dipped his left shoulder and drove off his right foot with explosive force. Paul's center instinctively shifted half a step to the left. That half step was all it took. Rose leveraged the counterforce, sprang up instantly, and flicked his wrist. The ball left his fingertips. Paul could not even get a hand up. He could only turn his head and watch the familiar arc plunge through the net. Nothing but net. The crowd erupted. During the retreat, Paul did not clap his hands to urge his teammates into position as he usually did. He simply cast a glance at Rose's back, then waved for the ball on the next possession. This time it was the Hornets' turn to execute their set. Paul brought the ball up, and Rose immediately closed in. The distance between them was less than half an arm. This kind of tight on-ball defense meant abandoning the seal on driving lanes, betting entirely that Paul would not pass easily. Paul understood his intent. But instead of isolating, he raised his hand to signal Curry to lift from the baseline, setting a handoff screen. Rose chased without hesitation. But in that instant, Paul did not shoot, nor did he cut. He keenly detected the enormous vacuum left by the Rockets' interior as they scrambled to close out on the perimeter and simply bounced the ball to Durant, who was cutting to the rim. Durant caught the pass Rose over Scola's contest and laid it in off the glass with ease. Over the next few possessions, both sides probed each other's limits. "They're collapsing." He pointed at the red circle on the tactical board. "Scola didn't even step out. They're all packed in the paint, betting that our outside shooting will fail. Then we'll punish them in the most lethal way." Silas looked at Curry and tapped the board hard. "Curry, lift from the baseline. Don't set a screen. Just curl off the pick and catch the ball. Paul, the moment you draw a double team, get the ball out immediately. If Rose dares to sag off and help Curry, you just shoot them to death with threes." The core of this tactic was to punish the collapse. Since the opponent had abandoned perimeter defense, it was time to let Curry, a historic shooter, step up and take over the game. Paul's task was to use his own driving threat to occupy Rose's attention, creating that split-second window. The timeout ended, and the players returned to the court. The Hornets spread the floor. Durant pinned Ariza on the right baseline, while Ibaka roamed near the free-throw line, drawing away the Rockets' help defense. Paul held the ball at the top of the arc with Rose pressing tight. Paul suddenly exploded his first step, blistering fast, driving straight toward the free-throw line. Rose was forced to backpedal half a step, and inside Scola instinctively sank a step, ready to help. In that split second, Curry curled out from the left side off a screen. Without even lifting his head, Paul delivered a stealthy bounce pass that sliced through the gap between two defenders and found Curry perfectly. By then, Rose was stuck behind the screen, and Scola inside had no time to close out to the three-point line. Curry caught Rose and released. The entire motion was fluid, without a hint of hesitation. The ball arced high through the air, and under the gaze of 20,000 fans, swished through the net. Swish! The crisp sound of the net was the most merciless mockery of a collapsing defense. Paul landed without celebrating, simply exchanging a light tap with Curry. But when he turned and locked eyes with Rose from 3 meters away, a fiercer flame ignited in both their gazes. At that moment, all the tactical boards lost their meaning. What remained was instinct, experience, and those things buried deep in muscle memory. On the next possession, the Rockets inbound. Just as Dragic passed the ball to Rose, Paul shadowed him tightly. This time, Rose did not rely on any complex team movement. Gritting his teeth, he rose up against Paul's defense. The two collided hard in midair. Fighting to contest Paul's shot fully, Rose endured a violent physical clash in the air. He lost his balance and crashed heavily to the floor, his right leg twisting outward at a sickening angle. Snap! A dull, eerie sound. Rose didn't even have time to scream. He clutched his right knee, his face pale, as he curled up, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat instantly soaking his jersey. Paul's pupils constricted sharply, his eyes filled with dread and disbelief. As Rose was carried off on a stretcher, the New Orleans arena fell into a deathly silence. At the top of the arc, Dragic leaned over with his hands on his knees, panting heavily for a long time. Scola walked over, placed his hand heavily on the back of Dragic's head, and whispered something in Spanish. Dragic straightened up, yanked his jersey out, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He turned to look at the bench. The one jersey spot was empty, with a towel still draped over the back of the chair. There was no turning back. The referee's whistle blew, and the game continued. Dragic brought the ball past half-court, and Scola immediately moved up to the elbow to set a screen. The Rockets' offensive system had undergone a subtle shift after losing Rose. Dragic was no longer the secondary ball handler. He was forced to shoulder the burden of the primary option. Off the pick and roll, his floater had a higher arc and a quicker release than 2 years ago. Scola received the ball at the elbow facing Griffin. When Rose was on the floor, his first instinct had always been, but now Rose was gone. Scola gave a shoulder fake, pivoted, and hooked the ball. It sailed over Griffin's desperately outstretched fingers and swished through the net. The Hornets answered immediately. Durant posted up on the right elbow, back to the basket, locking onto Ariza. A shoulder fake, a turn, and a pull-up jumper. Ariza's defense was flawless, his hand nearly covering Durant's face. But it was an unsolvable gift of talent. Durant's height allowed the ball to easily float over the fingertips and drop into the hoop. On the next possession, Durant caught the ball in the same spot. Ariza pressed tighter, his breath almost on. Durant didn't force a tough shot. He keenly spotted the open corner, snapped his wrist, and whipped the ball to George, cutting baseline. A thunderous dunk ignited the fury of the away crowd. At halftime, the Hornets led by 8 points. In the locker room, Silas didn't draw any complex plays. He just crouched in front of Paul, looked him in the eye, and said, "Dragic is carrying the team alone now. He'll give everything in the first 3 quarters, but by the fourth his energy will drop off a cliff. When you get the chance, force him to his left. When he's exhausted, his floater will flatten out." Using Skiles as a screen, he lofted a soft jumper from near the free throw line. Swish. Then screening off Patterson, he repeated the move from the baseline. Again pure net. As Skiles began attacking face-up and scoring consecutively, the Rockets clawed back in the final minutes of the third quarter, narrowing the deficit to just 3 points. But in the fourth quarter, the Hornets' roster depth revealed its terrifying dominance. Coach Silas waved his hand. Harden and Clay entered together at the backcourt, granting Paul a precious 4-minute respite. Those 4 minutes became Houston's nightmare. Harden, spotting up at the top of the arc, used Griffin as a screen to drive. The instant Skiles rotated to help, Harden fired a laser-guided pass to the corner. Clay caught at Rose and drained a three-pointer through the net. On the next possession, Harden took over himself. He curled off the screen into the free throw lane, then executed an impossibly smooth step-back, fading away over Dragic's desperate lunge. This was his signature move, refined over 3 seasons in Charlotte. Defenders knew exactly what he would do, yet remained utterly powerless to stop it. The ball traced a lethal arc, nothing but net. When Paul re-entered the game, the Hornets led by 9. With 6 minutes remaining, he received the ball at the top of the key. Dragic locked onto his right side, Skiles lurking on the weak side, ready to rotate. Paul raised 2 fingers. Griffin stepped up to set the screen. The moment Griffin sealed Dragic, Paul launched a three-pointer without hesitation. Swish. The margin ballooned to 12. As he sprinted back on defense, Paul glanced toward Houston's bench, the vacant point guard spot still unclaimed. Rose remained in the locker room, undergoing evaluation. The final buzzer sounded. The Hornets had claimed victory in their opening game. Dragic stood at center court, hands on knees, breathing heavily. He finished with 27 points and 7 assists, shouldering Houston's entire offensive burden in the absence of their star. Yet it wasn't enough. Rose remained in the locker room, undergoing evaluation. The final buzzer sounded. The Hornets had claimed victory in their opening game. Dragic stood at center court, hands on knees, breathing heavily. In the visiting locker room, Silas wrote 2 words on the whiteboard for Game 2's tactical adjustment: Dragic. He circled them emphatically and drew a bold arrow pointing straight to the corner. His floater percentage tonight was exceptional, but his stamina curve plummeted in the second half. Next game, pressure him before he even catches the ball. George, you're to hound him from the backcourt, denying him clean receptions. Make every catch a battle. By the fourth quarter, his legs will feel like lead. In the luxury suite, Sinan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing silently down as Houston's team bus slowly pulled away from the arena. His phone vibrated twice. A message from Bob: MRI results are in. Minor meniscus contusion. No surgery required. Sinan stared at the screen, a fleeting complex emotion flickering deep within his eyes. No season-ending injury, but a recovery window of 2 to 3 weeks meant that, if the Hornets closed the series within those 14 days, Rose wouldn't play a single second of this postseason. Yet as the man who had personally drafted him, and later traded him to Houston, he exhaled quietly, and at least Rose's career hadn't been shattered as history had once foretold by this brutal collision. Sinan slipped his phone away, and suddenly recalled the night 3 years earlier when he decided to trade Rose. That evening the young man had sat in silence for a long time, then whispered just one sentence. Sinan remembered it vividly, not because the words were extraordinary, but because the man who spoke them had nearly been carried off the court on a stretcher tonight. Yet he'd risen anyway, gritting his teeth, limping steadily into the tunnel. From behind the glass, Sinan surveyed the darkened parking lot, his gaze unfathomably deep. Overextension is not the end. It is merely another threshold on the path to the throne, one more obstacle to be surmounted. This time, however, the gatekeeper standing before him wore the colors of the Hornets he now commanded. The night in Houston is colder than in New Orleans. In the penthouse suite of the hotel where the Rockets are staying, the main lights are off. Derrick Rose sits on the edge of the bed, barefoot on the carpet, enveloped by the dim light. His right knee is still wrapped in thick bandages, fixedly staring out at the pitch-black night sky. The screen of the phone on the bedside table glows, displaying a message from the Rockets' chief physician, David: minor meniscus sprain. 2 to 3 weeks. No surgery required. He stared at those words for a long time, long enough for the screen to turn off automatically, then he manually turned it back on. After that, he turned off the phone and laid it face down on the table, as if trying to completely isolate something from the outside. There's a gentle knock at the door. Come in. The door opens and Dragic stands at the entrance holding 2 bottles of... He doesn't step inside immediately. Instead, he leans against the doorframe, watching the silent figure in the dark. The team doctor said you don't have to participate in tomorrow's practice. Dragic places the water on the table, his voice soft. Mikhail has confirmed it. You'll definitely be absent for G2. Rose does not turn around. His gaze falls on his bandaged right knee, as if looking at something that does not belong to his body. I know. Dragic sits down across from him, silent for a few seconds. Paul said something to me after the game today. Rose finally turns his head. He said if he were on the court, we wouldn't have lost by 9. Dragic's voice carries no complaints or self-blame, simply stating a fact. But I took 25 shots tonight and made 12. My shooting arc was higher than required, and I released it faster. Scola also scored what he needed in the elbow area. He paused. But it still isn't enough. Rose listened. The corners of his mouth moved slightly, as if he wanted to smile, but ultimately did not. It's not your fault, he said. Dragic looked at him. Then whose fault is it? The question hung in the air. Outside, the neon lights flickered for a moment, casting shadows across Rose's face, illuminating something deep within his eyes, almost swallowed by darkness. It's my own. He finally spoke, his voice low as if in self-dialogue. It's my knee, it's my body, and it's those things I know are coming, yet I always think I can avoid them. Dragic did not respond further. Some wounds cannot be healed by teammates. Rose took a deep breath, reached down, and pulled off the ice pack that had long ceased to serve its purpose, tossing it into the trash. His right leg, having been immobilized for an extended period, felt a stiff ache at the joint. He tried to bend his knee with force, accompanied by a gritty sensation from the bone grinding, and he furrowed his brow tightly, but quickly forced it to relax. 3 years ago, on the night when Sinan sent him to Houston, he had said something. It was something he had never told him. I'm not afraid of getting injured, he said. I'm afraid that one day I will stand in that position and no longer be able to make those moves. Dragic listened quietly. As I was walking in the hallway tonight, Rose continued, speaking slowly, as if sorting through an extremely heavy memory. With every step I took, I wondered, what if the next time I land my knee can't hold up? He did not continue. But Dragic understood. It wasn't fear, it was a genius, most honest examination of his own body. Rose lifted his head, looking out at the pitch-black night sky. The city's lights blurred together in the distance, resembling the brightly shining spotlights under the arena's dome. 2 to 3 weeks. He softly repeated this number, his tone calm, unlike someone who had just experienced a serious injury. That's enough. Dragic frowned. Enough for what? Enough for them to win this round of the series. Rose said, and enough for me to clarify something. He did not explain what that something was. Dragic stood up, pausing at the door. I won't go to the training facility tomorrow. He said, I'll stay in the hotel and keep you company. Rose did not refuse. The door closed, and the room fell silent again. Only the low hum of the air conditioning and the occasional headlights of passing cars cast brief light patterns on the ceiling. He tried to push himself up with both hands on the edge of the bed, tentatively stepping onto the carpet, with his right foot confirming that his knee could still bear the weight of his body, before he dragged his steps toward the bathroom. Meanwhile, in the top executive suite of the hotel where the Hornets are staying in downtown New Orleans. Outside, a bus carrying the Houston Rockets slowly departs from the hotel entrance, its taillights quickly disappearing into the night. Sinan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of now-cold black coffee, calmly watching the vehicle drive away. Footsteps approached from behind. Head coach Silas pushed the door open, casually tossing the tactical board onto the sofa, his entire body sinking heavily into it. He tugged at his tie, his eyes filled with the coldness and fatigue that followed the victory in G1. The Rockets have left, Sinan said without turning around, his voice soft. Silas rubbed his forehead, letting out a cold laugh. They left with a 9-point catastrophic defeat. Houston's fans will probably have trouble sleeping tonight. Sinan turned around and walked over to sit beside the sofa. There was no need for unnecessary words between them. Everything was unspoken. How do we play G2 tomorrow? Sinan glanced at the scattered scouting reports on the coffee table, softly asking. Silas leaned forward, his hands crossed on his knees, a glimmer of undisguised ferocity flashing in his eyes. Dragic carried the team tonight, but he is ultimately not Derrick. He paused, his tone chilling. Tomorrow we start sticking to him before he receives the ball. I want him to taste blood, even while breathing in the fourth quarter. Sinan listened and did not rush to respond. Instead, he reached for the tactical marker on the table and drew several intersecting arrows on a blank A4 sheet. Of course, full court pressure is necessary, but that's not enough. Sinan pointed the pen at the paper, his gaze revealing a certainty that belongs to the next decade. Do you remember the 5-out formation we used against the Spurs in the second round? He continued, tomorrow we need to adjust based on that and directly sever their lifeline. Silas was taken aback. Adjust? How? The Rockets have lost their only pivot. The last thing they fear is having their rhythm disrupted. Sinan's speech was not fast, but every word hammered into the tactical board. Tomorrow we will play. As soon as the opponent scores or makes a free throw, we must complete our first shot within 7 seconds. Do not wait for a half-court battle. Take advantage of their unsteady defense and drag them into the quagmire with speed. He drew several sharp zigzag lines on the paper. Additionally, our pick and roll cannot be as rigid as before. Change it to dynamic pick and roll. After the screener sets the wall, they should immediately pop out or move laterally to completely draw the Rockets' remaining inside players away from the paint. Silas stared at the paper filled with lines, and a suffocating image instantly formed in his mind. This style of play not only tests the opponent's physical fitness to the extreme, but also psychologically destroys them. Boss, let's do it your way. Silas grabbed the paper, his eyes igniting with fervent fire. Tomorrow, I want Houston to not even be able to organize a half-court offense. Sinan slightly nodded, raising the cold coffee from the table and downing it in one gulp. Before Game 2, Silas wrote only 2 words on the tactical board in the locker room: 7 seconds. He tossed the marker, turned around, and stared intently at the entire team. Without Rose, Mikhail will let Dragic stand in the corner to save energy and let Scola be the fulcrum at the elbow. So today, never let them set up in half-court. Regardless of whether we score or not within 7 seconds after the inbound, we must take the first shot. Paul grabbed the rebound and pushed the counterattack directly. Don't wait for Scola to retreat. Curry position early on the wings. Start running off-ball screens as soon as you cross half-court. Durant wait at the free throw line. Clay sink into the corner to spread the floor. Ibaka don't crash the offensive boards. Get back on defense immediately and pin Scola to the free throw line. Silas paused, then drew several sharp lines on the whiteboard. Change the pick and roll to a dynamic one. After setting the screen, the screener must pop out or slide laterally immediately. Completely pull Houston's remaining interior players out of the paint. The whistle blew. The game began. Houston's first possession still looked for Scola. Just as Scola raised the ball at the elbow, Curry directly abandoned Dragic in the corner and aggressively double-teamed. Scola hastily passed the ball. Dragic caught it, but Curry instantly recovered. He dared not shoot and could only pass to Martin. However, Martin's driving lane had already been sealed off by George. 24-second violation. Paul grabbed the rebound and without looking fired a long pass. Durant caught it at the free throw line, faced Patterson, who was retreating, lowered his center of gravity, and blew past him in one stride. One-handed dunk. From the rebound to the score, less than 6 seconds. The Rockets bench hadn't even settled in when the ball went in. Dragic inbound from the baseline. Ibaka fronted Scola, directly locking him up tightly. Dragic had to bring the ball up the court himself. George pressured him from the backcourt, his chest firmly against Dragic's shoulder. Dragic pushed him to try to accelerate, but George slid and cut him off, forcing him toward the sideline. Just past midcourt, he was forced to pick up his dribble. Scola struggled to come up to help, but there was less than 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Faced with Ibaka's tight defense, Scola turned and shot a hook. Miss. Ibaka grabbed the rebound and immediately looked for Paul. Paul dribbled past half-court. Curry set up on the left wing. Clay spread to the right. Ibaka stepped up to set a screen. After the screen, instead of rolling to the basket, Griffin popped out to the top of the arc. Patterson was instantly pulled out of the paint. Paul faced an empty basket and calmly laid it in. With less than 5 minutes left in the first quarter, the Rockets were down by 10. Mikhail was forced to call a timeout. Dragic walked back to the bench, hands on his knees, chest heaving violently. The 7-second offense plus dynamic pick and roll. That combination punch had torn the Rockets' defense to shreds. Scola was always a step slow in transition defense. Patterson was repeatedly pulled and pushed running end-to-end. And Dragic was being relentlessly worn down by Clay from the backcourt. After the timeout, Dragic began handling the ball himself. He knew that if they continued playing like Game 1, the Rockets wouldn't last until the fourth quarter. Using a screen at the top of the arc, he hit a floater. This was his first field goal of the game. But the Hornets' response was devastatingly fast. Paul grabbed the rebound and pushed the counterattack. Curry had already positioned early on the wings. Catch and shoot. Three-pointer through the net. Dragic had just scored one, and Curry answered back immediately. Sweat dripped into his eyes, stinging so intensely that he could barely keep them open. Yet he dared not waste a second to wipe it away. He used the screen to break right, then stopped for a floater. The ball clanked off the front rim. The arc was just a touch lower than usual. Scola tipped in the rebound. Dragic stood at the top of the arc, lowering his head to stare at his trembling hands. At halftime, the Rockets trailed by 15. In the locker room, Dragic buried his face under a towel. Scola sat beside him, removed an ice pack, and whispered something in Spanish. Dragic said nothing. In the second half, Mikhail brought in Battier to shadow Durant. Durant grew uncomfortable, but Paul began to take over this gladiatorial arena, bringing the ball up top, facing Dragic. Paul didn't call for a screen. He just lowered his center of gravity, slightly, his eyes scanning the court like radar. Suddenly, he feigned with his left hand, dipped his shoulder, and executed a highly deceptive drive fake. Dragic instinctively shuffled half a step to cut off the drive. That half step was all it took. Paul instantly gathered the ball and flicked his wrist. The basketball, as if equipped with a homing system, flew past Dragic's ear and threaded perfectly to Ibaka slicing in from the baseline. Ibaka caught the ball, faced the recovering Scola, and exploded straight up for a dunk. The rim rattled violently. The lead stretched back to double digits. Dragic stood still, his chest heaving. He hadn't been out of position, yet he felt as if Paul had stripped him bare, exposing every weakness. That despair cut deeper than being scored on directly. Because Paul was telling him, in this way, no matter how hard you defend, you are just a puppet dancing to the strings of tactics. With the cover of a screen, the shot is made successfully. Another shot from the baseline, and it's in again. Martin hits a three-pointer from the corner, swishing through the net. The Rockets close the gap to just 8 points. The crowd erupts in excitement. However, the Hornets respond coldly in the fourth quarter. With just 6 minutes left, the lead still hovers around 10 points. Paul controls the ball at the top of the arc while Dragic sticks to him closely, not giving him an inch. Paul doesn't force his way in, or instead, he suddenly slows down using his back against Dragic, dribbling as if taking a leisurely stroll. This extreme slowness sends chills down Dragic's spine. Just as his weight shifts slightly, Paul suddenly makes a bounce pass. The basketball glides past Dragic's feet, perfectly finding Durant, who is cutting in from the weak side. Curry receives the pass with no one in front of him and effortlessly lays it in. As the Rockets inbound the ball, the Hornets' 7-second offense is already in motion. Paul grabs the rebound and makes a long pass across half-court. Curry emerges from the corner like a ghost, receives the ball, and takes a three-point shot. The basketball traces a deadly arc in the air, swishing through the net. The lead instantly stretches to 12 points. The roar of the Toyota Center feels like an invisible hand is tightly gripping its throat. Dragic stands at the top of the arc, gasping for breath. He watches as Curry and Durant celebrate with a high five and sees Paul retreating with an expressionless demeanor. He suddenly realizes that his desperate struggle is in vain against the Hornets. The final buzzer sounds. The score is a significant 2-0. Dragic stands at center court, hands on his knees, breathing heavily. He has played over 40 minutes, scoring the highest in the series. But the Rockets lost by 15 points. Paul approaches and they shake hands. Dragic lifts his head, his eyes devoid of tears, only an extreme calmness. The next game is in Houston. See you there. I'll be waiting for you, Paul replies coldly. In the Hornets locker room after the game, Silas writes 2 words on the whiteboard: away game. Then he continues speaking to the Hornets players. The series is not over yet. Let's delay the celebrations for a while. G3 will continue with the 7-second offense and dynamic pick and rolls. Let's aim to secure this round of the series at the Rockets' home court. In front of the suite window, Sinan looks at his phone screen. The results of Rose's reevaluation in Houston have come out. His recovery is faster than expected. Unless it goes to a Game 7, he might have a chance to return. Sinan puts his phone in his pocket. He gazes out at the pitch-black night sky, realizing that even if you can come back, it would be futile. The significant score is 2-0. G3 and G4 are both in Houston. Can Dragic and the remaining Rockets hold on to one home game? This is the final suspense of this round of the series. The series deficit was 0-2. Half a step back, and they would plunge into the abyss. In the pregame locker room, Mikhail did not discuss tactics. He tore the fitness report into shreds, the paper flakes falling to the floor. No holding back today, his voice rasped. Today is the final game. On the sidelines, Rose sat in the innermost seat of the bench, dressed in casual clothes. His right knee was wrapped in thick bandages, hands folded, motionless. Game 3 tipped off. Dragic, using Scola's screen, drove for a front-court floater that swished through the net. Using Patterson's screen, he executed a baseline floater that banked in. From the top of the arc, he rose for a three-pointer, its trajectory higher than in Game 1. Scola turned and hooked repeatedly from the elbow. Martin caught and shot from the corner. The Rockets, fighting with their backs against the wall, even took a lead at one point. Rose remained seated on the bench, motionless. His gaze locked onto Dragic, following the ball's trajectory. When Dragic sank a crucial three-pointer, Rose's fists clenched. His nails dug into his palms, and a sharp pain shot through the knee beneath the bandages. He wanted to stand up, but his body felt nailed to the chair. In the fourth quarter, Paul erased the deficit with 2 pull-up mid-range jumpers off screens. With seconds left in the game, Dragic drove left for a front-court floater. The ball cleared Paul's fingertips, hit the back rim, and bounced out. Ibaka grabbed the rebound and hurled a long pass down court. Durant launched from beyond the three-point line, tearing through the Rockets' retreating defense. Patterson sprinted back desperately, but Durant rose inside the free-throw line, slamming the ball through the hoop with one hand. The buzzer sounded. The Hornets took Game 3, taking a 30-series lead. Dragic stood at mid-court, hands on his knees. He had scored the game high, but missed that final floater. The buzzer sounded. The Hornets took Game 3, taking a 30-series lead. Dragic stood at mid-court, hands on his knees. Next game, same place, he said. He'll take that shot again. I know, Paul replied. Rose sat on the sidelines, watching Dragic walk back. You've taken enough shots, Rose said. His voice was hoarse, carrying a tremor he himself didn't notice. Dragic did not answer. He lowered his head and rubbed his burning palms vigorously. Sweat dripped through his fingers onto the floor. Game 4, Houston. Do or die. If Game 3 was a muddy warfare of offensive exchanges, Game 4 was a suffocating positional slaughter. The Hornets changed their strategy from the opening tip. Paul no longer tried to outpace Dragic. Instead, like a precision machine, he tore the Rockets' defense apart with pick and rolls. Scola was run ragged by Paul's passes, and Patterson picked up 2 quick fouls on switches. At halftime, the Rockets trailed by 11 points. In the locker room, Mikhail smashed the whiteboard. Run, overwhelmed them with speed. In the second half, the Rockets went completely berserk. Dragic no longer called for screens. Gritting his teeth, he drove into the paint like a moth to a flame. Scola grabbed 3 offensive rebounds under the basket, and Martin hit 2 life-saving three-pointers from the corner. Yet the Hornets did not panic. Paul controlled the ball at the top of the arc, his eyes as cold as ice. He watched Dragic's heavy steps and suddenly signaled. Curry broke from the weak side, cutting like a ghost around Scola's screen. Dragic tried to switch, but the sluggishness in his knee made him a split second late. Paul's pass had already arrived. Curry caught the ball 2 steps beyond the three-point line, rose without hesitation, and fired. The ball traced a high arc and swished through the net. On the next possession, Curry came off a double screen, caught, and drained another. 2 consecutive three-pointers like 2 icy daggers instantly pierced the hope the Rockets had just kindled. Before the final buzzer, Paul held the ball at the top of the arc. He ran down the clock. He didn't call for a screen or accelerate. He just leaned his back against Dragic, dribbling casually. Dragic panted heavily, lowering his center of gravity. In that instant, Paul moved. He burst right, and Dragic instinctively slid to cut him off. But just as Dragic shifted his feet, Paul abruptly pulled up. A textbook mid-range jumper rising straight up. The ball arced through the air with cold precision, nestling into the net. The buzzer sounded. The Hornets took Game 4, winning the series 40. The series was over. Dragic stood at midcourt, head down, breathing heavily for a long time. Scola walked over, placed his hand on the back of Dragic's head, and whispered something in Spanish. Dragic did not reply. He simply pulled his jersey out of his shorts and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Paul walked over, and they embraced for a long time. "You made this team after losing Rose still fight us to the last second," Paul said. "You did well. But that's competitive sports. You haven't won yet because we are stronger. But you will win. Not this year, but..." Dragic let go. "You owe me something." "What?" "Every time you taught me something new, you used to say you've learned. Today you haven't said it yet." Paul looked at him, the corner of his mouth twitching. "You've learned it. You've learned how to..." After the game, the noise at the Toyota Center gradually faded. Rose did not stay to wait for reporters. Leaning on crutches, dragging his heavily bandaged right leg, he walked alone into the Rockets' locker room tunnel. The tunnel was silent, punctuated only by the dull thud of his footsteps and the crutches. He stopped at a corner. He leaned against the cold wall and slowly slid down into a squat. He raised his right hand and pressed it hard against his right knee. His fingers sank into the bandages, feeling the outline of the old injury beneath. He pressed down hard. A sharp stabbing pain shot deep into his knee like needles piercing the bone. He gritted his teeth and pressed his forehead against his knee. No tears. He just closed his eyes, feeling the damned ligament delivering a faint, stubborn pain with every breath. The pain reminded him, "You are still here." But it also reminded him, "You are not on the court." He stayed crouched for a long time until his leg began to go numb. Then he pushed himself up against the wall, dragging his steps toward the light at the end of the locker room. His battlefield would have to wait until next spring. But before that, he would no longer let anyone else carry the team for him. The next day arrived. Houston's morning carried a hint of laziness. The entire Hornets team enjoyed a rare holiday after their sweep. Sinan did not go out. He stayed alone in the living room of his villa, where a large TV screen was playing the pivotal Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals. The score on the screen was glaring. The Heat had barely won at home, tying the series at 22. Sinan watched Artest lock onto LeBron on the screen, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This was exactly the effect he had wanted. The offseason trade sending Artest to the Celtics was meant to have him act as a mad dog to wear down LeBron. Results proved the move had paid off. Artest's suffocating physical defense dragged LeBron into the mud, forcing the Heat to fight tooth and nail just to scrape a tie. The smoke in the West had cleared. The entire Hornets team was enjoying a comfortable vacation. Meanwhile, the 2 Eastern Conference teams were still tearing into each other for a final spot. The schedule's favor gave the Hornets an entire week of rest. Sinan sipped his bitter coffee, watching LeBron roar on the TV screen, his gaze deep and thoughtful. Just then his phone on the coffee table vibrated. On the screen lay a single encrypted message with no sender name. The finals opponent had not yet been determined. But whoever it was, the Hornets were ready. In the Eastern Conference Finals, Game 7, Miami. Sinan sat on the sofa in a private cinema in New Orleans with his 3rd cup of black coffee at hand. On the screen, LeBron James smashed through the Celtics defense with 2 brutal dunks in the 4th quarter. The score was 102-98. The Heat won 4-3, advancing to the finals for the 2nd consecutive year. The camera panned over to the Celtics bench. Artest was covering his face tightly with a towel, his shoulders trembling violently. Throughout the series, he kept LeBron's shooting percentage below 40%, forcing an average of 5 turnovers per game. Yet he still lost. Sinan turned off the television, took out his phone, and sent a text to Artest, "You did everything I asked you to do." 2 minutes later, Artest replied, "I wore down LeBron's legs to the bone. In the finals, don't let me down." Sinan stared at the screen for a few seconds, typed a line, then deleted it. In the end, he only replied with 4 words, "Get some rest." He knew that Artest's contract was expiring this summer, and he would no longer be with the Hornets. Leonard and Klay had already fully taken over the wings. The next morning in the Hornets video room, head coach Silas did not show highlights of the Heat's victory, but directly cut to an 8-minute montage. In the footage, LeBron was tightly wrapped up by Artest like a piece of taffy with a dismal shooting percentage. But once switched, LeBron's shooting percentage skyrocketed above 50% against other Celtics players. Did you see that? Silas pressed the pause button, his gaze sweeping over the entire team. Wade took over the game in the fourth quarter of both Game 4 and Game 7. Battier's corner three-pointer is as reliable as a machine. But they have one fatal weakness. The image froze on the Heat's bench. Chalmers, Norris, Cole, James, Jones. Their backup backcourt has only these 2 capable of playing. Silas slammed the remote on the table. Who is our second unit? Harden, Klay, Leonard, Ibaka, DeAndre. In transition, the Heat's short guards are crushed by our forwards, unable to match their height or speed. This is our breakthrough point. It's not about trading blows with LeBron and Wade, but about tearing apart the Heat's bench while they take a breather. He picked up a marker and wrote down 5 names on the tactical board. G1 starting lineup adjustments. Paul, Klay, Leonard, Ibaka, DeAndre Jordan. Curry and Durant will come off the bench. The locker room fell silent. To bench 2 All-Stars. That was madness in the playoffs. But Silas did not explain. The tip of the pen screeched against the tactical board. Klay, when Wade uses a screen you cut over the top, never go around. Davenport has no mid-range game. He can only finish at the rim. Ibaka will step out to block Wade's driving. Leonard, you start putting your body on LeBron from the backcourt. Pressure him before he receives the ball and force him to go left. His shooting percentage on left side pull-ups is 10 percentage points lower than on the right. Silas turned around staring at Harden sitting in the corner. In transition, you Curry, George, Griffin, and Whiteside will take the floor. Chalmers and Cole simply cannot defend your pick and rolls. Davenport is fierce at the rim, but cannot guard. You use the pick and roll to pull him out of the paint and go right past him. After the training session, only Paul and Harden remained in the video room. On the screen, the defensive lapses of Chalmers and Cole were being replayed in slow motion. Harden watched it twice, then tore off the ice pack from his knee and tossed it at his feet. If Cole defends me, he'll draw a foul. If Chalmers defends me, he'll have Griffin set the screen. Davenport won't. Paul turned off the video, leaning against the table and looking at him. They had been partners for 4 years, and Paul knew Harden all too well. In the playoffs, this guy's focus was 10 times more intense than during the regular season. Your contract expires this summer. Paul's voice was calm. Harden paused for a moment. Which means this is my last chance to play in the finals as a Hornets player. I knew it from the moment the Pacers made an offer for me at the trade deadline. You don't have to hide it from me. I'm not hiding anything from you. Paul looked him in the eye. We can't match your contract. This is business, not basketball. But before that, you have 4 games to play. Paul stood up straight, walked to the door, and paused. Last year's finals, you averaged nearly 20 points. This year, show the entire league why you deserve that max contract. Harden did not turn back. Only a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The night before Game 1 of the finals. Outside the Hive Arena, the blue and purple championship banner fluttered in the night breeze. Sinan stood by the office window, overlooking this ocean that belonged to him. His phone vibrated. Yao Ming sent 3 words, "I have arrived." Sinan replied with 1 word, "Good." He picked up his suit jacket and pushed the door open. In the corridor, Paul was standing under the dome, looking up at the 4 championship banners. Hearing footsteps, he didn't turn around. This is the last year. I know. Sinan walked over to him. Harden's contract, Kai's extension. Everything you do is paving the way for next year. Paul turned around, pulling a blue and purple shoelace from his sneaker, gripping it tightly in his palm before slowly readying it. But that has nothing to do with me. I only care about one thing. Tomorrow night the Heat are coming again. They've changed players, but they're still the Heat. We are still the Hornets. This is the last time. Paul's voice was deep yet sharp like a blade. This lineup, this group, are together in the finals. Next year, no matter who leaves or stays, this team will not be the same. He pushed open the locker room door. The bright light at the end of the corridor was blinding, and the court floor glimmered with a familiar sheen under the spotlight. Then let them remember this team. Paul did not turn back, just raised his left hand. The Hornets logo on his wristband glinted coldly in the light. At the same time, the screen in the video room was still lit. Harden sat alone in the dark, the footage of Chalmers' defensive plays looping silently. He was not in a hurry. He had 2 plans, each capable of completely breaking through the Heat's backup defense. LeBron and Wade could not play the full 48 minutes. The few minutes they took to catch their breath were his hunting time. The camera did not capture his tightly clenched fists. It only caught the glimmer of impending murderous intent in his eyes. Sinan returned to the office and locked the door. On his phone screen lay an encrypted message: "The summer in Houston needs a new approach." He leaned back in his chair, his gaze passing through the window, looking at the dazzling championship avenue outside the arena. Harden's contract, Kai's extension, Artest's future. All the undercurrents were surging towards next year. 6 hours before the finals began, Sinan turned off his phone, locking all his calculations and schemes into the drawer. He stood up, adjusted his suit and tie. Tomorrow there was no need for scheming. Just hand the ball to the pack of hungry wolves on the court, letting them tear apart, roar, and firmly nail their rightful throne to the floor. Finals Game 1-0 at the Hive Arena. Above the dome, 3 championship banners rustled in the draft. As LeBron James ran out of the player tunnel, he instinctively looked up. Last June he sat in this very arena for 10 full minutes, his face buried in a towel. Tonight old foes meet again. In the Hornets locker room, there was a deathly silence. Silas didn't draw any plays. What needed to be drawn had already been etched into everyone's minds yesterday. He walked to the whiteboard and rapped it twice with a marker. 1 tap on Clay's name. 1 tap on Leonard's name. Then he turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping across the entire team. Execute. The opening whistle blew. The Heat's first possession went to LeBron without any suspense. Chalmers fed the ball from the top of the arc. LeBron caught it on the right wing, lowered his center of gravity, and prepared to bulldoze into the paint. Thud. A dull impact of muscle against muscle. LeBron felt as though he had slammed into an icy. Kawhi stuck to him like an unpeelable bandage from the backcourt, his chest pressing firmly against LeBron's shoulder, his long arms sealing off the driving lane to the right like iron gates. LeBron gritted his teeth, lowered his shoulder, and shoved him in an attempt to accelerate. But Leonard's base was as solid as roots, sliding laterally to cut off positions and forcibly steering him toward the left. The left side, a dead end deliberately left open by Leonard. LeBron took 1 dribble to the left, forced to stop abruptly, then rose for a jump shot. The ball cleared Leonard's fingertips, struck the back rim, and bounced high. Mine. Ibaka leaped, snatched the rebound, and immediately fired it to Paul. Paul dribbled past half court without pushing the fast break. Silas had given a strict order before the game: drag the pace into a quagmire and never let the Heat get their transition game running. Paul dribbled past half court without pushing the fast break. Silas had given a strict order before the game: drag the pace into a quagmire and never. Paul stopped on a dime, rose, and sank a mid-range shot with nothing but net. With less than 3 minutes into the first quarter, the Hornets' offense was as sluggish as a rusty millstone. But the Heat had yet to score a single point. He no longer played without the ball, starting to drive to the basket himself. Leveraging the screen from DeAndre Jordan, Wade sliced through to the right like a sharp dagger. "Don't go around," yelled Silas from the sidelines. Clay gritted his teeth and pushed through forcefully over the screen. Ibaka simultaneously stepped up to obstruct Wade's driving lane like a wall. Clay caught up, while DeAndre Jordan squatted in the restricted area like an iron tower. The 3 players were tightly packed together. Wade was forced to gather the ball in the narrow gap, awkwardly turning for a fadeaway. Bang! The basketball struck the rim again. For the 4th consecutive possession, the Heat returned empty-handed. With the first quarter finished, the entire Heat team scored less than 20 points. LeBron's shooting percentage was abysmal, and Wade was nearly suffocated by the defense. Although the Hornets' offense hadn't fully taken off, the point difference had quietly widened. Silas waved his hand broadly. "Curry, Harden, George, Griffin, Whiteside, get in there. Tear them apart." As soon as Heat backup point guard Cole pressed up, he felt a suffocating pressure closing in. At the top of the arc, Harden used Griffin's screen to explode forward. Delembert was forced to switch out. A cold smirk curled on Harden's lips as he executed an incredibly convincing crossover, completely shaking Dalembert's balance. A step back, a fadeaway. The ball traced a towering arc through the air, sailing over Dalembert's desperate fingertips. Swish. A three-pointer tore through the net. On the sideline, Heat head coach Spoelstra's brow instantly knotted into a tight furrow. On the next possession, Harden caught the ball at the same spot. This time, Delembert refused to switch, anchoring himself stubbornly at the edge of the paint. He wouldn't shoot. Harden's eyes sharpened, his wrists flicked, and the basketball shot like a cannonball toward the corner. Curry caught, rose, and released. The motion was fluid and seamless. Swish. Another one. Miami's transitional defense had been torn to shreds by Harden and Kawhi's pick and roll. Spoelstra could no longer sit still. He abruptly called a timeout and sent Wade back into the game. He tried to let Wade lead the second unit, hoping to neutralize Charlotte's depth advantage. But he underestimated Kawhi's terror. Curry began sprinting all over the court. Baseline, a double screen curling out to the top of the arc. Wade chased desperately, but Whiteside's massive frame sealed him off completely. Harden's pass was always one step ahead of Wade. Curry caught and released with a swift stroke. Three-pointer, another one. Wade gasped for air, sweat dripping onto the hardwood. His speed was truly not what it was 2 years ago. He couldn't keep up with Kawhi's ghostly off-ball movement. By the time Paul re-entered the game, the Hornets already led by double digits. At the top of the arc, Paul held up 2 fingers as Ibaka came up for a screen. Unlike the first quarter, Paul didn't attack this time. He passed the ball to Durant at the elbow. Durant lowered his center of gravity against Battier's tight defense. Without dribbling or finding rhythm, he rose straight into a jumper. Battier's contest was perfect, but Durant's height allowed his shot to always be released from the second floor. The ball sailed over Battier's fingertips and nestled through the net. Despair. That was the only expression on the faces of Miami's defenders. With 3 minutes left in the game, LeBron finally erupted. Like a provoked lion, he faced Leonard at the top of the arc. This time he didn't drive left. Boom. He used pure power to shove Leonard aside, stormed to the rim, ignored Jordan's help defense, and finished with a hanging layup. His first score at the rim all game. On the next possession, Leonard guarded him even tighter, almost hanging on his body. LeBron didn't force it. He whipped the ball to Battier in the corner. Battier fired without hesitation. A three-pointer ripped through the net. The deficit shrank to single digits. The hearts of the entire crowd leapt into their throats. But Paul delivered the coldest response. At the top of the arc, the same screen. Chalmers chased over the top, while DeLembert scrambled from the weak side to help. Two defenders closed in like a net around Paul. In the narrow gap, Paul flicked his wrist without looking. The ball threaded through their armpits and found Durant cutting to the basket with pinpoint precision. Durant soared into the air, caught the pass, and slammed it down. Boom. The rim shuddered violently. The lead returned to double digits. BZZZZ. The final buzzer sounded. The Hornets had won the first game. LeBron stood at center court, hands braced on his knees, breathing heavily. His individual scoring wasn't low, but the Heat's overall shooting percentage had been suppressed to an ugly sight. Leonard's defense forced LeBron to expend twice the energy on every touch as he did in the Eastern Conference Finals. And during the transition periods, the barrage from Harden and Curry had completely shattered Miami's bench defense. After the game in the player tunnel, a reporter shoved a microphone in front of Leonard. "Kawhi, how would you assess your defense on LeBron tonight?" Leonard's face was expressionless. He thought for 2 seconds and uttered 3 words. "He's really strong." The reporter pressed on. "Then do you think you stopped him?" Leonard fell silent. 2 seconds later, he looked into the camera and said calmly, "He scored almost 10 points in the fourth quarter. I didn't stop him. I just made him expend a little extra energy." Inside the Hornets locker room, Paul sat on the bench, pulled the blue-purple shoelace from his sneaker, clenched it in his palm, then slowly relaced it one eyelid at a time. Across from him, Durant had an ice pack strapped to his knee and spoke coolly. "They'll adjust in game 2. Spoelstra will make LeBron run more pick-and-rolls to force us to switch." Paul nodded. "Then let them switch. When you switch onto LeBron, give him a step and make him shoot mid-range. His mid-range touch was terrible tonight. If he starts hitting, he'll switch back." In the corner, Silas stood before the whiteboard and wrote 3 characters. Transition. Then he drew a line and pointed emphatically at Harden's name. "You shredded their defense in the transition today. Next game, Spoelstra will definitely use Wade to lead the second unit, trying to neutralize our depth." Silas turned and locked eyes with Harden. "If Wade guards you in transition, Harden run more off-ball screens with Curry. Wade's knees can't keep up with Kai's movement." In the corner, Harden pulled the ice pack off his knee and dropped it at his feet. He didn't look up. Today, with his pick and roll and step back, he had turned Miami's bench defense into Swiss cheese. But this was only game 1. He still had 3 more games to play. He would use those 3 games to show the entire league why he deserved that max contract. Paul stood up and walked to Harden's locker. He placed a blue-purple shoelace gently on top of the locker. There already lay the wristbands he had given to Gordon, Corver, Rose, and Westbrook. Harden finally lifted his head and met Paul's gaze. Paul didn't waste words on cliches. He simply reached out and gave Harden a firm pat on the shoulder. "Make Miami remember you." Before game 2 tipped off, not a single voice stirred in the Heat's locker room. Erik Spoelstra didn't roar. He simply picked up a marker, drew a heavy circle on the whiteboard, and slammed the pen down on the table. Chalmers stick to him all game. It wasn't about contesting his shot. It was about not letting him catch the ball. The same Harden who had shredded the Heat's second-unit defense in Game 1's transition moments would pay for every breath he took tonight. The whistle blew. The game began. In the first quarter, Harden sat on the bench, a towel draped over his neck, his eyes locked fiercely on the court's flow. On the floor, Chris Paul lowered his center of gravity, pressing his back tight against Cole, reading the shift in his opponent's weight. With a sudden, almost invisible behind-the-back dribble, he created half a step of space, rose up, and sank a mid-range jumper through the net cleanly. Then Kevin Durant posted up at the elbow. He dropped his right shoulder, executed a crisp turnaround, and the ball sailed over Battier's fingertips, rattling into the basket. For the Heat, LeBron used a screen to drive into the paint. Facing Leonard's long arms, he contorted midair, pulled the ball back in a reverse layup, and gently banked it in. Wade and Bosh kept punishing the Hornets' defense with mid-range jumpers from both wings. At the end of the first quarter, the margin was razor-thin. Chalmers was like a stubborn piece of candy that wouldn't come off, sticking close from the scorer's table. For 2 consecutive possessions, Harden didn't even touch the ball. On the third possession, Chalmers pressed too tight. Harden suddenly sank his shoulder and shoved him, using the recoil to toss the ball to Curry. Since he couldn't create with the ball, it was time to switch tactics. Harden stopped demanding the ball and drifted to the top of the arc. He then set a solid off-ball screen, firmly blocking Chalmers. Curry slippery as an eel curled out from the baseline, using the screen. The moment he caught the ball a step beyond the three-point line, his body didn't even pause. Riding the momentum of his run, he flicked his wrist, and the ball arced high through the air. Swish. The next possession, same spot. Harden again set a screen for George. George cut to the elbow, caught Paul's pass, and nailed a mid-range jumper. At halftime, the Hornets returned to the locker room with a slim lead. Spoelstra's chokehold tactic had been torn open by Harden's sheer wit. But in the second half, LeBron began to explode. From the top of the arc against Leonard's tight defense, he rose straight up for a mid-range jumper. Wade used a screen to cut to the free throw line and pulled up for a stop and pop. Bosh faked on the weak side high post, took one dribble, and knocked down another mid-range shot. The big three unleashed together, and the deficit was erased in an instant. As he defended at the arc, his steps noticeably slowed. Harden keenly seized the moment, receiving the pass and breaking through using Griffin's screen. Davenport had just switched defense when Harden already stepped back, leaning back as the basketball traced a high arc in the air, swishing through the net. Immediately, Curry circled around the screen from the baseline, receiving a pass from Paul and sinking another three-pointer. Durant hit a jumper from the elbow. Just before the buzzer, LeBron's three-pointer missed. The buzzer sounded with a score of 2-0. Game 3 moved to the American Airlines Center. In the locker room, Spoelstra scanned everyone, finally locking his gaze on LeBron. Tonight, you will defend Harden. A dead silence enveloped the arena, letting LeBron defend Harden. That meant Leonard would have to match up against Battier, completely disrupting the Heat's defensive system. But Spoelstra offered no explanation, merely fixing his gaze on LeBron. Your height and strength will make it hard for him to even catch the ball. I don't need you to stick to him the entire game, I just need you to lock him down during the connections. Tip-off. The game began. Thousands of fans in the American Airlines Center stood up simultaneously, wildly waving their white towels. Wade put on the strongest performance of the series. He continuously tore through the defense using screens, while Bosh created space at the high post, allowing Wade's driving lane to remain unobstructed. When Harden stepped back onto the court in the second quarter, he found himself facing not Chalmers. It was LeBron. Against LeBron's defense, he found it hard to even make a pass. He barely managed to dish the ball to Curry, who, facing Battier's switch, missed the three-pointer. In the closing moments of the first quarter, the Heat exploded with a 12-2 run. As the first quarter ended, Silas drew a new route on the tactical board. Harden, don't go head-to-head with him. Set a screen for Durant. The tactic proved effective. Durant circled out from the baseline, with LeBron blocked tightly by Harden's screen, forcing Battier to switch. Faced with the shorter Battier, Durant pulled up for a jumper from the elbow, the basketball swishing through the net. But Wade erupted again in the third quarter. He drove to the basket and, faced with Ibaka's help defense, made an extreme pass to Battier in the corner, who sank the three-pointer. Bosh and LeBron continued firing from the perimeter as the Heat extended their lead to double digits amidst the roar of their home fans. Paul attempted to take over the game in the fourth quarter. He continuously changed directions to shake off Chalmers, hitting a mid-range jumper. But LeBron responded coldly. Facing Leonard at the top of the arc, he made a quick move, driving to the basket, and in the face of Jordan's help defense, he executed a perfect layup. After landing, he pounded his chest towards the crowd. The Heat secured Game 3. In Game 4, Miami continued to battle fiercely. Spoelstra maintained the strategy of having LeBron exhaust Harden, but Silas also had a counter. Paul entered attack mode in the first quarter. His continuous mid-range shots and penetrating passes forcefully tore through the Heat's defense. The teams exchanged leads in the first half. In the second half, Wade continually drew fouls to reach the free throw line, while LeBron used two cold-blooded mid-range shots to extend the lead to 5 points in the fourth quarter. But Paul did not give up. He delivered a series of exquisite passes, helping the team stay close on the scoreboard. In the next possession, LeBron faced a double team from Leonard, and Ibaka took a step to the right and pulled up. The basketball sailed over the fingertips of both players, crashing into the hoop. With the final play before the buzzer, the Hornets trailed by 2 points. Paul controlled the ball at the top of the arc, deliberately slowing his dribble like an old hunter reading Chalmers' defensive focus. Suddenly, he lowered his shoulder, forcefully pushing the ball outward, executing an extremely convincing fake drive. Chalmers fell for it, instinctively shifting his weight outward. In that instant, Paul quickly gathered the ball, stepped back to create space, slightly leaning back in the air, and smoothly pushed the ball out. The arc of the ball Paul had thrown was traced back. A crisp swish as it sliced through the net. Nothing but air. A buzzer-beater tie. The horn sounded almost in the same instant. The ear-splitting roar at the American Airlines Arena fell silent in an instant. Fans who had been howling with frenzy just a second ago were suddenly, as if collectively, strangled. But the game was not over. Regulation time ended in a draw, dragging both sides into the brutal grind of overtime. Those 5 extra minutes became a pure test of flesh and blood, grit, and willpower. In the final moments of regulation, the Hornets had squeezed every last drop of stamina from their starters to claw back the score. Durant clanked 2 consecutive pull-up jumpers in overtime, and Harden's drives were smothered by LeBron's defensive presence. On the Heat side, Wade fought through a defender in the dying seconds of overtime to convert a tough andone, snuffing out the last glimmer of hope. The final buzzer sounded. The Heat scraped by in Game 4 on their home floor. The series was locked at 22. In the visitors' locker room, frustration was etched across every face. Silas gathered the players, his gaze sweeping over each downcast head, and declared in a firm voice, "Boys, this series isn't over." Game 5 on our home court. The Heat's big three are strong, but who are we? A dynasty chasing they are the challengers. They couldn't beat us last year, and they want this year either. Silas' voice was not loud, but it struck each heart like a sledgehammer. KD, next game we start feeding you from the first quarter. Battier can't stop your elbow pull-up. Curry keeps making off-ball screens so you can crush him on. If the Heat dare to switch. Silas slammed the marker onto the whiteboard, his eyes blazing with undisguised killer instinct. Paul, go directly to Durant. Don't wait for the second unit. From the opening tip, shoot them into despair. At the Hornets' home arena, the whistle blew. The Hornets' first possession carried a completely different flavor. Paul controlled the ball at the top of the arc, foregoing a screen, only flicking his eyes toward the elbow. Durant curled off Harden's pick, LeBron was sealed off, and Battier was forced to switch. The ball arrived precisely as Durant caught it. Facing Battier, he lowered his center of gravity and didn't even bother to dribble. He rose and released. The basketball sailed over Battier's fingertips and swished through the net. After landing, Battier glanced back at the rim. A 10-centimeter height difference on the elbow was an insurmountable chasm. The Heat did not call a timeout. LeBron handled the ball at the top, facing Leonard. He bulldozed a step to the right, using his body to carve a path to the basket. Confronted by Jordan's help defense, he engaged his core, pulled the ball through for a reverse layup. No celebration. LeBron simply patted his chest and turned back on defense. Leonard picked himself up off the floor, his face expressionless like a machine devoid of emotion. The first half of the opening quarter turned into a duel between the two giants. Durant caught the ball 4 consecutive times in the elbow. First, a pull-up jumper over Battier. Second, a turnaround fadeaway. Third, LeBron switched. Durant backed him down on the right shoulder, faked a turnaround, and hit again. Fourth, Battier played aggressive fronting. Paul read the situation and delivered a high lob over Battier's head. Durant caught it and slammed down a dunk. 14 points in the quarter. Every shot was like plucking fruit from the Heat's basket. But the Heat didn't crumble. Wade took over in the closing minutes of the first quarter. Off a screen he drove, didn't force the shot against help, and kicked to the corner. Battier's three-pointer found its mark. Bosh faked at the high post, took one dribble, and calmly hit a mid-range jumper. At the end of the first quarter, the Hornets led by 4. But aside from Durant, the rest of the Hornets had combined for fewer than 10 points. LeBron switched to defend Durant, while Battier closely shadowed Harden, ready to strangle in the paint. Durant's rhythm was instantly disrupted. LeBron's physique resembled a moving wall. But this was the moment Silas had been waiting for. During the timeout, he crouched in front of the bench, fiercely marking the tactics on the floor. LeBron is defending KD and Battier is on Harden. Now Chalmers is chasing you alone. Run. Run him to death. Curry began to sprint madly. Along the baseline, he received a double screen and cut to the top of the arc. Chalmers was caught by Jordan, and Paul's pass sliced through the defense like a scalpel. Curry received the ball, rose up. The ball was still in the air when he had already turned back to defend. The three-pointer swished through the net. In the next possession, same spot. Chalmers squeezed through the screen and glued himself to Curry. Curry didn't shoot. With a flick of his wrist, he passed to George, who was cutting weak side. George slipped past the help defense and executed a powerful tomahawk dunk. In the next possession at the top of the arc, Curry received a handoff and rose for a three-pointer. Chalmers was half a step slow. The ball went in. 11 points in the quarter. Chalmers was running on empty, having been substituted out twice in a row, leaning on his knees, gasping for breath. The Hornets quickly opened up a double-digit lead. But the Heat relied on LeBron. At the top of the arc, facing Leonard, LeBron made 2 quick crossovers, creating half a step of space, and rose for a three-pointer. The ball went in. In the next possession, Leonard was even tighter. LeBron didn't shoot. Instead, he passed to Haslam, who was cutting to the basket, finishing with a hook shot. Silas called for a timeout. He didn't draw up a play, but instead crouched down in front of Durant, staring into his eyes. LeBron just scored several consecutive baskets, and the intensity of the defense against you has decreased. Next, no screens, no movement. Catch the ball in the elbow area, and take him down. The next possession began. Durant faced LeBron, feigning with his right shoulder and letting the ball drop with his left. He turned and took a jumper. The ball sailed past LeBron's fingertips and swished through the net. As LeBron landed, he glanced at his hand, and when he looked up again, all he saw was Durant's cold back. In the final 3 minutes, Durant received the ball again in the elbow area. LeBron was practically glued to him. Durant didn't attack. The ball slipped through LeBron's armpit to Harden, who was cutting along the baseline, and he slammed it down. The lead was back to 8 points. In the last minute, the Heat had closed the gap to just 4 points. LeBron faced a double team at the top of the arc and stopped suddenly for a shot. Bang! The ball hit the back rim and bounced out. Griffin grabbed the rebound and passed it to Paul. Paul dribbled past half court with the clock winding down to the final seconds. He didn't call a timeout, raising his hand to signal everyone to spread out. Durant positioned himself in the elbow area while LeBron pressed hard against his back. The ball was passed to him. Durant lowered his center of gravity without turning or jumping for the shot. He suddenly made a bounce pass, threading the ball through LeBron's armpit and perfectly setting it up for George, who was cutting along the baseline. George took off and slammed the ball down into the hoop. The lead was now 6 points. The Hive erupted with excitement as the final buzzer sounded. The Hornets took the pivotal game, leading the series 32. LeBron stood at the center circle, hands resting heavily on his knees, head down, chest heaving. He had played for 45 minutes, scoring over 40 points, but the miracle did not happen. Wade approached him and patted the back of his neck. The two stood side by side on the court, surrounded by a sea of blue and purple celebration. Durant walked over and extended his hand. They locked eyes for a second. LeBron patted Durant on the shoulder and turned to walk towards the player tunnel. In the locker room tunnel, Paul stopped, bent down, and untied his blue and purple shoelace. He held it in his palm for a long time before readying it tightly. Silas stood in front of the tactical board, writing 2 words: Miami. A red line was drawn heavily across Durant's name. Game 6 is in Miami. His voice echoed in the empty tunnel. LeBron played 45 minutes tonight. In the next game, he will also play 45 minutes. He will go into survival mode from the very first second. He will crash into Leonard, dominate in the elbow area, and shoot threes even when double-teamed. He will do everything he can. Silas suddenly turned to face Durant. As long as you continue to dominate Badier Union in the elbow area, as long as Curry is still running, as long as Harden is still tearing apart their bench, they cannot win. Go to Miami and take Game 6. Do not give them a chance for Game 7. At the American Airlines Center, the series stood at 23. Miami faced a door-die battle. The whistle blew. Without any hesitation, LeBron charged at Leonard from the very first possession. He caught the ball at the top of the arc and drove to the right. With a brutal shoulder, he shoved Leonard aside, bulldozing his way to the basket like a heavy tank. Facing DeAndre Jordan's help defense, LeBron hung in the air and executed an acrobatic layup. The ball kissed the glass and dropped through the net. Leonard was knocked to the floor. He rose, his face utterly expressionless, then jogged to the other end without a word. On the next possession, LeBron received the ball at the same spot. Leonard pressed, even tighter, clinging like an unshakable bandage. LeBron chose not to force the issue. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the ball to the weak side. Wade caught it on a cut, blew past Thompson in one stride, drove to the rim, and lofted a floater over Ibaka's outstretched arm. Throughout the first quarter, every LeBron shot was a testament to his power and will contact acceleration elevation. The boos never ceased. But Charlotte's counter came from Durant. From the elbow, with Badier draped all over him, Durant lowered his center of gravity, didn't even dribble, and rose for a jumper. The ball cleared Badier's fingertips before sinking through the net. Next possession, same spot. Badier was practically hanging on Durant's frame. Again, Durant didn't attack himself. He flicked his wrist and kicked the ball out to the perimeter. Curry curled off a double screen at the baseline, popped out to the arc, caught the pass from Paul, and rose for a three that pierced the net. Late in the first quarter, Curry began his frantic movement, weaving through double screens, cutting to the top of the key, taking the feed. Facing Kerr's closeout, Curry elevated and buried another triple. After the first quarter, Miami, led by Badier, nailed a corner three. Bosh hit a mid-range jumper, and the Heat clung desperately to the lead. But Silas changed his tactics. Harden began playing off-ball screens. Curry curled out from the baseline again, with Chalmers smothered by the screen. Cole was a half-step late on the switch, and Curry rose up, sinking another three-pointer. On the next possession, the Heat rotated perfectly. Curry didn't shoot. Instead, he dished to George, who cut weak side. George took one dribble to the rim and threw down a two-handed slam. Clay caught a pass from Paul in the corner and drilled a three. Durant continued his unstoppable pull-up from the elbow. At halftime, the gap was only 2 points. In the locker room, silence reigned, broken only by ragged breaths. Leonard sat before his locker, head bowed, chest heaving violently. Sweat dripped from his chiseled jawline, splattering onto the floor. For the entire 24 minutes, he had clung to LeBron like an unshakable leech. Every collision of muscles, every tumble to the floor. He had never let LeBron get a single comfortable move. But he himself was on the verge of exhaustion. He glanced down at his hands. After maintaining that defensive stance for so long, his fingers were trembling uncontrollably. Footsteps approached. Paul stopped in front of him. He didn't offer a towel or utter meaningless consolations. Instead, he crouched down, meeting Leonard's eyes with a calm, reassuring certainty. He's about to break. Paul said in a low yet piercing voice. In the third quarter, keep suffocating him. On offense, he'll feed you the ball right where you want it. Before Game 2 tipped off, not a single voice stirred in the Heat's locker room. Erik Spoelstra didn't roar. He simply picked up a marker, drew a heavy circle on the wall. Then he took a deep breath, slowly clenched his fists, and crushed the numbness in his fingertips into submission. Leonard's defensive intensity increased rather than diminished. Before LeBron could even receive the ball, Leonard's shoulder pressed against his chest, preventing him from catching it comfortably and denying him the chance to turn. LeBron took his first step-back jumper from the top of the arc, but it clanked off the front rim. His arc was indeed flat. His second turnaround fadeaway missed wide. For his third attempt, he gritted his teeth and drove to the basket, attempting a reverse layup. Leonard swooped in from behind and swatted the ball away. Ibaka grabbed the rebound and threw a long pass to Paul. Paul brought the ball past half-court, raised his hand, and the team spread out. Durant established position at the elbow with Battier locking his back firmly. Paul delivered the pass. Durant lowered his center of gravity, faked with his right shoulder, then spun and rose for a fadeaway. The ball sailed over the outstretched fingertips and swished through the net. The Hornets took the lead, carrying a 5-point advantage into the final quarter. The entire arena was in a tight press. Chalmers and Cole, like rabid dogs, began to bite at Paul from the backcourt. Wade broke through for scores twice in a row using screens. Bosh hit a high jump shot. LeBron at the arc rose up for a three-pointer against Leonard. The ball passed over his fingertips and fell into the basket. For 3 long minutes, the Hornets managed a pitiful 2 points solely through Durant's free throws. The point gap was slowly eaten away. With 2 minutes left in the final quarter, the Heat narrowed the gap to just 4 points. Silas called a timeout. He did not draw up a play. He simply squatted in front of Paul, staring intensely into his eyes. Control the rhythm. Every possession, take it down to the last moment. Don't give them a fast break. After the timeout, Paul controlled the ball at the top of the arc as time ticked away. 8 seconds. Using Ibaka's screen, he drove to the free throw line. Chalmers chased from behind, while DeLimbert rushed in from the weak side. Paul neither forced the drive nor passed the ball. In the instant when the two defenders were about to close in, he suddenly came to a quick stop and stepped back to create space. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the ball sliced toward the right elbow with surgical precision. Durant had already established his position early. He received the ball and jumped. There was no excessive movement, no explosive dunk to release his emotions. He spread his long arms while in the air, lightly flicking his wrist. The basketball traced a high arc, swishing through the net. The point gap returned to 6 points. LeBron responded. At the arc facing Leonard, he lowered his center of gravity, dribbled once, came to a quick stop, and rose for a three-pointer. The ball passed over Leonard's fingertips, hitting the back rim and bouncing in. The gap shrank back to 3 points. Wade immediately fouled the ball handler Paul. The Heat began to execute their foul strategy. Paul stepped to the free throw line, making both shots. The gap returned to 5 points. Spoelstra was frantically waving from the sidelines, fouled Jordan. In the next possession, the Heat sent Jordan straight to the free throw line. The first free throw hit the front of the rim. The second free throw missed. Haslam grabbed the rebound and passed it to LeBron. LeBron dribbled across half court, faced Leonard, and rose for a three-pointer. The ball traced a high arc in the air. It passed through the net. The gap returned to 2 points. The American Airlines Arena erupted. Silas immediately called a timeout. He substituted Jordan for Ibaka to play the 5 position. Meanwhile, Paul George and Curry stepped onto the court. 2 shooters with over 90% free throw accuracy. The Heat dared not foul anymore. After the timeout, Paul received the baseline inbounds pass. Chalmers fouled again. Paul stepped to the free throw line, making both shots. The gap returned to 4 points. LeBron controlled the ball at the top of the arc. There were only 28 seconds left. Leonard and Ibaka double-teamed. LeBron dribbled one step to the right, came to a quick stop, and rose for a three-pointer. The ball passed over the fingertips of both defenders. It hit the back rim. Bounced out. Griffin grabbed the rebound and immediately passed it to Paul. Paul made both free throws. The gap returned to 6 points. There were less than 14 seconds left. The Heat had one last offensive chance. LeBron stood at the top of the arc, rising for a three-pointer. The ball hit the back rim and bounced out. Ibaka grabbed the rebound and held it tightly in his embrace. The final buzzer echoed throughout the arena. 4-2. The series is over. LeBron stood at center court, hands on his knees, head down, breathing heavily for a long time. Sweat dripped onto the floor. Wade walked up from behind, placing a hand on the back of his neck. Durant approached and shook hands with LeBron. LeBron patted Durant's shoulder, his voice hoarse. Next year. Durant nodded and turned to Paul. On the podium, Durant held the FMVP trophy high above his head. Then he turned and handed the trophy to Paul. Paul took the trophy without even looking at it and turned to hand it to. Amidst the deafening cheers, golden confetti rained down from above like a torrential downpour. This was the Hornets' 4th championship, and it was the last championship for this lineup together. In the locker room, Harden stood at the door looking at the signature pin on the cabinet. Paul walked over, patted his shoulder, and softly said, "From now on, no one will make decisions for you." Harden did not respond. He pushed open the locker room door. The light at the end of the corridor was blinding. Outside the door was a sharp sound echoed as Sinan tossed his pen onto the wooden desk, the tip striking the surface with a crisp click. He sat before his desk, intensely staring at the salary report in front of him. Paul, 3 years left on the max contract. Durant, 3 years left on the max contract. Griffin's early extension takes effect next season. The labor agreement is like a noose tightly constricting the Hornets' neck. A team can hold a maximum of 3 designated max contracts at the same time. Those 3 spots are already. Sinan's gaze shifted downwards, landing on the last 2 names at the bottom of the report. One was Curry, the other was Harden. "Boss." On the other end of the line, General Manager Bob's voice was strained. "If this trade goes through, it means we will have sent away 2 championship stars we drafted ourselves in the same summer. Griffin is the cornerstone of our championship interior, and Harden is a 2-time 6th man of the year. The media will explode, the fans will curse us to death. Let them curse. When Davis is dominating the league, they'll say we saw through it all long ago." He paused, his tone becoming resolute. "Go negotiate. The salary balance must be executed to perfection. Not a single penny can be off." After hanging up, the office door was pushed open. Paul walked in wearing training gear, a towel draped around his neck. The celebration for the 4th consecutive championship had just ended. He hadn't even taken a break before diving back into the training facility the next day. He didn't sit down, merely leaning quietly against the doorframe. His gaze swept over the heavily marked report on the desk, filled with red ink, along with the scouting report for Anthony Davis beside it. "Griffin and Harden, are they leaving?" Paul's voice was soft, tinged with inquiry. "Yes." Sinan met his gaze directly, not flinching. "We'll trade them for the Pistons' 1st overall pick to select Anthony Davis." "Are you planning to trade 2 championship stars for a college kid who hasn't played a single NBA game?" "It's not a plan, but it's a necessity." Sinan leaned slightly forward, his finger pressing firmly on Kawhi's name. "Curry is entering the final year of his rookie contract this summer. He is, in my view, the future face of the league. I must give him a substantial contract next summer. And Harden, his rookie contract is expiring too. If we don't create space now, what will we offer to resign Curry next summer? What will we use to sign that 19-year-old? Sinan stared into Paul's eyes as he spoke. "Davis' rookie contract is extremely affordable. By sending away Griffin and Harden, we can acquire Davis, coupled with the contract Curry is about to sign. In the next 4 years, we will possess the most terrifying firepower in the league and the most perfect salary flexibility." Paul watched him for a few seconds. "Do they know? I arranged to talk to them this afternoon. But before that, I needed to inform you first." Sinan slammed the report onto the desk, lightly tapping the surface with his finger. "You are the captain of this team. You've partnered with the interior for 4 years and mentored the guards for 4 years. I need your perspective on whether this trade is worth it." The air seemed to freeze. Paul didn't curse. "No need to curse at you. I stayed with the Hornets not out of some bullshit loyalty." Paul fixed his gaze on him, his eyes sharp. "It's because I know you will always do what is right, even if the right thing often hurts the most." Paul turned and hesitated at the door. "You owe them a face-to-face goodbye. It's not for me to say, you must say it yourself." In the afternoon, Harden pushed open the office door. He wasn't in training gear, but wearing a loose black hoodie. Sinan slid the trade proposal across the table towards him. No small talk, only the cold, hard reality. Packaging Griffin to the Pistons for the 1st overall pick to select Anthony Davis. Harden looked down at the proposal. "Does Paul know?" He lifted his head, his voice slightly hoarse. "Yes. He's waiting for you on the 2nd floor." Harden took a deep breath and stood up. Pausing at the door, he didn't turn back. "Tell Griffin. No matter where he goes, I'll throw him alley-oops. Just like how Paul used to pass to him back in the day." Half an hour later, Griffin walked in. He was wearing a gray sweatshirt and sat down opposite Sinan. He didn't look at the trade proposal, but stared at the thick team doctor report on the table. "I saw Harden leave. Next it's my turn." Griffin's tone was eerily calm. "You want to trade me and him for that big guy from Kentucky?" Sinan pushed the medical report across the table towards him. "It's not just about salary." Sinan fixed his gaze on him. "You know your body better than anyone. The risk of knee tendonitis recurrence, the potential for stress fractures in your back. While your trade value is still at its peak, this is the best choice for you and the team. Go to Detroit and partner with Monroe. There you will still be the absolute core." Griffin flipped through the report and gently pushed it back. "When I signed the early extension last year, my agent team asked for a no-trade clause. I didn't take it." He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Because I thought the Hornets wouldn't trade me." "Going to the Pistons?" "Yes." Griffin stood up and paused again at the door. "Tell Paul there's no need to say goodbye to me. This path was chosen by me. But tell Harden that the alley-oop he owes me must be repaid in Detroit." That night, Bob's call came as expected. "The Pistons have loosened up. Griffin, Harden plus our top 10 protected 1st-round pick from 2013 for their 1st overall pick and Corey Maggott's expiring contract." Bob took a breath and continued. It's still the freeze period, so we can't start the formal process. But I've already spoken with the Pistons GM. The verbal agreement is locked in. Once the free market opens on July 1st and the league office resumes work, well, fax it over immediately. Keep a close watch on them, no slip-ups. After hanging up, Sinan wrote down several lines in his notebook. Griffin Harden, first-round pick, first overall pick. Corey Maggot's expiring contract. Goal, Anthony Davis. Within a day, dismantle 2 championship stars with my own hands. In exchange for a 19-year-old college monster, an expiring contract, and the critical space needed to keep Curry. He shut down his computer, grabbed his suit jacket, and pushed open the door. In the corridor, Paul still stood beneath the dome, looking up at the 5 championship banners. Hearing the footsteps, he didn't turn around. Sending away 2 in a day. Paul's voice echoed in the empty corridor. You're even colder than I am. You can continue to curse me. Sinan walked up beside him, also looking up at the 5 banners. But once July 1st passes, Curry will sign his extension. At the draft, we will bring Anthony Davis to New Orleans. This summer has only just begun. Paul did not refute. Let's go. Paul turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade once more. There's training, a new season, a new roster. Sinan nodded, his gaze drifting through the corridor's window toward the night sky of New Orleans. 19-year-old Anthony Davis, a name that would soon make the entire league tremble, was on its way to them. The Pistons' verbal agreement had just been locked in when the encirclement arrived. Sinan sat behind a wide mahogany desk, opening the emergency agenda of the league's board of governors, his gaze slowly sweeping over several familiar names on it. He said nothing, merely tossing the document lightly back onto the desktop, producing a dull thud. The competitive balance proposal, jointly proposed by Buss, Grousbeck, and Dolan. In plain terms, it meant imposing a punitive luxury tax on monopolistic rosters. This wasn't some damn rule adjustment. It was a declaration of war aimed at the Hornets dynasty. Boss, the situation is grim. General Manager Bob pushed the door open and entered, his face ashen, not even bothering to straighten his tie, which was usually his utmost concern. Lacob and Cuban have responded. They want to meet with you privately before next Thursday. 4 votes. Sinan didn't lift his head, his voice terrifyingly calm. Yes, the Lakers, Celtics, Knicks, and Heat, 4 traditional powerhouses, have banded together. Bob took a deep breath, his tone laced with suppressed anger. Buss brought in Arison of the Heat in Los Angeles. The Heat have been kept out of the finals by us for 2 years. He's itching to see us choked by the rules. Dolan has always been Buss' lackey, and Grousbeck has decades of friendship with Buss. These old bastards have had it in for us for a long time. 30 board seats. We need 16 votes to veto. Sinan finally looked up, lightly tapping his fingers on the desktop twice at a measured, unhurried rhythm. Small market teams want easily picked sides. That's right. They're afraid the next one targeted might be themselves. Bob smiled bitterly, a fine layer of sweat beading on his forehead. But Buss chose to strike before the draft, forcing us to use the no. 1 pick on Davis, and then let the entire league watch the Hornets continue to hoard talent. What he wants is this picture. To let the outside world see that the Hornets dynasty has been abandoned by all, and even their draft picks are about to be confiscated by the league. Then let him watch. Sinan stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the 4-peat championship banners on Championship Avenue had not been taken down yet. Those blue-purple ribbons fluttered gently in the July heat, like silent mockery, yet also like unyielding flags. Davis was acquired by trading Griffin and Harden. Every penny was compliant. No matter how Buss kicks up a fuss, once the freeze period ends on July 1st, the trade will be submitted for approval immediately. He turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade. Forget about Arison. He hates us, but he's no fool. Once LeBron's contract extension negotiations begin next year, he'll come back on his own. The real battlefield is Lacob and Cuban. The Warriors' new arena will be completed next year. They need nationally televised games to cover construction costs. The Mavericks are rebuilding. The draft system is their lifeline. If Buss tries to tamper with the draft system, Cuban will be the first to fight him tooth and nail. Bob was taken aback, then a spark of light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly slapped his thigh. That's right. Cuban hates it most when others mess with his draft picks. As long as we leak this information. There's something else. Bob paused, his tone turning somewhat subtle. Su Yuching has been waiting at the training facility gate all morning. She said she took a long leave from Sports Illustrated to write a book about the Hornets dynasty. The first chapter is called The Eve of the Siege. Tell her I'll have time after the draft. She's already finished it. Bob looked at him, his tone complex. She asked me to ask you one thing. Have you ever been afraid? Not afraid of losing, but afraid that what you built with your own hands might be dismantled by others' rules. Sinan did not answer. He pulled open a drawer where a carbon fiber ankle brace lay quietly. This was the totem of the Hornets dynasty. As long as it remains the Hornets, paint will never be empty. Creak. The office door was pushed open. Paul walked in, still holding a bottle of Gatorade. He glanced at the board document on the table, frowning slightly. Are those old geezers Bus and his cronies up to their tricks again? Sinan nodded. They've gathered 4 votes trying to mess with our draft picks and salary cap. Paul unscrewed the cap, took a sip, casually set the bottle on the table, and said calmly, Lacob and Cuban aren't enough because they're still watching from the sidelines. They need to see someone step up. Paul stared at Sinan, his eyes carrying the fierceness that belonged to his. Bus thinks he's targeting the Hornets, but he's wrong. He's smashing the rice bowl of all small market teams. If you don't overturn the table today, tomorrow they'll dare to scrap our draft picks too. Sinan looked at Paul and casually tossed the proposal into the trash can. 24 hours later, Cuban will see me in New York. 48 hours later, Lacob will send a text message. He picked up the suit jacket from the desk and swiftly draped it over his shoulders. Bring the data. We're going to win. Friday morning. The flight to New York pierced through the clouds, the Manhattan skyline, emerging in sharp silhouette against the morning light. Sinan sat in first class, flipping the competitive balance proposal to the last page. Bus, Grosbeck, Dolan, Arison. 4 signatures lined up on the paper like 4 death warrants. He uncapped his pen and drew a heavy line under the 4 signatures. Then he wrote 4 words beside them. Prepare to take the hit. The plane began its descent, the rumble of the landing gear vibrating deafeningly in his ears. New York was waiting for him. He closed the document and shut his eyes. As for what chips Bus and his allies had prepared, he no longer cared. New York City, Madison Square Garden. Inside the Hornets' war room, the 2012 NBA draft buzzed with electric anticipation. Sinan sat before a spread of 4 scouting reports. At the top lay the report on Anthony Davis, his name marked with a bold red asterisk. The Wizards' unprotected first-round pick was confirmed at No. 8. Though Wall and DeRozan's backcourt synergy had lifted the Wizards by over a dozen wins, their overall strength remained modest in the Eastern Conference. The Thunder's unprotected first-rounder landed at No. 22. Led by Westbrook, the Thunder surged to 6th in the Western Conference during the regular season, only to fall ignominiously in the first round of the playoffs. As for the Hornets' own first-round pick, No. 30. They occupied the final slot, a quiet irony for the league's top-seeded team. Bob sat beside him, his phone screen aglow with breaking news from the NBA Board of Governors. Bus hasn't secured new votes. It's still 4-4. Lacob and Cuban have pledged their support, and they'll stand fully behind us after the draft. Sinan closed the scouting reports, his gaze calm and untroubled. Bus chose to strike before the draft, not to disrupt us, but to let the world witness our accumulation of talent. He is mistaken. This very moment will soon become our most potent advertisement. On stage, David Stern stepped forward and opened the first envelope. Per league rules, the trade could not be formally submitted for approval until after the moratorium ended. Until July 1st, the No. 1 overall pick remained in name only with the Detroit Pistons. When Stern announced the Detroit Pistons select, a knowing murmur rippled through Madison Square Garden. Anthony Davis, University of Kentucky. The arena exhaled in sudden clarity. The Hornets-Pistons trade had long since leaked across the league. Davis would wear purple and gold, not blue and white. As Stern shook Davis's hand, he murmured something low and confidential. Davis nodded, accepting the Pistons' cap, but the faint, almost imperceptible curve at the corner of his lips betrayed him. He knew his true destination, New Orleans. Sinan picked up his pen and drew a heavy, decisive checkmark beside Davis's name in his notebook. No. 6. The Wizards' unprotected first-round pick. Sinan's target was unambiguous. Damian Lillard, senior point guard from Weber State University. The scouting report dismissed him bluntly, too old, a limited ceiling. Yet Sinan knew this overlooked floor general would one day earn all-star honors and become the coldest assassin in clutch moments. With Chris Paul and Stephen Curry already anchoring the Hornets' backcourt, Lillard was not a fit, but an exquisite bargaining chip. When Stern called Lillard's name, Mike Fratello, commentating from the booth, couldn't resist a wry remark. Lillard is indeed one of the most polished, ready-made prospects in this class. But the Hornets already boast 2 all-star point guards. Selecting him, that reads less like drafting and more like assembling trade assets. Sinan leaned back in his chair, a subtle, knowing smile playing at his lips. Assets? They simply didn't understand. No. 22. The Thunder's unprotected first-round pick. Draymond Green, senior forward from Michigan State University. The scouting report was equally unsparing. Too slow for small forward, too short for power forward. Fratello sighed into the mic. The Hornets taking him late in the first round, likely for his defensive instincts alone. Sinan said nothing. Too slow for the 3. Too short for the 4. In time, this so-called undersized enforcer would claim Defensive Player of the Year and become the unshakable defensive keystone of a dynasty. Now he was merely a late first-round rookie. No one foresaw what he would become, and that was precisely Sinan's advantage. No. 30. The Hornets' own first-round pick. Chris Middleton Jr. forward from Texas A&M University. The scouting report read, average athleticism, modest upside. Fratello had long since stopped commenting, cutting away to another angle instead. Sinan lifted his pen and placed a single deliberate asterisk beside Middleton's name. As the draft concluded, Sinan crossed paths with Davis in the player tunnel. The young phenom still wore his draft day suit, a Pistons lapel pin gleaming on his chest. Yet his phone glowed in his hand, Griffin's text message visible on the screen. Upon spotting Sinan, Davis paused. Griffin called me. He raised his eyes, calm, unwavering. He said the paint is mine. He spoke truth, Sinan replied, holding his gaze. He also told me you'd said the same to him. Sinan held silence for 2 beats. Were you there when he left? No. But Harden told me. Davis slipped the phone into his pocket, voice soft, but steady. He said Griffin told Paul not to say goodbye. He said he chose that path himself. And he added, Harden owes him those alley-oops to be repaid in Detroit. Davis paused, then added quietly. He smiled when he said it, but his voice was hoarse. At the tunnels, Stern stood under ESPN's lights mid-interview. Sinan remembered the single suspended second Griffin had paused in the doorway as he exited his office. Now Davis stood here, still wearing the Pistons pin. Yet both men knew come July 1st, that emblem would vanish forever. Let's go. Sinan clapped him lightly on the shoulder. DeAndre Jordan is waiting for you at the hotel. DeAndre Jordan. Davis blinked, surprised. He has something for you. Inside the hotel suite, DeAndre sat on the sofa, idly, turning a carbon fiber ankle brace in his hands. At Davis's entrance, he rose and handed it over. Embedded within the brace's inner lining lay a championship commemorative medal. Beneath it, engraved in fine script, legacy begins with Yao, passes through Griffin, and rests with DeAndre. And beneath that, newly inscribed, to Anthony Davis. Yao entrusted it to Griffin. Griffin passed it to me. Now it's yours. DeAndre placed the brace gently into Davis's palm, his tone solemn. He said the paint isn't held up by one man alone. This brace protects the ankle, but the paint is guarded by people. It was him, then Griffin, then me. Now it's you. DeAndre held Davis's eyes unblinking. Once the moratorium lifts on July 1st, you'll officially be a Hornet. But until then, this brace is yours now. Because legacy doesn't wait for league approval. Davis stared down at the brace, long and silent. Then slowly he clenched his fist around it, knuckles widening. Sinan remained in the doorway watching, but did not enter. Chris Paul approached from behind, a steaming cup of coffee in hand. He glanced at Sinan, then toward Davis. Every time you draft a rookie, it's like uncovering buried treasure. Paul sipped his coffee, voice level and unhurried. But Davis is different. How so? Sinan asked. He's the first rookie you've acquired by trading away 2 All-Stars. Paul set the cup down on the table. Griffin, a championship-caliber interior force. Harden, 2-time 6th man of the year. You exchanged them both for a 19-year-old boy. If Davis fails to deliver, this deal will rank among the worst in NBA history. He will deliver. Sinan's voice carried absolute certainty. I know. Paul turned, locking eyes with him. But do you know why I believe it so firmly? Not because of his scouting report, but because of how you spoke to him in that tunnel today. You said those exact words to Griffin, to Harden, to Rose, Westbrook, Dragic. Each time you declared the paint is yours, you knew, without doubt, that the man before you would catch it. Paul paused, voice dropping lower. I don't know how you know, but you do. Sinan offered no reply, only lifted the cup and took a slow sip of coffee. It had gone cold. Beyond the window, Manhattan's night deepened, dense, luminous, alive. Far in the distance, the lights of Madison Square Garden shimmered like an ocean of stars refusing sleep. His phone vibrated softly in his pocket. A message from Yijinjin. The draft is over. Congratulations. The theme song is recorded. Jessica named it The Hive. Leaning against the wall, Sinan typed with one hand. Good. Yijinjin replied instantly. Come to Beijing next month. I'll treat you to the live version. Also, stop drinking cold coffee. Sinan's lips began to lift, then froze as the phone vibrated again. This time not from Yijinjin. It was Bob. Just one line. And the warmth in Sinan's eyes vanished, replaced by ice. Boss Bus has reneged. He's just allied with 2 Eastern Conference teams to hijack our target free agent on tomorrow's market. The morning light pierced through the clouds in Manhattan. The hustle and bustle of Madison Square Garden had dissipated, leaving behind the lingering warmth of the draft combine. Sinan leaned against the hotel window, turning off his phone screen and casually placing it on the table. Bob's text still glowed on the screen. Base had teamed up with 2 Eastern teams to snatch the Hornets' target, and he picked up his phone and dialed Bob's number. Let him snatch. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line. The free agent base's snatching was originally a smokescreen we released. Sinan gazed out at the awakening city, his tone calm. The contract is overpriced, the data looks good, but the actual impact is limited. He paid 30% more than the market price, thinking he found a treasure. Bob laughed on the other end. So you were just waiting for him to take the bait when you had me release the news yesterday. Base is too eager. He didn't get any votes at the draft combine, and the free market is his only chance to turn things around. He needs a trophy to prove he can still play. Sinan shifted his position, leaning against the window frame. Let him keep spending. Every penny he spends makes the small market team owners more wary. Sinan shifted his position, leaning against the window frame. Let him keep spending. Every penny he spends makes the small market team. Bob's voice grew excited. Should we let the media release the news? Just say that Base snatched the Hornets target with an overpriced contract. Small market teams should be on alert. No need to be too deliberate. Just let Lacob know first. Lacob hates malicious bidding the most. He's raising money to build a new arena. Every penny has to be accounted for. If Base keeps this up, Lacob will be the first to stand up and scold him. After hanging up, Sinan opened the notebook on the table. On the page for the free market, he wrote a few lines. Base snatched the smokescreen. Let Lacob know. Small market teams should be alert. Next time there's a board vote, Base won't even gather 4 votes. He flipped to the next page. Davis, Lillard, Green, Middleton. 4 names written side by side, each marked with an asterisk. Next to Lillard's name, he added a small note: perform well in the summer league to set a price, and offers will naturally follow. It's not the time to sell urgently. The dividend period of the rookie contract has just begun. Next to Green, the universal glue on the defensive end, keep him for personal use. Next to Middleton, needs time to grow, but his shooting ability will be amplified in the Hornets system. Closing the notebook, he picked up his phone and sent a text to the Blazers general manager. You might want to watch Lillard's performance in the summer league. A few seconds later, the screen lit up. We've been keeping an eye on. Are you really planning to sell? Sinan typed 3 words, looking at offers. Then he dialed Lacob's number. I heard Base snatch your target in the free market. Lacob's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. He didn't snatch my target. He snatched the target I had him go. Sinan leaned back in his chair, a slight smile curling his lips. An overpriced contract looks good on paper, but has limited actual value. Base spent 30% more than the market price thinking he won. Lacob was silent for 2 seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter. I knew it. Base has already started bragging in the board group, saying he finally snatched a piece of meat from your mouth. I was still wondering how you could like that player. Let him brag. The more he brags, the more people will know his tactics. You want him to help you draw hate. Lacob's tone turned serious. That's a ruthless move. Small market team owners fear big market teams snatching players with overpriced offers the most. With you doing this, Base won't be able to gather votes in the future. So you need to help me spread this news. No need to be too deliberate, just bring it up at the next board meeting. The player Base snatched has a contract 30% higher than the market price. Don't worry, you'll make sure everyone knows. Lacob paused, then changed the subject. By the way, you picked 4 rookies. Do you have too many players on hand? Lillard and Green, are you planning to keep them or sell? Lillard is looking at offers, so I'll keep Green for personal use. I've watched his college tapes. That kid has good shooting ability and stable ball control. Lacob lowered his voice a bit. If you plan to sell, remember to give me a call first. Lacob lowered his voice a bit. If you plan to sell, remember to give me a call first. Will do. After hanging up, Sinan put the notebook back in the drawer. Outside the window, the taxis on 5th Avenue formed a long yellow line. Office workers poured out of the skyscrapers with coffee in hand, and Manhattan was fully awake. The free market officially opened tomorrow. Base thought he had won a game. Lacob and Cuban would help him completely suppress Base in the board meeting. Lillard's trading window wouldn't open immediately. He needed to put up eye-catching numbers in the summer league first. Green would stay and become another piece of universal glue in the Hornets' defensive system. Davis was already gripping that ankle brace tightly in the hotel. Next to Middleton's name, there was still a long time to grow. The phone suddenly vibrated. It wasn't Bob, it was Paul. Have you handled things with Base? Handled it. What about Lillard and Green? Keep them for now. Let them prove their value in the summer league first. Paul was silent for a few seconds. Then he sent a message that surprised Sinan. Lillard found me in the player tunnel today, asking if I could teach him about pick-and-roll timing. He said no one ever taught him these things in college. He only knows how to score himself, not how to make his teammates better. I told him to see me at the training facility tomorrow. Sinan looked at the screen, not replying. Outside, the sunlight in Manhattan reflected off the glass curtain wall, making him squint. He put away his phone and turned to walk toward the door. See you at the training facility tomorrow. This young man is already starting to take root. In New Orleans, early July, the air was already thick enough to wring water from it. As the iron door of the training facility swung open, the familiar mingled scent of rubber and sweat rushed forth. Just past 8 in the morning, the screech of sneakers against the hardwood had not ceased. Sinan stood on the second-floor corridor, a cup of hot coffee in hand, gazing downward. Below, 4 rookies had entered a high-intensity scrimmage. No one spoke, only heavy, ragged breaths echoed through the gym. Each wore a soaked towel around their neck, and even in the brief pauses to wipe sweat, they were already repositioning. Davis was practicing pick-and-roll dives from the elbow, while Lillard repeatedly honed his pull-up jumper at the top of the arc. Green performed defensive slides in the corner against open air, and Middleton on the opposite baseline tirelessly drilled catch-and-shoot attempts. Silas stood courtside, a tactical board in hand, occasionally blowing a short whistle to correct positioning. Paul had arrived even earlier than the rookies. He wore a faded gray practice tank top, arms crossed, standing beside Lillard with an unwavering gaze fixed on the latter's footwork. One finger pointed toward the baseline, while the other hand gestured the angles of the screen. Lillard listened intently, nodding several times before retreating to the top of the arc to rerun the play. This time he did not shoot immediately after the pick. His peripheral vision caught Green cutting from the baseline. With a flick of his wrist, the ball arrived precisely. Green took the pass and finished an easy layup. He learns fast. Curry appeared beside Li, Sinan, coffee in hand, without a sound. His hair was still slightly disheveled, clearly having just arrived from home. "Yesterday Paul texted me," said Lillard, cornered him in the player tunnel, insisting on asking about pick-and-roll timing. Curry took a sip of coffee, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Paul said his first thought was, "This rookie is as eager as Westbrook. But he asks better questions than Westbrook." Li, Sinan said softly, watching the scene below. "Yeah, Westbrook never opens his mouth, he just throws his body into it and learns by force. Lillard asks first, then figures it out on his own." Curry paused, his tone turning earnest. "He spent a full 6 hours in the gym yesterday. Even after Paul left, he kept practicing." "What about Clay?" Curry shifted the subject. "I heard he didn't come to practice today." Li, Sinan did not rush. "He called me last night." Curry leaned on the railing, brow slightly furrowed. "What did he say?" "He said he wasn't sure about his role this season." Li, Sinan looked at Curry. "You and Paul are still here, and now we've drafted Lillard for guards, splitting minutes in the backcourt. He asked if he was going to be traded." "What did you tell him?" "I said no." Curry watched Lillard sink another three-pointer below, then exchange a knowing high-five with Paul as he retreated on defense. "Clay never calls on his own. In the locker room, he barely speaks." Curry sighed. "This time he called. It means he's truly shaken. Lillard is a promising talent, but he needs a team where he can fully thrive. In Charlotte, he would always—" Li, Sinan lifted his coffee and took a sip. He recalled Lacob's harsh words over the phone, "If you ever want to sell Lillard, call me first." Bait. Li, Sinan lifted his coffee and took a sip. He recalled Lacob's harsh words over the phone, "If you ever want to sell Lillard, call me first." Lillard's trade value hadn't peaked yet. No rush. But Curry's observation was sharp. Clay's anxiety had reached a tipping point. When someone who keeps their emotions locked away finally speaks, it is itself the most dangerous signal. "I'll talk to Clay face-to-face today." Li, Sinan set down his cup, his tone steady, yet laced with an unyielding authority. "Let Lillard play in the summer league first. Let him build his value to the maximum. As for the backcourt rotation, 4 players are more than enough." During the regular season, average minutes: Paul around 25, you at 30, Clay at 28, Lillard at 18. Tactically, you and Lillard pair in transition. In half-court, Clay and Paul work together. The minutes are staggered, no overlap, only complement. Curry listened, his tense shoulders visibly relaxing. He placed his empty cup on the railing, chuckled softly, and said, "Come on, let's go down and see Davis. His dive angles off the pick-and-roll still need work. Paul taught him yesterday, but he hasn't fully digested it yet." The two walked downstairs. The moment they stepped onto the hardwood, they could feel the residual slipperiness. A faint scent of sweat and the burned odor of rubber now permeated the air. Paul saw Li, Sinan approach, but didn't stop training. He simply nodded his chin toward Davis. At the elbow, Davis was matched up against DeAndre Jordan. Jordan pressed his chest firmly into Davis's back. Davis faked a right shoulder turn, pivoted, and attempted a hook. Clang. The ball hit the front rim and bounced out. Jordan grabbed the rebound, patted Davis on the shoulder, and barked, "Close. Your turn angle was too wide. Pull it back half a step." Davis wiped the sweat from his brow, nodded, and reset. On the other side, Green and Middleton were in a— Green's defensive slides had become far smoother than in college. Yesterday, he had spent 3 hours in front of a mirror practicing footwork. Silas, passing by, had only remarked, "This kid doesn't need plays. He just needs to know what he can do." Middleton's catch-and-shoot was still rock solid, but his lateral quickness was indeed a liability. Every time Green shook him by half a step, he could only watch the ball fly by helplessly. Just then the phone in Li, Sinan's pocket vibrated several times. A message from Bob Lacob had already mentioned in the board group that Base had swooped in with an inflated offer. Cuban replied, "Base is undermining free market competition." Presti followed up, "Small market teams can't afford." Li, Sinan glanced at the messages, slipped the phone back into his pocket, and did not reply. Base's cost had only just begun. He had paid 30% above market price. Not only had he become a sucker, but he had also squandered the last shred of his credibility among small market teams. "I'm heading upstairs." Li, Sinan nodded to Curry and turned toward the second-floor office. Clay's anxiety had to be addressed face-to-face. Lillard's stock needed the summer league to explode. As for Base's problems, let him thrash around in the mire a little. Pushing open the office door, the thick July heat of New Orleans flooded in. The air was sticky, stirring a restless feeling in the heart. Sinan swung the door shut behind him, sealing off the cicada's drone, and strode to the desk. He set his coffee cup down and opened his notebook. At the very bottom of the page labeled Free Agency, he wrote a bold line: Summer League Lillard must put up starting caliber numbers. As long as he dares to shoot, I'll give him unlimited green light. With that, he closed the notebook. Since Klay feared being traded, let an impeccable Summer League performance erase those doubts completely and maximize Lillard's value in the process. Downstairs, the four rookies were still running plays tirelessly. The screech of sneakers against the floor filtered through the glass like the distant rumble of an approaching thunderstorm. The storm was about to break. The air conditioning in the office was somewhat suffocating as Sinan stared down at the court for a long while. The training center's lights were still on, casting beams of light onto the glass, causing him to instinctively squint. Klay's voice from the phone call last night was still stuck in his mind. It was neither an inquiry nor a complaint. It was a soft, almost emotionless statement: "Boss, what is my role for the new season?" Klay was the 5th pick in last year's draft. He played 66 games in a shortened rookie season, averaging 16 points per game, with a three-point shooting percentage of 4-3, and conveniently won a championship. He was the type of player that Silas favored the most, requiring no tactics, no ball dominance, just a screen. And in the locker room, he was a quiet person, only able to connect with Curry. The two often enjoyed additional shooting practice after training, and the loser would willingly fetch the balls scattered across the court. Curry loved to tease him about this, claiming he lost more than he won, but Klay never got angry, merely rolling his eyes and muttering, "That was me letting you win." On the day Lillard arrived, Klay did not come to practice. He stayed home watching all of Lillard's college highlights, then filled his Bulldogs bowl with food, and sitting beside the shoe cabinet, he sent a text to Curry: "That rookie is faster than me." Curry replied instantly with 3 words: "I know." He followed up with another message: "But he's not as accurate as you." A dull thud of a basketball hitting the floor echoed from downstairs as Sinan pushed the door open and went down. The players had already dispersed. Only Klay remained sitting in front of his locker, holding a pair of unworn sneakers. The Hive Blue from Kai's line, a sample pair sent by Jessica last week. Every starting player had a pair. Klay placed the shoes in the locker without wearing them. "You haven't tried those on," Sinan said, leaning against the doorway to break the silence. "I did." Klay lifted his head, his gaze calm. "The sole is too soft. I prefer them a bit firmer." He paused before asking, "Does Lillard have a pair?" "Every rookie has one. The green colorway is called Lillard Time. He hasn't played a single NBA game and already has his own colorway. Jessica said to get them ready and they'll release once he starts performing." Klay took the Hive Blue shoes from the locker, placed them on his knees, and looked down at them for a moment. "He's faster than me." Klay's voice remained steady, but this time his eyes did not flinch. "His stop and pop jumper after a screen is better than mine. His first step is quicker, and his ability to create shooting space after dribbling is stronger than mine. These are things I can't do." He took a deep breath and continued, "But there are things I can do that he can't. At least, I don't need to dribble. Others need to adjust when they receive the ball. Oh, I just need a fraction of a second, and the ball is off my hands. My off-ball movement can create 12 open shots per game." He hasn't mastered those numbers even after 4 years in college. Sinan leaned against the locker, not interrupting him. He knew Klay wasn't making a scouting report about himself. He was telling himself, "I've come to terms with this. I don't need to become Lillard, and Lillard can't become me. Yesterday, I watched his highlights at home, and at first I felt anxious. Then my girlfriend turned off the TV and told me to take the dog for a walk. I walked outside for an hour and realized something when I came back." He looked at Sinan, his gaze firm. "In my rookie season, I averaged 16 points with a three-point shooting percentage of 43, and I won a championship. I was the 5th pick, but I am the best shooter. Lillard may be faster than me and better at handling the ball, but he can't do what I do. This is my skill to make a living, and no one can take that away from me." He paused at the door, not looking back. "Next week at the Summer League, I'll go to Las Vegas to watch him play. If he can make 6 3-pointers in a game, I will wear those Hive Blue shoes. If he can't, then he should pass me the ball more often." Klay pushed the door open and walked out. Just as Klay's footsteps faded at the end of the hallway, the shower room door opened. Paul, with his hair still dripping, glanced at the direction Klay had left. "Did he wear those shoes?" "No." Sinan shook his head. He said the sole was too soft. Paul draped a towel over his neck and chuckled lightly. Whenever he dislikes something, he always says the sole is too soft. Lillard knows Klay didn't come to practice yesterday. He said if Klay came because of him, he could challenge Klay to a onion. The loser becomes the backup. "What did you say?" Sinan raised an eyebrow. "I said no need for a onion." Paul yanked the towel off his neck and tossed it into the laundry basket. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, his gaze revealing a hint of intensity. "Klay is our 6th man now. The boundaries between starters and backups have long been established. Does Lillard want to take Klay's position? I told him to average 20 points in the Summer League before we talk about start." Paul paused for a moment, wiping the water off his face. "This kid has a fierce spirit just like Westbrook, but he knows how to conceal it better than Westbrook." Sinan looked at the tightly shut locker room door, cold gun tempered by fire. Lillard controlled the ball at the arc with Green setting a screen. In July, New Orleans felt suffocatingly hot. Sinan sat in his office, the air conditioning set to maximum, yet the heat pouring in from outside still left him feeling breathless. In front of him lay a list of free agents. He turned to the last page, and the tip of his pen paused at the name Ray Allen. The Celtics' Big Three officially disbanded this summer. Garnett went to the Nets, and Pierce left as well. Ray Allen, whose contract had expired, also appeared on the free agent market. He had just won a ring in Boston, and now stood at the crossroads of the final chapter of his career. Riley was pursuing him. The Heat needed a shooter. LeBron's drives required outside support. Ray Allen's corner three-point shooting and off-screen shots were the perfect pieces for the Heat system. Sinan picked up his phone and dialed Bob's number. Who is Ray Allen's agent? Jim Tanner. Riley has already met with him twice. Bob's voice came through the receiver. The Heat is offering a veteran minimum around $3 million. Ainge also wants to keep him, but the Celtics are rebuilding and can't offer a high salary. Wait, Sinan interrupted. Isn't Riley arranging a private dinner for Ray Allen in Miami? Yes, Wade and LeBron both attended, and the atmosphere was reportedly quite good. What kind of wine was served at the dinner? Red wine. Riley brought a bottle of 1982 Lafite. This was the same wine he used to persuade LeBron to join back then. Sinan leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Riley even brought out the 1982 Lafite, indicating that the Heat was truly determined to secure him. However, red wine is a sign of taste when sipped half a glass, but when a whole bottle is consumed, it signals a deal. 2 years at the mid-level exception with a team option for the second year. Starting salary at $5.5 million. Sinan's voice was calm, but each word carried an undeniable weight. That's nearly double what the Heat is offering. Doesn't he want a championship? Tell Tanner to come to the Hornets. We are chasing the 5th ring. The Heat's Big Three has been formed for a while now, and they haven't even won a ring. Let him choose whether to sip the leftover half glass of Lafite with LeBron or come to New Orleans and open a new bottle. Bob paused on the other end of the line. Boss, he's almost 38. Is it worth signing a 38-year-old shooter at this price? He has a ring from Boston. He knows what a championship tastes like. Sinan stood up and walked to the window. I need someone who can stand in the corner waiting for the ball in the last 3 minutes of Game 7 of the finals. He doesn't need to play 30 minutes every game. He just needs to stand there at that moment. 3 days later, Tanner returned with the message. Ray Allen agreed to sign. Tanner said something unexpected over the phone. Ray asked me to tell you. He said Riley's Lafite is from 1982, but he said better. He said he's waiting for you to open a bottle in New Orleans. Sinan chuckled. In the locker room, Clay was sitting at his locker changing shoes. Curry walked in, illuminating his phone screen. The ESPN headline boldly read, Ray Allen joins Hornets, 2-year, mid-level exception. Clay glanced at it for a moment, then stood up and walked towards the court. Curry followed him and saw him sink 53 pointers from the corner. All of them went in. Clay pulled the towel from around his neck, his voice low, but each word stated as a fact that needed no proof. He's here to stand in the corner during the last 3, so you're not worried about him taking your starting spot. He's not here to take the starting spot. Clay pulled the towel from around his neck, his voice low, but each word stated as a fact that needed no proof. He's here to stand in the corner during the last 3 minutes of Game 7 of the finals. That position is mine. If he comes, he can stand next to me. The signing news exploded throughout the league. Lacob sent a message in the board group. The Hornets have pulled Riley. Cuban followed up with a jab. This kind of overpaying to steal is something Bus started, and Sinan has finished the lesson. Bus did not reply. Neither did Allison. But that afternoon, Bob's phone rang again. It wasn't Riley, it was Allison himself. Sinan was flipping through the summer league schedule when he answered the call. Allison's voice was deeper than Riley's, carrying a calmness unique to a businessman. Without pleasantries, he got straight to the point. Ray Allen, you know Riley flew to Miami twice for him and opened a bottle of 1982 Lafite. I know. When Bus pulled me into the proposal before, I felt he had a point. Your Hornets have monopolized too many resources. The competitive balance is indeed an issue. But now you're taking Ray Allen from me, and the way you're doing it is even more ruthless than Bus. Bus was about rules, you are about market pressure. Allison paused, and the sound of a glass being placed on a table came through the line. I don't like being used as a... Bus pulled me into the proposal to use my vote as leverage. He never considered my interests when he was overpaying for players in free agency. You took Ray Allen using market tactics. Your offer is higher than mine, and your contract is more sincere. Ray Allen chose you himself. This is competition within the rules, which I accept. So what do you want? Sinan asked. Next board meeting, the Heat should abstain from voting. With Bus 4 votes minus my 1, there will only be 3 votes left. 3 votes can't change anything. Allison paused, but there is one condition. Don't sweep us in the finals again. That depends on how far you can go. We'll make it to Game 6. At least Game 6. Then I'll see you in Game 6. After hanging up, Sinan tossed his phone onto the table. He knew clearly in his heart this signing of Ray Allen was a double-edged sword. Not just for the three-point shooting, but also to make Allison jump off bus ship. Plus 4 votes became 3, and in the next board meeting, he wouldn't have any power. He stood up and walked to the window. The training facility lights were still on downstairs. Klay and Lillard were still practicing. Klay was shooting threes from the corner, while Lillard was practicing pull-up jumpers after screens at the top of the arc. The two were separated by half the court, neither looking at the other. But the ball boy couldn't keep up with the rhythm of their shot. Lillard had just finished a set of threes and was sitting on the sidelines wiping sweat. Klay continued shooting from the corner, the sound of the ball swishing through the net coming in a steady rhythm, like a pendulum. Lillard looked at Klay's back, unscrewed his water bottle for a sip, and turned to the ball boy, saying, "How many has?" 120. 30 more to go. Lillard put down the water bottle, stood up, and walked back to the top of it. He didn't continue practicing his pull-up jumpers. Instead, he moved to the corner next to Klay and started shooting as soon as he caught the ball. The two stood in adjacent corners, alternating their shots. The sound of the ball swishing through the net rose and fell like a silent competition. Neither of them looked at the other, but the ball boy's running speed was increasing since both of their shooting frequencies were accelerating. Lillard's shooting arc was higher than Klay's, while Klay's shooting speed was faster than Lillard's. Two different shooting styles from the same corner position. The sound of the ball swishing through the net alternated like two instruments playing together. Sinan stood on the second-floor corridor, watching this scene below. Ray Allen had not yet arrived, but his shadow had already cast itself upon this court. Not at the three-point shooting spot, but that kind of certainty when standing in the corner waiting for the ball to come to him. That kind of certainty cannot be gained by just having a quick first step. It is accumulated over years of consistently shooting the same shot from the same spot. Lillard and Klay were challenging that veteran who had yet to show up, each in their own way. One with arc, the other with, and Ray Allen didn't even know that his corner position had already been targeted by the two young players. His phone vibrated. A text from Bob Reed. Ray Allen asked if he could schedule his training time for 7:30 a.m. to avoid the meet. Sinan replied, "Tell him that Klay and Lillard are already at the training facility at 7:30. Have him come at 6:30. Seconds later, Bob replied, "He said he would come at 5:30. Sinan looked at the message and put his phone in his pocket. Outside, the lights in the training facility were still on. Lillard and Klay's extra practice had not yet ended. They were unaware that tomorrow at 5:30, a 38-year-old veteran would stand at the corner of this gym. He wouldn't shoot faster than anyone, nor have a higher arc than anyone. He would only use one way to tell them that corner threes are not about who shoots more accurately. It's about who can stand in the same position longer." In the summer of New Orleans, the sky remained a hazy gray at 5:30. The lights in the training facility were already on. It wasn't the janitor, it was Ray Allen. He had arrived a full 15 minutes earlier than Bob had specified. When the security guard pushed open the door and saw Ray Allen already standing courtside, he froze for a moment, instinctively glancing at his watch. Ray Allen wore a faded gray practice t-shirt, a white towel draped over his shoulder, and carried a pair of unwrapped sneakers in his hand. High above, the 4 championship banners swayed gently in the air-conditioning breeze. The wooden floor gleamed with a soft luster under the cold white lights, and the entire arena was so quiet you could hear your own breath. He walked to the corner, set the ball on the floor, and began to stretch. His movements were slow, like a silent ritual. Ankles rolled, Achilles stretched, hips twisted, shoulders rotated. A 38-year-old body requires a longer warm-up, a lesson he had earned over 16 grueling years in the league. In his youth, warming up was for jumping higher. Now warming up was for avoiding mistakes. After the final set of stretches, he picked up the ball, spun it twice in his hands, and stood at the three-point line on the baseline. He glanced at the rim. He released the shot. Swish. The sound of the ball slicing through the net echoed in the empty arena, soft like a greeting long overdue. 50 baseline threes. All made. No passer. He retrieved his own rebounds, shot his own shots, counted his own makes. The pace was slow, but every arc was identical. After hitting 50, he stopped, took a sip of water, and walked to the other baseline. Another 50. Still perfect. Halfway through the third spot, the training facility's door swung open. Klay stood at the entrance, training shoes in hand, a blue-purple towel slung over his shoulder. He spotted Ray Allen in the corner, paused for a beat, then stepped inside, shoved his shoes into a locker, and began his own warm-up. Neither spoke. They shot across half the court, their balls alternating through the net. One with an impossibly high arc, the other with blinding speed. At exactly 6 o'clock, Lillard pushed through the door. Seeing 2 figures already on the floor, he hesitated. He recognized Klay's silhouette, and then the tall, lean frame by the baseline. That shooting arc, more textbook than a textbook itself. Lillard stood still for a few seconds, then walked to his locker to change. Once ready, instead of heading to the top of the key for pick-and-roll pull-ups, he joined Klay at the adjacent baseline and began catching and shooting. 3 baselines. 3 men. The swishes rose and fell in a rhythm that grew faster and faster. No words. Only the dull thud of the ball on the floor and the crisp snap of the net. Lillard's arc was higher than Ray Allen's. Klay's release was quicker than both. But every shot Ray Allen took was indistinguishable from the one before. Same angle, same arc, same spin. That wasn't talent. It was muscle memory carved into bone. After about 20 minutes of shooting, Ray Allen stopped and unscrewed his water bottle. Klay kept shooting. Lillard kept shooting. Ray Allen took a sip watching the two young backs, and then said, "You both have faster releases than me, but your baseline threes have a fatal flaw." The shooting stopped abruptly. Klay and Lillard both turned to look at it. "Your toes don't point in the same direction after you catch." Ray Allen set down his bottle. His voice wasn't loud, but it was piercingly clear in the empty arena. "When you run left, your toes point left. When you run right, your toes point right." He walked to Klay's spot. "If you don't fix that, when playoff defense tightens up, your percentage will drop at least 5 points." Klay looked down at his feet. "When you curl off a baseline screen and catch the pass, your toes should be square to the right, but you're used to pointing toward the sideline." Ray Allen stared at his feet. "It's not your hands, it's your feet. If your feet are wrong, your entire body has to adjust midair. That fraction of a second in the air is enough for a top defender to slap the ball in your face." Klay said nothing. He placed the ball on the floor and reset at the baseline. He rotated his toes outward by 2 inches. Ray Allen stood beside him and nodded. Klay caught a pass from the ball boy, rose, and released. Swish. He glanced down at his toes again, then looked up at Ray Allen. "Thanks. No need." After 15 years of shooting, your body remembers the lessons on its own. Ray Allen turned and walked to Lillard. "Your toes are fine, but your center of gravity is too far forward." Lillard frowned. "In college you got used to catching and throwing, but NBA defenders are faster than anyone you face there." Ray Allen pointed at his knees. "With your weight forward, they can predict your liftoff instantly. Before you even reach your apex, their hand is already in your face." Lillard stared at the floor for 2 seconds, then walked to the baseline and reset. He shifted his weight back by 2 inches. Caught. Rose. Released. Swish. He looked down at his knees, then up, got it. Ray Allen nodded slightly, said no more, walked back to his own baseline, and continued shooting. The three resumed their earlier rhythm. But something was different. Before every catch, Klay subconsciously adjusted the angle of his toes. Before every liftoff, Lillard instinctively pressed his weight back. On the second floor corridor, Sinan stood with a cup of hot coffee, quietly watching the scene below. Ray Allen was on the far left, Klay in the middle, Lillard on the far right. The swishes rang out in succession, like a conversation spanning eras. Sinan took a sip of coffee, the corner of his mouth curling into a slight smile. Outside, the sky had already brightened, yet the lights in the training facility still blazed. Only one thought ran through his mind: this signing. An absolute steal. Las Vegas, the opening game of the Summer League. The arena was modest, with only the lower section of the stands open. But along the sideline, rows of folding chairs sat scouts and general managers from every team. They held thick scouting reports bearing Lillard's name, with 2 words circled in red ink: Lone Wolf. During warm-ups, Lillard's face was expressionless. Dribble, stop, release, retreat. His eyes were like a stagnant pool devoid of any surplus emotion. Silas stood on the sidelines, keenly catching a detail. Every time, before catching the ball, Lillard would glance down at his toes. Adjust 2 inches. Look up, then shoot. That was the first detail Ray Allen taught him in the 530 practice facility. The whistle blew. From the very first possession, Lillard tore apart that scouting report. At the top of the arc, he used Davis' screen to accelerate directly. His first step was lightning fast, the squeal of his shoes against the floor piercing the air. He blew past his defender, drove to the rim, and faced the help defender's long arms. Instead of shying away, he contorted midair, double-clutched, and banked the shot in. As he ran back to the defensive end, the Trailblazers' point guard was still gasping, chasing him with a hint of panic in his eyes. Lillard had dropped 12 points in the first quarter. But what shifted the scouts' expressions wasn't his scoring. On one pick and roll at the top, the Blazers executed a double team early. Based on his college footage, Lillard would have forced a shot, but he didn't. In the gap of the trap, he flicked his wrist, sending the ball like a scalpel into the paint perfectly, finding Middleton cutting to the baseline corner. Middleton caught the ball, faced the closing big man, and instead of forcing it, he executed a deceptive pump fake. Then he lowered his center, and with an incredibly soft touch, banked it in off the glass right past the defender's fingertips. The entire move was as smooth as shooting against air in the practice gym. Silas tapped his tactical board with a pen, turned to Bob, and murmured, "That pass. He couldn't have made it 6 weeks ago." Green also turned heads on defense. Playing the 4, he used his body to lock down the Blazers' first round. The thud of muscle collisions echoed under the basket. He forced 2 consecutive turnovers. After the second steal, he pushed the ball himself, went coast to coast, and dished a bounce pass to a trailing Middleton for an easy layup. Several scouts simultaneously lowered their heads, scribbling furiously in their notebooks, the tips of their pens almost tearing the paper. Green's passing ability had been severely undervalued in college. But in the Hornets system, that skill was magnified tenfold. At halftime, the Hornets led by 15. In the locker room, Silas tapped Lillard's name with his pen. "They'll double-team you again in the second half. They think you only score. Keep passing. Kill them with your passes. In the second half, the Blazers indeed adjusted their defense, trapping relentlessly. But this time Lillard didn't rush to release the ball. He sat on the bench wiping sweat with a towel, his eyes locked on the Blazers' defensive alignment on the floor. His gaze swept like radar over the opposing four-man's footwork, then glanced at the weak side corner defenders. After their switch, their big drops too deep. Lillard's voice was low but sharp. Next pick and roll, their big will definitely step out, leaving at least a meter of space in the weak side corner. Silas turned his head, glanced at him, and a faint, barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Back on the court, Lillard immediately executed his observation. He called for Green's screen at the top, and as predicted, the Blazers' big man stepped all the way out to the three-point line. Lillard didn't drive, nor did he pass to Green rolling to the basket. Instead, he flicked his wrist, and the ball, as if guided by sight, flew precisely to the weak side corner. There, the backup point guard had already stepped into the open spot, half a beat early. Catch, rise, three-point shot. Swish. The ball cleanly sliced through the net without touching the rim. The scouts on the sideline began whispering among themselves. Someone even dug out Lillard's college footage repeatedly, comparing their faces filled with disbelief. This point guard's passing vision had been completely absent from the scouting report. Lillard controlled the ball at the top of the arc with time winding down to the last 10 seconds. Green came up to set a screen. The Trailblazers switched their defense, and in front of Lillard stood a forward who was 4 inches taller than him. During his college days, Lillard would have taken the three-pointer directly, but he didn't. He first glanced at the corner. After Green's screen, he popped out to the three-point line wide open. Lillard passed the ball. Green caught it, jumped up, and shot the three. Swish. The lead was back to 9 points, and the game lost its suspense. The final buzzer sounded. Lillard 27 points and 9 assists. Green 12 points, 10 rebounds, and 7 assists. Middleton 18 points. In the following days, Las Vegas became the stage for the Hornets' rookie showcase. In the second game, 22 points and 8 assists. In the third game, 31 points and 6 assists. In the fourth game, Green achieved a near triple-double. In the fifth game, Middleton hit 5 three-pointers. Scouts' notebooks were filled with assessment reports on the Hornets' rookies. One report stated, Lillard's passing vision is severely underrated. It was followed by another note, Green's defense and playmaking are worth at least one late lottery pick. 5 days later, Lillard averaged 24 points and 7 assists, earning the Summer League MVP. Green was selected for the all-defensive team, and Middleton made the all-second team. That night after the award ceremony in a hotel room, Bob spread 3 offers out in front of Sinan, the sound of paper rustling against the table. He took a deep breath, his voice laced with uncontainable excitement. Boss, these guys have completely lost their minds. Bob pointed at the top offer, which bore the Raptors logo, his finger trembling slightly. The Raptors general manager personally called me. For Lillard, they are willing to give a 2015 unprotected first-round pick plus Terrence Ross. An unprotected first-round pick. That's like handing us a lottery ticket for the future directly. Sinan leaned back against the sofa, calmly scanning the facts, not blinking an eye. Bob swallowed hard and pointed to the second offer. The Trailblazers are also getting anxious. They offered 2 future first-round picks, hoping to pry Lillard away from us. And the Warriors' Mark Jackson personally named Green, offering David Lee's expiring contract plus 2 second-round picks. At this point, Bob could not help but lean forward, lowering his voice even more. Boss, the Raptors' unprotected first-round pick. It's really tempting. Can we probe their bottom line a bit? Sinan finished looking through the 3 offers, neatly stacking them together before pushing them back towards Bob. Decline all of them. He leaned back on the sofa, his tone as calm as if he were saying the weather was nice today. Lillard and Green are not for sale. Bob paused for a moment, seeming to want to argue further. But boss, the Raptors have valuable chips. Bob, Sinan interrupted him, his gaze sharp as a knife. Have you forgotten our current roster? Look at our wings. Paul George, Paul Clay, Leonard Durant. 5 positions, the most terrifying wing group. Middleton can't even start here. How do you expect him to realize his potential? He turned to look at Bob. Middleton and Gibson can be talked about. Now that his trade value is at its peak, squeeze out the last drop of value and exchange it for a future first-round pick. Remember, we are here to build a dynasty, not to be a charity. Bob took a deep breath, picked up the offer on the table, and nodded heavily. I understand, boss. He turned to leave, his footsteps carrying an unprecedented determination. Sinan paid no attention to the night view of Las Vegas outside the window. He picked up his phone and sent a text to Silas. The Summer League is over. Tell those kids that the real hell begins with tomorrow's training camp. The Summer League's 5 consecutive victories have led the entire league to praise the Hornets' new talents. Lillard averages 24 points and 7 assists, with MVP calls ringing out. Green defended from position 1 to 5, earning a spot on the all-defensive team. Middleton's shooting form is as steady as if he were shooting against air in a training facility. But Sinan knew that the real hell would officially begin tomorrow. That night, he sent a text to Silas. Have Ray Allen host the opening ceremony tomorrow. Tell him to do it his way. Silas replied within seconds he is ready. The next morning at 7 the doors of the New Orleans training facility opened on time. There was no tactical board, no video projection. In the center of the empty court stood a folding table with 12 black folders lined up neatly. Each cover bore the name of a player. Ray Allen stood in front of the table wearing a gray training shirt, holding a cup of hot tea with an expressionless face. Grab your own folder. His voice was not loud, but the training facility fell into an instant silence. Open it, read it, then come up and tell me how to improve your first weakness. If you can't think of anything, you'll practice for 2 extra hours today. If you can think of something but can't improve it, you'll practice for 4 extra hours. If you can think of something and can improve it, no extra practice is needed. Lillard was the first to step forward and pick up the folder. He opened it to find only a single page. The page was filled with screenshots of his 5 passing mistakes during the summer league. Timing was slightly off, angles were a couple of inches skewed, and he failed to check the weak side during double teams. Next to each screenshot were handwritten red annotations. The writing was small, but every stroke penetrated the paper. Lillard gasped and looked up at Ray Allen. Ray Allen didn't even lift his eyelids, simply holding his teacup, waiting for the next person. When it was Green's turn, he opened the folder and was immediately stunned. There were no passing mistakes, only video screenshots of him getting faked out by opponents on defense. The annotation next to it read, "You were already beaten by staring at the eyes. Look at the waist." Green stared intensely at the line for a full 10 seconds before closing the folder and walking up to Ray Allen. "Got it." Just 2 words, then he turned and walked away. Clay picked up his folder. Inside was just 1 page of running routes without the ball. Every time he ran left, his toes would point 2 inches towards the sideline. The annotation was longer than the others. Your shooting speed is the fastest in the league, but the running angle has cost you at least 3 percentage points in shooting accuracy. If this 2 inches is not corrected in the last 3 minutes of a Game 7 in the playoffs, defenders will already be standing at your catch point. Clay closed the folder and looked up at Ray Allen. "How long did it take you to correct this problem?" "Glenn Robinson taught me to shoot without looking at the rim." Ray Allen set down his teacup, his gaze calm. "But the angle of my toes is something I pondered for over a decade myself. No one taught me. So I took longer than you." Clay was silent for 2 seconds before turning and walking towards the corner. "Then it'll take 2 weeks. Ray Allen looked at him, a faint smile flashing in his eyes. "Then it's 2 weeks. Middleton was the last. His folder contained no screenshots, no tactical analysis. Only 1 line. Your shooting form is perfect, but your lateral movement is 0. 3 seconds slower than the league average. That's 0. 3 seconds will determine whether you can stay on the court in the playoffs. Before the training camp ends, improve your lateral movement by 0.2 seconds. Otherwise, your future with the Hornets ends here." Middleton finished reading without closing the folder. He held the paper and walked directly to the other end of the court, standing in front of Leonard. "They say your defense is among the best in the league. Teach me." Leonard looked at him, silent for 3 seconds. "Look at the waist." On the second-floor corridor, Sinan was leaning against the railing with a cup of coffee. Below, 12 players were each holding a folder. Some were working on their toe angles in the corner, others were practicing waist movement at the free throw line, while some were in front of mirrors meticulously adjusting their lateral steps. Ray Allen stood by the sidelines holding that cup of tea. Occasionally he would walk over to say a word, then continue standing there like a statue. This statue's 3-point shooting is among the best in history. But today he didn't take a single shot. He was teaching others how to shoot. Paul walked up from behind, also holding a cup of coffee. "You hired Ray Allen to be a shooter." He looked down, his tone complex. He sees himself as a coach. Glenn Robinson taught him the same way before. Sinan took a sip of coffee. "I know," Paul sighed. "He's not here to retire. He's here to leave a legacy." At 38 in the last year of his career, it's not about getting another ring, but about passing on everything he learned over 16 years to this group of young men who haven't yet figured out how to stand tall in a Game 7. Sinan remained silent. Below, Ray Allen crouched next to Lillard, adjusting his toe angle with his finger outward 2 inches. The same movement he had done with Clay 3 weeks ago. Clay watched for a while. He also squatted down, focusing on Lillard's adjustment angle. Then he stood up, walked to his own corner, and adjusted his toes to match the same angle. Inheritance. Sinan held his coffee and turned back to the office. On the desk lay an open quote sheet just delivered by Bob. The Hawks and Suns had both raised their offers for Middleton. The Lakers and Cavaliers were bidding for Whiteside. The Raptors were still waiting for news on Lillard. He flipped through the offer sheets, marking each one with a red pen weight. Then he opened his notebook and wrote the first line on the training camp page, Ray Allen's folder. 12 players, 12 reports, 12 weaknesses. This was not a training camp. This was a transformation factory. 2 months later, everyone who walked out of here would be at least 1 tier stronger than when they walked in. He set down his pen and leaned back in his chair. Outside, the training facility lights were still on. 12 individuals were still working on their respective weaknesses. Ray Allen remained standing on the sidelines holding that now cold cup of tea. Suddenly, Sinan's phone vibrated. It was an encrypted message from Bob. There's movement on the Raptors' side. They don't want Lillard. They want Middleton. Moreover, they are willing to offer their first-round pick for next year. Sinan stared at the screen and smiled. Just as Ray Allen had exposed Middleton's weaknesses, someone outside already valued him as a first-round pick. Interesting. Bob's text message lit up the screen for less than 3 seconds. Sinan had already picked up his phone and called back directly. The Raptors want Middleton and are willing to offer the unprotected first-round pick in 2015. The condition is that we must package Gibson's expiring contract to balance the salary with the expiring contract they offer. Sinan leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. DeRozan had long left the Raptors. 2 years ago, that trade sent DeRozan to the Wizards. Now the core of the Raptors' backcourt consists of Lowry and Terrence Ross. Ujiri wanted Middleton, attracted by his catch-and-shoot ability and off-ball movement. He aimed to pair Lowry with a wing player who can create spacing. Middleton's three-point shooting percentage in the summer league exceeded 40%. His shooting speed is not as quick as Clay's, but his shooting form is much more stable than during college. This is thanks to Ray Allen. At the training facility at 530, Ray Allen meticulously adjusted every detail to correct Middleton's shooting angle. But swapping a Middleton and a Gibson for an unprotected first-round pick and a second-round pick. This offer could have been negotiated a week ago. But now, Middleton had spent 2 weeks in training camp practicing defensive slides with Leonard. His lateral quickness had improved by nearly 0.1 seconds. 0.1 seconds in the eyes of an ordinary person is nothing. But in the defensive rotations of the NBA, it is the difference between life and death. Ujiri must have noticed this improvement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have raised his offer when both the Raptors and Suns. The Raptors' current roster performs well in the regular season, but collapses at critical moments in the playoffs. Sinan had witnessed the Raptors exit in the first round and enter a rebuild too many times in another timeline. In the first round of 2015, if the Raptors faced injuries or locker room issues before the playoffs, they could easily fall to the edge of the lottery. Even if they don't fall, a mid-first-round pick is enough for the Hornets to snag another gem in the draft. Tell Ujiri that the offer is insufficient. Sinan flipped to the page in his notebook about Middleton. Ray Allen's folder clearly states his lateral movement is 0.3 seconds slower than the league average. After 2 weeks of training, it has improved by 0.1 seconds. In the next 6 weeks, it's expected to improve by another 0.1 seconds. This progress curve applied to any rookie is worth taking a gamble on. Middleton's shooting form is top-notch. His lateral movement has improved by 0.1 seconds in training camp, and he trains defensive slides daily with Leonard, taught personally by Leonard, not an assistant or through video. Gibson's expiring contract can free up $8 million in salary space for the Raptors. They need this space to resign Lowry next summer, which is exactly what Ujiri needs. An unprotected first-round pick plus a second-round pick to acquire a wing with top-tier shooting potential along with $8 million in salary space. That's too cheap. Bob paused on the other end of the phone. So what do we want? The first-round pick remains unchanged, unprotected for 2015. The second-round pick is upgraded to a first-round swap right. The Raptors' first-round swap rights will belong to us. Additionally, we want another young player. Terrence Ross or Valanciunas. Let Ujiri choose himself. He might not let go of Valanciunas, Bob reminded. Valen is the core inside for his rebuild. Then let him give up Terrence Ross. Sinan stood up and walked to the window. Ross is a dual-threat guard who can shoot threes, and his jumping ability has been proven in the dunk contest. But with the Raptors, he comes off the bench behind Lowry and doesn't get enough playing time. Coming to the Hornets, he can partner with Lillard in the backcourt during transition periods, adding shooting depth to our second unit. His athleticism allows him to switch onto the three spot defensively. This is the missing piece we need in our wing rotation. Downstairs in the training facility, Middleton was practicing defensive slides behind Leonard. The squeaking sound of his shoes against the floor came through the glass. After each slide, he would look down at his, pushing out 2 inches, shifting his weight back 2 inches. Exactly as Ray Allen taught him. He just doesn't need to look down anymore. His toes automatically adjust to the correct angle. When this young man came to the Hornets, he was just a second-round pick with a nice shooting form. Now he can defend, run, and switch positions between the baseline and elbow. Ray Allen taught him about toe angle. Leonard taught him how to read the opponent's waist. Each morning during extra practice, he turned these 2 lessons into muscle memory. By the end of training camp, he will be at least 2 levels stronger than when he came in. And all of this, Ujiri only saw the tip of the iceberg in the Summer League scouting report. What he saw was the catch-and-shoot percentage, not the defensive mindset that Ray Allen meticulously extracted detail by detail at the training facility every day at 530. Sinan didn't know if Ujiri had seen those details, but he knew how much those details were worth at the trade negotiation table. Ujiri is a shrewd manager. He knows what he wants. Middleton's catch-and-shoot ability and off-ball movement are the perfect puzzle pieces next to Lowry. Gibson's expiring contract will give him room to resign Lowry next year. He needs this trade more than, but precisely because of that he cannot just pay the minimum price. He has to pay the market price. Bob agreed and hung up the phone to continue negotiations with Ujiri. Sinan remained standing by the window. Downstairs after finishing a set of defensive slides, Middleton stopped to catch his breath. Leonard stood beside him, not rushing him. He simply waited for him to catch his breath, pointed towards the baseline indicating for him to do another set. Middleton nodded, bent down, and resumed his defensive stance. In training he was unaware that his trade was being renegotiated. He didn't know Ujiri on the other end of the phone was weighing whether to include another Terrence Ross. All he knew was that there were still 4 sets of slides to run today. After finishing, he still had Ray Allen's off-ball movement routes to practice. After that he would go to the corner and shoot 200. He didn't know how long the Raptors scout had been waiting outside the training facility, but he knew why he was being watched. It wasn't because of his nice shooting form. It was because every time his shortcomings were pointed out he got better the next day. His phone vibrated. A message from Bob. Ujiri agreed. Middleton and Gibson for the Raptors' unprotected first-round pick in 2015, the first-round swap rights in 2016, Terrence Ross, and the expiring contract to balance the salary. The trade will be officially submitted for league approval after training camp ends. Sinan replied, confirmed. Then he opened his notebook and wrote a line on the page about the Raptors' trade, unprotected first-round pick, 2015 first-round swap rights, 2016 Terrence Ross. A wing shooter, a dual-threat guard with athleticism worthy of the dunk contest. Coming to the Hornets, he will partner with Lillard in the backcourt during transition periods. In his memory from another timeline, Ross had started and come off the bench for the Raptors, averaging around 10 points with a three-point shooting rate stable above 37. On the Hornets bench, his athleticism and shooting will be even more valuable than when he was with the Raptors. Lillard's pick-and-roll drives will create plenty of corner opportunities for Ross. Clay's off-ball movement will make defenders hesitate to help. And when Middleton goes to the Raptors, he will find that everything he learned with the Hornets, Ray Allen's toe angles, Leonard's defensive slides, those silent extra practices in the training facility at 5:30, will take root there. Sinan set down his pen and leaned back in his chair. Outside the window, Ray Allen was standing next to Middleton, pointing to his defensive stance. Lowering his center of gravity, toes pointed forward, watching the opponent's waist. Exactly the same motion as on the first day of training camp, when he pointed out Clay's toes. Only teaching different shortcomings. Middleton adjusted his stance and continued practicing defensive slides with Leonard. He hadn't yet realized that the trade had already been finalized. But when he goes to the Raptors, he will discover that these two things are applicable there. And the Hornets' return is an unprotected first-round pick, a first-round swap right, and a dual-threat guard who can contribute immediately off the bench. And the Hornets' return is an unprotected first-round pick, a first-round swap right, and a dual-threat guard who can contribute immediately off. The Hornets gained future assets and immediate strength. And all of this started with a line in Ray Allen's phone. Middleton's trade was formally submitted to the league for approval on the last day of training camp. As Bob placed the documents on his desk, a roar of celebration erupted from the training gym downstairs. Lillard had drilled a buzzer-beating three-pointer during the scrimmage. The entire bench erupted instantly, everyone storming the court and crashing into his chest with fierce jubilation. Sinan didn't look up. He flipped to the signature line and signed his name with swift, decisive strokes. When will Terrence Ross arrive? He asked. Tomorrow morning, Bob replied. He said he wants to train alone with Ray Allen for one session before joining the full team practice. Did you hear about Ray Allen's folder? I did. He said he wants to be the first to get his copy. Sinan leaned back in his chair and pushed the approval documents back across the desk. Downstairs, another roar shook the rafters. This time it was Green. He had just blocked Davis' low post attempts twice in a row. After the second block, Green swatted the ball all the way into the third row of the stands. He stood there pounding his chest with fierce intensity like a beast guarding its prey. Davis picked himself up off the floor, patted Green on the shoulder, and muttered something. Green didn't reply. He only bent lower, reset his stance, and fixed his gaze on his opponent. These two had been locked in a battle for 6 straight weeks. In Ray Allen's folder, Green's lateral defensive movement had once been marked as below average. But every day he gritted his teeth and practiced anticipation with Leonard, watching only the opponent's hips, not the ball. 6 weeks later, his help defense no longer carried the sluggish, hesitant feel from summer league. He moved like a coiled spring, one step instantly sealing off the opponent's driving lane. Davis could no longer bully his way through as easily as he once had. The scrimmage roster was personally arranged by Silas. Starting lineup: Paul, Curry, Thompson, Durant, Davis. Bench lineup: Leonard, Lillard, Paul George, Green, DeAndre Jordan. Ray Allen rotated in as a sharpshooter ready to sub for anyone. Bench versus starters, 3 periods, 12 minutes each. The team that wins 2 periods doesn't run the track today. Silas stood courtside, twirling his clipboard, a rare hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He knew exactly what this bench unit was made of. Leonard anchored the lineup, flanked by Lillard, Paul George, Green, and DeAndre Jordan. The offensive firepower and defensive versatility of this group were more formidable than at least half the starting lineups in the league. Lillard broke through at the arc using Green as a screen, while Davis was a step slow in switching. Without hesitation, Lillard took a quick three-pointer and scored. In the next possession, the same location, the same screen. This time Davis rushed in, but Lillard did not shoot. With a flick of his wrist, he precisely passed the ball to Paul George, who was cutting in from the baseline. George caught the ball, leaped up, and executed a thunderous dunk that slammed into the hoop. Paul at the arc watched this scene and turned to Curry, shaking his head. Just 6 weeks ago, he could only score by himself. But what truly sent shivers down everyone's spine was Green's defense. Using his body to firmly seal off the back position, predicting the direction of the turn. Not watching the ball, but watching the waist. Davis attempted 3 consecutive low-post isolations, all of which came up empty. After the third shot was disrupted and missed, Davis stood on the baseline staring at Green for 2 seconds. The corner of his mouth curled into an almost imperceptible arc. Paul was all too familiar with that expression. It was the look he would show in training camp every time a rookie surprised him with his defense. When did he learn to watch the waist? Davis asked, panting. Leonard taught him, Paul said. When did Leonard start teaching people? Ray Allen told him to. The 38-year-old veteran stood in the corner like an old gun tempered by fire. Lillard controlled the ball at the arc with Green setting a screen. He broke through and the double team formed. With a flick of his wrist, Lillard sent the ball soaring to the corner. Ray Allen received it, jumped, and shot. While the ball was still in the air, he had already turned to run back. Swish. The sound of the ball passing through the net was crisp like the cracking of ice. The entire training facility fell silent for a second. In the next moment, everyone on the bench jumped up simultaneously, wildly waving their towels. Clay stood in the corner of the starting group, intently watching Ray Allen's back. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He remembered this move. Catch and shoot, then turn to run back on defense while the ball was still in the air. This was Clay's signature. And Ray Allen had started mimicking his shooting rhythm 3 weeks ago. Now it was executed flawlessly. Sinan stood in the second-floor corridor, holding a cup of coffee. He watched as Ray Allen brushed past Clay while returning on defense. The two did not high-five, nor did they make eye contact, each running to their defensive positions. But after Clay ran past, the corners of his mouth remained curved. That arc usually appeared after he made his 6th three-pointer in a game. He was telling Ray Allen in his own way, I see. You practiced my move. You need to do it again. The final buzzer sounded. The bench had defeated the starters. Lillard scored 27 points with 8 assists. Green had 14 points, 12 rebounds, 5 assists, and 4 blocks, while Paul George scored 20 points. Ray Allen hit 4 three-pointers, and after each shot, he turned to run back on defense. Exactly like Clay's signature move. Sinan held his coffee and turned back to the office. Paul walked in behind him and closed the door with a reverse motion. Did you see that? Paul slammed the coffee cup on the table, his eyes still filled with lingering excitement. Lillard passed the ball 9 times after the screen, and 6 of those directly converted to points. Green defended from position 1 to position 5, and Davis didn't even manage to make a peep in front of him. And George's ball-handling offense has evolved at least 2 levels from last season. Paul took a deep breath, staring at Sinan. This doesn't even account for Terrence Ross arriving tomorrow. Boss, with Leonard holding down the fort plus this bench lineup, they could rub the starting lineups of half the teams in the league into the ground. Sinan said nothing. He walked to the window, overlooking the training facility below. The lights were still on. Lillard and Green were still practicing the pick and roll. Setting the screen, providing the pick, breaking through, passing the ball. The same action over and over. Each time fine-tuning the angle and timing. Winning against the starters is not the end. The real battleground lies in the regular season, in the playoffs, in the final 3 minutes of a Game 7. By then, today's cheers and blocks will turn to scrap paper. When it comes down to the wire, all that can be relied upon is the sweat shed in practice. Locking in on the opponent's waist, catching the ball, and shooting without hesitation. Sinan took a sip of coffee and suddenly spoke. When Terrence Ross reports tomorrow, have him go straight to Ray Allen's court. Paul paused for a moment. Aren't you going to let him practice with the whole team first? No practice. Sinan turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife. Let him play a onion with Ray Allen first. If he can't beat Ray Allen, he shouldn't even think about putting on the training jersey for the bench. Paul inhaled sharply. He knew that Sinan was stoking the fire for that already terrifying bench lineup. And tomorrow Terrence Ross would have to peel a layer off under Ray Allen's defense. At 7 in the morning, the flight from Duolinduo landed. Tylunsi Loasi didn't even bother to retrieve his luggage. He hailed a taxi and rushed straight to the arena. At the entrance, Bob handed him a training camp handbook. On the cover was the Huangfeng team emblem, beside which lay a line of frigid text. Lay Allen's folder. Every new recruit must pass through it. He's waiting for you inside. Bob pointed toward the door. Go in alone. He said no warm-up needed, because he hasn't warmed up either. Luasi took a deep breath and pushed open the training hall door. The hall was empty save for the 4 championship banners hanging from the dome, gently swaying in the breeze from the air conditioning. Ray Allen stood on the free throw line. He wore a faded gray practice jersey, lazily spinning a basketball in his hands. When he saw Luasi enter, he didn't waste a single word, just tossed the ball over. 10 spots, 5 shots, each starting from the baseline corner. Ray Allen folded his arms, his eyes cutting like knives. You shoot first. He'll watch. Luasi caught the ball and walked to the left baseline corner. He had played 2 years in Menglong with a 3-point percentage above 40%. In this league, he had always possessed absolute confidence in his shooting. The arc was perfect. Swish net. The first 5 spots all made. A slight relief breathed in Luos's heart as he moved to the second spot. Another 5 shots, steady and true. But just as he stepped into the third spot and prepared to catch the ball, Ray Allen's voice poured down like icy water. Your toe is off. Luos's movement froze abruptly. He looked down at his foot. Indeed, his toe had turned outward by about 2 inches. In Menglong, no one had ever corrected this flaw. Because his shooting percentage was high enough, everyone assumed accurate enough is fine. But Ray Allen clearly thought otherwise. Luasi gritted his teeth, adjusted the angle of his toe, and continued shooting. At the 4th spot, his toe drifted again. At the 5th spot, it still drifted. Every time he reached a new position, his toe habitually splayed outward. This was the muscle memory he had cultivated over 2 years in Menglong, deeply ingrained. 50 shots completed. 42 made. For a rookie reporting for the first time, that stat was already explosive. But Luasi himself knew that every missed shot had a flawed arc. Ray Allen didn't comment on the percentage. He simply bent down, picked up his own ball, and walked to the baseline corner. Watch my foot. 10 spots, 50 shots. All made, didn't even graze the rim. After sinking the final ball, Ray Allen tossed it to the ground and fixed his gaze on Luasi. Your toe turns outward and your body twists when you catch the ball. Before you shoot, you have to straighten your body first. That extra motion and the defender is already in your face. Why is Li so quick to release? Because when he catches the ball, his toe is already aimed at the rim. No adjustment needed. He jumps straight up. Right now, every time you catch, you have to make an extra micro adjustment. That move won't kill you in the regular season. But in the playoffs, in that meat grinder where defensive rotations are lightning fast, that split second will leave you a step behind. A step behind, and the ball never leaves your hand. Luasi stared at his own toes, biting his lip, fiercely unable to utter a word. After 2 years of professional play, over 200 games, no one had ever told him that his toe must point toward the rim when catching the ball. Another round. Ray Allen said coldly, start over. Toe aimed at the rim, body doesn't adjust, just rise. Luasi bent down, picked up the ball, and returned to the baseline corner. He readjusted his toe. Catch, rise, release, swish. Second shot, net. Third shot. His toe habitually drifted, the ball clanked off the back rim, bouncing high. Ray Allen said nothing, just stood there like an emotionless statue. Luasi took a deep breath and walked back to the baseline corner. Readjusted and resumed shooting. 50 shots completed, 46 made. He glanced down at his toes, then lifted his gaze to Ray Allen, chest heaving. Another round. Ray Allen nodded slightly. Third round, 48 made. After finishing, Luasi didn't continue. Not because he was tired, but because he was feeling the subtle connection between his toe and the rim. Like the first time he gripped the steering wheel correctly. All the previous awkwardness suddenly made sense. Tomorrow, 7 in the morning. Ray Allen stepped over, took the ball from his hands. 1 minute late, don't bother coming for the week. Luasi nodded, placed the ball on the rack, grabbed his luggage, and headed for the locker room. At the door, he stopped without turning around. On the flight from Menglong, I watched footage of your summer league games. Lila pick and roll passes, Jelin's defensive rotations, my dear Dun's off-ball movement. Before they came to Huangfeng, they weren't like this. I know you have a folder here. Every rookie gets skinned alive. Today I got skinned on my toe. Luasi turned his head, a fierce gleam in his eyes. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow it's footwork adjustment after the catch. Your first step is too fast, but your second step is always half a beat slow. Ray Allen took a sip of tea, his tone indifferent. Luasi pushed open the door and stepped into the corridor. On the second floor hallway, Sinan, coffee cup in hand, silently watched the entire test. On his first day at Huangfeng, Luasi did not practice with the team or face the media. Instead, in the empty training hall, a 38-year-old veteran used a 10-spot shooting drill to brutally expose the fatal flaw of his toe being off by 2 inches. And the way he accepted all this, not with excuses, not with defiance, was by bending down, picking up the ball, walking back to the baseline corner, and continuing to shoot. He even voluntarily added an extra round. Then, with red-rimmed eyes, he asked what tomorrow would bring. Sinan turned and walked back to his office, opening his notebook. On the training camp page, he wrote a heavy line. Luasi has passed the baptism. Over the next 2 months, the Huangfeng training hall witnessed a near brutal evolution. Lei Alan's folder operated like a precision meat grinder, crushing and reforging the bad habits of every rookie. Lewis's toe problem was completely corrected by the third day, followed by a hellish special session on catch-and-step footwork. And not just Luasi. Lele, Jelen Midir done. Every player who received the folder endured the agonizing pain of and all Sinan had to do was sit in his office watching this team transform at a visible pace, from freaks of talent into tactical machines. Beside the Myaxabai River, the colossal structure that cost $700 million, its blue-violet glass walls resembling a honeycomb finally lit up for the first time. No preseason, no warm-up. When the regular season opening night spotlight first struck this steel behemoth, the entire league felt a suffocating pressure. At 7:30 in the evening, as 20,000 fans flooded the arena, the entire building seemed to come alive. The wraparound LED strip under the dome erupted in piercing red and blue light, following the roar of the live DJ, illuminating the court like daylight. Every seat was acoustically engineered. The roar of 20,000 rising in unison echoed and stacked within the dome, forming an invisible wall of sound. The players on the visiting bench turned pale. In this noise that seemed to devour everything, they couldn't even hear each other's tactical calls. Sinan sat on the core owner's seat on the sidelines, legs crossed, quietly observing it all. He had spent $700 million, not just for an arena, but for the most terrifying, hellish home court in the entire league. The lights of the old arena had gone dark, and the dynasty belonging to the Huangfeng team on this night on the new throne officially drew open its blood-stained curtain.